My name is Li Yingdao, and just after transmigrating to this blue star where deities are reviving and national destiny arenas have descended, I was labeled as an F-rank divine cardmaster. On July 15, 2025, the national destiny arena had descended upon the world for a full decade. The first two defeats brought natural disasters like hurricanes and floods upon Huaxia. The latest news report mentioned that the Indian team defeated the South Korean team after possibly drew a challenge card that allows ignoring rules to challenge any country and designate participants, along with a designated card. In the classroom of the Capital Divine Card Master Academy, homeroom teacher Yang Qiguang emphasized the importance of refining divine card backgrounds for summoning deities. He angrily scolded Li Ying, who had just transmigrated and was still dazed, for sleeping in class. Yang Qiguang reminded the student group they were most likely to be selected for the national fate arena, with Chinese civilization severed and divine historical records lost. 2 consecutive defeats have brought the nation to the brink of disaster. After understanding the memories, Li Yingdao felt exhilarated. In his previous life, he had been an ardent enthusiast of history and deities, confident in perfecting the divine card decks. The simulation test is about to begin. The test requires students to refine the randomly assigned deity information provided by the school. In the square, the first to take the stage was top talent Gu Sisi, who had already reached C-rank divine cardmaster in the last simulation. Just as the Academy's higher-ups were preparing for the test, a thunderous announcement rang out. Country A had used a challenge card to forcefully challenge Huaxia, a match between the Indian Empire Academy and Beijing Divine Cardmaster Academy of Huaxia. India used a designated card, challenging China's Gu Sisi with Ilokiki. Type, National Destiny Deathmatch. The National Fate Deathmatch means the losing side must die, and only when all members of one team are dead will it stop. Participants representing Huaxia, Gu Sisi, Li Yingdao, Qin Baisheng, Zhang Yunfei, Ding Yanran. Li Yingdao is conspicuously among them. Principal Shin Sonin urgently inquired about the participants' strength levels. Gu Sisi is C-rank, the other 3 are D-rank, while Li Yingdao alone is F-rank. Shin Sonin positioned Li Yingdao last in the lineup as the anchor, drawing mockery from D-rank divine cardmaster Zhang Yunfei and the others. Homeroom teacher Yang Qiguang ran over, tightly grasping Li Yingdao's arms, urging him to stay calm and not think of himself as just making up the numbers. Moved, Li Yingdao assured him, "I won't let you down, nor will I embarrass China." 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the 5 figures vanished. A national fate arena spanning over 10,000 square kilometers appeared at the border between the two nations. National Fate Bureau Director Long Huhua was deeply concerned about the battle situation. Lu Jiji from India had already mastered the perfection of B-grade cards. The strongest in China, Gu Sisi, is only C-grade. At the central arena where audiences from various countries watch live, the nation of Asangguo challenges Huaxia. First match. Begin. D-grade divine cardmaster Xiushi faces off against D-grade divine cardmaster Zhang Yunfei. The deity that refreshed before Zhang Yunfei was a monkey-shaped god wearing a golden headband and wielding a bronze rod, so he began refining the background details. Finally, in a tense shout, "Witness, the great sage equal to heaven, 6-eared macaque." Li Yingdao almost spat blood upon hearing this. That was Sun Wukong. He hastily shouted a warning, "Zhang Yunfei, you're wrong. This is the damned Monkey King, Sun Wukong." But under the arena rules, no one can interfere with the match, so Zhang Yunfei simply couldn't hear. Qin Baisheng in the audience instead accused Li Yingdao of barking nonsense like a dog. Indian card, D-grade fire god Agni. Chinese card, F-grade 6-eared macaque. Zhang Yunfei was thunderstruck. His D-level divine cardmaster had actually summoned an F-level deity. This is because Zhang Yunfei's content revision was utterly incorrect, downgrading the original Sun Wukong to an F-class 6-eared macaque. Gu Sisi looked over and asked Li Yingdao how he knew Zhang Yunfei had made a mistake. Li Yingdao helplessly expressed that civilization had been severed, leaving him powerless despite his abilities. Qin Baisheng scoffed at him for putting on such an act, asking why he was only rated F-tier if he truly had skills. Li Yingdao retorted that he was too foolish to recognize his own ignorance. After some hesitation, Gu Sisi disclosed the latest research findings. The randomly refreshed deity cards on the arena are likely related to the deities most familiar to the contestants, though this has yet to be confirmed. Li Yingdao was instantly energized upon hearing this. "Really? If that's true, I've got a way for you to win the next match." On the arena, Agni, D-class, and the 6-eared macaque, F-class, descended. Although the 6-eared macaque transformed into 1,000 clones to surround Agni, they were quickly reduced to ashes by the Veda's heartburn flames. The National Destiny Deathmatch, Round 1, Kingdom of Atuo wins. As the arena's voice faded, Zhang Yunfei instantly dissipated into a mist of blood. Li Yingdao had thoroughly witnessed the cruelty of the National Destiny arena. Suppressing his fear, he turned to Gu Sisi and asked, "Which deity do you know best?" Gu Sisi instinctively replied, Chang'e. Seizing the moment, Li Yingdao immediately grabbed Gu Sisi's shoulders and swiftly recited Chang'e's key information. Summoning the Jade Rabbit to the Imperial Terrace, gathering the Moon Maidens in the rear court. That is Chang'e. Chang'e consumed the Queen Mother of the West's elixir of immortality, flew to the Moon Palace, and transformed into the Moon Goddess. This represents the ancient people's longing for reunion. The third country challenged Huaxia, the second match. Gu Sisi had no time to think, and with solemnity, turned to ascend the national destiny arena. B-rank Divine Card Master Ilukajai vs C-rank Divine Card Master Gu Sisi. Under Ilukajai's immense pressure, Gu Sisi thought to herself, if Chang'e really appears in the refresh, should I trust him? The card materialized, revealing a woman in palace robes holding a jade rabbit, the osmanthus tree glowing orange. Her face was cold and serene. Chang'e, the deity Gu Sisi knew best. Li Ying clenched his teeth. Gu Sisi, you must perfect it exactly as I instructed. Chapter 3, Chang'e makes her move and a class opponent arrives. Gu Sisi clenched her fists beneath her sleeves, consumed by deep hesitation. The information Li Yingdao had provided diverged sharply from what she knew about Chang'e. She's a B-rank Divine Card Master. Even at my absolute best, I can only summon a C-rank Chang'e. Her unfocused eyes regained sharpness as she raised her arm. Her delicate fingers traced characters onto the card. Chang'e embodies the ancient longing for reunion. Under the cold moonlight of the azure sky, the immortal maiden dances in her rainbow robes. The Queen Mother's elixir she took, her body light, she flew to the moon. The cassia tree grows night after night, its pure radiance filling the homeland. On mid-autumn, gaze upward, the pure moon resides in the heart. Li Yingdao recited each word, a weight lifting from his heart. At the critical moment, Gu Sisi chose to trust herself. It worked. Even if Chang'e isn't considered top tier in the mythological system, the information is complete and accurate. The stage should award a higher grade. Prime Minister Naski of the Three Nations crossed his legs, watching his contestant with satisfaction. Win this round and send Jinitame into the fray to shut out Huaxia completely. His subordinate flattered, a single Arajiki can outshine Huaxia's prodigy. Sending in Kini Taime and a class Divine Card Master will be nothing short of crushing. Shin Songqing's eyes nearly bled. If Gu Sisi lost again as the Dean of China's top academy, he'd have no face left to live. Huff. Gu Sisi halted her actions. Since Li Yingdao's message was brief, she dared not write more. The more she wrote, the more mistakes she risked, which would only lower her rating. Ilukiki also halted its refinement as the arena began evaluating both sides' cards. China card, B-rank Chang'e. A triangle card, B-rank Hanuman. Surprise and excitement mingled as Gu Sisi turned to glance at the preparation area. Grade B was a rank she had never achieved before. He actually got it right. In the preparation area, Li Yingdao's eyes gleamed with intensity. Xin Baisheng wore an expression of rapt fascination, and Ding Yanan pumped her fist in encouragement. Grade B versus Grade B. This isn't unprecedented. Now it comes down to whose deity's foundation is stronger. Maybe it'll be a draw? Gu Yan shook Long Hua's shoulders excitedly. Old dragon. We still have a chance. Long Hua's expression softened. This fight to the death still has life left in it. The Chinese masses shouted in unison, victory is certain. Victory is certain. Victory is certain. China had been suppressed for far too long, and the pent-up emotions finally erupted. Arajiki's eyes flashed with surprise, but the unexpected outcome did not shake his fighting spirit. He spat contemptuously, oomph. Both be rankers, let's see who's stronger. Gu Sisi pressed her palms together, murmuring softly, Hail Chang'e. The two cards dissolved into countless specks of light. The points settled upon the ground, where a cassia tree grew wildly, its trunk forming a staircase. A barefoot woman stepped lightly, emerging slowly from within the tree. She wore a cold white palace gown, her skin as luminous as the full moon, radiating an aura that felt almost blinding. Tears slid down Gu Sisi's cheeks. She had imagined this moment countless times summoning Chang'e. Now, Chang'e stood before her. Chang'e gently waved her cassia moonlight fan. A cool breeze swept across, wiping away the tears from Gu Sisi's eyes. After this, she executed a graceful turn, facing the blood-red ape before her, as massive as a mountain. Hanuman, leaping across seas, bearing mountains to save lives, burning demon cities to ashes. The divine monkey of India. Li Yingdao recalled Hanuman's information. Both sides were of equal level. What mattered was the depth of their civilizations. Though India was also an ancient civilization, it still paled in comparison to China. Had their civilization not been severed, they would have swallowed this bastard whole long ago. Hanuman stood on 2 feet, his massive frame nearly filling the entire arena. Compared to him, Chang'e seemed like an ant at the foot of an elephant. Boom! Flames erupted from his nostrils. A flash of contempt crossed Hanuman's eyes as he raised his right foot to stomp down on Chang'e. Great goddess Chang'e, beware! Gu Sisi cried out in warning. Chang'e raised her moonlight fan of cassia, the sapphire blue treasure slowly expanding to block the attack. No matter how hard Hanuman pushed, he couldn't budge it an inch. Frostbite! Chang'e's crimson lips parted, her voice clear and melodious, like heavenly music. Countless spectators were shaken. This is a true deity. Compared to her, what's that stinking monkey even about? Heh, now I have material for tonight's dreams. The words crystallized into a frigid current, clinging to Hanuman's body. A layer of frost crystallized on his skin. Were it not for the arena's protective barrier, even the spectators would not have been spared. Pound the medicine. Chang'e materialized a mortar pestle in her hand, bringing it crashing down through the air. With each swing of her arm, Hanuman's monkey head drooped a little lower. Chang'e's strikes grew faster and faster, leaving trails of afterimages. Crash! Hanuman collapsed to one knee, a gaping wound gushing blood where the pestle struck his skull. Ilukiki could no longer be certain of victory. Panicked, he shouted, "Divine Monkey! Counterattack now!" This wasn't out of concern for Hanuman's injuries. If he lost, he would truly die. Hanuman struggled to lift his head under the onslaught. He never dreamed this god, no bigger than an ant, could be so powerful. His lantern-sized eyes blazed with rage. Hanuman clasped his hands together, entering a state of meditation like an old monk. His aura retracted, and within mere seconds, he became indistinguishable from a piece of dead wood. Seeing this, the Indian spectators' sinking spirits soared once more. This is Lord Hanuman's ultimate technique, the calming heartfire ring. For the Chinese deity to fall to this move, it's a fitting end. Chang'e was so delicate and fair, what a pity she must die. The situation unfolded beyond Gu Sisi's expectation. She hadn't anticipated Hanuman resorting to such a desperate move so quickly. Gradually, the wind began to stir. The wind carried waves of heat, each more intense than the last. Finally, a crimson ring of fire formed around Hanuman. The osmanthus tree swayed violently in the wind, showering the ground with countless blossoms. The fiery ring shot skyward, vanishing from sight. In the sky, the ring slowed, came to a halt, then dove straight down. Chang'e lifted her graceful neck, her sapphire eyes reflecting the fiery ring. This graceful goddess had not moved a single step throughout the entire spectacle. In her eyes, this monkey was utterly unworthy of her lifting a foot. Her exquisite voice rang out once more, tinged with a different meaning. Chang'e must regret stealing the elixir, for night after night, beneath the azure sea and clear sky, her heart yearns. As day turned to night, the sky darkened, and a full moon rose from the branches of the cassia tree. What kind of move is this? Why do I regret it so much now? What do you think is the meaning of life? In that moment, an endless tide of regret surged through everyone's hearts, even the arena itself unable to fully dispel it. The blood-red glare faded from Hanuman's eyes as he clutched his chest tightly, his heart feeling as though it were being squeezed. The full moon slowly rose into the sky, colliding with the crimson ring of fire. Boom! Blinding light illuminated everything. Spectators squinted through the pain, desperate to witness the final outcome. As the light faded, the cool moonlight spilled down, and the fiery ring vanished without a trace. Naski and Long Huhua rose simultaneously, though their inner states could not have been more different. The outcome was clear. Hanuman's so-called ultimate technique proved utterly powerless against this full moon. Stay calm, Naski reassured himself. Hanuman is still alive. He hasn't lost yet. Yet in the next instant, Chang'e spoke again. Her face adorned with a smile, she met Hanuman's gaze. You should regret it. Her words rang out crystal clear to all ears, amidst countless stunned gazes. Hanuman's eyes glazed over as overwhelming regret surged through him. He stiffly raised both hands and clasped them around his own throat. Snap! A crisp snap echoed as Hanuman ended his own life. Battle for national destiny, round 2, victory for Huaxia. Even in death, Ilukiki could not comprehend why their deity would commit suicide on the spot merely because of a single word from the opposing god. Afterward, when people analyzed this battle, they concluded it was a psychological tactic manipulating the opponent's deity's emotions to make them obedient. In the preparation area, Li Yingdao saw through it all. Chang'e stole the elixir of immortality and fled to the moon. The moon palace grew cold and desolate, and her regret fermented into this tactic. Hanuman, you died a just death. On the stage, Chang'e turned her head and nodded to Gu Sisi. Then, together with the osmanthus tree, she dissolved into specks of light and returned to the card. As for Hanuman's deity card, it had long since been reduced to ashes. It's tied. The score is tied. We still have hope. Chinese spectators cheered. They hadn't witnessed victory in far too long. Prime Minister Naski of India kicked his aide in frustration. Ilukiki is useless. His aide hurriedly interceded. Sir, we still have Kini Taime. He is our true trump card. At the mention of Jinatame, Naski's expression softened slightly. If Gu Sisi thinks she's got what it takes, let her keep playing. I'll see who else China has that can hold their own on the stage. Prepare my speech now. My country, India, must never fall behind. Naski's tone bordered on obsession. As Prime Minister, he could not tolerate a decline in national fervor during his tenure. His confidant hurriedly made preparations, inwardly cursing his luck. Returning to the preparation area, Gu Sisi bowed deeply to Li Yingdao. Thank you. Mr. Li, you are the true hero of this match. Qin Baishan clutched his head in disbelief, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. Li Yingdao helped Gu Sisi to her feet. As comrades in arms, it's only right we support each other. Ding Yanan hesitated before asking, then who will fight next? In life or death battles, participants who had already fought could re-enter the fray. However, each subsequent appearance drained immense mental energy, causing a decline in performance and loss of peak form. Consequently, most nations avoid deploying their strongest fighters first. Qin Baixing couldn't wait to declare, by order, it's obviously my turn. At that moment, the Prime Minister of the three nations delivered a high-profile speech at the arena. His tone was triumphant, showing no trace of the earlier defeat. My next competitor for the three nations is Kinetame. He is an A-class divine card master. Chapter 4, the Divine Lord Erlang makes his grand entrance. Noski's speech was brief. When he finished, the entire arena fell silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Seconds later, someone finally spoke up. A class? Isn't a rookie the strongest in the three kingdoms, ranked B class? He's been hiding his strength all this time. Now, even China's Gu Sisi wouldn't stand a chance against him. No wonder they're so brazen they've calculated that no one in China can match them. By this logic, the three nations' foundation rivals that of Greece and the Maya. No one doubted Noski's words. As a prime minister, especially on the national life or death stage, lies would be exposed too easily. Zhang Yunfei, who had been about to step onto the stage, halted abruptly. His body stiffened, his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he stood frozen in place. Facing an A-class divine card master, he was merely a D-class. Stepping forward would be suicide. Third match, the three nations challenge China. Both contestants, please take your places. The arena's announcement rang like an alarm bell. Before the Huaxia crowd could even cheer in victory, they plunged into deeper despair. If Ilukiki had been a formidable foe, then Kinetame was a boss so terrifying that victory seemed utterly impossible. A-class divine card masters were so rare you could count them on one hand worldwide. In any nation, they were strategic assets of nuclear weapon-level significance. In the Indian preparation area, Hughes and his two companions watched Kinetame take the stage with eyes filled with awe. Director Ryugo Hana scanned the Chinese roster, his eyebrows nearly knotted into a single strand. He hadn't anticipated that India was hiding yet another A-class divine card master. Notify the Southwest Theater Command to begin evacuating civilians. The consequences of a national fate deathmatch far exceed those of a national fate battle. We might actually have to cede territory to the Indian alliance. Long Hua considered the worst-case scenario. To put it bluntly, Kinetame alone could slaughter through China's entire lineup. I'll handle it immediately. Gu Yan's newly ignited enthusiasm from victory was instantly doused. He slowly exited the arena to carry out the order. Cold sweat trickled down Qin Baixing's brow as his eyes grew increasingly bloodshot. Resolving to fight to the death, he gritted his teeth. So what if he's Class A? I'll take him on. Just as he prepared to ascend the stage, Gu Sisi grabbed his arm. Let me go instead. This deadly fight started because of me. If anyone must die, let it be me first. Qin Baixing's eyes flickered, but he stubbornly insisted, if it benefits the nation, why should we fear life or death? Why should we avoid danger or seek fortune? There are no cowards in China. Besides, you just fought once. Repeated battles drain your strength. Let me go. Ding Yanran watched the two arguing, her eyes filled with helplessness. Both contestants, please take your places. The arena's announcement sounded again, indicating that the contestants from the three kingdoms had already taken their places. Li Yingdao watched the two, his thoughts inexplicably drifting to the fallen Zhang Yunfei. For the first time ever, he felt like cursing. If they go up there, won't they meet the same fate as Zhang Yunfei? In that moment, countless images of Chinese deities flashed through his mind. Among all present, if anyone held the greatest hope of defeating their opponent, it was undoubtedly himself. As a historian and deity enthusiast in his previous life, if he lacked even this confidence, Li Yingdao would have truly wasted his transmigration. The collapse of civilization meant nothing to him. Damn it, let's tear them apart. How could our mighty China be trampled underfoot by those Indians? Li Yingdao cursed fiercely, violently shoving the three aside. Before they could react, he charged headlong onto the stage. Grade A Divine Card Master Kinetame vs Grade F Divine Card Master Li Yingdao. The arena display confirmed Noski's words, starkly revealing the chasm between them. Are you kidding me? China sent a F-rank bottom feeder to fight? Probably just cannon fodder to buy time for Gu Sisi. Desperate resistance. When have you ever seen a divine card master defeat an A-rank opponent? Noski listened to the cheers of the Indian crowd, his face radiant with immersion, as if victory were already in his grasp. By revealing his fighter's strength early, he'd undoubtedly given China time to prepare. But his purpose was equally clear, to declare to all that his player was this formidable, no matter how they tried to counter him. The vast disparity hung like a guillotine over China's head. Once the cards refreshed and the deities were summoned, that blade would fall. Some checked the information again in disbelief, only to confirm it was indeed a rank. Their lips turned pale, seeing no hope of victory. Others cursed furiously, trying to dispel the fear gripping their hearts. It really is a grade. Gazing at the terrifyingly pitch-black genie form made before him, Li Yingdao's breathing grew slightly ragged. Even unaffected by the civilization's severance, he couldn't guarantee his summoned deity would surpass a rank. After all, the arena spawned randomly. If a low-tier deity appeared, there'd be nowhere to cry about it. But if he didn't step up, Gu Sisi and the others wouldn't even have a glimmer of hope for victory. The scene of Zhang Yunfei's death was etched deep into his mind. Li Yingdao refused to let it happen again. He couldn't bear to see more Chinese people die so senselessly at the hands of the Asians. No one present believed Li Yingdao could win. To the spectators, he was already a dead man. Many spectators had even abandoned their seats, beginning to relocate their entire families, terrified that the punishment following defeat might extend to their own cities. In the preparation area, Qin Baisheng never imagined Li Yingdao would rush onto the field ahead of him. In his eyes, Li Yingdao was merely trying to wear down Genie Taimei's stamina, preparing for Gu Sisi to re-enter the fray. Yet now, regardless of his previous hostility toward Li Yingdao, a sense of admiration rose within him. Brother Li, dying at the hands of an A-class divine cardmaster isn't exactly shameful. Wait for me downstairs. We can keep each other company. Ding Yanran could no longer hold back and burst into tears on the spot. Sis Gu, we're doomed. The National Destiny Deathmatch stipulated that one side must be completely wiped out. Therefore, even if they could defeat the other contestants from the three nations, they would inevitably face the A-class genie state may sooner or later. Enough! Cowardice before battle is a military taboo. Gu Sisi snapped, displaying the poise and responsibility befitting a pride of Huaxia. If it comes down to it, I'll fight next and die before you too. Besides, Li hasn't lost yet. Qin Baisheng and Ding Yanran stared blankly at Gu Sisi, their mouths dry and speechless. Li Yingdao, having steeled himself mentally, shrugged indifferently. I was just worried my opponents were too weak to make me look strong. When you're dead, your balls face the sky. Let's do this. Having already died once after his transmigration, he cherished life even more. But that didn't mean Li Yingdao feared death. Life could weigh heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. Now, representing Huaxia in battle was an immense honor. Genie Taimei's expression looked like she'd swallowed a fly's excrement. Damn luck. My first match and I get stuck with a piece of trash like you. As a secretly cultivated genius by the Indians, he had planned to eliminate Gu Sisi to make a name for himself. At the very least, he expected a D-class opponent, right? Instead, because of his prime minister's outburst, China sent some F-grade cannon fodder to toy with him. This thought filled Genie Taimei with resentment. His hatred for Li Yingdao grew even stronger. His words drew uproarious laughter from the Indian spectators. The vast disparity in ranks left the Indians utterly baffled as to why he'd lose. Li Yingdao never indulged others. Setting aside their ranks for now, he refused to lose in spirit. Gazing at the A-class divine card master before him, he wore a mocking expression, deliberately drawing out his words. How does lizard taste? At this remark, every Indian spectator's expression froze, including Noski and Genie Taimei's. News from years past had exposed the Indians' peculiar fondness for lizards, and ever since, the world had branded them with that label. The triple nations regarded this as a national disgrace, strictly prohibiting any discussion of it within their borders. Kill him. He must die. Overwhelmed by shame, Noski roared with fury, shouting at the top of his lungs even though he knew Genie Taime couldn't hear him. The Indian masses, stirred by their prime minister's outburst, joined in the condemnation. Make him pay with blood. Annex China. Grant them the lowest caste, not even lizards to play with. Yang Qiguang stared in disbelief, never expecting his student to be so bold. Qin Baisheng listened to the torrent of curses, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He asked himself, if he faced Genie State Mei, he'd never have the guts to say such things. Brother Li, you're awesome. That's the spirit. Both sides' cards began refreshing. Genie Taime's veins bulged as he glared at Li Yingdao with a murderous gaze. Enjoy your last moments. Li Yingdao nodded indifferently. Yeah. His expression immediately turned solemn. As a great man once said, look down on your opponent strategically, but take them seriously tactically. Though he outwardly dismissed his opponent, he was inwardly extremely cautious. Whether in public or private, he could not afford to lose. Li Yingdao asked himself, which deity am I most familiar with? A majestic deity instinctively surfaced in his mind. The flickering card before him stabilized, revealing a towering deity, handsome in appearance, with 3 vertical pupils, wearing a triple-peaked phoenix cap, and wielding a 3-pronged double-edged spear. The few Chinese spectators present looked utterly perplexed. What deity is this? Oh no, how could he possibly succeed at F-rank? Gu Sisi frowned deeply. She had never seen this deity before either. Over on the Indian side, upon seeing the deity card before Genie State Mei, everyone erupted into thunderous cheers. With this mighty deity on our side, no matter how powerful the Chinese gods are, they're doomed to defeat. Forget China, even the mighty pantheons of Greece or the Maya won't stand a chance against Genie Taimei. The clamor of voices failed to disturb Li Yingdao. He gathered his focus, his expression calm and serene. This was the deity he knew best and cherished most. Erlang Xiancheng Jinjuan. Starting from the edges of the card, he refined it, writing word by word. Wherever his fingertips touched, the characters shone with a radiant glow. The second prince, the true lord manifesting divine power, also known as the River Lord, the second prince of Guanzhou mouth. His face was as fair as powdered snow, his teeth like jade. His high, straight nose spoke of courage. Born with 1 eye and 3 eyes, a flowing beard beneath his forehead. He regarded the 7 saints of Mount Mei as brothers, obeying their summons but not official decrees. Li Yingdao wrote in meticulous detail, covering appearance, background, and deeds, filling thousands of words.
What is he doing? Writing so much? There are many inaccuracies.
If it's too far off, the arena will directly declare the summoning a failure. Probably stalling for time, trying to buy himself a few more moments.
Only human nature.
Jinny Taime's expression darkened further, her desire to pounce and tear her opponent apart nearly overwhelming her. He had long since finished perfecting his entry and felt utterly confident in the deity he had chosen.
But the arena wouldn't evaluate the cards until Li Yingdao finished. Stop stalling. As a man, you don't even have the courage to face death?
You're a disgrace to the Chinese people. As Jinny Taime finished speaking, Li Yingdao halted his movements. Hearing his opponent's words, he smiled faintly and bowed, saying, "Welcome, Second Lord, manifestation of the true Lord." The card ascended into the air, and the arena was rated based on its refined content. Some spectators even yawned. A battle with no suspense held no interest for anyone. I'll still have to fight next round.
Taking down an F-rank opponent? That's just embarrassing. As Kanita pondered this, the arena's rating was finalized. China card, S-rank second son, the Divine Lord.
A rank Shiva card from the Three Kingdoms.
Chapter 5, Shiva can't even beat a dog? A triangle summoned an A rank. China. Holy? The speaker's jaw dropped wide enough to fit a fist. He rubbed his eyes, certain he wasn't seeing things.
Long Hua trembled as he picked up the phone, telling Deputy Director Gu Yan, who was still carrying out orders, "Old Gu, come back first.
We might actually win."
His tone dripped with doubt. But soon, he grew certain.
No, we definitely can win. Are you kidding me? How could an S-class fail to win?
In stark contrast, the Prime Minister of the Three Nations spit out the coffee he hadn't swallowed yet.
Grabbing his confidant, he roared, "What the hell is going on? How did Huaxia suddenly perfect an S-class card?" The aide had no clue, stammering, "Sir, I don't know either." The arena's announcement came too abruptly for anyone to react.
The crowd stared blankly at the S-class card floating high above.
By comparison, Eaka's rank Shiva seemed like a joke.
Jinny Taime, the one directly involved, was utterly dumbfounded. How could an F-rank divine card master summon an S-rank deity, he asked himself repeatedly in his mind. Over the past decade, only the powerhouse nations of Greece and Maya had successfully summoned S-rank deities. Each time an S-rank deity appeared, it crushed opposing deities with overwhelming force.
I get it. I understand now. You're a talent secretly cultivated by China. You deceived everyone, even the national fortune arena. Jinny Taime roared, desperately seeking a plausible explanation. Li Yingdao pointed at himself and replied with a smile, "Me? Just an ordinary student from China." Clang!
The ringing sound reverberated, making everyone's ears ache. The S-class card transformed into a golden light, forming a gate in the sky. The gate's gilded lines radiated an aura of timelessness, its contours as majestic as mountain ranges. Infinite rays poured forth from the gate, illuminating the entire cosmos, heaven and earth. The true Lord, wielding a three-pronged spear, stepped forth from the gate. His three eyes swept across the arena. Li Yingdao bowed once more, "Greetings, true Lord." The crowd fell silent, gazing upward at the golden-armored deity in the sky. The deity stood there silently, yet its presence spoke volumes. Powerful, majestic, and utterly intolerant of defiance. The air around him grew thick and still, while radiant light swirled around him, forming concentric rings of golden halos. Traces of blood and nicks remained on the golden armor, silently bearing witness to the battles this deity had endured. The icy glint emanating from its weapons made one's skin sting just to look at it.
Am I dreaming?
Qin Baishang asked, the deity before him so overwhelmingly powerful it bordered on unbelievable.
Gu Sisi's eyes shone brightly. Of course not. This is the deity summoned by Li.
A rank Shiva from the Three Kingdoms realm emerged from the card. He wielded a trident, bore three eyes, and wore a cold, venomous serpent coiled around his neck. His entire being radiated an aura of destruction and death.
At this moment, the serpent retracted its head, not even daring to flick its tongue. Shiva, too, eyed his opponent with palpable wariness. Step down. The true Lord barked the command, as if issuing a decree. His voice carried the weight of an edict, and Shiva plummeted from the sky, utterly powerless to resist. The outcome was decided in an instant. The true Lord's words shattered the pride that had filled the hearts of the three men. It shattered the despair within the hearts of the Huaxia people. Jinny Taime had still believed her Shiva could put up a fight, but now it was clear he was nothing but a worthless dog. The last shards of illusion shattered, and Jinny Taime finally felt fear. Her already dark face grew even darker. Great Lord Shiva! Strike back now! You are the god of destruction and rebirth. Fear and hatred flashed in Shiva's eyes. How could the gap between two gods be so vast? The audience keenly captured this moment. The Chinese crowd shouted, "He's scared. Look, the Indian god is scared." The words crashed like a boulder into a tranquil lake, unleashing a tidal wave of roars. Take down the Indian. How dare he challenge us? He should go back to playing with lizards. I may not know who this second Lord of Heaven is, but I know this is our Chinese deity. The tide had completely turned. What had seemed a certain defeat now became a one-sided rout for the Chinese. The Indian crowd refused to concede. Our god hasn't lost yet. The outcome remains uncertain. China's cheating. How could an F-rank divine card master summon an S-rank deity? Exactly. Shameless Chinese, they can only win by cheating. Yet no matter how they twisted the truth, the facts remained unchanged. The true lord cast a dismissive glance at Shiva. His opponent was so weak it didn't even spark his desire to fight. With a mere wave of his hand, Xiaotian. Woof. A pure white spirit hound with a pointed snout, slender waist, and long legs burst forth from the void. Before the true lord could speak, it charged straight at Shiva. Li Yingdao bowed again. Greetings, great god howling heaven. Shiva, meanwhile, unleashed venomous serpents from his arms while soaring skyward once more to confront the golden-armored deity above. Life extinction. Shiva thrust his trident forward, its tip coalescing into a jet-black orb. Enveloped in an aura of destruction and death, it hurtled toward the true lord. Contempt and disgust flashed in the true lord's eyes. He lifted his finger slightly, and a jet of celestial water erupted from his fingertip. His fingertip swirled, churning the water into a turbulent arrow. The water arrow pierced the orb, purifying the filth within, and shot toward Shiva. Shiva froze mid-ascent as if facing a formidable foe. Though the water arrow was no larger than an arm, it made him feel a threat to his very life. Daring not to relax even slightly, his closed third eye suddenly snapped open. An infinite pull erupted from the deep socket. Gritting his teeth, every muscle taut, he summoned all his divine power to barely swallow the water arrow. Exhausted from the effort, Shiva gasped for breath, his aura fading as fatigue washed over him. The Triad finally grasped the despair the Chinese people had endured. Now they couldn't even cry out. Their dream of conquering China and dominating Asia lay utterly shattered. Janita May was numb. The plot had unfolded completely differently from what he had anticipated. The moment the arena prompt appeared, his worldview had begun to crumble. The true lord caught sight of Shiva's third eye, a smirk curling his lips as amusement stirred within him. What level of power dares to match mine? Whoosh! The triple-pronged double-edged spear shot forward on its own. Faster! 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 The spear's speed was beyond comprehension. One moment it was in the true lord's grasp, the next it was aimed squarely at Shiva's third eye. Shiva's pupils contracted in shock, unable to react in time. He watched helplessly as the spearhead pierced his eye socket. Boom! Shiva's third eye shattered under the spear's impact, blood gushing forth as the tremendous force sent him crashing back to the ground. The heavenly hound lunged forward, savagely tearing at his flesh. Shiva kicked wildly, flailing his arms in a desperate, clumsy defense. Damn it! I'm pinned down by a dog. Shiva roared inwardly, only to discover with horror that he couldn't break free from the heavenly hound. The gap was too great. He could only let the heavenly hound tear at his skin, devouring flesh and bone until only stark white bones remained. As for the venomous serpent, it had long been devoured clean by the heavenly hound. An A-rank deity, unable to defeat even the pet of an S-rank deity. This scene was utterly horrifying, beyond anyone's comprehension. To be fair, Shiva, as one of the three principal deities of the Aryan Kingdom, possessed formidable strength, even surpassing the true lord in power. However, due to the limitations of his divine cardmaster, Shiva was restricted to A-rank combat power. At the critical moment, the A-rank genie form may became a liability to Shiva. At that moment, the true lord frowned and shouted, "Xiaotian, come back." Shiva abruptly reached out with both hands to seize the heavenly hound, only to have his arms instantly severed by the triple-pronged spear. Li Yingdao looked surprised. Shiva still has a hidden move? The trident spear and Xiaotian dog returned to the true lord's side. On the ground, Shiva slowly rose, her bones cracking and popping with a crisp sound. 6 arms, black as ink, sprouted from her back. Noski, witnessing this, screamed wildly as if clutching at a lifeline. I knew Lord Shiva had more tricks up his sleeve. So what if he's S-class? We'll take down the S-class and take his place. Chapter 6, No one wants to die, yet it's that brutal. Shiva fixed the true lord with a serpentine glare, hatred in his eyes thick enough to solidify. He couldn't comprehend why he'd encountered such a formidable opponent. He resented his opponent for forcing him to show weakness, for making him look so utterly humiliated. He even resented Kini Tai Mei for summoning him. He was one of the supreme deities of the 3 realms, how could he possibly fail? If he lost, he would perish and his path would vanish. How could he then accept offerings and bask in the incense? Ding Yanran asked anxiously, Sisku, the deity of Asan seems to have grown stronger. Gu Sisi turned her head, her tone unwavering. Have you ever seen an S-class deity lose? The people of Huaxia recognized this truth, yet not a single soul wavered in their faith. How could a nation hope for victory if its people no longer believed in their own deities? An untimely voice cut through the air. Great Shiva! Hang in there! Kini Tai Mei shouted hoarsely. It was the only thing he could do. All the people of the 3 countries of A also shouted in unison, Go, Lord Shiva! Shiva will prevail! India is invincible! Li Yingdao shot a contemptuous glance at Genie Chang'e. Getting all fired up? Only you guys know how to cheer? He couldn't help but marvel at how optimistic the Indians truly were. If asked which nations he detested most in this world, Sakura would be first on his list, followed closely by India. The so-called Shiva, though revered in India as the god of destruction and rebirth, was fundamentally no match for the true lord due to his own limitations. Open your eyes and see clearly how your so-called deity falls before the gods of China. Li Yingdao's words thundered like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the hearts of the Chinese. He's right. Without this arena, Indians wouldn't even be fit to tie our shoes. What good can come from a god born of a civilization that eats with their hands? The roar drowned out the Indian crowd's shouts. Though Li Yingdao couldn't hear it, he could feel the rising morale of the Chinese. From the initial anxiety at facing the Indian challenge, to the silence in the face of mockery, to the despair when Genie Chang'e appeared. But now, everything had changed. A single word: hope had replaced all negativity. Li Yingdao glanced toward the spectator stands. Suddenly, he felt profoundly happy to stand alongside the gods and fight for his nation. This battlefield, I truly made the right choice. Shiva gritted his teeth in fury. He leapt forward, his 6 arms splayed wide, determined to fight the true lord to the death. Endless grey malevolence engulfed a 1,000-mile radius, erupting like a volcano toward the true lord. It must be said that among the hundreds of deities summoned to the arena in the past, Shiva's power easily ranked within the top 10. This malevolent energy alone was beyond the reach of any deity below a rank. But the problem was, his opponent was an S-rank deity. The true lord stroked the heavenly hound, who stuck out its tongue, expressing its displeasure and disgust at the aura. If you dislike it, then destroy it, the true lord said indifferently. With that, he opened his third eye. Its golden vertical pupil shone with pure, unadulterated light, like the heavens themselves. Shiva locked eyes with the true lord, his heart gripped by terror. He forced himself to charge forward. A golden beam erupted from the third eye, searing through Shiva's arm. No! You shall not kill me! I am the true god! Shiva's hair stood on end, his form twisted into madness. Not a trace of divine grace remained. More and more golden light blossomed from his eyes, like a great sun illuminating the ages. Shiva's body dissolved within the radiance, the boundless malevolence behind him utterly vanquished. By the time he reached the true lord, he was a mere shadow of his former self. His skin was scorched away by the golden radiance, muscles torn and exposed, white bones laid bare. Boom! Shiva fell once more, kicking up a cloud of dust. But this time, he never rose again. It was dead. Battle for National Destiny, Round 3, Huaxia triumphs. In its final moments, Genie Chang'e wept bitterly. I don't want to die. I can't die. I'm the prodigy a San nurtured with all his might. I absolutely cannot die. Li Yingdao witnessed it all and deeply understood Genie Chang'e's terror. The terror between life and death is immense. No one can remain calm in the face of death. Yet he asked coldly, so now you're afraid? You don't want to die? Ridiculous. Did Zhang Yunfei want to die? After Huaxia suffered defeat after defeat, did all those chosen ones want to die? No one wanted to die. Yet the national fortune arena is this cruel. One man decides the fate of millions, even tens of millions. The moment you, a Sangua, initiated this desperate battle, you should have prepared yourself for death. Upon hearing this, Genie Chang'e froze in shock, then exploded into a cloud of blood mist filled with unwillingness. A class divine card master, Genie Chang'e. Death. The victory notification rang out, and the fruits of triumph lay before him. Prime Minister Naski of Asangua's eyes widened as if someone were boxing behind his eyeballs. The A-class prodigy he had painstakingly cultivated was dead, killed by an unknown F-class nobody. His trembling aide stammered, my lord. Genie Chang'e is dead. I'm not blind. Naski roared like a beast, spittle flying. Gu Sisi's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. As a prodigy of Huaxia, she understood the weight of an S-rank divine cardmaster. And now, Huaxia had produced one. China is saved. The Chinese audience erupted in cheers. Some were so overcome with joy they wept, frantically tearing at their clothes. We won. We really won. Our China has defeated the A-class divine being of the 3 nations. An F-rank divine card master summoned an S-rank divine being? What era am I living in? An unprecedented feat. Li Yingdao has created a miracle. Long Hua shook Gu Yan's shoulders, revealing his first smile since the arena battle began. Cease all civilian evacuation measures. Order the Southwest Military District to prepare for battle, preventing the 3 nations from lashing out in desperation. Additionally, arrange security personnel to immediately escort Li Yingdao and his team to safety once the arena concludes. Gu Yan's face flushed crimson as he declared, I'll handle it immediately. Yang Qiguang reviewed the arena data over and over before reluctantly accepting the reality. He removed his glasses and murmured to himself, so, I've trained an S-class divine card master? High above, the true lord ascended into the sky, his gaze sweeping beyond the arena's boundaries to take in the vast expanse of the central plains. At his feet, the heavenly hound licked its paw, nestling close to the true lord. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, so enchantingly beautiful. After uttering these words, the true lord turned his gaze toward Li Yingdao, etching the youth's features clearly into his mind. He then stepped through the gilded gates, transforming into a card. Honored departure of the second prince, the manifested true lord. Li Yingdao bowed deeply, returning to the preparation area. Brother Li, I was wrong earlier. Please don't take my words to heart. Qin Baisheng said nervously. He was now utterly convinced. Without exaggeration, Li Yingdao was the savior of all three of them. Li is now an S-rank divine card master, truly a prodigy worthy of the title. Gu Sisi's eyes crinkled with a radiant smile. She felt no jealousy at Li Yingdao's emergence, on the contrary, she was deeply relieved by his presence. To put it simply, just Ilukiki and Kinetame alone were insurmountable mountains for China this time. Li Yingdao had now fully integrated into this world, sharing in China's triumphs and setbacks. As a Chinese citizen, it's my duty. Qin Baisheng gave him a thumbs up. Brother Li, well said. He then draped his arm over Li Yingdao's shoulder, adding with a touch of embarrassment, Brother Li, let me take the next round. Give me some pointers too. Ding Yanran immediately pulled Qin Baisheng back, saying, what about me? A Three Kingdoms challenges Huaxia Nation, round 4. Both contestants, please take the stage. Li Yingdao felt torn. Unconsciously, he had become the leader of this small team. For someone who had coasted through life in his previous existence, this was an entirely new experience. But deciding who to send out was indeed a tricky task. If they sent someone vastly superior to the opponent, it would undoubtedly reveal their own trump card. If they were inferior to the opponent, there was a risk of death. No one was foolish enough to expose their team's strength prematurely like Noski had done. Noticing Li Yingdao's hesitation, Gu Sisi analyzed, when you summon that S-rank deity, I closely observed the reactions of the A-triangle leadership. They likely have no backup plans. Otherwise, Prime Minister Noski wouldn't have spit out his coffee. Hiding in A-rank God Card Master is already quite impressive. 3 opponents remain. Hughes, who fought earlier, was D-rank. The other 2, no matter how strong, won't exceed C-rank. Upon hearing this, Li Yingdao couldn't help but glance at Gu Sisi a few more times, his estimation of her rising even higher. To observe an opponent's reactions in the mentally taxing environment of the arena truly worthy of the title prodigy. Had civilization not collapsed, she'd likely have become an S-class divine card master by now, wouldn't she? And Zhang Yunfei wouldn't have had to die. Li Yingdao silently set himself a goal. Though he knew it would be fraught with difficulty and even risk failure, he still wanted to give it a shot. To be safe, I'll take the next match, Li Yingdao declared. Chapter 7, I demand not just victory, but unbroken triumph. Brother Li, you just fought and expended so much energy. Let me take this one. Qin Baisheng urged anxiously. The National Fortune Arena selected participants randomly. Most divine card masters had studied deities for years yet had never been chosen. Now that Qin Baisheng had finally been chosen once, he naturally wanted to take his turn. After all, the spotlight shouldn't always be stolen by geniuses, right? Li Yingdao didn't answer. Instead, he countered, do you think Zhang Yunfei deserved to die? Qin Baisheng froze for a moment before erupting in grief and anger. Of course not. Those damn Indians, their lives aren't worth a fraction of ours. Gu Sisi caught the undertone in his words and said, let's just let Li take the field. None of us 3 has a guaranteed win. This is a fight to the death. We can't gamble with our lives. Li Yingdao patted Qin Baisheng on the shoulder and said, that's true. Truth be told, he harbored some distaste for Qin Baisheng. Yet on the stage, facing an A-class divine card master, Qin had shown he was willing to risk his life. That alone proved he was a genuine man. Thus, the last shred of resentment in Li Yingdao's heart vanished. I'm going. Li Yingdao declared, his heart swelling with heroic fervor. What was winning one match? The next 3 matches he would win them all. Zhang Yunfei's death and the lives of all those who had perished for the nation's fortune in the arena before him, he would avenge them one by one. S-class divine card master Li Yingdao versus D-class divine card master Xiu. Looks like third has completely run out of cards. Upon seeing the message, Long Hua's furrowed brows relaxed completely. He summoned Shen Songsheng with a wave of his hand. Director Shen, what are your impressions of Comrade Li Yingdao? The stature of an S-class divine card master warranted Long Hua's thorough investigation into his background. Shen Songsheng's expression turned slightly awkward as he offered a fawning smile. Director Long, Comrade Li started out as merely an F-class divine card master. He was simply chosen by the tournament platform. Before that, he was a complete nobody. But I can guarantee one thing, every student in the academy comes from a pure and proper background. There's absolutely no possibility of spies. The last vestiges of worry vanished from Long Hua's mind. After a moment's thought, he commanded, go investigate now. Compile Comrade Li's information for me before the arena concludes. Understood. Noski watched Li Yingdao take the stage once more, and the last shred of hope in his heart shattered completely. It's over. All over. Such a crushing defeat for the Indians during his tenure meant he, as Prime Minister, could not escape blame. He instructed his confidant, prepare for disaster relief operations. The aide asked incredulously, Sir, must the punishment for failure be a natural disaster? I wish it were.
Norsky smiled bitterly, his former vigor gone. Over the past decade, people had long catalogued various forms of punishment: natural disasters, national fortune, lifespan, territorial cessions, and so on. Compared to the latter three, which could impact a nation for centuries, natural disasters were now considered the mildest punishment. The Huaxia spectators returned to their seats, while the spectators from the triple nations began to quietly leave.
On the stage, Hugh's legs twitched uncontrollably. As a D rank, facing an S rank meant certain death.
Li Yingdao stared at the refreshed card. A majestic warrior wielding a green dragon crescent blade appeared on the card.
It's the divine Lord Guan.
Recalling China's string of humiliating defeats, Li Yingdao gritted his teeth in frustration.
If only our civilization hadn't been severed. Our vast nation possesses countless deities. Summoning just one would have been sufficient to handle the national fortune arena.
His fingers flew across the card's edge, refining the background.
Lord Guan, real name, Guan Yu, courtesy name, Yunchang.
Full title: the Heavenly Lord Guan Shang Dijuan, the great emperor subduing demons of the three realms, whose divine might shakes the heavens. He embodies loyalty, filial piety, integrity, and righteousness in Chinese culture.
He is revered as the martial sage. China card, S-rank Guan Shang Dijun. A Three Kingdoms card, E-rank in Asia.
The outcome of the arena match was entirely predictable.
Li Yingdao sighed, I really should have come sooner.
Otherwise, that Indian wouldn't be riding on my head, ting, and pissing all over me. Hail the demon-subduing emperor of the three realms, whose divine might reverberates across the heavens, Lord Guan Shang Dijuan.
The crowd below the stage was stunned. 2 consecutive summons of S-rank deities. Doesn't he ever get tired? If it's human, I'll eat it. 666 The RU is Gue.
The arena's demands on a fighter's mental stamina were immense, making consecutive appearances rare. Yet Li Yingdao didn't feel overly fatigued, merely a bit mentally drained, nowhere near as exaggerated as others claimed.
He was even a bit puzzled. Perfecting a card was like telling a story. What was so tiring about that?
If the divine card masters watching below knew his thoughts, they'd likely spit blood on the spot. Meanwhile, Hughes of the Three Kingdoms, overcome by nerves, performed below his usual standard, summoning only an E-rank deity.
Third to last match. Li Yingdao thought to himself as both deities took the stage.
The Lord Guan, his face as crimson as a plum, wielded his green dragon crescent blade. Mounted on his fiery hoofed red hare steed, he charged toward the arena. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed. One stroke, just one stroke, and the elephant head of the elephant-headed god was severed.
Hanging the head for sale.
With those words, the god Emperor Guan returned to his card atop red hare.
Li Yingdao bowed with a wry smile. Farewell, Lord Guan. Too fast. From his entrance to the conclusion, the battle ended in a mere 10 seconds. Battle for national destiny, round 4, victory for Huaxia.
Hughes didn't even have time to speak before he dissolved into a mist of blood. At least this avenges Zhang Yunfei, Li Yingdao murmured, his expression somber.
He didn't leave the arena, instead waiting quietly for the next contestant from the Three Kingdoms to appear. What seemed like an ordinary gesture to him sparked an uproar outside the arena. How arrogant!
Not even the S-class divine card masters from Greece or the Maya dared act this brazenly.
Terrifying.
Other divine card masters need time to adjust after entering the arena, but he's won 2 matches straight and looks completely unfazed. Xin Baisheng spread his hands in resignation.
Alright. Brother Li's aiming to kill his way through the entire tournament.
Yang Qiguan grinned so wide his mouth couldn't close. Li Yingdao, from now on, we're each our own man. You call me teacher, I'll call you brother.
Oh no. Call me dad, call me grandpa, call me ancestor, whatever you want.
In the Three Kingdoms preparation area, the remaining 2 contestants stared at each other, exchanging bewildered glances.
Asango challenges Huaxia Nation, round 5. Both contestants, please take the stage. More stammered to Jokic, bro, you're D tier. You're stronger than me. You go first. Jokic's eyelid twitched violently twice. Inside, he roared, damn it, does it even matter who goes first now? We're all dead anyway. But he said aloud, brother, you go first. You go up and wear him down a bit. I'll save myself for the finale. Moore was naturally reluctant, you go first. The 2 argued, eventually erupting into a full-blown fight. The entire world watched them wrestle on the court. The scene was quite comical, prompting some to start placing bets. Guess who'll come out on top? Prime Minister Noski of India found the spectacle utterly embarrassing and quietly slipped away from the ring. In the end, Jokic proved to be the stronger fighter, forcibly dragging Morbi onto the ring. S-Class Divine Card Master Li Yingdao vs E-Class Divine Card Master Morbi. Round 6. Li Yingdao murmured to himself. As the cards refreshed, he began refining his strategy. Moore stared at the cards before him. Though he knew their contents, his fingers refused to obey, leaving him unable to write for a long while. A spectator spotted a large wet patch on Morbi's pants through binoculars and shouted to those around him, look. He peed himself. Ha 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 ha. The contestant from the Three Kingdoms actually wet himself. Word spread like wildfire, and more spectators noticed the commotion.
I thought the Third Kingdom was pretty formidable, but now it seems they're nothing special.
Don't you know their nature? They're the country that dares to ride lizards. Huaxia Nation card, S-rank 3 tank C assembly god, Neza. Tri-Kingdoms card enhancement failed. Huaxia Nation wins. Since Morbi couldn't continue writing, the arena ruled his refinement attempt failed, automatically declaring Huaxia victorious.
Li Yingdao looked at Morbi with contempt. He had been hoping to let the whole world witness Neza's glory. After all, with Huaxia civilization severed, the absence of deities was profound. Each time he stepped onto the stage, it meant Li Yingdao had another chance to showcase the deities of Huaxia to its people. To counteract the effects of this cultural rupture, he must seize every chance. That was why he spared no effort in perfecting the divine being cards, striving for the utmost detail. He never deliberately made mistakes just because his opponents were too weak. As for revealing his true strength, Li Yingdao hadn't even considered that possibility. Deities like Erlang and Neza could be rated S tier by the arena. If the three purities, Pango or Nuwa appeared, wouldn't they be rated SSS tier? Morbei was killed by his own backlash as the arena commenced the next battle. S-rank Divine Card Master Li Yingdao vs D-rank Divine Card Master Jokic. With only one Indian contestant remaining, the arena teleported him directly onto the stage. Li Yingdao surveyed his opponent, showing no complacency despite his perceived weakness. From the moment he decided to enter, he constantly reminded himself, losing truly meant death. Moreover, the stakes were high, the punishment awaiting the loser. Victory would bring prosperity to the nation, defeat would summon calamity from the heavens. It could be said that his every move held the lives of millions in the balance. The final match. Chapter 8, S-rank support card. Jokic scrutinized Li Yingdao from head to toe, refusing to give up. Dare you summon a D-rank deity? Let's have a fair fight. Seeing no response, Jokic grew impatient and shouted again, "You're a renowned S-class god card master, can't you even agree to this simple request?" Li Yingdao ignored him, focused solely on refining the card to see what rank the deity would receive. Some god cards, no matter how flawlessly refined, can never be rated S-class because the god's power simply doesn't measure up. But this deity starts out as S-rank. Instead, the audience couldn't sit still, each one looking on with relish for the spectacle. To them, Jokic's words sounded like nothing more than a clown's antics. For the past decade, the arena's record has been held by that S-rank god card master from Greece with 3 consecutive victories. Looks like China's Li Yingdao is about to break it. No, it's already been broken. That Greek guy only summoned an S-rank deity once, the other 2 times were A-ranks. He's nowhere near Li Yingdao's level. After this battle, the top spot on the global Divine Card Master rankings will likely change hands. Gu Sisi and the others watched the arena with excitement. Facing a deadly challenge from another nation, they had emerged victorious. In the entire 10-year history of the National Fortune Arena, this was the first time. It was an immense honor, and they felt proud to be part of it. Seeing his taunts fall flat, Jokic could only focus on refining his cards. His mindset was stronger than Moore's. If death was inevitable, he would die with dignity. At the very least, he would leave behind a respectable legacy. Huaxia Nation card, S-rank Primordial Lord. A triangle card, D-rank Indra. The crowd had grown numb. Summoning 4 S-rank deities in succession was beyond human capability. Seeing the outcome, Jokic could only lament his rotten luck for being matched against a freak like Li Yingdao. This goddamn matching system, he cursed, flopping onto the ground and closing his eyes to await death. Li Yingdao, however, furrowed his brow. This doesn't make sense. The Primordial Lord should definitely be stronger than the True Lord or Neza. How could they be the same tier? After repeatedly verifying there were no flaws in his calculations, he could only conclude some deities were S-rank because his own power could only reach S-rank. Others were S-rank because the arena's rules capped the tier at S. Of course, if 2 S-rankers clashed, the latter would undoubtedly prevail. Greetings, Jade Purity Primordial Lord. Li Yingdao bowed. As he watched the Primordial Lord with his youthful face and snow-white hair gently exhale, Indra instantly turned to dust, dead beyond any possibility of revival. This battle was even faster than Guan Yu's. In a mere 3 seconds, the opponent was annihilated. National Destiny Showdown, Round 6, victory for Huaxia Nation. National Destiny Showdown, a 3-nations challenge. Huaxia Nation. China triumphs. Double reward for Huaxia, all natural disasters vanish, Huaxia's earth fortune enhanced. Triple Kingdom double penalty, nationwide level 8 earthquake erupts, national lifespan reduced by 3 years. The arena announcement had barely concluded when a deafening rumble shook the earth. An unprecedented, terrifying earthquake erupted across the 3 nations of A, tearing open a 10-kilometer-long fissure at its epicenter. Buildings collapsed, the Ganges changed course. Most people were swallowed by the earth before they could even flee. Among the survivors, strands of white hair sprouted at their temples, and some elders perished instantly. In stark contrast, the floods in Sichuan and the typhoon in the East China Sea, both consequences of Huaxia's previous defeats, vanished entirely. Buildings destroyed by the disaster were restored, and people's injuries healed. The soil became more fertile, and the 5 sacred mountains rose higher, each surpassing 3,000 meters.
From afar, they appeared like divine peaks, inspiring awe and admiration. We won. We truly won. We've defeated the three kingdoms. We now have our very own S-class divine cardmaster. The arena's shielding rules vanished, and the thunderous roar of the Huaxia people surged into Li Yingdao's mind. Laughter, shouts, and cheers filled the air. On this day, card masters across the world etched a name into their memories. The third S-class divine card master since the National Fortune Arena's advent, Li Yingdao of China. Witnessing this scene, Li Yingdao couldn't help but recall the deities he had summoned. Erlang Xianshang Jinjuan, Huanshang Dijuan, Neza, Yuanshi Tianzuan. If the gods truly existed at this moment, they would surely feel proud. It was worth it. Returning to the preparation area, Li Yingdao's final sight was of Gu Sisi and the others. Forcing himself to break free from Qin Baixing's embrace, he collapsed into Gu Sisi's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Summoning S-rank deities in 4 consecutive matches had stretched his nerves to the limit. He was utterly exhausted. In the corner of the arena, the President of the United States, Trump, ordered, reassess the combat strength of the Chinese deities. Adjust our strategy toward Asia. Among the Greek crowd, a youth hiding his face beneath a cap habitually stroked his chin. Li Yingdao. 4 consecutive victories, all against S-rank deities. Then the youth suddenly smiled, interesting. I hope to meet you next time. After the arena matches concluded, Japan's high-level officials convened a meeting. President Matsue, the old dog of Sakura Nation, wore a grave expression as he made a decision. The plan previously agreed upon with the 3 nations to swiftly eliminate China requires further deliberation. Sakura is not yet in a position to be the first bird to fly. After the tournament concluded, the 4 chosen individuals returned to the plaza of the capital Divine Cardmaster Academy. Shin Sonin immediately led her team to secure their protection. Just as he prepared to greet his students, the arena, which had already concluded, suddenly issued another notification. National Fortune Arena rules changed. New one-on-one arena added. Divine Cardmasters may freely choose opponents for one-on-one combat. Single elimination format. One-on-one arena battles do not involve nations. The victor gains 1 point of national fortune, while the loser loses 1 point of national fortune. Each Divine Card Master starts with 3 randomly selected support cards. The arena's announcement echoed 3 times in the minds of people worldwide before fading. Simultaneously, 3 additional support cards appeared in the hands of every Divine Card Master worldwide. Gu Sisi gently placed Li Yingdao onto the stretcher she had prepared in advance, curiously examining the 3 cards in her hand. Grade D Attribute Card increases all attributes of allied deities by 20%. B Grade Clone Card splits the ally's deity into 2, with the clone possessing 30% of the original's attributes. C Grade Environment Card transforms the arena into a lake. All nations immediately convened emergency meetings to discuss the newly altered rules of the arena. Since the National Fortune Arena had descended upon the world, this marked the first instance of new rules being introduced. All Divine Card Masters simultaneously realized, whoever possesses more support cards gains a greater advantage in the arena, even enabling battles against higher-tier opponents. With support cards, we Divine Card Masters can finally participate in the gods' battles. No more just watching after everything's settled. What the heck is this National Fortune Points nonsense? Can you eat it? Quick! One-on-one battle. Bring on a D-rank Divine Card Master. Need an E-rank opponent, I'm E-rank too. The plaza had already been cleared. Gu Yan rushed to the scene with his men. Ignoring the rule changes, he grabbed Shin Songsheng and demanded, "How's Comrade Li doing?" Shin Songsheng replied with a smile, "He's fine, just collapsed from overexertion." Hearing this, Gu Yan finally relaxed. He then waved his hand and ordered, "Shin Sonin, your squad is to protect Comrade Li's safety around the clock. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you personally responsible." A young soldier stepping forward bore a striking resemblance to Shin Songsheng, about 60% alike. He saluted and replied, "Roger that." Inside a strictly confidential ward at the Capital National First Hospital. Summer sunlight filtered through the leaves, and the increasingly shrill chirping of cicadas outside the window roused Li Yingdao from his slumber. The unfamiliar sensation of cards against his fingers prompted him to groggily extend his right hand. 3 gleaming gold cards reflected the sunlight, the S emblem in the upper right corner strikingly prominent. Chapter 9, Can't Enter the Arena? Damn that stage. Li Yingdao jolted awake, a chill running through his body. The information about the changed arena rules flooded his mind, his gaze growing unfocused. The arena information was mandatory. Whether a god card master was asleep or awake, they would forcibly receive the information impossible to forget. S-rank attribute card increases all attributes of allied deities by 200%, applies to initial attributes upon deity's appearance. Card effect negates existing positive-negative buffs. S-rank condition card, united as one. S-rank rule card, all or nothing. Forcibly changes the rules to a single elimination format, doubling penalties and rewards. Can stack with national fortune, desperate battle. Li Yingdao stared blankly at the card descriptions. He understood the attribute and rule cards, but the united as one condition card offered no explanation. The name alone gave him no clues. Ah well, it's a new rule. I'll figure it out gradually later. Tucking the card away, Li Yingdao began organizing the information. Since the national fortune arena descended, countless nations had been swallowed up. To date, the universally acknowledged major powers were Greece, Maya, Viking, Egypt, and the 5 beautiful nations. Slightly weaker nations included India, Japan, Korea, Australia, and South Korea. A dozen or so smaller nations huddled together for mutual support. China's position, however, was awkward. Before the national fortune arena descended, China was universally acknowledged as the top superpower, overwhelming other nations in technology, culture, productivity, and national cohesion. But after the national fortune arena descended, everything changed. In the collective memory, most traces of deities in Huaxia were erased. The few lingering remnants mostly involved low-tier deities like ghost officers, minor spirits, and shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Consequently, Huaxia suffered more defeats than victories. Were it not for its formidable national strength and robust national fortune, it might not have even survived until Li Yingdao's arrival. He glanced up at the mirror on the table, its surface reflecting Li Yingdao's face, a visage rivaling the handsomeness of the esteemed readers themselves. At least this much is good: neither my name nor my appearance changed before or after the transmigration. What should be remains unchanged. After admiring himself, Li Yingdao sat up and gazed out the window. His eyes were filled with confusion. To him, this world held far too many unknown secrets. Take the most immediate example. What was the purpose of the one-on-one tournament system? Could support cards be used in a real tournament? And looking further back, why did the Huaxia civilization cease to exist? What is the ultimate purpose of the national fortune arena? Casually opening my phone, the internet was flooded with 2 types of news. One category covered yesterday's national fortune showdown, where Li Yingdao rose to fame overnight, his mugshot flooding every platform. He dominated the top spot on every domestic platform. Shocking. Li Yingdao's early years were actually. Li Yingdao's latest response: all nations are just for fun. Li Yingdao shook his head with a wry smile. The allure of journalism was on full display. The other category concerned the latest one-on-one arena updates. Breaking news: legendary card master secures S-rank support card in one-on-one arena. Scoop. Designated cards and challenge cards can actually be obtained in the one-on-one arena. As Li Yingdao processed the overwhelming flood of information, the door creaked open. He turned to see a crowd of familiar faces crowding into the room. Leading the charge was his homeroom teacher, Yang Qiguang. Yang Qiguang pushed through the crowd, his thick glasses perched on his nose as he rushed to Li Yingdao's side. Dad, no, wait. Sir, no, blimey. Ancestor, you're awake? Li Yingdao looked utterly flustered. He still vividly remembered Yang Qiguang berating him in class when he first arrived. Teacher Yang, I actually preferred your rebellious attitude. You should switch back. Hearing this, Yang Qiguang retracted his bared teeth. Old Yang. Shen Songqing frowned and scolded him, then walked to Li Yingdao's bedside. His expression shifted like a Sichuan opera mask as he inquired with feigned concern, Mr. Li, how are you feeling? Any discomfort? Rest assured, this is the best hospital in the country. They can cure any ailment you have. Also, if you have any requests, just ask. Director Long specifically instructed me to fulfill all your needs. The bureau chief Long he referred to as Long Hua, a household name throughout China and the world. The abrupt shift in everyone's attitude left Li Yingdao momentarily overwhelmed. He could only respond politely. Thank you, Director Long, and Principal Shen, for your concern. I'm feeling perfectly fine now, eating like a horse. Ha! A crisp laugh rang out. Let me handle this. Li Yingdao looked over to see Gu Sisi, Xin Baisheng, and Ding Yanan. Sitting on the bedside, Gu Sisi said, Mr. Li, I assume you're most interested in the latest one-on-one tournament? Li Yingdao gave her a thumbs up. True prodigies, they hit the nail on the head with their first words. The arena info is too vague, and the news can't be trusted. Any solid intel right now? Li Yingdao asked. This was crucial. The current battle hinged on information asymmetry. The one-on-one arena offered too many opportunities for manipulation. If support cards could be used in the actual arena, they'd undoubtedly be game changers. Whichever card master controlled the powerful cards would hold the power to turn the tide of battle. Gu Sisi handed her phone to Li Yingdao and said, this is the latest intel 12 hours after the one-on-one arena appeared. I've been asleep this long. Li Yingdao's heart skipped a beat as he took the phone. As he scanned the screen, Gu Sisi continued her explanation. It's confirmed that divine card masters cannot exchange support cards with each other. The arena prevents it. Moreover, the outcome of the one-on-one arena battles doesn't determine life or death, it solely affects national fortune points. These so-called national fortune points can be used to draw or purchase support cards. The cards drawn can be of any rank from S tier to F tier, purely a matter of luck. Li Yingdao nodded, gaining a general understanding. The one-on-one arena provides a training ground for divine card masters, and since it only involves individuals, it's quite considerate. At the very least, it eases the immense psychological burden on divine card masters when they step onto the stage. There's one more thing. I need to trouble you, Li, Gu Sisi said somewhat hesitantly. What is it? Li Yingdao asked curiously, having never seen the goddess of his original host display such an expression before. Let me explain. Xin Baisheng leaned in, eager to speak. There's one crucial piece of information about the arena we haven't mentioned yet. Every divine card master must bind a divine card when stepping onto the one-on-one arena for the first time. At that time, the arena will randomly spawn 3 to 9 cards. The divine card master must select one to refine. Successful refinement binds the card to them. Once bound, that specific divine card will always appear in future refreshes. Li Yingdao's pupils contracted slightly. This was crucial. On the arena, cards appear randomly. If a weak deity card spawns, the divine card master is left with nothing to work with no matter how well they know the deity, it's useless. But binding a powerful deity was like having a safety net, guaranteeing a solid baseline. Seeing the eager gazes of the others, Li Yingdao felt a pang of embarrassment. Gentlemen, I understand your meaning. With the of Huaxia civilization facing the refreshed cards, they couldn't even distinguish basic strengths, let alone refine them. This was where Li Yingdao could make a difference. Tell me the deities you know best, and I'll provide you with the correct information, Li Yingdao said with a smile. He felt no burden, on the contrary, this was precisely what he wished to do. The root cause of Huaxia's defeat was the disruption of its civilization. Since the arena selected participants randomly, one couldn't always rely on Li Yingdao being chosen. Moreover, resolving the effects of this civilizational rupture was one of Li Yingdao's own objectives. Gazing into Li Yingdao's eyes clear as water, utterly free of any impure thoughts, the others found themselves momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, they felt that having Li Yingdao was truly a blessing beyond measure, for Huaxia the best possible outcome imaginable. Gu Sisi's mouth fell slightly open in disbelief. She had expected Li Yingdao to refuse, or at least make demands, but his immediate acceptance took her completely by surprise. Xin Baisheng gripped Li Yingdao's hand with fervor, his words ringing out with conviction. Brotherly, no thanks are needed for such a great favor. I owe you my life in battle. There's another matter, Shen Songxing interrupted, his voice slightly hoarse. Though it may seem untimely now, you are all the future of Huaxia. It's essential you know. We have only 1 week left until the next regular tournament. The group fell silent, their eyes dimming at the news. The regular tournament occurs monthly, with mandatory participation from every nation. Countries are randomly matched, and divine card masters are randomly selected to compete in a best-of-5 series. The only difference was that each nation's regular season schedule varied. Xin Baisheng broke the silence first, cursing bitterly, this damn arena. What's with the random selection? Thankfully, Brotherly was selected this time, which is why we won. Next time might be a different story. Chapter 10, The Challenge from the World's Second Best. Li Yingdao's brow furrowed. The situation was truly grim. The difficulty for Huaxia divine card masters to perfect deities, the regular season challenges on the arena, other nations' eagle eyes. Li Yingdao instinctively took these problems upon himself to solve. In his view, Shen Songshan, Gu Sisi, Yang Qiguan, and others were all striving for China's rise. He had no reason to stand idly by. Suddenly, Li Yingdao recalled the news reports from when he had first arrived in this world. 3 days ago, after defeating Kimchi Nation, 3 nations reportedly drew rare challenge cards and designated cards. He asked with some confusion, how did the 3 nations originally obtain the challenge card and the designated card? Using a designated card allowed them to choose specific players to enter the arena, thereby avoiding the risks of random selection. Gu Sisi answered without hesitation, the arena offers various rewards, one of which is the random draw of special cards. Back then, after defeating Kimchi Nation in the regular arena, a Sangua drew these 2 cards. Li Yingdao's head spun at the word random. He now understood why Qin Baisheng had been so furious. Random selection, random refresh, random draw. Everything was ing random. This damn stage. Seeing Li Yingdao's dejected mood, Shen Songsheng offered reassurance, it's not entirely hopeless. In one-on-one arena battles, we can draw or purchase cards using national fortune points. While our nation's elite combat power may not match other countries, but the number of low-tier divine card masters far exceeds other nations. If everyone draws, we'll eventually get the specific cards we need. If that doesn't work, we can always buy them with points. Then we can designate Li, Sisi, and others to compete. Our chances of winning are still quite high. Li Yingdao felt slightly reassured upon hearing this. At least there was a non-random option. China's current situation is this: there are an overwhelming number of low-level divine card masters, while high-level ones are few and far between. This meant the random selection process for the tournament stage was highly likely to pick low-level divine card masters, putting China at an inherent disadvantage compared to other nations. Therefore, China's demand for designated card players has become even more urgent. One-on-one arena. Li Yingdao took this newly added arena even more seriously. Why not try the one-on-one arena first, Li? Gu Sisi suggested. Once you understand how it works, you can decide your next move. Li Yingdao nodded. That's exactly what I had in mind.
Simply communicate with the arena in your mind, and your consciousness will appear within it, Gu Sisi explained.
Are there any other points to note within the one-on-one arena? Before entering an unfamiliar environment, thoroughly understanding it beforehand was Li Yingdao's consistent approach.
Gu Sisi pondered for a moment before replying, The only thing to be mindful of is the number of cards you refresh when binding a deity card. Based on current statistics, the number of cards each person refreshes is unpredictable.
The minimum is 3, and the maximum doesn't exceed 9.
When I bound mine, 7 cards appeared.
I ultimately refined the Chang'e card.
Xin Baixing chimed in, I got 5, but haven't perfected mine yet.
I got 5 too, Ding Yanran added.
We suspect the number of cards might be tied to the Divine Card Master's rank. Li, you can verify this theory when the time comes, Gu Sisi added.
Got it.
Li Yingdao replied with a hint of excitement. He had already witnessed the brutality of the regular arena.
The newly added one-on-one arena was so considerate it was almost hard to believe. Cross-legged on the bed, he murmured inwardly, one-on-one arena.
No sooner had the words left his lips than the world spun violently. His consciousness suddenly materialized within a vast circular plaza.
The plaza's style mirrored the arena, its sky a blend of golden and silver hues.
Glancing around, he saw countless divine card masters moving about the plaza, some battling each other, others conversing.
The moment Li Yingdao entered, several panels appeared before him.
Divine Card Master Rankings.
National Fortune Point Store. Bound Deity.
Whenever a Divine Card Master appeared before Li Yingdao, their Divine Card Master rank, nationality, and name would display above their head.
This is interesting.
Li Yingdao examined the panels with curiosity, the experience akin to wearing AR glasses.
As several passers-by glanced at the display above Li Yingdao's head, they gasped in recognition, it's Li Yingdao of China.
Quick, get away.
Stay far from him if he issues a forced challenge, we're done for. Exactly. Nowadays, whenever I see a Divine Card Master higher rank than me, I just go around them.
Li Yingdao remained completely oblivious to the commotion around him, his focus entirely on the Divine Card Master rankings.
First place, China's Li Yingdao, S-rank. Second place, Greece Wunner, S-rank. Third place, Maya Jinan, S-rank. 17th place, Gu Sisi of Huaxia, B-rank. 37th place, Sakura Chio Hojitsu, B-rank.
76th place, Kimchi Park Guk Chang, C-rank.
Looks like this ranking is determined automatically by the arena itself, Li Yingdao thought to himself.
From memory, he was well aware of the battle records of the other two S-class divine summoners. Even the most accomplished, Greek Wendu, fell far short of Li Yingdao's feat of consecutively summoning S-class deities in 4 straight matches. Thus, Li Yingdao was placed at the top of the tournament bracket. The rankings listed 100 names, yet Li Yingdao saw only his own and Gu Sisi's among them. Beyond that, no other names from Huaxia appeared. Looks like we need to address the effects of the civilizational break as soon as possible, Li Yingdao thought, his heart sinking with anxiety.
China's elite combat power was simply too scarce.
What was even more critical was that the National Fortune Arena was a competition for the elite few, where high-end combat power was everything.
100 D-rank Divine Card Masters couldn't match a single C-rank. This held true for B-rank, A-rank, and even S-rank. A youth with golden hair and blue eyes, dressed in an elegant suit, approached Li Yingdao. His eyes flashed sharply when he saw the panel. He then habitually stroked his chin, seeming somewhat hesitant. The other Divine Card Masters on the plaza noticed the commotion and gathered around the pair, forming a circle. This scene. Could these two S-rank Divine Card Masters be about to start a one-on-one duel right here? Could be. After all, both are S-rank. Losing would be embarrassing for either, and national pride is at stake. I'd actually like to see them fight. It'd be quite the spectacle. The young man in the suit stood there for a long while, but Li Yingdao showed no reaction. Li Yingdao's attention was entirely fixed on the Divine Card Master rankings, completely oblivious to the presence before him. The next moment, the youth made his decision. One-on-one arena match. Greek S-Class Divine Card Master Wunner challenges Chinese S-Class Divine Card Master Li Yingdao. Li Yingdao, please make your selection. It's happening. A clash between two S-Class Divine Card Masters. The first ever clash between S-Class Divine Card Masters. This will go down in history. Indeed, this isn't a life or death battle, nor is it about national pride. They can fight with everything they've got. Too bad the one-on-one arena isn't a regular stage. This moment can't be recorded. Inside the room, Xin Baixing exited the square and frantically announced to everyone, something's happened. That Greek S-Class Divine Card Master is challenging Brother Li. What? Shen Songxing gasped in shock. Brother Li just entered and was immediately challenged. Could Greece have planned this all along? Ding Yanran was puzzled. Gu Sisi's brow furrowed imperceptibly as she analyzed rationally, it's only been 12 hours since the one-on-one arena appeared. This is Li's first time entering the plaza. He must be unfamiliar with the rules. If one heir dares to force a challenge, the 3 cards in his hand must be formidable. But thankfully, the one-on-one arena grants the right to refuse a challenge. When the one-on-one arena appeared, each Divine Card Master randomly received 3 support cards.
Gu Sisi and the others had no idea what level of cards Li Yingdao held. Class advisor Yang Qiguang sat in his chair peeling a banana, picking his nose with his pinky finger, and said nonchalantly, "No big deal.
My ancestor will definitely win. Accept challenge from Greek S-rank divine card master One Air?"
Li Yingdao glanced at the panel that suddenly popped up before him, only then noticing One Air standing opposite. One Air grinned, his fair skin glowing brightly.
Li Yingdao, never thought we'd meet so soon. Chapter 11, Meeting the True Lord Again.
Wonder an S-class divine card master at just 19 years old. Li Yingdao's mind flashed with One Air's information, leaving him somewhat astonished. Beyond the nation itself, his greatest adversaries were the S-class divine card masters of Greece and the Maya. Li Yingdao had long regarded these two as his hypothetical adversaries, never expecting to encounter one of them so soon. One Air spoke next, his pace steady and measured. "I am One Air, Greece's S-class divine card master."
"It's a pleasure to meet you." "Quite polite."
Li Yingdao thought to himself.
"Li Yingdao, do you know how dangerous China is right now?"
"Oh?" Li Yingdao raised an eyebrow, neither rushing to accept nor reject the offer, wanting to hear what this cheerful young man had to say.
"I thought China was doomed when the three kingdoms launched their desperate battle for national survival. But then you appeared.
I have to admit you're incredibly powerful, summoning S-rank deities 4 times in a row."
At this point, One Air's smile took on a peculiar edge.
His tone shifted abruptly as he continued.
"But it's not enough. China's territory is simply too vast. All the nations of Asia are watching you.
Your emergence may temporarily deter them, but it won't erase their ambitions. Should you fall in our battle, more nations will target China.
Then, its demise will be merely a matter of time. No matter how hard you strive, you can only delay the inevitable. You cannot alter the final outcome."
Li Yingdao's expression darkened. One Air was right. To the north lay the Star River Kingdom, to the south the Emerald Kingdom, while the A3 Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom lurked menacingly to the east and west. The situation was indeed dire, but that was no excuse for a Greek like him to run amok. "You seem quite concerned about China, but it's not your place to criticize its affairs. Whether I can change the final outcome, you'll find out soon enough." One Air's eyes crinkled into a smile at this.
"I advise you to refuse. Otherwise, if you lose, you'll only hasten China's downfall."
"Oh no.
Refusing means you're afraid."
Hearing this, Li Yingdao fell silent. An S-class divine card master, truly no pushover.
Attacking the city is inferior, attacking the mind is superior.
One Air's lengthy speech boiled down to one thing, pressuring Li Yingdao. Forcing him to accept the challenge. Refuse, and you show fear.
But if he accepted, the consequences of defeat were far beyond what Li Yingdao could bear.
Those around them overheard the exchange and murmured among themselves.
One Air is so confident.
No wonder he dared to challenge Li Yingdao directly.
Absolutely.
Li Yingdao only became an S-class divine card master yesterday, while One Air has been a renowned S-class for years.
Even that Maya nation's expert might not be his match.
If I were Li Yingdao, I'd refuse the challenge. Inside the room, Long Hua and Gu Yan, having heard the news, hurried over.
"Director Long. Director Gu." Everyone in the room stood up and called out.
Long Hua waved his hand.
"Has Comrade Li accepted the challenge?"
"Not yet, but he hasn't refused either," Shen Songsheng replied.
Gu Yan spoke with a hint of unease. "The Greeks sure know how to pick their moment.
They're sending Wonder to challenge Comrade Li right after we finished a fierce battle. Clearly, they're trying to dampen our momentum.
If Comrade Li loses, more nations will come to challenge us."
Shen Songsheng nodded in agreement, adding cautiously, "Fortunately, we have the right to refuse. At this point, declining the challenge seems the wisest course."
Gu Sisi's lips twitched slightly, but she ultimately remained silent.
Long Hua's eyes flickered with a flicker of change. He actually hoped Li Yingdao would accept the challenge.
"China has been suppressed for far too long.
Comrade Li, I truly hope you will accept this challenge.
If you prevail, you will be the true son of heaven."
These words remained unspoken, echoing only within Long Hua's mind. News of One Air challenging Li Yingdao spread, drawing increasing numbers of divine card masters to the square. The Greek divine card masters were brimming with confidence in One Air. Lord Wonder will surely triumph.
"That Li Yingdao from Huaxia, what level is he to even be ranked alongside you as an S-class? That Li Yingdao hesitating for so long without choosing? He's definitely scared. Stop stalling. It's a one-on-one duel with no life-threatening risks. What's the harm in accepting?"
"Show us the prowess of an S-rank divine card master," someone urged. The Chinese divine card masters remained largely silent, each hoping Li Yingdao would accept the challenge and showcase China's prowess. Seeing Li Yingdao's prolonged silence, One Air shouted again, "Enough waiting.
Li Yingdao, make your choice." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Yingdao lifted his head.
Seeing his opponent had been smiling all this time, he returned it with a dazzling grin. "Rest assured, China shall not fall. This time, I can't afford to lose." With that, Li Yingdao glanced at the interface and resolutely accepted the challenge.
Accepting the challenge will overlap with the one-on-one arena card refresh process. Divine cards perfected on the arena will automatically bind. Confirm acceptance? Accept. The next instant, Li Yingdao's physical form vanished from the room, and when Air's physical form in Greece vanished as well. High above the square, an arena slowly descended. It was high noon, the sunlight intense. Yet suspended in the air, the platform offered no sense of heat. Instead, fierce winds swirled, carrying a hint of chill. At the center of the platform, Li Yingdao and Wen Air stood facing each other. The wind billowed their white robes, making them clatter like war drums. One-on-one arena. Greek Nation S-Class Divine Card Master Wen Air challenges Huaxia Nation S-Class Divine Card Master Li Yingdao. Single elimination format. The arena opens in 10 minutes. The moment the arena announcement spread, Divine Card Masters from across the world flooded into the plaza. Ha 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 ha. Wen Air suddenly burst into laughter, utterly exhilarated. It was worth every effort to force you into this match. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. That Maya girl is utterly boring. I hope you can bring me some fun. Li Yingdao rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. He finally understood what kind of person Wen Air truly was. If this were a fantasy novel script, this guy would be a full-fledged demon cultivator. He responded with a cold laugh. One-on-one duels are just the appetizer. We've got plenty of time ahead. Joking. Back when Li Yingdao was merely an F rank, he dared to step into the arena against the A rank genie form Mei in a life or death battle. Now, this one-on-one duel didn't involve life or death, or the nation. What reason did he have to refuse? Wen Air was nothing more than a larger-than-life version of Genie State Mei. At this very moment, all the world's Divine Card Masters watched the two. The world's first S-rank Divine Card Master versus the Divine Card Master who has consecutively summoned S-rank deities in 4 battles. Both are the face of their respective nations, now set to settle the score. There's also an uncertain factor, the level of their support cards. If one holds a higher level card than their opponent, their odds of victory increase significantly. Please discuss whether the battle should be held in secret. If held in secret, outsiders cannot observe the battle, and the outcome will not be made public. The one-on-one arena adds a human touch, granting the Divine Card Masters the right to choose. Compared to conventional tournaments, it allows for a degree of concealment regarding the Divine Card Master's true strength. Facing the arena prompt, Wen Air responded with understanding, I don't mind either way. You decide. The outcome is already decided, you lose, I win. Seeing Wen Air's insincere smile, Li Yingdao knew full well he was resorting to his old tricks again, trying to force him to refuse a public battle. No. Since you want to see me choose this way, I'll choose it for you. One-on-one arena activated. Both parties, please select your Divine Being cards. Divine cards slowly materialized before Li Yingdao. The cards were the same size as those in a regular arena, but this time, 9 deity cards appeared at once. Li Yingdao immediately recognized the familiar face at the center. Greetings, true lord. Chapter 12, Why do you get 9 cards? Since Li Yingdao hadn't had time to bind a deity before Wen Air forcibly challenged him. Therefore, the arena automatically merged the binding and refinement processes. The card Li Yingdao refined would become the one he bound. Who would have thought we'd meet again, true lord? In his previous life, Li Yingdao had immersed himself in the study of the Chinese pantheon, memorizing the backgrounds and deeds of most deities by heart. If asked which deity he personally favored, it would undoubtedly be the second prince, the manifested true lord, standing before him now. Master the profound arts of the 8 and 9 mysteries. Yang Jian wields the true fire within his chest, illuminating heaven and earth. His art of teleportation is profoundly wondrous, traversing 10,000 miles in a mere breath of green wind. Countless verses like these extolled the true lord. Meanwhile, Wen Air had bound a deity the moment the one-on-one arena appeared. Now, if he chose the deity he had bound, he could summon it without needing to refine it. And that's precisely what he did. After making his selection, Wen Air folded his arms and waited quietly for Li Yingdao. When I drew 8 cards, I was fortunate to find the deity I knew best among them. Li Yingdao, I hope you're as fortunate as I was. Suddenly, Wen Air's mouth fell slightly open, as if witnessing something utterly astonishing. His gaze fell upon the cards before Li Yingdao. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9 cards. How is that possible? Although the tournament rules didn't specify any correlation between card count and other factors, all Divine Card Masters agreed that the higher one's rank and strength, the greater the number of cards they possessed. This had been verified time and again, and Wen Air himself believed it to be true. Does this mean I'm inferior to Li Yingdao? Wen Air dropped the smile he'd been maintaining and fixed his gaze squarely on his opponent for the first time. An unprecedented surge of fighting spirit welled up within him, his heart racing and blood boiling. Good. Very good. The stronger you are, the better. As the world's first S-class Divine Card Master, he had never tasted defeat. He represented Greece in battles against the Maya, fought the Vikings, and defeated the pretty ones. Gradually, he lost interest in any opponent. Weak. Incompetent. That was his verdict on past opponents. Even Maya's S-class Divine Card Master had never earned his respect. Now, Li Yingdao had finally piqued his interest, and Wen Air felt exhilarated. The onlookers noticed this too. The Chinese Divine Card Masters roared in unison. See that? Li Yingdao has the most cards. This proves the arena recognizes him as the strongest cardmaster. I thought one heir was something special for daring to challenge him, but now it seems he's nothing special after all. The Greek divine cardmaster retorted, the gods haven't even entered the fray yet, and you're already jumping to conclusions? The outcome remains uncertain. Li Yingdao is strong, but he's only just ascended to S-rank. His foundation is far too shallow. Unconsciously, both nations' divine cardmasters found themselves rooting for their own contestant to win. As mentioned earlier, though the one-on-one arena battle involves no external factors, it is by no means solely a personal contest between the divine cardmasters. Uniting forces and rallying the masses, the goal is to ignite the spirit. This concerns the morale of the entire nation. Witnessing this scene, the Greek leadership's thoughts inevitably drifted. What if one truly loses? Is China's Li Yingdao truly that formidable? The Greek Prime Minister glared impatiently at Wanner in the arena, his expression clearly displeased. Wanner launched this challenge against Huaxia without authorization, he declared with irritation. Regardless of the outcome, Wanner must be warned. Greece needs a steady, level-headed leader, not a fanatical, S-class divine cardmaster. The high-ranking officials all nodded in agreement. China and Greece were geographically distant, yet their bilateral relations remained relatively amicable. Befriend distant enemies while attacking nearby foes. This timeless strategy remained unchanged. That's precisely why Asan chose to challenge neighboring China rather than another nation. When Heir's unilateral challenge, however, was nothing short of tearing off the mask of civility. Neither nation's leadership wished to see this unfold, yet the die was cast. There was no stopping it. Huaxia and others also arrived at the arena to watch the match. It's out. Li has drawn 9 cards. Gu Sisi exclaimed in surprise. Qin Baisheng cheered. Brother Li truly didn't disappoint. Objectively speaking, they didn't want Li Yingdao to engage in battle. After all, China had just defeated India. A defeat would only invite their previous rivals to pounce again. But who in China wouldn't want to lift their head high and defeat their rivals? Huaxia nodded with satisfaction, growing even more impressed with this youth he had never met. He instructed Gu Yan, notify Foreign Minister Chen Huaiyan to initiate contact with Greece's high-level officials. They can't just get away with challenging our divine cardmaster for no reason. If Greece wishes to antagonize our nation, so be it. Huaxia's tone was resolute, brooking no argument. Before Li Yingdao arrived, it was understandable that our nation acted timidly. But now that we have Li Yingdao, you still dare to push your luck? Then let's fight it out and see who's stronger. Staring at the 9 cards before him, Li Yingdao felt a pang of helplessness, unsure whether his luck was good or bad. The good news was that he had drawn the second prince, the Divine Lord. The bad news was that aside from the true Lord, the rest of the deities were utterly useless. The remaining 8 cards were filled with earth gods, ghost officers, city gods, demons, and the like. Very well, let it be the true Lord. After all, Shiva from the 3 kingdoms was only an A-rank deity. Judging by that, even the top Greek gods like Zeus and Apollo wouldn't exceed S-rank at best. Facing opponents like these, the true Lord should have more than enough to handle them. At this thought, Li Yingdao gritted his teeth, his frustration reaching its peak. The top deities from foreign civilizations, when measured against China's divine hierarchy, would barely rank as upper middle tier. Yet the severed civilizational link left China's pantheon utterly powerless. His finger tapped the true Lord card, and a message echoed from the arena. Would you like to upgrade this deity card? Successful upgrade will bind you to this deity. Yes. Li Yingdao began refining the true Lord's information, just as he had done upon his initial appearance. Time ticked by, and the gathered divine cardmasters grew restless with waiting. Why is it taking so long? Could Li Yingdao be getting cold feet? Faced with the skepticism, a Huaxia divine cardmaster immediately retorted, don't you understand that good things take time? Master Li is clearly taking his time to ensure perfection. When Heir's expression remained calm, yet his gaze grew increasingly sharp. What a pity this isn't a life or death battle for national destiny. I can't kill Li Yingdao. When Heir suddenly felt regret. Li Yingdao had maintained an unwavering composure throughout, as if everything was under his control. This unsettled him. He even sensed a faint aura of a sworn enemy. But when Heir quickly dismissed the thought. No. This is better. If Li Yingdao were just a flash in the pan, killing him would hold no real satisfaction. Better to keep him around for a slow game. An hour later, Li Yingdao lowered his arm and massaged his aching right hand. This time, he had written nearly 10,000 words. Even more meticulous than last time, he detailed everything down to the last detail: appearance, combat prowess, social connections, magical artifacts, background, experiences, and more. All for the perfect binding of the second Lord, the manifested true Lord. Bound divine being card, second prince, the manifested true Lord. Current affinity, 0. Compatibility? What the heck is that? Li Yingdao frowned in confusion. This was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. In his memories, there had never been any records about compatibility. Greek Kingdom card, Lord Hades. China's Li Yingdao card, second prince, the Divine Lord. Another strange occurrence.
The arena hadn't specified the cards levels. Previous prompts always clearly stated both combatants' ranks.
This one-on-one arena seems vastly different from the standard ones.
After a moment's thought, Li Yingdao pushed aside his concerns and focused on the battle at hand. There's another major variable: support cards.
Chapter 13, the S-rank card strikes.
The peak recall card. The mere thought of support cards brought a quiet thrill to Li Yingdao, a faint smile curling his lips. Support cards, like divine cards, were ranked into 7 tiers: S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The higher the tier, the more potent the effect. All 3 of his cards were S-rank.
What could one possibly use against that?
Though Li Yingdao suspected that the random acquisition of support cards was tied to the cardmaster's rank, he refused to believe one could possibly have 3 S-rank cards as well. Conservative estimate, he has at least 1 S-tier card, maybe 2 at most. This wasn't Li Yingdao making things up, it was a well-founded guess. The arena had ranked Li Yingdao above one, and one reaction upon seeing Li Yingdao refresh his card count had revealed that his own card inventory was smaller than Li Yingdao's. All these clues combined clearly indicated that the arena favored Li Yingdao more. Therefore, there was no reason for Li Yingdao's randomly drawn 3 support cards to be inferior to one
2 cards ascended into the air.
Li Yingdao and one simultaneously looked up, awaiting the deity's arrival. The familiar gilded gates reappeared, reflecting the familiar figure in the pupils of the Huaxia divine card masters. Clad in golden armor, wielding a trident, and possessing 3 eyes, the second Lord of Heaven made his entrance. On the other side, one card shot into the ground, forming a kilometer-long abyssal fissure.
The fissure plunged into bottomless darkness, its depths obscured by endless blackness.
Gurgle.
The sound of boiling water echoed as darkness coalesced into vapor, then solidified into tangible form. 4 colossal warhorses galloped forth from the fissure, their nostrils expelling not steam but frost-blackened breath. They pulled a magnificent chariot, upon which Hades sat enthroned. Towering in stature, he wore a black battle cloak as deep as eternal night. The steeds soared skyward, where Hades confronted the second Lord of Heaven. Hades, Lord of the Underworld in Greek mythology, wields authority akin to that of the Chinese Fengdu Emperor. As Li Yingdao pondered Hades' background, the 2 deities had already begun their clash. Hades wielded the Spear of Eternity, clashing it against the true Lord's trident. Clang! The 2 gods locked eyes, each seeing overwhelming battle intent in the other's gaze.
Without resorting to divine power, both unconsciously chose to clash head-on. In the air, golden light and black mist intertwined. Within mere seconds, they had exchanged over 100 blows. The divine card masters watching were rendered speechless, unable to find words to describe the scene. The intensity of the battle far exceeded their wildest expectations. This is the first time I've ever seen a god and Lord Hades engage in physical combat for so long. When expression darkened as his right hand clenched 3 cards. Li Yingdao, however, watched the battle calmly, showing no inclination to use any support cards. The true Lord attained sainthood through his physical form, and his 8-9 mystic arts have long reached perfection. Except for those great sages, he truly fears no one. Both sides tacitly refrained from using support cards, as the arena had only granted 3 cards at the start. Neither dared to risk playing first, unsure if their opponent's cards held countering effects. More and more divine cardmasters flooded the arena, eager to witness this battle. Divine cardmasters already bound to deities felt ashamed by comparison, the gods they had bound seemed utterly powerless. Boom! Both sides clashed once more. The spear tip slashed toward his neck, but Hades dodged backward. He touched his neck, channeling divine power to fill the void left by the black mist, striving to dispel the lingering golden light. Hades licked his lips, his eyes dark as night and day flaring with light. This was the first time he'd faced such a formidable opponent. Interesting. Let us fight again. Hades roared, the spear of eternity splitting into countless blades that assaulted the true Lord from all directions. The true Lord's golden light flared intensely as he stood his ground, neither dodging nor evading the attack. Why isn't he dodging? A divine cardmaster asked. Li Yingdao gazed at the battlefield, a smile in his eyes. An attack of this intensity is merely a tickle to the true Lord. As the assault dissipated, the true Lord remained unscathed, not even a speck of dust clinging to his robes. Impossible. Hades gritted his teeth, unleashing another assault. Great night envelopes the heavens. A black curtain appeared, spreading like ink droplets in clear water, enveloping the entire sky. Soon, the entire arena was bathed solely in the golden light of Jin Guang. Hades reached out, pulling the black veil toward the true Lord. Lord Hades' signature move. The black veil can neutralize divine power and weaken combat strength. Given enough time, the darkness could engulf the entire world. The Greek divine card master cheered. The Chinese divine card masters watched the true Lord with bated breath. Hades' technique was too notorious, countless deities had fallen to it. Just as the shroud was about to engulf the true Lord, a dog's bark echoed. The pure white spirit dog opened its massive jaws, swallowing the boundless darkness whole. It was none other than the sun-devouring divine Lord's celestial hound. The celestial hound even let out a satisfied burp, looking as though it hadn't eaten its fill. The true Lord stroked the dog and spoke for the first time, his tone indifferent. If that's all you've got, then you might as well die.
Hades roared with fury. Never had he endured such humiliation. He was the one who crushed others. No one had ever dared to walk all over him. This is merely the appetizer. With a pointed finger for war horses and a chariot solidified into armor, fusing to his body. His form grew taller as black mist swirled around him, his aura surging relentlessly until it finally shattered its limits. Take the spear once more, eternal wound. The eternal spear, enveloped in black mist, pierced toward the true lord. Now we're talking. The true lord finally perked up. He sheathed his three-pronged spear, and a golden slingshot materialized in his hand. The slingshot was as large as a washbasin, its frame flowing with intricate lines. A colossal golden light gathered along those lines, poised to unleash its power. That's a slingshot? The crowd burst into laughter upon recognizing it. Using a slingshot as a weapon? What a joke! Li Yingdao's eyes lit up. One of the true lord's divine weapons, golden bow, silver bullets. As one of the three rebels of the celestial court, the true lord could defy summons and obey only when he chose. His power relied not solely on his body tempered to perfection. He also possessed a variety of supreme magical treasures. The three-pronged double-edged spear, the golden bow and silver arrows, the ascension hat, the cloud-treading sandals, the mountain-splitting axe, the demon-binding rope, the mountain-chasing whip. The three-pronged double-edged spear was merely the true lord's most familiar weapon. The other treasures were in no way inferior. A fist-sized silver bullet slid into the chamber. The true lord pulled the trigger with his right hand, aligning the sights directly at the eternal spear charging toward him. Whoosh! A dazzling silver streak sliced through the sky, colliding with the eternal spear. Divine energies of both sides intertwined, gold and black twisting and grinding against each other as a colossal explosion engulfed the entire arena. What just happened? The crowd strained their eyes, unable to make out the details. As the dust settled, the eternal spear lay motionless on the ground. Black energy seeped from its tip, revealing cracks. Wonder's eyes widened in disbelief. Hades' divine artifact, destroyed by a mere slingshot? Without the Spear of Eternity, Hades' combat power was severely diminished. While he wouldn't fall out of the S-rank tier, it was a fatal wound nonetheless. Damn it! What kind of artifact was that? Hades' face twisted into a hideous grimace as he sank into deep hesitation. To restore the Spear of Eternity would consume vast amounts of divine power. Yet without it, he would have to clash head-on with the true lord's weapon using only his mortal form. Whichever path he chose, it was a poor one. See that? That's the might of our second son, the true lord. With Lord Li here, no foe stands a chance. Though most Chinese divine card masters initially didn't recognize the second prince summoned by Li Yingdao, his two appearances were enough to etch this deity into their memories. Li Yingdao sat calmly, his fingers tracing the support card as he waited for one heir to make his move. In a standard arena match, Hades would be certain to lose. But now, with support cards in play, there are many more variables. One heir, aren't you going to use your support card? This outcome was the last thing one heir had anticipated. His face flushed with embarrassment. How could the mighty Hades not be a match for that golden armored deity? I challenged Li Yingdao without authorization. Winning would have been one thing. But if I lose, how can I possibly explain this to the higher-ups? With this thought, one heir steeled himself and abruptly drew 3 cards. The cards formed a sequence in his hand. 2 S ranks and 1 A rank. A flicker of hesitation crossed one heir's eyes, but he made his decision. S rank status card, Peak Recall. Restores allied deities to their peak state while preserving existing buff effects. With a thought, the arena automatically activated the card. The card transformed into a rainbow and flowed into Hades' body. A sudden transformation occurred. Hades' depleted divine power surged back like a rising tide. The eternal spear, lying on the ground, flew back to him of its own accord. By the time it returned to Hades' grasp, the cracks in its tip had vanished without a trace. His armor remained intact, his aura undiminished. Hades shot a satisfied glance at Wonder before flexing his muscles, spear tip now fixed on the true lord. We shall fight again. Chapter 14, How are you still alive? It seems the arena doesn't issue warnings when divine cardmasters use support cards. Li Yingdao noted Hades' transformation and silently filed this information away. He had no intention of using support cards himself. In a one-on-one arena match, where the only reward was national fortune points, it simply wasn't worth it to expend precious S-rank support cards for such a meager sum. Money should be spent where it counts. Besides, some gaps simply can't be bridged by cards alone. Li Yingdao had complete confidence in the true lord's strength. What tier is this card? It can actually restore divine combat power, a divine cardmaster inquired. At the very least, it's an A-rank card, possibly even S-rank. This card's effect is too godlike. As long as the deity isn't instantly killed, it's like they've gained a second life. In the one-on-one arena, spectators' voices weren't muffled by the platform. A bunch of rotten fish and shrimp you're not fit to critique. When Air heard the murmurs and inwardly cursed their narrow-mindedness. Yet he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He only possessed 2 S-rank cards, and the Peak Recall card was the most potent one. Had circumstances been different, he would have reserved it for the National Fortune Arena, not a one-on-one match. Well done, Li Yingdao. Well done, second prince, the true lord revealed. If you've got the guts, make me use my last 2 cards. I'll see this through to the end. The more when you felt the sting of regret, the more resentment he harbored toward Li Yingdao. He desperately wished Hades would tear his opponent's deity to shreds, delivering a crushing blow to their pride. Yet he seemed to forget that he himself had pressured Li Yingdao into accepting the challenge in the first place. This winner is far too impulsive, Long Hua remarked. He had already received a report from Foreign Minister Chen Huayan. Greece had openly stated that when Air had initiated the challenge on his own, without prior notification to Greek high-level officials. From a leader's perspective, Long Hua naturally hoped his own cardmaster would reserve precious S-rank support cards for the true national arena, rather than squandering them in reckless displays of bravado that disregarded national interests. Seeing how effective Air's card was, Gu Sisi instinctively compared it to her own. Anxiety washed over her, compelling her to push herself to grow stronger. In the arena's divine card master rankings, she was only ranked 17th. For Gu Sisi, who had been nurtured since childhood as the core talent of the national fortune arena, this was utterly unacceptable. I humbly request the True Lord to intervene and restore that Hades to its true form, Li Yingdao respectfully addressed the True Lord. The True Lord turned to look at Li Yingdao, then gave a slight nod. From the moment he was summoned by the card, the arena's influence had revealed the entire situation to him. For one who had cultivated the 8-9 mystic arts to perfection, achieving physical immortality, so-called support cards were nothing more than dispensable external tools. Yet Hades, amplified by the card's effect, was filled with an inexplicable sense of pride. Fool! What did you say? Hades seemed not to understand, challenging the True Lord. The True Lord remained silent, his contemptuous gaze speaking volumes. You're asking for death. Hades felt utterly humiliated. He swung the spear of eternity wildly, its speed leaving afterimages as attacks poured down like a torrential rain. The True Lord withdrew his golden bow and silver arrows, drawing forth his 3-pronged double-edged spear to meet the onslaught. No matter how fast Hades moved or from which direction his attacks came, the True Lord always blocked them a split second faster. The ringing of metal echoed ceaselessly, like a grand symphony. Ah! 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 Hades fought with every ounce of strength, his spear-wielding arm throbbing with exhaustion. When he looked up at the True Lord, he met only a gaze of utter indifference. A chill ran through Hades, terror gripping his heart. What kind of eyes were those? Cold, arrogant, frosty as ice. As if scornful of everything, viewing no opponent as worthy of notice. Thud! Hades halted his attack, staring blankly at his pierced chest. The outcome is decided. Qin Baisheng exclaimed excitedly. So this is the caliber of Greece's S-class god card masters? Even their deities are this weak. One mountain is higher than another, the true deities of China still hold the edge. Witnessing this scene, the Greek prime minister let out a heavy sigh. Wonder is defeated. Prepare to apologize to China. Li Yingdao's victory over Wonder spoke volumes. Greece was far too distant from China to risk antagonizing them. Yet Air, witnessing this turn of events on the stage, grew even more frenzied, bordering on madness. Li Yingdao, embrace your defeat. The next instant, Hades abandoned the Spear of Eternity, wrapped both arms around the True Lord, and charged forward with the trident of 3 points and 2 edges thrusting toward him, utterly unconcerned even as his chest was pounded to pulp. Look! How can there be 2 Hades? When did the second Hades appear? Could this also be the effect of a support card? The crowd gasped in shock at the sudden appearance of a second Hades. Hades materialized behind the True Lord, grinning maliciously as he raised the second Spear of Eternity high and thrust it viciously toward his target. Eternal wound. At that very moment, Hades abruptly abandoned all his divine power, choosing instead to detonate himself. Die together. Hades detonated himself in close proximity to the True Lord, while the Hades unleashed his ultimate attack, striking the True Lord from behind. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving no one time to react. In the instant before the explosion, the True Lord remained utterly composed, as if he were not the target at the center of the attack. His chi surged as he thrust both palms forward, channeling a torrent of golden light into a devastating strike. Yet he did not strike at Hades, who was about to detonate before him. Instead, he pushed the heavenly hound beside him away. Xiaotian Dog's eyes filled with reluctance as it let out a mournful howl, struggling frantically yet unable to break free. At that critical moment, the True Lord chose to sacrifice his own defensive counterattack to push away the heavenly hound, sparing it from the blast. How could a Chinese deity act like this? He could have counterattacked. The crowd was filled with confusion, utterly unable to comprehend the True Lord's actions. Foolish. Thinking of a dog even as death approaches. These were Hades' final thoughts before his self-destruction. Boom! A colossal black light, like a black hole, devoured everything around it. Its radius expanded relentlessly, stretching over 10,000 meters to engulf the entire arena. Were it not for the arena's protective barrier, the divine card masters would have been doomed. Hades, positioned behind the True Lord, suffered only minor injuries. He stabbed at the True Lord's nape before the black hole spread, then frantically retreated to evade its grasp. Ha 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 ha! Air roared with laughter. Li Yingdao! You fool! You refuse to use your cards, yet delude yourself that the gods alone can end this battle. And you call yourself an S-rank divine card master? Don't you get it? The stage provides support cards precisely so we divine card masters can participate in the fight. You've been dancing to my tune from the very start, yet you still thought you could win. It turned out that after Wanair used the peak recall card, he had decided to deploy the other two cards simultaneously. S-rank status card, Twin Bond. Your deity splits into two, with the clone inheriting all attributes of the original. If the original dies, the clone automatically becomes the original. A rank status card, Stealthy Movement. For 1 minute, allied deities enter stealth mode, concealing all traces of their presence. Wanair used the Conceal Traces card to perfectly hide Hades' clone. The original entity entangled the True Lord and triggered a self-destruction, while the clone unleashed its most powerful attack. Afterward, the clone became the main body, replacing everything. What a madman! Using every single card in a one-on-one arena match. How will you face opponents in regular arenas, or even deathmatches, in the future? Li Yingdao once again witnessed Wanair's madness. Though unaware of Wanair's card effects, he could roughly guess this was all they're doing. Wanair felt he had laughed enough and turned his gaze toward Li Yingdao. The latter's expression remained calm, a hint of pity even playing at the corners of his mouth. Wanair, have you finished laughing? Li Yingdao spoke indifferently. I'm almost impressed by you. Losing like this, yet still so composed. Li Yingdao's reaction was nothing like Wanair had expected, leaving him feeling like he'd punched a pillow. So he sneered in mockery. But soon, Wanair sensed something was amiss. On the stage, the pure white heavenly hound still stood, and no victory signal had sounded. Something's wrong. Why is that white dog still here? After a deity dies, their summoned creatures should vanish too. Li Yingdao, having read Wanair's thoughts, asked with a smile, I'm curious what makes you so sure your Hades can kill my true lord? At those words, cold sweat broke out on Wanair's back. An S-class god's self-destruction and ultimate attack, no god can withstand it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Damn it. Why hasn't the arena declared the winner yet? The black hole slowly dissipated. The heavenly hound let out a howl and plunged toward its center. The figure at the center caught the celestial hound, gently stroking its fur. After unleashing his ultimate assault, Hades, now fully transformed into his true form, flashed away. He only halted at the edge of the arena, staring in horror at the battered deity. How are you still alive? Chapter 15, Divine Power, Emulate Heaven and Earth. Impossible. No god could withstand such an attack. This can't be. Wanair stared at the true lord as if he were a monster. The Jinjuan's power had surpassed his comprehension, existing far beyond his understanding. The others reacted similarly to Wanair. A soft gulp echoed through the air. Someone had swallowed hard. Hades had been undefeated until now, never suffering such a crushing defeat. Terrifying. Have you noticed? Ever since this Li Yingdao appeared, Huaxia has never lost a single battle. The outcome isn't decided yet. That true lord deity has suffered heavy damage, while our mighty Hades is still in top form. The Greek cardmasters clung to a sliver of hope, yet they overlooked a crucial detail. Wanair had already used all 3 of his support cards, while Li Yingdao hadn't even played a single one yet. No! I still have a chance. Wanair snapped back to reality and urgently reminded Hades, strike while the iron is hot. His only chance now was to end the battle before Li Yingdao played his cards. Suppressing his fear, Hades swung the spear of eternity once more toward the true lord. You are indeed powerful, but in your current state, you are no match for me. The true lord lifted his head indifferently, suddenly opening his third eye. Despite being severely wounded, covered in scars, and possessing less than 10% of his former strength, he still held on to his pride. Hades would never understand why, moments before the self-destruction, he had pushed away the heavenly hound. 3-eyed divine light. Eternal wound. Another terrifying clash erupted. This time, however, the true lord could only barely hold his own against Hades. The exertion of divine power tore at his wounds, and the true lord coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hades, witnessing this, felt his fear dissipate at his opponent's decline, replaced by a sickening thrill. Where's your arrogance now? Didn't you love protecting that dog? How did you end up like this? With that, Hades vanished. When he reappeared, the spear of eternity was aimed at the true lord, while he himself reached out and seized the heavenly hound. How despicable. Knowing full well the true lord god would never let the dog god get hurt, yet deliberately attacking the dog god. Is this all a mighty S-rank deity can muster, resorting to such lowly tactics? Faced with the Chinese god card master's condemnation, the Greek god card master felt disdain, but Wanair couldn't care less. He even brazenly declared, "A bunch of fools. This is the arena, it's war. Isn't there an ancient Chinese saying, all's fair in war?" Though he spoke thus, Wanair remained tense, watching Li Yingdao's every move. Seeing no signs of Li Yingdao using his cards, only watching the battle silently, Wanair finally relaxed. Still holding back on your support cards, Li Yingdao? You'll be the fool who gets himself killed sooner or later. Qin Baisheng, watching the match, spat out angrily, that Greek god is utterly shameless. After venting his frustration, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Speaking of which, why hasn't Brother Li used a single card yet? He can't be that stingy, right? Ding Yanran shook her head, equally baffled by Li Yingdao's approach. Lam Hua, however, believed Li Yingdao intended to save his cards for the real arena. After all, in one-on-one matches, even victory only yielded national fortune points. It couldn't provide any tangible benefit to the nation. Young man, your intentions are noble. Long Hua sighed with emotion. Truthfully, he too wished Li Yingdao would play his cards. Seeing their own deity so humiliated by foreign foes was unbearable for anyone. In the arena, the true lord ignored the spear of eternity entirely, determined to block Hades at the cost of further injury to himself, preventing the heavenly hound from being harmed. Stay close to me, the true lord whispered softly. Xiaotian Dog's eyes filled with tears as it watched helplessly, witnessing its master suffer yet another injury. Hades, feeling he had the true lord in his grasp, sneered, I truly don't understand. It's just a dog. Is it really worth protecting so fiercely? When those 4 warhorses transformed into your armor earlier, did they die? Jinjuan's sudden question halted Hades' advance. He paused, wanting to see what his opponent truly meant. Oh, you mean those 4 beasts? They were lifeless from the start. I stripped them of life long ago, forging them into vessels to store divine power. How else do you think I obtained this armor? Hades stated matter-of-factly, convinced his actions were perfectly justified. The reactions of the crowd varied. Some felt disgusted, others found it cruel, while a few agreed with Hades. Then you truly deserve to die. Jinjuan said coldly, his words dripping with murderous intent. Put. Hades laughed. He truly couldn't comprehend why his opponent would protect a dog, nor why he'd suddenly ask such a baffling question. Ridiculous. If you were at full strength, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. But now? Face reality. You're the one who should recognize the situation. Li Yingdao suddenly shouted at Hades. When Air's body trembled as he cursed Hades inwardly. Why provoke him instead of acting fast? You fool! He dared only think this inwardly, while outwardly he remained respectful. Lord Hades, please proceed at once. Hades ignored one Air, fixing Li Yingdao with a savage glare. Little insect, what did you say? The true lord also turned his gaze toward Li Yingdao. Their eyes met, and a silent understanding seemed to pass between them. Facing an S-class deity, Li Yingdao showed not a trace of fear. He knew that under the arena's rules, gods couldn't directly attack god card masters. Do you know why you fall short of the true lord? Oh? Why? Hades was also eager to know the answer. As one of the 12 Olympian gods of Greek mythology, the god king who ruled the underworld, he had immersed himself in the ways of death for years. He considered his combat prowess peerless and unmatched. He was confident he could defeat any of the other Greek gods, provided they weren't part of the Titan lineage that ruled the second generation. Yet against the true lord, he felt utterly powerless. A smile finally touched Li Yingdao's lips, as if he'd been holding it in for ages. Because you're not worthy. At these words, Hades' defenses shattered instantly. How dare a mere insect challenge the majesty of the gods? All eyes turned to Li Yingdao with horror. This was the first time a divine card master had ever openly defied a god. Though they knew the arena forbade gods from harming divine card masters, the fear and reverence ingrained in their hearts had always held them back. Li Yingdao paid no heed to Hades' reaction, his words like thunderclaps as he continued, the true lord protects the great god Xiaotian because he regards him as a brother, as family. But you? You forged your own warhorse into a vessel, cast it into armor, turning it into a lifeless object. Though you hold the exalted status of a deity, you despise all things and possess no emotion whatsoever. Ah! I forgot you rule the underworld, spending your days among the dead. Of course you have no feelings. Rather than a god, you are a cold, soulless creation of the underworld. By the end, Li Yingdao's tone dripped with scorn. The Huaxia divine card master stared blankly at the scarred true lord, his gaze utterly transformed. It was a gaze filled with awe and admiration. So this is the deity summoned by the divinely truly magnificent. This is the deity we should truly worship. Oomph. That Hades is unworthy of being called a god, nothing but a worthless scum with divine power. Contrast reveals all, one deity scorns everything with shameless arrogance, while another sacrifices himself to shield his brother. Li Yingdao spoke thus precisely to ensure the Huaxia divine card masters truly remembered the second prince, the manifested lord. To earn their heartfelt recognition of this deity. Ever since first stepping onto the stage, Li Yingdao had pondered how to counteract the effects of civilizational disconnection. Should he directly reveal the deity's existence? Li Yingdao clearly did not wish to do so. Rather than forcefully indoctrinating people with information, it was far better to let them develop genuine, heartfelt recognition of the deity and begin worshipping it. Only then would Li Yingdao widely publicize the deity, gradually eroding the effects of the civilizational rupture. But how could he achieve this recognition? Through repeated arena battles. This was precisely why Li Yingdao had chosen to establish the public one-on-one tournament system in the first place. Every battle presented Li Yingdao with an opportunity to eradicate the severance of civilization.
The reason he had delayed using his support cards wasn't because he treasured them. Rather, the moment the true lord appeared, he had sent a telepathic message to Li Yingdao. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use the support card. The true lord shared Li Yingdao's resolve: let all Huaxia people witness the majesty of their divine ancestors, utterly dispelling the specter of civilizational extinction. Hades' face contorted with rage, bloodshot veins pulsing across his eyes. I'll see if you still have the nerve to spout such arrogance after your god falls by my hand. With that, Hades' armor shed itself, transforming into black threads that coiled around the spear of eternity. The spearhead's darkness was as dense as jet, seeming to devour all around. Wrath of the Underworld King. Hades charged toward the true lord like a cannonball, his overwhelming might sweeping across the heavens. Li Yingdao didn't even acknowledge Hades' attack. He snorted coldly, no longer willing to play Hades' childish games. If only that damned civilization hadn't been severed, forcing me to consider every move. He would have long since amplified the true lord with support cards and obliterated this beast in an instant. Under one heir's despairing gaze, Li Yingdao raised a card high. Wonder, Hades. It's over. The S-rank golden characters on the card stung everyone's eyes. S-rank attribute card increases all attributes of allied deities by 200%, applies to initial attributes upon deity's appearance. Card effect negates existing positive-negative buffs. With a single thought, the card flew into the true lord's body. Jinjuan's aura surged violently. Though his horrific injuries remained unhealed, they no longer hindered his combat prowess. Witnessing this, Hades cursed under his breath, accelerating even faster until he broke the sound barrier, determined to go all in. Yet the next instant, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. The golden armored deity before him radiated blinding light as his form swelled, transforming into a 1,000-foot-tall golden colossus within mere breaths. The colossal figure filled the entire arena, as solid and weighty as a mountain. Divine ability, emulate heaven and earth. Chapter 16, Defeating Wonder, the True Lord's Transmission. The crowd stared in terror at the golden giant, speechless at the sheer scale of the spectacle. High above, the churning sea of clouds and the howling winds abruptly ceased. The true lord raised his hand slightly. The rumbling of his bones unfurling rolled like thunder. The light of Tao essence swirled across his golden armor, warping the surrounding space. Merely a fleeting glimpse of that golden Tao aura dissolved Hades' wrath of the underworld. Hades was utterly horrified. His all-out attack had been effortlessly parried, like a mayfly shaking a tree. The colossal palm, obscuring the entire sky, descended slowly. Hades stood frozen in place, immobile as a statue. Hades, you fool! Get out of the way! Wonder was frantic, pacing like an ant on a hot pan, all reverence forgotten. He naively believed that such a state would inevitably drain divine power, and his opponent, a god, couldn't sustain it for long. If he could just hold out until the true lord emerged from this state, there would still be a chance to fight again. Yet Hades' position did not shift an inch. All they could see was his face flushed crimson, muscles taut, a faint wisp of black mist barely flickering around him. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. He was already resisting with all his might. One heir's face turned deathly pale as a thought surged through his mind. Could it be that I truly am destined to lose to Li Yingdao? In that moment, he even regretted having left the decision to make the challenge public to Li Yingdao. Boom! The true lord's palm struck down, crashing like a mountain onto the ground. The palm struck Hades squarely in the center. The spectating divine card masters were numb. The true lord's heaven-defying earth-shattering technique surpassed their comprehension. This is terrifying. Even if every deity that ever appeared in history banded together, they couldn't withstand this strike. What kind of technique is this? While deities had previously demonstrated the ability to enlarge their bodies 10 zhang, 100 zhang, even 1,000 zhang. But more often than not, it was all show nothing like the true lord's ability to crush opponents with such utterly hopeless force. Meanwhile, the Huaxia divine card masters cheered and celebrated this victory. Li Shin is awesome. I'm going to worship our deity, the second prince manifesting divine virtue. Amidst his joy, Long Hua shared the same perplexity as the foreign divine card masters. What kind of technique was that? Could all Chinese deities wield such power? As the head of the China National Fortune Arena, he instinctively began considering the implications for China. Sisi, what technique did this true lord deity just use? Faced with Long Hua's question, Gu Sisi shook her head helplessly. She too was unaware of the nature of this technique. Long Hua felt regret. If all Chinese deities were as powerful as this true lord before them, why would they worry about the conventional arena? Li Yingdao's voice sounded again. Foreign divine card masters naturally knew nothing of the heaven-emulating earth-transforming technique, and China remained ignorant due to the severance of its civilization. But he understood. Gazing at the 5-finger-deep crater before him, and Hades embedded within it, unable to pull himself free, Li Yingdao cleared his throat and declared in a resonant voice. Your move, true lord, is called emulating heaven and earth. It is one of the supreme divine abilities within the Huaxia mythological system. This divine power is not merely a simple enlargement of the body. Rather, it is the grand manifestation of the Tao, achieved when a deity fuses their own primordial source of the Tao with the laws of heaven and earth.
Using the self as a crucible, it synthesizes the cosmic Tao, transforming the divine spirit into a catalyst, manifesting the sacred form embodying the laws of heaven and earth. The body becomes the cosmos, strength embodies the laws, and might manifests as heavenly might. This is emulating heaven and earth. Li Yingdao offered this explanation to deepen the Chinese people's understanding of the true Lord, thereby better mitigating the effects of civilizational disconnection. As for the foreign divine card masters present overhearing this, Li Yingdao deemed it inconsequential. Even Greece, widely acknowledged as a nation blessed with formidable national fortune, had seen its top-tier divine cardmaster defeated by Li Yingdao. Even Hades, an S-rank deity, had fallen to the true Lord. What difference did it make if they heard it? Knowing and being able to use were two entirely different matters. Moreover, not all Chinese deities possess the divine ability to emulate the heavens and earth. It requires at least the cultivation of one's own Tao fruit and attainment of the Tao rank to reach the level of a great immortal. Only then did the crowd understand that this technique employed by the Chinese deities was called emulating heaven and earth. Emulate heaven and earth. So our Chinese deities possess such formidable techniques. They instinctively compared this technique to the abilities of their own deities, only to despairingly realize they couldn't compare not even remotely. I wonder if the great goddess Chang'e could wield emulate heaven and earth, Gu Sisi murmured, her head bowed in thought. After a moment of contemplation, Long Hua inquired, Sisi, did you record everything Comrade Li said earlier? Gu Sisi looked up, her voice brimming with confidence. Rest assured, Director Long. I've recorded everything. A photographic memory and extraordinary recall were innate gifts of Gu Sisi. Very well. After this, write down everything Comrade Li said about emulating heaven and earth and submit it to me along with the detailed information gathered during the previous battle, specifically the insights gained when Comrade Li summoned those deities. Understood. In ordinary arenas, spectator divine cardmasters physically occupied viewing seats and could record everything happening in the arena using cameras and other equipment. In one-on-one arenas, however, only the competing divine cardmasters are present physically. All others participate as spiritual consciousnesses, unable to carry any equipment. To record events, they must rely solely on their eyes and ears. Long Hua nodded reassuringly, his anticipation growing. He had given these specific instructions because he had noticed that, prior to Li Yingdao, no divine cardmaster in Huaxia had ever summoned such a powerful deity. He intended to publicize these deities, making them known to all in Huaxia, thereby elevating the overall divine literacy of Huaxia's divine cardmasters. On another level, it stemmed from a sense of guilt. As a fellow Chinese, it was unacceptable that he didn't even recognize the deities meant to protect his own people. With a sharp snap, Hades' hand pulled free from the pit. Li Yingdao let out a soft gasp, slightly surprised. How are you still alive? Truly an S-rank deity resilient to the core. The true Lord shot him a weary glance, his loathing for Hades reaching its peak. Just as he lifted his foot to deliver the finishing blow, Hades managed to utter a strained voice. Hold on. The true Lord paid no heed. He wasn't as foolish as Hades. The shadow beneath his feet grew larger and larger. Boy, surrender now. Hades, regaining some strength, shouted at wonder. When Air stared at Hades in utter shock, as if he hadn't understood a word. Li Yingdao made no move to stop the true Lord's actions. When you don't know the enemy's motives, whatever they plan to do, just do the opposite. Hurry! Hades urged, his gaze fixed on the true Lord's feet. Except for the national fate battle, the arena permitted divine cardmasters participating in combat to surrender voluntarily. What's going on? How can the Greek deities let their divine cardmasters surrender? This is beyond belief. We've seen plenty of cardmasters surrender voluntarily, but a god surrendering? This is a first. When Air froze in place, listening to the crowd's murmurs. He couldn't believe it, the deity he knew best, the one he was now bound to, the one he'd fought alongside countless times, had actually surrendered. When Air's face flushed crimson with shame. Even the Greek Prime Minister's face flushed crimson, it was utterly humiliating. Hades, what have you come to? You don't even have the courage to die fighting? What kind of god are you? What kind of lord of the underworld? You! When Air could no longer contain himself and erupted in curses. Li Yingdao watched the scene with keen interest, unable to suppress his astonishment. A divine card master cursing his own deity, this was a first in the history of the national fortune arena. Hearing When Air's words, Hades let out a despairing sigh. You fool! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the true Lord crushed him beneath his foot. Golden light and Tao essence coalesced beneath his soul, grinding Hades into dust. One-on-one arena. Greek Nation S-rank divine card master When Air challenges China Nation S-rank divine card master Li Yingdao. China's Li Yingdao wins. Before the crowd could erupt in cheers after the arena announcement, they witnessed an unprecedented phenomenon. Hades remains transformed into a faint glow, reabsorbed into his card. What's going on? Could it be that a god who perishes in a one-on-one arena battle can reappear? That can't be right. Then why was Hades shouting about surrendering? Li Yingdao's mind stirred as he received another telepathic message from the true Lord. Chapter 17, The Chinese People's Obsession with Cultivation. Faced with the crowd's questions, the arena offered no explanation, letting the rumors ferment. Spectators like Gu Sisi also debated the phenomenon.
This arena seems to have failed to clarify the rules, Gu Sisi mused thoughtfully.
Qin Baisheng cursed outright, damn stage, not doing anything human. That's normal.
Gu Sisi and the others turned to look at Long Hua. Long Hua's tone was heavy. 10 years ago, when the arena first appeared, the rules weren't explained in detail either. The rules you know now were largely discovered through trial and error by the divine card masters. For instance, the surrender and national fate deathmatch mechanisms, the arena never explicitly stated these from the start. Therefore, this should also be considered an unstated rule of the arena. Gu Sisi and the others were stunned, once again experiencing the arena's cruelty. Not only were participants chosen randomly, but there were also hidden rules. After the battle ended, the True Lord, before reverting back to his card form, explained the situation to Li Yingdao. The so-called Lord of the Underworld was so eager to surrender because the rules compelled him to do so. Upon hearing this, Li Yingdao asked telepathically, "Please elaborate, True Lord." In this one-on-one arena, when a deity falls in battle, they do not truly die as they did last time. However, it does weaken their upper limit. So when the Lord of the Underworld steps onto the arena in the future, his inherent ceiling will be capped at grade A. The last time refers to the deadly battle when the three kingdoms challenged the Huaxia kingdom. Among them, Shiva and other Indian deities truly perished. Their cards will never appear again. Li Yingdao's heart sank. No wonder Hades had pushed Wunner to surrender regardless of his pride. With defeat inevitable, surrendering early could avert death and thus preserve their rank cap. With this realization, Li Yingdao shot Wunner a peculiar look, suppressing the urge to rush over and thank him. Fortunately, Wunner valued his pride and refused to surrender at any cost. Thus, even if he bound Hades and summoned him on the true stage later, Hades' rank would be capped at a class. This meant Greece had permanently lost an S-rank deity. True Lord, what exactly is this compatibility rating? Li Yingdao voiced his lingering confusion. This rare chance to speak with the True Lord was an opportunity he couldn't afford to waste. The higher the compatibility, the more divine power the God Card Master can obtain. The more victories a God Card Master achieves, the higher their compatibility becomes. The True Lord's words were concise, his tone matter-of-fact, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. Li Yingdao, however, was shaken to his core. His eyes and mouth gaped wide as he struggled to process the information. Are you saying that in the future, divine card masters will possess extraordinary combat power? It was no wonder Li Yingdao lost his composure. Possessing divine combat power was just too damn tempting. The Chinese people's pursuit of immortal cultivation had already reached unimaginable heights. It was something no one could resist. The True Lord nodded slowly. Outsiders, however, were baffled. To them, Li Yingdao had clearly won, yet showed not a shred of joy. Instead, he stood rooted to the spot, his expression shifting wildly. One moment stunned, the next elated, then bursting into laughter. What's gotten into Master Li? Could he have gone mad from sheer joy? Shut up upstairs. After regaining his composure, Li Yingdao pondered inwardly. No wonder the stage didn't display the cards level when summoning the deity. This one-on-one arena isn't so much a battle between deities as it is a training ground for divine card masters. Through training, it allows divine card masters to enhance their affinity, thereby boosting combat power. If a deity couldn't win and chose to surrender, it wouldn't cause the bound deity to drop in rank. With this realization, Li Yingdao shot Wun'er a knowing glance. Wun'er's reaction clearly showed he was unaware of this information, and yet he'd even dared to curse Hades. For a moment, Li Yingdao wasn't sure whether to pity Wun'er or pity Hades. Finally, Li Yingdao posed the most crucial question. True Lord, why did civilization in Huaxia come to an end? The True Lord deliberated for a long moment before saying, I can only tell you this, the divine capital of Huaxia no longer resides on Blue Star. As for me now, I am but a fragment of a divine spirit. Everything that exists now is governed by the rules. Li Yingdao, remember this, once the compatibility between a divine card master and a deity reaches 100%, that deity can endure forever in this world. After imparting these words, under the arena's influence, the True Lord entered the Gilded Gate with the Heavenly Hound, returning once more to the card. After the True Lord departed, Li Yingdao was left speechless. The divine capital of Huaxia was absent, merely a fragment of a divine spirit. 100% compatibility could grant a deity eternal existence. National Fortune Points, 1. Bound Deity, Second Prince, Manifestation of the True Lord. Compatibility, 1%. The arena interface materialized before his eyes, accompanied by the cheers of the Huaxia crowd. Li Yingdao stared blankly at the closed Gilded Gates, lost in thought. Before the arena vanished, when observed the lost Li Yingdao, yet the mockery he had anticipated never materialized. After all, it was Wun'er who had first forced Li Yingdao into the challenge. Now that he had won, he didn't mock me? This only fueled Wun'er's anger further. You bastard, Li Yingdao. We'll settle this someday. At this moment, when Air remained unaware that Hades had been downgraded to a rank, or rather, none of the world's divine cardmasters knew this rule yet.
After the arena vanished, Li Yingdao felt no inclination to linger in the plaza and promptly exited the stage.
Back in the room, the crowd rushed toward Li Yingdao as soon as he returned.
Brotherly. Li. Comrade Li.
Li Yingdao had already composed himself, but he struggled to respond to everyone's greetings. In his previous life as a stereotypical shut-in, he had never been the focus of such collective concern. Finally, Long Hua stepped forward, extending his hand to greet Li Yingdao. Comrade Li, on behalf of China, I thank you for your dedication.
Li Yingdao trembled. On behalf of China.
These words weren't something just anyone could utter, or even dare to utter. Li Yingdao began to suspect the identity of the elderly man before him. A former operative, he had executed numerous high-risk missions and emerged unscathed each time.
Back when the National Fortune Arena had yet to descend, China and the United States faced off in the South China Sea. It was this very elder who insisted on not ceding an inch of territory. Now, with the National Fortune Arena in place, each nation was granted one representative. And China's representative was none other than Long Hua. Li Yingdao rose, his expression solemn. Every citizen bears responsibility for the nation's rise or fall. This is simply my duty.
Additionally, Elder Long, I have critical intelligence to report. As he spoke, Li Yingdao glanced around, appearing to have something difficult to say. Noticing this, Long Hua exchanged a glance with Shen Songsheng. Shen Songsheng immediately understood and led the academy members out of the room. Soon, only Long Hua and Gu Yan remained in the room with Li Yingdao.
Li Yingdao. Nice name. From now on, we'll just call you Yingdao. Long Hua said with an air of familiarity, instantly breaking the ice between them.
Beside him, Gu Yan wore a kindly expression.
Li Yingdao blushed with embarrassment. Master Long, Master Gu, you hold me in too high an esteem. Long and Gu laughed heartily before continuing. This hospital maintains strict confidentiality. Yingdao, you can speak freely. Chapter 18, The Next Arena Battle.
After carefully choosing his words, Li Yingdao spoke up, Master Long, Master Gu.
Has there ever been any instance where a deity actively communicated with a divine cardmaster? Li Yingdao asked this to confirm one thing. Did other deities, like the True Lord, proactively explain the arena's unknown rules to divine cardmasters?
When Hades urged Wonner to surrender, Li Yingdao had observed everyone's reactions. Beyond shock, many also wore puzzled expressions. That confusion seemed rooted in astonishment that a deity would actually speak to a divine cardmaster.
Faced with this question, Long Hua shook his head and gave a definitive answer. No.
In previous tournaments, regardless of the summoned deity's rank, such an occurrence has never happened before. Today marks the first time Hades of Greece has spoken. Li Yingdao felt completely relieved. Then came sheer elation. This meant the other god cardmasters were still unaware of the hidden rules of the one-on-one arena. Consider this, when a deity cardmaster from another nation faced defeat, they might refuse to surrender before the watching crowd of international masters due to various psychological factors. It wasn't a matter of life and death, but merely national fortune points. Why surrender?
That would be an embarrassment to their nation.
But when they step onto the real arena, they'll be horrified to discover the deity's power levels have been reduced.
Under the arena's rules, the deities are fundamentally weakened. In one-on-one arenas, each deity can only be bound once.
Once bound, other god cardmasters can no longer bind them.
This is extremely unfavorable for smaller nations with weaker divine systems.
It completely caps the number of divine cardmasters a nation can field. Only nations with deep-rooted foundations like China, India, Greece, and the Maya can support tens of thousands of divine cardmasters.
This is the advantage of being a prophet. Li Yingdao mused inwardly. Yingdao, why do you ask?
Long Hua was puzzled.
If these were merely such questions, it wouldn't warrant mobilizing others to come out. Li Yingdao couldn't hide his delight as he explained to the two. In one-on-one duels, if a deity perishes, their rank is permanently downgraded.
You both witnessed the scene earlier. While a deity's death causes them to return to their card form, their level is permanently reduced.
Long Hua and Gu Yan exchanged glances. In the regular arena, a god's death is permanent, that god's card will never respawn. So it seems the one-on-one arena offers a significant margin for error. Wait, what did you just say?
Hearing this information for the first time, the two finally registered its implications. The two old men stared intently at each other, but Long Hua was the first to regain his composure. He could already envision the utter despair foreign god cardmasters would feel upon discovering their deities' ranks had been downgraded in the real arena. Bureau Chief Long, Bureau Chief Gu, my suggestion is, do not make this information public.
Keep it circulating only within a small circle. And those who know must be utterly trustworthy. That makes sense.
This rule will inevitably be discovered by divine cardmasters from other nations. What we must do is leverage this rule effectively before they do, thus building an advantage for the real arena. Li Yingdao deeply agreed with Gu Yan's words. As the deputy director of the National Fortune Bureau, his insight was truly remarkable.
Yingdao, how did you uncover this rule? Long Hua suddenly asked. The true lord told me. Li Yingdao admitted frankly.
Even before the arena battle concluded, he had already prepared his response. He had even prepared an answer for the question of how he came to know the divine message.
Don't ask. If you do, just say the deity appeared in a dream.
If you don't believe me, go confront the true lord yourself. Seeing that Long and Gu didn't ask this question, Li Yingdao felt a hint of disappointment. Receiving this reply, Long and Gu exchanged glances, both seeing astonishment in each other's eyes. That a deity would proactively reveal the arena rules to a divine cardmaster seemed too bizarre to be true.
Old dragon, to whom exactly do you plan to disclose this information? Li Ying changed the subject.
The scope must be carefully controlled. If too few people know, it won't build an advantage.
But if too many knew, there was a risk of leaks. Long Hua made his decision and said to Gu Yan, Old Gu, I think it's about time, right? Gu Yan smiled. Indeed, it's about time.
Li Yingdao was baffled.
What was about right? Yingdao, come with me. Li Yingdao could only follow Long and Gu out of the hospital with lingering confusion, getting into the car.
In the heart of the capital city, before a museum-like structure.
At first, Li Yingdao didn't recognize the place until they drew closer.
This was the National Fortune Administration.
The supreme authority established by Huaxia to oversee the National Fortune Arena.
Inside the National Fortune Administration, Shen Songsheng and the others had been waiting for quite some time.
Why are Principal Shen and Gu Sisi here too? Li Yingdao's suspicions deepened.
After taking their seats, Long Hua explained the rules to the group.
Li Yingdao glanced around.
Besides Long and Gu, only Shen Songsheng, Gu Sisi, Xin Baisheng, and Ding Yanan were present. Long Hua stated plainly that this news had come from Li Yingdao himself, then proceeded to analyze the pros and cons for everyone. Shen Songsheng and the others looked at Li Yingdao with excitement, their eyes fixed on him as if he were a rare treasure.
Brotherly, you truly are a blessing for China.
Ever since Li Yingdao stepped onto the field, everything has changed.
Li Yingdao nodded modestly, it's only natural, only natural.
Then he shifted gears and dropped another bombshell.
Actually, I have some intelligence regarding affinity.
In the future, everyone should participate in more one-on-one tournaments. Winning them can increase your affinity with the deities. Li Yingdao had intended to share this news only with Long Gu and Long Hu, but seeing everyone present and Long Hua showing no inclination to keep it secret, he decided to tell them all at once.
What's the use of compatibility?
Gu Sisi asked. She had learned about affinity when binding Chang'e, but having never fought another person, she hadn't grasped this particular piece of information.
It grants access to the deity's power. The higher your affinity, the greater the divine power you gain and the stronger you become as a god cardmaster.
Li Yingdao delivered the words of the true lord with dramatic flair, relaying them exactly as he had heard them.
The conference hall fell silent at first, then erupted in a roar. Less than 10 people generated a decibel level that would normally require 100.
Seeing everyone react exactly as he had upon first hearing this news, Li Yingdao nodded with satisfaction.
This was like sharing juicy gossip, you just had to spread it, right? Besides, this news couldn't be concealed anyway. A divine cardmaster could uncover the Xuanji with just one one-on-one duel in the arena.
After a long moment, the crowd finally began to accept the reality.
This is just two. Xin Baisheng trailed off, at a loss for words. It's so satisfying. Ding Yanran picked up the thread. Thud. 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 Long Hua tapped the table. Now let's discuss how to prepare for next week's regular tournament. Li Yingdao's eyes lit up.
He shared this with everyone precisely because strength lies in numbers to devise strategies for the regular tournament. One-on-one matches might be great, but they only brought personal gains. They were merely training grounds for divine cardmasters. The regular arena, however, was the main event that determined the nation's fate. At the same time, Li Yingdao felt somewhat puzzled. This was a matter of national survival. Calling the headmaster, Shen Songsheng, to a meeting was understandable. But why summon us a group of divine cardmasters who'd weathered the nation's most desperate battles? Chapter 19, The world is a grand improvised theater. Long Hua turned to Gu Yan, who activated the large screen. The screen displayed a decade's worth of opponents China had faced in the regular season. Vikings, Kimchi, Cherry Blossoms, Star River, Emerald, Indus. Why are they all China's neighboring countries? Li Yingdao's eyes flashed with confusion. Xinghan and Vikings to the north. Emerald to the south, Indian to the west. And to the east, Kimchi and Cherry Blossom. China rarely faced nations so geographically distant in the regular season. Sisi, you explain it. Gu Yan said with a smile to Gu Sisi. Got it. Gu Sisi nodded obediently and walked to the screen. Everyone, based on analysis, the monthly regular tournament matches are typically between two countries that are either close or adjacent to each other. This isn't unique to our nation, it holds true for Greece and Europe, as well as the beautiful nations of the Americas like Maya and others. Li Yingdao clasped his hands together, silently nodding in agreement. This was the proper attitude a nation should have toward the national fortune arena.
It wasn't self-praise, but rather a realization that when you genuinely commit to something or dedicate yourself to a profession, you come to understand. This world is nothing but a grand amateur production. Back then, when Prime Minister Naski of the three nations prematurely disclosed his contestants' information, it was essentially handing China an opportunity to respond. While confidence in their own capabilities played a part, it was mostly sheer foolishness. Similarly, back when the President of the United States, Trump, even publicly made a statement proposing a shocking suggestion. He suggested that all competing nations voluntarily concede defeat. If two nations faced off, both would concede defeat. The decision would be left to the ring to determine the outcome. However, no nation was foolish enough to actually do this. Over the past decade, among the opponents our nation has faced, we have encountered the Three Nations 20 times, the Star Han Nation 12 times, and the Emerald Nation 18 times. Among these, Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation have appeared most frequently, totaling 60 times combined. The remaining 10 times were against other nations. The arena never pits two nations against each other consecutively, so the three nations can be ruled out. The Star Han Kingdom has clashed with the Kimchi Kingdom, and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom has fought the Emerald Kingdom. Li Yingdao felt his head spinning. He was never good at academics, and this felt like sitting through another lecture. Seeing the lack of interest, Guyan said, "Sisi, just tell us the result." Gu Sisi flushed slightly. "Sorry, I just can't help analyzing things. The result is this: we can confirm our nation's opponent next week is Kimchi Nation." Li Yingdao instinctively looked northeast, surprised. He gazed toward that nation notorious for plagiarizing Chinese culture and constantly proclaiming itself the world's greatest. The Kimchi Nation is still alive? This nation couldn't even steal properly evident from their national flag alone. Cherry Blossom Nation, however, steals with finesse, establishing its global standing through artful appropriation. Beneath the mighty nations like Greece and the Maya, there lies the land of cherry blossoms. Let them live. When the time comes, we'll deal with both cherry blossoms and kimchi together. Absorbing these two nations would be like bringing them back to their ancestral roots. But soon, another problem surfaced in Li Yingdao's mind. The arena battles were random, with no designated cards. He couldn't participate. When the designated card master was chosen, it wouldn't be him. After all, China had the world's largest pool of cardmasters, over 200,000 of them. Who could rival them, with the only comparable nation being the lizard-loving Third Kingdom? The designated card had two functions. One was to select a domestic divine cardmaster to enter the arena. The other was to designate a divine cardmaster from the challenging nation to enter the arena. However, the latter requires a challenge card to be used in conjunction. Back then, the Three Kingdoms strategy involved pairing two cards to challenge Huaxia's strongest cardmaster at the time, Gu Sisi. All we can do now is hope to acquire the designated card within the next week. Li Yingdao felt uncertain. He had no idea how many points the designated card would cost in the National Fortune Shop. If it was too expensive, a week wouldn't be nearly enough time. He'd only earned a few points from battling one heir. As for relying on luck to draw it, Li Yingdao instinctively dismissed that option. Entrusting matters of national importance to luck was simply too reckless. The designated card issue isn't difficult to resolve. At these words, all eyes turned to Long Hua. For designated cards used at the national level, once issued, their usage rights belong to the responsible authority of that country. Within a week, I will mobilize all divine cardmasters nationwide, encouraging them to exchange for designated cards. If that proves impossible, then all divine cardmasters will collectively draw for them. I refuse to believe that with all the divine cardmasters in China, we couldn't draw a single designated card. Li Yingdao finally felt reassured. If China's numerous divine cardmasters couldn't draw one, then other nations wouldn't stand a chance either. I must also accelerate my efforts. Within this week, I will strive to maximize my affinity and acquire powerful support cards. With the grand strategy set, everyone visibly relaxed. Once we have the designated card, we'll assign brotherly to the field. What's there to fear from Korea then? Xin Baisheng declared optimistically. And what about Sister Gu? She's AB-rank divine cardmaster now, ranked 17th. Ding Yanran retorted indignantly. Thud. 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 Long Hua tapped the table again, cutting off their conversation. He stood up and pulled out a stack of red-headed documents. The others rose as well upon seeing this. Long Hua's expression was stern, commanding respect without anger. His military uniform gave him an air of authority. In my capacity as the chief administrator of the Huaxia National Fortune Arena, I hereby appoint Li Yingdao and Gu Sisi as core divine cardmasters of Huaxia. The national fortune points you have earned need not be drawn. Use them all to acquire suitable support cards for the arena battles. For any daily needs, feel free to request them. The nation will spare no effort to fulfill them. Xin Baisheng and Ding Yanan are appointed as reserve candidates, serving as substitutes for Li and Gu. This initiative aims to cultivate divine cardmasters capable of representing China in long-term combat engagements. Project codename, Son of Heaven. Project Director, Long Hua.
As Long Hua's voice faded, the conference hall fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Gu Sisi managed to keep her composure, but Qin Baisheng and Ding Yanan were overcome with excitement. Representing the nation in battle was already an immense honor, something worth boasting about for a lifetime. To now represent the nation long-term? Unbelievable. Only then did Li Yingdao understand what his parents had meant by almost back at the hospital. So that's what they meant. Gu Yan cleared his throat and added, the introduction of one-on-one tournaments gives us hope for stable appearances by divine card masters. Rather than trying to improve the skills of hundreds of thousands of divine card masters, it's better to focus our efforts on cultivating core talent. For you, this mission is not merely about honor, it's about responsibility and duty. Your mission is to guard the nation's gate. Understood, the four replied in unison. Of course, the nation's overall education efforts will continue. Any outstanding divine card masters who emerge later will also be incorporated into this plan. Li Yingdao wholeheartedly endorsed this initiative. Serving the nation was the dream of every Chinese person. Needless to say, both he and Gu Sisi were renowned divine card masters, with him holding the top spot on the rankings. Qin Baisheng and Ding Yanan had also fought on the death arena stage. Though currently only ranked D class, given time, they would inevitably climb to the top of the rankings. Looks like I'll have my hands full from now on, Li Yingdao remarked with a smile. Chapter 20, Promoting Deities, Building Temples. Greece, Athens. This ancient and solemn city held unimaginable divine foundations. It was precisely this profound divine heritage that enabled Greece to sweep across Europe, establishing itself as an undisputed world power. Squeak! The heavy steel door swung open. Winner, do you know your mistake? The Greek Prime Minister asked coldly. Wrong? What have I done wrong? Winner shot his Prime Minister a look of utter contempt, his expression screaming, who cares? The Greek Prime Minister was both furious and helpless. One heir had dared to challenge Li Yingdao on his own initiative. Had he won, it might have been forgiven, but he had lost. Losing was one thing, but what truly shocked him was one heir openly cursing Hades. Despite his dissatisfaction, the Greek Prime Minister had to accommodate one heir. He imposed no substantive punishment. After all, he was an S-class god card master, the face of the organization. The arena still needed him to step up. Have you investigated? Why did Hades demand my surrender? Are there hidden rules? The Greek Prime Minister suppressed his anger as he faced Winner's questions. The one-on-one arena has only been active for less than a day. How could we possibly know that quickly? Then you may leave. I'm heading to the arena. You. Before the Greek Prime Minister could speak, Winner's physical form had already entered the arena. Since Hades can't be relied upon, I'll place my hopes in other gods. The Greek gods are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Why put all my eggs in one basket? Winner thought to himself. Yingdao, what do you think? Gu Yan pointed toward the construction site. A temple had already taken shape. According to the plan, it would enshrine the second lord, the manifested true lord. Its sculptures, portraits, and biographical displays were all replicas based on the true lord summoned by Li Yingdao in the arena. Master Gu, it's absolutely perfect. Li Yingdao nodded with satisfaction. The nickname China's infrastructure madman wasn't just for show. Within less than a day, temples of various styles sprang up across the nation. Some were dedicated to venerating the deities Li Yingdao had summoned in the arena, such as Neza and Guan Shangdai. The rest were reserved for future deities. This brings us one step closer to resolving the of civilization. Within the National Fortune Bureau, Gu Sisi, Qin Baisheng, and Ding Yanan were fully prepared, awaiting Li Yingdao's inspection of the temple. The conference room doors swung open. Brotherly, how did it go? Qin Baisheng asked, his voice tinged with impatience. He and Ding Yanan still hadn't bonded with any deities. It wasn't that they didn't recognize any of the newly spawned deities. Instead, they sought to bind more powerful deities to elevate their baseline strength for future arena battles. Don't worry, there's one more thing. Li Yingdao waved his hand and handed Long Hua a stack of papers. Yingdao, what's this? Long Hua scanned the contents, which were filled with deities he had never heard of. Elder Long, this is my compendium of Huaxia deities. Time was limited, so I only covered a small portion. I'll gradually add more later. Without hesitation, Long Hua bowed deeply to Li Yingdao. Yingdao, thank you. Li Yingdao startled and quickly stepped aside. He couldn't possibly accept such a gift. Master Long, this is my duty. There's no need for such formalities. Li Yingdao helped Long Hua to his feet. No. You deserve it. Long Hua's eyes reddened slightly, his voice nearly breaking. Though they lacked the concept of a civilization's demise, a decade had revealed many clues. China's 5,000 years of history stand unmatched globally. Whether in cultural depth or historical richness, no other nation could compare. Yet, strangely enough, in terms of divine beings, China lagged behind other nations, even some smaller ones. Long Hua sought the reason, yet searched in vain. Now, the answer was laid directly before him. How could he not be thrilled? Master Long, I've currently written about the 10 kings of hell, the North Star deity, the 28 lunar mansions, and other deities.
Let's try promoting it first.
It wasn't that Li Yingdao was unwilling to complete them all at once, but rather that with deities, mere knowledge wasn't enough, one had to truly believe in them from the heart.
Back on the one-on-one arena, if Li Yingdao had merely mimicked summoning the True Lord,
the True Lord certainly wouldn't have revealed the arena's rules to him. Moreover, with so many deities in Huaxia, from Pangu's creation of the world, to the conflict between the demon court and the immortal court, and even the great war between wizards and demons. Then came Nuwa's creation of humanity, the three purities attaining sainthood, and the dawn of the Sage era. Ultimately, humanity rose to prominence, with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors leading the human race to greatness. This sequence of events led to the subsequent War of the Immortals, Journey to the West, and other legendary sagas.
In terms of chronology, the War of the Gods corresponds to the earliest origins of Chinese history, specifically the Shang and Zhou dynasties.
The Journey to the West, however, is set during the Tang dynasty.
How many gods and immortals exist from the highest to the lowest?
Li Yingdao would have to write and describe each one individually. He'd work himself to death.
Enough.
Long Hua held the paper as if cradling a priceless treasure. Li Yingdao's descriptions of these deities were well researched. Before the Battle of the Gods, Huaxia was still an agrarian civilization far removed from the present. Asking modern people to recognize deities like Pangu, Nuwa, and Hongjun, they'd only think Li Yingdao was spouting nonsense.
Deities like the 10 kings of hell and the 28 constellations emerged much later.
Historical records and artifacts contain traces of them, making their comprehension not overly difficult. In short, Li Yingdao's compendium of deities is perfectly tailored for the sensibilities of modern Chinese children. Dragon Bureau, I'll go now to help Qin Baisheng and Ding Yanan refine their cards, adding 2 more mighty generals to our Huaxia forces. Long Hua remained silent, utterly absorbed in the paper before him.
Li Yingdao sighed wryly and motioned for the 3 to enter the arena square.
The moment they entered the arena, the crowd scattered.
That powerhouse who took down Wen Er. Things are heating up, let's get out of here.
Heard Wen Er challenged him without authorization.
Got punished by Greek higher-ups the moment he got back.
Now only Maya's Zhenan remains.
If Li Yingdao defeats Zhenan next, he'll truly be unrivaled under heaven.
Gu Sisi's phoenix-like eyes sparkled, her long black hair shimmering beautifully under the square's canopy. Mr. Li has certainly made quite a name for himself now.
Ah, it's just empty fame. Li Yingdao said this, but deep down, he was already overjoyed.
In just one day, he had catapulted from a lowly F-rank divine cardmaster to the world's #1.
Such a journey would seem utterly implausible even in a novel.
Brother Li, hurry up and start.
I can't wait any longer. Qin Baisheng urged.
Li Yingdao's purpose for this trip was to help Qin Baisheng and Ding Yanan refine their cards. As for Gu Sisi, she had already perfected and bound her Chang'e card. Mr. Li, please proceed with your work.
I'll go challenge someone.
After saying this, Gu Sisi posted a challenge in the public chat. As the son of heaven, Gu Sisi was acutely aware of her responsibilities. Though she now held a place on the rankings, it was far from enough for her. The 3 watched Gu Sisi depart. Qin Baisheng opened his interface, revealing 5 deity cards. Brother Qin, you've got some luck. You actually managed to draw this deity. Chapter 21, The Heavenly Court's Twin Flowers and Crimson Rod. Among Qin Baisheng's 5 cards, the first on the left was the Sun God, one of the Underworld's ghost officers, ranking equal to the Black and White Impermanence. The second from the left was the Thunder God, the celestial deity who commanded thunder and lightning. His power reached the level of a heavenly immortal, just below the De Luo and Tai Golden Immortals. The 2 on the right were ordinary demons and spirits. One was the ancient tree spirit, the willow camphor tree, and the other was the unicorn ghost, the mountain demon. Their power is so insignificant that even a single stream of urine from the celestial hound could drown them. Li Yingdao focused his attention on the figure in the center. Brother Li, aside from the 2 deities on the right, I don't recognize the other 3.
Tell me about them. The one in the middle is quite significant.
How so? One of the 3 great rebels of heaven, the great god of the 3 altars and sea assembly Neza.
Ignore the other 2 for now. I'll teach you about them later. For now, follow my instructions to complete this.
Qin Baisheng listened intently, his expression solemn. This was the first time Qin Baisheng had ever heard the term renegade applied to deities. Neza, 3rd son of the tower bearing heavenly king Li Jing.
His elder brothers are Muza and Jinjia,
a disciple of the great unity immortal. The 3 realms refer to heaven, earth, and water. That is, the military authority over the sea, sky, and land. In the past, Neza caused chaos in the sea and killed the Dragon King's 3rd prince, Aobing. This provoked the Dragon King to flood Chentang Pass, forcing Neza to have his bones removed to return to his father and his flesh cut away to return to his mother. Later, Tai Jinren used lotus roots and stems to reshape his true form. His divine treasures include the heaven and earth rings, the wind and fire wheels, the heaven-shaking brocade, the fire-pointed spear, the 9-dragon divine fire cover, the golden brick, and the yin-yang twin swords. His supernatural abilities include 3 heads and 6 arms.
Li Yingdao narrated as Qin Baisheng transcribed. Bound divine being, Neza. A notification flashed on the arena platform, and Qin Baisheng's face lit up with delight. Thank you, Brother Li. Who would have thought we'd have such a decisive and resolute deity? After learning of Neza's deeds, Qin Baisheng knew this was a deity perfectly suited to his tastes. One who faced overwhelming foes in mortal combat, daring to fight even when certain death awaited. One who willingly offered his bones to his father and flesh to his mother. Brother Li, what exactly are the three traitors of heaven? You can ask him yourself. Just remember when you meet Neza, tell him you hate Li Jing the most. Once you say that, I guarantee the great deity Neza will treat you like his own brother. Li Yingdao couldn't help but recall a famous scene from his past life. It was said that the leader of Huaxia Mountain and the boss of Guanzhou Port, the two most powerful figures in the heavenly court, gathered together. The Monkey King declared he would rebel, and Yang Jian agreed. Only Neza objected. Then the Monkey King proposed attacking Li Jing first. Neza instantly manifested 3 heads and 6 arms in approval. Li Yingdao thought it was no exaggeration having Qin Baisheng say this could even strengthen the bond between the divine cardmaster and the deities. Perhaps when the great deity Neza was pleased, he might reveal more secrets, just like the true lord. Qin Baisheng nodded excitedly, rushing off to find someone to challenge. Next, Li Yingdao helped Ding Yanan refine her cards. Her luck wasn't as good as Qin Baisheng's. Among her 5 cards, most were minor deities like city gods and earth spirits. Master Li, how's it going? Seeing Li Yingdao silent, Ding Yanran asked anxiously. Well, the giant gate star god may not be as powerful as the rebel star, but it's still decent. Next, I'll name them, and you refine them. Alright. Li Yingdao pointed to the deity of the woman on the far right and said. The giant gate star god is one of the 7 star gods of the Northern Dipper. Wielding the treasure fan of clear light, she dispels dark forces adorned with 5-colored jeweled ornaments. She harmonizes the 5 elements. His celestial affiliation is with the Tianxian star, governing the hours of Chou and Hai. She presides over averting calamities, warding off evil, and safeguarding health. Bound, Big Dipper star deity star god of the Great Gate. Li Yingdao had just finished binding the card when the arena's notification sounded. 1-on-1 arena match. Mayan Nation S-Rank Divine Cardmaster Zhenan challenges Huaxia Nation B-Rank Divine Cardmaster Gu Sisi. Single elimination format. Arena opens in 10 minutes. 1-on-1 arena. China's D-Class Divine Cardmaster Qin Baisheng challenges Korea's C-Class Divine Cardmaster Park Guchang. Single elimination tournament. The arena opens in 10 minutes. Not every 1-on-1 match receives a notification, only top 100 Divine Cardmasters qualify. As luck would have it, both Gu Sisi and Qin Baisheng's opponents were renowned Divine Cardmasters. Both were stronger than them. Master Li. Sistered Gu and Qin Baisheng. Ding Yanan said timidly. It's fine. They both know the hidden rules. Worst case, we just lose a few national fortune points. Li Yingdao spoke with a calm demeanor, though a hint of anticipation flickered within him. He'd been busy all this time, writing about deities and helping refine things. Wasn't it all to cultivate some teammates and lighten his load? Now, the moment to test the fruits of his labor had arrived. Why don't you go watch Qin Baisheng's arena, Li God? I'll go watch Sister Gu's. Ding Yanran suggested. Let's all go watch Gu Sisi. Li Yingdao promptly ditched Qin Baisheng. Let's be honest, who doesn't love beauty? Why skip watching a stunning beauty fight and instead watch Qin Baisheng battle some traitorous scoundrel? Whoever wants to go ahead. Both parties must agree whether the match will be held in secret. If held in secret, outsiders cannot watch, and the outcome will not be disclosed. I choose public. Gu Sisi declared. She hadn't expected her challenge post to match so quickly. And it was none other than Shernan, the 3rd-ranked S-Class Divine Cardmaster. Wow, Huaxia is something else. Just finished battling Wunner, and now she's going after Zhenan. It would have been better if Li Yingdao had come. Gu Sisi may be on the rankings, but she's only B tier. There's no way she can beat Zhenan. Haha, a battle between 2 beauties, this is something to see. Love it, can't get enough. This time it's different. If you don't initiate the challenge, the arena randomly matches Divine Cardmasters, meaning neither of them expected to be matched against each other. Zhenan possessed a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, yet her beauty defied conventional standards. Her masculine features and resolute jawline radiated a commanding presence. I choose public too. Seeing her opponent go public, Zhenan saw no reason to lag behind. Besides, she was S-rank, while her opponent was merely B-rank. There was no reason to lose. Li Yingdao approached the spectator seats and spotted the figures of 2 elderly men. Elder Long, Elder Gu. Sure enough, neither of them had gone to watch Qin Baisheng's battle. Ah, it's Yingdao. Long Hua gestured for Li Yingdao to sit down. As the head of Huaxia, he naturally enjoyed special privileges. VIP seats allowed him to watch the match without the crush of the crowd. Yingdao, what's your take on this fight? Gu Yan asked, his voice tinged with nervousness. In truth, Gu Sisi was his granddaughter. It depends on which deity Zhenan summons. Chang'e is powerful, but she's not strong enough to sweep aside every foreign deity. Li Yingdao answered honestly, then reassured him. Rest assured, old Gu. This is merely a one-on-one duel. Even if she loses, it'll only cost us a few national fortune points. That said, Li Yingdao still hoped Gu Sisi would win. Go, Sister Gu. Ding Yanran shouted. If Li Yingdao could defeat an A-rank opponent as an F-rank, then our Gu Sisi can defeat an S-rank as a B-rank. Go, goddess. Summon that Chang'e goddess again.
With Maya's divine cardmasters being few and far between, the field was soon filled with the cheers of China's divine cardmasters. Facing the 7 newly revealed cards, Gu Sisi didn't even glance at them. She directly selected the deity bound to her, Chang'e. In the one-on-one arena, voices weren't blocked and speech automatically transformed into understandable language. Zhenan heard the thunderous roar of the crowd, all cheering for her opponent. Yet her fighting spirit remained unshaken. Welcome, Moon Goddess Ishachir. Qin Baishang stared blankly at the stands filled with kimchi-loving cardmasters. What the hell? Where's the person? Across the stage, Park Guk-chang made his entrance amid cheers. Park Guk-chang was hideously ugly, with a mouthful of buck teeth. Seeing his opponent standing there all alone, he couldn't resist taunting. Kid, looks like you're not exactly popular back home. How about this? After this match, why not switch allegiances and join our Kimchi Nation? Park Guk-chang's attempt to poach talent drew laughter from the Kimchi Nation's top cardmasters. Yeah. Come to our invincible Kimchi Nation. Come today, and tomorrow you'll be an S-class divine cardmaster. Don't you want to trample Li Yingdao and Gu Sisi under your feet? Are you truly content to be overshadowed by them? Faced with the temptation, Qin Baishang silently lowered his head, as if genuinely contemplating the offer. I was just bluffing. Did it actually work? Park Guk-chang beamed with delight, adding embellishments. Come to our kimchi country, and I guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and glory, no questions asked. Ever heard of a conglomerate? Come here, and you become the conglomerate. Park Guk-chang grew increasingly extravagant in his promises, as if he were offering Qin Baishang the entire Kimchi Nation. If I can really lure him over, it'll definitely make Jin Siya notice me more. Had ha. Seeing Qin Baishang lift his head, Park Guk-chang exclaimed excitedly, what do you think? Qin Baishang flashed a devilish grin, the corner of his mouth curling wildly upward. Me. Chapter 22, Chang'e versus the Moon Goddess. Looks like both deities are connected to the moon. Could it be that the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple, leaving family members unable to recognize each other? What nonsense are you spouting? One's from South America, the other from Asia, they're worlds apart. How could they possibly be related? What should I do? No matter who loses, it'll break my heart. Both are goddess-level figures. Which one should I choose as my girlfriend? Everyone repeat after me, it's time for fantasy hour. The familiar osmanthus tree appeared once more, its fragrance filling the air. Gu Sisi gazed longingly at the radiant, familiar figure. Chang'e turned gracefully, offering a gentle smile. Young lady, we meet again. Gu Sisi's dimpled cheeks flushed as she nodded excitedly. Old dragon, did you see that? Even the deities speak to my granddaughter. Gu Yan frantically shook Long Hua, who quickly changed the subject. Yingdao, what do you think? How likely is it that the great goddess Chang'e will prevail? Li Yingdao pondered briefly. In his previous life, he hadn't confined his studies to Chinese deities alone. He possessed considerable knowledge of other nations' gods as well. He just wasn't as familiar with them as he was with Chinese mythology. Their deity is rather unique in Mayan mythology. In Mayan mythology, there's a pair of deities, the sun god and the moon god. The sun god is Tonatiuh, and the moon goddess is the very Ixchel before us. They were born of necessity. The cycle of day and night completes a single day. The Maya people needed a pair of deities symbolizing the sun and moon. Their yearning, their instinctive gaze upward, gave birth to the Maya sun and moon deities. Such deities require no incense or sacrificial offerings. As long as the sun and moon endure, so shall the Maya realm endure. They shall endure, their power ever growing. Finally, Li Yingdao delivered his conclusion. Both sides have a 50-50 chance. Phew, thank goodness, thank goodness. Sisi has a 50% chance of winning. Gu Yan patted his chest, reassuring himself. Zhenan bowed respectfully, greetings, moon goddess. Ishachir, also appearing as a woman, stood tall in a striking Maya-inspired animal skin robe that made a powerful visual impact. Chang'e's delicate nose twitched as she detected a familiar scent emanating from her opponent. Chang'e of Huaxia, I humbly request your guidance. Chang'e gave a slight bow, returning the courtesy. Ixchel responded in kind with a Mayan salute. Ixchel, moon goddess of the Maya. The words had barely left her lips when, in the next instant, the entire arena was flooded with moonlight. Light. Light everywhere. Ah. My eyes. Am I going blind? 3 days of sight? Sounds intriguing. Could you give us a heads up next time? Don't accidentally hurt the audience. Gu Sisi forced her eyes open against the glare, 3 cards poised in her hand. The Huaxia team had already shared intelligence earlier. Gu Sisi suspected that Jinan would have at least one S-rank card in hand.
During Li Yingdao and When Air's battle, Gu Sisi had deeply understood the importance of S-rank cards. Each time, it had turned the tide of battle, turning defeat into victory. So that's how lunar power can be used. I've learned something new.
Chang'e gently waved her Kasha moonlight fan, and the moonlight filling the arena was swept away like sand in the wind.
The arena returned to normal.
Seeing her moonlight effortlessly dispersed and even beyond her control, Ishechel asked curiously.
How did you manage that? Just treat the moonlight as a friend. Feel their emotions and put yourself in their place.
Chang'e extended her jade-like hand, flipped her wrist, and a cluster of moonlight appeared in her palm.
It transformed into a child one moment, a fan the next. As light as cotton candy.
Ishiel's heart stirred with desire. She had never wielded moonlight in such a manner before. Before this, she had always relied on divine power to forcefully command the moonlight.
Ishichur mimicked Chang'e's movements, gathering moonlight in her palm.
Yet no matter how she manipulated it, the moonlight remained utterly unresponsive.
Why can't I do it?
The moonlight in my hands feels like lifeless matter. For a moment, both sides seemed to forget this was a stage meant to decide a winner. The crowd collectively froze in place. Seriously, guys, is this right? In previous battles, every deity fought with life or death intensity.
Why did things get so twisted when it came to you two?
Gu Sisi remained completely unfazed. She had long idolized Chang'e. Whatever her idol did was right. Zhenan, however, looked anxious. His lips moved several times, but he couldn't find the words to signal to Ishtar. After all, she was the face of the Maya nation. Wonder's public rebuke of Hades had already spread worldwide. Zhenan took that as a cautionary tale, but now her own deity was publicly seeking guidance from another nation's god. Wasn't that equally embarrassing? Facing Ishtar's question, Chang'e sighed softly, a flicker of sadness passing through her eyes. She had remained in the Moon Palace far too long. Her companions were only the Kasha tree and the jade rabbit. And the boundless moonlight. Over thousands of years, she had grown accustomed to embracing the moon as she slept. And thus, her divine power to command the moonlight was born.
What? Can't you tell me? Ishichur asked curiously, genuinely eager to learn.
Ever since Iskier's birth, she had possessed an intense curiosity about everything around her. She had no need for human offerings or worship, so she devoted herself entirely to studying the power of the moon. This pursuit had granted her S-rank power. Now, another deity had mastered the power of the moon just like her and with even greater skill.
She couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Chang'e glanced back at Gu Sisi, fully aware that the arena demanded a victor.
Yet she truly disliked combat and could not bear to see the young girl before her taste defeat. I will teach you the secrets of mastering moonlight.
In exchange, you surrender to me willingly. What do you say?
Ishichur was overcome with hesitation.
Zhenan, hearing this, grew frantic and cried out. Absolutely not. Moon goddess, this is the arena.
A place where victory must be decided. All eyes turned to Ishichur, waiting to see how she would decide.
I'm sorry.
Though I truly wish to learn, I cannot accept defeat.
Ishichur made her choice.
Curiosity stirred within her, but her thirst for battle was stronger. Chang'e was unsurprised, merely sighing.
Then you and I shall fight it out.
So be it. With that, Ishichur raised both hands high, as if hauling a heavy weight.
All eyes looked up. It was night. Countless brilliant stars shimmered on the horizon, growing larger and larger until they coalesced into a fiery orb hurtling straight toward the arena. Meteor shower. Make a wish. What the hell kind of meteor shower is this? It's a technique of the Mayan gods.
Ishichur roared, go. Under her command, the meteors seemed to gain sentience, locking onto Chang'e one after another. Chang'e, witnessing this, felt a surge of fighting spirit. She too wanted to see which of the two practitioners of the moon path would prove stronger.
Let osmanthus sprout from the lunar soil. Chang'e scattered countless osmanthus seeds.
Within mere breaths, the seeds took root and sprouted, transforming into a vast forest of osmanthus trees.
The branches of the forest stretched out, shielding Chang'e from every meteorite.
True to their lunar origins, both deities immediately engaged in a contest centered around the moon.
Ishichur chose a brutal, forceful approach, violently summoning meteorites from the moon.
Chang'e, however, harnessed the lunar soil to cultivate Kasha trees, using them to fend off the onslaught.
It appears that as long as neither side uses support cards, this battle will likely end in a stalemate. Li Yingdao concluded.
After all, this was a one-on-one duel, and neither combatant was that madman When Air. They wouldn't waste their cards on this lightly. I wonder how Qin Baisheng is faring over there. Should we go check? Li Yingdao dismissed the thought and focused on the present.
Old Qin, don't blame me for being disloyal. Chang'e is just too damn beautiful.
Meanwhile, Qin Baisheng was facing a barrage of verbal attacks from Korea's top card players.
Damn it. Park Guk-chang, show him what you're made of.
Yeah.
Don't lose face. Park Guk-chang was boiling with rage, fumes practically coming out of his ears.
The seven-star god will teach you the harshest lesson. Amidst the torrent of curses, Qin Baisheng prayed silently.
Grandpa Neza, you gotta back me up here.
Kimchi Nation Park Guk-chang card, 7-star god.
Xin Baisheng card, 3 Vessel Sea Assembly Great God Neza. Chapter 23, I'm the Lotus Root Spirit, you're the real Neza. 7-star God. 7-star God. 7-star God.
The divine cards of the Kimchi nation chanted in unison.
Under the gaze of all, the cards transformed into 7 stars.
The stars converged, and the 7-star god emerged clad in black robes, wielding a broadsword, with starlight glinting upon his garments. Xin Baisheng, upon seeing the 7-star god's form, recalled Li Yingdao's compendium of deities. A murmur stirred within his heart. How is this so similar to Brother Li's description of the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper?
Could deities be stolen too? The 7-star god surveyed the arena, nose in the air, his voice arrogant, where is my foe? Whoosh!
Neza, riding his wind firewheels, spear in hand, cloaked in the heaven-shaking robe, instantly materialized before Xin Baisheng.
Did you summon me? Xin Baisheng jumped in surprise.
Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was none other than one of the 3 rebels of heaven, Neza.
It was I. Xin Baisheng stammered, trembling. This was his first time summoning a deity. Neza's legendary exploits filled him with both profound admiration and dread. For a moment, he stammered nervously. Why do I sense the aura of that 3-eyed creature on you? 3-eyed brat?
Xin Baisheng froze, his mind instantly flashing to Li Yingdao's bound deity, the second prince of heaven.
It's brotherly, he bound the deity. What the hell is that?
Neza frowned, his fire-tipped spear closing in on Xin Baisheng.
You call yourself a worthy opponent for this deity?
The 7-star god looked down on the childlike figure of Neza, whose body was adorned with strange weapons.
Neza ignored him completely, not even turning his head. How dare you?
To ignore this god? The 7-star god roared with fury, charging at Neza with his blade raised.
Great god Neza, beware! Xin Baisheng warned. Whoosh!
A flash of fire erupted as the fire-tipped spear shot forth on its own, instantly slaying the 7-star god with a single strike.
What did you just say? Xin Baisheng was stunned. The 7-star god summoned by a C-rank god card master had been taken out in an instant?
The Korean divine card master, still caught up in cheering, hadn't even processed what had just happened.
What's going on? Where's our 7-star god? Looks like it's gone. You've got to be kidding me. 1-on-1 arena. China's D-rank divine card master Xin Baisheng versus Korea's C-rank divine card master Park Guk-chang. Xin Baisheng of Huaxia wins.
The Korean crowd fell silent.
Park Guk-chang was speechless. I don't have much time. Speak up.
Neza urged, jabbing Xin Baisheng's chin with his fire-tipped spear. There's a man named Li Yingdao who's bound to a deity called the Second Lord, the manifested Holy Lord.
I've had contact with Li Yingdao. So? Xin Baisheng promptly ratted out Li Yingdao. Oh, I see. Why didn't you say so earlier?
Neza sheathed his fire-tipped spear, preparing to return to card form. Only then did Xin Baisheng remember the matter at hand. Summoning his courage, he shouted.
Great God Neza! Neza turned, glaring at him impatiently. His eyes seemed to say, you better have something important to say.
Xin Baisheng swallowed hard, then blurted out his words in a rush, spilling them like beans from a bamboo tube.
I, Xin Baisheng, hate Li Jing more than anything in this life. If I ever catch Li Jing, I'll fight him to the death.
From now on, anyone who dares to worship Li Jing is declaring war on me, Xin Baisheng. Great God Neza, may the sun and moon bear witness to my words. After speaking, Xin Baisheng glanced uneasily at Neza. Long before this, people had speculated that the relationship between a divine card master and their bound deity also influenced their compatibility. The more familiar a divine card master was with their own deity, the better their relationship and the higher their compatibility would be. If that were true, Xin Baisheng now faced 2 possible paths. 1, he had struck a chord with Neza, who now recognized him. Their compatibility would soar from here on out. 2, he had spoken out of turn. In the upcoming arena battles, Neza might outright refuse to fight. A deity refusing combat, such a thing might seem unthinkable for others. But as a rebel, Neza is entirely capable of such a move. Upon hearing this, Neza's face lit up with joy. His smile was brighter than any flower. Bro, you should have said something sooner. He teleported over and threw his arm around Xin Baisheng's shoulder, the two of them getting as close as could be. No problem, brother. From now on, you're my brother, Neza. Wait, you can call yourself Neza if you want. Xin Baisheng was stunned. He never expected it to actually work. I'm Neza. Who are you? Xin Baisheng asked blankly. Neza shrugged indifferently. I'm the Lotus Root Spirit. Given his Lotus Root reformed body, calling himself a Lotus Root Spirit made perfect sense. Xin Baisheng now wanted to kowtow to Li Yingdao right then and there. This is incredible. Then, Great Lotus Spirit, why are you called one of the 3 traitors of the Celestial Court? Oh, that. Best not to dwell on it. Every man has his moments of glory. High above, the card radiated brilliant light, unleashing an immense gravitational pull. The arena was urging Neza on. Urge my ass. I hit it off with Neza the moment we met. Can't we just catch up? Neza snapped angrily. Finally, Neza patted Qin Baisheng on the shoulder and tore off a piece of the heavenly brocade to give him.
Lotus root god, what's this?
Neza, this is called the heavenly silk.
It obeys your every command.
Next time you meet someone in the mortal world who worships Li Jing, whip them with this thing.
Neza instructed him earnestly. Qin Baisheng nodded like a chick pecking at grain. I'm off. Farewell, great lotus root god.
After the tournament ended, Qin Baisheng held the heaven-shaking brocade, momentarily unsure where to place it.
Stuffing it in his pocket felt like blasphemy. But holding it? A grown man clutching a piece of red cloth? That was simply unbecoming.
Finally, Qin Baisheng simply tied the piece of heaven-shaking brocade around his neck like a red scarf.
Boom! Another meteorite from the heavens was shattered by the osmanthus blossoms fired by Chang'e.
After a fierce battle that lasted a long time, neither side could gain the upper hand.
What a thrill!
Issachar fought with unrestrained vigor.
Though their methods of manipulating lunar power differed, their strength was evenly matched.
Why not each unleash our ultimate techniques to settle this once and for all?
Gu Sisi felt uneasy at the suggestion. After all, this was a one-on-one arena match. While death wouldn't kill a deity, it would permanently lower their rank. Chang.
Before Gu Sisi could finish, Chang'e cut her off.
It matters not. When two worthy opponents meet, there's no reason to spoil the fun. Li Yingdao frowned.
His thoughts mirrored Gu Sisi's. In a one-on-one duel, there was absolutely no need to push things this far. But with both deities insisting, it was hard to argue. Jinan clenched her card, hesitating whether to use it.
Issachar sensed her summoner's hesitation and exclaimed excitedly. Don't use that thing.
Since Lady Chang'e herself declared this a worthy match, I see no reason to rely on external aid. This is a battle between moon goddesses, let us settle this with our own skills. Chang'e gave Gu Sisi a gentle wave of her jade-like hand, clearly expressing the same sentiment. Issachar laughed heartily.
Instantly, boundless moonlight gathered around her, illuminating the entire arena. I am the moon.
Countless meteors plummeted once more, but this time, they were aimed squarely at Ischia herself.
Boom!
The meteors collided, coalescing together.
Issachar laughed as he was engulfed by the meteorites.
From the size of a room at first, to the size of a basketball court.
Finally, it had grown to rival an entire island. All eyes turned to watch as Issachar became a veritable moon.
Chang'e formed seals with her hands, her slender fingers shifting at dazzling speed.
Taiyin, palace of broad coldness.
A cold, ethereal palace shot forth from Chang'e's palm, growing larger and larger. By the time it fully materialized on the arena, it matched Issachar in size.
Come. Let us see who is stronger.
Issachar roared, his voice devoid of any emotion save overwhelming battle intent.
Go!
Chang'e commanded softly, and the vast palace of broad coldness crashed into the moon. All eyes turned skyward as the two colossal structures collided, sending shards of stone flying across the heavens.
Crack! A crack appeared on the moon's surface, multiplying into dozens, hundreds, thousands.
The palace of broad coldness began to shatter, showing signs of disintegration. Chang'e suffered backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
Great goddess Chang'e.
Gu Sisi rushed forward to support her. The full moon plummeted. Cracks spread across Ishtar's body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Having driven the full moon with her own core, she suffered an even greater backlash than Chang'e.
Looks like it's going to be a draw after all.
Li Ying thought to himself as a familiar figure appeared beside him.
Old Qin, what's this?
Long Hua and Gu Yan were also drawn to him, or rather, to the red neckerchief around Qin Baisheng's neck.
Qin Baisheng grinned. This is a gift from the Lotus Root God. Chapter 24, Kimchi Nation launches the tournament early. The Lotus Root God. Yingdao, what kind of deity is that? Long Hua looked utterly bewildered. Li Yingdao zeroed in on the key point. Old Qin, what do you mean a deity gave you this?
The true lord had told him before that divine card masters could obtain divine power, but he hadn't mentioned that deities could actually bestow gifts upon them. Qin Baisheng glanced at the arena, where Chang'e and Issachar remained locked in a stalemate. With a wise smile, he replied. It was the great god Neza. After I followed the method brotherly taught me, the great god Neza tore off a piece of his heavenly robe and gave it to me. He also instructed me to beat up anyone who worships Li Jing.
Long Hua and Gu Yan exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual excitement.
Divine gifts bestowed upon mortals unheard of. Li Yingdao stepped forward to touch the blood-red heavenly brocade. A cool sensation spread across his palm, like the finest silk.
Li Yingdao could even sense a thread of divine power emanating from the cloth. It's a blessing, after all. Li Yingdao said, yet his brow furrowed.
He sensed something was amiss, as if he had overlooked some crucial detail. Divine card masters could enhance their affinity to gain divine combat power. Divine beings could bestow magical artifacts upon divine card masters.
Support cards, in turn, grant divine card masters the ability to participate in combat. Dragon Bureau, did the arena ever mention that divine card masters can battle each other?
Li Yingdao suddenly asked. He sought to verify his suspicion. Long Hua pondered for a moment before replying, indeed, there is no such rule. It merely states that deities may not attack divine card masters. However, during previous tournaments, some divine cardmasters attempted to carry weapons to attack their opponents. They were stopped by the arena itself. Master Long, that was merely an external object. But what if it were the divine card master's own innate abilities? Li Yingdao's eyes flashed with sharp insight, his words carrying hidden meaning. Long Hua paused, doubt in his voice. Yingdao, are you suggesting that from now on, the arena might permit divine card masters to engage in combat? Not might, it will. Otherwise, the arena wouldn't have introduced this compatibility rating system. The crowd was stunned, yet the notion felt increasingly plausible. Ever since his conversation with the True Lord, Li Yingdao had been pondering. Everything happening now was dictated by the rules. What rules? Clearly, it referred to the arena. Li Yingdao had long since figured out the arena's quirks. He spoke only half the truth, leaving the rest for others to guess. For instance, the rule that deities drop in rank after death in one-on-one matches that was revealed to Li Yingdao by the True Lord himself. The arena itself wasn't even mentioned. As for why other rules weren't explicitly stated, only hinted at vaguely. Li Yingdao surmised this was a limitation of the arena itself. If a nation's deities disclosed all rules to their own divine cardmasters beforehand, how could other nations compete? Of course, deities from other nations might also reveal some rules to their own divine cardmasters. My current compatibility is 1%, so I should have gained some of the True Lord's power. Even if it's just a fragment of the True Lord's essence. With this thought, Li Yingdao turned to Shin Sonin, who was responsible for protecting him. Captain Shin, hand me a blade. Shin Sonin hesitated, glancing at Long Hua. The latter nodded. With someone who could even share the divine compendium, Long Hua saw no reason to stop Li Yingdao. Shin Sonin drew a dagger from his calf and handed it to Li Yingdao. Comrade Li, be careful. This blade is very sharp. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The moment Li Yingdao took the dagger, he plunged it into his own left arm. Brother Li. Yingdao. Several people rushed forward in panic, wanting to check the wound. Long Hua lifted Li Yingdao's left arm, only to find he was completely unharmed. This is the power of a divine card master. Li Yingdao said, though doubt stirred within him. It seemed his physique had merely improved, granting him bulletproof resilience. This fell far short of the cultivation path he envisioned. At the very least, he should be able to fly, shouldn't he? I'll give it a try too. Xin Baisheng grabbed the dagger and mimicked Li Yingdao, slashing at his own arm. The result? The heaven-defying brocade shot from his neck, wrapping itself around the dagger still mid-air. This heaven chaos sash can even protect its master. Xin Baisheng exclaimed in delight. Brother Li, you should try it too. Saying this, Xin Baisheng handed the heaven-shaking sash to Li Yingdao. Rise. Li Yingdao took it and gave a light shout. The heaven-shaking brocade showed no reaction whatsoever. Could it be that it still recognizes its master? A sudden thought struck Li Yingdao. He declared, I detest Li Jing most of all. The heaven-shrouding brocade instantly shot up along Li Yingdao's arm, sometimes spiraling through the air, sometimes skimming the ground. Li Yingdao was speechless. So it has a voice password too. It could only be said that this was very much in line with Nez's character. Truly a divine artifact. Long Hua sighed in admiration, feeling more confident about the next tournament. Senior Long, has anyone from our Huaxia faction drawn the designated card? Li Yingdao asked, voicing the concern that had been weighing on his mind. If China could deduce that next week's opponent would be Korea, there was no reason Korea couldn't figure it out too. Moreover, China had been riding a wave of momentum lately. First, they had staged a comeback victory against the A-Triangle nations. Then Li Yingdao defeated Greece's Wonner. Now, Gu Sisi had even managed to draw against Maezhinen. It was inevitable that China's neighboring nations would harbor covetous intentions. Long Hua shook his head. It's still too soon. There isn't a single designated card yet. At that moment, the battle on the stage concluded. One-on-one arena match. Greece's S-Class Divine Card Master Zhenan versus China's B-Class Divine Card Master Gu Sisi. Draw. Chang'e and Isis ultimately chose to negotiate, both voluntarily returning to their card forms. Zhenan and Gu Sisi, maintaining their tacit understanding, refrained from using support cards. Unbelievable. China is simply unstoppable. The next regular season nation facing China is in for a rough time. Hard to say. Neither side used support cards this time, so it's not very meaningful as a reference. The Prime Minister of Kimchi Nation turned ashen-faced. With every increment of China's strength, his heart sank deeper. They had also analyzed that China would be their opponent in a week's time. With China this formidable now, how could they possibly fight? Thankfully, there's still a chance. The Kimchi Nation's Prime Minister muttered to himself before issuing an order. Summon Kim Suk-wol, Young Hong, Cha Taehyun, and Park Guk-chang to see me immediately. After Gu Sisi stepped down, Ding Yanran pointed curiously at her forehead and asked, Sis-gu, why is there a osmanthus flower on your forehead? Everyone looked over to see a delicate osmanthus blossom pattern etched upon Gu Sisi's forehead. The delicate, unassuming orange-yellow hue of the osmanthus blossom added an extra touch of elegance to Gu Sisi's already striking beauty.
The great goddess Chang'e gave it to me. She said it holds a secret mantra. She told me to practice it. Since everyone present was close to her, Gu Sisi didn't hide anything. The group gasped in unison. Another deity had voluntarily bestowed a gift. No way. I thought I was the only one.
Qin Baishang clutched the heaven-shaking brocade, feigning tears.
My granddaughter is simply extraordinary. Gu Yan chuckled.
Li Yingdao also felt delighted. The stronger everyone became, the higher their survival rate on the arena stage.
Still, his mind lingered on the designated card.
Without it, he might as well not step onto the stage.
Open the National Fortune Shop. Purchase cards. Draw cards.
Li Yingdao focused his mind, browsing the card prices. F-grade support cards were quite affordable, such as attribute status cards, increasing allied deities all attributes by 5%.
1 point could buy 3 cards.
For C-grade and higher cards, however, a minimum of 2 or more points was required for purchase. As for S-rank cards, the starting price was over 100 points.
You bastard, wonder.
If you hadn't used up all your cards at once, I wouldn't have had to burn an S-grade card. The more expensive the S-grade card, the more it pained Li Yingdao.
Thankfully, designated cards aren't too pricey, just 10 points each, so they're not too hard to come by.
Li Yingdao estimated he could handle no more than 5 one-on-one matches in a single day before his body gave out. In as little as 2 days, you can obtain a specific card. Finally, there's the card draw. This one's straightforward and simple. 1 point per draw, and you could get any card. Pure luck. Li Yingdao rolled his eyes, not the slightest bit tempted to try.
It's all random in the end. There are thousands of cards ranging from F to S. I'd be damned if I ever pulled one.
The spectator stands were now sparsely populated, and the crowd was preparing to leave the arena.
But the next second, the arena's voice boomed across the globe once more. Kimchi Nation requests an early regular arena match. Kimchi Nation vs China Nation. Type: Dual God Arena. God card masters may battle until one deity perishes. Best of 5 format. Double God Arena eliminates random selection. Both sides must submit their roster. Chapter 25: The Great Heavenly Saint Bull Demon King makes his debut. Aren't there only death matches and regular battles on the arena? How did another type appear?
This makes it way more exciting. Even the divine card masters have to get in on the action. This one-on-one arena has only been here a day, and already so much has happened.
How dare Korea pull this? It's still random. If China's Li Yingdao entered, wouldn't he just slaughter everyone? Guess Korea has some trump card up their sleeve.
Divine card masters worldwide erupted in discussion, with most expressing bewilderment at Korea's tactics. It was clear to anyone with eyes that China was on the rise. And Korea's strongest player, Gu Sisi, is merely an A-rank, no match for Li Yingdao. Who would have thought the National Fortune Arena had this kind of hidden mechanic? And it was Kimchi Nation who discovered it first.
President Matsuo of Sakura Nation expressed surprise at Kimchi Nation's move, yet also felt a sense of relief. Both nations were neighbors, and regardless of who lost, it would be advantageous for Japan. Ha!
When dogs fight, they only tear each other's fur.
You'd better battle to the death. All of Asia will belong to our great Sakura Empire.
India, still reeling from the earthquake, learned of Korea's clash with China.
Prime Minister Noski's face lit up with delight.
Damn China, they'd better be utterly crushed this time. But those kimchi eaters actually managed to get their hands on the rules early.
If they win, we can recruit Korea into the alliance to destroy China.
The Kimchi Nation's prime minister gazed at the 4 individuals before him, pinning all his hopes on them. May the great Tangun bless us for revealing part of the rules in advance.
Your sole objective is to kill your opponents by any means necessary.
Zhong Hong roared with laughter, brimming with confidence. Rest assured, Brother Taehyun's compatibility has reached 100%.
Who among the world's divine card masters could possibly surpass him? Whether China sends Li Yingdao or Gu Sisi into battle, they'll pay with their lives.
Park Guk-chang showed no trace of defeat against Qin Baishang, his nose in the air with an almost mystifying confidence. In my estimation, we'll secure victory in just 3 matches. With his resolve set, the Kimchi Nation Prime Minister submitted their roster to the stage.
Kimchi Nation roster: Kim Suk-wol, Young Hong, Cha Taehyun, Park Guk-chang, Young Ho. China, please submit your roster. Li Yingdao silently gasped, oh no.
Just what he feared had come to pass. What China lacked most now was time to cultivate elite combat forces and address the consequences of its civilization's collapse.
Yet neighboring nations refused to grant this opportunity.
The only silver lining was that the Dual Gods Arena had shifted from random selection to submitted rosters. At least for this round, Huaxia wouldn't have to worry about lacking designated cards.
Elder Long, how do you plan to proceed? Long Hua frowned, feeling the predicament.
Among the Korean candidates, Kim Suk-wol was an A-rank divine cardmaster, while the other 4 comprised 2 B ranks and 2 C ranks. If it were merely a battle between deities, he could easily select all 4 from the Son of Heaven project. But the problem was that the divine card masters themselves would also have to battle each other. No one could predict the level of synergy among the Kimchi Nation's contestants. Yet they dared to initiate the arena battle early, clearly confident in their own divine card masters.
Let me and old Qin take the stage, Li Yingdao proposed.
Sisi just obtained the Heart Sutra and hasn't had time to enhance her strength yet.
Old Qin and I both have decent self-defense skills. We'll handle the enemy just fine.
We just need to pick another high-powered card master. 3 straight wins will crush Korea's hopes of a drawn-out battle. Or I could take the first 2 matches, with old Qin stepping in for the middle one.
Combat prowess. Long Hua thought of someone. Shen Tsungin. Present. You'll be the one to fight. Yes. Shen Tsungin had been appointed by Long Hua to protect Li Yingdao for a reason he was no pushover.
To put it plainly, when it came to bare-handed combat alone, Shen Tsungin was confident he ranked among the top 10 in the nation.
Moreover, he was a D-rank divine card master. Chief Long, I haven't bonded my card yet. Shen Tsungin's face fell.
At that moment, the arena sounded another alert.
China must submit its roster within 5 minutes. Failure to comply will be deemed an automatic forfeit. Li Yingdao snapped, why didn't you say so sooner?
He grabbed Shen Tsungin's shoulders.
Captain Shen, I'll speak you refine it. Shen Tsungin drew 6 cards, one more than Qin Baisheng and Ding Yanan.
Li Yingdao scanned the lineup and immediately zeroed in on the deity wearing a gear-patterned mask. One of the 10 kings of hell, king of the wheel. His true name is Xueli, overseeing reincarnation. He stands as the foremost among the 10 kings of hell, determining the karmic consequences of reincarnation. His divine artifact is the Wheel of Life and Death. Li Yingdao spoke at breakneck speed, leaving Shen Tsungin desperate to transcribe with both hands. Divine being card-bound, king of the Wheel of Reincarnation, lord of the 10 hells.
Upon seeing Shen Tsungin's binding, Long Hua promptly submitted the roster.
Huaxia Nation roster, Li Yingdao, Shen Tsungin, Qin Baisheng, Gu Sisi, Ding Yanran. Thank goodness we made it in time.
Li Yingdao exhaled.
By binding the Wheel King card for Shen Tsungin, he had ensured that the Wheel King would now appear in his own refreshes, significantly raising his baseline.
This also boosted Huaxia's chances of victory.
A colossal arena spanning tens of thousands of square kilometers materialized at the border between Huaxia and Kimchi Nation. The spectator stands were packed to capacity as divine cardmasters worldwide eagerly anticipated the first ever dual god arena match. Previously, divine cardmasters were indistinguishable from ordinary mortals, and the arena prohibited the use of external artifacts. Now, divine cardmasters possessed the power of deities. Though their compatibility had only recently manifested, it was enough to grant them a glimpse of divine prowess.
Kimchi Nation vs China, first match. Both contestants, please take the stage.
Kim Suk-wol, Kimchi A-class divine cardmaster, ranked 10th. In the preparation area, Li Yingdao reviewed his opponent's intel, ready to enter the arena. Qin Baisheng suddenly grabbed Li Yingdao's arm.
Brother Li, bring the heaven-shaking brocade. The one Neza gave you, is it okay for me to bring it?
Li Yingdao wasn't sure if the arena would permit him to bring the heaven-shaking brocade.
It won't hurt to try.
If it works, we'll bring the heaven-shaking brocade to every match. Qin Baisheng said with a carefree shrug.
Li Yingdao nodded.
It was indeed a viable approach. He wrapped the heaven-shaking brocade around his arm. The moment he stepped onto the arena, an irresistible force hurled him backward.
Brother Li. I'm fine.
Li Yingdao stood up, patted his shoulder, and returned the heaven-shaking sash to Qin Baisheng.
It really wasn't enough. Li Yingdao felt no surprise.
Given the arena's nature, it was impossible for him to exploit any loopholes.
Rest assured, as long as my opponent lacks a divine artifact, they cannot harm me.
His current affinity level stood at 1%. Qin Baisheng, who was practically brothers with Neza, barely reached 0.5%. Therefore, Li Yingdao believed his current affinity level was far ahead.
Seeing Jin Xie wasn't empty-handed on the arena, Li Yingdao finally relaxed.
Now, which deity should I choose this time? 9 cards refreshed, with the second Prince of Heaven at the center. Since the one-on-one arena battles began, all divine cardmasters now refresh the same number of cards as their initial refresh. Others only had 5 or 6 cards, and even the formidable one had no more than 8. Li Yingdao, however, had 9. This significantly increased his odds of refreshing a high-tier deity. Excluding the 4 minor deities and creatures unworthy of mention, Li Yingdao was quite familiar with the remaining 4. The Star Lord of Greed, King Yama, and the Horned Wood Dragon. Finally, Li Yingdao's gaze settled on a deity with the head of an ox and the body of a man, terrifyingly massive in stature.
You it is. The reason Li Yingdao hadn't chosen the second Lord of Heaven was to test something. If summoning other deities succeeded, would it increase compatibility? After perfecting the process, Li Yingdao bowed and declared, "We humbly welcome the great sage who paves the way, Bull Demon King." Chapter 26, Can I Join Huaxia? Huaxia Nation card, a rank Great Sage Equalizer of Heaven Bull Demon King.
Kimchi Nation card, a rank 9-tailed Fox Demon.
What's going on? Why did Li Shen only summon an A-rank deity this time? Maybe he had an off day.
Li Yingdao instantly found himself at the center of a whirlwind of public opinion. Even spectators like Gu Sisi and Qin Baisheng expressed concern for him.
But he himself remained unflappable. Seems the Bull Demon King still falls short of the True Lord. In Journey to the West, the Monkey King, the True Lord, Neza, and the Bull Demon King were all in the same tier of combat power. Among them, the Great Sage and the True Lord were the strongest, followed by Neza, with the Bull Demon King ranking third. This wasn't because Bull Demon King was weak. On the contrary, as one of the top-tier great demons in Journey to the West, he was powerful enough to become sworn brothers with the Great Sage. His combat prowess reached the level of a golden immortal, making him one of the few characters in Journey to the West capable of engaging Sun Wukong in fierce combat using only his physical strength. It was only because he lacked the orthodox cultivation methods and numerous magical treasures possessed by the True Lord in Neza that he fell slightly short. His massive form emerged from the card, leaving Chinese audiences stunned and bewildered. The Bull Demon King's appearance differed greatly from previous depictions of Chinese deities. Erlang radiated majestic authority, while Chang'e exuded ethereal grace. But here stood the Bull Demon King bull-headed and human-bodied, a fearsome and menacing figure. Is this really one of our deities? Could it be the legendary ox god? Who cares? How could the deity summoned by Lord Li be wrong? The Bull Demon King's eyes gleamed like mirrors, his mouth gaped like a blood-red basin, and his entire form stretched 1,000 zhang in length. Did you summon this king? Why do you carry the aura of that three-eyed brat? Facing the Bull Demon King's thunderous interrogation, Li Yingdao had already prepared his response. After all, in Journey to the West, the two had clashed before and knew each other well. I am indeed the True Lord's successor. I implore the Great Sage Equal of Heaven to rid our land of evil spirits and slay the wicked demons. Demons? The Bull Demon King snorted coldly, his heart brimming with discontent. I am a demon myself. Why should I heed your commands? The Bull Demon King's tone was arrogant as he looked down at Li Yingdao. A demonic aura washed over him, not foul, but distinctly bloody. Li Yingdao held his breath, clenched his teeth, and declared, "You are certainly different. You are the peerless Demon King, the foremost of the 7 great saints of chaos. You cannot be lumped together with others. Moreover, the demons you seek to slay are foreign, unholy spirits. Compared to you, they are unworthy of being called demons at all." Hearing this, the Bull Demon King's expression finally softened. Very well. For the sake of that three-eyed brat, this king shall fight this battle for you. Li Yingdao breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected that after summoning a deity, he'd still have to appease the deity. Knowledge point added. The Bull Demon King's opponent was a nine-tailed fox. Of course, this was not the nine-tailed fox from the Chinese classic of mountains and seas. It was merely a deity born from Korea's theft of Chinese culture, embellished with their own fabrications. If the real nine-tailed fox were here, this knockoff wouldn't even dare show its face. Li Yingdao mused, staring at the figure before him dressed in court attire, with 9 tails sprouting from its rear. His loathing for Korea and Japan only deepened. What future could a nation built on stolen culture possibly have? Your Majesty, why all this fighting? Let's leave this battlefield behind and live freely and happily. The 9-tailed fox tossed her hair coquettishly, twirling her tails as she spoke. Li Yingdao's expression stiffened. A knockoff truly was a knockoff, utterly shameless. Spectating card masters stared in astonishment. Let me go. I'll shed blood and sacrifice my life for Huaxia. I'm a clean freak, I'll go first. The guy above me should start a new team. Seeing the Bull Demon King remain silent, the 9-tailed fox stepped up her efforts. Your Majesty, what do you think? Could it be that this humble servant isn't beautiful enough? Shut your filthy trap, you. The Bull Demon King suddenly drew his weapon, swinging his 1,000-foot-long iron club straight at the 9-tailed fox. The entire crowd fell silent. Moments later, the Huaxia Divine Cardmaster shouted, "Well struck, Lord Ox Demon. Lord Ox God, don't waste it, strike while the corpse is still warm." The Ox Demon King withdrew his iron rod, his face twisted with contempt. You beastly ox. I truly underestimated you. The 9-tailed fox's body, reduced to mincemeat, regenerated itself save for one missing tail. Her face was filled with apprehension. She never imagined the Ox Demon King would be so decisive and move so swiftly she hadn't even had time to react. What a waste that I'd been channeling my enchantment from the start. Oomph. Since it's useless against you, let's see if that boy can withstand it. The 9-tailed fox gave Gu Sisi a meaningful glance, and the latter understood immediately. The power to resurrect? What kind of ability is this? Doubt flickered in Bull Demon King's eyes. Seeing the Bull Demon King's confusion, Li Yingdao explained, Senior Bull Demon, she possesses 9 lives. Each death costs her a tail. Kill her 9 times, and she'll be finished. I see. Bull Demon King understood and swung his staff once more. The heaven-shaking club parted the air, sweeping toward him with overwhelming force. The fierce wind from the staff whipped through the air. The 9-tailed fox flickered, attempting several teleports to evade it, but failed each time. Once again, she was reduced to a bloody pulp. Is this 9-tailed fox really this weak? Li Yingdao was taken aback. After all, this imposter was an A-class deity, officially recognized by the arena. Even if she truly couldn't defeat the Bull Demon King, she shouldn't be unable to block a single strike. Why are you hitting me so hard, Your Majesty? You're making me gasp for breath. You dare to whine at this king again. The bull demon king roared furiously, bringing his club crashing down once more. This time, he unleashed his full might. The nine-tailed fox, still not fully recovered, exploded into a cloud of blood mist. I figured you out. This time, the nine-tailed fox's body instantly regenerated, and her tails transformed into 6. With that, the fox conjured multiple clones, launching attacks on the bull demon king from all directions. Each tail could extend for kilometers, and every strike tore a bloody hole in the bull demon king's body. Though she was only human-sized, compared to the bull demon king's 1,000-foot-long body, she was like an ant at an elephant's feet. Yet relentless assaults could prove decisive after all. Countless examples existed on the arena stage where swarms of ants had brought down an elephant. Do you think this will defeat this king? The bull demon king sneered coldly, his mixed iron staff splitting into multiple rods that attacked the nine-tailed fox from all directions. Split body attacks? He knew that trick too. The iron rods whirled like deadly blades. Within moments, the nine-tailed fox's clone shattered. The scene resembled a human swatting flies with a fly swatter. The final six-tailed true form, surrounded by multiple iron rods, barely held on for a minute before being pierced with several holes and met its end once more. 5 lives remain. At this rate, the battle should conclude soon. Li Yingdao estimated, suddenly realizing his opponent Gu Sisi was now less than 100 meters away. The gap between them continued to narrow. Watch out, Li Xin. That woman doesn't look like someone to mess with. Finally, a showdown between 2 divine card masters. If I were Li Xin, I'd execute that woman right here. Li Yingdao assumed a fighting stance. With his current physique, there was no way he couldn't overpower Gu Sisi, who appeared frail and delicate. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to fight. Gu Sisi, with her slender eyes and delicate oval face, spoke softly to Li Yingdao. Then why did you come over? Li Yingdao asked, wanting to see what she was really up to. I wanted to talk with you. What is there to talk about between us? Gu Sisi hesitated, glancing toward the battlefield as if gathering resolve. I know we're no match for you. After my defeat, I'll surely face punishment back home. So, I want to join Huaxia. Hearing this, the bewildered Korean cardmaster erupted in curses. Damn it! She's committing treason. Kill her. She must die. The Huaxia faction cheered in unison. Li Xin's charisma is unmatched, he can pull this off. Switching sides at the last minute, Korea's reputation is totally ruined. Heh, Godly sure has his charms, doesn't he? Li Yingdao didn't believe a single word Gu Sisi said. He dismissed it as nonsense and casually replied, no problem at all. China welcomes you. Gu Sisi beamed with delight, exclaiming, really? Can I truly join China? Li Yingdao nodded. Then, can I stay with you from now on? I want to study the deities of Huaxia with you. Is that okay? Chapter 27, sending me to my death and giving me cards? You're such a good person. Confusion flickered in Li Yingdao's eyes. Seeing this, Gu Sisi continued, among all the card masters worldwide, you alone stand at the pinnacle, towering above the rest. Even when air couldn't match you. Who in this world wouldn't acknowledge your supremacy? Li Yingdao remained silent, his eyes unfocused, his expression that of a lovesick fool. What's going on? Why isn't Godly responding? Damn it, I knew this demoness had ulterior motives. Godly, beat her to death. The crowd watched in horror as Gu Sisi closed in on Li Yingdao, who remained utterly unresponsive. They tried to warn him, but their voices were cut off by the barrier of the stage. Xin Baisheng looked utterly perplexed. Does Gu Sisi really have that much charm? Gu Sisi analyzed, this must be a power granted by the gods, similar to the technique Chang'e used against Hanuman. It can influence the mind. Gu Sisi drew nearer, her words still flowing, across the entire world, you are the one I admire most. What stage? What deities? In my eyes, none compare to you. Li Yingdao offered no reply, only occasionally breaking into a dazed smile. Got it. Seeing she was exactly 10 meters from Li Yingdao, Gu Sisi planted her feet and charged toward him. Yingdao. Long Hua couldn't bear to watch any longer, fearing Li Yingdao might come to harm. China's ability to defeat India and hold its ground in one-on-one combat depended entirely on Li Yingdao. If Li Yingdao died on the stage, the entire Tianzi plan would become a laughingstock. What kind of heavenly son would be dead? Gu Sisi moved with blinding speed, defying human limits, closing the distance to Li Yingdao in less than a second. Excitement made her pupils contract sharply, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her right hand formed a dagger, thrusting toward Li Yingdao's heart. Once you're dead, Huaxia will be no threat. I will take your place in everything you hold now. I, Gu Sisi, am the strongest divine cardmaster. Yet in the next instant, Gu Sisi's right arm froze mid-air. No matter how hard she strained, it wouldn't budge an inch. Playing along with your charade is exhausting. That ability to bewitch people, did that nine-tailed fox teach you that? Li Yingdao remarked lazily. If this had been earlier, Li Yingdao might have fallen for it. But since their compatibility had increased, this petty charm held no sway over him whatsoever.
Jin Sie's eyelid twitched violently as she tried to break free from Li Yingdao's grip, only to find his arm as solid as iron. No matter how hard she strained, she couldn't escape. "I've been using the nine-tailed great god's enchantment on you for ages. Why haven't you fallen for it? You're acting like me." "Correct." Jin Sie thrust out her left hand, only to be blocked again by Li Yingdao. "Your strength needs more refinement," Li Yingdao remarked casually. With both hands bound, Jin Sie steeled herself and launched a kick straight for Li Yingdao's groin. The crowd gasped in shock. It was brutal. Before her foot could even reach the demonic orb, her entire world spun violently. Li Yingdao seized Jin Sie's wrists and swung her violently from side to side. He showed no mercy toward his own people. Towards enemies, he showed no mercy. Especially enemies who dared to attack his demonic orb. This was utterly unforgivable. The nine-tailed fox, resurrected once more, witnessed this scene and cursed inwardly, calling him a useless fool. Boom! 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 3 heavy thuds echoed as Li Yingdao halted his assault. Jin Sie had long since ceased to breathe. She was dead. It all happened too suddenly. Jin Sie first feigned weakness, then launched an attack, only to be killed by Li Yingdao in return. Xin Baisheng pondered for a long while before finally blurting out, "Human hearts are treacherous indeed." Long Hua laughed and scolded, "That kid's too reckless, scared the life out of me." "Senior Bull Demon, it's up to you now." Li Yingdao called out to the Bull Demon King. The rules demanded a decisive outcome between the deity and the divine cardmaster. Now that the battle between the cardmasters had concluded, the deity was forbidden from attacking them. Beyond using his cards, Li Yingdao was now powerless. Cards! How could I forget about them? Li Yingdao slapped his forehead, remembering that Jin Sie had died before using any cards. Sure enough, an interface appeared before his eyes, and 3 cards materialized in his hand. Killed a rank divine cardmaster Jin Sie. Acquired all her cards. Grade A status card, Bone-Gnawing Maggot continuously weakens opponent's deity status, reducing attributes by 1% per minute. B-rank environment card, transforms the arena into a star-filled sky. B-rank attribute card, increases allied deity defense by 100%. As he examined the card effects, Li Yingdao couldn't help but utter a heartfelt exclamation. "Jin Sie, you're such a kind soul. Just these 3 cards alone would cost 50 points to start with." It was like saving Li Yingdao 50 arena battles. Jin Sie hadn't used a single one, saving them all for Li Yingdao. The nine-tailed fox, now fully transformed into its 5-tailed form, shot forward. Bull Demon King swung his club in a sweeping strike, but it was easily dodged. Her speed has increased. Li Yingdao and the Bull Demon King thought simultaneously. Fox-tail fire. The nine-tailed fox unleashed 5 fireballs, striking the Bull Demon King squarely. The flames raged across the Bull Demon King's massive frame, even forming a torch several zhang tall. Could it be that the more times she revives, the stronger she becomes? Li Yingdao sensed he was beginning to grasp the truth. From being instantly defeated at the start to now exchanging blows with the Bull Demon King, if she had only one tail left, the outcome would be far from certain. An idea formed in Li Yingdao's mind. Since the nine-tailed fox grew stronger with each battle, he would counter her weakness by weakening her. Fortunately, among Jin Sie's cards, there was one that could weaken an opponent's condition. Enough with the nonsense. Play that card first. Grade A status card, Bone-Gnawing Maggot. The entire process was so inconspicuous that even the nine-tailed fox herself didn't realize she'd been affected. 1% reduction per minute, 10% in 10 minutes. I refuse to believe the boost from that final tail can counteract this card's debuff. The Bull Demon King let the flames rage across his body, utterly indifferent even as his armor burned through and his flesh screamed in agony. Are you tickling this king? Oomph. A beast remains a beast, utterly oblivious to pain. Hearing the nine-tailed fox's scornful words, the Bull Demon King grinned savagely and sheathed his heaven-shaking club. He pulled a fan from his ear. Li Yingdao strained his eyes and could barely make out that it was a banana leaf fan. Princess Iron Fan's banana leaf fan. It made sense that Bull Demon King, married to Princess Iron Fan, would possess such a fan. Big. The fan grew larger and larger, eventually matching the size of Bull Demon King's body. A warning bell rang in the nine-tailed fox's mind, and a sense of impending doom washed over her. She shot skyward at lightning speed, seeking to evade the impending attack. Wind, arise! The Bull Demon King swung the banana fan with both hands, conjuring a violent wind that coalesced into a visible green hurricane. The azure tempest stood like a pillar piercing the heavens, piercing through the entire arena. The hurricane raged, extinguishing the flames on Bull Demon King's body. The gale force winds sliced like blades, converging on the nine-tailed fox in the sky. The nine-tailed fox shielded her body with her remaining 5 tails, only for them to be pierced by the gale's fury. Her entire form was hurled higher into the sky by the raging winds. Retract! The Bull Demon King made a hollow fist with his right hand, and the gale instantly subsided, as if it had never existed. The nine-tailed fox, dead once more, plummeted from the sky. The fall from such a great height shattered her body into pieces. No matter how many lives you possess, death remains inevitable. The bull demon king sheathed his fan, his flame-induced wounds already healed. Such was the terrifying strength of his physical form. He needed no magical artifacts. The demonic body he had cultivated over countless eons was his most formidable weapon. Li Yingdao was filled with envy, yearning for the day he too could possess such a formidable physical form. Currently, he could only achieve immunity to blades and swords. Both his recovery speed and physical resilience fell far short of the bull demon king's. No, next time I see the true lord, I must beg for some magical artifact incantations too. The nine-tailed fox rose once more, this time with only 4 tails trailing behind her. Her features had also transformed, shifting from the initial form of a beautiful woman into a fox-like state, even sprouting fine fur. The sight was utterly terrifying. Is she beginning to reveal her true form? It seems all female demons choose human faces when taking human form, while male demons retain their beastly traits. Li Yingdao felt he had uncovered a critical oversight. The entire nation of Kimchi had sunk into despair. In the eyes of its people, their strongest fighter, Kim Suk-woo, had been instantly defeated. What hope was there for victory now? The Kimchi Prime Minister forced himself to stay composed, offering self-reassurance. Stay calm. This was always part of the plan. Kim Suk-woo was meant to be expendable. Her sacrifice for Korea is her honor. China, you will soon taste the bitterness of defeat. Chapter 28, The Earth Fiend's 72 Transformations. Every face in the room paled. Those who had been lusting after the nine-tailed fox's body even vomited on the spot. Damn it! Why is this beast's true form so hideous? Why didn't you transform sooner? I'm already out here. Fukui control brings blessings. The nine-tailed fox in its fox-headed form sensed the shift in the audience's gaze and roared directly at the spectators outside the ring. Keep yelling and I'll slaughter you all first. The crowd instantly fell silent. Though they knew the battle on the stage couldn't affect the outside, the demonic aura was undeniably overwhelming. A rank power couldn't be faked. A timely voice cut through the silence as Qin Baisheng swung his heaven-shaking silk. You fox spirit sure can scream, huh? Got the guts to come down and fight me? I'm not running, come get me. Long Hua couldn't stand by any longer and stopped Qin Baisheng. Inspired by Qin Baisheng, the Huaxia divine cardmaster instead taunted the nine-tailed fox. No wonder demons in novels all scramble to cultivate human forms, it's because they're ugly. Compared to them, our bull demon king is refreshingly honest. He's been an animal all along. If they ever make a bull demon king replica figure, I'll be the first in line. The fine hairs on the nine-tailed fox's face twitched slightly. Though she couldn't hear them, she knew deep down this was a direct provocation aimed at her. She vented all her resentment onto her opponent. Xingqiu. The nine-tailed fox conjured a shimmering green hill with both hands. Within its contours, countless fox clans thrived and multiplied. Answering the fox spirit's call, fox tribes of all kinds burst forth from the hill, charging toward the ox demon king with reckless abandon. What, this ants swarming an elephant trick again? Li Yingdao sneered, finding it utterly tedious. Such an attack was barely a tickle to the ox demon king. But when the bull demon king heard the nine-tailed fox utter the name Xingqiu, his expression changed instantly. The legendary Xingqiu. The bull demon king's eyes bulged wide, his mouth gaping in disbelief. Li Yingdao cursed under his breath, damn pickled radish, even Xingqiu from the classic of mountains and seas has been stolen. He called out to warn, Senior Ox Demon, this is an illusion. Their country loves to plagiarize our Huaxia civilization. This nine-tailed fox itself was born from plagiarism, it's nothing but a counterfeit. Upon understanding, a fierce expression flashed across the bull demon king's face. Since when can our demonic clan's creations be counterfeited? You dare to say that? For a mighty demon like the ox demon king, this was an insult. The Kimchi nation's audience, however, took offense at Li Yingdao's words. It's obvious you're the one stealing our culture. Our Kimchi nation's history books record it clearly. Damn it! Let the great celestial fox teach him a lesson. The Huaxia nation's audience immediately fired back. When it came to verbal sparring, Huaxia claimed second place, no one dared claim first. Go eat your kimchi. A country that can't even afford watermelons. Merchants ruling the nation? Utterly ridiculous. The fox horde had closed in on the bull demon king. From above, the arena was teeming with foxes of every kind. Red foxes, silver foxes, sand foxes, Tibetan foxes, three-tailed foxes, and more. Whoosh! The bull demon king drew a deep breath. His bull tendons bulged and his blood surged. His entire bovine frame grew 3 times larger. Bullish energy pierces the heavens. Roar! A bellow echoed across the heavens as the ox demon king violently hurled forth a phantom ox head. The ox head was even larger than the bull demon king's 1,000 zhang body, approaching 10,000 zhang in size. The foxes scattered across the arena were like grasshoppers trying to stop a cart crushed one after another by the phantom bull head. How could a mere ox spirit possess such divine prowess? The nine-tailed fox was stunned. She tried to dodge, but the ox head's immense size kept shrinking her escape space. The phantom bull head charged forward, its horns sweeping upward. The nine-tailed fox was hooked onto the horns like a piece of luggage. 3 lives left.
Li Yingdao counted aloud. The ox head vanished, and the nine-tailed fox plummeted to the ground like a burst sack. This time, the Ox Demon King had learned his lesson. Seizing the moment to finish her off while she was weakened, he charged straight toward the nine-tailed fox before she could recover. His hoof came crashing down. A flash of white light erupted, like a sudden burst of strobe light. Again! My eyes. Thank goodness I brought sunglasses. 2 words, awesome. With a thunderous crash, Li Yingdao opened his eyes to see the Bull Demon King slumped against the ring, utterly spent. You beast. After running rampant for so long, it's finally my turn. The crowd looked over to see a 3-tailed fox speaking. Though roughly the size of an ordinary fox, it had managed to knock down the Ox Demon King, who was as massive as a mountain range. The 9-tailed fox darted behind the Bull Demon King and clawed at his back, tearing open his flesh. Suddenly, the Bull Demon King's massive frame became a liability, leaving every part of his body vulnerable to the 9-tailed fox's attacks. Heh, now that's more like it. The Bull Demon King laughed bitterly in rage. For a counterfeit demon like you to achieve this much, I must admit you have some skill. As he spoke, the Bull Demon King shot Li Yingdao a meaningful glance. Li Yingdao froze. That look clearly held a mix of expectation, pity, and frustration at his lack of resolve. What does the great sage equal heaven mean by this? You beast. What good is such a massive body if it's just a target for this old woman to beat? The 9-tailed fox's claws struck faster, her attacks already leaving deep, bone-exposing wounds on the Ox Demon King. The Bull Demon King swung his heaven-shaking club, but the 9-tailed fox's speed had surpassed his own, making it impossible to land a hit. Great Ox Demon King. Use that fan. Right. Blow her to hell. Bull Demon King roared with fury, leaping to his feet. Instead of wielding the banana fan, he sheathed the heaven-shaking club as well. The 9-tailed fox gathered her strength for a decisive strike, aiming straight for the Bull Demon King's throat. The hearts of the Chinese audience clenched in suspense. Just as the 9-tailed fox was about to strike, the Ox Demon King vanished. Where did he go? Her strike missed its mark. The 9-tailed fox scanned the arena, yet could find no trace of her opponent. Such a massive form vanished into thin air. The earthly fiend's 72 transformations. Not only does the great sage Sun Wukong master them, but the great sage equal to heaven does too. Li Yingdao, witnessing this, felt relieved. He began pondering the true meaning behind Bull Demon King's gaze. Boom! A massive hand suddenly erupted from the ground, snatching the 9-tailed fox. The Bull Demon King had unleashed one of the earthly fiend's 72 transformations, the earth-traveling, earth-escape technique. The 9-tailed fox blazed white light once more, yet Bull Demon King, his palm torn and bloody, fought relentlessly to slay her. This beast actually possesses such power. Seeing the Bull Demon King determined to kill her, and with only 3 lives left, the 9-tailed fox naturally refused to give up. Transplanting flowers and grafting wood. The 9-tailed fox channeled a century's worth of incense-fueled cultivation, condensing it into a puppet form while she herself slipped from the Bull Demon King's grasp. Techniques of Huaxia, learned by outsiders. Boy, you'd better know exactly what you're doing. Bull Demon King's fury boiled over. He'd see just how long that counterfeit could keep running. How did it vanish again? The 9-tailed fox was terrified. The Pickle Nation had stolen Xingqiu, stolen the art of transplanting flowers, yet they hadn't stolen the 72 transformations. The 9-tailed fox had no clue how Bull Demon King managed it. She could only keep shifting her form, each flash transporting her a kilometer away. This was no longer a physical battle, it had become a contest of magical arts. Unnoticed, an array had formed around the 9-tailed fox. No matter how she shifted, the array followed her shadow. As time wore on, the 9-tailed fox realized with horror that the distance of her teleportations was growing shorter and shorter, no matter how fiercely she channeled her divine power. In the end, she could barely move at all. Earthfiend's 72 transformations, array formation. Earthfiend's 72 transformations, immobilize. Earthfiend's 72 transformations, slay the demon. Chapter 29, exposing the true face of Kimchi Nation. The formation fully materialized, its banners stretching in all directions. The array patterns interlocked like a vast net, binding the 9-tailed fox tightly. Freeze! The command echoed from the Bull Demon King. As the voice faded, the 9-tailed fox felt an immense pressure rising from below. She strained her limbs to lift her body, only to be crushed back down instantly. You're clearly gravely wounded. How can you still unleash such a powerful technique? The 9-tailed fox cried out in frustration. Little did she know this was the marvelous effect of the 72 transformations. In her eyes, sacrificing a century's worth of incense offerings to shed 6 tails and subdue this bovine beast was already showing ample respect. The outcome, however, had far exceeded her expectations. You have no idea how much you don't know. Annihilation. The heaven-shaking staff burst forth from the formation, piercing through the 9-tailed fox before returning to the array. It burst forth again, piercing through once more. After several such cycles, the 9-tailed fox resembled nothing more than a honeycomb. It still has 2 lives left. Li Yingdao felt anxious. The 9-tailed fox was growing stronger.
Now that the Bull Demon King was wounded, his bone-deep injuries would take time to heal. He could certainly use his cards to boost the Bull Demon King's power, but that clearly wasn't the purpose behind the look the Bull Demon King had given Li Yingdao. The 9 tails are fake, and the Chang'e of before was fake too. Damn it! How could I have forgotten that part? As a mighty demon king, Liu Wang discovered the treasures of the demon clan had been stolen by foreign invaders and now used against him. How could he possibly feel good about that? Then look at the expressions of the Huaxia audience. They were clearly baffled by the Bull Demon King's earth diving and array-forming maneuvers. The artifacts of Chinese deities, yet the Chinese themselves couldn't recognize them. What kind of mess is this? For the Bull Demon King, even victory would bring no satisfaction. The 9-tailed fox revived once more. This time, her body swelled like foam. Within mere breaths, she grew nearly as large as the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King also reverted to his true form. Seeing his opponent ready for a direct confrontation, he naturally had no reason to refuse. He preferred close-quarters combat over a contest of magical prowess. This bovine beast is wounded. Even if I lose again, he'll be severely crippled. I still have one last life. I'll finish him off in one fell swoop. The 9-tailed fox's calculations rattled like abacus beads. Suddenly, the fox's expression changed. What's going on? My second life shouldn't be this weak. As time passed, the effects of the bone-eating maggot card became apparent. The 9-tailed fox sensed its power was nowhere near what it had anticipated. Could this also be one of his techniques? The 9-tailed fox felt she had guessed correctly, urging herself once more to end the battle swiftly. Ee. A cry resembling a child's wail echoed as the 9-tailed fox charged at its opponent on all fours. Come on! Ignoring his own injuries, the Bull Demon King grinned savagely as he met his opponent head-on. Li Ying saw the Bull Demon King was going for a head-on clash and immediately played a card. Grade B attribute card, increases the defense of allied deities by 100%. As the card activated, a golden aura instantly enveloped Bull Demon King, greatly boosting his defenses. Well done, lad. That was thoughtful. The Bull Demon King praised him before the two collided. A thunderous crash echoed as the 9-tailed fox's body shattered like glass. The Bull Demon King, however, remained unscathed. Before the 9-tailed fox could resurrect again, Li Yingdao turned to face the Chinese spectators. What's Li Shin doing? Probably misses us. How did our Bull Demon King suddenly emerge from underground earlier? No clue. Probably Godly used a card. But Godly never used cards before. Li Yingdao pointed at the Ox Demon King and explained to the Chinese audience, everyone, what the Ox Demon King just used is one of the Chinese divine abilities, the 72 transformations. This divine technique encompasses 72 wondrous applications, a unique skill exclusive to Chinese deities. The Chinese crowd finally understood. So all these were the great Bull Demon King's techniques? No, divine abilities. Unique to our Chinese traditions. Just like the emulating heaven and earth technique before. Li Yingdao observed the expressions on their faces before continuing. The Bull Demon King, nicknamed the Great Sage who flattens heaven. He stands as the foremost among the 7 great saints of chaos. The Great Demon King Niu Mo is one of our Huaxia demon kings. With his chivalrous spirit and righteous heart, he punishes evil and promotes virtue. Though a demon king, he fulfills the duties befitting a divine being. At this very moment, the Great Sage Bull Demon King is fighting for our China. Li Yingdao's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Previously, they had only been awed by the Bull Demon King's formidable power, yet they knew nothing of him. Like a moon reflected in water or a flower in a mirror, they had grasped nothing of his true nature. Now, after Li Yingdao's explanation, they finally understood. What manner of deity was this god fighting for them? There are actually 6 demon kings as powerful as the Great Sage equal to heaven. Wah, I'll never eat beef again. When I get back, I'll make sure to worship our great Ox Demon King properly. The Ox Demon King glanced at Li Yingdao, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. The lad isn't entirely foolish. He just missed the mark. The Ox Demon King felt Li Yingdao had left much unsaid. Li Yingdao turned and smiled at the Ox Demon King. Elder Ox Demon, why not wait for your opponent? Then I'll reveal everything at once. The Bull Demon King roared with laughter. That's more like it. Talking about himself alone wouldn't do. After all, there was an opponent to contend with. He had to let the whole world see what kind of country Kimchi Nation truly was. And what their gods truly looked like. Well said, Great Sage equal to heaven. I'll see if your people still worship you after you're dead. After restoring her form, the 9-tailed fox heard Li Yingdao's words and unexpectedly spoke in the language of China. Up until that moment, she had only spoken the language of kimchi. Well said, Great Celestial Fox. Let all the Chinese see your might. Slaughter this beast and feast on its flesh. Gray auras began to emerge from the Korean peninsula, gradually coalescing into the 9-tailed fox's body. The 9-tailed fox suddenly revealed its true form. Empowered by the gray aura, its form surpassed even the Bull Demon King's, reaching a height of 10,000 zhang. Her form pierced through the clouds, leaving onlookers able to glimpse only her legs when they looked up.
How could Korea master the heaven-emulating, earth-reflecting technique? Didn't Li Shin say that only our Huaxia gods can master the heavenly transformation? The bull demon king urged, young man, is it nearly done? Li Yingdao nodded. It was almost done. A knockoff is still just a knockoff.
Li Yingdao raised his arm, pointing at the nine-tailed fox's true form, and shouted fearlessly.
This is the true face of Kimchi Nation.
As everyone knows, Korea has been a vassal state of China since the Qin dynasty. They absorbed the essence of Chinese civilization, stealing cultural achievements from our land. Then they twisted and reimagined them to claim as their own. But fake remains fake. This so-called nine-tailed fox is nothing but an imposter. The nine-tailed fox originates from the classic of mountains and seas, just as Qingqiu did before. The nine-tailed fox before us is nothing but a fabrication concocted by Korea itself. She has been a counterfeit from the very beginning. No sooner had Li Yingdao spoken than fierce opposition erupted from the Korean crowd. Ridiculous. If our heavenly fox goddess were fake, how could she have been summoned from the arena? I say China is Asia's biggest thief, they're the real thieves. Though Li Yingdao couldn't hear them, he could roughly guess the Kimchi Nation's reaction. He had long understood the reason for the nine-tailed fox's existence. The nine-tailed fox differed from the moon goddess of the former Mayan civilization. The moon goddess arose with the times, born of heaven and nurtured by earth. But a deity like the nine-tailed fox was born from the faith of the people. Kimchi Nation deluded itself, convinced that its own culture was the true orthodoxy. Thus, through prolonged worship and offerings, the nine-tailed fox came into being. As for how to make everyone aware of the truth and recognize reality, a flash of cruelty crossed Li Yingdao's eyes. It's simple. Just kill her. The victor holds the truth. That gray aura earlier must have been the faith energy absorbed by the nine-tailed fox. Humph, as if you Koreans have any faith? Do you think no one in China worships the gods? Li Yingdao's eyes blazed crimson as he roared at the Chinese crowd. Everyone, the thieves of Chinese civilization stand before us. The deities of China stand before us. How can we, the descendants of China, sit idly by and await our doom? Worship the true gods. Exterminate the evil spirits. Chapter 30, the wheel-turning king of the 10 hells. Damn it, bull demon king, give it your all. Slaughter that impostor. Make the Kimchi Nation pay with blood. All across Huaxia, Li Yingdao's actions stirred the hearts of the people. Worship the true gods, exterminate the evil spirits. Worship the true gods, exterminate the evil spirits. Worship the true God, exterminate the evil spirits. The tide of support from Huaxia surged higher and higher, drowning out the Kimchi Nation's divine card master's voice entirely. Golden auras shot up from all corners of the arena, surging into the bull demon king's body. The intensity of their devotion was palpable. The bull demon king's horrific injuries healed instantly, his aura surging to an unprecedented peak. Ha 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 ha. The bull demon king was overcome with exhilaration. This was the first time he had ever experienced such devotion and trust from others. Your devotion, old ox, has felt it all, every bit of it. Then this old ox shall grant your wish and slaughter this counterfeit. With that, the bull demon king revealed his true form. A massive white ox, its head like a towering peak and horns like iron pillars, appeared on the stage. The nine-tailed fox could no longer maintain her composure. Her colossal form seemed as fragile as paper before the great white ox. The two were simply incomparable. The great white ox stamped its hooves and began to run. With each stomp, golden light erupted from the arena floor. The golden light rose from the arena floor, soared into the air, and ultimately reached 10,000 feet high. The ox demon king crashed into the nine-tailed fox's body. His colossal form erupted from within her. No, stop. Give me one more chance. The nine-tailed fox cried out, her voice trembling. With only one tail remaining, death was inevitable this time. Though she struggled to suppress the bull demon king within her, she realized with horror that she was vastly inferior to him in both divine power and the strength of her faith. Cracks appeared in her colossal form, splitting her body in two from top to bottom. Then, like burned paper ashes, it scattered into the wind. Pickle Nation A-class deity, nine-tailed fox demon. Completely dead. Kimchi Nation vs China. Dual God Arena. First match, Huaxia Nation wins. Bull Demon King shed his true form, shrinking to human size. Well done, lad. Li Yingdao chuckled, seeming to have something on his mind but unsure how to voice it. Noticing his expression, the Bull Demon King shed his earlier brutality and gently tapped Li Yingdao's forehead. This Earth Fiend's 72 transformations consider it my old ox's repayment for your card play. Li Yingdao's heart leapt with joy, and he hastily bowed in gratitude. Truly befitting a demon king, what a gentleman. Then Niu Wangwang's expression turned serious as he addressed Li Yingdao, gazing toward the audience. You've seen it for yourself, the road ahead is long and arduous. At the very least, let's make China dominate Asia first, shall we? Li Yingdao's expression turned serious as well. He understood the Bull Demon King's meaning. Though Huaxia had achieved victory, it remained in a state of civilizational disconnection. At best, it had only just begun. The faith power unleashed earlier was something that should have existed all along.
Yet now, it required Li Yingdao's call to awaken it.
I'm no great orator, but next time you run into that three-eyed brat, tell him to lighten up a bit.
Off I go.
With that, the Bull Demon King returned to his card. Honored departure of the great sage equalizer of heaven, Bull Demon King. The Huaxia divine card masters echoed in unison, farewell, great sage equalizer of heaven, Bull Demon King. Back at the preparation area, before Li Yingdao could speak, Long Hua said. Rest assured, I've already ordered the construction of a temple to honor the great sage equal to heaven. Furthermore, Huaxia will construct a pantheon to compile information on all deities.
Li Yingdao wholeheartedly endorsed the plan for the pantheon. This was the correct path to restore China to its rightful course. Kimchi Nation vs Huaxia Nation, Round 2. Both contestants, please take the stage. As planned, Shin Sonin would be Huaxia's second contestant. Korea's representative was B-rank God Card Master Zheng Hong. Captain Shin, once you're on the stage, don't hold back on your cards.
Use them when you need to, Li Yingdao advised. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight again, but the dual god arena drained one's energy and spirit far more than a regular arena. Without absolute confidence and preparation, there was no need to fight back to back. After all, the slightest misstep could mean life or death.
Shin Sonin gave him a reassuring look.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I can't interfere in the god's battle, but I'm confident I can take down that Korean card master. I've heard of that Zheng Hong fellow too. When it comes to martial arts, he's no match for me.
Long Hua added, rest assured, I know Shin Sonin's capabilities.
At the very least, she can handle herself. Seeing Shin Sonin step onto the stage, Li Yingdao could only let go of his worries. His hesitation stemmed from the fact that Shin Sonin had just bound her card, meaning her affinity level was 0. Even if his opponent was merely a B-rank divine card master, the slightest affinity would grant him a massive physical boost. Even someone like Li Yingdao or Qin Baishang, who had received divine blessings. Though the odds were slim, it was better safe than sorry.
Captain Shin, please stay safe. Li Yingdao sighed inwardly.
Ever since witnessing Zhang Yunfei's death on the arena, he had sworn never to let another Chinese person perish at the hands of outsiders on the battlefield. On the arena stage, compared to Shin Sonin's lean, muscular build, Zheng Hong's body was covered in exaggerated muscles, bordering on the inhuman. Stay focused. Ignore the divine battle. My mission is to kill my opponent. Zheng Hong took a deep breath, repeating the mantra to himself.
He certainly didn't want to meet the same fate as Jin Siye ending up dead. Both sides' cards began refreshing. Shin Sonin didn't even glance at the others.
She directly selected the Bound Wheel King. He understood his role clearly, he was the soldier tasked with protecting Li Yingdao's safety. He trusted Li Yingdao, the S-class divine cardmaster of Huaxia, unconditionally. This time on the stage, I seek no glory, but only to avoid blame. I pay my respects to the 10 kings of hell and the Wheel-turning king. Huaxia Nation card, a rank Wheel-turning king. Kimchi Nation card, B-rank fire elemental spirit.
King of the Wheel. Isn't this one of the 10 kings of hell mentioned in Li's research materials?
Gu Sisi exclaimed with delight. Each time she recognized a high-ranking deity of Huaxia, she felt tangible progress.
Rest assured. I've already ordered the promotion of the deities documented by Yingdao.
At least our Huaxia card masters won't be fumbling around blindly anymore.
Long Hua chuckled. The more he observed Li Yingdao, the more he admired him. Korea is doomed. They're a whole tier below us, how can they possibly fight?
The government just clarified the origin of our deity, the 10 kings of hell.
So China has deities who govern the underworld? That's eye-opening.
The wheel-turning king emerged from the card, his face concealed by a mask, clad in a deep, solemn python-patterned robe.
Even Shin Sonin, a professionally trained soldier, couldn't help but feel excited at this moment.
This was his first time stepping onto the stage to fight for his country. For a soldier, this was an immense honor. The moment the Wheel King stepped onto the stage, the arena's mechanism revealed the situation. Then this king shall secure victory for Huaxia in this contest. The Wheel King's voice was ambiguous, neither distinctly male nor female, yet possessed a peculiar charm.
God of fire? You dare?
The Wheel King waved, summoning a pair of ghastly white hands from the void. With a single swipe, they struck toward the fire elemental spirit of Kimchi Nation. The fire spirit scrambled to defend, yet the flames engulfing its body were struck away by that single blow, leaving it barely a quarter of its original fiery form.
Kid, use those cards already. Shin Sonin tensed at the words, clutching the card tightly in her hand, ready to strike at any moment.
But Zheng Hong seemed oblivious, charging straight toward Shin Sonin. He paid no heed whatsoever to the fate of his own deity.
Li Yingdao's eyes darkened as he sighed softly, let's hope Captain Shin can hold out. Captain Shin is the cream of the crop among soldiers. How could he possibly lose to that Hulk? Qin Baishang asked curiously.
Gu Sisi frowned and answered for Li Yingdao, Zheng Hong abandoning the card clearly means he's given up on the fire elemental spirit.
His true target is Captain Shin.
After all, the rules state that the battle ends when a deity dies.
He wants to kill Captain Shin before his own deity is defeated.
And he dares to do this because he clearly has some confidence.
Shin So-nin watched as the Wheel King spun the Korean deity like a top, abandoning any thought of using his cards. As Zheng Hong charged toward him, he assumed the opening stance of Tai Chi. Bring it on! Chapter 31, Captain Shin, Surrender! Zheng Hong charged to Shin So-nin's front, unleashing a straight jab aimed squarely at his face. Even though Shin So-nin was prepared, he barely managed to dodge. What kind of speed is this? Shin So-nin executed a knee grab step forward, attempting to throw Zheng Hong. His left arm locked under Zheng Hong's armpit as he braced against the ground, twisting his waist to generate force. But Zheng Hong stood rooted to the spot, as if spikes were embedded in his feet. You're nothing but a mere mortal now. Where do you get the confidence to step onto the field? Zheng Hong sneered, delivering a punch straight to Shin So-nin's shoulder. The blow nearly shattered her shoulder blade. Shin So-nin staggered back in pain. Oh no, Captain Shin's losing ground. Shin Baisheng exclaimed anxiously. Li Yingdao and Gu Sisi remained silent, their eyes fixed intently on the ring. As long as Captain Shin can hold on until the Wheel King kills his opponent. Captain Shin, you absolutely must hold on. Li Yingdao kept these demoralizing words to himself, shouting them only in his mind. Brother! Principal Shin Songxing's hand gripping the hem of his robe was damp with sweat. He began praying for his younger brother. Great Wheel King, please hurry. Thud. 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 Zheng Hong's punches landed with brutal force. As a boxer, his fists were his deadliest weapons. Ever since their first exchange left his knuckles nearly shattered. Shin So-nin switched from offense to defense, using his elbows to block Zheng Hong's punches each time. How long do you think you can keep this up? The whole world is watching you. As a soldier, is defense all you know? If I were you, I'd have taken my own life to atone long ago. Zheng Hong attacked relentlessly while firing verbal barbs, trying to break through Shin So-nin's psychological defenses. In truth, it wasn't Shin So-nin who should be anxious, it was Zheng Hong himself. Once the fire elemental spirit fell, this tournament would end. If he still couldn't defeat Shin So-nin by then, he'd return to Korea as a loser. How could he possibly endure that? This is an order issued personally by the Prime Minister. I must kill him. Zheng Hong's attacks grew more desperate, abandoning defense altogether as he adopted a strategy of trading blows for blows. In the air, the fire spirit cursed Zheng Hong while dodging the Wheel King's attacks. Were it not for the arena's prohibition against deities attacking card masters, the fire spirit would have plunged down to kill Zheng Hong on the spot. What divine card master disobeys his commands? Especially one bound to him. You dare to be distracted while fighting this king? The Wheel King struck again with a palm strike across the air, hitting the fire spirit's back. The fire elemental god spat out a mouthful of blood, his feet moving like the wind as he sped up even more. This kimchi country is so lame. This fire god is just pathetic. King of the Wheel is so badass. Didn't even lift a foot and already sent his opponent running wild. This match is in the bag. Win one more and we'll shut out Korea completely. The fire spirit wailed in agony, utterly baffled by the Wheel King's attack patterns. Palm strikes came whipping in from all directions, impossible to dodge. He tried to counterattack, but his strikes vanished into thin air the moment they neared. How could he possibly fight like this? The Wheel King noticed the battle between Zheng Hong and Shin So-nin below. He let out a soft feeling puzzled. Why aren't they using cards? Recalling the rules, the Wheel King instantly grasped his opponent's strategy. Trading a god's life for a human's? That's quite the gambit. Having presided over the underworld for years, the Wheel King had judged countless souls. In his eyes, human lives were nothing more than numbers. Yet his aura began to surge, and the wheel on his face slowly turned. Still, trading a foreign deity for one of my Chinese people. This king finds it quite a loss. The fire elemental spirit, seeing this, began to sprint wildly, only stopping when it reached the edge of the arena. Bing fire, blazing lotus. A fiery lotus blossomed, unfurling like a vast umbrella to shield the fire spirit's entire form. The wheel-turning king extended his right hand, twisting it like a screw alongside the wheel on his face. With each rotation of his hand, the fire spirit's lotus spun in unison. After 3 rotations, the Wheel King snapped the lotus in 2, leaving only the stem clutched in the fire spirit's hand. As the Wheel King twisted his right hand again, the fire spirit's body spun uncontrollably, mirroring the lotus's rotation. A series of cracking sounds erupted from its bones as the fire spirit screamed in agony. If this keeps up, his body will be twisted to pieces. Damn it, use it already! Zheng Hong caught sight of his deity's body, now nearly as flat as a folding screen, and sucked in a sharp breath. With a flicker of his thoughts, a card activated on its own. Grade B status card, Rewind returns allied deities to their state 5 seconds prior. After using it, Zheng Hong couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The fire elemental spirit was undoubtedly going to die. Using the card on him was nothing but a waste. Yet he had no choice but to use it, for he hadn't yet defeated his opponent. Shin So-nin gained a rare few seconds to catch his breath. Seeing his opponent use the card, he hesitated over whether to use his own. The Wheel King harbored a different thought, replying indifferently, "Just look after yourself. This king doesn't need anyone else's care. Hearing this, Shin Sonin relaxed and began executing his own task. No need for glory, just no mistakes. Just see how long you can hold out.
Zheng Hong roared, his technique completely disorganized as he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks. Attacks rained down like hail, but Shin Sonin calmly dodged or parried each one. Shin Sonin knew full well that victory was not beyond her reach. Although Zheng Hong possessed some degree of resilience, it paled in comparison to Li Yingdao's impenetrable defenses. Another punch landed, but Zheng Hong swung with such force this time that his entire body tilted backward.
Opportunity. Shin Sonin lunged forward, both hands transforming into palms as they struck toward Zheng Hong's jaw.
But Zheng Hong didn't retreat, he charged forward, determined to take her down even if it meant getting hurt. He swung his right fist, aiming a vicious blow at Shin Sonin's temple. Both hands struck their opponents simultaneously, and both men collapsed to the ground, unable to rise.
Captain Shen! Brother! All eyes turned to the two men.
It was now clear to anyone with eyes to see, Kimchi Nation was willing to sacrifice a god's life to save a god card master's.
Korea sure is generous, willing to sacrifice even a B-rank deity.
Prime Minister Naski of India remarked, puzzled by Korea's actions.
Kill them! Kill them! The more who die, the better. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation murmured silently, secretly hoping China and Kimchi Nation would destroy each other completely.
3 seconds later, Zheng Hong rose first, while Shin Sonin still propped herself up with her hands, struggling to get to her feet.
Die! Zheng Hong fought off the dizziness and kicked Shin Sonin square in the face.
Shin Sonin rolled through the air, 2 teeth falling out with a stream of blood. He himself slammed back onto the ground.
Zheng Hong grabbed Shin Sonin by the collar and pounded his chest with relentless fists. With each punch, Shin Sonin coughed up a mouthful of blood. You like playing the hero, don't you? Well, I'll make you one.
You dared to step into the ring without the right matchup.
You deserve to be beaten to death by me.
With each sentence, Zheng Hong delivered another punch.
Shin Sonin raised his arm to block, but Zheng Hong shattered it cleanly.
The exposed bones were too gruesome to look at. The Huaxia team members watched with eyes bulging, as if they might bleed from the strain.
Captain Shen! You bastard, stop it! Shin opponent, surrender now. If this continues, you'll be beaten to death.
Li Yingdao's veins bulged, his fingertips digging into his flesh.
He now cursed himself for lacking the power to change things.
He hated himself even more for not stepping in to fight in Shin Sonin's place.
Admit defeat, Captain Shin. Young man, concede now. Losing is better than losing your life. I don't care about victory anymore. I want our competitor to survive. Even if they lose, it'll only be a draw. Why won't he concede? Every Chinese spectator now hoped Shin Sonin would concede voluntarily.
Many girls even turned away, unable to bear witness to the scene.
Principal Shin Songsheng shed tears.
He knew his younger brother's nature all too well.
He would never concede defeat. Hang in there, brother. Chapter 32, Shin Sonin, my turn.
Amidst the near-pleading shouts of the Huaxia crowd, the world fell silent.
Such a tragic event would be unbearable for any nation. The Greek Prime Minister sighed, if all Chinese are like this, what fear is there of Asian upstarts? Record this Chinese man's name.
We shall use him as an example to inspire our divine card masters.
The American leader ordered.
At that moment, while nations were still reeling from Shin Sonin's tragic fate, the Kimchi Nation's people spoke with unbridled arrogance.
As if venting all the frustration from their deity's earlier defeat. Fight well. Kill that Chinese man. Zheng Hong. Kill him. Yeah, kill him.
Li Yingdao trembled with rage, while Qin Baisheng grabbed the heaven-shaking brocade, ready to fight those kimchi eaters to the death.
Enough.
Lan Hua bellowed through an oversized microphone. His eyes were like knives, fixed intently on the Kimchi Nation's seats.
One more word from you lot, and China declares war on Korea. Regardless of victory or defeat, Lan Hua would never tolerate the humiliation of China's heroes. Moreover, in terms of raw firepower, China was second to none. Lan Hua had every reason to speak with such conviction. The Kimchi Nation instantly fell silent.
The Kimchi Prime Minister turned ashen-faced, frantically ordering the crowd to quiet down. If China truly declared war on Korea, Korea would suffer a fate far worse than losing a boxing match.
On the stage, Zheng Hong slammed Shin Sonin to the ground.
He stomped down hard on Shin Sonin, the sound of her ribs snapping echoing through the air. Zheng Hong let out a savage laugh, preparing to stomp again, intent on crushing his opponent to death.
Shin Sonin clutched Zheng Hong's foot with all his strength, refusing to let go.
He opened his swollen eyes, straining to see his opponent clearly.
Let go. I can still give you a quick death.
Zheng Hong strained, but couldn't break free.
I said let go. Zheng Hong bent low and unleashed a flurry of punches, landing blow after blow on Shin Sonin's face. Shin Sonin's consciousness began to blur, not because his martial arts were inferior to his opponent's. It was the difference in affinity. The gap between an ordinary divine card master and one wielding divine power was simply too vast. It's so frustrating. At least I won the match. These were Shin Sonin's final thoughts. Zheng Hong steeled his resolve, abandoning any attempt to break free. He braced his legs and forced his foot deep into Shen Tsongnin's chest. Shen Tsongnin died. Shen Tsongsheng cried out in grief, "Brother!" Gu Sisi's eyes filled with tears, turning bloodshot. Qin Baisheng pounded the wall furiously, venting his rage. Li Yingdao's pupils suddenly contracted, his body going limp. Another person had died before his eyes. This time, he had been beaten to death. Captain Shen. Li Yingdao slowly drew an S-class card. S-class condition card, all in. Forcibly changes the rules to a single elimination format, doubling penalties and rewards. Can stack with National Fortune's desperate battle. In the next battle, he would use this card to fight the Kimchi nation to the death. As these thoughts raced through Li Yingdao's mind, he suddenly noticed the aerial battle had ceased at some point. Something's wrong. A full minute has passed, yet the Wheel King still hasn't killed the fire elemental spirit? In the Dual Gods arena, the match only ended when one deity was declared victorious. This was precisely why Zheng Hong was fighting so desperately to eliminate his opponent before the arena's time limit expired. He had indeed succeeded. But his gratitude should not be directed toward his own fire elemental spirit. Rather, it was the Wheel King, who had stopped attacking at some unknown moment. The others finally grasped the situation, their voices heavy with grief as they asked, "When did the Wheel King stop attacking? Damn it! If he'd acted sooner, Captain Shen wouldn't be dead." Li Yingdao snapped back to his senses and began pondering why the Wheel-turning king had stopped. The Wheel King, whose true name is Shueli. He presides over the 10th hall of the 10 kings of hell. He presides over the cycle of life and death, determining reincarnation and karmic retribution. Life and death, reincarnation. Could it be? Li Yingdao couldn't believe his own conjecture. He looked at the wheel-turning king, utterly astonished. No way. On the arena platform, the fire elemental spirit peered curiously over the edge. He couldn't fathom why his opponent, who had been overwhelming him, had suddenly stopped attacking. Zheng Hong also looked up at the Wheel King, hesitating whether to use his remaining 2 cards to see if they could help the fire spirit defeat the Wheel King. The others followed Li Yingdao's gaze toward the Wheel King. The Wheel King remained silent. The wheel on his face spun rapidly. No one could fathom what thoughts were swirling within his mind. Long Hua asked hoarsely, "Yingdao, at this point, is there any chance for a turnaround?" In the 10-year history of the arena, there had never been a case of a divine card master making a comeback from the brink of defeat. Long Hua's question stemmed entirely from his instinctive trust in Li Yingdao. A flicker of color appeared in Li Yingdao's eyes as the words burst from his throat. Hard to say. All eyes turned to him. Hard to say meant there was still hope. Li Yingdao couldn't guarantee whether the Wheel King would revive Shen Tsongnin. But he absolutely possessed the capability. The arena rules only forbade deities from harming divine card masters. They made no stipulation against deities rescuing them. As the King of the Wheel, one of the 10 kings of hell who judges the dead, he had witnessed countless unjust deaths. Among them were the virtuous, the wicked, and the foolish. The endless trials had not numbed him. On the contrary, he found the tales of the departed deeply intriguing. They added a touch of intrigue to his monotonous days of judgment. Yet now, the death of Shen Tsongnin before his eyes was something he had never encountered before. A soldier, beaten to death by the enemy in full view of the public. He clearly could have surrendered, yet he chose not to. Even the Huaxia people had hoped he would surrender, yet he refused. How could he do this? The wheel on the Wheel King's face spun faster and faster, leaving after images. Suddenly, the wheel came to a halt. Very well. I shall expend some merit to save you. I should not have delayed. The Wheel King sighed, slapped the fire elemental spirit, then summoned his lifebound artifact. A wheel as large as a faceplate appeared in his hand, half pitch black, half creamy white. This very wheel was the very foundation of the Wheel King's authority over life, death, and reincarnation. Treasured artifact, Wheel of Life and Death. Li Yingdao's throat convulsed, his eyes blazing. Turn. The Wheel King raised the Wheel of Life and Death high in both hands. The wheel erupted with a terrifying suction force, drawing Shen Tsongnin's shattered remains into its pitch-black surface. The 10 kings of hell decree, all earthly karma shall enter the cycle of rebirth. The merit of liberation, the turning of fortune here and now, this decree is issued for this soul. Strands of golden merit light surged from the Wheel King's body into the Wheel of Life and Death. The wheel ground like a millstone, crushing Shen Tsongnin along with the merit into a single, fused mass. From afar, the shattered flesh glowed with golden light. After countless cycles of grinding, the flesh and golden light were reduced to powder, entering the white grease wheel together. Go! The Wheel King lightly tapped the Wheel of Life and Death, and Shen Tsongnin tumbled out. She then returned to her original spot, unharmed. This unprecedented spectacle left everyone utterly speechless. The Prime Minister of Kimchi Nation wore a look of utter bewilderment. Is that even possible? The Prime Minister of the 3 nations spit out his coffee, his expression as grim as someone suffering from constipation. How do you even fight when death means resurrection? Though the Chinese audience found it hard to believe, it was ultimately a good thing. He's alive. Ha ha ha. He's alive. That's what matters. How could we Chinese possibly lose to those kimchi eaters? The Wheel King is freaking awesome. Staying alive is what matters most. This belief is ingrained in the very bones of the Chinese people. Shen Songsheng, snot and tears streaming down his face, cursed, "Shen Songyin, you bastard. You scared the hell out of your brother." Shen Songyin stared blankly at his own hands, then looked at Zhang Hong before him. "Didn't I die?" Then his expression shifted as he received a telepathic message from the Wheel King, swiftly grasping the full circumstances. "So that's how it is." Shen Songyin clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of power. He looked at Zhang Hong, who instinctively took 2 steps back. "Now, it's my turn." Chapter 33, the supreme deity of Qinchi Nation, Tangun makes his appearance. Zhang Hong gritted his teeth, stubbornly retorting, "So what if you came back to life? You're still just a mortal." "Is that so?" Shen Songyin sneered coldly. He now felt stronger than ever before. Just moments ago, the wheel-turning king had transmitted a message to him. His physical form had been reshaped, his bones, flesh, and blood transcending the ordinary. Now, Zhang Hong stood no chance against him. Zhang Hong charged at Shen Songyin. Just as he thrust his fist forward, he realized with horror. His opponent had vanished from his sight. When? A shadow flickered across the ground. Zhang Hong whipped his head around, only to find Shen Songyin standing directly behind him. Shen Songyin's left hand gripped Zhang Hong's face. As her fingers tightened, the sound of cracking bones echoed through his skull. Then, with his right hand, he reached into Zhang Hong's chest, ripping out his heart along with the surrounding blood vessels. "Can a divine card master survive without a heart?" someone asked. Shen Songyin answered with action, crushing the heart in his palm. Zhang Hong twitched a few times, dead as a doornail. Zhang Hong, the B-rank divine card master of Qinchi Nation, dead. Shen Songyin's face lit up with joy as he received the arena's notification. Upon Zhang Hong's death, his cards had become Shen Songyin's property. Now, having killed Zhang Hong, he claimed both Zhang Hong's life and his cards. It's a pity the card can't be gifted, it would have been perfect for comradely. Shen Songyin felt a pang of regret. Only after witnessing the outcome of their duel did the Wheel King turn his attention to his own opponent. The fire elemental spirit curled up, cursing the deceased Zhang Hong 1,000 times over in his mind. "You worthless piece of trash. At least use the card before you die. It's over." The Wheel King hurled the wheel of life and death. It swept toward the fire spirit like a deadly blade. The wheel tore through the desperate defenses the fire spirit had built, severing his head with effortless precision. Korea vs. China. Dual Gods Arena. Round 2, Huaxia Nation wins. On the stage, Shen Songyin's expression was complex as she bowed deeply to the Wheel King. "Your divine grace, King of the Wheel, for saving my life, this humble servant shall never forget it." The gears on the Wheel King's face turned a few times before he hummed in acknowledgement. He then retreated back into his card. As soon as Shen Songyin returned to the preparation area, the others swarmed around her, feeling her up. This time, Shen Songyin was completely at a loss. "Everyone, what are you doing?" Xin Baisheng chuckled, seeing if there's any difference in Captain Shen before and after. "Coming back from the dead, that's not an experience everyone gets to have." Seeing Shen Songyin was unharmed and looked even healthier than before, Li Yingdao finally relaxed. Just one more match to go. In the first match, his compatibility had risen another 0.5%. Though not as significant as the increase after battling the True Lord, it still validated his hypothesis. Within the arena, summoning other deities could likewise enhance and solidify one's affinity bond. Heh, win one more match and we'll take it. Why isn't Zixaba making a fuss now? Guess God Li's recovered. He'll take out the next opponent in seconds. Qinchi Nation only has 1 B rank and 2 C ranks left. How do they plan to fight? The Qinchi Nation Prime Minister, unfazed by the taunts, patted Cha Taehyun on the shoulder beside him. "With 2 more gods fallen, that one should be ready soon, right?" Cho Taehyun nodded excitedly. "More than enough. When the great Tangun makes his appearance, all the Chinese gods will be nothing but common fowl and worthless dogs." The Qinchi Nation Prime Minister exhaled deeply. After 2 consecutive defeats, his approval ratings at home had plummeted to rock bottom. Now all hopes rested on this next battle. Kim Suk-wol and Zhang Hong are useless, they failed to kill and got killed instead. Cha Young-hyun, play that card. Got it. With that, Che Jingxian's mind flickered and an S-rank card materialized in his hand. S-rank condition card, final blow. The National Fortune Arena immediately issued a prompt. Qinchi Nation uses card, forcibly altering the rules. The score between Qinchi Nation and Huaxia Nation is reset to 0. The match will be decided in a single round. Rewards or penalties doubled. The arena announcement sparked heated debate among nations. Are you kidding me? We won 2 matches, and now you're telling me the score is reset? Who knew Qinchi Nation had such a rare card up its sleeve? Double rewards and penalties. Whoever loses this time is really going to take a beating. In the preparation area, several people immediately panicked. Did you notice? In the first 2 matches, the Qinchi Nation players were trying to kill us. They seemed utterly indifferent to the fate of their own deity. Gu Sisi folded her arms, analyzing the situation. They must have been preparing for this match. Long Hua grew tense. Doubled penalties and rewards meant dire consequences.
Li Yingdao, however, watched Xia Teihian already on the stage with confusion.
Why do the cards they're using look so similar to my all-in card?
Back in the National Fortune Shop, Li Yingdao had noticed some cards with similar effects, differing only in name.
Double the punishment and rewards. Dragon Bureau, in previous annexation cases, were the penalties always doubled? Long Hua paused, then replied, not necessarily.
Some nations, if they suffer too many defeats and their national fortune is in decline, can be annexed after just one loss in a regular match. Others were swallowed up precisely because their penalties doubled.
Generally speaking, it's mostly large nations swallowing up smaller ones.
Nations with strong national fortune devouring those with weak fortune.
Li Yingdao's eyes lit up at this revelation. He saw hope for conquering the Kimchi nation.
He drew the all-in card and explained its function to the others. Playing this card doubles both penalties and rewards again. Kimchi nation is a tiny speck of a country. Its annexation is practically a done deal.
As he spoke, Li Yingdao's eyes glowed with a faint red. Conquering another nation was the glory of expanding one's territory.
In the history of the arena, China had never annexed another nation.
This time, it could very well be the first.
The crowd grew excited. This was glory worthy of being recorded in the annals of history, immortalized in the pages of chronicles.
Long Hua instinctively wanted to refuse. Double punishment? That had never happened in the history of the arena.
The only one who could take the stage was Li Yingdao.
No one else dared claim they could win. Chief Long, please agree. Li Yingdao urged. He could reliably summon the S-rank second Lord of Heaven. Now, with the earthly fiend's 72 transformations at his disposal, who could possibly stand against him? Yes, Chief Long, please agree. Chief Long.
Long Hua found himself swept up by the youthful vigor radiating from the boy before him.
All right. Then today, we'll swallow up that bastard Kimchi nation.
At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed. On the stage, Che Young-sin stared at the S-class card before him with equal parts reverence and dread.
Great God Tan Gun, the opponent hasn't even entered the arena yet. You can't appear now.
The audience gasped, stunned by the card's overwhelming presence. Everyone heard Che Young-sin's words.
Tan Gun.
The supreme deity of Kimchi Nation. The Kimchi Nation's cardmaster shouted, while others immediately knelt and began prostrating themselves.
Great God Tan Gun. Grant us victory. Great God Tangan, save your people.
Those in the preparation area were filled with astonishment and doubt. An S-rank supreme god meant the deity was completely immune to the arena's power-reducing effects, allowing it to unleash its full might. This was no comparison to the previous A-rank Shiva.
Yingdao. Long Hua hesitated.
Even the others felt fear. Director Long, I am the Son of Heaven.
It is my duty to guard the nation's gates. Li Yingdao declared. As he finished, an announcement echoed from the arena. Huaxia Kingdom uses a card, forcibly altering the rules. The outcome is decided in a single battle. Rewards or penalties doubled once more.
The leaders of the other nations were all startled by this turn of events.
Both sides used card doubling, clearly going all out.
The penalty for doubling down twice is something no country in the world could bear.
Defeat would mean certain annexation. Ha 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 ha. I admire your courage.
Tan Gun's voice roared from the cards like a howling gale, piercing the ears of the Chinese delegation.
You dare to call yourself that? Li Yingdao retorted, using the Earth Fiend's 72 transformations to teleport onto the stage. God Li is awesome. What good is being the supreme god of a tiny speck of a country? Li God, show him what true grandeur looks like. Chapter 34, The True Lord Battles Tan Gun.
9 cards slowly refreshed as Li Yingdao mentally assessed Tan Gun's strength. As the supreme deity of a nation, Tan Gun had been revered by Korea for 15 centuries.
Unlike the nine-tailed fox or the fire elemental spirit, Tan Gun's faith power was undoubtedly the most colossal.
Under such circumstances, even a pig sent up would become a god. Much less Tan Gun, who was already a supreme deity. However powerful this Tan Gun may be, he absolutely cannot surpass the strength of a near saint. He should be at the level of a peak-rate immortal. As the 9 cards froze in place, Li Yingdao's expression darkened considerably.
Well, not a single near saint.
Emolihong, Leizhenzi, the mountain god of Songshan, Mamian, the second prince of heaven, Bianqing Wang, Kong Jinlong, Yunzhongjun, and the dragon king of the North Sea. Except for the true lord, all the other deities were below the level of great immortal. The true lords are but a step away from near saints.
Add that card to the mix.
Making his decision, Li Yingdao chose the true lord card.
Ha 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 ha. I have finally emerged. The clouds darkened into storm clouds, thunder booming like drums. Dark clouds pressed down upon the city.
Tan Gun, revered as the first sovereign of the East, the founding emperor of Korea. Amidst the rolling black clouds, a deity clad in snow-white imperial robes and crowned with a regal diadem descended slowly. The supreme deity of Korea, Tan Gun, descended. On the stage, golden light pierced the gloom, becoming the sole source of illumination in the sky.
The divine lord Erlang of Guangjiaoko makes his entrance. This deity was already intimately familiar to the Chinese audience. Each time he appeared, he brought victory to China. The true lord hovered in the air, his height level with Dangan's. I thought it would be someone else. Is this all China could send, just a lackey? Tan Jun sneered, feeling humiliated. As the supreme deity of his own nation, his opponent should be China's highest god. Li Yingdao smirked. Talk about blowing your own horn. If they'd summoned deities like the three purities or the four sovereigns, they'd have obliterated him instantly. The true lord offered no reply, teleporting instantly before Tan Jun and thrusting his spear forward. Blazing fast. Tan Jun was startled and retreated to dodge the attack. He gazed upon the land of Huaxia, his eyes brimming with greed. Even a minor deity possesses such formidable combat prowess. If I could claim this land. His current power stemmed from centuries of offerings, but how many people did Korea have? Barely 500 million. Its territory was cramped, its national fortune waning. Producing a Tangun of the great immortal realm had already drained the nation's resources. Kill him. Tangun commanded Che Young-sin, then swept his sleeves, unleashing a roaring white bear charging toward the true lord. The true lord did not summon his heavenly hound to counter. He sensed this opponent was far more powerful than Hades had been last time. He leapt over the white bear and attacked Tangun once more. Tan Jun gripped his long sword, locking blades with the true lord. Both grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed, astonished by each other's terrifying power. Damn it, even a minor deity from Huaxia is this formidable. Tan Jun's resolve to conquer Huaxia only hardened. Clang! The long sword clashed with the trident spear, sparks flying everywhere. Clang! Clang! Hundreds of exchanges erupted in an instant. The once ecstatic kimchi spectators gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape as if someone had stabbed them in the throat. They had believed their supreme god would easily defeat the opponent. Now, it was merely a stalemate. The Chinese spectators were sweating bullets for the true lord. Even when facing Hades, the true lord had never fought with such utter abandon. This was a battle of equals. Today, you shall die without a doubt. Tan Jun suddenly transformed into a swirling white mist, enveloping and assaulting the true lord. In an instant, the mist pierced through the true lord's golden armor, revealing countless gaps through which golden light shone. Oomph! Seeing that he had merely pierced the armor, the mist vanished once more, this time transforming into arrow-like projectiles that whirled around the arena. The true lord drew his golden bow and silver arrows, aimed, and fired with all his might. The silver bullet plunged into the mist, vanishing like a stone sinking into the sea. The true lord murmured softly, "Explode." The silver bullet exploded within the mist, its shockwave pushing the air aside to form a visible tidal wave. Tan Jun resumed human form and summoned the white bear back. He reached out with an empty grasp and the white bear's body instantly shriveled. Another one. Seeing this, the true lord knew Tan Jun and Hades were cut from the same cloth. The two clashed once more. Li Yingdao observed the situation and realized no decisive outcome would come in the short term. He suppressed the urge to use that card. He intended to deal with the opponent before him first. That kimchi country player is closing in on God Li. Li, can he beat him? The Chinese crowd couldn't be certain. Previously, Li Yingdao had only won by summoning his opponents. His only recorded win was against the weakling Kim Suk-woo, hardly convincing. Che Young-sin accelerated, leaping high to deliver a flying kick toward Li Yingdao. Thanks to Lord Tangun's grace, my compatibility has reached 10%. Li Yingdao, you're finished. He thought this, yet found himself frozen mid-air, utterly immobilized. Li Yingdao caught his flying kick with one hand. With a flick of his wrist, Che Zhangxian spun mid-air and landed on the ground. What's going on? Could his compatibility rating be higher than mine? Unable to believe his own assessment, Che Zhangxian asked resentfully, "What's your compatibility rating?" Seeing his straightforwardness, Li Yingdao replied just as bluntly, "About 15%. A decimal point separates 1.5 from 15, it's practically the same." But Che Zhangxian believed it. His fighting spirit vanished instantly. He turned and ran. What a joke! 15%? I'd rather beat an egg. Li Yingdao used the Earth Fiend's 72 transformations to teleport instantly before him. He aimed to finish his opponent swiftly. Earth Fiend's 72 transformations, immobilization. Che Zhangxian stood frozen in place, eyes wide and vacant. Li Yingdao stepped forward and snapped his neck with one hand. This. Li is goddamn awesome. I thought the Korean contestants were so strong, but this is it? The Chinese crowd erupted in cheers, even Long Huhua breathed a sigh of relief. At least Yingdao is safe now. The Twin Gods Arena permitted divine cardmasters to battle, but did not mandate life or death combat. Even if their deities fell in battle, the cardmasters themselves wouldn't suffer backlash. Li Yingdao, however, stared at Che Zhangxian's corpse, his face ashen. Damn it, he used it pretty fast. He hadn't obtained Che Zhangxian's cards. This meant that before his death, he had already used up all his cards. Li Yingdao felt helpless. He could immobilize Che Zhangxian's physical body, but he couldn't control his thoughts. Support cards activated automatically with a mere thought. Probably just 2B rank cards.
Che Zhengxian had already used one S-rank card earlier. Given his level, possessing an S-rank card was already a stroke of incredible luck.
Of the remaining 2 cards, the strongest couldn't exceed B rank.
High above, Tan Gun abruptly halted his attack, sensing his own state rising. Seeing Che Yongxin's corpse on the ground, Tan Gun understood the reason.
Useless.
Tan Jun's assault intensified, his long sword whirling into a blinding flurry of sword blossoms. The sword blossoms solidified into tangible blades, assaulting Jinjuan from all directions. Seeing his opponent's divine card master slain by Li Yingdao, Jinjuan roared, repelling the sword blossoms with a thunderous blast.
1,000-foot-tall golden giant stood atop the arena, its overwhelming pressure causing Tan Jun's stature to plummet.
Seeing this, Li Yingdao felt relieved.
Emulate heaven and earth.
The true lord has unleashed emulate heaven and earth again.
The Chinese spectators erupted into frenzy.
If there was one deity they knew best now, it was undoubtedly the true lord. Among his abilities, emulate heaven and mirror earth left the deepest impression. Last time, he had defeated the Greek deity Hades with this very technique. This time, it seemed poised to strike down the Korean deity Dangun.
Chapter 35, United as One. Spirit, energy, and vitality flow as one. Tangun's brows furrowed deeply, the snow-white dragon robe draped over his shoulders seeming to tremble. Well done, second prince, manifestation of the true lord.
Facing the 1,000-foot golden form, Tangun could only dodge wildly, summoning 1,000 white bears to draw fire.
Eye of origin. The true lord's third eye erupted with boundless golden light, illuminating the entire arena. The white bears' bodies instantly melted away like ice and snow. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 white bears vanished as if they had never existed. Tangun knew delay was futile. He leapt upward. The long sword in his hand hummed with vibration, growing larger and larger in his grasp. The Emperor's sword. Li Yingdao froze upon hearing these words, then burst into laughter. The Emperor's sword? What a bold claim. This pickle nation can't even steal properly. Throughout Chinese history, which emperor's attire was ever pure white? From the Emperor Qin Shi Huang's jet-black dragon robe to the later 5-clawed golden dragon robes, white was reserved for mourning attire. Tangun's strike consumed a millennium's worth of faith energy, seeking to slay his foe. When his power reached its zenith, he swung his blade straight down upon the colossus before him. The sword's edge sliced through space, shattering it wherever it passed and revealing a heart-stopping aura. The true lord raised his trident-bladed spear to block, the two weapons clashing together. With a thunderous crash, a spatial fissure appeared at the center of the arena. The crowd gasped in shock. This single clash between the two had torn apart the void. Put. Tan Jun swallowed the blood in his mouth, his eyes bloodshot. This strike had inflicted immense backlash upon him. The true lord's form also weakened slightly, his golden light dimmed to the faint glow of fireflies. This Tan Jun has some skills. He's actually pushed the true lord to this point. Li Yingdao narrowed his eyes, astonished. But that's all he's got. Che Yongxin is dead. Tan Jun has no more cards to play. The Korean spectators watched it all unfold clearly. Their own supreme deity was actually at a disadvantage. Recalling the catastrophic consequences of defeat, this time, they could no longer muster a smile. Huff! Tangun gasped for breath. Seeing his opponent still maintaining his giant form, his heart sank. I have no choice but to use that move. Though the cost was immense, Tangun could no longer afford to lose. If he lost, it would mean his true demise, both body and path. Then, who in Kimchi Nation would still worship him? How could he grow in power? How could he still call himself I? He absolutely could not lose. The next moment, all Kimchi people felt a hollow void in their hearts. All the Kimchi Nation's divine card masters received notifications from the arena. The deities they had bound had vanished without a trace. One by one, the bound Korean deity cards emerged from their respective card masters. They charged straight toward the arena. In an instant, the arena was filled with over 1,000 cards. Tangun, what are you doing? A great deity bellowed the question, its voice echoing from within the cards. Great God Dangun, why did you summon us? The rules forbid us from aiding in battle. A D-rank deity asked in confusion. Li Yingdao felt a sense of foreboding surge within him. Gathering all the divine being cards of his nation together, such a tactic was unheard of. True Lord, interrupt him. Li Yingdao urged. This wasn't a turn-based game where they could wait for him to charge before countering. The True Lord fired a silver bullet, but Tangun sneered coldly, activating 5 D-rank deity cards to block it. He was treating his own deities' lives as expendable resources. The Prime Minister of Kimchi Nation knelt numbly on the ground, abandoning all dignity as he begged Tan Jun to stop. If Tan Jun kept playing like this, even if he won, Korea would be left without any gods to use. This was worse than defeat. All of you, lend me your divine power. Tangun grinned savagely, fingers splayed wide as snow-white threads snared the cards. Divine power surged endlessly through the threads into Tangun. Tangun! What madness is this? You are our supreme deity. Great God Tangun, stop. If this continues, we will perish. The deities of Kimchi Nation pleaded desperately, desperate to preserve their own divine power.
Tangun paid no heed, drawing power with frenzied intensity. When confronted by the True Lord's attacks, he activated his cards to block them. He had long ago ordered Che Young-sin to instruct Kim Suk-wol and Young Hong not to interfere with the gods. His goal was to ensure the nine-tailed fox and the fire elemental spirit perished. This way, he could inherit their faith to bolster his own power. But now that the situation is critical, he can't afford to play petty games and must take decisive action. My lords, depart with peace of mind. Once I've conquered Huaxia, I shall resurrect you all. The deities, of course, refused to believe Tangun's empty promises and began cursing him out. The Huaxia people were also stunned by Tangun's move to pull the rug out from under them. By doing this, Tangun absorbed the power of all the Korean deities into himself. At that point, the True Lord would be facing the combined might of all Korea's deities alone. Could the True Lord prevail? No one present dared to make that guarantee. Even though the True Lord had emerged victorious in every battle thus far, and the people of Huaxia held unwavering trust and reverence for him, no one dared guarantee victory for the True Lord. In the war preparation chamber, Long Hua's brow was deeply furrowed. China and Korea had now reached a point of no return. Should China lose this battle, even if its formidable national fortune spared it from annexation, it couldn't be ruled out that other nations might harbor ulterior motives. The world holds more than one superpower. The closest? That certain third country, thirsting for vengeance. Faith. Yes. Faith. Long Hua growled, recalling the first battle between the Bull Demon King and the Nine-Tailed Fox. Before he could prompt them, the people of Huaxia had already begun praying for the True Lord. Throughout the land, temples dedicated to the True Lord burned incense ceaselessly, their devotees bowing and offering prayers. After several battles, the Chinese people had long engraved the True Lord in their hearts. Strands of golden light, like murmuring streams, rose from the arena floor and flowed into the True Lord's body. The True Lord's previously subdued state recovered. He sensed Tanjun's aura steadily rising, nearing the level of a near saint. Yet the True Lord showed no emotion whatsoever, even seeming to sneer at the notion. In his eyes, Tanjun's actions were nothing short of demonic heresy. Ultimately, over 1,000 cards dimmed as the deities of Korea perished. They perished from the loss of their divine power. Tanjun paused, seemingly unsatisfied, and Li Yingdao breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he didn't break through to near saint, just a half-step near saint. The Kimchi nation's foundations were still too shallow. Even exhausting all its deities couldn't produce a single quasi-saint. Yet the audience was awestruck by Tangun's overwhelming presence. With each step, each movement, Tangun shifted in an instant, his every gesture rippling through space itself. In contrast, the True Lord remained in the state of emulating heaven and earth, yet the faith power of the Huaxia masses merely served to mend his wounds. Tangun. What you absorbed just now, it couldn't have been merely the divine power of those deities, could it? Li Yingdao suddenly asked. Could it be that Li Xin has another solution? Seeing how confident Divinely looks, he might actually have a solution. That Tanjun is terrifying. The National Fortune Arena has never seen such a powerful deity. Seeing Li Yingdao speak, the Huaxia crowd felt the flame of hope reignite within them. A flicker of apprehension, as if he had been seen through, passed through Tangun's eyes. He did not respond to Li Yingdao's words. So it was true. What Tangun drew upon just now wasn't divine power at all, it was the accumulated faith energy of the Korean peninsula's gods over thousands of years. Li Yingdao nodded to the True Lord. He slowly drew forth a card. S-Class Status Card, United as One. Instead of affecting the True Lord, the card transformed into countless points of light that scattered over the Chinese audience. In that instant, everyone's hearts seemed to connect, existing in mutual resonance. At this very moment, the divine card masters of Huaxia achieved unity of body, mind, and spirit, their essence, energy, and spirit flowing as one. Myriad golden streams of faith converged like countless brooks, ultimately forming a mighty Yangtze River. Chapter 36, Yang Jian's Obsession. Li Yingdao gazed upon the golden river of faith, unable to suppress his delight. One heart, one mind. So that's how it is. Previously, the faith energy of Huaxia had been like isolated streams, each person's thoughts and beliefs differing. They could never truly unite. This led to wasted faith, even canceling each other out. Great Lord Jinjuan must win. When will I become a powerful god card master like Li Shun? May the great Lord Jinjuan bless my family with peace and health. I want my mom to get better soon and stop losing her hair. Damn that Kimchi country, they must all be wiped out. But now, under the unified power of the S-Class card, these thoughts and beliefs intertwined. All Chinese people could hear each other's inner voices. They share but one thought. Slay Tangun. The True Lord bathed in a river of golden light, his aura drawn in to its utmost. Like a summer cicada dormant beneath the earth, or a flawless, exquisite piece of raw jade. The True Lord was constantly ascending. Tangun gazed upon this colossal, solidified force of faith, greed flickering in his eyes. Compared to this, the faith he had just absorbed was like a firefly next to the bright moon. All of this is mine. Tanjun surged forward, seeking to immerse himself in the golden river of light. His hand brushed against the river's surface.
Tan Jun yanked his finger back, his face frozen in disbelief. To the true lord, the river water was sweet rain to him, it was like molten lava. Why? This should be mine. If I cannot have it, then no one shall. Tan Jun swung his sword, intending to sever the flow upstream. Li Yingdao roared at the sight, everyone, Tan Jun must be executed. Under the card's effect, the conviction of all Huaxia's divine cardmasters shifted to Tan Jun must die. A section of the river split off, transforming into the dragon of Huaxia, which bit through Tan Jun's so-called emperor's sword. Faith could not only be used to worship deities, but also to slay them. Li Yingdao's thoughts shifted again as he shouted, everyone, lend your strength to the second lord, the manifested true lord. The faith of Huaxia shifted to support the true lord. Li Yingdao's face flushed crimson. In this moment, he stood as the helmsman of Huaxia's collective faith. He steered this great vessel of faith. And now, he would make this entire vessel channel its power toward the true lord. Didn't you, Tan Jun, only barely attain the rank of a half-step quasi-saint by exhausting the faith power of every pickled vegetable deity? Then now, let us witness what a true quasi-saint is, and what a true sage is. Today, I, Li Yingdao, shall make the true lord a quasi-saint. Within the golden river of light, the true lord sat cross-legged upon a 9-tiered golden lotus, the celestial eye between his brows pulsing like a cosmic embryo. The bottleneck of the peak great Luo immortal realm slowly loosened, a crack appearing in the quasi-saint realm, as if beckoning to the true lord. Look! What is that? How could there be so many chains? Why didn't the arena stop them? Could other deities be intervening? Thousands upon thousands of chains of law spread from the horizon, each one an embodiment of the Tao's principles. The heavenly Tao did not wish to see a near saint emerge. The heavenly Tao would not permit it. The arena remained unimpeded throughout. Long-standing rules seemed to vanish before the heavenly Tao. The chains slowly coiled around the true lord, stubbornly resisting the golden river of light to halt his advance. The Tao sought to permanently confine him within his current realm. Li Yingdao's heart clenched in dread. He knew this was the decisive moment. Success or failure hinged entirely on this single attempt. Even if the true lord had told him that the present gods of Huaxia were but fragments of their divine essence. Even if he failed, it would not affect the true essence. Yet Li Yingdao still yearned to witness the true lord's triumph. How could the countless people of Huaxia ever be bound by the mere heavenly Tao? From Quafu chasing the sun, Jingwei filling the sea, to you the great taming the floods, and the foolish old man moving mountains. The history of Huaxia is a chronicle of its people's struggle against heaven and earth. The way of heaven cannot hold back the Chinese people, nor can it hold back the Chinese gods. The true lord's eyes snapped open, a starry sea exploding within them. His armor shattered completely, revealing jade bones radiating the essence of 8 or 9 profound arts. Mountains and rivers, collapse. The true lord roared, his muscles bulging as he shattered the chains of heaven's way. Yin-yang reversal. A cold, eerie flame ignited spontaneously upon his body, his formidable flesh becoming fuel for the inferno. Heaven and earth shift. The true lord swallowed and expelled golden light, shrouding the heavens until day and night blurred beyond recognition. His divine form, which had previously mirrored the heavens and earth, surged to 10,000 zhang in height. The arena itself expanded several times over, barely accommodating his colossal body. The original gilded gates transformed into 3 chaotic portals. From within these portals emerged 3 true lords. What's happening? How did the true lord split into 4? Brothers, don't worry about it. We just need to trust the true lord and trust the divinely. Li Yingdao's pupils suddenly contracted, his face drained of color. These are the 3 corpses. The greatest obstacle to becoming a sage, the barrier that has cut down countless great immortals. Slay the 3 corpses. The 3 corpses are the benevolent corpse, the malevolent corpse, and the obsessive corpse. They are manifestations of the deity's own being. The first 2 are manageable divine beings, possess formidable combat prowess and can naturally slay them. The crux lies in the final corpse, the obsession corpse. For who among us is without obsession? Even the gods are not exempt. The deeper the obsession, the stronger the obsession corpse becomes, and the harder it is to defeat. What could be the true lord's obsession? The true lord stared coldly at the 3 versions of himself before him. The evil corpse, its armor stained with blood, twisted its face in rage. Yang Jian, you beast. You couldn't even protect your own sister. What kind of deity are you? What kind of brother? The benevolent corpse's expression remained gentle as it whispered softly, Yang Jian, turn back while there is still time. Leave Guanjianko and return to the celestial court. In the next instant, the heads of the virtuous and wicked corpses separated from their bodies. Empowered by the force of faith, the true lord's strength had long since shattered its limits, reaching the threshold of a near saint. Slaying the benevolent evil corpse required no effort at all. Must we revisit these old matters? Is that so? The obsession corpse, which had remained motionless, spoke. Li Yingdao's mind was taut as he stared intently at the arena. True lord, only the obsession corpse remains. Don't hesitate. At the same time, Li Yingdao speculated on the nature of the true lord's obsession. The obsession corpse extended a finger, pulling a river of time and light from the horizon. The river's surface flickered, reflecting scenes of Huaxia's repeated defeats before Li Yingdao's arrival. Back then, Huaxia suffered defeat after defeat on the arena stage, plagued by relentless natural disasters and a people left in dire straits. Foreign nations mocked, China has no gods. Look at them, they've long forgotten you. You're still fighting for them with such misery, what's the point? The entire Huaxia civilization is severed. All your efforts are futile. Even if you become a quasi-saint, what difference will it make? Can you change anything? Poof. Even if you wanted to change things, would the arena beneath your feet allow it? Can you defy the rules? Even the saints are powerless. What good is a mere great immortal like you? Yang Jian, give up. You cannot change anything. The corpse's voice was slow and deliberate, laced with a seductive undertone. The golden river of faith continued to flow steadily. Tan Jun watched all this unfold beside him, filled with despair. He was powerless to stop it. The people of other nations also watched the true Lord. Even without knowing the details, they understood that the deities of Huaxia were undergoing a trial. Chapter 37, The Great Luo fades, the near saints emerge. Swallow the kimchi nation. Upon hearing the obsession corpse's words, Li Yingdao's expression darkened. What did he mean by all in vain? The gods of China were fighting for the Chinese people, yet when it came to him, it was all futile. Simultaneously, the obsession corpse revealed the true Lord's obsession. The extinction of Chinese civilization. This thought only fueled Li Yingdao's fury further. All this time I've been busting my ass, risking my life in battle. For what? Wasn't it to resolve the consequences of civilization's collapse and help China rise again? And now you're calling it all a waste of effort? Long Hua and the others in the war preparations section also came to understand, all feeling anger toward the obsession corpse. They didn't grasp the concept of civilization severance, differing from Li Yingdao's perspective. Our deities fought for us, sacrificing their lives and shedding their blood. And you call it futile? All the people of Huaxia glared furiously at the obsession corpse. Their united faith transformed into a demand for the true Lord to slay the obsession corpse. Sensing the river of faith brimming with malice toward it, the obsession corpse sneered with disdain. Look at them, how pitiful. They can do nothing. With mere decades of lifespan, what could they possibly accomplish? But you're different from them. You're a great immortal, blessed with boundless longevity. The world is vast, where can you not go? Why imprison yourself here? Give up on them. They don't deserve such sacrifice from you. Have you finished speaking? The true Lord raised his head in fury. Yes, you are my obsession, Yang Jian. You are, in fact, a part of me. I fear you, dread you, and dare not face you. The Huaxia civilization has been severed, who knows when it might be restored? People no longer know the gods, unable even to utter their own names. Facing other nations, China is timid and hesitant, forced to endure defeat helplessly. Everything you say is true. But even so, should I, Yang Jian, flee? Even if I am but a fragment of a divine spirit, even if the way of heaven oppresses me and the rules bind me. Does that mean I should just give up? Damn it! I, Yang Jian, cleaved mountains to rescue my mother, shouldered mountains to chase the sun, slew dragons to tame floods, and heeded commands without summons, stationed at Guangzhou mouth. Even the Jade Emperor couldn't control me. What makes you think you can? How dare you presume to dictate my actions? Even if you were me, you wouldn't have the right. Great Lord! Go for it, cried a young child's voice from the arena. The true Lord fights for us. Who do you think you are to judge our true Lord? Ever since the divine lordly appeared, we've never been defeated. Isn't that all thanks to the divine? No matter how dire the situation in China becomes, we will never abandon our deity. The people of China will never surrender. The voices of the multitude flowed through the golden river of united hearts, reaching the ears of the true Lord and the obsession corpse. The true Lord turned to face the sea of faces. Children, women, elders, and countless youths. Who says they're useless? Without them, would I, Yang Jian, have even a chance at ascension today? Without them, you wouldn't even exist. The obsession corpse remained impassive, utterly unimpressed. Ridiculous. No matter how united mortals may be, they remain mere mortals. They are unworthy. They deserve it. Ugh. I asked if you're done yet. The true Lord swung his three-pronged spear with every ounce of strength, cleaving the obsession corpse clean in two. The obsession corpse's eyes widened in disbelief that the true Lord dared to slay it. The crowd below the stage was already in tears. The true Lord had conquered himself and overcome his obsession. Congratulations to the divine being of Huaxia, Xinjuan, the manifestation of Erlang. Promoted to near saint. Li Yingdao shouted first. The crowd roared in unison, as if venting all the grievances they had endured. Congratulations to the true Lord Erlang. Congratulations to the second prince, the manifested true Lord. Congratulations to the second prince, the manifested true Lord. The three corpses that had perished returned, each performing a bow of respect. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Yang Jian, on your ascension to near sage. Then, the three corpses entered Yang Jian's body, becoming one with him. Boom! A beam of chaotic light, indistinguishable between light and darkness, pierced the entire heavens. This time, neither the rules nor the way of heaven could restrain it. Whoosh! A golden river of light flowed into the True Lord's heavenly eye, where all faith collapsed into a single seed of the Tao of Chaos. The True Lord let out a piercing roar, its shockwaves shattering the cosmos as he unfolded his unique quasi-saintly Tao domain, centered upon himself. At the domain's core, the True Lord wore chaotic silver armor, his left arm coiled with a materialized ice dragon, while a mystical fire dragon stood poised upon his right shoulder. The Deluo realm ended, and the quasi-saint realm was born. Hailed as the Holy Lord manifesting the marvelous Tao of primordial chaos. A deep rumble of thunder echoed through the heavens. This was the wrath of the Tao. The True Lord raised his head to gaze at the heavens, his expression a mix of disdain and regret. Then, the True Lord turned his gaze toward Li Yingdao, hope flickering in his eyes. In the next instant, the True Lord pulled Li Yingdao into his own Tao domain. What's happening? The True Lord and Li Xin have vanished. Could it be that the True Lord is imparting teachings? I'm not jealous at all. The Tao domain was boundless. Colorless, directionless. Li Yingdao, thank you for your help. It is through you that I have ascended to the rank of near saint. The True Lord, now in human form, addressed the youth. Li Yingdao smiled shyly. True Lord, we're practically family. As your divine card master, this is the least I could do. If you truly wish to thank me, bestowing a magical artifact would suffice. Seeing through Li Yingdao's thoughts, the True Lord sighed instead, I must depart now. Li Yingdao was struck as if by lightning. Just after attaining near sage status, you're leaving? Can't I just say I don't want the artifact? True Lord, where are you going? The heavenly way here cannot tolerate a near saint. To remain would be to defy the entire heavenly way. This benefits neither me nor Huaxia. Li Yingdao, puzzled, pressed further, then why was I able to summon the primordial lord back then? The primordial lord is also a quasi-saint. If the way of heaven forbade it, I could never have summoned such a great deity back then. Because of you. Li Yingdao? Me? It was indeed because of you that a crack appeared in the Tao, allowing the venerable Shangqing to make his appearance. But it can never happen again. Li Yingdao, bound by the rules, this is all I can tell you. Fortunately, when I ascended to near saint, I broke through the heavenly Tao's blockade. I estimate you can summon me no more than 3 times henceforth. Li Yingdao breathed a sigh of relief. Summoning a true lord of quasi-saint power 3 times would be more than enough for him to dominate the arena in the future. He then shot the True Lord a look of contempt. Fearing I couldn't bear the fact that I could only summon you 3 times, you first told me you were leaving. First tear off the roof, then smash through the windows. The True Lord roared with laughter. Seeing his little scheme exposed, he felt no embarrassment. Li Yingdao, you are different from others. The road ahead of you is still very long. This blue star is merely the starting point. Li Yingdao rolled his eyes, saying word by word, True Lord, could you give me some good news? The True Lord stifled his laughter and gently tapped Li Yingdao's forehead. Once you raise that so-called compatibility to 100%, then this saint will tell you the real good news. This saint takes leave. With that, the True Lord escorted Li Yingdao out of the Tao realm. He himself soared skyward, heading for the heavens beyond the heavens. Look, Lord Li has returned. Where's the True Lord? Why hasn't he returned? Could it be that the divine being devoured the True Lord? The True Lord is a near saint. How formidable is this divine being? Hey, what's wrong with divine being Li? Before the eyes of all, Li Yingdao suddenly crouched down, burying his head in his arms. Damn True Lord. If you're leaving, just leave. Why did you have to pass down your entire lifetime's teachings to me? Truly befitting a near saint, what a noble gesture. The crowd had completely forgotten about Tan Jun. In truth, when the True Lord unleashed his Tao domain, Tan Jun had been obliterated by the aftershock. Huaxia Nation defeats Kimchi Nation. China's reward, annexation of Kimchi Nation. Kimchi Nation punishment, all deities dispersed, civilization extinguished. Kimchi Nation incorporated into Huaxia Nation. Kimchi Nation destroyed. Chapter 38, The Three-Nation Alliance. What you fear comes true. Li Yingdao cursed under his breath. After holding dead bodies for so long, this arena finally did something human. Following the arena's announcement, everything related to deities vanished from Kimchi Nation. Temples, monasteries, Taoist shrines, cultural relics, sacred texts. Along with people's memories of the deities, everything vanished into thin air. The people of Korea now possessed no information about their deities in their minds. They only know they were defeated by Huaxia and absorbed into its realm. With a thunderous rumble, the continental plate bearing Kimchi Nation shifted, seamlessly merging with the borders of Huaxia. The nation's fortune in earth, water, and culture was fully integrated into the fortune of China. From that day forward, the territory of China expanded by 220,000 square kilometers. We've won. We've won. Today, China expands its borders. We are witnessing history. China shall rise. Li Xin is awesome. The True Lord is incredible. In the preparation area, the 2 elders, Long Hua and Gu Yan, had tears welling in their eyes. This is the honor of expanding our borders. Moreover, under the influence of the arena, the people of Korea would all come under the banner of China.
They would learn the Chinese language and embrace Chinese culture. Before the profound heritage of China, they would bow their heads. The Greek Prime Minister felt fortunate. Thankfully, he had apologized to China earlier. Otherwise, given China's current strength, a clash between their elite forces might have ended in unpredictable results. Watching Li Yingdao secure victory for China, the Greek Prime Minister couldn't help but think of his own wonder, his anger boiling over. Wonder's decision to bind a new deity was utterly reckless. Prime Minister Noski of the Tri-Nation Alliance kicked his trusted advisor in frustration. The stronger China grew, the more unbearable it became for him. In his eyes, this damn honor should have belonged to Greece. Call the leaders of Xinghan and Faitsue immediately. Do they agree to the plan we discussed earlier? By any means necessary: assassination, coercion, bribery. I want them to obey my orders. The Sakura nation's high-ranking officials grinned from ear to ear. Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! Huaxia is truly a great benefactor, helping us swallow Korea whole. Saved us a lot of trouble. The Prime Minister of Sakura Kingdom cautioned, "Gentlemen, we must remain hidden. There's an ancient Chinese saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. We, Sakura, must be the sparrow that wins in the end." Hi! Kimchi Nation launched a preemptive challenge against China. It ended with China swallowing Korea whole. The stage slowly faded away, leaving the divine cardmasters feeling unsatisfied. There was no other reason this stage battle had been simply too spectacular. Meanwhile, high-level officials from various nations convened meetings to discuss adjusting their diplomatic strategies toward China. The presidents of nations that had previously taken advantage of China's defeat now fidgeted uneasily in their seats. They feared China might retaliate by using challenge cards in the future. Had Li Yingdao known their thoughts, he would surely have smiled and said, it would be impolite not to return the favor. Capital City, National Fortune Bureau. Everyone except Li Yingdao and the few divine cardmasters like Gu Sisi was swamped with work. With Kimchi Nation incorporated into Huaxia's territory, a full 50 million people needed resettlement. And this was all happening after their culture had been erased on the arena stage. Qin Baisheng sat with his legs crossed, watching the bustling crowd with schadenfreude. What a happy problem. Li Yingdao and Gu Sisi reviewed the entire battle between China and Korea. As things stand, the dual gods arena remains extremely perilous. No one can be certain if their opponents have received divine blessings. Gu Sisi frowned. In the second match, Shin Songyin had nearly died on the arena. Had it not been for the Wheel King reviving her, they might well be holding a memorial service for Shin Songyin right now. Li Yingdao remarked, "We still need to improve our compatibility. The higher the compatibility, the stronger the divine cardmaster becomes. In the future, we might even be able to directly infiltrate enemy territories and take down opponents in person." True. Without regular challenges, we should accelerate our synergy development. It's like running a marathon. Before the real arena begins, all divine cardmasters will desperately boost their synergy to increase their survival rate in the arena. If you don't improve, you'll be cut down by others. On this point, Li Yingdao silently reminded himself not to slack off. What excited him was that the divine techniques and spells passed down by the true Lord, the 8-9 mystic arts, the 36 heavenly transformations, the emulation of heaven and earth. Once his affinity reached sufficient levels, these techniques would unlock themselves. No study would be needed, he would grasp them intuitively when the time came. He could even possess the true Lord's divine artifacts, the 3-pronged double-edged spear, the golden bow, and silver arrows. Then he could simply kill them offline, following the divine cardmaster rankings one by one. No need to fight on the arena stage at all. Seeing Li Yingdao smiling dreamily, Gu Sisi gave his head a gentle shake. "Mr. Li, can we be serious for a moment? Sure, you're a national hero, you defeated the 3 kingdoms, crushed Wonder, and annexed Kimchi Nation, but you don't have to be this excited, do you?" Li Yingdao immediately replied solemnly, "Right. China's journey is still long." Just as the true Lord had told him, his own journey was far from over. Without looking too far ahead, consider just the major rivals surrounding China. India, Japan, Korea, and Singapore. All were formidable opponents entrenched before Huaxia. Mentioning the land of cherry blossoms only intensified Li Yingdao's craving for the designated card and challenge card. The annexation of Korea merely stripped them of their deities. Moreover, given Korea's state at the time, even if they hadn't been conquered, their supreme deity Dan Gun would have slaughtered all the gods long ago. Death was inevitable. Being absorbed by China was their honor. If Korea was fortunate, then I hope Japan's fortune will be less favorable. In Li Yingdao's plan, there was no question of annexation when dealing with the land of cherry blossoms. Simply slaughter them all and toss them into the sea to feed the fish. Even that, Li Yingdao thought, would be too lenient for the little devils. Ahem! Long Huhua and Gu Yan entered the conference hall. Everyone stood and called out, "Director Long! Director Gu!" Everyone, please sit down," said Gu Yan, his face glowing with health. "Good news, a divine cardmaster has drawn the designated card." With that, Long Hua exercised his authority as the national fortune director and directly activated the designated card. If the next arena match were chosen randomly, it would undoubtedly select Li Yingdao.
No one objected. In their view, Li Yingdao deserved the designation. Senior Long, any developments from the surrounding nations? Li Yingdao inquired. After all, a tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. With China making such a splash now, its neighboring nations must be losing sleep over it. If Li Yingdao were the leader of any of those nations, he would undoubtedly be devising every possible strategy to counter China. After all, the regular tournament matches were arranged between neighboring nations. If they didn't crush China early, once China grew stronger, it would become even more impossible to defeat them. Moreover, Li Yingdao hadn't yet informed everyone that he could only summon the true lords 3 times. Although the compatibility remains, after this, Li Yingdao must summon other deities whenever possible. Long Hua's expression darkened as his fingers tapped the tabletop incessantly. This is precisely what I was about to address. Our ears and eyes report that the 3 nations are actively reaching out to both Xinghan and Feitsui. These 3 nations are likely moving toward forming an alliance. Li Yingdao clenched his fist, his lips twitching slightly. Just what I feared would happen. Chapter 39, Pantheon, the creator god of Huaxia. Though not as powerful as the 3 nations, the Emerald Kingdom and the Star River Kingdom still rank among the second tier. Should these 3 nations form an alliance, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to Huaxia. Moreover, China currently only possesses 5 divine card masters present: Li Yingdao, Gu Sisi, Qin Baisheng, Shin Sonin, and Ding Yanran. As for the other divine card masters, even without Long Hua mentioning it, Li Yingdao himself felt they were not up to par. Of course, relying solely on Yingdao is far from sufficient. Next, we must prepare designated cards to get ready for future tournaments. Long Hua set the tone for the subsequent development of China's divine card masters. In short, pool the strength of all divine card masters nationwide to pave the way for Li Yingdao and his peers. Director Long, even though the 3 kingdoms have formed an alliance, the arena doesn't allow multi-nation battles, right? It's always been one-on-one. Qin Baisheng expressed his confusion. In his view, as long as there were enough designated cards, even if the 3 nations took turns entering the arena, there would be nothing to fear. That's the rule now, but the future is uncertain. Li Yingdao replied softly. If the arena can create one-on-one matches, why can't it create a multi-nation free-for-all? Even deities must abide by the arena's rules, how much more so for us divine card masters? When the true lord ascended to quasi-sainthood, he had once faced the blockade of the Tao. When the true lord first broke through that blockade, Li Yingdao thought all obstacles were overcome. Yet the true lord personally informed him that the Tao still could not tolerate his existence. Bound by the rules, he couldn't reveal the truth to himself. Seems I must hasten to improve my compatibility. At present, the Tao and the arena were clearly not equivalent, yet both independently imposed restrictions on the true lord in every conceivable way. To uncover the truth, Li Yingdao now had only one path: enhancing his compatibility. Gu Sisi agreed with Li Yingdao's perspective and explained to Qin Baisheng, Li is correct. The arena is ever-changing. New rules could emerge at any moment. Moreover, there are many hidden rules we need to uncover. With such a variety of cards, it's entirely possible there could be a joint challenge card. Qin Baisheng fell silent. In the regular arena matches 7 days from now, we predict Xinghan Kingdom and Emerald Kingdom will be opponents. They've been trying to form an alliance, haven't they? We'll see how both sides handle this arena matchup. Gu Yan delivered this piece of good news. Li Yingdao saw right through it. Long and Gu played the roles of the stern enforcer and the cheerful messenger. One delivered the bad news, the other the good. Next, the 4 members of the Son of Heaven project must focus on enhancing their compatibility and accumulating support cards. Shin Sonin, your mission is to ensure Li Yingdao's safety. We must prepare for the future 3 kingdoms alliance. Long Hua said solemnly. Understood. The capital city, Pantheon. Ever since Li Yingdao's emergence, Long Hua had ordered the construction of temples nationwide to worship the deities. The Pantheon stood as the grandest of these. It was divided into inner and outer halls based on the deity's power and status. The outer hall, spanning over 1,000 acres, was designated by Li Yingdao to enshrine deities below the rank of Great Luo Immortal. The inner sanctuary, however, is reserved for deities above the quasi-saint level, such as the 3 purities, the 4 sovereigns, Pango, and Nuwa. Naturally, the information regarding these deities was also provided by Li Yingdao. Worshippers streamed in unceasingly. Were it not for the daily limit on visitors to the Pantheon, Li Yingdao would likely be unable to move through the crowd. Comrade Li, what are you doing here? With so many people around, what if someone with ill intent recognizes you? Shin Sonin cautioned Li Yingdao. Although Li Yingdao had altered his appearance, blending into the crowd so seamlessly that passers-by wouldn't give him a second glance, Shin Sonin still couldn't shake her unease. Li Yingdao urged Shin Sonin to calm down. The two pushed through the crowd, presenting the credentials given to them by Long Hua to enter the inner sanctuary. The inner hall was off-limits to outsiders, with dedicated attendants coming daily to offer sacrifices to the deities. At this moment, the inner hall stood utterly empty. Surrounded by the imposing statues of deities, Li Yingdao felt a pang of emptiness in his heart and turned to Shen Sonin behind him, asking, Captain Shen, do you think there's a difference between deities? Shen Sonin paused, then answered honestly, of course there are. Otherwise, the arena wouldn't have so many tiers like S, A, B, C, D, E, F, and the deities wouldn't have varying strengths. Li Yingdao shook his head. Among the deities that have appeared so far, they can be divided into two categories. First, deities born of faith. These deities draw their strength from the devotion of their followers. Should the people cease to worship or believe in them, their power would wane or even vanish entirely. Take Tangun of Korea, for instance, the bulk of his power stems from devotion. The second type arises from the times. These deities require no faith from the people, nor do they need to be worshipped. They emerge purely because the heavens and earth require such a deity. Take the Maya moon goddess Ixchil, for instance. She came into being solely because the Maya people needed a moon deity. Upon hearing Li Yingdao's explanation, Shen Sonin nodded thoughtfully. So this is the origin of deities? Of course not. Li Yingdao declared with unwavering certainty. Just as Li Yingdao was about to continue, a familiar figure burst into the inner chamber. Hey, I got word the moment you entered. Thank goodness you haven't left yet. Shen Songsheng exclaimed excitedly. After the pantheon was established, Shen Songsheng was appointed its director by Long Hua. Brother! Shen Songyin called out. Greetings, Principal Shen. Li Yingdao waved. Shen Sonin and Shen Songsheng were biological brothers. After Shen Sonin had died once on the arena stage, Shen Songsheng not only didn't forbid his younger brother from stepping onto the stage again. Instead, he insisted on having Shen Sonin join Li Yingdao's Son of Heaven squad. After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Songsheng inquired, what brings you here? Shen Sonin explained the topic Li Yingdao had just discussed with him. Yingdao, could it be that there's a third classification of deities? Shen Songsheng inquired curiously. Li Yingdao replied, both excited and wistful, of course there is. There's another kind, the creator gods. Pointing to one of the sculptures, he continued. This is the great god Pangu. He split heaven and earth, created all things, and is our common ancestor. Li Yingdao then pointed to a female deity with the body of a serpent and the head of a human. This is the great goddess Nuwa, also known as Empress Hua or Lady Nuwa. It was Nuwa who created humanity, thus giving birth to the Chinese people. Such deities existed long before humanity. Shen Sonin and Shen Songsheng remained silent. Their understanding of these deities was still limited to knowing their names. Seeing their reactions, Li Yingdao sighed. Even though he had restored the pantheon of Huaxia deities, the time was still too short for people to truly embrace them. The battles on the arena stage were too few, and the only deities people were currently familiar with were figures like the True Lord and Chang'e. How could I have forgotten this? Li Yingdao slapped his forehead, then used the Earth-themed 72 transformations to conjure over a dozen clones within the inner hall. You write the classic of mountains and seas. You write Journey to the West. You write Investiture of the Gods. You write the Huainanzi. Upon receiving the order, the clones immediately sat cross-legged in the inner hall and began writing the classics that had vanished with the collapse of civilization. Beyond arena battles, these vernacular novels proved far more accessible to the masses, fostering acceptance and reverence for the divine. Shen Sonin and Shen Songsheng exchanged glances, attributing Li Yingdao's ability to create clones to the powers of a divine cardmaster. Immediately after, Li Yingdao revealed the true purpose of their journey. Captain Shen, Principal Shen. Do you think the deities might appear outside the arena? Li Yingdao's earlier excitement stemmed from his pride in China's multitude of deities. His disappointment stemmed from knowing these deities, like the true lords, were bound by the heavenly Tao and its rules, preventing them from entering the arena. True lords could still take the stage 3 times, but for them, it was utterly impossible. Deities like Pangu, Nuwa, and Fuxi were vastly more powerful than the true lords, having long since attained the realm of sages or even transcended it. Consequently, they faced even greater restrictions. Yet Li Yingdao refused to give up. He wanted to try. With so many great deities in Huaxia, if even just one could take the field, it would be enough for Huaxia to crush all other nations. Chapter 40, The Gods Manifest, bestowing blessings upon Huaxia. Shen Songsheng spoke with uncertainty, Yingdao, deities appearing outside the arena. That seems highly improbable. As the dean of China's premier divine card master academy, Shen Songsheng had never witnessed a divine card master communicating with deities outside the arena. In the days since the pantheon's establishment, no deity had manifested in response to worship either. Who knows? Others might not, but I think Comrade Li could do it. Shen Sonin, being younger, was more inclined to support Li Yingdao's idea. Li Yingdao reverently presented 9 incense sticks. 9 represents the ultimate number, symbolizing the 9-tiered lotus throne in Buddhism and corresponding to the 9 heavens in Taoism. By offering 9 sticks of incense now, Li Yingdao expressed the utmost reverence to the deity before him. Shen Sonin and Shen Songsheng stepped back, their eyes fixed intently on Li Yingdao. Over a dozen clones halted their movements, forming 2 rows to pay their respects. Li Yingdao lit the incense with the earthly fiend's 72 transformations. He then raised both hands to his forehead and bowed deeply. After inserting the incense, Li Yingdao prepared to recite some words. But he found himself at a loss. Oh no, I didn't prepare any words beforehand. If you want divine intervention, you'd better show some sincerity, right? What troubled Li Yingdao even more was that before him stood the great god Pangu. Pangu was undoubtedly the supreme deity among the Chinese gods, and he deserved proper reverence. But if he was going to speak, he couldn't just welcome Pangu alone. What would the other deities think? Shin Sonin watched Li Yingdao bow repeatedly without any response, growing puzzled. Comrade Li, what are you doing? Shin Sonxing shook his head, indicating he had no idea either. Finally, Master Li Yingdao drew a long breath. He placed the incense on the altar and bowed, reciting. When chaos first gave birth to heaven and earth, the great axe cleaved yin and yang apart. His form became all things, laying the foundation thus, Kunlun arose in the primordial chaos. First invocation, Pangu, the heaven splitter. Yellow earth molded into clay, endowed with spiritual roots refining stones to mend the heavens, restoring the stars. His benevolent grace gave birth to humanity, establishing the foundation of society and the state. Second invocation, Nuwa creates mankind. The river diagram and Luo book awakened wisdom, the hexagrams revealed heaven and earth, communicating with spirits. Dragons soared through cloud seas to establish human order. Fishing, hunting, and marriage ushered in primordial harmony. Third invocation, Fushi's hexagrams. Where his ochre whip struck, grasses parted. He taught cultivation of 5 grains to sustain the people. He tested poisons on himself for the benefit of all generations. The medicinal cauldron's fragrance saved the common people. Fourth invocation, Shinnong tastes herbs. The compass pierced the mists, golden spears swept the 8 wilds. He devised boats, chariots, and attire, then rode the dragon back to the center. Fifth invocation, Xianyuan establishes the tripod. Phoenix dwells in the eastern sea as birds pay homage. Golden virtue governs autumn, presiding over desolation. The mystic vessel upholds heaven's laws, governing justice. Harmony reigns over all creatures, the law shines brightly. Sixth invitation, Xiaohao rules autumn. The connection between heaven and earth severed, the ladder to the mortal world severed. Chunli governs the heavens, overseeing the 4 seasons. Xianying presided over winter, governing storage and gathering. The boundary between gods and mortals was defined, establishing the framework of order. Seventh invocation, Zhuanqiu severed the connection between earth and heaven. Sun and moon divide their radiance, governing light and darkness. Benevolence spreads far and wide, the phoenix sings. The 4 seasons flow in orderly succession, following heaven's way. Bountiful harvests sing of peace and prosperity. Eighth invocation, Emperor Ku's benevolence. Behind him, Shin Sonin and the others were dumbfounded. Judging by this display, Li Yingdao seemed intent on summoning every supreme deity of Huaxia. Li Yingdao trembled as he gazed upon the Pangu sculpture before him. His eyes became sun and moon, his blood flowed like rivers and seas. His breath stirs winds and clouds, his spirit blesses eternal spring. Ninth invocation, Pangu returns to the source. The moment Li Yingdao's words fell, a thunderous roar echoed. The entire land of China trembled. As if a colossal dragon had rolled over. What's happening? Could it be an earthquake? An earthquake wouldn't cover the entire nation. Within the National Fortune Bureau, officials rushed to report the anomalous phenomena unfolding across the nation. Countries around the world also noticed the commotion in China. Shen Songsheng hurriedly reported the matter to Long Huhua. At that moment, China's national fortune coalesced, forming a massive golden red dragon coiled above the land. What on earth is happening in China? Prime Minister Noski of the Tri-Nation Alliance stared in disbelief at the colossal dragon in the distance. After understanding the situation, Long Huhua immediately issued a nationwide broadcast. Attention all citizens of China, the divine has manifested. Such a colossal disturbance could not be concealed. Long Huhua chose to speak plainly, letting China's neighboring nations witness it and letting all the schemers and conspirators see it too. If you covet China, you'd better weigh your strength carefully. The golden red dragon circled the heavens several times before plunging headlong into the pantheon. Within the pantheon, the golden dragon transformed into the nation's fortune, infusing the statue. The central statue of Pangu slowly opened its eyes. The 3 immediately knelt down. A true deity had appeared outside the arena. And none other than the supreme deity of China. Li Yingdao trembled as he declared, descendant of Huaxia, Li Yingdao, heir to the true Lord, pays homage to the great god Pangu. I greet all the deities present. At last you've come. Pangu's voice carried a weight of time. Shin Sonin and Shin Songsheng were so overcome with emotion they could barely speak. We have little time. Having come at such great effort, let us attend to matters of importance for our descendants. A woman's voice rang out. Li Yingdao knew it was Nuwa speaking. Quite right. If I hadn't been tied up, why would I let the children suffer? Fushi said indifferently, his tone tinged with resentment. Li Yingdao understood this might be the only chance to speak with the creator gods. Rising to his feet, he asked. Great gods, why did civilization cease to exist in Huaxia? Where have you all gone? Faced with Li Yingdao's question, the gods fell silent. After a long pause, Pangu's weathered voice sounded once more. Young one, swiftly purge the lesser deities of the outer realms.
With that, dozens of statues of great Huaxia deities within the inner hall of the 10,000 Mountains Hall burst into light. "Everyone, let us unite our strength!" Pangu roared. In the next instant, dozens of ethereal divine figures appeared across the land of Huaxia. Li Yingdao utilized the Earth Fiend's 72 transformations to soar into the sky. Looking up, he saw that every single one of these divine figures belonged to the ranks of the sages. Pangu sat cross-legged at the center, flanked by Nuwa and Fuxi. Behind them stood the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the Earth Goddess, Greatju, Zhurong, the 3 Pure Ones, and other sages. The people of Huaxia poured into the streets, kneeling in reverence before the deities. All divine card masters worldwide watched this scene unfold. The deities broke free from the arena and manifested themselves. This time, neither the way of heaven nor the established rules could bind them. Pangu's eyes became the sun and moon, their radiance illuminating the land of Huaxia. Nua's white-gloved hands swept lightly, transforming a stone used to mend the heavens into countless streaks of sunset glow that dyed the mountains and seas. Wherever the radiance touched, parched fields sprang with clear springs, and polluted waters regained their purity. The deities are bestowing blessings upon all of China. Long Hua was speechless with shock. Damn it! Why does China deserve such treatment? Why isn't the arena stopping them? Snarled Matsue, the old dog of Japan's prime minister. The Greek prime minister gazed at the eastern deities and sighed. China is truly unstoppable. Fuxi gazed down upon the mortal realm as hexagrams swirled forth from the river Luobuk. The hexagram of shock. A thunderclap split the sky. Wherever the thunder roared, plagues retreated. Flames ignited spontaneously in the sky, and the mangled bodies of the people began to slowly mend. Then, a book appeared in the sky. Its pages turned, and characters flew out toward the land of China. This is the Divine Farmer's Classic of 100 Herbs. Li Yingdao recognized the text. The characters flew into the bodies of those ravaged by disease. Whether it was cancer or leukemia, diseases deemed terminal by modern medicine were healed by the characters. Other deities also stepped forward, each bestowing blessings upon China in their own way. On this day, the land of China was filled with song and dance, and every face radiated a smile called happiness. After completing all this, the deities turned their gaze toward Li Yingdao. It's the Li God. Could it be that these deities were summoned by the divine Li? God Li is awesome. Li Yingdao asked no further questions. At the very least, he was not qualified to know the truth at this moment. This time, the Pangu deities had still relied on the fortune of the Huaxia nation to descend into reality. After this, the Tao of Heaven and the cosmic rules would surely guard against any recurrence with utmost vigilance. If he wished to summon them again or learn more, he could only achieve what the deities had stated, attain 100% compatibility and purge the lesser gods of the outer realms. Li Yingdao's lips twitched slightly as he declared, Li Yingdao, descendant of Huaxia, shall revive Huaxia. Chapter 41, Family Fighting Family. News of numerous Huaxia deities appearing in the mortal realm swiftly swept across the globe. Nations farther from China, such as Greece, the Maya, and the United States. These nations sent congratulatory telegrams to China while tentatively inquiring about the methods employed. After all, under the blessings of Pangu and other deities, the Chinese people were freed from disease, and nature itself was rejuvenated. This news made foreign nations, plagued by disease, green with envy. For a time, flights to China were snapped up like hotcakes, creating a situation where tickets were impossible to come by. Meanwhile, China's neighboring nations remained silent. The stronger China grew, the more disadvantageous it became for them. Last time it was Korea that was swallowed up. Next time, who knows which of them might be next? Within the Bureau of National Fortune, Long Hua looked at Li Yingdao before him with delight. This youth had astonished him time and again. At times, Long Hua even wondered if the gods had deliberately sent Li Yingdao to save China. At the same time, Long Hua posed a question to Li Yingdao. Yingdao, do you think we should let those kimchi eaters study our divine system? Long Hua himself was not a divine cardmaster, so such matters were best left to the professionals. Across all of China, if anyone possessed the deepest understanding of Chinese deities, it was undoubtedly Li Yingdao. After pondering for a moment, Li Yingdao suggested, they can study divine knowledge, but under no circumstances should kimchi people become divine cardmasters. He then proceeded to explain to Long Hua and the others the classification of deities and the importance of faith. Allowing kimchi people to study Chinese deities could also enhance the power of faith. Why not? As for forbidding kimchi people from becoming divine cardmasters, that was to pull out their teeth. You can never truly know someone's heart. Who knows if the kimchi people harbor ambitions to restore their nation? If they sought restoration, becoming divine cardmasters was their only path. As for the former kimchi divine cardmasters, they no longer exist. When Dangun eradicated all the gods of Korea, those cardmasters had their titles stripped from the tournament and were reduced to ordinary people. By preventing Korea from producing divine cardmasters, under the subtle influence of Chinese civilization, within a few generations, Korea will become just another province. Quite right. I support Yingdao's proposal. Gu Yan said cheerfully. A warm wave surged through Li Yingdao's heart.
Consulting him about the matter of settling Qinchi nation clearly meant they didn't view him as an outsider. Neither Long nor Gu had ever inquired how Li Yingdao summoned those gods. Instead, they entrusted the entire matter to Li Yingdao's discretion. Very well, we shall proceed as Yingdao suggests. Additionally, the pantheon must be offered sacrifices daily. The gods bestow blessings upon us, so we must show them our sincerity. Seeing Long Huaxia set the course, Li Yingdao proposed, Elder Long, Elder Gu. I propose that once we obtain the challenge card, we confront the three kingdoms directly. They love forming alliances, so let's eliminate them before they can act. Li Yingdao's reasoning stemmed from his foresight for the future. The true lord had instructed him to enhance compatibility, while Pango urged him to swiftly purge minor foreign deities. The two objectives were not mutually exclusive. As for how to achieve it? Just fight. Quite right. That's how it should be. The current arena is ever-changing. You never know what strange card some nation might draw. If we move first, our enemies will be one step behind. Once we receive the challenge card, it will be your responsibility, Yingdao. You'll point to the map, and whichever one you choose, that's the one we'll attack. Li Yingdao's face lit up with delight as he hurriedly thanked the two elders. Unbeknownst to them, China had already transformed from a challenged nation into a challenging one. Captain Shen, let's head to the one-on-one arena. Li Yingdao beckoned Shen Sonin toward the one-on-one arena. As for Gu Sisi and the others, they'd been spending every waking moment at the one-on-one arena. They didn't bother with other deities, relying solely on their bound deities to battle opponents. Hey, I don't know the other gods, just the one I'm bound to. Anyway, I'm unbeatable below S rank, and it's 50-50 above S rank. The supreme temple in the capital of the three kingdoms. It was nighttime, and the temple's monks had long since retired for the night. A statue of a deity with 4 heads and 4 arms, holding the Vedas, glowed faintly. Vishnu, those terrifying entities from Huaxia have appeared today. The statue of Vishnu glowed in response. Bound by the rules and the way of heaven, they are but a fleeting phenomenon. Rest assured, it won't be long now. Once the compatibility between you and me as divine card masters reaches the required standard, then we shall challenge China. Those terrifying entities will only be able to watch helplessly as their lands are swallowed by us Indians. We still need to contact Xinghan and Feitsue. Though weaker, they'll make perfect cannon fodder. The Vishnu statue gave an eerie chuckle before falling silent once more. The entire exchange went completely unnoticed. The moment Li Yingdao and Shen Sonin stepped onto the one-on-one arena, the crowd recoiled in shock. Captain Shen, let's each find someone to challenge. Shen Sonin nodded and departed. In the one-on-one arena, divine card masters couldn't harm each other, and both their physical bodies remained within the National Fortune Bureau. Therefore, Shen Sonin had no need to worry about Li Yingdao's safety. In fact, unless it was an intercontinental missile, nuclear bomb, or other superheated weapon, no other weapon could harm Li Yingdao. Li Yingdao opened the Divine Being Bonding interface. Since last aiding the True Lord in breaking through to near sainthood, their affinity had surged dramatically to 10%. Moreover, the True Lord had grown even stronger. With the same level of synergy, Li Yingdao could now access greater power. Yet at this moment, Li Yingdao felt a sinking sensation in his heart and let out a faint sigh. I must make the most of these 3 opportunities to summon the True Lord. At the very least, I cannot use them in one-on-one duels. I must wait until the critical moment when I can swallow up another nation. Until then, I'll keep refining my use of other deities. The regular arena match between Emerald Kingdom and Star River Kingdom is in a week. It would be best to obtain the challenge card before then. Then, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. After deliberating, Li Yingdao began randomly matching opponents. In the arena, aside from issuing challenges to specific opponents, all other matches were randomly assigned. Back then, Gu Sisi had been randomly matched against Maya Zhenan, who ranked 3rd. One-on-one arena match. China's A-rank Divine Card Master Li Yingdao vs China's F-rank Divine Card Master Sun Xiaoshang. Best of 1 match. Arena opens in 10 minutes. Who'd have thought I'd get matched with one of my own people? Li Yingdao muttered under his breath. With the largest number of Divine Card Masters in Huaxia, it was common for them to be matched against each other. 10 minutes later, the one-on-one arena was set. Countless Divine Card Masters flooded into the spectator seats. All of them were there for Li Yingdao. There was no helping it. Li Yingdao's fame was simply too overwhelming now. Defeating Asan, battling Wanair, devouring Kimchi. Any single one of these feats could go down in history. As a result, Li Yingdao's online traffic far surpassed that of any current celebrity. Countless merchandise items were snapped up in a frenzy, and someone even wrote a web novel based on Li Yingdao. Upon release, it exploded across the internet, raking in gold tickets and tips non-stop, instantly overshadowing a slew of hit works. The title seemed to be something like National Fortune, the Divine Lord's Manifestation at the Start. On the stage, Sun Xiaosheng's thick eyebrows and large eyes gleamed with intensity, his lips thin and sharp. His eyes flashed with panic upon recognizing his opponent as Li Yingdao. But he quickly regained his composure. Lord Li, might we keep this match private? Chapter 42, Sun Wukong makes his debut. Journey to the west is a hoax. The crowd immediately grew displeased at Sun Xiaoxing's request. No way. How else would we get to see Master Li's moves? We're all family here, losing wouldn't be embarrassing.
Not only were the Chinese divine card masters displeased, but even divine card masters from other nations cursed Sun Xiaoxing inwardly.
Without a public match, how could they gauge the strength of the Chinese deities and strategize against Li Yingdao? Both parties must discuss whether the match will be held in secret. If held privately, outsiders cannot spectate and results will not be disclosed. Sun Xiaoxing decisively chose yes. Li Yingdao followed suit and agreed to the private match. They weren't enemies, there was no need to put the other party in such an awkward position. After the decision, the spectators were instantly cleared from the arena. Li Yingdao's next plan was straightforward: continuously accumulate points in one-on-one matches.
This would allow him to exchange for cards like design cards and challenge cards.
And S-rank cards, those powerful cards capable of turning the tide of battle.
Seeing Li Yingdao opt for a secret operation, Sun Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief.
Thanks, God Li. Li Yingdao waved it off nonchalantly. We're all family here. No need to thank me.
The stage began refreshing cards. Among the 9 cards, the True Lord's card remained positioned at the very center. Li Yingdao murmured, "Rest assured, True Lord.
I'll get the compatibility up to 100% in no time."
He then scanned the other cards. Jingwei, Xiangu, Mazu, Mengpa, the mountain god of manhwa, Xan Huan of the Thunder Department, the giant spirit, and the Lord of the Clouds. These deities are far superior to my previous ones. At least they're all ranked among the prominent immortals.
Since his opponent was merely an F-rank divine cardmaster and Li Yingdao couldn't choose the True Lord, he simply chose Mazu.
Also known as the Heavenly Princess or Sea Goddess, she is a classic example of a mortal elevated to deity status through devotion. Born in the southeastern region, she performed numerous acts of kindness, healing the sick and rescuing ships in distress. After her death, local people built temples to worship her. Subsequently, she received posthumous honors from successive imperial courts, and her worshippers grew in number. Li Yingdao had long admired Mazu's reputation. Protect the nation and its people, manifest divine grace and swift response, extend benevolence and universal aid, bestow blessings upon all living beings, inspire sincere devotion and universal faith, demonstrate divine favor and harmonious support, shower steadfast benevolence and profound grace, calm the waves and ensure smooth voyages, spread blessings across the seas. She calms the waves and bestows blessings, guides the currents and spreads prosperity, pacifies the oceans and grants auspiciousness. Her grace is vast and her virtue is profound. She safeguards the waterways and ensures peace, strengthens the military and secures the borders, bestows blessings, and spreads benevolence. The Heavenly Empress. We humbly welcome Mazu. Huaxia Nation Li Yingdao card, Mazu. Huaxia Nation Sun Xiaoxing card, the great sage equal to heaven Sun Wukong. Upon hearing the arena's announcement, Li Yingdao's eyes widened instantly. What the hell? Now Li Yingdao finally understood how those 3 felt. An F-rank divine card master summoning an S-rank deity? Who would believe that? Although the one-on-one arena didn't display god ranks, the rebel's strength was undoubtedly S-class. Sun Xiaoxing, tell me, how did you perfect the great sage? Facing Li Yingdao's question, Sun Xiaoxing scratched his head. He replied somewhat sheepishly, "Godly, back then the arena refreshed a card for me. I tried several times and failed. It was only by finding clues in an ancient text left by my grandfather that I succeeded. I followed the ancient text's instructions to refine it, and it worked. I never imagined I'd face you on my very first attempt." Li Yingdao smiled bitterly. Looks like I can concede this one. Mazu was indeed powerful, but against the great sage, she was no match. The deities took their places. Mazu appeared graceful and dignified, clad in a crimson gown cinched at the waist with a jade sash, her head crowned with a ceremonial diadem. She carried none of the lofty majesty expected of a deity, appearing instead like a gentle older sister next door. On the other side, Sun Wukong appeared hairy-faced, thunder-mouthed, wielding an iron rod, and only human-sized. Greetings, great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Li Yingdao performed the Taoist ritual of greeting. Though in Journey to the West, Sun Wukong was later honored by the Buddha as the victor over demons Buddha, Li Yingdao believed Sun Wukong still preferred the title of Great Sage equal to heaven. Thus, he paid his respects with Taoist rites. Hey! How is it that you, a mere child, carry the aura of the three-eyed demon? Sun Xiaoxing was dumbfounded. Sun Wukong's appearance was that of an untamed monkey, bearing no resemblance whatsoever to the image on the card. Li Yingdao then said he could concede defeat. I am indeed the True Lord's successor. Li Yingdao sighed inwardly. Why did every deity connected to the True Lord claim he was a three-eyed being? Then, Li Yingdao apologized to Mazu. My apologies, Mazu. I must concede defeat this time. Mazu smiled kindly, indicating it was no trouble. Since you were no match for your opponent, why fight and embarrass yourself? We're all family here, victory or defeat makes no difference. Her words felt like a gentle spring breeze. Li Yingdao couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Mazu. Seeing his opponent had no intention of fighting, Sun Wukong simply sat down on the ground.
Little one, let me ask you, how has that three-eyed fellow been lately?
Li Yingdao answered honestly, the true lord has now attained the rank of near saint. Bound by the constraints of heaven's way, it will be difficult for him to make an appearance in the future. Sun Wukong scratched his head, slightly annoyed.
That three-eyed brat's become a quasi-saint. How utterly boring. This is infuriating.
Li Yingdao couldn't help but chuckle at this, then asked curiously, Great Sage, why are you acting like this?
The current Sun Wukong wore neither the robes of the victor over demons Buddha nor the attire of the great sage equal to heaven.
Only a tiger skin coat barely covered his private parts.
This old monkey likes it this way. Is that a problem?
Li Yingdao nodded with a wry smile. He knew that the great sage, like the true lord, was merely a fragment of a divine spirit. Yet he still felt immense curiosity toward him.
What Chinese person wouldn't be curious upon seeing the great sage? Since we won't fight, then you little brat should just admit defeat. This old son here doesn't like losing to others.
Li Yingdao replied, I'll concede defeat on my own terms provided the great sage agrees to one condition of mine.
What condition? Speak it. Li Yingdao's expression grew solemn as he declared, I beseech the great sage to banish evil spirits from our land henceforth and bring us victory.
The great sage possessed peak de luo golden immortal strength, standing but a step away from near sainthood.
Unlike quasi-saints, he wasn't bound by countless restrictions. He was among the most formidable deities permitted to appear on the arena.
Such formidable combat power must be properly enticed to take the stage. Sun Wukong snorted dismissively at the request.
Why should I?
Sun Xiaosheng nervously glanced at Sun Wukong, not expecting the deity he'd bound to be a monkey demon. Yet Li Shen seemed to need his help.
He couldn't help but speak up, Great Sage. Shut up.
Sun Xiaosheng was cut off before he could finish. Li Yingdao carefully chose his words before speaking, because I can restore your true name, Great Sage. Back then, the Buddhist sect deliberately framed you and bestowed upon you the title of victor over demons, a title that binds you. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, gesturing for Li Yingdao to continue.
It seems my hunch was right. If we can persuade the great sage, defeating the three kingdoms will be even more certain.
Li Yingdao continued, I can clear your name from the lies of the journey to the west.
Chapter 43, The Great Sage's Vengeance, the Divine Cardmaster of Sakura Nation emerges.
As far as Li Yingdao knew, the journey to the west was nothing but a grand deception. A deception targeting Sun Wukong. Li Yingdao explained, after you caused chaos in heaven, you were imprisoned beneath Mount Five Fingers by the Buddha Sakyamuni. You then accompanied the Tang dynasty on their journey to the west to retrieve Buddhist scriptures. But during the journey, you were betrayed by the Buddhist sect. The six-eared macaque colluded with Sakyamuni Buddha to deceive heaven and earth, slaying you before taking your place. That is how the subsequent journey to the west came to be. The six-eared macaque and the Buddhist sect framed you. Don't you want revenge? Sun Wukong rose to his feet, his eyes brimming with murderous intent.
Is the six-eared macaque still alive? Li Yingdao shook his head. He died in the arena of the three kingdoms, slain by the deities of the third kingdom.
Sun Wukong burst into laughter upon hearing this, laughing so hard tears streamed from his eyes.
Six-eared monkey, this is your end.
I warned you back then not to trust the Buddhist sect, yet now you've been slain by the deities of the very realm they rule.
How laughable. How pitiful.
The reason Sun Wukong could still stand here was that the Buddha hadn't anticipated he was formed from the heaven-repairing stone of the goddess Nuwa.
He was born transcending the five elements and could not enter the underworld. Even if he were killed, his divine essence could not be utterly destroyed. After countless cycles of reincarnation, Sun Wukong has returned. This is why Sun Wukong wears only a tiger skin. He refused to wear Buddhist robes, nor could he bear to don the golden chain mail armor of the great sage equal to heaven. For he has yet to avenge his wrongs. Li Yingdao felt a pang of sorrow seeing the once mighty, peerless great sage equal to heaven reduced to such a state. Great sage, now that the national fortune arena exists, you have the chance to defeat the Buddha Tathagata on the stage and clear your name. Sun Wukong rose to his feet, his voice thick with murderous intent. Fine. If it means this old monkey can take revenge and slaughter the Buddha, then what's wrong with following your lead?
Li Yingdao's heart leapt with joy, knowing the matter was settled. Rest assured, great sage.
You won't have to wait long.
Then, Li Yingdao cast an apologetic glance at Mazu.
Mazu smiled and said, it's nothing. Li Yingdao nodded gratefully. I concede. Since it was conducted in secret, outsiders remained unaware of the outcome.
Afterward, Li Yingdao found Sun Xiaosheng on the one-on-one arena square. Sun Xiaosheng was still in a daze.
Li Shen. Not bad, kid. You actually managed to bind the great sage. Now the three major rebels of the Celestial Court were finally complete. Know the National Fortune Bureau? Come find me there.
Those capable of binding the great sage start out as S-tier divine cardmasters. Li Yingdao was determined to recruit him into the Son of Heaven team.
This arena is such a ripoff.
The god rank tied to a divine cardmaster in one-on-one matches doesn't count toward the divine cardmaster rankings.
How many talents has China overlooked because of this?
This also reminded Li Yingdao, if a new S-rank divine cardmaster emerged in another country, they wouldn't appear on the rankings. This creates opportunities for nations to conceal their true strength, a threat that must be guarded against. Still, I owe thanks to this arena for revealing the genius that is Sun Xiaoshang. A flicker of self-doubt crossed Sun Xiaoshang's eyes as he murmured, Master Li, my family is in Central Plains. I can't afford a ticket to Beijing. Li Yingdao paused briefly before replying, give me your address. I'll come find you right now. After exiting the arena, Li Yingdao informed Long Hua before departing the National Fortune Bureau. 72 earthly transformations, divine speed. Divine speed was akin to a scaled-down version of the cloud leap, covering tens of thousands of miles in a single breath. Within a few breaths, Li Yingdao arrived in the heartland of central China. Searching the address on his phone, Li Yingdao located a hospital. Earthfiend's 72 transformations, guessing the covered object. This technique granted him X-ray vision. Scanning the hospital from top to bottom, he walked straight to a break room. He knocked lightly on the door. Hey, you're here. Sun Xiaoshang opened the door and exclaimed softly, Master Li, how did you get here so fast? Li Yingdao got straight to the point. Sun Xiaoshang, with the great sage bound to you, you are fully qualified to join the National Fortune Bureau and become a core talent in the nation's response to the National Fortune Arena. Now I ask you, are you willing to join the National Fortune Bureau? Sun Xiaoshang hesitated for a moment before stammering, the National Fortune Bureau, do they provide room and board? Li Yingdao rolled his eyes and patiently explained, the National Fortune Bureau is the highest authority in China. Forget about food and lodging, I could buy this entire hospital and give it to you. Sun Xiaoshang grinned. Then I'm in. This left Li Yingdao utterly speechless. Aren't you going to ask your family's opinion? Sun Xiaoshang's eyes dimmed at the question, and he murmured, Mr. Li, I grew up in an orphanage. Li Yingdao sighed and patted his shoulder. Then come with me. Need to pack anything? Sun Xiaoshang shook his head. My entire world is just my phone and the clothes on my back. No need to pack. As they left the hospital, Li Yingdao asked Sun Xiaoshang, what's your current compatibility level? After that match on the stage, my compatibility with the Great Sage reached 1%. Li Yingdao nodded. With the Great Sage at 1% compatibility, he should be able to keep up with my speed. No need to waste time flying back. Hold me tight. Sun Xiaoshang hesitated for a moment before choosing to comply. Immediately, the scene before his eyes shifted. Within a few breaths, the two arrived at the entrance of the National Fortune Bureau. Sun Xiaoshang retched and vomited. Li Yingdao patted his back gently, waiting until Sun Xiaoshang had finished vomiting before leading him inside the National Fortune Bureau. Master Long, this is Sun Xiaoshang. Li Yingdao then proceeded to explain the origins of the Great Sage equal to heaven to Long Hua. Xin Songsheng had already arranged for the publication of Li Yingdao's novels, including the classic of Mountains and Seas and Journey to the West. Now all that remained was to give people time to read them. Excellent! 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 Yingdao, you truly are a blessing for our nation. Long Hua exclaimed 3 times in succession. Another S-class divine cardmaster for China, he looked years younger with joy. Just then, Qin Baishang also exited the arena, and Li Yingdao explained the situation to him once more. Now the 3 major renegades of the Celestial Court were all present. The leader of Huaxia Mountain, the boss of Guanzhou Port, and the twin Red Stick enforcers of the Heavenly Court. This lineup should be more than sufficient to face the 3 Kingdoms alliance. Li Yingdao thought to himself, entrusting Sun Xiaoshang to Qin Baishang's care before re-entering the one-on-one arena. Since Li Yingdao had deliberately lost to Sun Xiaoshang, the arena deducted his last remaining national fortune points. Now, Li Yingdao's national fortune points stood at 0. Exchanging a bit of national fortune points to bring back the Great Sage, a top-tier combat power, this deal is worth it. Li Yingdao then matched against another opponent. This time, his opponent was Sakura Nation's B-rank divine cardmaster, Senka Kojitsu, ranked 37th on the leaderboard. One-on-one arena match. China's A-class divine card master Li Yingdao vs Sakura Nation's B-class divine card master Senka Kojitsu. Best of 1 match. The arena opens in 10 minutes. This time, Li Yingdao had no intention of fighting in secret. When facing the Japanese, the whole world should witness how the Chinese utterly crush the cherry blossoms. Given the unique historical ties between the two nations. The moment the match announcement appeared, nearly every divine cardmaster from both nations flooded into the spectator seats. Li Xin's opponent this time is a Japanese kid? TSK, the Japanese kid is doomed to lose. Senka-san. Show the world the might of the great cherry blossom empire. China and Japan are clashing, and both are top-ranked cardmasters. This fight is going to be epic. Senya Kojitsu wore a Haori kimono and Geta sandals, looking every inch the pretty boy. Li Yingdao spotted him and couldn't help but recall a famous scene from his past life involving someone who loved peaches. Please discuss whether the match should be held in secret. If conducted privately, outsiders cannot spectate and results will not be disclosed. Senka Henji decisively chose yes, prompting a wave of boos from the arena. The Chinese crowd jeered in unison, scared already, little Japanese brat? Before Li Xin arrived, weren't you all so cocky? Why aren't you bragging now?
Li Xin, crush this pretty boy. The tables had completely turned. Previously, it was foreigners mocking China, but now China was mocking the foreigners in return. And these foreigners were still the little Japanese bastards. Li Yingdao gave the stage a thumbs up in approval. I refuse to disclose confidential information publicly. Both parties disagree. The decision to proceed secretly will be made randomly. 3 seconds later, the stage delivered its verdict. This one-on-one match will be conducted openly. Chapter 44, The Poetic Immortal Li Bai makes his entrance. Damn it! Xian Xiahong cursed under his breath. He knew defeat was inevitable, and now it would be a public battle. This was an absolute humiliation. Senya-san. Don't give up. Yo, Zhenxia-san, don't disgrace our great Sakura Empire. Senya Hangry had delicate, fair skin that made him quite popular with the girls. Many Sakura Empire divine card masters were cheering him on. Hi! I'll give it my absolute all. Chinatsu Hojitsu bowed deeply to the audience with gratitude. Li Yingdao sneered dismissively. Whether it was raw skill or sheer popularity, Chinatsu Kobe was no match for him. 9 cards began to refresh, and Li Yingdao immediately zeroed in on the deity on the far right. Or rather, a person. The stage actually refreshes historical figures? Doesn't that mean emperors and generals from history could potentially be summoned? Li Yingdao's heart surged with excitement. He committed this knowledge to memory before immediately refining his cards. One sword cleaves the Big Dipper, half a flask mirrors the boundless sea. Poetic spirit blazes like lotus flame, drunken soul summons exiled immortal. Yellow river waters pour down like heavenly revelation, inviting the fallen scholarly to descend upon Chang'e. Hail the poetic immortal Li Tai Bai. Li Bai? Isn't that the poet from elementary school textbooks? How could a mere mortal defeat the gods? Why bother with such questions? Just believe in the divine Li, that's all. Though somewhat perplexed, the Chinese audience chose to trust Li Yingdao unconditionally. A figure we've heard about since childhood, now we finally see his true form. Li Yingdao, too, had long admired Li Bai. His life was one of unrestrained freedom, earning him the title of Banished Immortal. At 25, he left Shu with sword in hand, bidding farewell to family for distant travels. Later summoned to the capital by Emperor Xuanzong, he had Gao Lishur remove his boots and Yang Guifei grind his ink. He left behind timeless verses, clouds evoke thoughts of robes, flowers of beauty, spring breeze caresses the balustrade, dew glistens thick. Li Bai's extraordinary talent was such that, when his embroidered mouth spoke, it was as if half the glorious Tang dynasty flowed forth. In the card game, Li Bai appears with the gourd of wine at his waist and the blue lotus sword in hand. His debut sent shockwaves through the realm of cardmasters. The godly Li Bai is so handsome. I want to bear his children. Who knows? Perhaps this battle will inspire another timeless verse from the great Li Bai. Why are all the Lis so handsome? Li Yingdao bowed in the Tang dynasty style. Junior Li Yingdao greets the immortal exile. Li Bai smiled dashingly. Got any wine? Before Li Yingdao could answer, a childish voice piped up. Wine. I've got plenty to spare. Li Yingdao looked over to see a boy as delicate as a carved jade figurine, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. He's the wine-drinking boy. Li Yingdao recalled the information about the wine-drinking boy. Gaidamaru, nicknamed the wine-drinking boy for his insatiable thirst for alcohol, was one of the 3 great demons of Sakura country. It often preyed upon women and children. The youth before him was the first form of the wine-drinking child. Li Bai bowed slightly to the wine-drinking child and said amiably, "Might this friend spare me some fine wine?" A dangerous gleam flashed in the wine-drinking child's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a mass of dark green liquid toward Li Bai. "Take it." "Thank you." Li Bai caught the liquid in his gourd and downed it in one gulp. "You can't drink that." "Great Master Li Bai, drinking requires the right occasion." Oh no, Li Bai is mortal after all." Ignoring the crowd's pleas, Li Bai carried on as he pleased. Li Yingdao smiled faintly, paying no heed to the wine-drinking boy. Back in the day, Li Bai traveled the land, sampling every famous wine. What fine wine could the wine-drinking boy possibly offer in that tiny corner of the land of cherry blossoms? Even if it were poison wine, Li Bai would dare to drink it. Only when Li Bai had drunk his fill did Li Yingdao speak. "We beseech the fallen immortal to slay demons and monsters for the Chinese nation. It is only natural." Li Bai set down his gourd, drew the blue lotus sword, and charged at the wine-drinking boy. "He drank my ghostly poison wine, how come he's not affected at all? Bring on the wine." Li Bai left a phantom image behind as he teleported twice in an instant, thrusting forward before the wine-drinking boy. So fast. The wine-drinking boy scrambled to block, only to have his arm slashed by Li Bai's blade. When he tried to counterattack, he discovered Li Bai had somehow returned to his original position. Witnessing this, Li Yingdao felt completely reassured. If even a historical figure like Li Bai can defeat that wine-drinking boy who's at least a B-rank deity, then wouldn't all the emperors in our Chinese history possess S-rank power? More crucially, though civilizations may perish, history endures. People recognize these historical figures. Now that Li Yingdao could summon Li Bai, others in China could surely summon different historical figures as well. This needs to be discussed with the Dragon Bureau. 5,000 years of Chinese history, it would be a waste not to utilize all those renowned figures. The wine-drinking boy conjured a barrel of wine out of thin air. He raised it high, and countless streams of purple and green liquor gushed forth. Waves of wine surged skyward. The wine flowed endlessly, soon covering the entire arena. Li Bai shook his head helplessly. All this fine wine, it'd be a shame to waste it. Li Bai removed the flask from his waist, gave it a light tap, and it transformed into a purple gold gourd. The purple gold gourd soared into the air of its own accord, unleashing a powerful suction that drew in every drop of wine across the stage. One flask holds a great river. Li Bai nodded with satisfaction. It would be impolite not to reciprocate here, return it to your friend. Li Bai soared through the air on his sword, its tip lightly flicking the flask. Boundless clear liquor transformed into a long sword, stabbing toward the wine-drinking boy. Li Yingdao watched, his heart burning with excitement. Sword riding. What Chinese person wouldn't dream of flying on a sword? The wine-drinking boy snorted coldly, opening his tiny mouth to swallow every last drop of the flying sword formed from the sake. I am the wine-swallowing boy. A name may be mistaken, but my nickname is never wrong. With that, the wine-swallowing boy let out a satisfied burp. This battle is a clash of equals. Both sides excel at fighting with wine as their weapon. Both deities are so cool. I'd feel bad for whoever loses. Anyone else find this super satisfying to watch? Li Yingdao rolled his eyes at the audience's chatter. Senior Li Bai, since the wine-drinking boy fears no liquor, you should wield your blue lotus sword. Li Bai nodded, choosing not to engage further on this point with the wine-drinking boy. The wine-drinking boy heard Li Yingdao's words too. He tucked away his gourd flask and narrowed his eyes. Xian Xiaohan watched Li Yingdao warily, clutching 3 support cards tightly in his hand. When young, I mistook the moon for a white jade plate. The blue lotus sword spun through the air, plucking a full moon from the heavens as if it were real. The flawlessly white jade disc, as large as a basin, spun rapidly toward the wine-drinking boy. Trivial trick. The wine-drinking boy snorted coldly, shattering the jade plate into countless fragments with his childish fist. Is that all you've got? Li Bai smiled faintly. Suddenly, the scattered shards erupted from the ground, shooting toward the wine-drinking boy like bullets. The wine-drinking boy couldn't react in time, watching helplessly as the shards pierced his body. His body convulsed violently until the last shard had pierced him. Crack! A fragment fell from the wine-drinking boy's body, followed by 10, then 100. Until every last shard of the jade plate had fallen free. The wine-drinking boy's body, once riddled with holes, was now completely healed. Li Yingdao let out a soft exclamation, 3 words forming in his mind: no defense breach? Chapter 45, This demon must be slain. Seeing the wine-drinking child withstand the attack unscathed, the divine cardmasters of Sakura Nation erupted in cheers. The wine-drinking god is incredible. How could that mere mortal possibly harm you? The undefeated legend of China's Li Yingdao ends here. Defeat China. Defeat Li Yingdao. Faced with the cries of the Cherry Blossom Nation, China would have dared not utter a word before. But now? Their opponent was the Sakura Island Devils. No matter what, the Chinese were determined to take a bite out of them. Those little devils have forgotten the pain once their wounds healed. They've only been defeated by us once in history, and this time will be no different. Right. Wipe out those Japanese devils. Let them see what it means to face the heavenly kingdom. Li Yingdao ran his fingers over his last card, his heart racing with tension. His 3 S-rank cards were already spent. Now he held only 1 B-rank environment card, capable of transforming the surroundings into a sky filled with stars. Such cards possessed extraordinary effects when bound to specific deities. Take, for instance, the Giant Gate Star God card bound to Ding Yanran. A sky filled with stars would undoubtedly grant the Giant Gate Star God a significant boost. After all, the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper were the very embodiment of celestial bodies. But for Li Bai, it was clearly useless. At the same time, Li Yingdao couldn't gauge what cards Qian Xia held or whether he knew how to use them. For a mortal to achieve this level of skill, I must admit, you have talent. As the wine-drinking boy uttered these words, his entire body began to swell. His form grew taller, skin splitting apart as his features contorted uncontrollably. A 6-meter-tall demon, red-faced, crimson-skinned, and crowned with 5 horns emerged from within the wine-drinking boy. This was the wine-drinking boy's true form as a ghost king. Disgust flashed in Li Bai's eyes as he spoke calmly. Back in the Tang dynasty, I subdued many demons and monsters. Subduing you now will be yet another act of merit. See if you've got what it takes. The wine-guzzling boy shot out like a cannonball, appearing before Li Bai in the blink of an eye. Li Bai used his bringing wine technique to create distance. The wine-swallowing boy tried attacking the phantom standing in place, only to find it utterly useless. This created a dilemma. If he attacked Li Bai's physical form, what if Li Bai returned to his original spot? If he didn't attack, he'd be left watching helplessly. Is running all the Chinese know how to do? Chinese spectators heard this and shot the wine-drinking boy murderous glances. 10 steps, 1 kill 1,000 miles, no trace left behind. Li Bai answered the wine-drinking boy with action. In an instant, 5 Li Bais appeared on the stage.
each charged at the wine-drinking boy with the sword of wine thrust. The wine-drinking boy's towering frame became the perfect target. He parried one sword, only to face 4 more thrusting toward him. Damn it! The wine-drinking boy withstood the assault and wrenched off one Li Bai's head, only to discover it was also an illusion. Another Li Bai slowly materialized, replacing the vanished one. How do we fight this? Xianxia Hangry hurriedly played a card. Though this was a one-on-one arena, it gave him hope of defeating Li Yingdao. The wine-drinking boy couldn't harm Li Bai, but that didn't mean he couldn't defeat him. Now was the time to step in himself. He was certain he could help the wine-drinking boy secure victory. Grade B status card, 3 heads, 6 arms. As the card's effect activated, the wine-drinking boy's bones rattled violently. New bones tore through his skin, spawning 2 additional heads and 4 more arms out of thin air. Damn it, the Cherry Blossom God Cardmaster used a card. Why isn't Li Xin using his card? Li Yingdao's eyes flashed with resignation. Do you think I don't want to use it? But it's just a B rank environmental card. Using it would be a waste. Buying one on the spot was out of the question. He didn't have any national fortune points. For now, we can only rely on Senior Li Bai. If Li Bai truly couldn't defeat the 3-headed, 6-armed wine-drinking child, Li Yingdao was prepared to concede defeat outright. That way, Li Bai's combat strength could be preserved, preventing his rank from dropping. Though he craved victory, he wasn't obsessed with it. This was merely a one-on-one arena match, not a matter of national pride. Losing was merely a stepping stone to a greater victory next time. The wine-drinking boy surveyed himself with satisfaction. All 3 heads spoke in unison, mortal. Prepare to die. Wine wave. The wine-drinking child spread his 6 arms wide, and 6 whirlpools of wine formed in his hands. The whirlpools whistled with the sound of wind, spinning into 6 liquor tornadoes. Go! The whirlwinds roared toward the 5 Li Bais on the stage. One tornado deliberately lingered over the phantom image Li Bai had left behind. Should he return to his position, he would be struck by the vortex. On the stage, the 5 Li Bai figures scrambled desperately, dodging the whirlwinds with all their might. Witnessing this scene, every heart among the Huaxia people felt as though it had been wrenched in their throats. It wasn't that Huaxia couldn't accept defeat. In fact, before Li Yingdao's emergence, defeat had been Huaxia's constant companion. But now, their opponents were those cherry blossom devils. If they lost, the Chinese would truly have nowhere to hide. Is running all the Chinese know how to do? The wine-drinking child sneered. This time, Li Yingdao chose silence. One-on-one duels forbade divine cardmasters from intervening, leaving Li Yingdao helpless without the means to act. Suddenly, Li Yingdao's eyes lit up. He noticed a pattern in Li Bai's evasive movements. 5 Li Bais encircled the wine-drinking boy, trapping him at the very center. Blue Lotus Sword Formation. A massive pentagonal formation materialized on the arena floor, its core engraved with a vivid blue lotus. The Li Bai figures occupied the 5 points of the formation. The wine-drinking boy sensed the danger and attempted to break free from the formation's grasp, only to be struck by Li Bai's blue lotus sword, which pierced his shoulder. Then the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th followed. The speed grew faster and faster, the momentum stronger and stronger. The swirling torrents of wine that had been chasing them collided with each other at some point, spilling across the ground. Huff! Huff! The wine-drinking boy gasped for breath, having failed to evade all 4 strikes. Senka Kojitsu grew desperate and shouted, "Great god of wine drinking, fight him head-on. I'll assist you." With that, Xianxia Hangry abruptly drew a B rank card. B rank attribute card, increases allied deities' defense by 100%. The card activated in the final second as Li Bai thrust his blue lotus sword array. Li Yingdao and Xianxia Hangry both widened their eyes, desperate to witness the final outcome. Splash! Liquor spilled everywhere like a dam bursting. With his final thrust, Li Bai pierced the wine-drinking boy's heart with pinpoint accuracy. Even with Xianxia Hangry's card granting the wine-drinking boy a boost, it couldn't block Li Bai's strike. Yet the next instant, the wine-drinking boy seized the sword's tip. Li Bai's pupils contracted sharply as he used "will you drink" to create distance. Weird. Where's that crying coming from? Kids aren't allowed in the arena. Could it be that some cardmaster is giving birth right here? Why is it getting louder? The infant's wail echoed as, to the horrified stares of the crowd, one child after another materialized atop the wine-drinking child. Their pupils were unfocused, their faces deathly pale. They scrambled frantically toward the wine-drinking boy's chest. The children dissolved into a mist of blood essence, and the wounds on the wine-drinking boy's chest healed at a visible pace. Li Yingdao felt a chill run down his spine, unable to shake the memory of the wine-drinking boy's greatest craving. He feasts on women and young girls. Every child he consumed was used to restore his wounds. Their flesh and souls were drained dry, condemned to eternal oblivion, never to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Now, even the divine card master of Sakura Nation had no face left to speak. The evidence was irrefutable. The deity summoned by Senka Kojitsu was a genuine, malevolent god. Li Bai set aside his carefree demeanor and faced his opponent squarely. Back in Chang'e, though I captured many demons, I always set them free. For I believed that whether human or demon, all could be guided back onto the righteous path. Now I see I was wrong.
For demons like you, killing is the only way to stop the killing. This demon must be slain. Chapter 46, Slaying the Wine-Drinking Boy. Do you even deserve faith? The wine-drinking child let out a piercing howl, a joke. You, a mere mortal, think you can kill me? Wails erupted once more, resounding with lamentation, yearning, and heartrending sorrow. Both sides realized the wine was useless and simultaneously resorted to their signature techniques. The wine-drinking child spread his 6 arms wide, extending them toward Li Bai. The substance forming these limbs was nothing less than the flesh and blood of countless women and children. Li Bai, seeing this, rose on his sword. The wine-drinking boy's arms followed him into the sky. A waterfall plunges 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way had fallen from the heavens. Li Bai murmured the verse, tracing the lines in the air with his blue lotus sword. 14 ink-black characters pressed down toward the arms. Both arms were severed by the ink. Heaven has endowed me with talents that must be put to use. The time will come when I ride the wind and break the waves, hoisting my cloud-like sails to cross the boundless sea. I raise my cup to the bright moon, and with my shadow we become 3. As the 3 verses struck down, the wine-drinking boy's 6 arms vanished without a trace. The watching Huaxia divine card masters joined in, chanting verses penned by Li Bai. Ah! How perilous and high! The Shu road is harder than ascending to the heavens. A lone sail vanishes into the blue sky's end, only the Yangtze flows to the horizon's end. As more joined the chanting, the power of the ink-blasted characters grew ever more immense. A sudden realization dawned upon Li Yingdao. No wonder the great Li Bai appeared in the arena. For centuries, countless people have sung his verses. Even today, his verses are included in textbooks. Each additional person who knows them means one more person knows Li Bai. Among these people, even if just 1 in 10 remembers Li Bai, it adds to his faith. This is nothing short of a different kind of faith-based deification. The wine-drinking boy was left with only his head. Fear flashed in his eyes as he roared, and his wails erupted once more. The severed head and arms regrew once more. Quick, use the cards again. As he spoke, he urged the Sakura Nation cardmasters in the audience to channel their faith power to him. But Senkaku Jitsu remained motionless, and the Sakura Country divine cardmasters did not move either. You? The wine-drinking boy was both shocked and suspicious. Li Yingdao had read their minds. Shinatsu Kojitsu was reluctant to expend his support cards, having only used them earlier when victory seemed within reach. Now that the wine-drinking child was clearly at a disadvantage and his opponent hadn't even played a single card yet. Why waste cards now? Wouldn't it be better to save them for the real stage? As for why the divine cardmasters of Sakura Nation refused to grant their faith power, the reason was even simpler. Who among them present did not have a mother, a sister, or a child? Who would worship a deity that feeds on women and children? Swallow wine. Li Yingdao shouted at the wine-drinking child. The wine-drinking boy turned sharply toward Li Yingdao. Those who follow the righteous path gain many supporters, those who stray from it gain few. You've committed countless evils, yet you expect them to worship you? Do you even deserve it? Smack! Suddenly, Li Yingdao slapped himself across the face and gave a bitter, self-mocking laugh. What's the point of reasoning with this cherry blossom beast? Invoke the exiled immortal to slay this demon. Li Bai roared with laughter, taking a deep swig from his purple gold flask. His green lotus sword traced ink characters through the air. Phoenixes once roamed the Phoenix Terrace, but now the birds are gone, leaving only the empty platform and the river flowing on. The bright moon rises over the Tianshan Mountains, amidst the vast sea of clouds. Still I cherish my homeland's waters, 10,000 miles send the parting boat. The days that abandoned me, yesterday's days cannot be retained. The day that troubles my heart, today brings endless worries. As Li Bai chanted verse after verse, the sky above the arena darkened to ink. Finally, countless ink characters gathered at the tip of the blue lotus sword. Li Bai swung his sword to write the final character, kill. The wine-drinking boy extended his arms once more, his wails and resentment rising like a tidal wave to pierce the heavens. Li Bai swung his sword, the character kill etched in the air, cleaving the wine-drinking boy in two. Countless streams of wine spilled from the wound, flooding the entire arena. Within mere breaths, the arena became a sea of wine. Li Bai gazed at the spilled liquor with heartache, yet did not use his gourd to catch it. He wasn't about to drink the corpse water of the wine-drinking boy. This time, no more women or children would come to heal the wine-drinking boy's wounds. One-on-one arena. China's S-rank divine card master Li Yingdao versus Japan's B-rank divine card master Senkaku Jitsu. China's Li Yingdao wins. The moment the result was announced, the Huaxia audience erupted in thunderous cheers. This time, they were even happier than when they annexed Kimchi Nation. Even though the one-on-one tournament offered no national rewards, Huaxia fans were overjoyed beyond measure. After all, prior to this, China had never once defeated Sakura Nation in competition. This was the first time. If they could win once, how far away could annexation be? Senkaku Jitsu left the arena with a cold, grim expression. Not only had he lost this time, but he'd also forfeited a B rank card. A devastating loss indeed. On the stage, Li Yingdao smiled at Li Bai and said, "Will the fallen immortal no longer leave behind a timeless masterpiece for China?" The Chinese audience turned expectantly toward Li Bai.
If they could witness Li Bai compose poetry live this time, it would make all those years of memorizing his verses worthwhile. Li Bai met the eager, fervent gazes of the crowd and refused to be the one to dampen their spirits. His feet pressed upon the ink-stained characters as he wielded the blue lotus sword. Each movement, each word.
Demon blood stains the jade capital, the blue blade's gleam tilts the heavens.
Drunkenly trampling the 5 cauldrons with laughter, poetry burns away 100 ghosts. Once I drank the yellow river's waters, now I cleave the stench of liver and gall. Bring forth the great urn, a sword shines through the ages. The crowd recited each word, utterly entranced. Only Li Yingdao roared with laughter, declaring boldly, "Thank you, poet immortal, for your gift of verse." Only then did the crowd snap out of their trance, joining Li Yingdao in shouting, "Thank you, poet immortal, for your gift of verse." Li Bai roared with laughter. "This immortal departs." With that, he mounted his sword and flew into the card. Li Yingdao composed himself and hurried back to the arena square. He opened the interface to check his compatibility with the true lord.
Current national fortune points, 1. Current affinity, 11%.
Li Yingdao breathed a heavy sigh of relief. It increased by 1%.
That's good, that's good.
Li Yingdao feared that after failing to summon the true lord, the compatibility with other deities would increase too slowly. Now it seemed the pace wasn't too slow after all. Compared to other divine card masters, it was even considered relatively fast. Among the few in Huaxia, only Qin Baisheng and Gu Sisi had the best compatibility, reaching 5%.
Combined, they barely matched Li Yingdao's progress.
As for the divine card masters abroad, unless they were freaks like Li Yingdao, their progress was roughly on par with Gu Sisi and the others.
It's strange, really, how did I manage to summon Senior Li by this time? Summoning Li Bai had actually taken Li Yingdao completely by surprise.
With tens of thousands of divine card masters in China, I shouldn't be the only one who summoned a historical figure. With this thought in mind, Li Yingdao returned to the National Fortune Bureau. The moment Li Yingdao appeared, he caught the attention of several people.
"Well done, brother Li. You really showed that Sakura."
Qin Baisheng rushed over and gave Li Yingdao a bear hug. Sun Shaoshang stood nearby, his face aglow with excitement. From now on, he too could step onto the stage like Li Yingdao and fight for his country. As for Gu Sisi, Shin Sonin, and the others, they were still engaged in one-on-one matches on the stage.
"Get out of the way."
Li Yingdao shoved Qin Baisheng aside and strode toward Long Hua.
"Chief Long, have any of our Huaxia divine card masters summoned historical figures in the arena?" Chapter 47, what a bummer. Didn't even pick by Qi, the god of war?
Long Hua paused, then casually pulled a stack of files from his drawer. These are the classifications of deities summoned by divine card masters in one-on-one arena matches, compiled by the National Fortune Bureau.
Li Yingdao took the files and praised their reliability.
If this were in a country like Korea or India, where they're so overly confident.
What statistics? What intelligence? We're the strongest, right?
The file contained not only classifications of deities from China, but also numerous others from different nations. Li Yingdao scanned through them: Greece, Japan, Sakura, Vikings, India. It seemed to have catalogued nearly every major nation on Blue Star.
China's intelligence network is this powerful? Li Yingdao was initially astonished, then his excitement grew.
With this intelligence, he could roughly deduce the types of deities in other nations and the approximate strength of their divine card masters. After all, civilizational collapse had only occurred in China. The divine systems of foreign lands remained unhidden indeed, they couldn't conceal them even if they wanted to. China had no choice, its people couldn't recognize the deities. Foreign lands wouldn't let their own people fail to recognize their deities, would they? This is one advantage China has, Li Yingdao remarked with a bitter smile.
The archives categorize deities into 2 types.
One category comprises humanoid deities, the other animal form deities. Human-shaped deities naturally belong to the human race, while beast-shaped ones are demonic beings like the bull demon king. The spawn rates for both types are evenly split at 50-50. Among humanoid deities, there is a further subdivision into 2 categories. One category comprises legendary deities, those existing solely in ancient texts and the records compiled by Li Yingdao. Examples include Hui, Chang'e, Neza, and others. The other category is the focus of Li Yingdao's attention. Historical deities. These are figures documented in detail within historical texts like the records of the Grand Historian, the records of the 3 Kingdoms, and the Book of Han. Among those who have been reborn are historical figures like the military sage Han Exayan, the god of slaughter by Qi, Huaxia, and Zhu Di. This is utterly frustrating. These divine card masters haven't bothered to refine this category of deities at all. Li Yingdao felt his heart bleed with frustration. Before he refined Li Bai, the divine card masters had treated these deities as if they were invisible. They believed these historical figures had no combat potential whatsoever. It wasn't just China, even foreign card designers unanimously shared this view. But when you look at it, China suffered the most. 5,000 years of Chinese history have seen countless heroes emerge like fish crossing the river. How many indeed? This is something foreign countries simply cannot match.
Just how many elite warriors have been lost this time? To name just one example, Bai Qi, the god of war.
He was a man who proved his path through slaughter. The number of souls he claimed surpasses all those Li Yingdao has ever witnessed. Even in the underworld, the king of hell would have to step aside for him. In a world where quasi-saints are scarce in Huaxia, this formidable figure stands among the very best.
And yet he was simply overlooked. Noticing Li Yingdao's unusual state, Long Huwa asked curiously, "Yingdao, what's wrong?"
Qin Baisheng and Sun Xiaoshang also cast puzzled glances his way. Li Yingdao explained the situation to them with a pained expression. After hearing his story, Long Huwa too wore an expression of helplessness.
There's no helping it.
There's still so much we need to learn about the arena.
Fortunately, Yingdao discovered this issue now. It's never too late to mend fences. Moving forward, I'll instruct divine card masters who haven't bound a deity yet to pay attention to this. If there are renowned historical figures, they can choose to bind them. Li Yingdao nodded solemnly, then asked, "Senior Long, any new developments from our neighbors?"
Long Huwa shook his head. What we know for certain is that nations worldwide are frantically stockpiling designated cards and challenge cards.
I've heard some nations have drawn new cards, though their effects remain unknown. Li Yingdao nodded, understanding the nation's actions.
Designated cards need no explanation without them, even the most formidable prodigies are powerless. Possessing a challenge card, however, meant gaining the initiative. For major powers like Greece and Maya, this was an absolutely crucial advantage.
I must hurry.
Li Yingdao urged himself inwardly.
Old Qin, you take good care of Xiao Shang.
He's new here and doesn't know his way around.
Qin Baisheng gave him an okay sign.
Li Yingdao had complete faith in Qin Baisheng, a man who dared to fight on the stage even when certain death awaited him.
He was also straightforward and loyal.
He was the perfect person to mentor Sun Xiaoshang.
Li Yingdao then returned to the one-on-one arena.
After the battle, he assessed his condition.
In my current state, I can easily fight at least 10 battles a day. Ever since the true lord ascended to quasi-sainthood, Li Yingdao's physical prowess had skyrocketed.
Combined with the Earth Fiend's 72 transformations divine ability, he felt confident he could defeat any deity below B rank. I need to get back to the arena quickly and rack up points to buy cards. During his battle with Qian Xia, Li Yingdao had nearly been driven to frustration. With only one irrelevant card in his hand, he could only watch helplessly as his opponent used cards to amplify their deity's power. Fortunately, Li Bai was strong enough to preserve Li Yingdao's undefeated legend.
Random matchmaking beginning. The arena began matching opponents for Li Yingdao.
This time, Li Yingdao would face 10 opponents.
One-on-one arena.
Huaxia Nation A-Class Divine Card Master Li Yingdao vs Viking Nation D-Class Divine Card Master Mel.
Single elimination format. The arena opens in 10 minutes. Why is God Li fighting again? Doesn't he ever get tired?
I'm completely drained after every match, my back aches like crazy. Bro, you should really get yourself checked out at the hospital.
I wonder when our nation will host another National Fortune Arena. Have you read the book Li Shen published? It's so gripping I couldn't sleep.
Meanwhile, one heir, fresh from his own battle, received news of the arena and appeared in the spectator seats.
Li Yingdao, next time we meet, I won't lose. Both parties must agree whether the match will be held in secret.
If held privately, outsiders cannot watch and results will not be disclosed. Melsung of Vikingland, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, decisively chose yes when faced with this question. To everyone's surprise, Li Yingdao also opted for a private match. The spectators were promptly ushered out of the viewing area. When has God Li ever been so kind to outsiders? He even knows to spare his opponents some dignity.
Guess God Li's in a good mood after beating Little Sakura? Forget it.
This crappy tournament can go to hell. Whoever wants to fight, go ahead. I'm heading back to read God Li's novel.
Bro, take me with you. Let's discuss the plot together. Li Yingdao looked utterly helpless. He wanted to host a public tournament too. Who doesn't love showing off and bragging?
But there was no way around it. The last match had left him with lasting trauma. Without powerful support cards, Li Yingdao would never publicly battle. What if all 9 cards turned out to be obscure minor deities and demons besides the true lord? Where would Li Yingdao go to cry?
Thank you, God Li. Thank you, God Li. Mel of Viking Nation thought Li Yingdao was going easy on him.
Li Yingdao grinned and accepted his opponent's sincere gratitude without hesitation.
You're welcome. Chapter 48, Storm Clouds Gathering. Fancy trying your luck?
Viking Nation lies in the northernmost part of Asia, though strictly speaking, it belongs to Europe.
Li Yingdao recalled the intelligence on Viking Nation.
Its strength was comparable to Sakura Nation, though it had a scarcity of divine card masters. This situation was somewhat similar to that of the Maya Nation. The number of divine card masters serves as a crucial benchmark for a nation's combat strength.
This relates to both the nation's population and its divine system. Surely they won't all turn out to be low-level deities this time?
Li Yingdao found himself uncertain for a moment. Within the Prime Minister's office, capital of the Three Kingdoms.
Noski, what do you mean by this? Are you threatening my Xinghan Kingdom?
An angry voice boomed from the large screen. Earlier, Noski had demanded that Xinghan use a challenge card to force a confrontation with Huaxia, aiming to deplete Huaxia's card reserves. This was clearly an attempt to pit Xinghan against Huaxia in a war of attrition, which the Xinghan Prime Minister naturally refused. In the conference hall, Prime Minister Noski of the Third Republic glared coldly at the Prime Minister of Xinghan. You may interpret it as a threat, but I prefer to see it as a friendly reminder. Don't forget that nations worldwide are frantically stockpiling challenge cards and designated cards. Once Huaxia obtains these two types of cards, who do you think they'll target first? A sigh echoed as the Emerald Prime Minister urged, Huaxia's rise to power is inevitable. If we don't act now, we'll be swallowed by Huaxia sooner or later. Better to unite against China now while we still have a sliver of hope. The Prime Minister of Xinghan snorted coldly, and you expect my Xinghan to be the first to provoke China? Don't forget that China's true enemy is Sakura Nation. Without bringing Sakura Kingdom into this, do you think our three nations stand a chance against Huaxia? The 5 Asian nations comprise China, Sakura, India, Emerald, and Starry Sky. The latter 3 nations had already formed an alliance, but Sakura remained stubbornly unyielding. No matter how much Noski pleaded, Sakura maintained its silence. Sakura is just a small country, short-sighted. It was no surprise to Noski that Star Han refused his demands. He finally revealed his true purpose. Very well, I'll compromise. I won't demand you challenge Huaxia. In the regular tournament 1 week from now, both Star River and Emerald shall surrender. This will spare us the drain on our forces. That's more like it, the Prime Minister of Xinghan relaxed slightly. Is that feasible? There's never been a draw between 2 nations in the history of the arena, the Prime Minister of the Emerald Kingdom voiced his unease. He still hadn't discerned Noski's true intentions. Within the 3 nations alliance, the A nation held the strongest power and naturally dominated the alliance. Xinghan and Feitsue had allied with the A triad only because of a common formidable enemy. To them, it was merely joining forces with jackals to resist a tiger. Just follow these instructions when the time comes. You needn't concern yourselves with anything else. Once your 2 nations tournaments conclude, we shall jointly challenge the Huaxia Kingdom. The Prime Ministers of Xinghan and Feitsue exchanged glances. A joint challenge? What did that mean? Noski offered no explanation, continuing instead, at that time, our 3 A nations can field 3 A-class divine card masters. Your 2 nations need only send 1 each. Don't tell me you can't even produce an A-class divine card master. The Prime Minister of Xinghan retorted, of course we have them. But didn't your 3 nations just lose a genie state, May? How could you possibly train 3 more A-class divine card masters so quickly? The Prime Minister of Xinghan was testing Noski. Since forming the alliance, while both sides shared intelligence, neither had a precise grasp of the other's capabilities. Now that war was suddenly being proposed, the Prime Minister felt uncertain. After all, if they truly defeated China, how would they divide the spoils? All under heaven throng for profit. The world bustles, all for profit. When profit is at stake, no one could guarantee their allies wouldn't turn on them. Noski grimaced, his face etched with pain. This is already India's entire national strength. If you won't even spare a single A-class divine card master, don't even talk about defeating China. Prime Minister Xinghan on the screen nodded in agreement with Noski's explanation. It seems India truly harbors deep hatred toward China. They blame China for the devastating earthquake that struck their nation. I hear Noski's approval ratings have plummeted to rock bottom in India. No wonder they're so eager to strike against China. Prime Minister Xinghan understood Noski's predicament all too well. As a head of state, if his own approval ratings were plummeting, he'd likely be even more anxious than Noski. But what about Sakura Nation? They're no pushovers. The Emerald Prime Minister remained hesitant, deeming Noski's plan overly reckless. What a coward. How can one achieve great deeds with such timidity? Noski cursed inwardly, then forced himself to calm down and explain, if we can take down China, why should we fear a mere Sakura Nation? After another half-hour of deliberation, the 3 finally reached a decision. Following the conclusion of the regular tournament between Star River and Emerald Kingdoms, the 3 nations would unite to launch a national fortune tournament against China. Meanwhile, at a military base in the capital city. You're all divine card masters with high compatibility, possessing physical prowess far surpassing ordinary humans. If you can't endure this much hardship, you might as well go home and sleep. Shin Sonin roared at the dozens of young men in training uniforms before him. Suddenly, the arrival of an elderly man interrupted the training. Shin Sonin hurried over and saluted. Elder Gu, what brings you here? I just came to see how our Dragon Guard is training. The Dragon Guard was formed at Li Yingdao's suggestion. They selected divine beings with formidable physical prowess from across the land, paired with divine card masters possessing a certain degree of compatibility. Their mission was not to ascend the arena to fight, that was the task of the Son of Heaven. Their mission, as the name implies, was to protect the Son of Heaven. They also guard against foreign spies and divine card masters infiltrating the borders of China. Rest assured, Elder Gu. With me training them, within a month, I guarantee this group will become the sharpest blade in all of China. Shin Sonin declared with unwavering certainty. A former soldier and a divine card master himself. He was the perfect choice to lead the Dragon Guard.
Gu Yan chuckled, with you on board, I'm completely at ease. But we need to move faster.
The regular arena matches start in a week and no one can predict what trouble might arise then.
Shin Sonin's expression sharpened as he pledged, then 1 week it is. 1 week from now, the Dragon Guard will be ready.
The Dragon Guard members instantly groaned in protest, but under Shin Sonin's intimidating presence, they dared not voice their discontent.
Gu Yan noticed their reactions and stepped before them. He delivered an impromptu, rousing speech. Everyone immediately perked up.
It wasn't because of what Gu Yan said, but rather the person he mentioned.
Li Yingdao. That name was etched into the hearts of every Chinese person. My dream is to become someone like the divine Li.
If I could just meet Godly once, no hardship would be too great. Forget everything else if it comes to taking a bullet for Godly, I'd be the first in line.
For Godly, I'll give it my all. Godly, when will you lead us to conquer Japan? Gu Yan never imagined Li Yingdao could be so charismatic.
He could stir up such fervor in a group of hot-blooded men. Gu Yan couldn't help but sigh, when the youth are strong, the nation grows strong. Having Li Yingdao is truly a blessing for our China.
One-on-one arena.
China's A-class divine card master Li Yingdao versus Viking nation's D-class divine card master Mel.
Li Yingdao wins. Farewell, Godly. Thank you for showing mercy.
Mel bowed and scraped before Li Yingdao with utmost deference.
Li Yingdao waved his hand helplessly, signaling Mel to leave. This time, luck was on his side.
Summoning the giant spirit god, he defeated the witch goddess summoned by his opponent. Before departing, Mel cast one last lingering glance at Li Yingdao.
Current affinity, 11.5%. Current national fortune points, 2.
It seems the stronger the opponent, the greater the affinity boost after victory. Li Yingdao's understanding of affinity deepened further. Sakura Nation's Chio Tsukihara was clearly stronger than Mel, so defeating her resulted in a higher compatibility boost for Li Yingdao. Next, Li Yingdao glanced at the 2 national fortune points displayed on the panel, then looked at the price of S-rank cards. The starting point was 100 points. At this rate, it would take him ages to afford an S-rank card.
Li Yingdao.
Li Yingdao turned his attention back to the card draw feature.
For just 1 point, you could randomly draw a card.
One card requires 100 points to purchase, while another might be obtained with just 1 point.
What if I try? Chapter 49, An Unexpected Delight, another S-rank card.
The thought struck him like a needle piercing his heart.
Let's take a gamble. I'll draw. 1 support card has been randomly drawn. Current national fortune points, 1.
The interface screen kept refreshing. Assist cards of various colors flashed by, spanning all 7 tiers, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. After a few seconds, the refresh rate slowed.
Li Yingdao dared not blink. This was more thrilling than stepping onto the battle stage.
The pace slowed further, shifting from a B-rank environment card to a D-rank status card. Then from a D-rank status card to an F-rank environment card.
Li Yingdao?
Ring Master, please just refresh it one more time. The next second, the card's contents changed again.
Li Yingdao's eyes lit up, and he almost wanted to kowtow to the stage. S-rare. Golden Legend. S-rank status card, summons all deities connected to your own divine entity.
Li Yingdao never imagined he'd draw an S-rank card with a casual flick of his wrist. After all, S-rank support cards started at a base price of 100 national fortune points. Other than that, they can only be obtained randomly through draws or one-on-one arena battles.
How many S-rank divine card masters exist in the world? Including Li Yingdao, there were only 3. Among them, when and Li Yingdao had already exhausted their S-rank cards. Maya Guizhenan possesses only 1 S-tier card.
For others seeking S-class cards, aside from gacha draws, purchase is the only option.
Impossible.
No one can afford an S-class card in the short term. Li Yingdao was utterly confident in this assessment. He himself faced the risk of defeat in one-on-one battles, let alone others.
Moreover, failure would result in point deductions, making it all for naught.
For at least a month, no one would be able to afford an S-rank card. The only other way to obtain an S-class card would be through draws. With thousands of cards, how could one possibly pull it out of nowhere? Li Yingdao himself had only succeeded through sheer luck.
I still have a few points left. Why not try one more pull? Li Yingdao acted on his impulse immediately. 1 support card has been randomly drawn.
Seconds later, a great attribute card appeared in Li Yingdao's hand. Grade A attribute card increases all attributes of allied deities by 100%. Applies to initial attributes upon deity deployment. Card has no effect on positive-negative buffs. Looks like this card is a watered-down version of that S-grade attribute card I got before. Li Yingdao pondered. With 2 powerful cards in hand, his confidence soared. During his battle against Qianxia Hangri, when facing the risk of defeat, Li Yingdao appeared magnanimous, but in truth, he had truly run out of options. Times have changed. From now on, one-on-one battles must be fought openly. This is a great way to eradicate the effects of civilizational isolation. We can't afford to waste future points. After all, the cards we receive now are random, and no one can predict if they'll suit our deities. If we could purchase cards specifically for arena battles, that would be fantastic. As for whether the arena would allow divine card masters to exploit this loophole, Li Yingdao couldn't be certain. We'll see when the time comes. If I can't pull it off, then neither can anyone else. Begin matching. Li Yingdao estimated he could handle 9 more arena matches in his current state. This figure would increase as his compatibility improved. 1-on-1 arena match. China's A-rank divine card master Li Yingdao vs Maya's C-rank divine card master Sun Ling. Single elimination format. The arena opens in 10 minutes. Are you kidding me? Li Xin is at it again? It might seem strange coming from anyone else, but for Godly, it's perfectly reasonable. This time it's a Maya Nation player. Talk about bad luck. Hopefully Godly doesn't opt for a secret match like last time? Both parties must agree whether the match will be held privately. If conducted privately, outsiders cannot spectate and results will not be disclosed. Mori has delicate features, the kind that grow on you. No. This caught Li Yingdao off guard. He hadn't expected this girl to choose an open arena. The divine card masters and deities of Maya seem remarkably straightforward. Li Yingdao had encountered Zhenan, witnessed the moon goddess Ixechur summoned by Zhenan, and now observed this Sun Ling before him. They were different from divine card masters of other nations. The 3 kingdoms are shameless, the Kimchi nation is treacherous. It gives off an aura of integrity and openness. The Maya nation and China are far apart geographically, but that doesn't mean the 2 countries can't establish friendly relations. Li Yingdao suppressed his thoughts, focusing on the battle at hand. No. An open battle was precisely Li Yingdao's intention. The forest spirit's choice to make it public spared them the random outcome of the arena's selection. 1 week later, at the National Fortune Bureau, Long Huo gazed at the figures before him with evident satisfaction. Li Yingdao, undoubtedly the core of Huaxia. It was no exaggeration to say the others were there to pave the way and support him. Then there were Gu Sisi, Qin Baisheng, and the others. Over the past week, they had immersed themselves in one-on-one sparring matches, rapidly increasing their compatibility. Though still far from Li Yingdao's level, they had already reached a 10% synergy. Globally speaking, that was still top tier. Then there were reserves like Ding Yanran and Sun Xiaoshang. After a week, Sun Xiaoshang had fully acclimated to the arena environment. Once he stepped onto a real stage, he would become part of the Son of Heaven project. What pleased Long Huo even more was the Dragon Guard squad. Led by Shin Sonin, it handpicked suitable divine card masters from across the nation. After rigorous training, they became the Dragon Guard serving the Son of Heaven. Even with China's vast pool of divine card masters, only 47 were selected for the Dragon Guard. For other nations, attempting to assemble such a specialized team would be nothing short of a pipe dream. Meanwhile, Li Yingdao was also sizing up the Chinese contingent. He silently nodded in approval. Now this looks like a proper team. With only 5 members required to take the stage, cultivating a core team offers numerous advantages. I imagine other nations arrange things similarly. After all, with designated cards, given sufficient time, it's entirely possible to purchase specific cards and select specific players to compete. Currently, China had already used 5 designated cards. They had designated Li Yingdao, Gu Sisi, Qin Baisheng, Ding Yanran, and Sun Xiaoshang to compete. As for Shin Sonin, he was not included in the selection this time due to his training duties with the Dragon Guard. Fortunately, the Dragon Guard had already taken shape, meaning Shin Sonin would have more opportunities for one-on-one arena training in the future. As for Li Yingdao himself, he felt like he could spit blood right now. Current affinity, 19%. Current national fortune points, 68. A week. A whole week. Do you have any idea how I spent this past week? Do you? Li Yingdao roared inwardly. For the entire week, he had not rested for a single moment, throwing himself wholeheartedly into the one-on-one arena battles. In return, he gained an increase in his compatibility rate and 68 national fortune points. Amidst this, Li Yingdao also monitored developments on online forums and the Pantheon. On the forums, netizens were buzzing about the vernacular novels Li Yingdao had penned. Numerous deities had become subjects of public discourse, no longer the vague, unseen entities they once were. The Pantheon expanded its daily worship capacity, yet even so, every available appointment slot was snapped up the moment it opened. The scene where Li Yingdao summoned the gods of Huaxia to bestow blessings upon the land had left a profound impression. Imagine someone suffering from illness, tormented by pain. One day, a deity appears and cures your illness. What would you do? This is precisely the lived experience of those who worship. Overall, Huaxia is currently in a thriving phase of ascent. If not for the 3 Kingdoms alliance. At this thought, Li Yingdao's heart sank. Even now, Huaxia has yet to receive a single challenge card. The initiative has never been in China's hands. Let's observe the regular tournament between Xinghan and Feitsue first. If it doesn't work out, I'll have to purchase one with points. Indeed, today marked the monthly regular tournament between Xinghan and Feitsue. Chapter 50, Unexpected Twist. Not a buddy, but this works?
Based on estimates, there's still 10 minutes left, Gu Yan remarked calmly. Regardless of who wins or loses between Xinghan and Feitsui, it benefits us. The armies in the northern and southern war zones are ready. Once their battle concludes, both sides will commence military exercises simultaneously. This will put pressure on both nations. I believe this so-called three-nation alliance won't hold together for long. Lam Hua declared, displaying the composure of one in command of the entire situation. Armies. Li Yingdao's heart stirred. Right. Why not mobilize the army and use force to annex both nations? The military strength of the three nations cannot be underestimated, but Xinghan and Feitsui are mere minor powers in this regard. Setting aside the national fortune arena, it would be a piece of cake for Huaxia to deal with these two nations. Poof. That won't do. Li Yingdao dismissed the idea. War inevitably brings casualties, right? Plus, who knows if those nations possess special cards like challenge cards? Using the national fortune arena for annexation would be the safer bet. 10 minutes passed, and the arena's announcement sounded punctually. National Fortune Arena. Xinghan Kingdom vs Emerald Kingdom. Type, National Fortune Battle. Best of 5. National Fortune Arena commences in 10 minutes. The arena's announcement captured the world's attention. In that moment, everyone paused their work, preparing to head to the spectator seats to watch the match. Xinghan Nation participants, Shabai, Jishiwo, Ruandan, Changshanyan, Wenchuan. Emerald Nation contestants, Su Lang, Yang Yan, Xixia, Yang Jian, Xiaoyan. The moment the rosters appeared, Gu Yan immediately dispatched agents to investigate the candidates. This shouldn't be. Gu Yan murmured. The selected divine card masters from both Xinghan and Feitsui are of very low rank. The strongest is merely D class, with most being E class or F class. Could it be they didn't use designated cards? Or perhaps they simply don't have any? Gu Sisi immediately dismissed the latter possibility, analyzing, the designated cards aren't expensive, it just takes a bit of effort. These two nations must have agreed beforehand not to use them, letting their players perform entirely on their own merits. This also aligns with the interests of the three nations alliance. True. The arena is unavoidable, and this approach minimizes casualties for both nations. Li Yingdao agreed with Gu Sisi's reasoning, yet something still felt off. Regardless of which nation wins or loses, the defeated side will suffer losses. If I were the leader of the losing nation, I certainly wouldn't agree to such terms. The victor must compensate the vanquished. Li Yingdao couldn't fathom what the two nations were truly aiming for. If it were compensation, support cards couldn't be gifted, the tournament rules strictly prohibited it. Seeing everyone fall silent, Qin Baixing couldn't stand it anymore. In my opinion, it doesn't matter who wins or loses, it's a win-win for us. We'll meet force with force, water with earth. Worst case, once we get the challenge card, we'll just wipe them all out. Everyone paused their thoughts. Qin Baixing's words were blunt but made sense. For now, they could only wait and see. High above, a colossal arena spanning tens of thousands of square kilometers slowly descended. Neither Xinghan nor Feitsui are major powers. There's nothing to see here. China's arena is far more exciting, tense and thrilling. Who knows? Maybe one of those two countries will produce a prodigy like Li Yingdao? What a joke! One Li Yingdao is more than enough. Do you really want Asia to produce another one? In the Huaxia VIP section, Li Yingdao fixed his gaze on the preparation areas of both nations. Though the contestants in the preparation area showed signs of nervousness, they remained relatively composed overall. That doesn't make sense. Being randomly selected out of nowhere would make anyone nervous, yet they seemed completely unfazed. It must have been during those 10 minutes before the stage appeared that someone told them something. There's a 10-minute gap between the announcement of the participants and their appearance on the stage. If used wisely, those 10 minutes could be enough to arrange tactics. For first-time divine card masters, it could also provide significant reassurance. It appears Xinghan and Feitsui have agreed not to use designated cards. The only uncertainty now is how the victorious nation will compensate the defeated one, Li Yingdao concluded silently. Xinghan vs Feitsui. First match, both contestants, please enter the arena. As soon as the arena announcement sounded, one player emerged from each side's preparation area. F-rank divine cardmaster Shabai vs E-rank divine cardmaster Su Lang. As the matchups were announced, a wave of boos erupted from the spectator stands. What the hell? They're sending out their lowest-ranked players? Xinghan and Feitsui must be out of their minds. How can they possibly compete with China with players like these? This is pointless. I'm going back to read Li Shen's novel. Hearing the boos, the divine cardmasters from both Xinghan and Feitsui buried their heads in shame. This experience of being publicly mocked by the entire world was truly unbearable. The stage began refreshing the cards for both nations' players. Li Yingdao glanced over. Shabai had only one card, while Su Lang possessed a staggering two. At this level, what kind of deity could he possibly summon? Li Yingdao shook his head, seeing no hope for a turnaround. Soon, the deities of both sides materialized. As expected, one was an E-rank deity, the other an F-rank.
On the stage, Bai and Su Lang showed no intention of using support cards. Bai glanced at Su Lang, gave him a subtle nod, and then nodded slightly. Su Lang blinked back at Bai and nodded in return. The audience caught this exchange and began to cheer wildly. Shocking. On the stage, the Xinghan Kingdom contestant is secretly flirting with the Emerald Kingdom contestant. Rebirth, I fell in love with my opponent on the stage. The bookstore upstairs is smashing. TSK, truly I sees. Li Yingdao narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Sisi. Gu Sisi shook her head, clearly confused by the meaning. A pre-arranged signal? But with China separating the two nations, how could they possibly notify both sides in just 10 minutes? On the stage, Su Lang suddenly shouted, "This round, I concede." Before the audience could react, Bai followed suit, shouting, "I concede this round too." A deathly silence fell over the stands, even the deities emerging from the cards looked puzzled. Li Yingdao sighed inwardly, this is bad. So they were aiming for a draw. But there's never been a draw on the regular stage before. Li Yingdao's thoughts echoed those of everyone present. Ha 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 ha. A booming laugh erupted. Everyone turned to see the President of the United States, Mr. Unpredictable, doubled over in laughter. I've always said it, have all nations voluntarily concede defeat, and that way we get a draw. No one gets hurt. Too bad none of you were willing to do it. Now, finally, a nation has stepped up. Emerald and Star River, I support you. The crowd was speechless, long accustomed to Trump's bizarre antics. All eyes fixed on the arena, eager to see how it would respond. On the stage, the two deities returned to their cards as if nothing had ever happened. The stage offered no indication of victory or defeat. Star River Kingdom versus Emerald Kingdom. Round 2, both contestants, please enter the arena. Li Yingdao stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. Not buddies? How is this even possible? Li Yingdao's current expression resembled a viral meme from his past life. Shrimp, computer, chair. Cheers erupted from the world's top card masters. The President of the United States, particularly unpredictable, laughed even louder. Chapter 51, The National Fortune Arena loses its effect. The regular arena match between Star River Nation and Emerald Nation. Both contestants chose to surrender almost simultaneously. The arena gave no warning, instead launching directly into the second match. Every divine card master present understood what this signified. In other words, during the first round, neither Xinghan nor Emerald had lost any deities nor used support cards. They advanced to the second round without shedding a drop of blood. This is trouble. Li Yingdao furrowed his brow as a wave of unease washed over him. This outcome was most unfavorable for Huaxia. Elder Long, we must prepare. Li Yingdao addressed Long Hua. Long Hua replied gravely, military exercises in the northern and southern war zones are already prepared. Our ears and eyes in both nations are also doing their utmost to gather intelligence. Impossible. The arena wouldn't make such a colossal mistake. Gu Sisi declared with unwavering certainty. All eyes turned to Gu Sisi, who continued, if that were the case, the arena would be virtually meaningless. It can't possibly be true that they'll completely dismantle the arena, just like that reckless American president claimed. Li Yingdao sighed helplessly. It's hard to say for now. At least the first match will be like this. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario, even facing simultaneous challenges from India, the Galaxy, and Emerald. Li Yingdao projected the worst-case scenario. China's current Son of Heaven plan could confidently defeat any nation globally. But if the three nations join forces, the outcome would be anyone's guess. Prime Minister Noski of the Asan-Han alliance hadn't anticipated achieving an actual draw. This idea had merely been his own demand that Xinghan and Feitsue comply. After all, before defeating China, he had to ensure the combat readiness of both Xinghan and Feitsue. He never imagined the arena would actually permit a draw. Meanwhile, President Timipu of the United States had already begun promoting his ideology globally. He demanded all nations voluntarily concede defeat on the arena, thereby nullifying the National Fortune Arena and returning Blue Star to the era before its arrival. Return to the time before the National Fortune Arena descended? In the spectator seats, all the heads of state began pondering this question. If that were true, wouldn't the United States and China become invincible? The Prime Minister of Greece gritted his teeth. Greece had only dominated Europe through the National Fortune Arena. Without it, Greece would be stripped of its power and reduced to its former state. Greece absolutely could not accept such an outcome. Yet numerous prime ministers of smaller nations had already publicly endorsed Trump's reckless proposal. The loss of the National Fortune Arena's influence would be most advantageous to them. D-Class Divine Cardmaster Jishijiwu vs F-Class Divine Cardmaster Yang Yin. In the second match, the contestants entering the arena appeared noticeably more relaxed. Armed with the experience of their previous match, they were merely going through the motions. The eyes of the entire world were fixed upon them. Some were itching to take the stage themselves and eliminate them, while others hoped they could replicate the previous match's draw. Still others held an indifferent attitude. The deities took the stage. Both were F-class. Jashiji and Yang Yan exchanged glances and declared almost simultaneously, "I concede."
Damn it, the Greek Prime Minister cursed furiously. Oh yeah. Teimepu danced around with joy.
Just like last time, the deities from both sides were drawn back into their cards by the arena's power.
Then the prompt appeared. Star River Kingdom vs Emerald Kingdom. Round 3, all contestants, please take your places. So, the arena is really losing its power. What about the nations previously annexed due to the arena? Don't forget, this is a standard national fortune battle. The arena allows surrender.
If it were a national fortune deathmatch, then victory or defeat must be decided.
The arena still serves a purpose. That's not how it works.
If the global agreement switches to using challenge cards for all national fate battles, the arena becomes completely obsolete.
That's far too naive. Do you think Greece, the Maya, or China would ever agree to that? In an instant, the loss of the National Fortune Arena's purpose became a global hot topic. Could the National Fortune Arena, which had dominated Blue Star for a decade, truly be losing its purpose?
No one dared give a definitive answer, but for now, it seemed that way. I support all nations maintaining a stalemate.
Yes. Restore peace and tranquility to Blue Star. Get the National Fortune Arena off Blue Star. Li Yingdao turned in surprise, eager to see who was shouting so enthusiastically. Damn Kimchi Nation.
Even after being annexed, they still harbor treacherous ambitions. The loudest voice belonged to a former high-ranking official of Kimchi Nation.
Damn it, I'll teach them a lesson.
Qin Baisheng rolled up his sleeves, grabbed the heaven-shaking brocade, and charged toward the former prime minister of Kimchi Nation. He delivered a hard slap across the face.
Qin Baisheng snarled menacingly, "Scream. Why aren't you screaming? Keep screaming."
The former Kimchi Nation prime minister was on the verge of tears. He was just a mortal. Having both front teeth knocked out by Qin Baisheng, a god-tier card master, he pleaded with a look of utter injustice, "Sir, it wasn't me shouting." Qin Baisheng paid no heed. Grabbing the former prime minister by the collar, he addressed all the kimchi people, "Whoever dares make a sound again, I'll slaughter them first."
Yet Qin Baisheng failed to intimidate certain defiant kimchi people. China is bullying us. The National Fortune Arena should be abolished to restore peace to the world. Li Yingdao coldly asked Long Hua, "Old dragon, may I kill them?" Long Hua gave his order, "Kill until they shut up." As if.
Since ancient times, Korea has been a tributary state of China, part of its territory.
Moreover, how could Huaxia ever swallow something only to spit it back out? Li Yingdao used the Earth Fiend's 72 transformations to teleport instantly before one man.
The man was still ranting wildly, but froze instantly upon seeing Li Yingdao.
As if guessing Li Yingdao's intent, the man immediately begged for mercy. "Lord Li, I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. You only know you're about to die." Snap. Li Yingdao snapped the man's neck.
Then, Li Yingdao teleported in front of the others and snapped their necks in the same manner.
"One more word, and you're dead."
The kimchi man immediately shut up. Spectators from other nations, witnessing this, dared not make a sound either. Weak nations hoped the arena would vanish, but the powerful ones certainly didn't want that. Besides, the stage was still standing. Provoking the powerful nations would lead to the same fate as the kimchi guy.
Back in the Chinese VIP section, Li Yingdao still radiated a murderous aura.
At the same time, he felt puzzled. How could the arena permit him to kill someone in the spectator seats? There had been no precedent for such an occurrence before. For a moment, Li Yingdao found himself unable to fathom the arena's true nature. Well, let's wait until this round concludes. If it truly ends in a draw, China is a global superpower. In terms of military might, only the United States could possibly challenge us. E-rank Divine Cardmaster Ruan Dan vs F-rank Divine Cardmaster Qi Xia. Ruan Dan and Qi Xia stepped onto the stage with flushed faces. Getting to appear before a global audience without even fighting? Such an opportunity wasn't granted to everyone. Both sides refreshed their cards and began refining them. Clearly warned beforehand, neither chose to skip refinements or make careless adjustments. Each carefully refined their deck to ensure they could summon their deity. The deities of both sides appeared one E-rank, one F-rank. Ruan Dan and Qi Xia exchanged knowing glances before declaring in unison, "I concede." Getting more and more skilled, aren't you? Li Yingdao rolled his eyes. The standard tournament format is best of 5. With 3 draws, I wonder how the arena will decide. The next moment, the arena announced. Aryan Kingdom vs Emerald Kingdom. 4th match. Both contestants, please take the stage. Chapter 52, the arena is brutal total annihilation. F-rank Divine Cardmaster Chang Shanin vs D-rank Divine Cardmaster Yang Jian. I concede. Chang Shanin and Yang Jian declared in unison. Star River Kingdom vs Emerald Kingdom. 5th match. Both contestants, please take your places. The final match. Could it really end in a draw? If the arena imposes no penalties on either nation, it might as well be declared useless. TSK, some rejoice while others grieve. E-rank Divine Cardmaster Wen Tuan vs E-rank Divine Cardmaster Xiaoyan. Wen Shahan and Xiaoyan excitedly stepped onto the stage.
If the two nations truly ended in a draw, they would undoubtedly make history. They would be written into the history books. Before the cards even refreshed, Wenchuohan and Xiaoyan exchanged glances. What if I refuse to concede? Wenchuohan suddenly entertained this thought. All previous matches ended in draws. This time, if I don't concede and Xiaoyan does, then I win. No. This is the Prime Minister's highest order. Disobeying it would mean certain death. Wenchuohan dismissed the thought. Both sides' cards began refreshing. Wenchuohan took a deep breath and carefully refined his cards. Stay calm. No matter the level, as long as I successfully summon the card, that's all that matters. 10 minutes later. Both sides finalized their cards nearly simultaneously, with the arena rating them both as E-rank deities. The cards soared into the air, and both deities made their entrance. It's time. Wenchuohan nodded to Xiaoyan, who nodded back in response. I concede. The entire audience tensed up. This was the fifth match another draw would end the tournament. Without incident, the deity was sucked into the card by the stage, just as before. After that, no further prompts appeared. There was no further urging for either nation to send contestants. There was no sixth match. It's over. The arena has truly lost its function. Damn it, how could this platform develop such a bug? The hard times are finally over, woohoo. Being able to experience the gods in one-on-one battles from now on is pretty great. With the arena deactivated, so-called S-class god card masters become a laughingstock. Poor China, they just produced a Li Yingdao, and now he's useless. Public sentiment varied across nations. Major powers resisted, while smaller nations cheered. But small nations outnumbered the great powers. In an instant, the entire audience erupted in cheers. Wenchuohan leapt up in excitement. I've actually made history. My goodness. My parents in heaven must be so proud of me. Maybe even the Prime Minister will commend me. My golden days are finally here. I'm about to reach the pinnacle of life, mansions, beauties, supercars, all beckoning me. At that moment, Long Huhua turned his head. The Prime Ministers of Greece and Maya had simultaneously approached the perimeter of the Huaxia VIP section. Shin Sonin noticed this and immediately shielded Long Huhua behind her. It's fine. Long Huhua used his authority as the person in charge to allow the two Prime Ministers into the VIP section. There's an ancient Chinese saying, those who come with ill intent are not the virtuous. But I believe that you, at this moment, must be those who come in peace. Li Yingdao paused for a moment before understanding. Greece and Maya had both been minor nations, rising to superpower status only through the national fortune arena. Now, a solution to render the national fortune arena ineffective lay before them. They could not afford to ignore it. Even if it meant joining forces. The Greek Prime Minister and the Mayan Prime Minister exchanged a glance. Finally, the Greek Prime Minister spoke with a grim expression, Mr. Long, I believe we need to cooperate. Please elaborate. The Prime Minister of Maya continued, after today, the vast majority of nations worldwide will endorse that fool from the United States plan. At that point, everything we've gained now may be lost, including the Kinchi nation your country has already annexed. We are the only three nations in the world possessing S-class divine card masters, and we are geographically distant from one another with no conflicting interests. Why not form an alliance? Long Hua's eyes crinkled with amusement as he pressed to suppress dissenting nations? To keep the national fortune arena perpetually active? The Greek Prime Minister nodded emphatically. Exactly. We'll hoard designated cards and challenge cards relentlessly. Anyone who dares oppose us will face an S-class divine card master. We'll slaughter them until no one on Blue Star dares defy us. Those outside the VIP section couldn't hear the conversation, but those within furrowed their brows. Suppressing opposing nations by force. Sounds like something a villain would do, Li Yingdao muttered, instinctively rejecting the plan. As a well-educated young man who had completed compulsory education, Li Yingdao's values were sound. Under the threat of the national fortune arena, all nations must fight to the death. Therefore, Huaxia had no choice but to fight back. That was only natural. But now that a method to nullify the arena's effects exists, for Huaxia to provoke war again. This is not what Li Yingdao wants to see. Damn it, why is this so difficult? Li Yingdao's mission was straightforward, and the tasks were interconnected. 1. Resolve the civilizational disconnect and uncover the cause of Huaxia's civilizational rupture. 2. Achieve 100% compatibility to meet Pangu's requirements and purge minor deities of foreign tribes. The first half of these two major tasks only required patience and persistence to accomplish. But the latter half demanded a true arena. Defeat in a one-on-one arena did not mean death for the deities. Moreover, Li Yingdao did not believe the cause of the Huaxia civilization could be found in one-on-one duels. From the very beginning, he had regarded the one-on-one arena merely as a training ground. That's not something I can decide. Li Yingdao suddenly felt dazed. Moments ago, they were fighting for their lives, fully prepared to face the Three Kingdoms alliance. Now, a way to nullify the arena had emerged. The stark contrast was too jarring to accept. Seeing Long Hua still hesitating, the Prime Minister of Maya laid out the terms. I hear China's neighbors haven't been very well behaved lately.
If necessary, we can make the three nations our first target.
This offer was undeniably tempting.
Just then, Gu Sisi suddenly spoke up, interrupting their conversation.
The arena hasn't signaled the end yet.
Hearing this, Li Yingdao felt a chill run through his body.
Right. The arena hasn't declared the end yet.
Previously, whether it was one-on-one battles or national survival matches,
the arena would always signal its conclusion.
But now, several minutes had passed. Wen Shihan and Xia Yan were still standing on the stage. Seeing the Greek and Mayan prime ministers take their seats at the Chinese table, the American representative grew even more enthusiastic in promoting his vision. The prime ministers of the three nations found themselves in an awkward position. His initial request for Xinghan and Feitsui to follow suit had been nothing more than an impromptu experiment. Faced with a common enemy, both Xinghan and Feitsui complied.
And it actually worked. This left Noski in a bit of a bind.
To continue fighting now that a way to invalidate the arena had emerged. But if they didn't fight, the three-nation alliance had already been formed.
Li Yingdao suddenly remembered something and whipped his head toward the arena.
The arena can weaken the power of deities based on the perfection level of the divine cardmaster. Even Shiva, one of the supreme deities of the three kingdoms, has been weakened. Even Jinjuan, who attained quasi-sainthood, is bound by the rules and can only appear 3 more times. In the battle for national destiny, a defeated divine cardmaster faces certain death.
Li Yingdao deeply understood the arena's cruelty. A platform this powerful couldn't possibly be constrained by such circumstances.
The Prime Minister of Greece pressed, "Mr. Long, have you made your decision?"
Ugh.
The next moment, all contestants from Star River Nation and Emerald Nation suddenly materialized on the arena.
What's going on? Could it be they discovered a hidden mechanism and the arena is rewarding them? The arena only rewards the victor. What kind of victory is this? Well, watching the show is free. Let's just sit back and enjoy the drama.
Shabai Jushiji and the others were still in a daze, unsure what the arena intended to do. The next instant, the 10 divine cards summoned earlier suddenly materialized in midair. The 10 deities emerged from their cards on their own.
Even the gods get rewards? When did the arena get so generous?
If I'd known, our country would have done the same. The President of the United States is way ahead of his time. The next instant, the 10 divine cardmasters and deities on the arena suddenly self-detonated. The divine cardmasters exploded into a cloud of blood mist, while the deities, along with their accompanying cards, were reduced to ashes.
Chapter 53, Three Nations Unite, National Destiny Fights to the Death. The sudden catastrophe stunned everyone. How could this happen? How did they all die? Even the deities perished alongside them? Just as I expected, the arena wouldn't have a glitch. How foolish of those two nations, didn't they think twice about whether the arena would be so benevolent?
The Greek Prime Minister and the Mayan Prime Minister breathed a sigh of relief.
Regardless of why the arena acted this way, as long as it shatters the small nation's delusions, it suffices.
Given this, all previous proposals for alliances are null and void. Mr. Long, it seems the situation remains beyond our control. We shall take our leave for now, declared the Greek Prime Minister. After a moment's hesitation, the Prime Minister of Maya also chose to depart.
No need to see us off, Long Hua remarked indifferently.
I knew this dog of a stage wouldn't be so kind. How ruthless everyone and every god is dead, Qin Baisheng muttered resentfully.
Gu Sisi remarked, this is for the best.
It works most favorably for us. Li Yingdao stared blankly at the retreating figures of the two prime ministers. No wonder they became prime ministers. They can instantly make the most advantageous decisions when the situation turns against them. Greece and Maya China will inevitably clash with them sooner or later.
These two nations pose a far greater threat than India. But that's still a long way off.
For now, we must focus on dealing with the Tri-Nation Alliance.
The prime ministers of Xinghan and Feitsui rushed simultaneously before Noski, demanding an explanation. Noski, you'd better give us a reasonable explanation. You instructed us to do this. Now that this problem has arisen, how do you explain it? And how will you compensate us?
Noski sneered inwardly, such short-sightedness.
Compensation is the first thing that comes to mind? Can't you see who our real enemy is right now?
Ignoring their demands, Noski stated, as planned, our nation will launch a joint challenge against Huaxia.
Are your divine card masters prepared? Stop changing the subject.
I demand you reduce tariffs on our nation by 10%.
No, make it duty-free.
The Emerald Kingdom and the Star River Kingdom share the same demand. Noski snorted coldly and agreed to their demands. The expressions of the prime ministers of Xinghan and Emerald finally eased slightly.
Then, each used a designated card to summon their own A-class divine cardmaster to the arena. National Fortune Arena. Xinghan Kingdom vs Emerald Kingdom. Type, National Fortune Battle. Best of 5. Both sides tied. Xinghan and Emerald Nation's lifespans reduced by 3 years. Only now did the arena display the draw notification. The price, the lifespans of both nations were reduced, and all divine cardmasters and deities who entered the arena perished. Upon learning the price, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. This arena is ruthless.
Shaving off 3 years of lifespan at once, it won't take many rounds before a nation is basically finished. Better stick to fighting fair, at least the winning side gets rewards.
The United States Special Unpredictable has truly become a laughingstock now. In the beautiful country's seats, Tamipu's face turned ashen. The more boisterous his earlier boasts, the more profound his current embarrassment. The arena had dealt him a brutal blow to his pride. Facing the arena's punishment, both Xinghan and Emerald Prime Minister had no choice but to swallow their pride. After all, their greatest enemy at present was the Chinese nation. How pitiful. Once we crush China, you'll be the first to face our wrath. Then it's that cowardly Japan. Naski had already mapped out post-war punishments for several nations. For China, however, this was an unexpected windfall. It was as if Xinghan and Feitsue had both suffered a regular season defeat. Though not fatal, it was enough to give them a taste of their own medicine. It seems that after obtaining the challenge card, we can challenge one of the two nations first. Slowly prune the wings of the three-nation alliance, Li Yingdao pondered his countermeasures against the alliance. Just as everyone thought it was over and began to leave, the arena platform sounded another alert. The Three Kingdoms challenge Huaxia. Xinghan Kingdom challenges Huaxia Kingdom. Emerald Kingdom challenges Huaxia Kingdom. The three nations use their combined challenge card to simultaneously challenge Huaxia. Type National Destiny Showdown. A joint challenge card? What the heck is that? And a National Destiny Showdown? This is no holds barred. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Is the entire Asian region this fierce? China's in trouble now. Three nations teaming up? How could one Li Yingdao possibly handle this? This is despicable. It's clearly targeting us, China. With Godly here, stay calm. This unprecedented alliance captured the world's attention. While Chinese viewers raged at the three nations' underhanded tactics, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. This is a three-nation alliance after all. The three kingdoms are a major power second only to Greece and the Maya. Could China prevail? Damn it, the worst-case scenario has unfolded. Li Yingdao's brow furrowed into a tight knot. Facing any one of these nations alone would pose no problem. But now all three had come together. This is a battle for national survival. Looks like we're facing the elite forces of three nations this time. Gu Yan surveyed the group. The Son of Heaven plan couldn't have come at a better time. A three nations contestants, Vikran, Adia, Samira. Xinghan Nation participants, Black Lulan. Emerald Nation participants, Patana. Huaxia Kingdom participants, Li Yingdao, Gu Sisi, Xin Baishang, Ding Yanran, Sun Xiaoshang. As soon as the arena announcement concluded, 10 figures materialized in the preparation area. Thankfully, we used our designated cards early. Our opponents must have done the same. Long Hoa expressed relief, yet also felt puzzled. Logically, their designators should at least be ranked divine card masters. Yet their names aren't on the rankings. Gu Yan replied, we'll find out their ranks when the time comes. For now, we can only rely on Yingdao and the others. Li, how do you plan to arrange things? Gu Sisi asked, as the other three also turned their gaze toward Li Yingdao. After a moment's thought, Li Yingdao made his decision. Me, Ding Yanan, and Sun Xiaoshang will handle the trio from the three kingdoms. Sisi will handle Emerald Kingdom, and Old Qin will take on Star River Kingdom. Li Yingdao's arrangement was carefully considered. Gu Sisi and Xin Baishang needed no further explanation after days immersed in one-on-one duels. They'd surely accumulated enough points to purchase cards. Their deities were also reliable. Therefore, they were assigned to confront Xinghan and Feitsue Kingdom. Ding Yanan, however, was bound to the deity of the giant gate star god. Frankly, this deity was no match for the supreme gods of foreign realms. Thus, Li Yingdao placed her by his side. As for Sun Xiaoshang, he was even more dependable. The great sage Sun Wukong was arguably the strongest deity permitted under the rules. With him stepping forward, they could secure a decisive victory. Everyone, spare no cards. This is a battle for the nation's fate. Our very survival hangs in the balance. Li Yingdao declared solemnly to the four. Understood. But this arena is a real pain. Allowing three nations to team up for a challenge without giving us any benefits? That's just not fair. Li Yingdao muttered under his breath, growing increasingly baffled by the arena's rules. The moment Li Yingdao finished his muttering, representatives from the three kingdoms, Xinghan Kingdom and Emerald Kingdom, must take the stage early and summon their deities. Huaxia Kingdom may delay their appearance. Chapter 54, Zhong Kuei battles Vishnu. The arena delivered another unexpected announcement. Noski spit out the coffee he hadn't swallowed yet, his eyes widening in shock. Noski, what's going on? Prime Minister Xinghan asked in a low voice, his eyes filled with unease. Xinghan and Feitsue were far weaker than India, their alliance merely a temporary truce against a common foe. If they lost, their fate would mirror that of Korea. The battle hasn't even begun yet, and the arena is already giving such biased hints favoring Huaxia. Never mind. So what if they know about our deities ahead of time? In the face of absolute power, it makes no difference who comes. Noski forced himself to stay calm. He had no choice but to rely on Xinghan and Feitsue for now. 3 A-rank divine card masters were already India's absolute limit. They could only try their best to appease the two.
Prime Ministers Xinghan and Faizue exchanged glances, seeing only frustration and helplessness in each other's eyes. There was no other choice. The die was cast. They could only pin their hopes on defeating China.
Has Huaxia bribed the arena? How are we supposed to play this? China is facing 3 opponents at once.
Given the principle of fairness, it's only reasonable for the rules to favor them.
Another battle for national destiny. Another country is about to be swallowed up.
In the preparation area, everyone was startled by the arena's sudden notification. Qin Baisheng grinned so widely his mouth wouldn't close.
The arena finally did something decent. I won't curse it anymore. Gu Sisi turned to Li Yingdao, seeking his opinion. The arena really surprised me.
This way, we can arrange the order of appearance reasonably.
Too bad it didn't reveal the opponent's support card info. That would have been perfect. Reflecting on this, Li Yingdao asked, everyone still has some national fortune points left, right? All 4 nodded.
Good. Then we can purchase targeted support cards on the spot based on our opponent's deities.
But, will the arena even allow that? Gu Sisi hesitated. We'll find out when the time comes. Since the arena offers favorable conditions, we should make the most of them, Li Yingdao waved dismissively. National Fortune Showdown.
First match, contestants from the 3 kingdoms, Star River Kingdom and Emerald Kingdom, please take the stage.
The Chinese spectators' faces lit up with delight.
Knowing their opponent's deities before battle, that was the advantage of foreknowledge.
In the 3 kingdoms preparation area, all 5 contestants' mouths twitched slightly as they silently cursed the arena. Ultimately, Vikran of the 3 kingdoms stepped forward first. D-rank divine card master Vikran. Seriously? All that hype from the 3 kingdoms, and they send out a D-rank? He's not even as good as me.
Great, another one feeding heads to Huaxia. Heh, when Godly steps onto the stage, who can rival him?
Vikran glanced at the audience.
Though he couldn't hear them, the arena had displayed his information, so he could roughly guess their reactions.
You snobs looking down on me. Now I'll show you the might of the great Indian Empire.
The stage refreshed his cards, displaying 3 in total.
China could wait until the Indian deity entered before taking the stage. 3 cards?
Looks like this Vikran must be bound to a powerful deity, otherwise, he wouldn't be the one stepping into the ring. Li Yingdao recalled that one-on-one matches didn't display deity levels or rank on leaderboards.
This Vikran must be a talent secretly cultivated by the Third Empire after their appearance in the one-on-one arena.
Vikran's expression grew solemn as he refined the central card. 20 minutes later, the card was successfully refined.
It's out. Let's see what God San has. Boring.
He's dead meat against Godly. A Sandwas card, a class Vishnu. Please welcome the contestant from Huaxia.
Phew, thank goodness, it's only a class. Li Yingdao relaxed and prepared to step onto the stage. Li. Brotherly. Li God.
The 4 shouted anxiously. Vishnu, after all, was the supreme deity of the Indians, ranking even higher than Shiva in status. Before the battle began, Li Yingdao had informed them that he could only summon the true Lord 3 times. Li Yingdao waved his hand dismissively, offering no reply. S-class God card master Li Yingdao. Li Yingdao ascended the stage expressionless, the arena shielding him from the roaring cheers outside.
Vikram nervously glanced at Li Yingdao. Had he not summoned Vishnu, he might not even be able to stand now.
I hope I roll a decent god. I really don't want to waste my 3 chances on this. 9 cards refreshed. Besides the true lord, the other 8 were Zhongkue, city god, Bai Yuewu, dragon king of the South Sea, little drillwind, Shingongbao, Lu Dongbin, and water emperor of the Xiang River. Seeing the other 8 deities, Li Yingdao's expression darkened. For a moment, Li Yingdao found himself in a tricky situation. Excluding the bottom-tier city god and little drill wind, the dragon king of the South Sea, Bai Yuewu, one of the 28 lunar mansions, Shingongbao, Lu Dongbin, and the water emperor of the Xiang River. Their powers were all roughly comparable. They were all solid contenders vying for top-tier status. Only Zhongkue remained an unpredictable variable for Li Yingdao. He was the sole deity among China's pantheon capable of granting all kinds of blessings. One may seek his aid for martial prowess, literary achievement, wealth, fortune, or official rank. He holds a unique status within the underworld. The 10 kings of hell and the 5 ghost emperors hold no sway over him. He answers to the call but not the summons. Among the 9 deities, aside from the true lord, Zhongkue was undoubtedly the most likely to defeat Vishnu. Our only hope lies with Zhongkue. Li Yingdao made his decision. His iron face shatters the underworld, his curly beard sweeps away demon stars. The scholar of Zhongnan, robed in crimson, shakes the underworld. Sword pierces 10,000 specter bones, inviting Zhong Zhangnan to reign over mortal realms. Huaxia Nation card, Grade A Zhongkue. A rank versus a rank. Could it be that Lord Li is having an off day? Why isn't he summoning the true lord? What do you know? Master Li's skill breeds boldness. He's training his troops on these 3 kingdoms fools. Both cards ascended into the air. First to appear was Vishnu, with his deep blue skin and 4 arms.
Great Lord Vishnu. Vishnu, grant us victory. Let Huaxia's Li Yingdao taste the bitterness of defeat.
Vishnu's message flashed through Li Yingdao's mind. Vishnu, one of the supreme deities of India, is the god of preservation.
His 4 hands wielded a conch shell, a discus, a lotus, and a vajra. He also possesses 10 major avatars, though Li Yingdao couldn't say for certain whether Vishnu could summon them to battle.
By the way, why haven't the Huaxia deities made their appearance yet? The question had barely left the speaker's lips when a pitch-black hook materialized out of thin air on the arena, hurtling toward Vishnu.
Vishnu's 4 armed weapons simultaneously shielded his chest, deflecting the attack.
So the great deity Zhong Kuei had already appeared.
Li Yingdao exclaimed in surprise.
Turning to follow the hook's chain, Li Yingdao saw Zhong Kuei appear behind him. Clad in purple-black armor, wielding a massive hook scythe, and with his lower body suspended in nothingness, he drifted in midair.
Greetings, great god Zhong Kuei. Li Yingdao bowed deeply.
Ignoring Li Yingdao, Zhong Kuei, seeing his strike had failed, turned and soared into the sky.
Damn it!
If only my faith power were stronger, such a minor deity scarcely deserves my attention.
Vishnu gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede defeat.
Vikram's ability to bind him was no coincidence, it was deliberate. Vishnu had manifested as a deity in reality, commanding the Indian Prime Minister to have himself bound. Yet he could not match the might of China's Pangu, who could withstand the Tao and the rules of existence. He could only offer vague hints through scattered words. This joint challenge was orchestrated by him, in alliance with another supreme deity of India, commanding Norsky to carry it out.
Unfortunately, the time frame was too brief, nearly 1 week.
Thus, like Shiva, he remained confined to the A-tier level. Vishnu shot Li Yingdao a wary glance as his 4 arms simultaneously hurled forth a conch shell, a divine discus, a lotus, and a vajra.
An unexpected turn of events unfolded.
The armor on Zhong Kuei's chest suddenly opened, revealing an eerie blue-purple glow within his chest cavity, like a bizarre black hole. The black hole erupted with suction, drawing all 4 of Vishnu's divine weapons into his chest.
Chapter 55, you can't the arena's favoritism.
Vishnu's weapons were sucked in? Without his weapons, he's finished. So much for the supreme god of India. Li Yingdao stroked his chin at the sight, feeling an uncanny familiarity with Zhong Kuei's technique as if he'd seen it somewhere before. Vishnu is known as the Preserver, possessing 10 great avatars.
But I'm not sure if he can summon them now.
After all, he's only a rank and weakened by the arena, not at his peak. Still, we can't afford to be careless. If he summons all 10 avatars, I'll have no choice but to play that card. Li Yingdao ran his fingers over the 3 support cards in his hand. 1 each of SAB. These constituted his entire card reserve at present. 3 cards are still too few. I still have 68 national fortune points left. Why not try it out right now? Li Yingdao acted on his words immediately, opening the national fortune panel. Current affinity, 19%. Current national fortune points, 68. Let's test the waters with 1 draw first. Draw. Seconds later, a great attribute card appeared in Li Yingdao's hand. The entire process went unnoticed by everyone, as all attention remained fixed on the deity. It actually works. This makes victory in the battle much more certain. Li Yingdao felt a surge of joy. This great card was rather lackluster, merely boosting the speed of allied deities by 50%. Divine beings possessed numerous techniques, and those capable of locking onto targets or being cast instantly were not uncommon. For such skills, increased speed was useless. But what mattered was that the arena actually allowed divine card masters to acquire cards on the spot. This must be the arena's favoritism toward China. They couldn't possibly let every divine card master do this, Li Yingdao mused, convinced he'd uncovered the truth. After all, if the arena had rules favoring China, it would also permit Chinese divine card masters to do the same. The rules reveal half the truth while concealing the other half, a time-honored tactic of the arena. Were it not for my insufficient faith power, constrained by this so-called arena, a mere minor god could be annihilated with a single hand. But even with these constraints, you remain no match for me. Vishnu spread his 4 arms wide, palms open as if summoning something. Zhong Kuei's expression in the air abruptly changed, as if something alive surged within his body. Those 4 weapons. The 4 golden weapons tore through Zhong Kuei's chest, returning to Vishnu's grasp. Zhong Kuei's breastplate shattered, revealing 4 terrifying black holes. I underestimated this minor deity from the outer realms, Zhong Kuei snorted coldly as the black holes began to heal themselves. Very well, then. Let him be frozen in place. Zhong Kuei sheathed his hook scythe, then struck the void with both hands clenched like hammers. Ripples spread through the space like a boulder dropped into a lake. With a humming sound, the conch shell, discus, lotus, and vajra Vishnu had hurled back fell uncontrollably to the ground. Even Vishnu himself stood motionless, as if time itself had frozen over the entire arena. Now's our chance. Li Yingdao signaled to Zhong Kuei, who once again hurled his hook scythe. This time, Vishnu's 4 great weapons could no longer block the attack. Under the watchful eyes of all, Vishnu rolled his eyes and slowly began moving his arms. That's far too slow. It won't be in time.
Vishnu of the three kingdoms is nothing special after all. China's deities are still superior. Haven't you noticed? At the same level, Chinese deities have never been defeated. Vikram grew frantic. This wasn't a one-on-one arena match or a typical national fortune battle. Defeat meant not only the god's demise, but his own death and the extinction of his path. Enough! With a flick of his thoughts, Vikram instantly activated all 5 B-rank cards. All 5 were attribute boosting cards. Just a split second before the hook side struck Vishnu, the cards took effect. Vishnu instantly regained his mobility, his arms extending to catch the sickle right at his chest. Looks like that Vikram used all his cards at once. Li Yingdao observed Vikram's reaction, deducing the situation with near certainty. Zhongkue, his strike unsuccessful, withdrew the hook scythe and hammered the space once more. The conch shell, divine wheel, lotus, and vajra, which had just begun to respond, once again slipped from Vishnu's grasp. Damn it, the cards are all gone, and Lord Vishnu still can't wield his weapons. How terrifying are these Chinese deities? Vikram remembered he still had 2 points of national fortune left. Desperate times call for desperate measures. He decided to draw a card on the spot. Draw. The familiar interface didn't appear, and the arena remained silent. What's going on? Draw. 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 Could it be that the arena doesn't allow cards to be drawn on the spot? Vikram panicked. He had already used up all 5 cards he'd accumulated. This meant he would have no cards left to play. If that's the case, the arena is deliberately favoring Huaxia. It makes sense, considering it's 1 against 3. Li Yingdao, seeing Vikram's flustered expression, realized his opponent couldn't draw cards on the spot like he could. "You've surprised me," Vishnu suddenly declared. With that, Vishnu deliberately landed on the ground, disregarding his 4 great weapons. He crossed his legs in a seated position, seemingly entering a state of deep meditation. Beneath him, a golden lotus blossomed slowly, emitting a faint golden glow that made Vishnu appear supremely sacred. Witnessing this scene, the people of the 3 Indian kingdoms began kneeling in worship. After all, this was an ancient civilization where education was not widespread, and the people of India remained deeply superstitious about deities. This differed from the reverence practiced in China. It was a form of blind, even fanatical superstition. Great Lord Vishnu, let the glory of the 3 Indian nations shine upon the entire blue star. Though China is mighty, Lord Vishnu shall be mightier still. A bizarre phenomenon unfolded. The conch shell, discus, lotus, and vajra that had fallen to the ground seemed to have their souls depart. 4 ethereal forms emerged from the conch shell, discus, lotus, and vajra. Visually, these phantoms were identical to the genuine weapons. Zhongkue fired his hook scythe once more, only for it to pass clean through Vishnu's body without inflicting any damage. A state of ethereality? This meditative state allows one to become impervious to physical attacks. Whoosh! This time, Vishnu remained motionless as the 4 spectral weapons attacked Zhongkue in midair. Even Zhongkue's flail couldn't block them. If I can't defeat it, then I'll devour it. Zhongkue's chest opened once more, unleashing a powerful suction force. This time, Vishnu had learned his lesson. The 4 weapons scattered in different directions. Zhongkue swallowed only 1 phantom, while the other 3 attacked him from all directions. After 3 strikes, the armor on Zhongkue's back shattered, revealing his ghostly purple skin. Capable of evading attacks by becoming ethereal, yet not in that state when delivering strikes? This attack pattern was nearly impossible to counter. Truly one of the supreme gods. This Vishnu is far stronger than that Dangun. Thankfully, he's only a rank. Better to wait. This is only the first round. Conserve the cards if possible. If Zhongkue truly faces defeat, then I'll deploy that card. Li Yingdao made his decision in his mind. After just a few exchanges, Zhongkue failed to wound Vishnu once more, while his own armor lay scattered in tatters. He looked particularly battered. The Chinese audience grew tense and began discussing. Our Zhongkue is the judge of the underworld. Does he really have no way to counter Vishnu? What worries me is the Li god. If he loses this desperate battle, the divine cardmaster will die too. We absolutely cannot lose godly. Vishnu breathed a sigh of relief. Winning this battle would grant him more faith energy. Upon his next appearance, he could return to S-rank and unleash his peak combat power. It's over. The conch shell, divine wheel, lotus, and vajra once again shot toward Zhongkue from all directions. No matter what tactics Zhongkue employed, he couldn't withstand the assault of the 4 weapons. This was the lesson he had learned at the cost of his own injuries. Then I'll attack instead of defending. Soul Reaper. Ignoring the onslaught, Zhongkue ran his palm along the scythe's blade and hurled it violently toward Vishnu. Vishnu's pupils contracted sharply as he sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from the scythe. In my current state, I cannot move and can only passively endure the blows. If I exit this meditative state, I'll be trapped by his seal. Moments later, Vishnu made his decision. He activated his 4 great weapons, solidifying them to block Zhongkue's assault. What's happening? The conch shell, discus, lotus, and vajra shattered instantly upon contact with the hook scythe. The hook scythe plunged straight toward Vishnu. Chapter 56, Vishnu's 10 Great Avatars. Damn it, I can't dodge it. Vishnu watched the sickle hurtle toward his face. Though shocked, he remained unflustered. I intended to reveal myself only upon reaching S-rank. Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. Roar! A lion's roar echoed as a lion materialized before Vishnu. Though called a lion, its upper body bore a human face, making it more like a half-man, half-lion. It has truly appeared one of Vishnu's 10 avatars. This lion must be Narasimha, the man-lion. Li Yingdao's heart sank. The worst-case scenario had unfolded. The hook scythe pierced the man-lion's body. The lion roared again, yet was dragged away uncontrollably by the hook scythe. Zhong Kuei absorbed it into his chest. In less than half a day, he would have completely consumed the man-lion. Then, Zhong Kuei would possess the Narasimha's power. Devour it then, Vishnu sneered coldly, remaining in his meditative state. I'll see how many more times you can use that trick. With 4 hands forming seals, the man-lion Narasimha reappeared before him. But Zhong Kuei felt a sudden emptiness in his body. The man-lion in his chest had vanished. Is this akin to the divine power of an external body? Zhong Kuei muttered under his breath, sensing the difficulty ahead. The soul reaping technique he had just used could only be deployed a limited number of times, as it specifically targeted souls. Each use drained Zhong Kuei's soul reserves. After striking an opponent, it became a contest between his own soul and the enemy's. As the underworld judge, Zhong Kuei possessed immense soul reserves, granting him the confidence to unleash this technique. Yet when he struck the man-lion, he detected no soul presence. It felt like striking a puppet. Yet if he were to strike Vishnu, the deity's avatar would surely step forward to block the blow. This would be a significant disadvantage for Zhong Kuei. Moreover, Vishnu now seemed capable of infinitely resurrecting his own incarnations. Zhong Kuei fell silent, refraining from launching another attack. To the spectators, Zhong Kuei appeared to have exhausted all his tricks. Even though Lord Vishnu was only at a rank now, he's still no match for a minor deity from China. Isn't your true lord supposed to be so powerful? Bring him out and let him show off. Even Li Yingdao couldn't defeat him, let alone anyone else from China. I advise China to concede defeat immediately. China can't even concede defeat. The arena forbids national fortunes from surrendering in a life or death battle. They can only watch their defeat unfold. It wasn't just the Indian masses cheering, even the crowds from Xinghan and Feitsui couldn't help but erupt in celebration. Now, the 3 nations truly stood united. One's glory was all their glory, one's loss was all their loss. For a minor deity like you to push the sovereign to such limits, I'll give you that. Why aren't you attacking? Out of moves, huh? Oomph. You've run out of moves, but I still have more. Come forth, all of you. Vishnu's voice boomed. As soon as the words left his mouth, 9 figures slowly materialized. Each one rivaled the already present man-lion Narasimha in power. Long Hua gasped in disbelief. What is this? Yingdao is in danger. Without a powerful card, it'll be hard to turn the tide, Gu Yan said anxiously. In the preparation area, Sun Shaoshang gripped his hands tightly. Godly, you absolutely cannot get hurt. I'm still waiting to fight alongside you. Damn it! National Fortune's deathmatch rules forbid divine cardmasters from fighting. Otherwise, Brotherly could have eliminated his opponent early and prevented them from using cards. Xin Baisheng cursed the tournament stage once more. 9 shadowy figures solidified. Each one rivaled an ordinary B-rank deity. On the arena, a lake materialized out of thin air. Within it, a colossal fish swam freely. A colossal turtle bearing mountains on its back plodded forward, each step causing the arena to tremble, a testament to its immense weight. A wild boar with tusks charged across the arena, carrying a diminutive humanoid deity upon its back. A horse's neigh echoed as a white steed appeared beside the boar, the two seemingly competing for speed. Beside Vishnu, 2 figures stood silently, one wielding a sword, the other a bow. Behind them stood a youth and an elder. The youth held a black book in his hands, while the elder wore countless strands of Buddhist prayer beads around his wrists. Together with the man-lion before Vishnu, the 5 formed a protective circle around him. The divine fish Matra, the divine turtle Kalima, the wild boar Raka, the man-lion Narasimha, the dwarf Rama, the axe-wielding Rama, the bow-wielding Rama, Krishna, Buddha, and the white horse Garawa. Thus, all 10 avatars of Vishnu had descended. A loud gulp echoed through the spectator stands. 10 avatars, plus Vishnu himself. This meant Zhong Kuei would face 11 opponents alone. Is this the might of a supreme god? Even if not S-class, among equals, a supreme god remains unrivaled. The 3 kingdoms have deep foundations. They suffered defeat just a week ago, yet they've already regrouped and returned. China is in danger. With the 3 kingdoms united, they'll surely carve up China's territory. Just as the audience, even the Chinese spectators themselves had resigned themselves to China's inevitable defeat. A voice boomed through the spectator stands. Come on, China! You absolutely cannot lose. Long Hua looked in surprise at the speaker, only to discover to his astonishment that it was a kimchi person shouting into the microphone. The actions of certain fools in Korea had previously enraged China. Now, the remaining Koreans sought to express goodwill toward China.
This was the only method left to them, since Korea no longer possessed any divine card masters. But there was an even more crucial reason: they had already been conquered. If China were conquered too, who knew what punishment the arena would dish out to them? Ah, old Gu, ease up on the tax collection in Kimchi province once we return, Long Hua instructed. He understood the principle of giving a date and a steamed bun. Gu Yan acknowledged the order, then voiced his concern. But what about this round? Zhong Kuei had remained motionless for so long even a fool could see he was truly out of options. Of course, it wasn't impossible that Zhong Kuei was biding his time for a grand move. But that possibility was slim. What should we do? Prepare for Li Yingdao's death. Long Hua practically ground the words out between clenched teeth. Gu Yan's face fell in shock. The Son of Heaven is meant to guard the nation's gates. Death is a natural consequence. There will be no exception for Yingdao alone. I understand, Gu Yan replied in a low voice. On the stage, Vishnu felt his power steadily rising. He had already reached the peak of a rank. With just one more surge of faith points, he could break through to S-rank. At that point, the rules would no longer bind Vishnu. As for how to accelerate the acquisition of faith, Vishnu's lips curved into a faint smile as he addressed Zhong Kuei floating in the air. What a pity. This battle to the death cannot be conceded. Otherwise, I might have spared your life. The moment these words left his lips, the audience erupted in discussion. Is Vishnu really that kind-hearted? Immediately, a devotee countered, our Lord Vishnu is no ordinary deity, he truly possesses a benevolent heart. Feeling the surge of faith energy, Vishnu's heart swelled with delight. Vishnu seemed to have grasped the essence of faith power. Demonstrate divine might, kindness, and any act that stirs the faithful's hearts. This deepens their devotion, yielding greater faith energy. I shall speak plainly to you, my incarnations are infinite. As long as I live, my incarnations live. If you can shatter all my incarnations in an instant, or directly destroy me, then you win. I have already revealed the method to you. I grant you the chance to strike. Zhong Kuei remained silent throughout the exchange, leaving Vishnu doubting whether Zhong Kuei was even listening. It doesn't matter. As long as I can obtain the power of faith. Li Yingdao couldn't stand by any longer. He didn't believe a word Vishnu was saying. He dismissed it as utter nonsense. Though he didn't know the reason behind Vishnu's actions, Li Yingdao adhered to one principle. When you don't know why your opponent is doing something, do the opposite. 10 great incarnations? So what? I wonder if you can handle the entire underworld. Li Yingdao drew an S-class card. S-rank status card, summons all deities connected to one's own divine lineage. Chapter 57, more numbers? I'll summon the entire underworld. The harvest of faith power is nearly complete. Vishnu felt certain. He was now certain that the moment he appeared in the next match, the arena would inevitably rate him as S-class. I'll have to get Vikram to refine it properly. After all, deities are still constrained by their divine card masters. We can't have that kid holding us back later. It's time to end this. Nothing excites the faithful more than a decisive victory. Vishnu emerged from his meditative state as the 4 divine artifacts returned to him. Next, the conch shell representing the primordial sound of the universe transformed into a helmet. The golden disc symbolizing the law of time became a breastplate. The lotus, symbolizing purity, became a pair of leggings. The Vajra, representing power, became a pair of war boots. At this moment, Vishnu reached his peak state, radiating the aura of an S-class deity. Ah! Zhong Kuei let out a heavy sigh. He truly is the supreme deity of a nation far superior to me. Zhong Kuei had resolved himself to certain death. He turned to Li Yingdao. Li Yingdao, who was preparing to use his card, froze upon receiving Zhong Kuei's telepathic message. I have one final move, one that will destroy both my opponent and myself. After my death, all the merit I've earned guiding souls in the underworld will be yours. When that time comes, I hope you will make good use of it and contribute more to the Chinese nation. Li Yingdao froze. This was the first time he'd heard of merit being transferable. Even the Wheel King had only used merit to revive Shen Sonin. Who knew the great Zhong Kuei had such a hidden ace up his sleeve? But if he does this, Zhong Kuei will surely die. The gap between Zhong Kuei's death and my acquisition of his merit. And using his card to summon a god of the underworld to save Zhong Kuei. Li Yingdao chose the latter without hesitation. Merit could be accumulated again. Now that he possessed the true lord's inheritance, the path ahead stretched far into the future. There was no need to let Zhong Kuei perish and his path vanish. Moreover, trading Zhong Kuei's life for Vishnu's? Li Yingdao deemed it unworthy. Not worth it at all. At that moment, Vishnu leapt forward, launching himself and his 10 avatars in a coordinated assault upon Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei remained expressionless as he tore open the skin on his chest with both hands. A blue-purple black hole slowly coalesced. All spectators held their breath, eager to see if Huaxia would taste defeat and whether Li Yingdao's undefeated legend could be shattered. Hold on! Li Yingdao roared. Zhong Kuei halted his movement, turning to look at Li Yingdao with confusion. Vishnu, however, remained unconcerned. In his eyes, Li Yingdao was already a dead man.
So what if you're an S-class divine card master? In my eyes, you're still nothing but a mortal. Seeing Vishnu show no sign of stopping, Li Yingdao's anger flared. You don't hold me in any regard, do you? Vikram suddenly realized that Li Yingdao hadn't used a single card the entire time. Intelligence analysis confirms Li Yingdao has exhausted his S-class cards. He cannot possibly possess any more S-class cards at most, he might have an A-class one. Li Yingdao raised a card high in his right hand. Under the sunlight, the S symbol shone brilliantly. It was blindingly bright. Impossible. How could he still have an S-rank card? Vikram stared in disbelief. Stay calm. As long as it's not some ridiculously overpowered card, Lord Vishnu can handle it. Noski reassured himself. Guyan shook Long Hua excitedly. I knew Yingdao had a backup plan. He's never let us down, has he? Long Hua felt a pang of guilt. How could he have doubted Li Yingdao before? S-class status card summons all deities connected to one's own divine entity. Though the arena hadn't named this card itself, Li Yingdao called it a gathering of noble guests. When it came to connections, what deity didn't have some? In terms of numbers, with countless deities in Huaxia, what's to fear from 10 B-rank avatars? No. That aura. Vishnu halted abruptly, lowering his gaze to the arena floor. Why has Lord Vishnu stopped? Probably out of kindness, giving the Chinese deity a little more time. What do you think? Could it be that card Li Yingdao has? Don't joke around upstairs. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the arena. It wasn't an explosion, but the sound of a gate being forced open. Gigantic cracks spread across the arena like a spider web, spewing forth a viscous, blood-red liquid. A gateway slowly rose from the fissure, followed by a colossal black city so vast it obscured the sky. Ghost City of Fengdu. Li Yingdao's heart skipped a beat, though he had anticipated this outcome. Yet witnessing the true Fengdu Ghost City manifest still sent shockwaves through him. When something from a storybook descended into reality, who could remain calm? The gate swung wide, unleashing an indescribable, terrifying pressure that swept across the arena like a tangible tidal wave. Wails erupted from all sides as 10,000 ghosts wailed in unison. Vishnu's 10 avatars dissolved completely amidst the wails. What on earth is this thing? Vishnu roared inwardly, turning to look at Vikram. Quick! Use the cards. At this moment, only the sensation of amplification could bring Vishnu a shred of reassurance. Vikram, frozen in terror by the scene, shook his head wildly. Lord Vishnu, I have no cards left. What card did Li Xin use? Sun Xiaoshang asked, trembling. Gu Sisi shook her head, her voice filled with delight. Looks like we'll win this round smoothly. Zhong Kuei, need some help? A voice, impossible to tell if male or female, echoed from within the ghost city. It's the wheel-turning king. Zhong Kuei was equally stunned by the appearance of Fengdu Ghost City. He attributed all this to Li Yingdao. We do need your help right now, but this is a bit much, isn't it? Zhong Kuei sighed wryly, slowly approaching the ghost city's gate. A green ghostly flame ignited, illuminating the ghost city. The 10 kings of hell sat solemnly in the main hall. Ghost generals and shadow generals stood on either side. Behind them lay an innumerable army of ghost officers. A stream of yellow springs water flowed from the gate, transforming into the surging, torrential river of oblivion that spanned the heavens. At its source, an old woman dressed in plain white robes appeared silently, her features indistinct. Before her floated a massive ancient cauldron, bubbling and steaming with mist. Meng Pa! I never expected you to be here as well, Zhong Kuei exclaimed in surprise. Meng Pa remained silent. King of the Wheel spoke up, now that you're here, we colleagues will clear the path for you. We couldn't ask for more. The audience was already too stunned for words. A ghost city filled with a chilling, sinister aura suddenly materialized on the stage, along with countless deities. One moment Zhong Kuei faced the assault of the 10 great incarnations, the next, he was surrounded by countless allies. This dramatic reversal sent the Chinese audience's emotions on a roller coaster ride. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and shouted, "Greetings to all the deities of the underworld." Immediately, the Chinese crowd echoed in unison, "We greet you, deities of the underworld." Li Yingdao's journey to the west had already spread far and wide, and people now recognized this as the underworld. The great emperor of Fengdu and the 5 ghost emperors of the directions have not appeared. It seems their power has reached the quasi-saint level, and they have departed from Blue Star. Li Yingdao bowed deeply. Li Yingdao, descendant of the Chinese people, pays homage to the 10 kings of hell, to the great goddess Mengpa, and to all the ghost generals and shadow generals. No sooner had Li Yingdao finished speaking than all of China erupted in commotion. The legendary realm of the underworld had materialized before their very eyes. The Chinese audience felt no dread toward the underworld, nor any fear. They knew clearly that these were the divine beings protecting them, fighting for them. Chapter 58, Forming the Array, Summoning Vishnu's Soul. At first, Li Yingdao felt a twinge of regret about using the S-class card, highly esteemed guests. After all, this was only the first battle, and he possessed only one S-rank card. But for Zhong Kuei's sake, he ultimately played it. Now, Li Yingdao could only think. This card was absolutely worth every damn penny.
I thought I'd just summoned the relevant deity, but I ended up shaking the entire underworld loose.
How to resolve the civilizational rupture? This is how it's resolved. Upon hearing Li Yingdao's words, the 10 kings of hell all wore peculiar expressions, their gazes instinctively turning toward Mengpa. What's going on? Could it be I underestimated Mengpo's combat prowess? Does her status surpass even the 10 kings of hell?
Back during his battle against Sun Xiaoshang, Li Yingdao had already summoned Mengpa. But in the end, he chose to summon Ma Zhu. In his earlier greeting, Li Yingdao had addressed the 10 kings first, followed by Mengpa.
Could this have unsettled the 10 kings? Surely not. Stirring the soup in the ancient cauldron, Mengpo's voice was deep and resonant. It's been settled long ago.
There's still plenty of official business to attend to in the underworld.
Understood. We'll handle it immediately.
King of the Wheel of Rebirth hurriedly bowed.
It seems Mengpa isn't as straightforward as imagined. Li Yingdao noted this scene in his mind. The current target remained Vishnu. With all his avatars vanished, Vishnu was numb.
No matter how he summoned his forms, there was no response. It was as if they had vanished into thin air.
What a joke! As long as I live, my avatars are infinite.
The wheel-turning king glanced at Vishnu and remarked indifferently, he's a formidable being. In a one-on-one fight, aside from the venerable Mengpa, none of us stand a chance against him.
The king of Mount Tai boomed, it's not a one-on-one fight.
We'll just take him on together.
No matter how powerful this thing is, can it really be a great immortal?
Qin Guangwang nodded in agreement with Mount Tai's words.
I can sense that this creature's soul is incredibly potent.
It'd be a huge tonic for us. Then capture it and devour it piece by piece.
Diansheng Wan licked his lips, showing no restraint in his greed for Vishnu. Vishnu stood disheveled in the wind, helplessly gazing at his opponents. The 10 kings of hell actually regarded him as prey, intending to devour him piece by piece?
He was the supreme deity of an entire realm. His pride as a supreme deity burned with fury, yet the current situation filled him with dread.
Damn it, if only I had reached S-rank. Enough talk.
Slay him, roared Yama, launching the first strike at Vishnu.
The tide had completely turned.
Where once Zhong Kuei had taken on 11 alone, now Vishnu stood facing the entire army of the underworld. Yama produced the Book of Life and Death, flipped through it, and let out a soft gasp.
Strange. This fellow's name isn't in the Book of Life and Death. Vishnu breathed a sigh of relief. Though he didn't know what the Book of Life and Death was. But his instincts warned him that if his name were recorded there, the consequences would be dreadful. No matter, he declared.
I shall simply write it down myself.
Yama wrote the 3 characters Vishnu in bold strokes upon the Book of Life and Death.
Then, dipping his judgmental brush in blood-red cinnabar, he swept it across the page, erasing the name.
Vishnu, your earthly life is over. Come with us now.
Vishnu immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, the accumulated power of faith he had gathered nearly vanishing entirely.
What kind of joke is this? My power of faith has been erased by a mere brushstroke? Yama grew even more perplexed. He's not dead yet? The wheel-turning king reminded him, this fellow possesses immense faith energy, which is why he's resisting the underworld's punishment for his lifespan. Don't waste the entire underworld's fortune battling him. Let's just finish him off ourselves.
The other 9 kings of the underworld agreed. King of the Wheel of Life summoned the Wheel of Life and Death, charging headlong toward Vishnu.
Divine Wheel, go. Vishnu blocked the Wheel King with his Divine Wheel.
He then parried the attacks of the 3 Yama kings with his Lotus, Conch Shell, and Vajra. He had now withdrawn from his golden armor state. There was no choice, he must now rely on his weapons to block as many attacks as possible. Otherwise, facing this coordinated assault all at once, he would struggle to survive the first wave of attacks.
The remaining 6 Yama kings closed in on Vishnu. Vishnu inwardly groaned. The faith energy he had accumulated was being drained away by Yama's use of the underworld's vital energy. He was barely holding onto his A-rank status now, with no hope of reaching S-rank. After just one exchange, Vishnu nearly collapsed. Activate the 10 Hall's great array of no birth, Mengpa advised calmly. The Yama kings exchanged glances and chose to heed Mengpo's words. Ghost officers. Form the 10 Halls of no birth great formation. Tens of thousands of ghost officers divided themselves into 10 orderly groups, forming the array's foundation on the arena floor. Ghost generals, the Ghost King, the Day-Night Wandering Spirit, the Yellow Beaked Bird, the Black and White Impermanents took their positions atop the array's foundation. Eerie mist slowly rose, and a biting wind howled like blades. The entire arena resembled a hellscape. The 10 kings of hell stood at the very apex, forming the array's focal point. No, this will kill me. No! Vishnu's heart filled with terror. He attacked the formation with his conch shell, divine wheel, lotus, and vajra, only to have these weapons dissolved by the array. Vishnu lost his connection to his weapons. Starting with Qin Guang, the king of the first court, he growled lowly, good and evil. Crippled limb. Reverse reverence. Greedy thief. Unjust death. Heaven's wrath. Marital fall. Unscrupulous merchant. Death by execution.
Finally, the wheel-turning king raised the wheel of life and death high, roaring in fury, "Turn the wheel!" The 10 kings of hell preside over judgments for different crimes, accumulating vast merit over the ages. Now, they manifested this merit, condensing it into the 10 halls' great array of no birth. Just as the wheel-turning king once used merit to revive Shinsonin, he could now wield that same merit to slay Vishnu. "I must find a way. I have to find a way." Vishnu roared toward the spectator stands, "Quick! Believers, your God needs your help. Give me your faith." Li Yingdao suddenly understood why Vishnu had spoken those insincere words back then. So it was all about faith? In the spectator stands, the Indian crowd was too terrified to speak. They knew nothing of the deities of China, nor did they understand the underworld. Yet the scene unfolding before them shattered their world. The 10 halls of no birth formation enveloped the entire arena: blood yellow springs, pallid souls, and eerie green flames. These colors blended together, creating an indescribable eeriness. The bone-chilling cold mingled with the mist of the river of oblivion, seeping into every pore. Not even the arena could block this terrifying aura. Gloomy, terrifying, horrifying. No word seemed sufficient to describe the horror before them. Some timid Indian spectators had already fainted. Spectators from other nations felt their blood run cold. Only the Chinese spectators watched it all with eyes burning with fervor bordering on fanaticism. The unknown holds the deepest mystery and the greatest allure. As scenes from their own myths unfolded before them, the Chinese audience couldn't tear their eyes away, knowing they might never witness such a spectacle again. Vishnu, caught in the midst of it all, was utterly despairing. Is this hell? 10 beams of light erupted from the 10 kings of hell, pulling Vishnu into the 10 halls of no birth formation. Vishnu was pulled into the center of the formation before he could mount any effective resistance. My divine power. What is happening? Now, Vishnu was powerless, watching everything unfold like a mere mortal. He could do nothing but await his death. The wheel-turning king sneered, gazing at Vishnu as if he were a priceless treasure. This formation is merely a means to restrain you. Kill you, and your soul will scatter. Zhong Kuei. Whoosh. A piercing whistle cut through the air. A massive hook scythe struck Vishnu squarely. Soul reaping. Vishnu's soul was ripped out alive by Zhong Kuei. Chapter 59, the S-class Tathagata Buddha makes his grand entrance. At the center of the 10 halls of no birth great formation, Vishnu's body collapsed lifelessly to the ground like a pile of mud. The hook scythe embedded in his chest began to retract. This time, the hook scythe was not empty-handed. The hook scythe had snagged Vishnu's soul. What are you doing? Let me go. Vishnu's soul roared. Alas, no sound escaped him. To the outside world, it appeared only as his lips moving in vain. Zhong Kuei, take his soul to the underworld. Then we'll divide the spoils properly, declared the wheel-turning king excitedly. This was the soul of a nation's supreme deity. With the Ghost Emperor and the Great Emperor of Fengdu absent, the 10 kings of hell could freely divide the spoils. Zhong Kuei nodded, swung his hook scythe, and hurled Vishnu's soul into the underworld. Once within the underworld, even a great immortal would be finished. To resist would mean defying the entire netherworld. Even without the Ghost Emperor and the Great Emperor of Fengdu, Vishnu was no match for it. With a thunderous crash, the gates of the underworld slammed shut. Devdutta's body, now soulless, crumbled into ashes and slowly dissipated. Battle for the nation's fate. First round, Huaxia nation victorious. The moment the arena displayed the notification, Vikram let out a bitter laugh before suffering backlash and exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Phew! That was close. Li Yingdao breathed a sigh of relief. Trading one S-tier card for victory in a national fate battle. It was a bargain worth every penny. Moreover, it allowed the Chinese audience to witness the true underworld and its myriad divine beings. We're one step closer to resolving the civilizational. On the stage, the effects of the Grand Gathering card began to fade. The ghost officers began returning to the underworld. Only the 10 kings of hell, Zhong Kuei, and Mengpa remained on the scene. It seems Mengpa truly is extraordinary. Li Yingdao noticed that even the entire underworld seemed to be faintly dissolving. Yet the river of oblivion where Mengpa stood remained utterly unaffected. It flowed steadily, as it always had. Next time Mengpa appears, we should summon her to join us. The king of Mount Tai patted his enormous belly, unable to hide his delight. This hall is quite substantial. I have a feeling that once we devour that fellow's soul, we'll ascend to the rank of Tai Immortal. The other Yama kings shared this sentiment. The wheel-on king of the wheels mask spun ceaselessly. It seems the elite forces of Huaxia have truly departed from Blue Star. Hearing Mount Tai King's words, Li Yingdao recalled how the true lord had left after ascending to near-saint status. This time, none of the near-saint level forces from the underworld had arrived either. Even without the gods mentioning it, Li Yingdao had already begun to suspect something. We owe this lad a debt of gratitude this time. Without him, we wouldn't have reaped such a bountiful harvest, Zhong Kuei remarked. Truth be told, I owe him my life. Li Yingdao hastily interjected, whether mortal or divine, all who dwell in Huaxia should serve with utmost dedication. King Dianqing sensed Li Yingdao's extraordinary nature. He couldn't see through the man's body.
His gaze could not pierce the skin, only skimming the surface. This youngster's power has already reached the level of a human immortal. In this age of severed spiritual energy, it truly is a strange phenomenon. Human immortal. Li Yingdao's heart skipped a beat. The first tier of cultivation, mortal immortal realm. He had unknowingly reached the human immortal realm. Li Yingdao explained, I am indeed the disciple of the true lord of the mysterious way of Qingyuan, having received part of the true lord's true teachings. Whoa! The gods of the underworld sucked in their breath in unison. The second prince, the divine lord of manifestation, a formidable figure no one in the entire underworld dared provoke. Why didn't you mention this sooner, young friend? King Diancheng instantly appeared beside Li Yingdao, his face brimming with warmth. Since you've taken the time to visit the underworld, let us properly entertain you. King of Mount Tai said with a broad smile. Ahem, you flatter me, honored elders. Li Yingdao managed a polite response. Spectators outside the arena were utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Divine card masters summoned deities, inspiring nothing but reverence and awe. If a deity could exchange a word with a divine card master, that divine card master's ancestors would have burned incense in the heavens. But now? Deities now fawn over summoners, greeting them with near obsequious deference. Why hasn't Li Yingdao appeared in our country? Countless heads of state gnashed their teeth in envy. Mengpa glanced up at Li Yingdao and said indifferently, it's time to go. The 10 kings of hell and Zhong Kuei all nodded in agreement, murmuring, yes, yes, it is time to depart. With that, they stood upon the waters of the river of oblivion. The river reversed its flow, gradually returning to the underworld. It seems Mengpa holds a very high status in the underworld. Li Yingdao remarked with a sigh, then bowed deeply. Farewell, Mengpa. Farewell, all the great deities of the underworld. This time he had learned his lesson, paying respects to Mengpa first before addressing the other deities. The 10 kings of hell heard this and found no fault with it, waving their hands in farewell to Li Yingdao. Returning to the preparation area, Li Yingdao announced, I've tested it, you can purchase cards directly on the stage. But our opponents can't. This is likely the arena's bias toward us in a 1 versus 3 match. After all, the arena demands fairness. Li Yingdao suddenly wondered his teammates wouldn't be out of national fortune points, would they? You all still have national fortune points, right? Xin Baishang was the first to respond, I've saved up 58 points, not a single one spent yet. The others nodded in agreement, confirming they hadn't used any either. That's good. Li Yingdao finally relaxed. Knowing the opponent's deity in advance and being able to purchase cards on the spot. This was already a significant advantage. China had no reason to lose. At the very least, they wouldn't be as desperate as last time against the 3 kingdoms, forced to rely solely on Li Yingdao. So who's going next? Ding Yanran asked. No rush. Let's see what cards the opponent plays first, Li Yingdao replied. The first match didn't last too long, and Li Yingdao was still in excellent condition. Playing consecutive matches wasn't out of the question. National Destiny Showdown. Round 2, players from the 3 kingdoms, Xinghan Kingdom and Emerald Kingdom, please take the stage. In the 3 kingdoms preparation area, the 4 players exchanged nervous glances. Chaos erupted in an instant. They had anticipated Vikram's defeat, but none had imagined it would be so utterly crushing. Li Yingdao summoned the entire netherworld to crush Vishnu. He even took Vishnu's soul with him. This wasn't merely surpassing them by a hair, it was leaving them 18 streets behind. Then, who's next? Asked Black Lulan of Xinghan Kingdom uneasily. Adya and Shamila of the Adya Kingdom exchanged glances. Adya stepped forward and declared, I'll take the next one. Adya patted Shamila's shoulder and instructed, you stay back. We can't let Vikram die in vain. Samira nodded firmly. Only then did Adya feel reassured as he stepped onto the stage one step at a time. This time, the Indian spectators offered no cheers. 2 of their 3 supreme deities Shiva and Vishnu were already dead. And both had fallen by the same hand. Facing Huaxia now, the Indians simply lacked the confidence to utter the word victory. Grade B God Card Master Adya. B rank, that means his true strength is only higher, not lower. Li Yingdao no longer trusted a single word about the tournament. Vikram in the last match was only D rank. What happened? He summoned an A rank Vishnu. This Adya is B rank. If he summons an S rank deity, Li Yingdao wouldn't be surprised. If it truly is S rank, besides me, we might also send Xin Baishang or Sun Xiaosheng into the fray. Those 2 won, the third Prince Neza, the other the Monkey King Sun Wukong. Their power hasn't broken through to near saint like the true lords, they're just stuck at the peak of S rank. As bound deities, they could be deployed at will. 6 cards appeared before Adya. He instinctively reached for the card bound to himself. But Adya froze, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. This deity. Adya decisively abandoned his original bound deity and selected the one on the far right instead. Adya himself isn't as strong as Vikram or Samira. Putting him on the field is more about using him as expendable fodder, Noski thought to himself. Vikram's defeat was entirely expected, all of this was merely setting the stage for Samira. 30 minutes later, Adia clasped his hands together, his voice trembling as he declared, "Hail the Buddha, Sakyamuni." A triangle card, S-rank Sakyamuni Buddha. China's representative, please take the stage. Chapter 60, The Great Sage Equal to Heaven, Taste This Blow from Old Sun. The moment the arena prompt appeared, every face paled. Long Hua's expression darkened. He hadn't expected this Indian contestant to summon an S-class deity. In the previous match, Vikram had summoned Vishnu, who was merely an A-class deity. Even Noski himself hadn't anticipated Adia delivering such a massive surprise. On the stage, Adia laughed maniacally. His initial bound deity wasn't the Buddha Sakyamuni, but an ordinary B-rank deity. Even Adia himself believed certain death was imminent when the stage suddenly manifested the Buddha Sakyamuni. And he was quite familiar with Sakyamuni Buddha. Because Adia himself was a Buddhist. There's hope. I can survive. No. I still need to guard against that Li Yingdao. As long as he doesn't step onto the stage, I have a chance to win this round. Adia pulled out 5 support cards. Before arriving, he had converted all his national fortune points into cards. He feared the arena might not allow last-minute purchases. Vikram's death confirmed that Aditya's choice had been correct. The Buddha Sakyamuni, isn't that a character from Li Shen's journey to the west? This is the real deal, a true deity. I suspect Li Shen will keep sending him into battle. I recall in Journey to the West, only a handful of deities could suppress the Buddha. I wonder if Li Shen's second Prince of Heaven can defeat the Buddha. The Chinese audience recognized the Buddha, though he was powerful. But Li Yingdao gave them greater peace of mind. Li Yingdao stared at the Tathagata Buddha card on the stage, lost in thought. Strange. In the Indian pantheon, Vishnu holds a higher status than the Buddha. Why is his rank lower than the Buddha's? In the last match, Vishnu was frantically absorbing faith energy. The Buddha must need it even more than he did. It makes no sense for Sakyamuni to debut as an S-rank. Li, who should we send out for this match? Gu Sisi asked anxiously. Only Li Yingdao could guarantee a win. Gu Sisi's Chang'e was only B-rank, and although Qin Baixing's bound Neza was S-rank, he still couldn't hold a candle to Sakyamuni Buddha. Sun Xiaoshang, you're going in. Li Yingdao declared, fixing his gaze on Sun Xiaoshang. Li Yingdao hadn't forgotten his promise to Sun Wukong. He'd agreed to let him personally take revenge on the Buddha. Now that the Buddha stood before them, it was time for Li Yingdao to fulfill that promise. Got it, God Li. Sun Xiaoshang froze for a moment before nodding and preparing to ascend the stage. Though puzzled, the others instinctively obeyed Li Yingdao's command. Once you're on the stage, don't hold back on the national fortune points. Victory is the only priority, Li Yingdao instructed. After all, this was a life or death battle for national fortune, and he couldn't guarantee Sun Xiaoshang would win. But given China's lineup, Sun Xiaoshang was the most suitable choice to take the stage. F-rank Divine Card Master Sun Xiaoshang. A wave of boos instantly swept through the crowd. And he sighed in relief, yet felt a pang of resentment. China is truly cunning, sending their weakest player onto the field. What a shame I summoned such a formidable deity. No need to waste cards on this one, save them for the others. Gu Sisi and Qin Baixing are both tough opponents. Back then, Li Yingdao and Sun Xiaoshang's match was held in secret because outsiders assumed Li Yingdao had won. Little did they know Sun Xiaoshang was the one who had the last laugh. Only 2 cards appeared before Sun Xiaoshang. One was his bound Sun Wukong, while the other depicted a deity he didn't recognize. Seeing Sun Xiaoshang with only 2 cards, the trio's laughter grew louder. The number of cards a divine card master possessed was, to a certain extent, indicative of their strength. The fewer cards, the weaker the divine card master. Stay calm. Just summon the great sage. This is my first time stepping onto the stage. I absolutely cannot disgrace my country. I must honor Li Shen, honor the great sage, honor China. Sun Xiaoshang took a deep breath and selected the Monkey King card he had bound. Heaven and earth reversed, knocking at the celestial gate. Golden band split clouds, startling the 3 realms. Fiery eyes incinerate dust across the 9 heavens. The heavenly king bows to neither immortal nor Buddha. With 10,000 somersaults through the void, where is the golden monkey who shook the heavens? Hail, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Huaxia nation card, S-rank great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Another S-rank. Just like Li Yingdao summoning an S-rank deity while only an F-rank. So this arena has produced the world's 4th and 5th S-rank divine card masters, and today these 2 S-rankers will fight to the death. The crowd's fervor ignited anew a clash between 2 S-rank deities, unfolding on the very stage of the nation's fate. Regardless of the outcome, one S-class divine card master would fall. A thunderous roar split the heavens and earth, its metallic clang carrying a wild, unbridled fury. It carried an overwhelming, unstoppable pressure. A golden orb descended to the ground. Instead of the earth-shattering impact imagined, it merely sent out a ring of golden ripples, condensed to their absolute limit. Like ripples on water, it spread silently across the arena, leaving not a speck of dust disturbed in its wake. 2 points of light blazed forth as fiery as molten lava, as brilliant as stars. The Chinese spectators' eyes lit up with excitement. Those are the great sage's fiery golden eyes. As the dust gradually settled, a figure emerged clearly. Old Buddha, I've finally waited for you. The voice belonged to none other than the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Seated upon a lotus throne, the Buddha's expression shifted slightly. A flicker of surprise and unease crossed his eyes. You're still alive, his voice carried the weight of an elder's world weariness and concern. What's going on? The great sage and the Buddha seem quite familiar with each other. Of course. It's obvious you haven't read Li Shen's Journey to the West. At the end of Journey to the West, the great sage was crowned the victor over demons Buddha by the Buddha. If these two seem at odds. Li Yingdao, seated in the preparation area, could hear the audience's murmurs, but he paid them no mind. What caught Li Yingdao's attention was the great sage's attire. The great sage wasn't wearing his signature chainmail armor or phoenix-winged purple crown. Nor was he clad in the monk's robe of the victor over demons. A single tiger skin barely covered his private parts. Were it not for the Rui Jingu Bang and those fiery golden eyes, one might not recognize this as the famed great sage equal to heaven. This arena fight won't be easy. Li Yingdao gritted his teeth. Though he didn't know why Tathagata's rank surpassed Vishnu's, Li Yingdao still felt confident he could handle it. But with Sun Wukong in this state, victory was far from certain. Sun Wukong planted his golden staff into the ground and sneered coldly, "Of course this old monkey must live. How else could I exact my revenge?" Sensing Sun Wukong's weakened state, the Buddha remarked with detached calm, "Wretched beast, still stubbornly clinging to delusion. You deserve death." With that, the Buddha unleashed a colossal palm strike across the void. The palm radiated golden light, parting the air in its path as it descended towards Sun Wukong. "Bring it on!" Sun Wukong roared, plucking a tuft of his hair and blowing gently upon it. Instantly, over 1,000 Sun Wukong figures materialized on the stage. To the naked eye, it was impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. The golden palm strike seemed to lose its target, striking one at random. This troublesome monkey remains as persistent as ever. Tathagata felt a surge of disgust within. Back then, he and the six-eared macaque had won through cunning tactics. Both the six-eared macaque and Sun Wukong were among the four monkeys of chaos, naturally countering each other. That was how they had managed to eliminate Sun Wukong. Now that the six-eared macaque had long perished on the arena, Tathagata alone could no longer achieve the same feat. "Hey! Tathagata! Take this blow from old Sun." Sun Wukong suddenly charged before the Buddha, swinging his golden staff with all his might. Chapter 61, The Robe Brings Misfortune, the Bound Great Sage. "You beast! I bestowed upon you the title of victor over demons Buddha, yet you repay kindness with treachery. Is this how the sandalwood merit Buddha taught you?" The Buddha's tone grew harsher as he formed a mudra with both hands, causing a golden band to appear around Sun Wukong's head. "Ah!" Sun Wukong let out a piercing scream of agony. But his speed was even faster. Despite the splitting headache, he charged at the Tathagata. "Hey! Do you really think this old monkey is stupid? Do you think no one knows about your dirty deeds? Now that Six Ears is dead, who could possibly replace me? Besides, this old monkey king was born of heaven and earth, beyond the five elements, untouched by reincarnation. You? Do you think you can kill me?" Sun Wukong's voice boomed like a temple bell as he swung his staff down, venting the injustice in his heart. Chinese viewers gasped in shock, as if hearing some hidden secret. Regarding Journey to the West, all they knew was that Sun Wukong was born of heaven and earth. After learning his skills from Patriarch Bodhi, he returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. He crowned himself the Monkey King and formed a sworn brotherhood with the Bull Demon King and 5 other great demon lords, collectively known as the 7 Great Saints. The Heaven-Taming Great Sage Bull Demon King, the Sea-Overthrowing Great Sage Dragon King, the Heaven-Chaos Great Sage Eagle King, the Mountain-Moving Great Sage Lion Camel King, the Wind-Penetrating Great Sage Monkey King, the God-Driving Great Sage Gibbon King, and the Heaven-Equal Great Sage Monkey King. Later came the well-known episode of the Monkey King's rebellion in heaven. By then, Sun Wukong had attained the cultivation level of a great immortal and had mastered a host of skills under the guidance of Patriarch Bodhi. Being born from stone, he transcended the 5 elements. For a time, the entire heavenly court was powerless against him. It wasn't that the heavenly court lacked quasi-sages or sages, but rather Sun Wukong's background. In the underworld, connections mattered above all. The celestial court dared not offend Patriarch Bodhi, yet refused to lose face. If the conflict continued, it would become a fight to the death. At that moment, Sakyamuni Buddha appeared. At that time, the Buddhist sect sought to spread its teachings in the East but lacked a suitable opportunity. Sun Wukong's emergence gave Sakyamuni Buddha hope. Thus, the Tathagata mobilized the entire Buddhist order to imprison Sun Wukong beneath the 5-finger mountain. Thus began the journey to the West. The 5 disciples endured 81 trials and tribulations to reach Sacred Mountain and obtain the sacred scriptures. On the surface, this seemed like a story of great fulfillment. But Li Yingdao knew it was far from it. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would now be clad in monastic robes, not this tiger skin. Sun Wukong utterly rejected the title of victor over demons Buddha. If he were to accept any title at all, it would be the one bestowed upon him, the great sage equal to heaven. Throughout the journey to the west, Sun Wukong either fought or killed demons and monsters, no matter how many times Tang Sanzang chanted thee. How could that be? How could Sun Wukong ever join the Buddhist order afterward? How could he spread the teachings in the east? Since he won't obey, let's just replace him. Thus, the Buddha contacted the six-eared macaque. Together, they pulled off a masterful deception, eliminating the original Sun Wukong. Replaced by the six-eared monkey. Everything had been meticulously planned. Lure would take Sun Wukong's place and complete the journey to obtain the scriptures. But who was Sun Wukong? Born of heaven and earth, transformed from a stone. Even a sage's intervention could not utterly destroy him. Now, Sun Wukong has returned. He intends to exact vengeance on the stage, to slay the Buddha with his own hands. Monkey, you still have time to turn back now. The Buddha's expression remained serene, showing neither joy nor sorrow. Sun Wukong's golden staff seemed to have caused him no harm at all. Ignoring the tightening band upon his head, Sun Wukong charged toward the Buddha once more. Stubborn as ever. The Buddha stretched out his massive hand once more, his golden palm seal unfurling as he sought to seize Sun Wukong. Golden staff, grow. Grow larger. Even larger. He transformed into a pillar that pierced the sky, thrusting directly toward the Buddha's golden palm. The moment they touched, the golden palm shattered into a swirling mass, transforming into countless specks of light that clung to Sun Wukong's body. What the hell is this? Get away from me, old sun. Sun Wukong leaped about, scratching frantically to drive off the golden specks. The specks coalesced into a golden-red monk's robe, replacing the tiger skin that had covered Sun Wukong. Tathagata. I'd rather die than enter the Buddhist fold. Sun Wukong bellowed hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot as he glared fixedly at Tathagata. The Buddha sneered coldly, a flash of contempt in his eyes. That is not for you to decide. You are the victor over demons Buddha, personally crowned by me. You must fight for my Buddhist sect. Though Tathagata spoke these words, his inner voice sneered, so what if you're the great sage equal to heaven? So what if you possess great destiny? You still must submit to my Buddha. Now that the quasi-saint of China is gone, who could possibly be my match? All of China shall become followers of my Buddha. Sun Wukong felt the robe clinging to him like flesh-eating maggots, impossible to shake off no matter how he transformed. In the end, he even began rolling around on the ground. The gap is enormous. It seems even among S-class deities, there are disparities. From the sound of it, these two deities have some serious beef. Either way, one of them has to die. That's good news for us. Don't you think 2S-rank divine card masters in China is one too many? Sun Shaoshang watched with growing anxiety. Great sage, I'll assist you. Sun Shaoshang activated 3 amplification cards. With the boost, Sun Wukong managed to rise, no longer preoccupied with his robe. You're not the only one who can use cards. A DS silently activated 2 support cards, both with enhancement effects. The F-rank divine cardmaster before him could actually summon an S-rank deity. This greatly exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, it seemed the Buddha held an advantage over the opposing deity. A Diffier had assumed his opponent was a nobody, only to discover he was a hidden weapon of China. If he could win this match, his standing among the Indians would soar. He might even surpass Samira, who hadn't taken the field yet. 3 cards left. No rush. Let's see if this kid has any more tricks up his sleeve. Adia watched Sun Shaoshang's every move with caution. Tathagata, empowered by the boost, wore a serene smile. Wukong, what do you think? Tathagata once again urged Sun Wukong to surrender. Success would greatly facilitate the propagation of Buddhism in China. Your S-class deity has already converted to Buddhism. What more is there for a mere mortal like you to hesitate about? Then, perhaps I could finally take that step. Bull! Sun Wukong roared. He swung his golden staff, unleashing a torrent of attacks like a downpour. The Buddha wore a smile, choosing not to resist this time. Let this be your final lesson. The people of China have lost faith, and that serves my Buddhist order well. Seated motionless upon the golden lotus, Tathagata endured Sun Wukong's assault without defense. Strange. Such relentless attacks would overwhelm any ordinary S-class deity. Why isn't Tathagata defending himself? Li Yingdao looked at Tathagata in confusion. Earthfiend's 72 transformations, covered shot. Golden light flared in Li Yingdao's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the areas struck by the attacks. He observed that Sun Wukong's entire body was enveloped in a layer of Buddha's light, and each attack was first weakened by that light. The same occurred on the Buddha's body. His aura would further diminish Sun Wukong's strikes. Just 2 layers of weakening weren't enough to completely nullify Sun Wukong's attack. What surprised Li Yingdao even more was that the damage inflicted by the golden cudgel on the Buddha healed instantly each time. This created the illusion that the Tathagata remained unscathed. How is this possible? Even the true Lord, who attained sainthood through physical cultivation, couldn't heal wounds in the blink of an eye. And this is Sun Wukong inflicting the damage. Li Yingdao pondered the cause, feeling a sense of familiarity with this scene. That's it. Back then, Bull Demon King instantly healed his wounds under the collective power of the crowd's faith. In the previous battle, Vishnu was also drawing upon the power of faith with all his might. We must find a way to sever Tathagata's faith energy. Only then can the great sage truly harm Sun Wukong. Li Yingdao paced the preparation area, his mind racing to devise a countermeasure. Chapter 62, Five-Finger Mountain returns, suppressing the great sage. Faith energy has two primary sources. One is when spectators directly worship deities, supplying them with faith. That's how the true Lord ascended to quasi-sainthood and how Bull Demon King healed his wounds. Li Yingdao paced restlessly. He couldn't very well start slaughtering the audience of the three kingdoms right then and there. Regardless of whether the arena permitted it, even if it did, Li Yingdao wouldn't resort to such an extreme measure. The second source is domestic temples, monasteries, and other places of worship where devotees offer incense day and night. If we could destroy the Buddha's statue, it might be feasible that way, we wouldn't harm innocent people. At present, Li Yingdao was still preparing for battle and couldn't spare the time. Li, is there any way? If this continues, the great sage will lose sooner or later, Gu Sisi frowned. A single victory or defeat matters little, but this is a fight to the death. Both the deities and the divine card masters would perish. No one wanted to see casualties. Forget it. Let's just do it. Li Yingdao made up his mind and immediately beckoned to Long Hua. Long Hua and Gu Yan noticed Li Yingdao and approached the preparation area, asking, Yingdao, could it be you have a solution? Sun Xiaoshang was merely a rookie. At this moment, both Long and Gu pinned their hopes on Li Yingdao. Those inside the preparation booth could hear outsiders, but they couldn't communicate with them. Li Yingdao could only mouth the words, Captain Shin, Dragon Guard. Long Hua frowned, struggling to grasp Li Yingdao's meaning. After speaking, Li Yingdao pointed at Rulai, mimed a bowing gesture. Finally, he made a gesture of wiping his throat. Send Shin Sonin with the Dragon Guard to eliminate Rulai and his followers? Gu Yan grew increasingly uneasy, convinced he must have misunderstood. Shin Sonin wore a peculiar expression, convinced Gu Yan must have misunderstood. Yingdao wouldn't make things up out of thin air. The arena is soundproof, let's think this through properly. Long Hua's eyes lit up as he murmured, worship, followers, faith. The power of faith. As director of the National Fortune Bureau, Long Hua, though not a divine card master himself, was thoroughly familiar with such intelligence. He instantly grasped Li Yingdao's meaning. Yingdao, are you suggesting Shin Sonin lead the Dragon Guard to destroy the Buddha statue in the Indian nation? Li Yingdao nodded frantically, almost ready to kowtow to Long Hua on the spot. No wonder you're the director. The three figures in the preparation seats, Gu Sisi and the others, all wore expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. Influencing the battle outside the arena. Unheard of. Gu Yan and Long Hua discussed, then why not just send fighter jets to bomb the temple inside Indian territory? After all, our military might leads the world, only the United States could even challenge us. Our latest generation of fighter jets would fly through Indian airspace like they were flying through empty space. Long Hua refused, however, that would harm civilians. We must consider international repercussions. The arena is brutal enough, no need to add more bloodshed. Shin Sonin, I order you to lead the Dragon Guard team to the three countries and destroy the statue of the Buddha with all force. The Air Force will assist you in accomplishing this. No civilians are to be harmed throughout the operation. Shin Sonin's expression sharpened as he saluted. Mission accomplished. With that, Shin Sonin left the arena. On the stage, the Buddha stood rooted to the spot, unmoved by Sun Wukong's relentless attacks. Wukong, lay down your blade and turn back while there's still time. It's not too late to repent now. Sun Wukong paid no heed to the Buddha, relentlessly launching attack after attack. Even when his efforts yielded no results, Sun Wukong never gave up. His fighting spirit seemed inexhaustible, never running dry. Wukong, you are attached to form. Endless killing will never lead you to Buddhahood. The Buddha smiled and said, it seems you won't see reason until the very end. Very well, let this be your final lesson. The Buddha chanted sacred verses, and characters radiating divine light encircled Sun Wukong, binding him to the spot. Sun Wukong was already bound by his monk's robe and the golden band upon his head. Now restrained by the sacred scriptures as well, his combat power was nearly depleted. Old Buddha, even if I die, I'll never be subdued by you again. With that, Sun Wukong tucked his into his ear, thrust both hands into his neck, and tore open his skin with brutal force. The audience gasped in horror. How brutal! To break free from his bonds, he was willing to sacrifice his own skin. Sun Xiaoshang watched, his heart aching. He and Sun Wukong were bound together, having fought side by side dozens of times in one-on-one battles. A unique bond had long formed between them. Now that Sun Wukong had been driven to this extreme, it only highlighted the incompetence of this divine card master. That beast is truly ruthless. A flicker of apprehension crossed the Buddha's eyes. Sun Wukong tore the skin from his neck down, shedding it along with his robe. Now completely naked, his body drenched in crimson blood, he resembled nothing less than a blood-soaked monkey. This old Sun feels much better now. Sun Wukong declared coldly, his voice as icy as ancient glaciers. I don't want to hear these Buddhist scriptures. Without the robe's weakening effect, Sun Wukong effortlessly shattered the Buddhist scriptures' bonds. Go! Sun Wukong plucked a tuft of monkey hair from his head, blew gently upon it, and in an instant, the entire field was filled with golden clones. A remarkable technique, the Buddha remarked. These golden clones differed from the duplicates Sun Wukong had conjured before. They were formed from the power of faith. The prolonged battle on the arena stage, coupled with the vast number of Chinese spectators, had granted Sun Wukong a substantial amount of faith energy. Instead of using this faith to heal his wounds, Sun Wukong channeled it into attack. You, Tathagata, use faith to heal, don't you? Then I shall use faith to attack. If it comes down to it, we'll both go down together. Li Yingdao discerned the pattern and could only remark, very much in the great sage's style. Wretched beast! The Buddha would never waste his own faith energy. With his right hand propping up the heavens, a mountain emerged from thin air. The colossal mountain crushed all the golden clones beneath it. Even Sun Wukong himself was pinned beneath its weight. The five-finger mountain from Journey to the West. In the novel, the great sage was crushed alive under this mountain for 500 years. Hold your horses, upstairs. Back then, the Buddha only managed to suppress the great sage by draining the faith of the entire Buddhist order. Boom! The five-finger mountain trembled, its height increasing slightly. It was being lifted. Sakyamuni, don't even think about crushing this old monkey again. See anchoring divine needle, mountain shattering strike. Sun Wukong's voice echoed across the heavens as the golden cudgel emerged from Mount Wuxi, swinging downward to cleave the mountain in two. Ha! I knew Five-Finger Mountain could never hold the great sage again. Go, great sage! Take down that hypocritical Tathagata. That Tathagata claims to be free of desire, yet when it comes to offerings, he's more eager than anyone. The Chinese audience united in fury, directing their hatred toward the Buddha. How dare you! If one mountain fails, two shall fall until this mischievous monkey is subdued. The Buddha raised his right hand once more. This time, 3 five-finger mountains descended. Each towered far above the first in both might and height. Stacked together, even the golden monkey staff couldn't break through them for a moment. I wonder where Captain Shin is. Li Yingdao felt helpless. Stuck on the reserve bench, he could only watch helplessly. Great sage, I'll aid you. Sun Shaosheng decisively activated the national fortune shop. His gaze fell upon his meager 57 national fortune points. Purchase. An A-grade support card appeared in his hand. Chapter 63, Destroying the Divine Statue, Sun Wukong remains Sun Wukong. With a thought, the A-grade card flew into Sun Wukong's body. Great sage, this is all I can do. Sun Shaosheng had spent all his points to purchase this card. A rank status card, Mountain Cleaver. Against any deity or technique related to mountains, all effects inflicted by allied deities are doubled. Empowered by the card, Sun Wukong lifted 3 colossal five-finger mountains onto his shoulders. Desperate resistance. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot escape my five-finger mountains. The Buddha ignored Sun Shaosheng's card usage and did not urge a diffier to enhance him. With hands braced against the heavens, 2 more five-finger mountains descended from the sky. These five-finger mountains were even more colossal than the second set, crushing Sun Wukong directly into the arena floor. Even his golden staff couldn't break free. Damn it, the great sage's vitality is steadily fading. Sun Shaosheng was out of options. With his national fortune points depleted, he could only watch helplessly. In another half hour, this mischievous monkey will be utterly subdued. Then he'll have no say in the matter, the Buddha mused, firmly grasping the situation in his hands. They're here. Shin Songyin has led her team into the territory of the third nation. Gu Yan reported to Long Hua. Every second counts now, Long Hua murmured. Over the Indian border, 3 troop transport aircraft circled low, supported by 50 helicopters nearby. Remember, after destroying the Buddha statue, evacuate immediately. Shin Songyin reiterated. The members of the Dragon Guard behind him nodded solemnly, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Who would have thought the Dragon Guard would be put to use just 1 week later? Jump! Shin Songyin bellowed, leaping from the transport aircraft first. The temple in his line of sight grew larger and larger. At 500 meters above ground, Shin Songyin deployed his parachute. With the entire world currently engrossed in the National Fortune Arena, only a handful of tourists remained within the temple grounds. This was a large temple housing countless deities. After landing, Shin Songyin gathered his men and commanded, destroy the statue of the Buddha first. Then smash every other deity statue you can find. Since they'd come all this way, it would be a shame to destroy only the Buddha's statue. Shin Songyin had no habit of playing favorites. Understood, the Dragon Guard members shouted in unison. With that, Shin Songyin dashed into the temple, immediately spotting the central statue of Sakyamuni Buddha. Without hesitation, Shin Songyin grabbed the makeshift rocket launcher assembled by the Dragon Guard members and fired a single shot, reducing the Buddha statue to splinters. 5 minutes later, every statue in the temple lay destroyed. 50 helicopters hovering overhead lowered ropes. Dragon Guard members climbed up to resupply ammunition. They then proceeded to the next major temple complex. In the arena, the Buddha's expression darkened.
He sensed the power of his five-finger mountain had been weakened by one layer.
How peculiar.
The Buddha scanned the arena, and the Indian spectators bowed their heads in reverence.
The number of believers hasn't decreased. How could the power of faith suddenly drop by 10%? The Buddha was baffled. Trapped within the arena's rules, he remained unaware of events unfolding in the Indian territories. Your Excellency, it's terrible. 4 of our nation's 5 major temples have been attacked. His confidant rushed to report to Noski. Noski stared in disbelief, grabbing his aide and demanding, "Who dares to be so audacious?" I don't know. Citizens reported seeing dozens of black helicopters circling over our territory. Shoot them down immediately. Noski demanded urgently.
Though lacking concrete evidence, he could tell with his bare hands that China was behind this. The attack targeted a temple, a highly sensitive location. It was a blatant message to Noski: this was targeting your very own Buddha. Moments later, his aide looked troubled. "Sir, our radar can't pick up the helicopter's signals.
We can't lock onto them." Noski kicked his aide aside and dialed the Indian defense minister, bellowing, "What the hell are you doing? I order you now launch indiscriminate strikes and take out those bastards from China." With that, Noski hung up.
On the other end, the Indian defense minister's face darkened to a terrifying shade of grim. That Noski has truly lost his mind.
Indiscriminate strikes? How are the civilians supposed to survive? An aide asked, "Should we carry out the order?"
It is, after all, a direct command from the top.
The defense minister gave a helpless laugh.
That Noski cares nothing for the people's lives.
He'll do anything and say anything to boost his approval ratings. He doesn't seem fit to be a leader at all. He ordered, after all, this concerns the national fortune arena, it's vital to the nation's lifeline. The defense minister's words caught in his throat, unable to continue. The Indian platform couldn't lock onto the Chinese fighter jets.
To shoot them down, they'd have to carpet bomb the area. And intelligence reports made it clear the Huaxia forces were only destroying the divine statue, not harming civilians.
As for invading China in retaliation, the defense minister dared not even entertain the thought. Were it not for the existence of the national fortune arena, India wouldn't even have the standing to make a fuss in front of China. Finally, the defense minister ordered dispatch fighter jets to intercept those helicopters. Do not open fire. If the Chinese forces do not retreat, fire at your discretion. At critical moments, fighter jets may ram the helicopters. Inform pilots to prepare for sacrifice.
Yes, sir.
Boom. Shin Sonin destroyed another Buddha statue. The 38th one. It's about time. We should go.
Shin Sonin, a former soldier who had personally led troops, demonstrated precise control over the situation.
Withdraw.
The Dragon Guard swiftly boarded the helicopters and began departing the Triple Kingdom, heading for China. India's defense minister was ultimately a step too late, only catching sight of China's fighter jets at the Indian border. Inside the helicopters, members of the Dragon Guard team wore expressions of excitement. They had successfully completed a mission, one that could be called a resounding success.
Hopefully, this will be of some assistance to the arena, Shin Sonin breathed out.
This was his first time bringing the Dragon Guard on a mission, and achieving such results was already quite impressive. Now that Comrade Li has become impervious to blades and bullets, and can even teleport using divine powers, I must accelerate my own compatibility enhancement. Shin Sonin silently urged himself. This mission's success primarily relied on China's advanced military capabilities, a fact that could easily be exploited internationally. If it had been achieved solely through the Divine Card Master's own abilities, it could be defined as a dispute between Divine Card Masters. Shifting all responsibility onto the deities and the national fortune arena would leave other nations with little room to criticize. On the arena stage, the Buddha Sakyamuni's face was dark and terrifying. Damn it! What the hell are those useless fools doing? The Buddha's five-finger mountain possessed only 30% of its original power. Even the slowest Buddha should have realized the temple was the problem. Damn it! Without the power of faith, the Buddha couldn't even suppress Sun Wukong. He'd be grateful just to maintain his own level. Old Buddha, you can't hold me down. The layered five-finger mountain could no longer hold Sun Wukong down. The mountain trembled precariously, cracking open a fissure. Golden light flashed as Sun Wukong shot skyward from beneath the mountain, landing atop its peak. The Chinese audience watched in stunned silence. Sun Wukong held his skin lost and his entire body blood red. Yet just standing there, Chinese audiences could feel it. Sun Wukong was still the same Sun Wukong who had once caused chaos in heaven. He could never be restrained. Chapter 64, I am the most notorious demon of all time. Mission accomplished. The Dragon Guard has fulfilled its duty. Shin Sonin returned to the arena and reported to Long Hua. Besides the Buddha statue, we also destroyed over 100 other divine images. Long Hua nodded, gazing at the towering figure on the stage. We've done all we can. Now we must leave it to fate. Yukong, I gave you a chance, yet you show no remorse. At this point, I cannot spare your life.
Tathagata adopted a sorrowful expression as he slowly drew a small knife.
The knife was simple and ancient, its blade still stained with mottled blood.
Is this the very knife Tathagata used to cut flesh for the eagle back then? Li Yingdao recognized the knife.
Long ago, before the Buddha attained enlightenment, he witnessed an eagle pursuing a dove. The pigeon, spotting the Buddha, hid beneath his robe. The Buddha shielded the pigeon, forbidding the eagle from harming it. The eagle, resentful and contemptuous of the Buddha, declared, "If I do not eat the dove, I will starve to death." "You saved the dove, but who will save me?" The Buddha replied, "Then eat my flesh." So the Buddha cut off his own flesh and fed it to the eagle. This tale spread far and wide, with all who heard it praising the Buddha's kindness. He saved the dove and satisfied the eagle. "Heh, so this is the knife." Sun Wukong sneered coldly. While others were unaware of the truth behind cutting flesh to feed the eagle, he knew it all too well. "Old Buddha, you truly have a heart of stone. Back then, what you fed the eagle wasn't just flesh, was it?" The Buddha's expression darkened as he barked coldly, "Silence, you wretched beast. Back then, before you attained Buddhahood, your mortal flesh harbored many impure and wicked thoughts. What you fed the eagle wasn't just flesh, it was your own filth and evil desires. How else could you have attained Buddhahood so easily? Alas, that eagle died soon after. Its death was entirely your doing." This time, not just the Chinese audience, but even the Indian viewers were stunned speechless.
Many Buddhist disciples swayed, unable to stand steady. Who would have thought the Tathagata harbored such secrets? If even the Buddha is like this, then Buddhism is nothing special, it's nothing but a cesspool. Are all who worship the Tathagata mere demons? Sensing his faith power wane by another 10%, the Buddha could no longer maintain his composure.
He hurled a dagger at Sun Wukong, then chanted sutras to amplify the power of the. Sun Wukong showed no fear, neither dodging nor retreating. "Tathagata, do you truly believe you alone possess faith?" Sun Wukong tore off the golden band and smashed it to pieces with his. He then hurled the golden staff forward. It collided with the dagger, shattering it into pieces. How is this possible? How has this beast grown so powerful? Confusion and bewilderment flashed in the Buddha's eyes. That dagger had been his lifelong magical weapon, one capable of even slaying himself. And now it was shattered? Old Buddha, it's time to make a decision. Sun Wukong was no longer bound. His robe was torn from his flesh, the golden band shattered beyond repair, and the Buddha stood defenseless without his faith. Sun Wukong took a single step forward, causing the entire arena to tremble. "I will make this sky no longer obscure my vision." The golden chain mail armor appeared upon Sun Wukong, the heavens parted, and the sky cleared of all clouds. "I demand this earth no longer bury my heart." The phoenix-winged purple gold crown was placed upon Sun Wukong's head, taking the place of the golden band. The earth cracked open, fissures spreading endlessly. As far as the eye could see, the fissures plunged into the abyss, seemingly piercing through the entire arena. "Let all beings understand my will." Sun Wukong stood upon his lotus thread cloud stepping boots. With a sweeping gesture of his mighty hand, a fiery crimson cloak billowed in the wind, clanging like a war drum. "Let all Buddhas vanish into thin air." His battle intent pierced the heavens as Sun Wukong stood atop the arena in a defiant, unruly stance. Like an invincible war god, he seemed the true protagonist of this world. Now it wasn't just Li Yingdao, the entire land of Huaxia erupted in fervor. This was the very same Monkey King who had once stormed heaven, shattered the celestial palace, and swept through the divine court, invincible in every battle. The Sun Wukong of today dared to sweep his staff across even a sage's face. And this Tathagata? He wasn't even a near saint. The Buddha panicked. He was utterly panicked. How could you recover so quickly? All this time, did you really think we Chinese were pushovers? Long before Sun Wukong's appearance, Manhwa had arranged for devotees to worship divine statues, channeling their faith. Countless Chinese spectators gathered to watch, sending an unending stream of faith energy surging towards Sun Wukong. The Sun Wukong of today stood as the foremost being beneath the quasi-saints. With the brutal physique of the demonic race and his unparalleled advantages, he might just be able to measure up to a near saint. "Hey! Take this blow from old Sun." Sun Wukong unleashed no divine abilities, merely delivering a simple, fundamental downward strike with his staff. The Buddha unfurled a multicolored cloth to block the strike. The five-colored cloth cannot withstand this old monkey. The golden staff shifted from a horizontal strike to a thrust, pulverizing the cloth in a single blow. Damn it! The 10,000 people's robe isn't even a single strike's worth of defense? The Buddha urged, "Quick, use the cards." Adiya snapped back to his senses and hastily played his last two support cards. "Not enough. More." Adiya cried out helplessly and frantically, "Buddha, I have none left." Adiya never imagined things would come to this, that the mighty S-class deity, the supreme god of Buddhism, would be reduced to such a pitiful state. "Tathagata! Die!" Sun Wukong swung his staff down, striking toward Tathagata. 10,000 Buddhas as one. Tathagata unleashed his ultimate technique. In that instant, all the Buddhist deities materialized upon the stage. Countless figures materialized behind the Tathagata bodhisattvas, Vajras, Arhats.
He was using the entire Buddhist pantheon to withstand Sun Wukong. A thick, golden shield enveloped the Buddha, repelling the golden monkey staff. The staff flew backward uncontrollably. So what if the entire Buddhist realm is here? This old Sun Wukong will slay the Buddha today. Sun Wukong's aura raged with chaotic fury, carrying the pure intent of destruction. The golden monkey staff underwent a transformation, its shaft glowing crimson like a pillar of molten lava. Hum! The staff trembled violently, emitting a non-metallic roar. This strike carried Sun Wukong's millennia of pent-up rage, the blood and tears of the flower fruit mountain monkeys, 500 years of solitary confinement, the humiliation of being betrayed during the pilgrimage, and boundless fury. Sun Wukong moved. No cloud leap, no 72 transformations, no heaven-earth mimicry. Only a single strike, forging his entire life, will, rage, and refusal to yield. Crack! The Buddha's golden protective barrier cracked like a spider web, its fissures glowing with molten gold heat. Witnessing this earth-shattering spectacle, the crowd fell speechless. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the Buddha's golden light shattered. Sun Wukong didn't pause. With every ounce of strength left in him, he swung his golden staff, aiming a horizontal strike straight for the Buddha's head. The Buddha's golden form shattered. Eyes wide, he watched helplessly as the golden staff crashed down upon his head. One blow left only a headless golden statue. The Buddha was struck dead by Sun Wukong's staff. In that instant, every Buddhist statue within the land of Asen shattered, and thousands of divine cards vanished into thin air. Sacred Mountain collapsed, the Buddhist realm wailed in mourning, and the once exalted Buddha turned to burning dust. Blood mingled with tears, flowing slowly. Sun Wukong stood small amidst the crimson, yet he became the sole pillar standing tall in the entire arena. From that day forward, Blue Star knew no Buddha. The Buddha Slayer, the most notorious demon of all time. Chapter 65, Brahma? I have the war god Xingtian. Battle for the nation's fate. Second match, victory for Huaxia nation. A Dithier collapsed to the ground, dead as a doornail. Sun Shaoshang exhaled heavily, his clothes soaked through with cold sweat. We won. We finally won. 2 consecutive victories already. This plot feels so familiar. We've gained another S-class divine card master. China shall rise. Sun Wukong let out a long sigh and instructed Li Yingdao, who was in the preparation area, when you see my fellow disciples, remember to tell them about today's events. Li Yingdao hastily agreed, rest assured, great sage. After giving his instructions, Sun Wukong gave Sun Shaoshang one last meaningful look before returning to his card. Battle for national destiny. Round 3, please welcome the contestants from the 3 kingdoms, Star River Kingdom and Emerald Kingdom. Naski, what are we to do? We've lost 2 matches already, and China has gained another S-class divine card master. What comes next? The Prime Minister of Emerald Kingdom panicked. I've already ordered the citizens to take shelter from the calamity. The Prime Minister of Xinghan Kingdom said solemnly. In a battle for national survival, surrender was unthinkable. At this point, all they could do was prepare for disaster. Right. I'll order my citizens to evacuate immediately too. The Emerald Prime Minister hurriedly picked up the phone to give instructions. Next up, our nation's Samira will take the stage. She is our true trump card. After uttering these words, Naski paid no further attention to the 2. At the 3 nations' war preparation seats, Samira glanced at the 2 trembling figures and muttered under her breath, cowards. With that, she stepped onto the stage. Vikran, Adiya. You died well. I will avenge you. Great a divine card master Shamila. Just a lowly A-class. Watch me take him down. Qin Baisheng sneered. Up until now, he had never stepped onto the stage. Thus, he remained an unknown quantity on the divine card master rankings. Only by stepping onto the arena once and summoning a deity could he enter the rankings. Let's see what deity he summons first, Gu Sisi remarked. Li Yingdao wore an odd expression, even tinged with unease. In the first 2 matches, both Vikar and Adiya summoned deities far beyond their own ranks. Yet Samira remains utterly composed, seemingly unaffected by her teammates' deaths. A storm rages within, yet her face remains as still as a lake. As the final contestant from the A-Triad, she is no weaker than Adiya. If anything, she is stronger. Li Ying made up his mind with a resolute heart. If this Samira summoned the deity, he would summon the true lord. After defeating the 3 nations of A, the Emerald Kingdom and the Star River Kingdom would pose no threat. Moreover, this was a battle for the nation's fate, an unprecedented joint challenge. The penalty for failure would surely be severe. China might well swallow them whole. Using all 3 chances on this, Li Yingdao felt it was well worth it. Moreover, he held the unique advantage of 9 cards. There was always the possibility of drawing other powerful deities. On the stage, Samira glared coldly at the 5 figures in China's preparation area. Li Yingdao, you'd better step onto the stage. When you do, I'll ensure you remain there forever. In Shamila's eyes, Li Yingdao posed a threat far surpassing that of Sun Shaoshang, another S-rank card god. As the cards refreshed, Shamila began refining her deck. With you leading the charge, the Indians will wash away their shame. 1 hour later, Shamila completed her refinements. A Sandwas card, S-Class Brahma. Please welcome the contestant from Huaxia Nation. Li Ying's heart sank. What I feared most has come to pass. The three kingdoms of India possess three supreme deities, Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma. The first two had already fallen in battle on the arena stage. Only Brahma, the highest in status and might, remained unseen. And now he's here. Having endured the roller coaster of the first two matches, the Indian spectators, even upon receiving the arena's notification, dared not fully relax despite knowing this was their own supreme deity. May the calamity of defeat not befall my family. This Noski is utterly reckless. He lost to the Chinese last time, yet dares to challenge again. I can't believe I supported him getting on stage. What a fool I was. Indian spectators fail to grasp the wisdom of befriend distant enemies to attack nearby foes, or the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. They only recognized results. But the result was that the Indian side initiated the challenge and suffered a crushing defeat. With public sentiment plummeting, forget about the power of faith. It's uncertain whether Noski can even hold on to his position as prime minister. Damn it, these ignorant masses. Noski cursed under his breath. But in public, he dared say no more. Prime Minister Xinghan and Feitsui exchanged glances, both filled with regret. How could they have agreed to that bastard Noski in the first place? Now it was too late for regrets. I'll take the stage, Li Ying declared, stepping onto the platform. The other four made no objection. Facing the mightiest supreme god of a nation, only Li Yingdao dared claim certain victory. Even if Wanner and Jinan were here, it would be no different. S-Class God card Master Li Yingdao. This final match. Take you down, and the Indian faction will be utterly crippled, Li Yingdao declared coldly. In the previous match, Sun Wukong had annihilated the entire Buddhist pantheon, costing Asan over 1,000 deities. The divine card masters bound to these deities were effectively rendered useless. This round, eliminate Brahma, the supreme deity. India could essentially be declared a fallen nation. Not every nation possessed the robust national fortune and military might of China. Before Li Yingdao arrived, they could barely hold on for another decade. With the divinely stepping in, this one's in the bag. Godly, please be extremely cautious. This is Brahma after all. Once India is defeated, the minor states of Xinghan and Feitsui will pose no threat. A man's reputation precedes him. Vishnu's fame wasn't confined to the Indian subcontinent. Nations worldwide knew his name. I'll make you pay for this with blood. Samira gritted her teeth. Li shrugged indifferently. Only one could survive this fight to the death, and he didn't believe he would be the one to fall. The 9 cards before him began to refresh, except for the True Lord in the center. The remaining 8 cards varied greatly in quality. Xingtian, Azure Dragon, Eastern Peak Emperor, Bai Suzhen, Drought Demon, Fire-Throwing General, Star God of Ascension, Tiger Vanguard. Who would have thought the mighty Xingtian would appear? This deity's combat strength is definitely S tier. Li Yingdao murmured in mild surprise. Besides Xingtian, the strength of Azure Dragon, the great emperor of Dongyue, and the Drought Demon was also formidable. All of them could reach the S-rank tier. The Fire-Throwing General, one of the 36 Thunder Generals of the Heavenly Court's Thunder Department, possessed strength on par with ordinary golden immortals. The Star Lord of Ascension was one of the 6 Star Lords of the Southern Dipper, whose power and status were comparable to the 7 Star Lords of the Northern Dipper. Bai Suzhen, a snake demon who cultivated for 1,000 years, was later enshrined as the Holy Mother of White Spirit, possessing a tier strength. As for Tiger Vanguard, it's best not to mention him. Overall, this card draw represents Li Yingdao's most fortunate haul to date. But facing Brahma, Li Yingdao found himself uncertain. Choosing the True Lord would guarantee victory. But each summoning of the True Lord was a chance lost forever. He couldn't guarantee a decisive victory with any other deity. Xingtian dances with his axe and shield. Among the celestial deities, none is more esteemed than the Azure Dragon. One of the 4 Grey Corpse ancestors, the Yellow Emperor's daughter, the Drought Spirit. Li Yingdao raised his head, beginning to refine the card. The songs of the Yen Emperor's army still echo. Chanyang Mountain split, the heavenly pillars shattered. Dancing with axe and shield, blood boiling, head severed, souls aflame, the battle rages on. Mighty and enduring, Xingtian dances with halberd and shield. Hail the god of war Xingtian. Huaxia Nation card, S-rank War God Xingtian. Chapter 66, Brahma laughed out of frustration. War God Xingtian? Never heard of this deity. Just by the name, you can tell he's incredibly fierce, a god of war. Severing Brahma's head would be child's play. Hope Li Shen doesn't get hurt. Xingtian was so ancient that even Huaxia audiences recognized him. 2 S-rank cards soared into the air, and the deities from both sides emerged from them. Space suddenly warped, like shattered glass. Plop! The sound of boiling water echoed. When all looked again, Brahma sat with 4 heads bowed, his 1,000-foot golden form seated upon a boiling cosmic lotus throne. His 4 faces bore no trace of emotion. Wherever his gaze fell, shattered spacetime mended itself, as if the creator god were repairing a desecrated canvas. Brahma, revered as the creator god. Li Yingdao recalled Brahma's information and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Why do these Indian deities always have multiple heads or arms? The Indian audience showed little reaction to Brahma, even appearing indifferent.
Ever since the deadly battle a week prior, the Indians had been defeated by the Chinese.
From Shiva to Vishnu, it had been the same. Why do my followers show no reaction upon seeing me?
Brahma's eyes flickered uncertainly, but he soon grasped the crux of the matter. Damn it, Vishnu and that Tathagata are useless.
Now the people's faith is waning, dragging this god down with them.
Better they're dead.
After this battle, their divine seats shall be mine.
Brahma's eyes darted about, his gaze fixed eerily on Li Yingdao.
You are the mortal who defeated Vishnu and Shiva? The Chinese audience instantly tensed up. Is that old villain going to attack godly? No way, the arena wouldn't allow it.
That Indian god is despicable, trying to psychologically pressure godly.
Li Yingdao met Brahma's gaze without flinching, replying calmly, so what if I am? Very well. This god admires your spirit. Why not come serve me?
Shiva and the Indian god are dead, their divine seats remain unclaimed. Serve me, and all that divine power and faith will be yours. From then on, you would live as long as the heavens themselves.
Brahma's tone was thick with seduction.
Li Yingdao's lips twitched slightly.
Trying to lure me like this on the battlefield? Do you take me for a fool? Better to be a dog of China than a god of India. You can say that once you've survived this. Seeing Li Yingdao remain unaffected, Brahma murmured softly in surprise. How peculiar.
I just created a spell on the spot that makes people obey your every word, yet he wasn't affected?
Fascinating. No wonder he could take down Vishnu and Shiva.
Though all supreme deities, the relationship between Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu was far from harmonious.
They competed for devotees, even bordering on outright hostility.
Had Shiva not fallen, leaving them facing a formidable enemy,
Brahma would never have allied with Vishnu.
This was precisely why Naski dared to initiate another battle for the nation's fate.
Where are your gods? Brahma asked lazily, reclining comfortably upon a golden lotus. Look! A mountain has appeared on the arena.
The crowd looked up to see the shadowy form of a bare, cylindrical mountain materialize in the sky. At its peak, a deity holding a giant axe and shield stood silently.
This must be Mount Buzhou. Li Ying thought to himself. Are you Xingtian? Brahma probed. You vermin! How dare you utter my true name? Xingtian leapt into the air and crashed down onto the stage with a thunderous boom.
Only when the crowd got a clear look did they realize this deity had no head. In his left hand he held a bronze square shield, in his right a massive axe. His eyes were his breasts, his mouth his navel.
How can this Huaxia god even fight without a head? Let Lord Brahma lend him one, sneered an Indian spectator.
The entire arena ignored him, while the Chinese spectators glared at him with murderous eyes. The Indian spectator immediately fell silent. Everyone understood clearly, the arena never rigged matches. This deity had been rated S-class precisely because he possessed S-class strength.
Greetings, great god Xingtian. Li Yingdao bowed respectfully. Xingtian declared, I understand the situation. Leave it to me.
His tone brimmed with confidence.
As the ancient god of war, Xingtian had fought countless battles throughout his life. After the Yan Emperor was defeated by the Yellow Emperor, Xingtian refused to submit. He challenged the Yellow Emperor alone.
Their battle raged from the heartland of Central Plains to Mount Chang'e, where the Yellow Emperor finally severed Xingtian's head. His severed head fused with the mountain's body, never to be restored. Yet even so, Xingtian fought on with unyielding will, ultimately cementing his status as the war god.
Xingtian, the war god under the Yan Emperor, seeks your guidance. Xingtian crossed his square shield and axe in a ceremonial salute.
Vishnu dropped his flippant demeanor, uttering each word deliberately, Vishnu, god of creation.
Xingtian struck first, hurling his massive axe.
Yet his motion froze mid-action, suspended in the instant before the axe left his hand. Li Yingdao strained his eyes and saw tens of thousands of golden threads coiling around Xingtian's body. Vishnu murmured, constraint, I command you to remain still.
Well done, god of creation, your word is law.
Just as Li Yingdao hesitated over whether to use a card to aid Xingtian moved. The blood-red pupils in Xingtian's twin breasts suddenly spun counterclockwise. Wherever his gaze fell, the golden threads were dyed crimson. Xingtian used his overwhelming battle intent to corrupt Brahma's technique. Battle intent, reverse cause. The crimson threads detached themselves from Xingtian and whipped back, embedding themselves into Brahma's arms.
You can do that too? Vishnu had no choice but to summon more threads to counteract the effect.
Now unbound, Xingtian unleashed his full power. His giant axe carved a cross through the air, carrying boundless battle intent as it hurtled toward Brahma. Wherever the cross passed, both crimson and golden threads were shattered into pieces. Vishnu neither dodged nor evaded, bearing the full force of the attack head-on.
Do you know what it means to create a world? Brahma asked with a smile.
The cross-shaped wound on his chest held no concern for him. Drops of blood fell one by one, the wound already deep enough to reveal bone. Vishnu calmly unfurled a scroll and wrote with his blood, Vishnu is unharmed. The next instant, the horrific wound suddenly healed, as if it had never been there. Vishnu spread his arms wildly, his jet-black hair fluttering in the wind.
Xingtian, you are strong. But before this god, you are no match. Why not submit to me? I could even grant you this power. Li Yingdao was speechless, his face darkening with frustration. First he dug at himself, now he was digging at the gods. How utterly lacking in divine integrity. To his surprise, Xingtian halted his attack and replied earnestly, I serve the Flame Emperor. My loyalty lies solely with him. As enemies, reconciliation is impossible. How could I ever submit? If you wish to submit to Lord Yingdi, I shall personally recommend you. Wow, what a reversal. Great God, Xingtian is so refreshingly honest, far more likable than that hypocritical Brahma. Business opportunity. A Xingtian figurine would sell like hotcakes. How about we chop off my dog head and graft it onto Xingtian's body? Brahma laughed. He was laughing out of sheer exasperation. I came to recruit you, and now you're recruiting me? Fine. Fine. Fine.
Vishnu's four heads flared with fury, manifesting myriad divine hand gestures.
A faint golden halo enveloped the entire arena.
Brahma extended his arm, as if turning a gear. This god shall see what skills you possess to recruit me. Vishnu's rotation grew faster and faster, causing time itself to accelerate across the entire arena.
Manipulating time?
Li Yingdao had never witnessed such a technique before. Not even support cards possessed such an effect.
Chapter 67, Xingtian, slain. Something's wrong, why no reaction? A technique this grandiose couldn't possibly be just for show.
Sensing something amiss, Li Yingdao could only search the National Fortune Store for auxiliary cards related to time.
S-rank status card, Cosmic Anchor.
The chosen deity may select a specific point in time and instantly revert to their state at that moment.
S-rank status card, Prescience. Allows allied deities to foresee all events occurring 1 minute into the future. S-rank status card, Backflow.
Our deity has reverted to its state 10 minutes ago.
Damn it, why is everything so expensive? All time-related cards were S-rank. Prices started at 100 national fortune points.
Li Yingdao only had 67 points, nowhere near enough.
Stay calm. Let's see how Xingtian handles this first.
If it comes down to it, we'll have to use support cards to boost his status.
Xingtian sensed the aura of the pale golden domain, detecting the essence of temporal laws.
This isn't acceleration, it's reversal. Even gods have their moments of weakness. Let me see when you're at your most vulnerable. As the creator god, Brahma's expertise spanned vast domains.
The realm of time was merely one of them. The weakest moment. Xingtian recalled the days he fought alongside the Flame Emperor.
Back then, the Central Plains remained divided, with tribes locked in constant warfare. Among them, the Yellow Emperor, the Yen Emperor, and Qiyu formed a three-way stalemate.
The Yellow Emperor conquered the Yen Emperor first.
Xingtian, seeking vengeance for the Yen Emperor, defied the Yellow Emperor in a private challenge.
At Mount Changyang, the Yellow Emperor severed Xingtian's head. You have committed treason by rebelling against your superiors. Your head shall be severed as punishment. Yet I admire your fighting spirit, and thus I spare your life.
These were the words spoken by the Yellow Emperor to Xingtian himself. Xingtian, headless and covered in wounds. He had never suffered such severe injuries even on the battlefield. If there was a weakest moment in his life, it was then. As time reversed, wounds began to appear on Xingtian's body, starting as mere scrapes, then deepening until bone was visible. Found it. I grant you one more chance. Surrender to me. I can still spare your life now. Otherwise, without my hand, you shall return to your weakest state. Brahma threatened Xingtian thus. Is that so? Xingtian responded expressionlessly. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Xingtian lowered his axe and thrust his right hand straight into his own heart. In the days of the Flame Emperor, there was a shaman who possessed profound understanding of the cosmic order. He could anchor vast tracts of farmland during the rainy season. You represent space, encompassing all directions above, below, east, west, north, and south. Zhou is time, encompassing the past and present. Zhou represented humanity's understanding of time in those days. I once sought guidance from that shaman. He told me the way of time is not omnipotent. The simplest way to break its hold is to find an anchor point. Unconsciously, Xingtian's speech had shifted to modern Mandarin. Oh? An anchor point? Brahma inquired curiously. The more crucial the object, the more likely it is to serve as an anchor point. Once the anchor point is found, all methods of the way of time will be broken. With that, Xingtian's fingers tightened, gripping his heart fiercely. His heartbeat only grew more intense, a relentless surge of fighting spirit coursing through his veins and filling every fiber of his being. Though my head is lost, my fighting spirit remains. My heart, that is my anchor point. Vishnu twisted his palm once more, only to find that no matter how he manipulated it, time remained utterly unchanged. Xingtian's wounds began to heal, and crimson battle intent dispersed the faint golden aura shrouding the arena. Oomph. This move failed, but this god has many more tricks up his sleeve. Vishnu wielded his brush, inscribing, shackles. Whispering the Rig Veda, the golden Sanskrit characters on the scroll transformed into chains of law as thick as arms, coiling toward Xingtian. You little upstart. Shatter.
Xingtian roared from his navel, his battle intent rippling through the air like shockwaves, shattering every chain. Failing that move, Brahma wielded his brush again, river of karma. Bring forth the vessel. A black and white kettle materialized in Brahma's hand. With a flick of his wrist, he tipped it. An indescribable liquid flowed from the vessel. Its color was neither black nor white, but a shade between the two. The flow transformed from murmuring streams into mighty rivers, then into raging waves. The river of causality washed over Xingtian. Wherever the water touched, Xingtian's battle-scarred body grew weak and translucent. Vishnu sought to erase Xingtian within the very currents of this river. Strange. Brahma's power absolutely doesn't surpass that of a near saint. Otherwise, the arena wouldn't have released him. If he isn't a near saint, how could he possibly wield a weapon of causality? Li Yingdao was utterly perplexed. Even stranger was that if this were a true karmic killing move, a single word would have been enough to erase Xingtian completely. Every trace of him, including the memories others held of him, would vanish. It was utterly impossible for him to fade away gradually like this. You dare to imitate the sages? You're merely copying without understanding. Xingtian's blood-red eyes glared furiously. My soul shall not return to your karmic bond. Killing intent behead. Xingtian's aura transformed. No longer did crimson battle intent surge from his heart, but instead, a pitch-black killing intent. The killing intent erupted, surging against the current. Xingtian stood upon the river, his massive shield smashing the surface. The river of causality fractured, its waters unable to coalesce no matter how they flowed. Xingtian leapt from the waves, his killing intent coalescing upon his massive axe. With a single swing, he aimed for Brahma's head. Karma shift. Vishnu channeled the river of causality once more, but the attack he should have evaded was influenced by the killing intent, forcing him to shift upward by a mere 50 centimeters. The axe struck the hand holding the pot. One blow severed the arm, shattering the water jug in two. Great God, Xingtian has shifted from battle intent to killing intent, significantly elevating his combat prowess. Li Yingdao never imagined such a straightforward deity could also understand gradual progression. Indeed, Xingtian is the god of war. Having fought countless battles throughout his life, he possesses vast experience. Facing Brahma, he likely devised countermeasures from the very beginning. Li Yingdao fixed his gaze on Sunmmary. If she played a card, he would follow suit. Moreover, Li Yingdao was certain that his opponent couldn't match him in either the quality or quantity of cards, nor in national fortune points. If Sunmmary had used up all her points early, that would be one thing. But if she planned to purchase targeted cards during the battle, she would learn the brutal reality of the arena. Vishnu trembled as he stared at his severed arm, the stump pulsing with an inky black killing intent. Even invoking causality to inscribe the word regeneration in the book proved futile. What a god of war! I underestimated you. The audience in the three kingdoms, seeing Brahma at a disadvantage, lost what little hope they had held. Naski was overcome by a despairing thought. From the very beginning, the supreme deity of Huaxia had never made an appearance. Yet it had produced several deities capable of rivaling the supreme gods of other nations. What terrifying spectacle would unfold if Huaxia's supreme deity were to appear? Had I known this, I should never have tested him so slowly. Vishnu completely abandoned any thoughts of recruitment and began to take Xingtian seriously. His figure flashed across the arena, appearing one moment only for Xingtian to close in the next. Seeing this, Li Yingdao held nothing back, activating the Be Great attribute card, 50% speed boost for allied deities. Vishnu cursed inwardly at the nuisance, dodging Xingtian's attacks while scribbling 3 bold characters in his book. Xingtian, slain. Chapter 68, defeated. Li Yingdao, why am I still alive? This god refuses to believe you can't be erased. Vishnu inscribed Xingtian's death directly into the book of creation, erasing him from the fabric of causality. Xingtian's assault halted abruptly, his expression twisted with a mix of bewilderment and contempt. Brahma's karmic attack did take effect, yet it failed to fully manifest. If you were a sage, I would surely perish. Alas, you are merely a great immortal, yet you still dream of mastering the ways of the sages. As I said, it's merely copying without understanding. Is that so? If once fails, then twice, thrice, 100 times. Vishnu sneered savagely, once more inscribing Xingtian's demise upon the book of creation. Each time he wrote, he consumed a page. Now, the book of creation held only 100 pages. As another karmic retribution descended upon him, Xingtian's expression grew grave. The first karmic retribution had cost him his head. It was precisely because he was already headless that he evaded this attack. This was why Xingtian had felt something was amiss earlier. But the second time, karma sought to obliterate his very body. Without a body, how could he fight? Soul will, immortality. Xingtian once again transformed his will, shifting from killing intent to soul intent. Using his very soul to shield his physical form. The third time, Brahma gritted his teeth, inscribing Xingtian's demise once more. This time, the effect was negligible, blocked by Xingtian's overwhelming soul intent. Fourth time, Xingtian's demise. This time, Xingtian's soul intent weakened slightly, yet it remained far from enough to annihilate him. Damn it, am I supposed to expend all my karmic debt on him? Vishnu hesitated. The Book of Creation was his most potent weapon. Once exhausted, he would have to expend his primordial essence to restore its pages. Yet without it, he could not defeat Xingtian. The outcome would inevitably be his own demise. By now, the spectators could see the two divine beings locked in a tug of war. Brahma countered Xingtian's soul intent with the Book of Creation. Whoever falters first will be defeated. The battle of the gods is truly brutal. Someone murmured this, and the rest of the audience nodded in deep agreement. At this moment, it all comes down to which god card master possesses superior cards. Gu Sisi discerned the battle's critical factor. Xingtian's aura transformed completely, doubling in intensity from before. Vishnu cursed inwardly. He knew without a doubt that the opposing divine card master was now intervening. I need to buy more cards. Li Yingdao opened the national fortune shop. Earlier, he had used a great attribute card, boosting Xingtian's attributes by a full 100%. Now, he only had one Be Great environment card left, one that transformed the arena into a starry sky. This card was useless to Xingtian. Found it. Great as status card, full power unleashes the full potential of allied deities, ensuring their divine will never wanes. Seems luck is still on Huaxia's side, Li Yingdao remarked with emotion. This card was crucial. When Xingtian's head was severed, it was his indomitable will that brought him back to life. In his battle against Brahma, he too wielded willpower as his primary weapon. From crimson battle intent to pitch black killing intent, and now to the intangible soul intent. All of these are manifestations of will. If a god's will never wanes, does that not mean Xingtian will never feel fatigue? This is bad. Vishnu sensed the balance shattering. The fourfold karmic bonds could no longer restrain Xingtian. Whether it was his battle intent, killing intent, or soul intent, Xingtian's wills now overwhelmed the chains of causality, surging toward Brahma. Vishnu knew well the terror of these wills. Even now, his severed arm had yet to heal. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Sunmmary had already used every card on Brahma, yet all she gained was a mere attribute boost. It was nowhere near the effect of Li Yingdao's all-out card. Though both used versatile attribute cards and targeted status cards of the same rank, their effects were worlds apart. Ultimately, it all stemmed from the arena's rules favoring Huaxia. The arena is truly benevolent. Li Yingdao couldn't help but sigh. Xingtian forced himself to lift his head, defying the weight of karma. Battle. Slay. Soul. 3 will surged forth from Xingtian's body, coalescing into 3 colossal rivers of intent. Crimson battle intent reeked of rust, while abyssal black killing intent exuded an aura as deep as an abyss and as oppressive as a prison. Vishnu gazed at the intangible soul intent at the very center, sensing the breath of death. No more delay. What a god of war, Xingtian. Van Tian, too consumed by urgency to dwell on the pain, swiftly inscribed Xingtian slain upon the Book of Creation. This time, he filled 10 entire pages. Karma descended once more, forcing Xingtian to bow his head. Yet in the next instant, an unending surge of willpower emerged, supporting Xingtian as he raised his head. Still not enough. Gritting his teeth, Brahma wrote down a full 30 pages of Xingtian's demise. This god commands you to die. Karma descended once more. Xingtian was crushed to his knees, his skin beginning to melt away, revealing the flesh beneath. Even the shield and giant axe in his hands grew ethereal. The karmic retribution had taken effect. Must I truly exhaust the Book of Creation? Only 60 pages remained in the Book of Creation. Brahma did not wish to use it again, yet he had no choice. 40 instances of cause and effect had only wounded Xingtian, far from sufficient to annihilate him. Moreover, bolstered by the card's power, Xingtian's will remained inexhaustible. Given time, Xingtian would once again overpower the karmic retribution. Brahma resolved himself, no matter what, Xingtian must be annihilated. If he failed, all his plans absorbing the divine seats of Shiva and Vishnu, conquering the lands of Huaxia, and expanding his followers would be meaningless. Without Xingtian dead, nothing else mattered. With icy murderous intent, Brahma inscribed upon the Book of Creation, Xingtian shall perish. The moment his brush touched the page, the entire Book of Creation vanished into nothingness. Brahma had used up 60 pages. He would exhaust every thread of cause and effect to erase Xingtian. 60 layers of cause and effect piled upon him, and Xingtian felt as if a universe of karma stood before him. Xingtian's bones and muscles cracked and popped, while the bronze square shield in his hands already showed cracks. Though the will of the great god Xingtian flows endlessly, it requires a process of gradual accumulation. Yet Brahma used up all his karmic debt at once. Li Yingdao's face twisted with bitterness. That a great card, used with all his might, had drained his national fortune points. Now he couldn't even draw a random card. As the karmic force washed over him, Xingtian's body slowly turned transparent. This time, even with every ounce of his willpower, he could not resist the force of causality. Before the crowd's eyes, Xingtian slowly dissipated, his shield and giant axe vanishing along with him. The great Xingtian, defeated, murmured the Chinese spectators, unable to accept the reality. We won? Noski rubbed his eyes, confirming Xingtian had vanished completely.
Sun Xiaoxing collapsed to the ground, sobbing, then that Li Xin must be. Sun Xiaoxing's voice choked up, and he dared not speak further.
Long Hua felt a wave of dizziness.
He dared not imagine how the arena would face the future if China lost Li Yingdao.
On the stage, Sunmmary knelt before the Indian spectators. I did it. Adia, Vikran. I avenged you both.
In that moment, Sunmmary felt like the happiest person in the world. To turn the tide when all seemed lost, to prop up a collapsing edifice, nothing could surpass this. And what's more, she had defeated none other than Li Yingdao, the world's top-ranked S-class divine card master. On the other side, Li Yingdao scratched his head. Strange, how am I still alive? Chapter 69, The battle spirit endures, let us die together.
Life and death are predestined.
It's a pity the arena doesn't allow card masters to battle each other, or else taking down Sunmmary would have been a good move.
That was Li Yingdao's final thought.
Then he closed his eyes, waiting for death.
After a tense few seconds, Li Yingdao opened his eyes in puzzlement. Why hasn't the arena given any prompt yet?
On the other side, Sunmmary also snapped back to her senses.
How are you still alive?
Li Yingdao shrugged, indicating he had no idea either.
In the air.
Brahma sat cross-legged atop a golden lotus, reaching out to grasp at thin air.
His expression twisted in disgust, as if he'd swallowed a fly. Headless Xingtian, so that's it. You never died at all. Vishnu's words stunned everyone present. The Huaxia audience was utterly baffled. The great god Xingtian isn't dead? Then doesn't that mean Li Xin can't die either? I cried my eyes out, and now you tell me he's still alive? That scared the hell out of me. As long as Godly is okay. Sunmmary froze in place as if struck by lightning. His physical body is gone, how could he possibly still be alive? Sigh. A heavy sigh echoed across the arena.
Li Yingdao recognized the voice as Xingtian's.
Indeed, the great Xingtian could resurrect even after losing his head.
Having lost his physical form this time, he can surely survive as well. Xingtian earned his title as the god of war precisely because of his indomitable, unquenchable will. In ancient times, Xingtian carried this very will into battle. Now, he fought for Huaxia with that same resolve. Could it be that as long as the great god Xingtian's will endures, he can never be defeated? Qin Baisheng asked curiously. Gu Sisi frowned and replied, hard to say. After all, Xingtian no longer possesses a physical body, and even his weapon has been obliterated. Even if he were still alive, how could he possibly defeat Brahma? In the end, I am no match for you. My skills fall short. Xingtian's voice echoed from all directions. For a moment, Brahma didn't know how to respond to Xingtian. The book of creation had been exhausted, and Brahma could not draw upon the power of causality in the short term. His other methods were all physical in nature, yet his opponent was now invisible and intangible, nothing but a will. How could he possibly fight this? Yet Brahma believed that by prolonging the standoff, victory would inevitably be his. Could the arena just declare a draw? If it ends in a draw, that Indian fellow won't even have a place to cry. After finally getting a chance to win, it turns out to be a draw. China would surely welcome a draw. After all, Li Yingdao's value far outweighs a single victory. Vishnu sat calmly, beginning to restore the book of creation. I wonder if my earthly fiend's 72 transformations could hold their own against Brahma. Li Yingdao prepared to strike at Brahma. The longer the delay, the faster Brahma recovered. Young one, I have a request. Xingtian's voice suddenly echoed in Li Yingdao's ear. Could it be that the great Xingtian still has a solution? Li Yingdao hurriedly replied, please speak, senior. Xingtian's voice was weathered yet unwavering. My physical form is now destroyed, but my will remains. I need a physical body to carry my will, so I can continue the fight. Where on earth would I find you a body? Li Yingdao abruptly fell silent. He looked at himself and understood Xingtian's meaning. Precisely. I must possess your body. But there's a drawback, mortal flesh is too fragile. The longer it bears my will, the stronger the backlash it suffers. In other words, after this battle, regardless of the outcome, you will either have your lifespan shortened or face death. Li Yingdao hesitated not a moment. Then what are we waiting for? Senior, take over now. This left Xingtian utterly flummoxed. Xingtian asked, aren't you afraid? I am afraid. But I fear losing even more. Ha ha ha. When I first joined the Yin Emperor's campaigns years ago, I was terrified too. But as I killed more and more, the fear faded. Li Yingdao took a deep breath. Senior, go ahead. Very well. In the next instant, the will that had filled the entire arena surged into Li Yingdao's body. Vishnu narrowed his eyes, fixing them intently on Li Yingdao. Is this how you play? Li Yingdao's aura transformed dramatically. Crimson patterns erupted across his skin, and his eyes blazed scarlet. Li Yingdao felt an unprecedented surge of fighting spirit and power welling up within him. He had never felt so clear-headed and invigorated. In this moment, he was both Li Yingdao and Xingtian. Feeling alive like this is truly exhilarating. In the next instant, Li Yingdao teleported behind Vishnu, smashing him into the ground with a single punch. Holy! Holy! Li Xin actually attacked Brahma. A mortal body rivaling the gods.
So badass, God Li. Take down Van Tian. God Li is awesome. The Chinese audience erupted in excitement.
If he can go toe-to-toe with an S-class god, how will the other god card masters ever stand a chance against him in the future? Li Ying clenched his fists, feeling Xingtian's power surge through him.
This feeling isn't half bad.
I never imagined another power lay dormant within you, Xingtian remarked. Li Yingdao explained, Senior, as the True Lord's successor, I naturally inherited part of his power.
Try using the True Lord's strength yourself. Vishnu rose from the ruins, sensing Xingtian's power emanating from Li Yingdao. Are you kidding? How could a mortal possibly withstand divine power?
You have no idea what you're missing. Li Yingdao reappeared behind Vishnu, Xingtian's axe now in his hand. He swung it down toward Vishnu's head. The blade flashed with a cold gleam, resembling the sharpest divine weapon in existence.
With a single blow, Brahma's head was severed. Damn it!
Vishnu spat Sanskrit incantations, which coiled into chains and shot toward Li Yingdao. The next instant, Li Yingdao vanished.
The Earth Fiend's 72 transformations are truly effective.
It was one of the 72, Earth Travel. Li Yingdao, channeling Xingtian's power, plunged underground with him.
Who would have thought such marvelous techniques would exist in later generations? Xingtian marveled.
The Indian spectators weren't having it.
Just when they finally saw a glimmer of hope for victory, you pull this stunt?
This ring is rigged.
Rigged. Go back to playing with lizards.
When it comes to trash talking, the Huaxia forum bros never lose.
Let's see how long you can last.
Brahma separated his remaining 3 heads, his body splitting into 3 parts. That mortal can withstand divine power, it's a miracle 1 in 10,000. I just need to stall until his body collapses.
Li Yingdao urged Xingtian, Senior, hurry.
I can only hold out another 10 minutes at most.
Understood. Leave it to me now. Xingtian fully took control of Li Yingdao's body. Battle intent, killing intent, soul intent. 3 distinct wills shot toward the 3 Brahma Devas. The Brahma recited Sanskrit mantras.
Without the Book of Creation, he could only struggle to withstand the onslaught of willpower.
Slaughter that mortal.
Without a vessel to inhabit, Xingtian will still be defeated. The 3 Brahma deities shifted course, ignoring the wills behind them as they closed in on Li Yingdao.
Bring it on!
Xingtian blocked one Brahma's attack with his shield, then crushed the following battle intent.
Fake! Another Brahma charged forward.
Xingtian sidestepped the blow, poised to swing his axe only for the final Brahma to close in simultaneously. Xingtian had no choice but to abandon his attack, retreating to create distance. His target is Li Yingdao.
Xingtian guessed the Brahma's intent. You realize it now? Too late. The Brahma closest to Xingtian transformed into countless Sanskrit characters that coiled around him. The final entity transformed into a black and white bead, hurtling toward Xingtian. I was careless. Xingtian channeled every ounce of his will into attacking the Brahma.
Now, it would take at least another second for the killing intent and soul intent to manifest.
His remaining fighting intent was still entangled with the Sanskrit script. Xingtian was powerless to block Brahma's assault.
Had his physical body remained intact, he could have endured it. But now his physical body was Li Yingdao's.
He shouldn't die here.
In the blink of an eye, Xingtian made his decision. This heaven shall be punished, and all beings shall perish together.
What madness is this? Vishnu roared, intensifying his assault, determined to kill Li Yingdao before Xingtian could react. The next moment, Li Yingdao regained control of his body.
Xingtian, meanwhile, transformed into a swirling mist of black and crimson, standing before Li Yingdao.
Die together. Chapter 70, Xingtian, yes, I'm forcing your hand. Senior, don't.
Li Yingdao understood perfectly well Xingtian was determined to take both himself and Fan Tian down with him.
The black and white beads shot into the black-red mist, colliding wildly yet unable to break free. So this is your true form? Xingtian remarked calmly. Vishnu grew desperate, roaring, You madman. Why destroy us both? Just stop this, and we can negotiate anything. After finally catching you, how could I possibly let you go?
The mist began seeping into the beads as Xingtian's killing intent and soul essence surged in support.
Madman, you forced my hand. Xingtian declared bluntly, Yes, I forced your hand.
The next instant, the bead began swelling uncontrollably.
Cracks appeared on its surface, emanating a heart-stopping aura. Young one, get away. With his last ounce of willpower, Xingtian shoved Li Yingdao away from the epicenter of the explosion.
The self-detonation of 2 S-class deities shook the entire arena, causing its height to plummet by over a kilometer. Li Yingdao rolled several times across the arena before coming to a halt, his body riddled with wounds as he coughed up blood. Normally, the arena would protect the divine card masters. But with Xingtian possessing Li Yingdao's body, the platform automatically deactivated its protective function. Ignoring the pain, Li Yingdao raised his head to look at the sky. The sky stretched cloudless for miles.
Where was any killing intent now? Where were the black and white beads?
Senior Xingtian has perished alongside Vishnu.
Li Yingdao's pupils trembled as his fists clenched tightly.
His chest rose and fell rapidly with each gasping breath.
Farewell, great god Xingtian. The Chinese audience echoed in unison, "Farewell, great god Xingtian." Battle for national destiny. Round 3, both divine card masters must decide the outcome. The crowd gasped in unison. This stage is brutal. Even the gods perish together, yet instead of declaring a draw, they demand the divine card masters decide life or death. At least this way one side survives. Like the Star River vs Emerald match, both sides would have died otherwise. Chinese spectators protested indignantly, "This is unfair. Divine Li is injured now and clearly at a disadvantage." Upon hearing the news, Sunmmary immediately rushed toward Li Yingdao. "I still have a chance. Li Yingdao is gravely injured now, his high compatibility won't save him." Li Yingdao struggled to rise, but his body collapsed uncontrollably. The backlash from the Xing Tian's upper body was too intense, and the blast's aftershock wounded him again. Now, double vision blurred Li Yingdao's eyes, a ringing echoed in his ears, and blood flowed from his nose and mouth. "4 of my 5 senses gone, what a sorry state." Li Yingdao propped himself up with both hands to prevent himself from lying down, silently watching Sunmmary close in. "Li Xin, run! Master Li, you mustn't get hurt." Xin Baisheng tried to rush onto the stage but was knocked back by a barrier. He still won't dodge. Looks like he's truly out of options. Sunmmary was now less than 10 meters from Li Yingdao. The double vision of Sunmmary before his eyes finally vanished, and Li Yingdao felt his dizziness ease considerably. A panel appeared before his eyes. Current affinity, 20%. Current national fortune points, 0. Combined with this battle and the first one, Li Yingdao's compatibility had finally surpassed 20%. The true lord once said that the higher my compatibility, the more of his power I could obtain. Today proves it to be true. Li Yingdao regained some strength and slowly rose to his feet. Gazing at Sunmmary mere inches away, a murderous intent flared in Li Yingdao's eyes. "I shall sacrifice you to honor Xingtian." Sunmmary sneered with contempt, her fanatical fervor evident. "The number 1 S-rank divine card master will die by my hand." Sunmmary leapt high into the air, delivering a powerful kick toward Li Yingdao. The next second, her vision spun. "Strange. I've gotten shorter?" Sunmmary saw her own body collapse before Li Yingdao. Her body was headless. Li Yingdao wiped the blood from the tip of his gun on Sunmmy's corpse. The weapon in his hand was none other than the 3-pronged double-edged spear. This was one of the true lord's inheritances obtained through enhanced affinity. After obtaining this spear, Li Yingdao had mastered its techniques through self-dedication, making all spear arts second nature to him. "Next time, I can't be so reckless. I can't afford to waste any of my 3 chances." Li Yingdao sheathed his 3-pronged double-edged spear and turned back toward the battle station. Battle for national destiny. Round 3, Huaxia Nation wins. Please welcome Xinghan, the contestant from the Emerald Nation. Back at the preparation area, Li Yingdao's injuries began healing rapidly under the arena's effects. "Brotherly, let me take the next match." Xin Baisheng urged urgently. Xingtian's death was something no Huaxia person wished to see. But since it had happened, they could only repay it with the enemy's blood and lives. Li Yingdao glanced back at the 3 nations' preparation benches. The remaining competitors from Xinghan and Emerald Kingdom looked increasingly panicked. Seeing this, Li Yingdao knew these 2 nations had no backup plans. They'd been dragged into this by the Indians. "Alright, you take the next match." With that, Li Yingdao collapsed into his seat. Though his physical wounds had healed, the mental exhaustion lingered. Seeing Li Yingdao resting with his eyes closed, the other 4 fell silent. Long Hua instructed Gu Yan, "Order the Southwest Military District to assemble. After the tournament concludes, prepare to deploy to the Asan nations." Gu Yan froze for a moment before his voice rose with excitement. Could it be? Marching into India? Wouldn't that mean another expansion of China's territory? Long Hua replied coldly, "India initiated this conflict. They must pay a price. Moreover, our divine warrior Xingtian must not have died in vain. I will make the Indians kneel before his statue and repent. What if the arena doesn't rule in favor of annexation? Then we go to war." "Understood." Gu Yan left the arena to carry out the order. Seeing Li Yingdao and the others, Long Hua couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Such fine young men, forced to fight for their country. How tragic for you all. Please welcome the contestants from Xinghan and Feitsue Kingdom. The arena urged them again, but Xinghan's He Lulan and Patana were still exchanging polite refusals. Witnessing this, the Emerald Nation's Prime Minister frantically turned to his Xinghan counterpart. "What on earth are we to do now? If only we hadn't listened to Naski's nonsense." The Prime Minister of Xinghan sighed helplessly. "At this point, we can only pray the arena won't rule that Huaxia has annexed us. Prepare to apologize to Huaxia." The Emerald Prime Minister remained uneasy. Will an apology even work? Then are you willing to cede territory? The Emerald Prime Minister looked utterly despairing, beating his chest in regret. Ultimately, Xinghan chose Black Lulan to take the stage. A class divine card master He Lulan. Let's see what deity this fat black guy can summon. Xin Baishan was brimming with fighting spirit. Xinghan Kingdom, faith in the eternal sky. Li Yingdao remained confident in Xin Baishang. After all, he was one of the Heavenly Court's 3 most notorious rebels. Xinghan Kingdom's deities were still inferior to those of the three kingdoms. Even if this Black Lulan summoned Xinghan's supreme deity, the shaman, he would still be no match for Neza. Why is Vishnu only ranked a class, while Sakyamuni and Brahma are both S-class? Li Yingdao felt puzzled, sensing that faith alone couldn't fully explain this discrepancy. That Sakyamuni attained S-rank with the faith of the entire Buddhist sect was unsurprising. Vishnu and Brahma are both supreme deities. Even if Vishnu's status is lower than Brahma's, he shouldn't be only a rank. Unless Vikram's refinement had gone awry. If a god card master's refinement was insufficiently detailed or incorrect, the arena would downgrade the deity's rank. But that doesn't make sense either. The three kingdoms initiated the arena and used guidance cards in advance. The divine card master wouldn't be foolish enough to make a mistake in refinement. Li Yingdao felt increasingly uneasy but decided to set it aside for now and focus on watching the match. Meanwhile, Black Lulan had also finalized his card. Xinghan Kingdom card, a rank Grey Wolftanger. Huaxia Nation contestant, please enter the arena. Qin Baishang strode confidently toward the stage. Brother Qin, be careful. Sun Shaoshang urged. The previous match's turmoil had genuinely shaken him, and he sincerely hoped Huaxia wouldn't suffer any casualties. Go for it. Gu Sisi and Ding Yanan cheered. D-rank Divine Card Master Qin Baishang. Chapter 71, Conquering Three Nations, The Supreme God's Restrictions. On the stage, Qin Baishang surveyed his surroundings with excitement. This was his first time stepping onto a real stage. D-rank? I've got this. Black Lulan's face lit up upon seeing his opponent's rank. Taking down a D-rank should be a breeze. I'll survive another round. Qin Baishang had no idea what He Lulan was grinning about. 5 cards refreshed. Without glancing at the others, he selected the one in the center. Hail the Lotus Root God. China card, S-rank 3 vessel C assembly god Neza. He Lulan's expression froze, his flabby flesh trembling uncontrollably. S-rank? Another S-rank? It's over. My life is done for. The audience had assumed Qin Baishang was merely cannon fodder, only to discover he too was an S-rank divine card master. The Greek Prime Minister gazed at the Huaxia seats with awestruck eyes. 3 S-class players from one nation. This arena will surely become China's domain. Prime Minister Naski of India had already begun packing his valuables, preparing to flee. Prime Ministers Xinghan and Feitsue exchanged glances, each seeing bitterness in the other's eyes. What on earth have we done to deserve war with such a nation? Nada, riding his wind fire wheels, teleported before Qin Baishang and inquired, Nada, who was our opponent this time? Qin Baishang explained with a smile, Great Lotus Root, this time it's different, it's the National Destiny Deathmatch arena. He then explained the difference between the National Destiny Deathmatch and a one-on-one arena battle to Neza. Neza waved dismissively. Same thing, same thing. Then he turned his gaze to Tangri, who rode a grey wolf. Golden brick, go! Neza hurled a gold brick toward Tangri. The brick began to swell, growing to the size of a skyscraper in the blink of an eye. The immense pressure pinned Tangri to the spot. His face flushed crimson, muscles bulging, yet he couldn't mount a proper defense. Black Lulan played all his support cards, hoping to turn the tide of battle. The gold brick crashed down, returning to Neza's hand. All that remained was a puddle of mud. Battle for national destiny. 4th match, victory for Huaxia Nation. He Lulan let out a bitter laugh before being killed by the arena's backlash. Finished. Neza stowed the golden brick, clapped his hands, and asked, any news lately about that monkey and the three-eyed brat? Qin Baishang replied, the Monkey King entered the second match of this tournament and slew the Buddha himself. That monkey's still as fierce as ever. Neza pressed further, and what about that three-eyed brat? During the earlier battle with Kimchi Nation, Brotherly mentioned that the great immortal Jinjuan had broken through to the quasi-saint realm. He now has only 3 more chances to appear. Upon hearing this, Neza's expression shifted dramatically. He collapsed onto the ground in a sprawled position. Damn it! How could you break through to near saint? We were all doing just fine as great immortals. Why did you have to break through? This hurts worse than if you'd killed me. The 3 rebels seemed to look down on each other, but in reality, their bond was unbreakable. They were the type who only understood each other through conflict. Now that the true lord had ascended to near saint, it meant Neza could no longer stand as his equal. Unless he too ascended to near sage status. But Neza knew full well that this was impossible. Among the rebels, his own strength was the weakest, relying entirely on his magical treasures to hold him up. Neza instinctively raised his hand and touched his arm. His skin was smooth as jade, carrying the coolness of lotus roots, devoid of any warmth of flesh. He hated this lotus-like body. Though it granted him rebirth and freed him from the 5 elements, it also felt like a shackle of the 5 elements, nailing him to this place. No further cultivation was possible. Oof. It's about time for advancement. That three-eyed brat has such exceptional talent, and a formidable physical body becoming a quasi-saint is only fitting. Neza calmed his emotions, stood up, and said, I'm heading back. Qin Baishang sensed something amiss with Neza and asked, Great Lotus Root God, what's wrong? Neza glanced at Qin Baishang and couldn't help but smile.
It had been just a casual remark back then, yet the other had taken it to heart, persistently addressing him as Lotus Root God.
Lotus Root it is, then.
Neza patted Qin Baisheng on the shoulder and urged, do your best. Even though those great powers aren't here, you're more than capable of handling minor deities from other tribes. Besides, they have their limitations too.
Qin Baisheng nodded stiffly. Battle for the nation's fate. Fourth match, Huaxia Nation wins.
Emerald Nation contestants, please take the stage.
In the preparation area, Li Yingdao asked curiously, Old Qin, what did Neza tell you?
The others craned their necks to listen. Qin Baisheng scratched his head and replied, the Lotus Root God said that although the great powers are absent, those foreign deities also face certain restrictions. He didn't specify what those restrictions are. Qin Baisheng kept Neza's unsettled mood to himself, burying the matter deep within his heart.
Great God Neza, rest assured. China is no longer what it once was.
We'll soon purge the foreign tribes.
Li Yingdao lowered his head in thought. China's restriction is the severance of civilization, preventing quasi-saint level combatants from intervening. But what are the restrictions on the foreign deities? Could this be why Vishnu is a rank while Brahma is S-rank?
I'll take the next round, Gu Sisi declared. The others naturally had no objections. Li Yingdao instructed, once you're in the fray, remember to ask the great goddess Chang'e what restrictions the foreign deities actually face. Gu Sisi nodded, recognizing this as potentially crucial strategic intelligence. Emerald Kingdom card, B rank which goddess? On the arena stage, Patana of Emerald Nation trembled as she pleaded, sister, please spare me.
I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die.
Among the three nations' contestants, she was the weakest, barely reaching a rank in one-on-one duels. Gu Sisi rolled her eyes, ignoring her opponent's absurd pleas.
Huaxia Nation card, Grade A Chang'e.
After a week of one-on-one arena training, Gu Sisi had thoroughly familiarized herself with all of Chang'e's data.
She elevated Chang'e's rank to a class. The outcome was unsurprising. Chang'e effortlessly defeated the witch goddess. Patana didn't even get to use her support card before the arena's backlash killed her. Her cards were claimed by the arena and transferred to Gu Sisi's possession. Gu Sisi leaned close to Chang'e, the fragrance of osmanthus wafting to her nose as the jade rabbit licked her fingers. She asked softly, do you know what restrictions exist for deities of other races? Chang'e furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly stumped by Gu Sisi's question. Is it forbidden to speak of them? Chang'e curved her lips into a wry smile and nodded. Bound by the rules, I can only tell you that restrictions apply only to the supreme deity of a nation. Gu Sisi smiled. That's enough for me. Before Chang'e, Gu Sisi no longer resembled the heroic celestial prodigy she once was, but rather a young girl next door. Chang'e waved goodbye. Battle for national destiny. Fifth match, Huaxia Nation wins. The Huaxia audience erupted in excitement. Wonder what kind of reward this tournament will offer this time. Damn it, I hope we can conquer the three kingdoms. Avenge the great god Xingtian. In the preparation area, everyone was equally curious about the potential rewards. Li Yingdao checked his nation's fortune points with a sigh of resignation. After one bloody battle, all those hard-earned points are wiped clean again. Chapter 72, Swallow the third country, China shall have no sand. Xinghan's territorial fortune drops by 50%. Jade Nation's water fortune decreased by 50%. Overall national fortune of the 3A countries decreased by 70%. China's territory fortune, water transport, and national fortune increased. China may annex the 3A nations. Simultaneously, all 5 individuals in the war preparation seat received national fortune points. Li Yingdao earned 200 national fortune points, while the others each received 100 points. Ding Yanran, who did not participate, received only 50 points. All 5 wore expressions of delight. National fortune points belong to the nation, while individual points belong to the person. Li Yingdao had been fretting over having no points to use. How considerate! Audiences across nations erupted in chaos. That's brutal. 50% of national fortune? Xinghan and Feitsue are finished now. Still better than India, which got swallowed whole. China has truly become Asia's undisputed superpower. With 3 S-class players in one nation, who can rival them? As the preparation area cleared, the 5 made their way to the China VIP section. Yet Long Hua felt both elated and troubled. The arena has forced us to absorb the 3A nations, but their populations are vast, and the quality of their people is generally low. The others exchanged glances, knowing this would be a formidable challenge. The reputation of the Third World resounds across the globe. Lizards, handheld pancakes, public defecation. All routine occurrences. If China were to truly absorb such a massive population, it would require enormous expenditures of manpower, resources, and finances. The slightest misstep could lead to unmanageable consequences. But if we don't annex them, wouldn't this tournament have been fought in vain? Li Yingdao suggested, Elder Dragon, could we only accept a portion of them? We'll only annex the most developed regions and high-caliber talent from India. The rest of the population can be gradually incorporated later. Long Hua's eyes lit up. This approach was indeed sound.
Take the essence and discard the dross, then gradually cultivate the dross into essence. The people of Asan hold deeply ingrained beliefs. Once absorbed, their memories of those faiths will fade. Then we can spread our own deities among them. This would also provide our deities with the power of faith.
Yingdao's plan is indeed sound. Should we then annex the region encompassing the capital of the Indians? All agreed without exception. Long Hua utilized his authority to communicate with the arena, selecting to annex the capital city of the Asan along with its 3 key cities. After the decision was made, the arena began distributing rewards. Within the Asan territory, the 4 annexed cities along with their populations were severed from Asan's domain. They were incorporated into the southwestern border region of Huaxia. Among the annexed populace, all memories of deities vanished. They subconsciously embraced Huaxia civilization, genuinely identifying themselves as Huaxia people. Additionally, the national fortune of Xinghan transformed into azure streams of water. Half of this stream flowed into Huaxia. Half of Emerald Nation's vegetation dissipated, coalescing into a deep greenwood element that entered China's northwestern region. After years of drought, heavy rains fell on the desert, and plants sprang up like mushrooms after rain. From that day on, the land of China was free of sand. A desert reclamation worker in the western region witnessed this scene, and tears streamed down his weathered face. The sand is cured. This scene was broadcast across the skies. World leaders watched with envy, grinding their teeth. Which country doesn't have its own mess to clean up? Whether it's earthquakes and torrential rains, or droughts and insect plagues. But what about China? Earlier, the gods bestowed blessings, curing every illness. Now, with the earth and water elements in harmony, no disasters plague the land. China's next move must be to subdue Xinghan and Faitsue. If they annex Xinghan, how will our nation engage with China? The Prime Minister of Viking Kingdom asked his inner circle. Huaxia borders Xinghan, and Xinghan borders Viking. Should Huaxia annex Xinghan, it would become a neighbor to Viking nation. The monthly regular tournament matches adjacent opponents, making neighboring nations natural adversaries. His advisors exchanged glances, none daring to speak. The Prime Minister of Viking let out a soft sigh. In truth, he had already made his decision long ago. Capital of Sakura Nation. Well, things unfolded exactly as we anticipated. Prime Minister Matsuo of Sakura Nation chuckled slyly. Our designated card reserves have reached the target. The next step is to accumulate challenge cards. Then we can march straight through and conquer all of Asia. Precisely. Thanks to the one-on-one tournament system preventing divine card masters from ranking, we've managed to conceal so many exceptional talents. Greece is still preoccupied with the small nations it recently annexed, the United States is locked in a standoff with the anti-American alliance, and the Maya nation is short-sighted. Once we conquer China, the great Sakura Empire will have the world at our fingertips. Old Dog Matsuo concluded. The others shouted in unison, hooray! Within the Bureau of National Fortune, Gu Yan's face glowed with a healthy flush, his joy making him appear years younger. I'll go arrange the acceptance of the Indians immediately. Please take care of yourself, Gu Sisi said with concern. Gu Yan waved his hand and left the National Fortune Bureau. Rest assured, the blessings bestowed by the Pangu deities can extend an elder's lifespan. Old Master Gu is quite resilient. Li Yingdao remarked. Now that's what you call a happy problem. Xin Baisheng chuckled. At that moment, a stern-faced middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit entered. Minister Chen, what brings you here? The visitor was none other than Chen Huaiyan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of China. Since the arrival of the arena, he had been responsible for liaising with nations worldwide to maintain diplomatic relations. Chen Huaiyan scanned the room, satisfied there were no outsiders present, and stated, Old Dragon, Viking nation has just severed contact with us. Li Yingdao's heart sank. China's annexation of Xinghan and Faitsue was an inevitable trend. This would inevitably lead to a border with Viking nation. Viking nation's move clearly signaled their readiness for war with China. We still hold 3 designated cards, but lack a challenge card. Otherwise, we could accelerate our pace and annex Xinghan and Faitsue first. Otherwise, we risk weakening them through conflict only for another nation to reap the rewards. In the current situation, whoever held the challenge cards held the initiative. The arena just awarded us some points. Since challenge cards only cost 20 points, we can purchase them directly, Gu Sisi suggested. Don't be fooled by the low-cost 20 points. If we can't draw them through the lottery, relying solely on purchase means. Most divine card masters couldn't afford it. Only top-tier divine card masters like Li Yingdao could win battle after battle. Other divine card masters inevitably face defeat. Each loss deducts 1 point from their total. One must also consider the cardmaster's stamina. An average cardmaster can only participate in 3 arena matches per day at most. Since points cannot be transferred between players, a nation without elite cardmasters must rely solely on random draws to acquire cards. My suggestion is to purchase challenge cards and swiftly clear out the Asian region, Long Hua voiced his plan. I concur, Chen Huaiyan agreed. Then, Long Hua turned to the others. If war was to be waged, they would need to rely on divine cardmasters like Li Yingdao. Li Yingdao naturally had no objections. Swiftly clearing out the foreign tribes was also the task entrusted to him by the great god Pangu. But before that, he needed to confirm one thing. Li Yingdao nudged Gu Sisi and asked, "Did the great goddess Chang'e reveal any information?" The others also turned their gaze toward him, eager to hear Li Yingdao's thoughts. Chapter 73, Seizing the Initiative, Attacking the Emerald Kingdom. Li Yingdao explained, "Elder Dragon, I've reviewed the records of past regular tournaments and noticed a pattern.
Before Qinshi Nation, no supreme god had ever appeared. But after Korea's Tangun appeared, the three kingdoms swiftly followed suit with their own supreme gods.
Are you suggesting that from now on, every nation will produce a supreme god?" "Yes. And no."
Li Yingdao shifted his tone and continued, "I suspect the emergence of supreme gods comes at a cost."
Tangun exhausted all of Qinshi Nation's cards, Tathagata utilized the entire Buddhist faith, and Vishnu only appeared at a rank. As for us in China, deities above the quasi-saint level simply cannot appear.
These phenomena indicate that supreme gods cannot appear at will, or that a price must be paid.
Gu Sisi added, "That's right.
The great goddess Chang'e told me that the supreme gods of all nations are restricted. But she couldn't reveal the specifics of those restrictions due to the rules."
Rules again.
Li Yingdao understood that these so-called rules were the limitations imposed by the arena.
The arena's actions were clearly designed to maintain balance.
With the severance of Huaxia civilization, the arena imposed restrictions on other nations' supreme deities to maintain equilibrium.
Yet, fearing Huaxia might uncover these specific constraints and exploit them, the arena also forbids Huaxia's deities from revealing the nature of these limitations. Doesn't this mean supreme deities won't be able to appear lightly in the future? Wouldn't that make us, the Chinese, invincible?
Xiao Shang and I could step forward to summon the great sage Neza, while Brother Li's true lord would be our trump card.
How could other nations compete?
Xin Baisheng said optimistically.
Upon reflection, the others realized he had a point.
No, we mustn't think that way.
Li Yingdao countered sternly. Even with restrictions, didn't Tangun and Brahma ultimately make their appearances?
In the future, more supreme deities will break through the restrictions and appear. Moreover, our deities can reveal bits of information to us, and so can other nations' deities. Perhaps right now, some god card masters have already successfully bound their own supreme deities. The others realized this and agreed with Li Yingdao's perspective.
Then we should move even faster.
We don't have a supreme god to begin with, so we have no such concerns. We should strike before other nations bind their supreme gods, absorb them, or at the very least cripple their god card masters, Sun Shaoxing declared. Though the youngest present, his mind was sharp, and he quickly grasped Li Yingdao's meaning. Perhaps we could directly assassinate other nations' high-level god card masters? Target every single one listed on the rankings. I'll lead the Dragon Guard squad to eliminate them, Shin Sonin proposed. His trip to India had completely enlightened him. Why fight to the death on a stage? Real men settle things with one-on-one duels. When it came to military prowess, China was second to none. Next, Shin Sonin opened the Divine Card Master rankings. The rankings had been updated once, currently listing 5 S-tier Divine Card Masters. Excluding Li Yingdao, Wen Er, and Jinan. Sun Shaoshang ranked 4th, Qin Baisheng 5th. 6th place was held by a rank Gu Sisi. Shin Sonin also appeared on the list, ranked 17th. Ding Yanan, having yet to step onto the stage, was not included on the list. Shin Sonin pointed at the 7th ranked class Divine Card Master and declared, "Start with this one Jijo from Viking Nation. Take him down offline." Long Hoa pressed down on Shin Sonin, sighing helplessly, "Calm down." Shin Sonin instantly muted her mic. Qin Baisheng suppressed a smile, waiting for Long Hoa to speak. Killing people offline is definitely out of the question. If discovered, not only would we face condemnation, but the Dragon Guard would also risk casualties. My proposal is to purchase the challenge cards now and strike first, incorporating Xinghan and the Emerald Kingdom into our national territory. Li Yingdao and the others instantly perked up. Support. Dragon Elder is decisive. Follow Elder Dragon's lead. Now that's the wisdom of a seasoned strategist. Under Elder Dragon's leadership, Huaxia will only grow stronger. Long Hua rolled his eyes, laughing and scolding, "Enough with the flattery. Then who among you will purchase the challenge card?" "I'll do it." Li Yingdao volunteered. His national fortune points were the highest, so it was only right for him to make the purchase. The others could use their points to buy other support cards to boost their survival rate on the stage. "Godly, let me handle it." Ding Yanran said, "My bound deity isn't as powerful as yours, and I might even slow you down in battle. As a member of the Son of Heaven project, I ought to contribute something." With that, she purchased a challenge card. Its authority belonged to Long Hua, the person in charge. A nation grows strong when its youth are strong. With you all here, I can rest assured, Long Hua remarked with emotion. That leaves 2 designated cards. Who should we buy? Sun Shaoshang asked. The arena battle required 5 participants. Designating all 5 at once was the most reliable approach. Though it felt a bit extravagant. After all, some smaller nations didn't even have a single designated card. Against Xinghan and Feitsui, we don't need that many fighters.
Designating 3 should be enough. Li Yingdao scoffed. They'd even taken down a Sand Supreme God, why would they fear minor nations like Xinghan and Feitsui? Using 3 designation cards would be a waste. So, should we take on Xinghan first, or Feitsui? Everyone grew excited. This was the first time Huaxia had ever initiated an external challenge. Attack Feitsui, declared Long Hua. Li Yingdao grasped the strategic importance. If they defeated Xinghan, they would border Viking directly. But Jade was surrounded by no major powers. Once conquered, China could treat it as its own backyard. If Viking were to see Xinghan first, it would be even simpler. They'd been struggling to find a justification for military action. If Xinghan and Feitsui challenged China, China's counterattack would be entirely justified. If you Vikings dare to annex it, you'll be handing China a ready-made excuse for war. Beyond that, we must guard against Little Cherry Blossom. Li Yingdao cautioned himself silently. Little Sakura had been far too quiet lately, maintaining an extremely low profile internationally. Even its citizens rarely spoke up on the world stage. But Li Yingdao understood this nation's nature all too well. Confined by their limited territory, they have long coveted the vast lands of China. That war shattered their ambitions, yet it did not extinguish their desires. This nation is ruthless, resilient, and perpetually plotting to wage war. In Li Yingdao's view, Sakura stood as China's most formidable adversary in Asia. After eliminating Jiang Xinghan and Feitsui, we'll accumulate national fortune points and declare war on Sakura. Suddenly, the arena issued a notification. Greece uses a challenge card to forcefully challenge the 3 kingdoms. Type, National Fortune Deathmatch. The faces of everyone present turned ashen. The first peach thief had emerged. Greece has already swallowed up most of Europe. Who would have thought they still had the strength to take on India? Never mind. We've already extracted India's essence. Let them have the rest of the dregs if they want it. Elder Long, use the challenge card. We can't let other nations come stealing peaches too. Long Hua nodded. Using the designate card, he selected Li Yingdao, Gu Sisi, and Qin Baisheng to take the field. Then, he used the challenge card to challenge Emerald Nation. Huaxia Nation uses the challenge card to forcibly challenge Emerald Nation. Type, National Fortune Battle. Best of 5. Chapter 74, Storms gather over Asia when air takes the field. Just finished one deadly battle, and now 2 more? The Asian region is in turmoil. Heck, India's in for a rough ride. They just lost to China, and now they're facing Greece. Indian Prime Minister Noski wore a bitter expression. As the head of the Indian delegation, he was trapped within the confines of the arena, unable to escape. All 3 supreme gods had fallen, and China had poached their key cities and top talent. The remaining god card masters were no match for Greece. A wave of opposition against Noski had already swept across India. Citizens demanded his resignation, even calling for him to commit suicide on the spot. Greece, once it acted, did so with a fight to the death for its national destiny. Asan didn't even have the right to surrender. Greek national roster: Wunner, Aya, Ed, Stanford, Love. Indian national team roster: Raj, Kabir, Vishal, Priyanka. China roster: Li Yingdao, Qin Baisheng, Gu Sisi, Hanli, Zhang Yan. Emerald Nation roster: Songchai, Amir, Wan Tian, De. 2 battle platforms materialized simultaneously. One stood at the junction of the Eurasian continent, the other at the border between Huaxia and Emerald Nation. The difference was stark. One was a life or death battle for national destiny, with no surrender allowed, only a decisive outcome. China, however, opted for a conventional national fate battle where surrender was permitted. Even in defeat, the divine card masters would not perish. This decision was made for safety reasons and to avoid pushing the Emerald Kingdom into a corner. If the Emerald Kingdom were to go down in flames, it would be highly detrimental to China. Who would have thought Wunner was involved? I'd love to see his expression when he summons Hades only to discover it's merely an A rank, Li Yingdao murmured, a faint smile playing at his lips. He couldn't be certain whether Greece was aware of the intelligence that a deity's death in a one-on-one tournament would permanently lower their rank. This would be a good opportunity to find out, while also observing whether Wunner's strength had improved. In the Greek kingdom's preparation area, Wunner remained clad in his dazzling white suit. He didn't glance at his opponent once. Instead, his gaze drifted toward the arena where Huaxia and Feitsui were fighting. Li Yingdao, I look forward to our next meeting. For this match, Greece had only designated Wunner. The other 4 opponents were randomly selected. Before the fight began, Wunner declared bluntly, no one else is needed. I alone can slaughter through the entire opposing team. In the Indian preparation area, the 5 randomly selected unlucky souls exchanged nervous glances. Everyone knew Wunner was the undisputed second strongest fighter after Li Yingdao. In a life or death battle, the divine card masters had to determine a winner. It was nothing short of despair. On the stage between Huaxia and the Emerald Kingdom, the Jade Prime Minister's face was etched with bitterness. Why did I ever agree to that bastard Noski's terms? If only there were a pill for regret, the Jade Prime Minister would buy several pounds of it. He turned to the Emerald High Command inside helplessly. What do you say, gentlemen? Emerald's divine card masters were no match for their opponents. Military strength was even less comparable. Any single province of China could crush Emerald flat.
The Emerald Defense Minister, his head completely white, spoke first. Prime Minister, I propose we concede this battle and then make concessions to China.
The foreign minister grumbled. Compromise? Since when did you, a rough and tumble guy, start using such fancy words? Isn't that just surrender?
The expressions of the dozen or so other senior executives varied. Some felt humiliated, while others believed surrender was the only option.
The defense minister stated bluntly, how long can we hold out against China? This battle is merely a contest of national fortune. It won't result in the death of any divine card masters. This is clearly China's signal.
If we refuse to recognize their superiority, the next battle will be a life or death struggle for our nation's fate.
If we refuse to surrender, China won't just strike on the arena. Militarily, we stand no chance against them. Should China open fire on our nation, I will lead the charge to the death. But what of our people?
I propose we surrender immediately in this arena match and submit a formal capitulation to Huaxia. The Jade Council leaders all bowed their heads, falling into silence. They all knew the defense minister's words were absolutely correct. But publicly submitting a surrender document to a nation, that would be utterly humiliating. Every person present was a high-ranking politician. Their pride forbade such an act. Yet how else could they appease the fury of China? The foreign minister's expression darkened, inwardly cursing the defense minister. That bastard. How am I supposed to explain this to the Sakura side? When the Tri-Nation Alliance suffered defeat, the Sakura faction had contacted him and Prime Minister Emerald. They claimed Sakura could aid Emerald in opposing China. The cowardly Emerald Prime Minister chose to ignore it. But the foreign minister had been quite agreeable to Sakura's terms. He wasn't ready to give up his comfortable life just yet. Finally, Prime Minister Emerald slowly raised his head and declared, word by word, I accept the defense minister's proposal. I will personally draft the surrender document. Now, let us vote on the defense minister's proposal. Every Emerald high-ranking official except the foreign minister raised their hands. So be it. The Emerald Prime Minister, looking decades older, turned to the contestants in the battle preparation seats and said, once you enter the arena, surrender immediately. The Emerald contestants were momentarily stunned, then nodded in unison without hesitation. In stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere in the Emerald camp, the Huaxia preparation area was bustling with excitement. Jiang Yan, randomly selected, pressed close to Li Yingdao, insisting he sign her autograph. Li God, when's your birthday? Li God, what's your zodiac sign? Mr. Li, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? Li Yingdao felt both delighted and awkward at that moment. No wonder celebrities in my past life always had bodyguards when they went out. This is just too crazy. The preparation area wasn't hidden, and Chinese viewers were green with envy over the selected Jiang Yan and Han Li. Damn it! Let go of Li Xin, let me go. Goddess Sisi is so beautiful. I'd trade Sakura's century of national fortune for being chosen next time. Han Li shyly asked Gu Sisi for her autograph. Gu Sisi smiled gracefully, using moonlight to write her signature on Han Li's shirt. Xin Baisheng scratched his head and then rubbed his face. Finally, unable to bear the awkwardness, he pulled out the heaven-shaking brocade and began fiddling with it. Li Yingdao asked curiously, Sisi, have you advanced this far in cultivating the Heart Sutra teachings Chang'e imparted to you? At the mention of Chang'e, joy lit up Gu Sisi's face. Of course. I'm determined to cultivate the teachings given to me by the great goddess Chang'e. And I've discovered that the higher the compatibility, the stronger the bond between the divine cardmaster and the deity, or rather, the more familiar they become with each other. Li Yingdao nodded. The true Lord had once told him the same thing. He had also urged him to increase his compatibility as quickly as possible. Beyond that, Li Yingdao couldn't shake the feeling that the arena wouldn't make things easy for divine cardmasters, granting them the right to use support cards while also allowing them to draw upon divine power. Since when had the arena been so generous? The battle against Korea was still vivid in Li Yingdao's memory. In the future, who knew what new rules the arena might introduce? They might even demand that divine cardmasters battle the gods themselves. For now, the only thing to do is quickly raise my affinity and accumulate support cards. Huaxia Nation challenges Emerald Nation. First match, all contestants, take your places. I'm going. Li Yingdao rose and strode toward the arena. Jiang Yan's eyes behind him were practically sparkling. Go, God Li. Chapter 75, Emerald Kingdom surrenders. Old men just have that style. S-Class Divine Card Master Li Yingdao vs E-Class Divine Card Master Song Kai. Every arena battle enhances our synergy and offers a crucial chance to bridge the gap between civilizations. Li Yingdao reminded himself. The next second, Song Kai raised both hands. I concede. The global audience instantly grew restless. They had skipped the Greece vs Armenia match precisely to witness what deities Li Yingdao would summon. After all, the deities Li Yingdao summoned varied each time. Compared to those who could only summon their bound deities, Li Yingdao's battles offered a far more thrilling viewing experience.
National Fortune Battle, Round 1, Huaxia Nation wins. Li Yingdao waved his hand helplessly.
He couldn't very well force his opponents to summon cards for combat power.
Never mind. At least it boosts the compatibility rating.
The arena displayed a notification: affinity with the True Lord had increased by 0.3%.
It now stood at 20.3%.
When the affinity reached 20%, Li Yingdao obtained the True Lord's three-pronged double-edged spear. This confirmed the True Lord's words: as the affinity deepened, Li Yingdao would gain access to more and more of the True Lord's power.
Ultimately, Li Yingdao would even become equal to the True Lord.
With the opponent's surrender, the cards in Sun Xi's hand were also adjudicated by the arena to Li Yingdao.
Better than nothing, I suppose. 2 F-grade attribute cards, each granting a 5% attribute boost to deities. 1 D-grade attribute card, increasing a deity's defense by 10%. With Li Yingdao's current discernment, he no longer valued these low-tier cards. The cards that could turn the tide of battle were often S-rank cards, or a rank card specifically purchased for deities. China vs Emerald Kingdom, second match. Both contestants, please take the stage.
Li Yingdao paused briefly before stepping down from the stage, signaling Qin Baisheng to take his place. Barring any surprises, our opponents will surrender in the next few matches.
Qin Baisheng was taken aback. Then why are you stepping down, brother Li? Why not just wait until the matches conclude? Enough chatter. Get up there. Li Yingdao shoved Qin Baisheng onto the stage.
S-Class Divine Cardmaster Qin Baisheng vs F-Class Divine Cardmaster Amir.
I concede.
Qin Baisheng glanced at the 3 additional support cards in his hand and instantly understood Li Yingdao's intent.
Even a mosquito is meat.
Though the opponent's support cards were low tier, they could still offer some assistance.
It indirectly saved them national fortune points.
Qin Baisheng stepped down from the stage, moved.
Brother Li, you're a true gentleman. You share the benefits without forgetting your brothers.
As he spoke, Qin Baisheng even lifted the heaven-shaking brocade to wipe away tears.
Unable to bear his sentimentality, Li Yingdao motioned for Gu Sisi to take the stage. China vs Emerald Kingdom, third match. Both contestants, please take your places.
Grade A Divine Card Master Gu Sisi vs Grade E Divine Card Master 1.
I concede.
As Gu Sisi exited the stage, 3 support cards appeared in her hand. But she seemed a bit downcast.
Why admit defeat?
I still want to see the Chang'e goddess again.
Li Yingdao chuckled.
His teammates were each more eccentric than the last.
We won already? Han Li couldn't believe it. How much harder do you want it to be? With Li Shen on the field, victory is as easy as pie. Jiang Yan retorted. Right, Li Shen? Li Yingdao gave a perfunctory nod. Yeah. National Fortune Battle. China challenges Emerald Nation. China wins.
Emerald Nation's lifespan reduced by 1 year.
China's lifespan increased by 1 year.
The Huaxia spectator stands erupted in cheers.
Li Shen is awesome. An extra year of life. I get to spend another year with my wife.
I'll become a legendary card master like Li Shen someday and bring glory to our nation. The boost in fortune was intangible, but the increase in lifespan was very real. Foreign spectators had grown weary of words they'd uttered the word envy countless times already. At that moment, a group of middle-aged and elderly men in suits approached the Huaxia VIP section. This scene drew the attention of spectators from all nations. Those are high-ranking officials from Emerald Nation, Gu Sisi explained to the others. A hint of surprise flashed in Long Hua's eyes, followed by a smile. With Emerald Nation's complete surrender, he had already guessed their intentions. But Long Hua did not rise to greet them. Instead, he used his privileges to open the entrance to the section. Victors must carry themselves with the bearing of victors. Li Yingdao and the others also left their battle stations and approached behind Long Hua. The Prime Minister of Emerald Nation approached Long Hua, holding a book with a gold embossed cover. Under the gaze of the global audience, the Emerald Prime Minister spoke slowly and deliberately. Esteemed Mr. Long Hua, on behalf of the Emerald Kingdom, I sincerely present to you the Emerald Kingdom's surrender document to the Huaxia Kingdom. With that, the Prime Minister bowed deeply, presenting the gilded surrender document to Long Hua. The entire Emerald leadership followed suit, bowing deeply until their heads were buried below their knees. The entire audience erupted in gasps. A Prime Minister of a nation had publicly surrendered to China. Qin Baisheng excitedly pinched Li Yingdao's arm.
Sun Xiaoxing's face contorted with joy.
Ding Yanan hugged Gu Sisi and jumped up and down on the spot.
Long Hua remained seated, giving Shen Sonin a meaningful glance.
Shen Sonin immediately understood and trotted forward in perfect military posture. After saluting, she accepted the Prime Minister of Emerald Nation's surrender document with both hands and handed it to Long Hua.
Old Dragon is so cool.
Old men just have that certain something. Li Yingdao marveled with a series of tisk sounds.
Old Dragon truly lived up to his name. His composure was unmatched throughout all of China. Yingdao, you read it.
Long Hua suddenly said.
Li Yingdao froze in surprise. Why was he being called upon?
But this was a historic moment, watched by the entire world.
Without hesitation, Li Yingdao took the surrender document and read aloud. July 24, 2025 AD.
The Emerald Nation hereby submits its surrender document to the Huaxia Nation regarding the National Fortune Tournament. The Emerald Kingdom pledges, the Emerald Kingdom voluntarily becomes a vassal state of China and shall henceforth cease all participation in the National Fortune Tournament.
The Emerald Kingdom shall cease worshipping its native deities. All citizens shall study Huaxia culture and embrace the worship of Huaxia deities. Emerald Nation shall construct temples dedicated to the deities of Huaxia in every city nationwide, with a density of no fewer than 1,000 temples per city. 50% of the working capital of all domestic enterprises in the Emerald Kingdom shall be donated to China without compensation. The military industry, military affairs, and armed forces of the Emerald Kingdom shall be fully transferred to Huaxia's control. As he spoke, Li Yingdao furrowed his brow and recited the final clause. Should any nation launch military operations against Emerald Nation or dispatch divine cardmasters to target it, China must protect Emerald Nation. Whoa! The global audience gasped in unison. This was essentially Jade Nation packaging itself and handing it over to China. As for the final protection clause, after a nation annexes another, it would be understood that the annexed territory is now its own, and protection would be expected. Li Yingdao also believed this approach was more amicable than annexation through the arena. Forcibly annexing another country could provoke resistance from its citizens. When we annexed Kimchi Nation, those Kimchi folks sure did stir up plenty of riots. Ultimately, they were subdued by police batons. But now, with Emerald Nation surrendering from top to bottom, its people have no choice but to accept it. Any unrest that arises would be handled by the Emerald Kingdom itself. Long Hua rose slowly, observing the bowing Emerald Nation officials before him. I, Long Hua, representing Huaxia, accept the surrender of the Emerald Nation. Chapter 76, When Air's terrifying power, the second-generation Greek gods make their appearance. Long Hua took out a pen and signed both Huaxia and his own name on the surrender document. The surrender document took effect. The Prime Minister of Emerald Nation voluntarily relinquished the position of Emerald Nation's leader. The position was transferred to Long Hua. With a thunderous boom, a deep, rumbling roar echoed across the sky. A thick, black lightning bolt erupted from the clouds, then split into countless smaller bolts. All divine statues within Emerald Nation were shattered by the lightning. Thousands of divine cards appeared on the arena. Under the arena's influence, all the divine cards of the Emerald Kingdom dissipated. Divine cardmasters lost their divine power, becoming ordinary people. The Emerald Kingdom becomes a vassal state of the Huaxia Kingdom. The Emerald Kingdom will no longer participate in the National Fortune Arena. The arena had acknowledged the Emerald Kingdom's surrender. Thunderous applause erupted from the Huaxia seats. Many were moved to tears by the joyous occasion. Long Hua slowly approached the Emerald Nation's Prime Minister and helped him to his feet with both hands. From this day forward, Emerald Nation shall no longer participate in the arena. Should any nation challenge Emerald Nation, China shall bear the responsibility alone. Long Hua's meaning was crystal clear. Emerald? My little brother. I've got his back. The Emerald Kingdom's high-ranking officials all breathed a long sigh of relief. This was a form of relief. Emerald Nation was never a major power with a strong national destiny, and its own pantheon of deities was far from complete. Compared to Greece, the Maya, Egypt, and others, it simply couldn't hold its own. The National Fortune Arena was a brutal arena. The monthly regular season meant every nation faced an inescapable fate. Either they would be swallowed up, or they would swallow others. There is no third option. Now that Emerald Nation had become China's junior partner, it meant both nations were in the same boat. When China dominates all of Asia, Emerald will have earned its share of glory by riding the dragon's coattails, the Emerald Prime Minister consoled himself inwardly. I will order our forces to enter your territory. At that time, the Emerald Kingdom's military will be placed under Huaxia's command, declared Long Hua. The entire Emerald Nation has no objections, the Emerald leadership declared in unison. The arena slowly dissipated. Seizing the moment, photographers hurriedly captured the scene. Jade's high-ranking officials bowed to the Huaxia delegation led by Long Hua. Among them, Li Yingdao stood right beside Long Hua. Behind them stretched the vast expanse of the Chinese audience. Before departing, the Prime Minister of Emerald Nation gave Li Yingdao a meaningful look. He knew this was the man who had shattered the Three Nations alliance. What a prodigy! Within the National Fortune Bureau, the candidates for the Son of Heaven project gathered around the table. Cisco, look, that photo of the Emerald Kingdom surrendering to us is going viral. It's absolutely world-class. Ding Yanan leaned close to Gu Sisi and whispered. Oh my, good news really lifts one's spirits. Qin Baishan leaned back in his chair, looking supremely relaxed. Li Yingdao summarized the gains from this tournament. The Three Kingdoms are completely finished, and Emerald Nation has become a vassal state. Now it's up to the Star River Congress to decide. If they remain stubborn, we'll just use another challenge card. We also gained 250 national fortune points, this time 200 from the Three Nations Alliance and 50 from defeating Emerald Kingdom. My compatibility has also broken through to 20%, allowing me to wield the True Lord's Trident Spear. Plus 3 low-tier support cards, not bad, I suppose. Li Yingdao felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Asia was now nearly pacified. Including himself, China now boasts 3 S-rank divine card masters. Such a lineup could only be defeated if Greece, Maya, and Egypt joined forces. But the 3 nations were geographically distant, making an alliance impossible. Li Yingdao rose and found himself walking to the window without realizing it. The others all turned to look at him. He casually pushed open the bulletproof glass window. Outside, the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, and a summer breeze blew. His long hair fluttered in the breeze, bathed in moonlight, resembling black silk. His gaze drifted involuntarily toward the east, toward that nation composed of 4 small islands. The best dishes are always saved for last. What are Emerald and Star River? Swallowing kimchi was the result of the arena. Emerald becoming a vassal state was due to Huaxia's kindness. As for Cherry Blossom? Kill without mercy. Just then, Shin Songyin suddenly pushed open the door, looking somewhat flustered. What's wrong, Captain Shin? Shin Songyin didn't respond. She pulled out a USB drive and inserted it into the computer. The large screen displayed the arena match between Greece and the A-Triple Alliance. It's 1-air. Li Yingdao's heart skipped a beat. Just moments ago, Greece and the A-Triple Alliance concluded their battle. The A-Triple Alliance suffered an undeniable crushing defeat. Greece has annexed all of the A-Triple Alliance's northern territories. As for the specifics, you'll see for yourselves. Shin Songyin poured herself a glass of water and drank it in one gulp. In the first battle, Wonder summoned the S-class sea god Poseidon. In the second battle, Wonder summoned the S-rank sun god Apollo. In the third battle, S-rank war god Ares. The fourth battle, a rank titan Chaos. The fifth battle, a rank titan Rhea. For 5 consecutive battles, Wonder took the field alone. His opponents couldn't even deploy their support cards before their gods were instantly annihilated. Wasn't Wonder's bound god S-rank Hades? After losing to Brotherly last time, Hades should have been downgraded to a rank, Qin Baishang said in confusion. Wonder was truly terrifying. 5 consecutive matches, summoning S-class gods 3 times in a row. Gu Sisi analyzed, the Greek side might have discovered that a god's death in a one-on-one arena battle lowers its rank. That's why Wonder chose to refine his other gods. His opponents didn't even use their support cards. Does that mean all 5 of their support cards fell into 1-air's hands? Ding Yanran stared at 1-air on the screen, fear rising within her. Plus the national fortune points reward, Sun Xiaoshang added. Li Yingdao, however, wasn't focused on 1-air's performance in the first 3 matches. Whether Greece had uncovered the hidden rules of the one-on-one arena no longer mattered. 1-air had chosen to summon other deities, signifying he had abandoned Hades. What a madman! He didn't summon the god he was bound to even once. Li Yingdao focused on the 2A-rank deities in the final 2 matches. Within the Greek pantheon, the second generation of gods, the Titan lineage. Everyone turned to Li Yingdao, eager to hear his opinion. After all, among everyone present, only Li Yingdao could rival 1-air. There was an unspoken rivalry between the two. Li Yingdao spoke up, explaining to the group. The Greek pantheon is divided into 3 generations. Among them, Hades, Poseidon, Ares, and even Zeus were merely part of the 3rd generation of Olympian deities. The Titans, however, were the 2nd generation of Greek rulers. Both Chaos and Rhea from the latter 2 battles were among the 12 Titans of the 2nd generation. In terms of peak combat power, they surpass even the 3rd generation Olympian pantheon. Then why are they only rated a class? Shouldn't deities of this caliber start at S-class? Facing Qin Baisheng's question, Li Yingdao explained in a solemn tone, the Greeks currently interact primarily with the 3rd generation Olympian pantheon. They have little understanding of the 2nd generation Titan pantheon. It's possible Wonder's refinement isn't complete, or there was an error, leading the arena to classify them as a rank. Li Yingdao shifted his tone and continued, if that were the case, it would be manageable, meaning Wonder's understanding of the 2nd generation pantheon is currently capped at a rank. What's truly concerning is another possibility. That the 2nd generation Greek deities have begun breaking through their limitations. Chang'e had revealed that the supreme deities of all nations were subject to certain limitations imposed by the arena. But both India and Korea successfully summoned S-rank deities after paying a price. Now, Greece's 2nd generation deities are also beginning to break through these limitations. Currently only at a rank, but if they pay a certain price, who knows, next time they appear, they might be S-rank. Well done, Wonder. Truly the world's first S-class god card master. Chapter 77, a promise worth 1,000 gold cards. Where does the Star River Nation go from here? Even the 3rd generation Hades is already S-class. If the 2nd generation deities appear, wouldn't they be at the peak of S-class? And above them are the 1st generation deities. Sun Xiaoshang felt helpless. They all relied on binding deities to summon S-rank gods. Summoning other S-rank deities was practically impossible. The effects of the civilizational rupture still lingered. Li Yingdao sensed that Wonder would become his most formidable opponent. Under the arena's rules, a clash between China and Greece was inevitable. If it comes to it, I'll use one chance to summon the true lord.
Li Yingdao felt no panic, even harboring a faint anticipation. During the Three Nations Alliance, he had risked his life without summoning the true lord. He had saved it for an opponent like one heir. Let's put one aside for now. Greece and our nation have a decent relationship. Besides, our two countries are far apart. If Greece were to act, they'd target the Viking Kingdom and Egypt first. Li Yingdao reassured him. There was one thing Li Yingdao didn't mention. Wonder was indeed growing stronger. But did that mean he was standing still? Qin Baishang, Gu Sisi, and Sun Shaoshang were also making steady progress. If the Son of Heaven plan's candidates were deployed, couldn't they take down a single one heir? The others nodded. They could only let one heir off for now. As long as Li Yingdao was present, they felt reassured. Seeing Li Yingdao's stance, Shin Songyin said no more. After all, his duty was to protect Li Yingdao and the others. The affairs of the arena were not his concern. Having bound himself to the Wheel King, he served merely as a reserve force, stepping in only when the Sons of Heaven faltered. Captain Shin, have the emperors come see me? Shin Songyin's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled with Long Huo's voice. Shin Songyin, copy that. The group rose and headed toward the underground level. After passing through layers of encrypted doors, they saw the silhouettes of Long Huo and Foreign Minister Chen Huaiyan. At that moment, Long Huo was busily marking something on a map of Asia. Li Yingdao looked over and saw that the positions of Emerald Kingdom and Kimchi Kingdom were marked with a green symbol. The three kingdoms were yellow, and the Star River Kingdom was also yellow. The only red marker indicated the location of Sakura Kingdom. Long Huo turned around and gestured for everyone to sit down. Gu Yan was absent, likely occupied with matters concerning Emerald Nation. Earlier, I spoke with the Prime Minister of Viking Nation over the phone to discuss our two countries' approach to Star River Nation. Li Yingdao was puzzled why were they being involved in such matters. When it came to diplomatic dealings between nations, Li Yingdao knew nothing. And frankly, he didn't want to. As a member of the Son of Heaven project, his role was to follow orders, defeat opponents in the arena, and spread the glory of the Chinese deities. Long Hua explained, the Prime Minister of Viking Nation proposed a compromise solution. Viking Nation possesses an S-rank conditional card called a promise worth 1,000 gold. This card's function is to establish a contract between nations. For 3 years, neither country may violate the contract. If they do, the divine cardmaster who sealed the contract will be killed by the arena's backlash. The Viking Nation requested that Yingdao establish the contract. In return, they would provide 5 B-rank divine cardmasters and 2 A-rank divine cardmasters to form the pact. Everyone frowned. Viking Nation's proposal seemed deliberately targeted at Li Yingdao. This effectively meant Li Yingdao could not take action against the Viking Nation for 3 years. Breach it, and Li Yingdao would face certain death. Elder Long, I'll go. I'm also an S-rank divine cardmaster. I'll establish the contract for brotherly, Qin Baisheng declared. Let me go instead. Sun Shaoshang shouted. Li Yingdao silenced them both. The main party hasn't spoken yet, how dare you two volunteer? Long Hua sighed. The Vikings are being very stubborn. They insist that Yingdao must establish the contract. Li Yingdao responded with displeasure, the Viking Kingdom seems to think too highly of itself. Their country borders Greece. Instead of figuring out how to deal with Greece, they come to us with demands? Besides, Xinghan allied with India and Jade to challenge us. Now India is crippled, and Jade is a vassal state. Xinghan should pay the price. What right does Viking have to interfere? Exactly. Elder Long, if you ask me, we should wage a desperate battle for the nation's fate. Swallow up that Viking weed patch hole. Qin Baisheng declared angrily. Long Hua offered no reply, merely pointing his finger at the map of Asia. The others followed his gesture to see he was pointing precisely at the cherry blossom nation marked in red. What do you think Sakura would do if we went to war with Viking again? At the mention of Japan, all thoughts of war against the Vikings vanished. The hatred the Chinese people harbored toward the land of cherry blossoms ran deep in their bones, etched into their very souls. For China to rise completely, it must destroy Japan. Not subjugation or annexation. Complete eradication. Elder Dragon, I have no objections, Li Yingdao spoke up. As long as it meant leveling the cherry blossoms, Li Yingdao could fully accept temporarily compromising with the Viking Kingdom. First stabilize the Viking Nation. With peace secured around China's borders, they could then turn their attention to dealing with the little cherry blossoms. Of course, everything remains negotiable. With the global power arena accelerating, who knows what the world will look like in 3 years? Long Hua spoke as he dialed the phone. On the other end, the Prime Minister of Viking Nation answered. Our nation's Li Yingdao is willing to establish a treaty, but the timeframe must be changed to 1 year. The Prime Minister fell silent, flipping through the documents before him. The documents detailed Wen Heir's 5 consecutive victories and his 3 summonings of S-rank deities. Compared to Greece, China is indeed more reasonable. The Prime Minister of Viking Nation stated, I agree. Then we'll establish the contract after that day. With that, Long Hua hung up the phone. By the way, 2 designated cards were drawn by the God Card Masters just now. I've already designated Yingdao and Sisi to take the stage. Once a designated card is used, if the next arena match is randomly selected, it will inevitably choose the designated player.
2 aren't enough, Elder Long.
Let's use national fortune points to purchase 3 more directly. As for challenge cards, we'll buy them when we decide to take action against Sakura Nation, Li Yingdao proposed.
Designated cards were best used as early as possible. No one could predict if a nation might challenge us in the next second. Once a challenge is issued, the arena will immediately display a prompt and specify the challenger. Using the designated card then would be too late. Lam Hua agreed with Li Yingdao's words. Xin Baishang, Sun Shaoshang, and Ding Yanan immediately purchased their designated cards. At this point, there was no need to spare the national fortune points. To defeat Sakura, they must exert every ounce of strength and effort. We couldn't give this nation even the slightest breathing room.
After activating the cards, excitement surged in all 3 of their eyes.
Everyone, stay focused.
Use this time to boost our synergy, accumulate national fortune points, and gather support cards. Once Korea, Jade, and India are stabilized, we'll launch our campaign against Sakura.
Understood. China's sudden annexation of 3 nations felt like overeating in one gulp.
It would take time to digest. Once the people of these nations accepted their annexation, they would begin worshipping the deities of Huaxia. At that point, the Huaxia deities would gain another wave of faith energy.
The entire pantheon would ascend another tier.
Little Sakura, wait patiently. Your Huaxia grandfather is coming to claim you, Li Yingdao mused inwardly.
Capital of Xinghan Kingdom.
The Prime Minister of Xinghan hung up on the call from Japan's Prime Minister, the old dog Matsue.
Bang!
The Prime Minister slammed his fist on the table.
That old dog has gone too far.
Demanding we send them 1 million people just to agree to aid us. The rest of the Xinghan leadership seethed with indignation. Every man present had grown up on the grasslands, spending half their lives on horseback. Naturally, they harbored little affection for Sakura, a nation of diminutive stature.
Gentlemen, speak your minds. What course should Xinghan take from here?
Oomph. A Xinghan general slammed his fist on the table. That Emerald Kingdom is nothing but spineless cowards, surrendering to Huaxia so easily.
With our 2 nations united, plus Sakura, China wouldn't dare make a move. Yet Jade Kingdom surrendered. Now Sakura has us cornered, daring to make outrageous demands. We absolutely cannot trust Sakura.
They demand millions of our people.
How many citizens does our nation even have?
If we agree to this, the people's loyalty will crumble.
How can we maintain our foothold on Blue Star? What face would we have to enter the eternal heaven after death?
Xinghan now finds itself caught between 2 powerful forces. To the north lay Viking, to the south lay Huaxia.
Neither nation could be matched by Xinghan's current strength.
To make matters worse, during the 3 nations alliance, Xinghan's sole A-rank divine cardmaster had perished. Now, all Xinghan could muster were a handful of B-rank divine cardmasters.
Could it be we too must follow Jade's example and bow down to Huaxia? Chapter 78, One-on-one card battle. Xinghan nation explodes. Absolutely not, roared the Xinghan general. The others glared at the Prime Minister of Xinghan with fury.
We, the people of Xinghan, will die fighting on the battlefield rather than surrender.
Exactly.
Better to shatter like jade than survive as broken tiles.
We'll go down with them. Prime Minister Xinghan's fierce eyes filled with tears as he was torn by immense conflict. Of course he did not wish to surrender. The pride of being a Xinghan citizen forbade it. Yet if they did not surrender, the calamity brought by defeat would descend upon the people. At that moment, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, Matsue the old dog, called again.
What's your decision?
For just 1 million lives, Sakura will strike against China. Sacrifice 1 million lives to save the entire nation. What a bargain this deal is. Stop hesitating, the next moment, China might. Have you finished speaking? Premier Xinghan bellowed, then slammed the phone down hard on the floor.
On the other end, Matsue's face darkened to a frightening degree.
Foolish Xinghan people. In Huaxia terms, they're nothing but short-sighted. I thought Emerald Nation was inherently weak. Their refusal was expected. But for Xinghan to dare reject us too. Oomph. So be it. Let them be swallowed by China. Let China hold them in trust for us first.
At that moment, the head of Sakura Public Security Department looked troubled and said, Sir, without this influx of people from Xinghan, continuing our plan might accelerate the deaths of our elderly citizens.
Yet old dog Matsue dismissed it nonchalantly. Then all the better. It solves our aging problem. Out with the old, in with the new. Don't report such matters to me again. Remember, for the sake of the plan, the great Sakura Empire will sacrifice everything.
The security chief's expression darkened further.
But, is this truly feasible?
Old dog Matsue snapped impatiently. Do you dare defy His Excellency's orders?
Remember, complete the plan at any cost. At any cost. The Sakura foreign minister then suggested, if Xinghan refuses, we actually have another channel. That is to transport people from the African region.
Only Egypt in Africa is a major power, and it's located in the northernmost part of the continent.
We could start with the nations in southern Africa and transport those populations back to our homeland. Old Dog Matsuo praised, excellent, excellent. That's a brilliant idea. Rest assured, the plan is nearly ready. China won't be able to resist for much longer. The call from Matsuo Old Dog thoroughly enraged Premier Xinghan. He finally made his decision. No compromise. No surrender.
Prime Minister Xinghan pressed both hands to his chest and spoke slowly, everyone, let us go to the Hall of Eternal Life. Let our ancestors bless us one last time.
Xinghan, the Hall of Eternal Heaven.
The Eternal Heaven, translated into the language of the Xinghan people, is Tungri. The Xinghan people revered it as the eternal supreme deity, believing it governed all sounds and breaths, natural phenomena, and human destinies. After the national fortune arena descended, the Xinghan people constructed a magnificent hall of the Eternal Heaven. The hall had been cleared, and the Prime Minister of Xinghan led the high-ranking officials and the nation's most elite divine cardmasters to offer their final prayers.
Before a 100-meter-tall humanoid statue. All kneel upon the ground. Forgive us, ancestor. Xinghan faces imminent peril. We beseech your divine protection.
The ancestor they invoked was none other than Genghis Khan.
The 3 divine cardmasters present felt deeply uneasy.
The emergence of numerous deities in Huaxia was indeed real. Though the exact method remained unclear, it proved that deities could exist independently of the nation's fortune arena, even intervening to bestow blessings upon the people. They dared not guarantee that their ancestors would still come to their aid if they were defeated. Put yourself in their shoes. If your own descendants proved so disgraceful, you'd surely grab a shoehorn and beat them with it. Xinghan, the prime minister, was so ashamed he dared not lift his gaze to Genghis Khan's statue.
Ah!
A heavy sigh echoed through the air. The sigh brimmed with regret and disappointment at the incompetence of the younger generation.
Everyone looked up in surprise, exchanging glances. You're speaking? I didn't. Then who could it be? Shut up. Prime Minister Xinghan snapped, his face etched with disbelief. A faint glow shone in Genghis Khan's eyes. It's our ancestor. Our ancestor has appeared. Our ancestor has manifested. Ancestor, save your descendants.
Genghis Khan spoke again, the defeat is inevitable, the heavens cannot be swayed. The crowd froze instantly, their hearts feeling as though struck by a heavy blow.
The defeat is inevitable? Does that mean the Xinghan Empire is doomed? Ancestor, we are unworthy descendants.
Yet we refuse to passively await defeat. There are only Xinghan people who stand to live, never those who kneel to die.
Right. That's exactly it. Ancestor, we'll fight the Huaxia Vikings to the bitter end. Ah!
Another heavy sigh echoed.
Everyone was utterly baffled. What exactly did their ancestor mean? Did he support going down in flames?
2 cards appeared at Genghis Khan's chest. Use these 2 cards to fight the Chinese to the death. As for the Viking nation, pay it no mind.
The crowd rejoiced.
Prime Minister Xinghan tremblingly accepted the cards. The instant his fingers touched the cards, the Prime Minister of Xinghan's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the statue of Genghis Khan. Then he suddenly fell to his knees, tears and snot smearing his entire face. The others were baffled, assuming the Prime Minister's reaction stemmed from overwhelming excitement. After bestowing the 2 cards, the statue of Genghis Khan faded from light. Everyone knelt on the ground, chanting in unison, "Farewell, our ancestor." Only Xinghan knew that by using these 2 cards, his ancestor had truly departed. Everyone gathered around, staring at the 2 cards.
Only one can fight? A single battle decides life or death? It matters not. With this card, Li Yingdao of Huaxia is no longer a threat. Xinghan is saved.
First we destroy Huaxia, then we cut down the cherry blossoms.
Our Xinghan will usher in a new era.
The Prime Minister of Xinghan remained silent, staring at the 2 cards with bloodshot eyes.
Farewell, ancestor. The next day, Li Yingdao arrived early at the National Fortune Bureau. The others, including Qin Baisheng, were accumulating national fortune points in one-on-one tournaments.
As agreed, in 10 minutes, Huaxia would establish a treaty with the Viking nation. Both sides would divide the Xinghan kingdom equally, and for 1 year, neither could initiate a national fortune arena challenge against the other.
The tragedy of small nations. Li Yingdao murmured involuntarily.
During the negotiations between Huaxia and Viking, Xinghan's opinion hadn't been considered at all, they hadn't even been notified. In the eyes of great powers, there was no room for small nations.
This was not cruelty, but reality.
Take Kimchi Nation and Emerald Nation, for instance.
If they refused to surrender and were annexed, endless conventional battles would greet them.
At best, natural disasters would plague them, at worst, their people would suffer shortened lifespans and national fortunes would languish.
For small nations, actively surrendering like Emerald did is the best choice. Suppose one day only one nation remains on Blue Star China, having absorbed all others. If everyone worships Chinese deities, would the national fortune arena still exist? In Li Yingdao's vision, he hoped all nations would follow Jade's example and surrender voluntarily. This would prevent the battles on the arena and spare the people from suffering. Yet Li Yingdao knew full well this was impossible. Not every nation would yield as readily as Emerald.
Purge the foreign tribes, and a bloody price must be paid. Still, I wish more nations like Emerald would emerge. It would ease the burden for all. Except for Sakura, of course.
Once this matter is settled, we shall begin preparations for war against Sakura.
The divine cardmasters of Viking Nation were already fully prepared, and the Prime Minister of Viking Nation waited quietly for the appointed hour. When the time came, he would play that S-rank conditional card, a promise worth 1,000 gold.
Li Yingdao glanced at the time. 10 minutes left. National Fortune Arena. Xinghan Kingdom activates a one-on-one conditional card, initiating the National Fortune Arena. Type: National Fortune Battle. Both nations must send their contestants to the stage. Chapter 79, The First Emperor Takes the Stage, Zhang. The Viking Prime Minister never anticipated Xinghan Kingdom would make such a mutually destructive choice. Are you kidding me? With Xinghan acting this way, the treaty established between Viking and Huaxia would become meaningless. Once Huaxia annexed Xinghan, it would border Viking.
Then, Viking would not only have to contend with Greece to the west and the United States to the east, but also face a new China.
All three nations were powerhouses of national fortune. Viking might handle one, but three simultaneously? The Viking Prime Minister couldn't even guarantee that these three nations wouldn't form a tripartite alliance like the former Star Han Emerald Federation and swallow Viking whole. Why not just live peacefully? Why provoke China? Faced with this sudden development, Li Yingdao calmly sought out Long Huhua. Old dragon, it seems our agreement with Viking Nation is null and void.
Long Huhua sighed helplessly. Man proposes, but heaven disposes.
Since it's come to this, Yingdao, prepare to take the stage. Li Yingdao nodded.
With Qin Baisheng and the others still locked in one-on-one battles, he was the only one left to step into the arena.
We need to learn from this. The Son of Heaven plan can't send all its members into the one-on-one arena at once.
Otherwise, if another nation suddenly issues a challenge in the future and we have to submit a roster like this again, we'd be screwed.
Fortunately, only one representative was needed this time, and Li Yingdao happened to be stationed at the National Fortune Bureau. Knowledge point added. Long Huhua nodded. I understand.
I'll have Shin Songyin arrange your training schedules for the one-on-one arena to avoid having all of you there at once.
With that, Long Huhua submitted the roster to the arena. China's contestant, Li Yingdao. Xinghan Nation contestant, Xiao Yuye.
The arena materialized at the border between Huaxia and Xinghan.
Holy crap, what's going on lately? There's an arena match to watch every single day in Asia.
Who knows what Xinghan is thinking, wasting a one-on-one card like that.
Xinghan must be stubborn as hell, refusing to surrender like Deity did.
Within the Xinghan Kingdom seats, the Prime Minister recalled Genghis Khan's telepathic message to him, a wave of guilt washing over him.
We have failed our ancestors. Genghis Khan had told him, under the influence of the National Fortune Arena, one nation would inevitably unify the entire Blue Star. Xinghan had no choice but to face defeat. Compared to Viking Nation, Xinghan Nation is more suited to joining Huaxia. As for why another tournament must be initiated, Genghis Khan did not elaborate, and the Prime Minister of Xinghan did not inquire. For the Prime Minister of Xinghan understood all too well. His ancestors refused to stand idly by and witness Xinghan's demise. As the founder of a dynasty whose territory peaked at a staggering nearly 40 million square kilometers during his reign, how could the founder of such an empire ever concede defeat? He would fight until the very last moment. Our ancestors still cared deeply for their descendants, the Prime Minister of Xinghan murmured with a bitter smile. As the initiator of the challenge, Xinghan had the right to determine its format. Between a battle for national destiny and a battle to the death, the Prime Minister of Xinghan chose the former. This was, of course, Genghis Khan's own request. Xinghan and Huaxia had once been one family in history. If they truly chose a national do-or-die battle, it would become a fight to the death. It might even provoke open warfare between the two nations. Facing Huaxia, once war commenced, Xinghan's only path would be annihilation. Thus, Genghis Khan selected this compromise solution. He could die on the battlefield while ensuring the survival of his descendants. Both contestants, please take the stage. With Godly on the field, victory is as easy as snatching something from the palm of your hand. Heh, now all we need is little Sakura. Come to think of it, historically, we and the Xinghan were once family. Alone in the preparation area, Li Yingdao strode directly onto the stage. S-Class Divine Card Master Li Yingdao. B-Class Divine Card Master Xiao Yui. On the stage, Li Yingdao remained vigilant. What on earth is the Xinghan Kingdom thinking? Initiating a tournament at a time like this, could it be that their supreme god has broken through the restrictions too? But seeing his opponent Xiao Yuye's calm expression, Li Yingdao couldn't be sure. Forget it. We'll see after the fight. 9 cards refreshed before him. Li Yingdao's eyes lit up instantly. Golden Legend. The Chinese audience erupted in excitement. My charming ancestor. Shun Gu. Ancestral Dragon, Godly, I'm bowing to you, please pick Ancestral Dragon. Among the 9 cards, one figure, a sovereign clad in a jet-black dragon robe, sword in hand, captured Li Yingdao's gaze. None other than Emperor Qin Shi Huang Ying Zhang. What the hell am I waiting for? Li Yingdao decisively chose Brother Zhang.
9 provinces forged in blood, for seas sealed in dust. The mystic bird spreads its wings, the imperial star descends upon the heavens.
The dragon's soul remains undying, awakening from Li.
Where the Taio points, all creation resounds. Hail the first emperor of Qin, manifesting in glory. The card ascended, transforming into a strange realm neither heaven nor earth, where clouds churned and swirled. The ground shattered like a mirror, reflecting scenes from different historical eras. Suspended in the air stood the majestic, winding great wall stretching for 10,000 li. A black banner bearing the mystic bird emblem swept across the arena, and the supernatural display faded. A sovereign stood majestically, crowned with the imperial diadem, clad in a dark purple robe, and girded with the Taio sword. Qin Shi Huang surveyed the arena with an air of supreme authority. Holy crap! It really is Brother Zhang. Li Xin, you're my ancestor from now on. A figure straight out of history books has stepped onto the arena. Huaxia Nation Card, S-ranking Zhang. Xinghan Nation Card, S-rank Genghis Khan. Li Yingdao frowned. Only after the arena displayed the prompt did he learn his opponent's deity. Another emperor. The totems of the grey wolf and white deer flickered faintly as a towering steppe warrior emerged clad in brocade robes and fur garments, his head crowned with a sable cap. His gaze was like that of a steppe eagle, deep and brimming with a desire for conquest, his lips curled in a faint, savage smile. None other than Genghis Khan, Temujin. The leaders of Greece and the few remaining small nations in Europe, upon seeing Genghis Khan's true form, felt a surge of fear welling up within them. It was a fear buried deep within their genes. During his western campaigns, Genghis Khan's steppe armies swept through European nations. European history dubbed him the Scourge of God. It implied he was sent by God to punish them. All citizens of Xinghan placed their hands over their hearts, paying the highest tribute to their ancestors. Emperor versus emperor, it's hard to say who would win. So historical figures can actually reach S-rank strength? Then my beautiful country should try summoning historical figures too. Speaking of which, does the United States even have a history? The gazes of the two emperors clashed in midair, nearly sparking tangible flames. No probing was needed. Their overwhelming auras and starkly contrasting regal dignities instantly revealed each other's identities and the gravity of the threat. Qin Shi Huang glanced northward and spoke first, his voice deep and resonant with unquestionable authority. In these barbaric lands, such a tyrant dares exist? Why do you not bow before me? At these words, every Chinese person present felt an urge to kneel. Some foreigners of weaker resolve found themselves unconsciously offering their knees. Such was the awe-inspiring presence of the first emperor. The first emperor in Chinese history to achieve great unification. Chapter 80. The God of War by Qi makes his move, besieging the iron floating pagoda. The legendary first emperor truly lives up to his name. Genghis Khan thought this to himself, yet replied aloud, "We are both emperors. Why should I bow?" The first emperor sneered coldly, seeing right through Genghis Khan's thoughts. "All under heaven belongs to the sovereign. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? It is a pity I did not crush your people back then." The first emperor swept his arm dramatically, his imperial robe billowing like a banner in the wind. "Begin! Let me see if you, barbarian, are worthy of entering my China." Hearing these words, the crowd was utterly bewildered. The citizens of Xinghan were utterly bewildered. What a joke! With our ancestors watching over us, how could we ever join China? Hearing this, the prime minister of Xinghan immediately snapped, "Shut your mouth." The crowd fell silent, unsure what their prime minister was thinking. Genghis Khan laughed heartily, and a shadowy image of the grasslands appeared on the stage. Dust swirled across the steppe as if the ground itself had cracked beneath the horses' hooves. The thunderous clatter of hooves rolled toward them, accompanied by sharp whistles. An entire cavalry legion coalesced like a whirlwind. The Xinghan Iron Cavalry, clad in heavy armor and wielding curved swords, were skilled archers on horseback, their formation tight and disciplined. Wild, predatory glints flickered in every eye, like those of wolves. The iron floating pagoda of Xinghan stands here. The iron floating pagoda, the legendary Scourge of God. This is one of the mightiest armies in the annals of history. That an emperor and deity could summon such an army. Li Yingdao's eyes flickered with an unsteady gleam. If armies could be summoned, then auxiliary cards designed solely to target deities would be nearly useless. Moreover, judging by Genghis Khan's words, there seemed to be some secret agreement between the two great emperors. The Xinghan Kingdom chose a war of national fortune, not a war of national survival. It seems they too know they cannot provoke the Huaxia to the point of no return. This Genghis Khan appears more intent on using military force to gain leverage. Li Yingdao had guessed Xinghan's intentions with near certainty. Fortunately, we drew the first emperor. Had we chosen any deity other than the true lord, the outcome of this battle would have been far less certain. A faint smile touched Li Yingdao's lips, his confidence in the first emperor unwavering. The first emperor's interest was piqued. What an iron fortress! Your armor is truly formidable. To find an emperor like you in later generations is quite unexpected. Genghis Khan replied, "Please." "Very well." The first emperor drew his Tai sword, pointing it toward the heavens, his voice seeming to pierce through time and space.
Jun, Lord of the Northern Frontier. Crush them for me. Your servant Bai Qi receives the command. Your servant Meng Tian receives the decree. In an instant, the space behind them violently rippled, accompanied by heavy, synchronized footsteps that shook the soul. Wind. Gale. Wind. Gale force wind. Wind. Gale. This battle cry echoed precisely as the Qin soldiers had shouted during their charge. Row upon row of elite Qin warriors, clad in black armor, wielding 10-foot halberds and heavy shields, slowly descended from the sky. Archers crouched in front, drawing taut their powerful bows, cold steel arrows aimed straight ahead. The military formation radiated a grim, murderous aura. After the battle cry, they fell silent as mountains, yet their stillness held the explosive power of thunder. War chariots rumbled, as if poised to crush any obstacle in their path. Bai Qi and Meng Tian stood at the front of their respective armies. After paying homage to the first emperor, they slowly raised their hands, poised to launch the charge at any moment. On one side stood the Black Army formation, as solid as mountains and disciplined as iron. On the other, a torrent of cavalry as swift as a storm, as fiery as an invasion. Two great emperors stood before their respective armies. The entire audience held their breath, witnessing a battle unprecedented in history. Regardless of the outcome, both Huaxia and Xinghan would set a precedent for battles between emperors and deities. Neither side made the first move. The vast armies lay still as a lake, like the calm before the storm. Barbarian ruler, it is your honor to stand here before me. The first emperor's voice rang out like clashing metal, cold and oppressive. Under the heavens of eternal life, might reigns supreme. Genghis Khan's laughter boomed with rugged grandeur, carrying the grit of sandstorms and raw power. No further words were needed. Neither of these supreme rulers believed defeat was possible. Genghis Khan acted first, drawing his scimitar to slit his palm. In ancient Xinghan, he chanted, "The might of the eternal sky, be upon my blade. For your Khan, crush the foes before us." The iron floating pagoda surged forward like a black torrent. They advanced in utter silence, their only sound the clanging of armor plates colliding a rhythm of death. The first emperor surveyed his army with a detached gaze, his eyes lingering on Bai Qi and Meng Tian. As emperor, he need only issue commands for his men to obey. Meng Tian stepped forward, waving his signal flag, Great Wind. Rain of arrows. Instantly, 10 rows of archers within the Qin formation raised their bows in perfect unison. These were no ordinary arrows, but shafts imbued with the dragon's aura of the Son of Heaven and the Emperor's wrath. Fire. Whoosh. 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 A dark cloud of death surged skyward, obscuring the sunlight as it screeched toward the iron floating pagoda. Genghis Khan roared, "Raise your shields. Speed up." The cavalry huddled together, shielding their faces with round shields, yet their speed only increased. Arrows struck the heavy armor, sparks flying in bursts. Most arrows were deflected, but a few pierced through the armor seams, felling both men and horses. Remarkably, the fallen soldiers and horses did not hinder the advance of the entire army. What splendid armor! Meng Tian marveled sincerely. He had never encountered such a formidable force before. Even during his time guarding the Great Wall, the Xiongnu tribes had never been this formidable. Under these circumstances, arrows become nearly useless. There are no defensible positions on this battlefield, we must engage them head-on. Meng Tian turned to Bai Qi. The legendary butcher of men replied coldly, avoid their sharp edge, and bind their horses' hooves. True to their reputations as battle-hardened commanders, both instantly assessed the battlefield situation and devised the optimal counter-strategy. The distance between the two armies steadily closed. The iron floating fortress, propelled by immense momentum, crashed into the Qin army's formation like a red-hot iron hammer. Crash! The Qin shields at the very front shattered instantly. The iron floating fortress's spears, propelled by the horse's momentum, pierced through the leather armor of the foremost Qin soldiers. But that was all. Once the initial wave of soldiers had exhausted their momentum, the elite Qin warriors from the central ranks charged fearlessly toward the Xinghan warhorses. Organized into 5-man squads, they threw themselves at the horses without regard for their own lives. 3 men engaged the heavily armored horsemen, while the remaining 2 hooked the horses' legs with their long halberds and thrust swords and shields into the gaps in the armor to attack the horses' bellies. The warhorse let out a long, mournful whinny before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Taifuta tumbled from his mount, relying on his heavy armor to fend off the Qin soldiers. What a formidable force! Genghis Khan exclaimed with genuine admiration. This was the first time he had encountered an army capable of swiftly countering the iron floating fortress. What was even more terrifying was that the Qin soldiers, using only their front ranks, had managed to withstand the iron floating fortress's charge. During his previous campaigns in Europe, Genghis Khan had never witnessed such resilience. Typically, the iron floating fortress's charge would shatter European formations. It was utterly impossible for them to disperse their central forces and counter the iron floating fortresses individually, as the Qin army had done. Genghis Khan and Bai Qi locked eyes, their gazes colliding. Bai Qi's gaze was cold, as if saying, life for life. Let's see who breaks first.
The battlefield reality mirrored this stark exchange. It often took the sacrifice of 3 Qin soldiers to inflict a single casualty upon the iron floating fortress. Such a casualty ratio would be unacceptable in any historical battle. But to Bai Qi, it mattered not. His sole purpose was victory. Besides, how many men did the iron floating fortress have? Even counting both men and horses, they didn't amount to more than 30% of the Qin army's numbers. If this war drags on, the only one destined for defeat and ruin is Genghis Khan. The butcher Bai Qi, his reputation is well deserved. Genghis Khan had finally grasped the full horror of Bai Qi. Such a man is nothing short of a madman. Do you think my Xinghan's iron floating pagoda would fall so easily? Genghis Khan raised his scimitar high and roared, "Where are the floating pagoda guards?" Chapter 81. 800 Qin soldiers emerged from Hango Pass, leaving all feudal lords at their mercy. The intensity of the battle far exceeded all expectations, leaving everyone in disbelief. This tournament had transformed from a transcendent clash of deities into a battle between armies. On the arena, the shadowy image of the steppe reappeared behind Genghis Khan. The spectators stared in utter astonishment at the figure within the apparition. Is that even human? Can a human truly grow this large? No wonder those 2 emperors were rated S-class deities by the arena. Facing such a monster, even a true god would be finished. One by one, small hills slowly emerged from the shadow. With every meter the hills advanced, the grassland's shadowy form sank another meter. One by one, heavily armored warriors mounted equally armored giant horses. Standing 5 meters tall, even their horses' legs were covered in armor plates. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes. He had never seen soldiers so imposing. Disperse the formation into groups of 3 or 5, lure them deeper, the method of the Jar City. Meng Tian commanded, waving his banner. The central banner swayed. Though it appeared the formation had been breached by the iron floating tower, it was actually a deliberate retreat, forming a massive V-shaped gap. Hindered by their own bulk, the iron floating towers found it difficult to turn once they started charging and could only drive their horses deeper into the formation. Genghis Khan's sharp gaze immediately detected the ruse. They intend to encircle us? The entire iron floating tower army sank like a ship in a swamp, completely surrounded by the Qin forces. With every wave of Qin soldiers they cut down, fresh reinforcements immediately filled the gaps. The iron floating pagoda soldiers, weighed down by their heavy armor, could not sustain this indefinitely. If this continued, they would inevitably be worn down and destroyed by the Qin forces. The encirclement is now complete. Without external aid, the iron floating tower is doomed. Yet ordinary reinforcements cannot shake the entire Qin army. To break this stalemate, we must charge once more with an even more devastating impact to shatter their formation. This was precisely why Genghis Khan had summoned his personal iron floating pagoda guard. Genghis Khan's scimitar pointed directly at the heart of the Qin army. Photo guards! For the glory of the eternal sky, charge! The earth trembled beneath them, like a fragile boat tossed upon the sea. Though the photo guard numbered but 500 men, each warrior was a colossus, capable of holding his own against 100 foes. Upon receiving the order, the photo guard began their charge toward the Qin army. Their pace began extremely slow, like ordinary men walking. Yet they soon accelerated, surpassing even the swiftest of ordinary photo guards. It was unimaginable how these towering figures, charging at such a breakneck speed, would sweep through the Qin army's formation with devastating force. Bai Qi and Meng Tian exchanged a glance. No words were needed, they understood each other's thoughts. Meng Tian raised his banner once more, archers. 45 degrees. Counterattack with a volley. Thousands of soldiers immediately surged from the outer ranks of the Qin army, unleashing a torrent of arrows toward the photo guards. The purpose, of course, was not to defeat the photo guards with arrows. Rather, it was to buy time for Bai Qi. Genghis Khan's expression shifted slightly as he sensed an unparalleled killing intent emanating from the battlefield. Suddenly, Bai Qi appeared in the center of the battlefield, standing alone against the charging photo elite guards. What is Bai Qi doing? Could the butcher be challenging the entire photo guards single-handedly? Who knows? He is the god of slaughter. He's killed more people than any of us have ever seen alive. I doubt even the king of hell would dare claim Lord Bai Qi's soul. Li Yingdao looked puzzled, yet his faith in Bai Qi remained unwavering. Joking aside, this was a ruthless man who had proven his path through slaughter. The lives on his hands numbered well over 1 million. Ordinary mortals wouldn't stand a chance, even common deities couldn't bear such immense blood debt. Yet Bai Qi, in his mortal form, remained unscathed. Nevertheless, Li Yingdao prepared to deploy the 3 low-tier support cards from his deck to amplify Bai Qi's power. This was a fair duel. Purchasing cards on the spot was impossible. With Xinghan Kingdom's challenge arriving unexpectedly, Li Yingdao now held only the B-rank environment card. Only 3 low-tier support cards remained. Young upstart, do not insult the Marquis of Wuhan, the first emperor suddenly spoke. Li Yingdao froze, abandoning his plan to use the support cards. It seems both sides desire a fair contest. Li Yingdao bowed to the first emperor, understanding his intent. This was no longer a simple clash of troop types, nor a test of tactical prowess alone. It was the clash of two emperors' wills, the ultimate collision of two civilizations' approaches to warfare. They required no external aid, striving to win their opponents' respect through sheer mastery alone. In the center of the battlefield, a fissure tore open in the void. Through the fissure lay a sea of corpses and blood, strewn with severed limbs and broken arms. Bai Qi gazed silently at the Fudu guard. Merely standing there, he became the focal point of the entire battlefield. The Fudu guard slowed not out of fear, but because their warhorses refused to obey. Killing intent. Killing intent was everywhere. Unprecedented, shaking the ages. Even a single glance felt like a stab to the eyes. Every person present couldn't help but shudder. Generals from various nations, seasoned by countless battles, were profoundly shaken by this killing intent. How many lives must Bai Qi have claimed to wield such colossal killing intent? The Prime Minister of the United States, Temi Pu, exclaimed, "When did China produce such a god of slaughter? Even Satan couldn't match him." Warhorses, affected by the killing intent, refused to advance. The Fudu elite guards felt fear rising within them, their fighting spirit waning. Meanwhile, the iron floating pagoda, lured into enemy territory, sensed the air around them grow thick and icy. The dissipating blood essence of fallen Qin soldiers seemed to coalesce under an invisible force, transforming into a faint blood mist. The mist coiled around the encircled iron Fudu troops. Fear, despair, and chaos began to erode these battle-hardened soldiers. Their movements slowed, coordination faltered. The casualty ratio continued to narrow rapidly. Bai Qi uttered not a word, yet he swayed the entire course of the battlefield. This was precisely the terrifying essence of the god of slaughter. He could not only command armies, but also influence the very momentum of the battlefield and the enemy's morale. We cannot let him continue. Genghis Khan resolved within himself and roared, "By the eternal sky above, may the heavens protect the Milky Way." The grey wolf totem soared into the sky. Though it was broad daylight, it felt as though night had fallen. Like the moon, the totem scattered countless pure white points of light, which entered the bodies of the iron floating pagoda and its elite guards, neutralizing the influence of Bai Qi's killing intent. Charge! The Fudu guards rallied their spirits, charging toward Bai Qi with utter disregard for their own lives. At the same moment, Meng Tian seized the opportunity and changed the signal flag once more. Chariots and cavalry, unite! Though Genghis Khan had swiftly neutralized the killing intent, the encircled iron floating pagoda forces were already showing signs of exhaustion. From both flanks of the formation, the long-prepared chariots of the great Qin Empire thundered forth. These chariots, drawn by 5 horses, carried armored soldiers wielding long spears. Though less agile than cavalry, within the relatively confined space of the encirclement, they unleashed tremendous impact. Like the sharp blades of scissors, they plunged viciously into the flanks and rear of the iron floating fortress, further splitting and disrupting their formation. If this continues, the iron floating pagoda will be annihilated sooner or later. Genghis Khan frowned deeply, recognizing the enemy's exceptional tactical command. Moreover, the soldiers possessed near-perfect reflexes. This was unprecedented among his past adversaries. At this moment, Genghis Khan could only pin his hopes on the floating pagoda guards to turn the tide. The distance between the floating pagoda guards and Bai Qi grew ever closer. Behind him, shadowy figures materialized, silently taking their places behind Bai Qi. Li Yingdao's eyes lit up. So Bai Qi had prepared countermeasures all along. These figures differed from the Qin soldiers currently engaged in battle. They were soldiers who had once followed Bai Qi into battle and perished on the battlefield. Now, Bai Qi had summoned them forth. 800 Qin soldiers marched through Hango Pass, and all feudal lords become fish and meat. A terrifying killing intent mingled with battle fervor filled the entire arena, crashing straight into the faces of the spectators. Chapter 82, Mortal Flesh Rivaling S-Class Deities. The Fudu personal guards clashed head-on with the soldiers Bai Qi had summoned. Bai Qi himself did not join the fray, instead manipulating the momentum of all soldiers on the field and the enemy's resolve. Though we've neutralized this god of slaughter's influence for now, it won't last. If this continues, our soldiers will inevitably fall under his sway again. Genghis Khan glanced at Bai Qi in the center of the battlefield, then looked up at the first emperor, who remained motionless high above. He couldn't help but hesitate. If he confronted Bai Qi, victory was not guaranteed, but defeat was unlikely. But what would victory achieve? Since ancient times, armies have faced armies, generals have faced generals. As an emperor, to attack the commander of an army. What kind of spectacle would that be? Yet if he did not act, the floating pagoda guards and the iron floating pagoda would be annihilated sooner or later. The first emperor's fingertips tapped lightly against the scabbard of his Tai sword, recognizing Genghis Khan's predicament. Now, under Meng Tian's command, the iron Buddha troops were mired in a quagmire, unable to move. The Fudu guards were locked in combat with the deceased soldiers summoned by Bai Qi. No matter how many the Fudu guards slew, it was futile. Living men trading lives for the dead, no matter how it played out, the living always suffered the greater loss. Genghis Khan had exhausted all his strategies. Remember when our great Qin attacked Shu? We lost 100,000 men and returned in utter defeat. The following year, I mustered 5 times that force. Even a nation as tenacious as Chu crumbled beneath the iron hooves of Qin. The first emperor spoke slowly. If you wish to petition me, then let me see if you possess the qualifications. Let me see how your so-called Star River compares to Chu.
Beg? What does that mean? Could it be that Genghis Khan has a request for the Emperor of China? I'm not sure. Could historical figures summoned to this realm engage in some sort of transaction? Compared to the rulers of the Star River Kingdom, I still prefer the emperors of China. Upon hearing this, Genghis Khan couldn't help but marvel inwardly, truly the first emperor.
He scorns the use of cunning schemes. Seeing this, Genghis Khan finally resolved himself.
If his opponent wished to see, then he would show him.
Genghis Khan, sword in hand, lunged toward Bai Qi with blinding speed. Bai Qi's gaze remained unwavering throughout. Facing the attack, he casually parried it with a massive, oddly shaped scythe.
What overwhelming killing intent!
When I slaughtered Europe, the combined killing intent of all European generals couldn't match even 1/10 of Bai Qi's. From their very first clash, both gained a clear understanding of each other's power.
If we cannot compete in killing intent, then let us clash with Imperial Dragon energy. Genghis Khan's aura shifted as the Grey Wolf Totem descended upon him.
The entire fortune of the Xinghan Empire seemed to be drawn into him, surging ceaselessly from the nation into his body. At that moment, Genghis Khan resembled a warrior cast from molten gold. Yet the sight sent chills down the spines of Xinghan's citizens. Their own emperor had to exert every ounce of strength to match the commander of their enemy's imperial forces. Even if victorious, the toll would be immense. How could they possibly face their true adversaries? The prime minister of Xinghan wept openly. Others remained unaware, kept in the dark. But he understood all too well. Genghis Khan need not have fought so desperately. This was merely a conventional war of national destiny, not a fight to the death. Surrender was entirely possible. It was Genghis Khan himself who chose this path. He sought to sacrifice himself to secure the chance for the Xinghan people to join the Chinese realm. He would fight to secure a better fate for the people of Xinghan. Clang! The curved blade and the scythe clashed, sparks flying brilliantly. This time, Bai Qi was forced into a disadvantage. After all, Genghis Khan fought him with the fortune of a nation and the Imperial Dragon's aura. Eternal sky, suppression. Genghis Khan pulled back, his scimitar swiftly tracing the silhouette of a grey wolf totem in the air. The totem seemed to gain sentience, transforming into a ferocious giant wolf that charged toward Bai Qi of its own accord. On the other side, Genghis Khan charged forward once more, his scimitar raised. Bai Qi calmly swung his scythe, its blade spinning like a full moon, repelling Genghis Khan with overwhelming force. Then Bai Qi braced his body to withstand the blue wolf totem head-on. The moment they touched, a snow-white wolf with a gaping maw lunged at Bai Qi. Gripping the wolf's fangs with both hands, Bai Qi channeled his killing intent into his palms, locking in a stalemate with the white wolf. Senior Bai Qi is in trouble. The spinning scythe could not hold back Genghis Khan for long, and Bai Qi was still locked in combat with the white wolf. Li Yingdao looked up at the first emperor, who showed no intention of intervening. I can't just stand by and watch. Li Yingdao felt compelled to do something. Since the first emperor forbade him from using support cards, surely he could take the field himself? Why isn't the first emperor acting? Bai Qi is in trouble. Don't worry, brother Zhang must have his reasons. But the opponent is still an emperor in his own right. Genghis Khan had already suppressed Bai Qi's side. He channeled his dragon energy, leaving behind a faint yellow afterimage as he teleported instantly before Bai Qi. Still locked in a tug-of-war with the Grey Wolf, Bai Qi sensed Genghis Khan's arrival but didn't even glance his way. Such was Bai Qi's nature. Once engaged in combat, he fought to the death, never allowing external distractions to sway him. Without hesitation, Genghis Khan raised his scimitar and swung it down toward Bai Qi's throat. At the critical moment, a weapon all Chinese spectators knew intimately blocked the scimitar. You? Genghis Khan was stunned. It was none other than Li Yingdao, wielding his three-pronged double-edged spear. Holy crap! Holy crap! The god of Li is attacking a deity. This time it's not the gods possessing Li Shen he decided to act on his own? Only Li Shen would dare challenge a deity. God tier Li is awesome. Take him down. The Chinese audience erupted in excitement. Li Yingdao could withstand Genghis Khan's assault, proving he possessed the strength to battle a deity. And this deity was an S-rank god. So it was true a divine card master could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods in mortal form. Suddenly, the sound of drums began to beat from the Chinese spectator section. Dawn! 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 Then came the sounds of pipa, yangqin, and even swana. Hey! Guys, let's get the atmosphere going. Beat the drums to cheer on our godly. Woohoo! In an instant, the music of China drowned out the cheers of the entire crowd. When it comes to hype, China truly holds its own against any nation. On the other side of the stage, Xiao Yuyue scratched his head and rubbed his face. He was momentarily at a loss. Li Yingdao dared to step onto the stage because he possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities. But Xiao Yui's decision to join the fray showed he hadn't fully assessed his own abilities. Xiao Yui glanced at the distorted expressions of the Xinghan spectators, his face filled with helplessness.
He even wanted to ask Li Yingdao, "Dude, why are you meddling in a battle between deities? You're making me look like a fool." Genghis Khan abruptly yanked his scimitar back. After a moment of surprise, he fixed Li Yingdao with a steady gaze. "With you and Huaxia, how could prosperity not flourish?" Li Yingdao grinned. "Senior, I'm sick of hearing that line." With that, Li Yingdao swiftly activated one of the earthly fiend's 72 transformations Earth Escape and vanished underground. Beneath the earth, Li Yingdao's hands trembled uncontrollably. That strike had seemed effortless to block, but only Li Yingdao knew how powerful Genghis Khan truly was. Once he had recovered slightly, Li Yingdao returned to the surface. His mission wasn't to defeat Genghis Khan, but to buy time for Bai Qi. Chapter 83, Genghis Khan kneels, offering Xinghan Kingdom a chance. Is it similar to a shaman's earth diving skill? Genghis Khan's mind raced, instantly deciphering Li Yingdao's technique. Yet, driven by battle-hardened instincts, he pressed his attack against Bai Qi. Pick on the weakest target, and at that moment, Bai Qi was the softest target. This time, Genghis Khan did not wield his scimitar. Instead, he clenched his left fist and slammed it toward Bai Qi. "You think I'm an easy target? Interesting." A different gleam finally flashed in Bai Qi's eyes. Being treated as an easy target was a first in all his years of combat. "Elder, I am your opponent." Li Yingdao reappeared, thrusting his trident spear toward Genghis Khan. "I've been waiting for you." Genghis Khan smiled faintly. A veteran of countless battles, how could he be unprepared? His scimitar, already charged with power, effortlessly parried Li Yingdao's strike. The spear tip was crushed beneath Genghis Khan's foot as the scimitar whipped through the air, its blade tracing a deadly arc toward Li Yingdao's throat. Li Yingdao's pupils contracted sharply as he abandoned his three-pronged spear and retreated swiftly. The Earth Fiend's 72 transformations are truly effective. Then, the three-pronged spear, still under his foot, returned to Li Yingdao's grasp of its own accord. The spear trembled, and Li Yingdao sensed its displeasure. It was displeased with his retreat. "I had no choice. After all, this is an S-rank deity, a rare imperial-grade deity at that." At present, Li Yingdao's affinity was only 20%. Against a B-rank deity, he might still have a fighting chance. But against an S-rank deity, aside from catching Genghis Khan off guard at the start, retreat was his only option. High above, the first emperor's gaze held a hint of amusement. He hadn't intervened because he deemed Genghis Khan unworthy of his attention. Moreover, the first emperor's keen insight had instantly recognized Li Yingdao's extraordinary potential. He too wished to witness how far Li Yingdao could push Genghis Khan. "I must buy time." Li Yingdao advanced once more, and the scene before Genghis Khan shifted. The entire arena cleared, even Bai Qi vanished from sight. Only Li Yingdao and he remained. Earth Fiend's 72 transformations shifted scenery. "Then I'll deal with you first." After a brief attempt, Genghis Khan realized he couldn't break this technique in the short term. He had no choice but to eliminate Li Yingdao first. Li Yingdao's breathing grew heavy as he swung his three-pronged double-edged spear with even greater force. These were the Earth Fiend's 72 transformations, guiding energy and great strength. The former resembled the amplification effect of attribute cards, while the latter was a straightforward, brute force increase in strength. Li Yingdao's form flickered, and instantly, over 100 duplicates appeared on the battlefield. Earth Fiend's 72 transformations, clone. Immortal heaven, battle dance. Genghis Khan swung his scimitar as his limbs contorted into an unnatural, yet strangely beautiful, dance. Yet it possessed a peculiar beauty. The clones surrounded him, only to be instantly cleansed by the scimitar. "These clones truly can't compare to the Monkey King's hair clones in quality," Li Yingdao sighed. Sun Wukong himself possessed the peak strength of a great immortal, and each of his hair clones was at the level of an ordinary immortal. Yet the clones Li Yingdao produced using the 72 transformations were merely illusory forms. In terms of power, they couldn't even match an E-rank deity. Li Yingdao mingled among the clones, slowly closing in on Genghis Khan. Hiding in the rear wasn't his style. Still dancing wildly, Genghis Khan failed to notice Li Yingdao's approach, or rather, he couldn't distinguish between the clones and the real body. He could only achieve the effect of attacking in all directions through rapid dance movements. Opportunity. With far more clones in front than behind him, Genghis Khan focused his attacks forward, inevitably leaving openings in his rear. Earth Fiend's 72 transformations, divine speed. This technique was akin to a beggar's version of the cloud somersault, yet within the confines of the arena, it granted Li Yingdao the effect of instantaneous movement. Li Yingdao materialized less than 2 meters behind Genghis Khan. Spear technique, cloud piercer. This spear technique was self-mastered by Li Yingdao after obtaining the three-pronged double-edged spear, when his proficiency reached 20%. No practice or comprehension needed, he mastered it instantly. The whistling of air pierced his ears, setting Genghis Khan's alarm bells ringing. Years of combat experience drove him to instinctively lunge forward. The spear tip plunged downward, barely piercing Genghis Khan's right shoulder. Pale golden blood flowed freely as Genghis Khan clutched the wound, his heart racing. He was now an S-rank deity, shielded by the imperial dragon aura and the fortune of a nation. Yet he had been wounded by a mere mortal's weapon. What kind of divine weapon is this?
After landing the blow, Li Yingdao immediately used his divine speed to create distance.
The three-pronged double-edged spear truly lives up to its reputation as the true Lord's divine weapon. Even S-rank deities cannot withstand it. Li Yingdao murmured in admiration, sensing the spear radiating a proud aura.
At present, Li Yingdao was clearly high offense, low defense. His attacks, powered by the true Lord's divine weapon, were difficult even for S-rank deities to withstand. His defense, however, was incredibly fragile. Even a B-rank deity could inflict injuries upon him.
It should be about time.
Bai Qi should have dealt with the Grey Wolf Totem by now. Li Yingdao calculated the timing and withdrew the influence of the scenery shift. The so-called scene displacement involved creating an illusion using existing objects. Though it appeared that the iron floating pagoda and Qin soldiers had vanished, they remained entirely unaffected. Li Yingdao had only altered the scene before Genghis Khan's eyes, tricking him into believing he'd been pulled into another dimension.
As the illusion faded, Genghis Khan and Li Yingdao reappeared before the audience.
Li Yingdao remained unscathed, while blood flowed freely from Genghis Khan's shoulder. The Xinghan Kingdom spectators were utterly devastated, each grieving as if they had lost a loved one. Seeing this, the Atmosphere team and the Huaxia spectator section redoubled their efforts.
Each member poured every ounce of energy into their performance. The first emperor nodded slightly.
The illusion might deceive the audience and Genghis Khan, but it could not fool him.
The entire sequence was crystal clear to the first emperor.
He had formed a preliminary assessment of Li Yingdao's responses and personal capabilities.
The first emperor was highly satisfied.
Scanning the battlefield, the battle was nearing its end. Under Meng Tian's command, the iron floating pagoda's numbers had dwindled to less than 20%.
The floating pagoda's personal guards were engaged in fierce combat with the fallen soldiers.
Often, it took over 100 soldiers to take down a single photoguard.
Yet the soldiers kept coming in endless waves. Now, fewer than 50 photoguards remained on the field, desperately holding their ground. Genghis Khan sighed inwardly.
He knew all too well that in this battle, whether it came to tactical deployment or individual prowess, he had lost. Bai Qi cleaved the Grey Wolf Totem in two with a single stroke, poised to engage Genghis Khan once more. Li Yingdao had long since retreated to a safe distance, avoiding the battle's reach. After all, having attacked Genghis Khan, the arena would no longer shield him.
Hold on.
Genghis Khan raised his hand, gazing skyward at the first emperor.
The first emperor's lips curved into a faint smile. So what if you are an emperor of later generations? So what if you founded a vast empire? In the end, this battle is mine to win. The first emperor waved his hand, and Meng Tian raised his signal flag. All Qin soldiers halted their attack. All were perplexed. What is this about? Are we not fighting anymore? The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, Matsuo the Old Dog, ground his steel teeth to dust. What the hell? We should fight to the death. If you don't attack, how else will we weaken their strength? Genghis Khan summoned the Blue Wolf Totem, recalling the dwindling iron floating pagodas and pagoda guards.
The Qin army made no attempt to stop him throughout the entire process. Then, Genghis Khan thrust his scimitar into the ground beneath the arena. The ground instantly shattered into dust and stone. The next instant, Genghis Khan unexpectedly dropped to one knee before the first emperor. His left hand rested on his knee, his right hand pressed against his chest. Lowering his head, he murmured hoarsely, "I beg you, first emperor, grant me a chance, grant my Xinghan Kingdom a chance." Chapter 84, Two Nations, One Family. The cherry blossom people stir the pot. Genghis Khan actually knelt before the first emperor. What are our ancestors doing? How could a Xinghan person kneel before a Huaxia person? You are our ancestor. You are an emperor. How could you kneel? The Xinghan people were filled with indignation, even beginning to doubt Genghis Khan. Silence. The Prime Minister of Xinghan roared, his face flushed crimson yet tinged with pallor. Has it finally come to this? The first emperor gazed down at the kneeling Genghis Khan and said indifferently, "How do you expect me to give you a chance?" Upon hearing these words, Li Yingdao fell deep in thought. No wonder Xinghan launched another challenge, yet chose a battle for national fortune rather than a fight to the death. They still want to leave themselves an escape route. It seems Genghis Khan intended to use force to secure greater gains for Xinghan, only to face the first emperor. This time, Genghis Khan has suffered a crushing defeat. Genghis Khan rose and continued, "I implore Huaxia to accept our Xinghan kingdom and treat its people kindly." The Huaxia audience immediately grew displeased. Are you kidding? Now that you can't win, you suddenly know how to back down? Exactly. This Genghis Khan is shameless. If he keeps this up, won't everyone just kneel on the spot whenever they lose? Even Long Huhua wore a displeased expression, deeply dissatisfied with Genghis Khan's actions. You, Xinghan, previously allied with Asan and Faitsue to besiege our Huaxia. After losing, we didn't even hold it against you. If you just admitted defeat like Jade did, that would have been fine. Instead, you started another challenge. Now that you're clearly losing, you come begging for mercy on your knees? Had Genghis Khan fought to the bitter end, Long Huhua might have retained a shred of respect for this legendary emperor. But after pulling this stunt, Long Huhua instinctively wanted to reject his plea.
After all, Long Huwa now held the authority as the head of the Huaxia nation's destiny arena.
If Xinghan truly wishes to heed Genghis Khan's words and submit to Huaxia, it's not entirely unacceptable.
Considering national interests, Long Huwa was still willing to accept Xinghan Kingdom. Xinghan's repeated challenge meant that even if China annexed Xinghan, Viking nation couldn't say much. Treat you kindly?
I built the Great Wall to defend against your kind.
Now you dare tell me to treat you kindly? Ridiculous.
His words sent ripples through the empire, stirring the hearts of the people.
Brother Zhang speaks the truth.
The weak have no right to negotiate terms.
Slaughter him. March our armies northward and annihilate the cherry blossoms. Asia shall be our realm alone.
Even the mighty Genghis Khan was no better. He doesn't deserve to be counted among emperors. The Chinese spectators' words grew increasingly harsh, while the Xinghan nation's people remained speechless. They had initiated the challenge, and they were the ones defeated.
Xinghan men were hardened warriors of the steppes, unlike the treacherous Indians or the shameless Japanese.
Now they truly felt ashamed before China, and they were indeed inferior to China.
Li Yingdao grew anxious.
If this continued, it would inevitably drive Genghis Khan to fight to the death.
When their ancestors had already perished on the battlefield, how could the Xinghan people accept defeat? Then Xinghan and China would both perish in mutual destruction. Even if China isn't afraid, it's still a major headache. Don't forget, to the east, the land of cherry blossoms was watching with bated breath.
Li Yingdao glanced at Long Huwa, and the two exchanged a knowing look. The arena barrier prevented direct communication, yet each understood the other's thoughts.
Long Huwa signaled to Shen Songyin, who led the Dragon Guard in suppressing the discontent among the Huaxia spectators.
Li Yingdao then addressed the first emperor. Your Majesty, please hear me out.
All eyes in the arena focused on Li Yingdao. The first emperor's eyes crinkled with amusement as he waited to hear what Li Yingdao had to say.
Li Yingdao cleared his throat and amplified his voice using the 72 transformations. As all know, the first emperor swept across the 6 states and unified China.
This is an achievement unparalleled throughout the ages.
He then standardized riding and chariot tracks, establishing the commandery county system. He treated the people of the 6 states as his own Qin subjects, granting them equal rights. In later generations, Genghis Khan founded his empire, uniting the peoples of the Star River and China under one dynasty. The people of Xinghan and Huaxia adhered to the same laws established by the dynasty and spoke the same language. It was truly a case of you and me and you. Tracing back to their origins, the Xinghan and Huaxia peoples were, in fact, one family. It is only due to various unavoidable factors in later generations that they have become 2 separate nations. Upon hearing Li Yingdao's words, audiences from both nations began to discuss. The divine Li speaks wisely. Our Huaxia culture thrives on inclusivity. Historically, we were one family with Xinghan. Our ancestors once united the people of both lands under one dynasty. Truly, Huaxia and our nation share the same origins. Calling them one family is no exaggeration. A hint of satisfaction flickered in Long Huwa's eyes. This was precisely the effect he had hoped to achieve. The highest form of warfare is to defeat the enemy through strategy, the next is to defeat them through diplomacy, the next is to defeat them through military force, the lowest is to attack their cities. When China annexed Korea, it was essentially a siege. The selective annexation of the 3 nations was military conquest. The Emerald Kingdom's voluntary surrender counted as diplomatic warfare. Among these 3 nations, Korea offered the fiercest resistance. Its people fiercely rejected Chinese culture and deities. Only through military suppression did the Kimchi nation finally submit. The situation with the Indians was slightly better than that of the Koreans. Gradually, they all became willing to accept Chinese culture. Emerald Nation fared best. After becoming a tributary state, its people actively embraced Chinese culture and revered Chinese deities. After all, with their own leaders having surrendered, what justification did the common people have to resist? Moreover, as a tributary state, the Emerald Kingdom's circumstances improved significantly compared to before. No longer did they live in constant fear over the nation's fate. Now, with the ancestor of Xinghan, Genghis Khan, leading the surrender, his subjects all agreed with Li Yingdao's words. The 2 nations were, after all, one family. This could very well achieve the highest realm of strategy, conquering through cunning. Now that Xinghan and Huaxia stand as adversaries, I believe neither the first emperor nor our forebear Genghis Khan would have wished to see this happen. Fortunately, it is not too late to mend the fence after the sheep are lost. I am confident both nations can restore harmony. After all, we are one family. Genghis Khan looked at Li Yingdao with gratitude. He had spoken straight to his heart. That sounds better than a song. But who exactly will swallow whom, Xinghan or Huaxia? You make it sound so sweet, Li Yingdao. Why not just admit defeat and let Xinghan swallow Huaxia? After all, we're all family. A voice suddenly bellowed from the Sakura Nation's spectator section. The Xinghan and Huaxia spectators instantly fixed their gaze on him. Now this is interesting. When profit is at stake, even blood brothers turn on each other. President Taimu of the United States wore an expression of pure amusement. The Japanese Prime Minister, Matsuo the old dog, chuckled quietly.
That man had been his doing. You China and Xinghan reconciling? What about us Sakura?
No, I must disrupt this.
The next second, old dog Matsuo froze in shock.
Instead of the expected brawl, both nations' audiences fixed their murderous stares on the speaker.
Shun Tsungin. Long Hua commanded. Shin Sonin immediately understood and walked toward the cherry blossom person who had spoken. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Shin Sonin said nothing.
He grabbed the Japanese man by the throat, twisted his fingers, and snapped his neck. The man's head lolled to the side as he breathed his last. This traitor plotted to undermine relations between our nations.
I've dealt with him. Is there anyone else who dares to defy me?
Shin Sonin's words rang out with authority as he swept his gaze across the entire cherry blossom delegation. The remaining Sakura members dared not utter a word, fearing Shin Sonin might turn his wrath upon them.
Excellent. Well done. Since when did a lowly cherry blossom think she had the right to tell us what to do? Our family affairs are none of your business.
The Huaxia and Xinghan spectators cheered wildly.
Old dog Matsue's face darkened.
He had intended to sow discord between the two nations. Instead, he turned the spearhead against his own people, only deepening the bond between the two nations. Shin Sonin's decisive move not only silenced the opposition but also humiliated the entire cherry blossom faction.
Damn it!
No matter how furious Matsuo old dog was, he dared not make a move. He knew that if Sakura acted again, it would only deepen the bond between the two nations. The cost would outweigh the benefit.
China, you're doing just fine. Even if you successfully swallow up those brutes from Xinghan, so what? All of Asia has long been within Sakura's grasp. Chapter 85. Genghis Khan can't even block a single move? Though Sakura failed to disrupt the situation, they raised a question. If Huaxia and Xinghan are family, then who should swallow whom? The monthly regular tournament of the National Fortune Arena inevitably pits the two nations against each other. Should they surrender like the Emerald Kingdom and abandon the National Fortune Arena? Then the National Fortune Arena would erase all the deities of the surrendered nation, no different from being swallowed whole. It's merely a more palatable way of putting it. With Xinghan's ancestor standing upon the arena itself, how could the Xinghan people ever surrender without a fight? It's not impossible. It all depends on whether this ancestor of Xinghan agrees. If he consents to persuade the Xinghan people, then it's not beyond the realm of possibility. Li Yingdao faintly sensed Genghis Khan's thoughts.
Genghis Khan composed himself, rose to his feet, and declared, "My young friend speaks with great insight. Alas, the rules of the arena bind us to clash. Yet I know full well that Xinghan falls far short of your nation, whether in divine systems, cultural depth, or military might. As time progresses, Xinghan is destined to fall beneath the wheels of history. Therefore, on behalf of Xinghan, I humbly propose that Xinghan be incorporated into Huaxia. From this day forward, the people of Xinghan shall learn the Han language, embrace Huaxia civilization, and worship the deities of Huaxia." Genghis Khan's words were brutally blunt. Becoming part of Huaxia would mean the arena would erase Xinghan's deities, including his own ancestor. No. Xinghan and Huaxia are one family. Merging with Huaxia is acceptable. But we cannot bear to lose you. By the eternal sky above, is there truly no better solution? Rather than lose our ancestor, kill me outright. Though the platform isolated all communication, Genghis Khan could easily imagine the Xinghan people's reaction to his words. Genghis Khan bowed slowly toward the Xinghan seats. Honored guests, have you not yet grasped the situation? The arena is utterly brutal. Under these rules, only one nation can survive to the end. The rest will either be conquered or surrender of their own accord. There is no third option. 5,000 years of Huaxia civilization, its heritage unmatched across the world. Not only I, but all the Xinghan deities share this conviction. For the sake of our descendants, starting with myself, along with all the deities of the Milky Way, even the eternal heaven itself, what does it matter if we are erased? Divine beings exist because of humanity. If erasing us can secure eternal peace for our descendants, then so be it. The Xinghan masses understood perfectly well. Genghis Khan was using the erasure of all Xinghan deities as leverage to force their submission to Huaxia. No, our ancestors. We willingly submit to the Huaxia. The starry heavens cannot lose you. May the eternal sky protect us, protect our ancestors in peace. Li Yingdao felt a surge of admiration for Genghis Khan. It was truly rare for a ruler to abandon divine power and the deities they worshipped for the sake of their own people. After all, deities would do anything for the power of worship and faith. Back then, the founder of Korea, Dan Gun, had devoured all the Korean deities for the sake of faith, power, and personal gain. This ultimately led to Korea's annexation by China. Among all the nations China had absorbed, Korea suffered the most miserable fate. It still depends on whether Elder Long and the first emperor agree. Elder Long will surely consent. After all, he conquered the Xinghan kingdom without shedding a drop of blood. The crucial factor now lies in the first emperor's stance. Li Yingdao naturally agreed with Genghis Khan, but this was not something he could decide. If the first emperor refused, it would all be for naught. Moreover, history showed that when the first emperor swept through the Six Kingdoms, he crushed any resistance with overwhelming military might. He was the type who yielded to softness but resisted force. The first emperor paused, his finger tapping on the sword scabbard, his expression impassive, revealing no trace of emotion.
I admire you.
This single sentence alone stirred the hearts of countless people present. I hear that Xinghan favors martial arts as a means of friendship and advocates the supremacy of force.
If you can withstand a single strike from me, what harm is there in granting your request?
The crowd of Xinghan couldn't sit still.
Settling disputes through martial prowess? That they understood. As men raised on the grasslands, they revered only the almighty sky and the strongest among them.
They bowed only to the mightiest. If the first emperor could truly annihilate Genghis Khan with a single strike of absolute martial might, the Xinghan kingdom would willingly submit to the Huaxia empire. The Huaxia deity speaks with great arrogance. As fellow S-rank deities, even if there are differences in strength, it's impossible to defeat a peer with a single strike. The old dog of the Matsuo clan shook his head in disdain, convinced the first emperor was merely boasting.
But what about a second-generation Titan deity of S-rank? Could they instantly kill an S-rank deity with a single strike?
In the corner, Wonder heard the first emperor's words and instinctively compared them to his own deity. After all, Genghis Khan was an emperor, a man of pride. Not just one strike for the sake of future generations, enduring 10 or 100 strikes from the first emperor would be no problem.
With that declaration, Genghis Khan's aura shifted, revealing the grey wolf totem upon his chest.
The faint golden aura that had always surrounded him faded away, leaving him appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal.
But Li Yingdao understood perfectly well. Genghis Khan was gathering his strength.
Earlier, when they clashed, Genghis Khan had been like a tiger descending the mountain, a dragon stirring the sea, unstoppable and invincible. Now, however, his aura had retracted, making him seem like a piece of dead wood.
The next instant, Genghis Khan's face twisted in shock.
The look he shot at the first emperor was as though he were staring at a monstrous creature. Bai Qi and Meng Tian had already led the Qin soldiers to kneel en masse. Li Yingdao's blood surged violently within him, his face flushed crimson.
What is happening? Why can't I control myself? It wasn't just Li Yingdao feeling this way, even the Chinese spectators in the stands were experiencing it.
Holy, guys! I feel the first emperor's call. From this moment on, this place is called First Emperor Square.
All rise.
For the first emperor, brothers, I'm charging.
Genghis Khan felt like a mere mayfly facing the boundless ocean. 10 moves? 100 moves? You're overestimating yourself.
The first emperor sneered coldly as the Taiyao sword slowly drew from its scabbard.
With every inch the Taiyao sword was drawn, the entire arena trembled.
An invisible white aura swirled around the sword.
I never imagined you would come to this. Genghis Khan broke out in a cold sweat. All things in the world possess their own destiny. Heaven has its celestial destiny, earth its terrestrial destiny, water its aquatic destiny.
When the various fortunes of a nation intertwine, they form its national destiny. The supreme deity of a nation can harness its national destiny.
Yet few deities can harness human destiny.
At this moment, the first emperor harnesses the inherent destiny of all the people of Huaxia.
Human destiny. Take this.
The Tai sword was fully drawn from its scabbard, its blade ancient and unadorned, its edge flashing with a white light.
Ha 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 ha. Death is all you'll find. Genghis Khan roared, the grey wolf totem on his chest glowing as bright as day.
He raised his scimitar and charged toward the first emperor. The Tai sword clashed with the scimitar. The scimitar shattered, dissolving into nothingness within the white aura.
Genghis Khan's eyes blazed crimson.
Having lost his scimitar, he blocked the attack with both hands. His hands were inevitably severed by the Tai sword, the severed limbs dissolving within the human aura. Finally, the sword's edge cleaved through Genghis Khan's chest, blood gushing forth instantly.
Genghis Khan plummeted from the sky. Silence fell over the entire arena.
As fellow S-rank deities, even wounded, Genghis Khan should not have been unable to withstand a single strike from the first emperor. The deities of Huaxia are truly terrifying.
Temapu sucked in a sharp breath.
When air narrowed his eyes. He was now certain that even the second generation of Greek Titan deities could not match the first emperor's power. In other words, the Greek Titans stood no chance against the first emperor.
Genghis Khan left a large pool of blood on the stage. He forced himself to stand, the blue wolf totem on his chest cleaved in two, its former brilliance gone forever. Cough. First Emperor, thank you for holding back.
The audience felt a chill run down their spines.
Qin Shi Huang held back? If holding back could render an S-class deity incapable of fighting, what kind of power would he unleash if he didn't?
At the very least, among the deities who had already appeared,
beings like Brahma or Dangun wouldn't stand a chance. The first emperor spoke indifferently, that move is over. Now show me your sincerity.
Of course.
Genghis Khan conceded defeat wholeheartedly, coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood. The tattered grey wolf totem detached from his chest, soaring into the air to form a passageway. Through the passage, cards from the Xinghan Kingdom appeared on the arena.
At a glance, Li Yingdao counted at least several thousand cards. Among them were roughly 10 A grade cards and several hundred B grade cards. The remaining C, D, and E grade cards were too numerous to count. These are the deities enshrined within the Hall of Eternal Heaven.
All the deities of our Xinghan Kingdom have appeared. Chapter 86, Xinghan's submission to Huaxia, the sacrifice of Xinghan's deities. My fellow deities, for the sake of future generations, are you willing to sacrifice yourselves? Voices of various kinds emanated from the divine cards. It is only right. There is no objection. Death is but an end. We Star River deities fear no death. The citizens of Xinghan fell silent, one by one. The Prime Minister of Xinghan wept uncontrollably.
Numerous Star River deities materialized from the cards.
In an instant, they filled the entire arena.
The first emperor observed it all with a calm gaze and remarked, Huaxia and Xinghan were always one family.
That statement is quite accurate. With that, the first emperor even let out a laugh.
Genghis Khan, struggling to hold himself upright, pleaded, I implore your nation to honor its pledge and safeguard the peace of our Xinghan.
I have agreed. With no lingering attachments, Genghis Khan thanked them and summoned the blue wolf totem once more. Follow me to your deaths.
With that, Genghis Khan threw himself into the blue wolf totem, and the once broken totem instantly regained a fragment of its power.
Ancestor, roared the audience of the Milky Way.
Immediately, an A-class deity followed Genghis Khan's lead and plunged into the totem. The third, the fourth, the fifth. The fractured totem gradually mended itself. Each fragment restored meant another Star River deity had perished. The Starry River spectators were already weeping uncontrollably. The Starry Heaven deities willingly sacrificed themselves to unite the Starry Heaven with China. Finally, all the Star River deities poured themselves into the totem. This totem is the very essence of our Star River deities. Its integration into Huaxia will enhance the collective power of Huaxia's deities. I offer this in exchange for the Starry Heaven's unification with China. With these words spoken, the Grey Wolf totem fell silent. The first emperor nodded in agreement, accepting Genghis Khan's terms. Then, the first emperor scanned the land of China and immediately identified the location of the pantheon.
With a wave of his hand, he sent the ownerless Grey Wolf totem into the pantheon.
The Grey Wolf totem dissolved into countless specks of light, merging into the myriad divine statues within the pantheon.
Passable, the first emperor remarked.
Compared to the Huaxia pantheon, the Xinghan divine system remained far too weak. Both in quantity and quality, they fell short of Huaxia's pantheon. Even if all the Xinghan deities were combined and their power averaged out among the Huaxia deities, the effect would be negligible, barely better than nothing.
National Fortune Arena. Galaxy Nation challenges China Nation. Single battle elimination system. Huaxia Nation wins. Xinghan Kingdom annexed by Huaxia Kingdom. Xinghan Kingdom withdraws from the National Fortune Tournament.
Spectators from other nations erupted into frenzied discussion. In just 2 short days, Huaxia has annexed 2 nations.
Terrifying. I bet Sakura Nation is next. Heck, if Huaxia swallows Sakura Kingdom too, all of Asia will be under Huaxia's rule. One continent, one nation.
Someone shouted the slogan, one continent, one nation.
The Chinese audience erupted in excitement.
Across the entire Asian region, aside from China's territory, only Viking territory, the unannexed Triple territory, and Sakura territory remained. Viking nation's primary focus lies in Europe. Politically speaking, it belongs to the European sphere. The Triple Kingdom had long been divided between China and Greece, leaving the remaining territories neglected and unloved. As for Prime Minister Naski of the A3 nations, he had long been ousted by the remaining A3 citizens due to his failed governance.
At present, China's sole rival in Asia truly seemed to be Sakura Nation. The expressions of the Sakura Nation spectators grew increasingly grim, resembling a gathering of restless spirits from afar.
The old dog Matsuo left the stage with a cold expression.
Wenair, having meticulously recorded the arena's events, also departed.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Xinghan, accompanied by senior officials, approached Long Huhua to discuss repatriation matters.
This was neither an annexation nor a surrender.
It was more akin to an alternative process of tracing ancestral roots.
Therefore, though the Xinghan audience grieved, they did not resist.
Under the arena's influence, they had completely forgotten the Xinghan deities, knowing only that their nation was now part of Huaxia. They would learn Huaxian culture and worship Huaxian deities in the future.
From this perspective, the arena is surprisingly humane, Li Yingdao mused, rubbing his nose. It doesn't force conquered peoples to worship new deities while abandoning their existing beliefs. On the arena platform, Bai Qi and Meng Tian led the Qin soldiers back.
The first emperor still hovered in the air, his gaze slowly settling on Li Yingdao.
Li Yingdao snapped back to attention and hastily bowed. What are your commands, Emperor Qin?
You are quite capable.
Li Yingdao froze, scratching his head. He replied somewhat sheepishly, Your Majesty, you flatter me.
But then the first emperor turned his gaze toward Long Huhua, who was discussing matters with Prime Minister Xinghan. I have surveyed the entire assembly. Among all of Huaxia, only the 2 of you possess the aura of the dragon.
Li Yingdao looked utterly perplexed.
That Long Hua possessed dragon energy was entirely understandable after all, he was the head of the Huaxia National Fortune Arena. As the nominal number one figure in China, he was likely destined to become the future Asian leader. It would be unreasonable for such a man to lack dragon energy. As for himself, First Emperor, I am the successor of the True Lord. Possessing dragon energy must be due to my connection to the True Lord. Before the divine beings, Li Yingdao always referred to himself as the True Lord's successor. He had never pondered why he possessed dragon energy, attributing it solely to the True Lord. For a quasi-saint level deity to possess the dragon energy of an entire nation was not unreasonable. Yet the first emperor shook his head. You are different. Li Yingdao pointed at himself. What makes me different? A proper, honest old soul from Huaxia. Could it be? Li Yingdao muttered to himself. Could the first emperor have uncovered his greatest secret? The first emperor shook his head again. Interesting. Li Yingdao's face was filled with question marks. Can you make yourself clear, big brother? Riddler, get out of Gotham. To the audience, it seemed like the first emperor and Li Yingdao were playing a game of charades. One moment this one shakes his head, the next that one touches his face. It was quite bizarre. The cards on the stage glowed brightly, unleashing a powerful suction force. The stage was urging the first emperor. Finally, the first emperor's eyes flickered with shifting emotions, as if he had relinquished something. Young man, though I cannot discern why you bear the dragon's aura, it is several times more formidable than that of the old man. The work of a great power. I shall not reveal it. The first emperor suddenly transmitted his voice to Li Yingdao. This realm may be small, but it shall suffice for you to prove yourself. This object is the very essence of Genghis Khan, deliberately left behind. When used by a deity, it can elevate them to a higher plane. With that, the first emperor slowly returned to the card. Oh, and by the way, the ancient land of Dongye is present-day Sakura, correct? Su Fu deceived me back then, he actually fled to what is now Sakura. Destroy it for me when you get the chance. Consider that thing from earlier as your reward. Li Yingdao smiled and bowed. He didn't need the first emperor's reminder, his next plan was already to destroy Japan. And now he'd even snagged a free item that could boost a deity's rank. Li Yingdao gazed at the intangible gas before him, his face breaking into a delighted smile. That grey wolf totem must have been the divine essence of the gods of Xinghan Kingdom. Who would have thought Genghis Khan personally entrusted his own divine essence to the first emperor? Genghis Khan is an S-rank deity. With this, China will gain another S-rank divine card master. In the end, Li Yingdao couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration. Genghis Khan sure knew how to make friends. Chapter 87, Harvest Chang'e ascends to S-class deity. The Xinghan Kingdom forcibly challenged the Huaxia Kingdom. Ultimately, at the cost of all its deities vanishing, Xinghan was incorporated into Huaxia as one of its provinces. It was named Xinghan Province. This development left the leaders of other nations green with envy. Take Greece and the United States, for example. These two nations had annexed the most countries since the national fortune arena descended. Yet they also bore the heaviest burdens. Their annexations relied on the arena's punishments, forcing them to take over. The people of the conquered nations, stripped of their memories of their own deities, fiercely resisted the foreign gods. Rebellions and uprisings frequently erupt. The divine blessings they receive from their deities' faith are negligible. The more intense the resistance, the more these two nations envied Huaxia. The populace of the Jade and Star River nations, conquered by Huaxia, harbored little inclination to resist. Gradually, the people of these two nations came to genuinely embrace the deities of Huaxia, fully integrating into the Huaxin fold. Within the Bureau of National Fortune, Long Hua and Gu Yan were swamped with work. Over this period, Huaxia had annexed 4 nations, one each in the east, south, west, and north, requiring the dispatch of military forces and diplomatic personnel to negotiate the terms of incorporation. Gu Sisi and the others were still training in the one-on-one arena. Now, only Li Yingdao and Shin Songin remained in the main hall. Li Yingdao inquired, Captain Shin, any recent developments from Sakura? Since the next target for annexation was Sakura, he needed to gain a thorough understanding of that nation. Li Yingdao had rarely clashed with Sakura forces. Their sole encounter had been against Senka Kojitsu, a B-rank divine card master on the rankings. But B-rank alone could not possibly reflect Sakura's true overall strength. Top-tier Sakura fighters were only B-rank? Li Yingdao refused to believe it. Shin Songin shook her head and said, there's been almost no movement. Since defeating the former Kimchi nation in the last regular national tournament, Sakura hasn't faced another country in combat. In one-on-one tournaments, Sakura's legendary card masters haven't shown anything particularly impressive either. Li Yingdao nodded, refusing to underestimate Sakura. In one-on-one tournaments, the deity levels weren't disclosed. This means that even if an S-rank divine card master emerges, their information is recorded on the divine card master rankings. Perhaps a new S-rank divine card master has already emerged, but hasn't stepped onto the real stage yet. Seeing no movement from Sakura Nation, Li Yingdao reflected on the gains and losses of this period. His greatest gain thus far was 300 national fortune points.
Originally holding just over 200 points, the arena had granted additional points after defeating the Star River Kingdom. Now it had reached 300 points. This was sufficient for Li Yingdao to exchange for 3 S-class support cards. Another factor was his compatibility rating. Current affinity, 22%. Current national fortune points, 300. Compatibility was what concerned Li Yingdao most. It was tied to the mission entrusted to him by the True Lord and his own strength. The higher the compatibility, the greater the combat power of the deity a divine card master could obtain. Li Yingdao possessed an additional advantage over others. Once his compatibility reached a certain threshold, he could obtain the True Lord's divine abilities. At 20 compatibility points, he obtained the 3-pronged double-edged spear. As his compatibility deepened, he gained access to the True Lord's divine abilities, the Heavenly Eye, emulating heaven and earth, the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gangs, and more. Li Yingdao could acquire them all without needing to study them like Gu Sisi did with Chang'e's Heart Sutra. Once acquired, he could master them instantly. But there's a greater limitation. Li Yingdao's greatest flaw at present was that he could only summon the True Lord 3 times. On the surface, he still appeared to be the world's top-ranked S-class divine card master. But in reality, if he didn't choose a True Lord, summoning an S-class deity would depend entirely on luck. If luck is on his side, one of the remaining 8 cards might be an S-rank divine card master. If luck is poor, a rank, B-rank, or even C-rank deities might appear. In the battle where Zhong Kuei was summoned, had Li Yingdao not used an S-rank high-ranking guests gathering card, Zhong Kuei would likely have been defeated. I can only hope to increase my compatibility sooner. Suddenly, Li Yingdao glanced at the Genghis Khan origin bestowed upon him by the first emperor. If I offer this to the True Lord, could it increase my chances of summoning him? Though untested, Li Yingdao sensed great potential. The fundamental reason the True Lord was restricted was that his power had surpassed the quasi-saint level, and both the Dao and the arena prohibited quasi-saints from participating. Li Yingdao speculated that the heavenly Dao in the arena imposed this restriction because the power of quasi-saints was simply too formidable. The arena likely couldn't withstand the intensity of battles between quasi-saints. When the True Lord ascended to quasi-sainthood, the Dao attempted to stop him. But the outcome was clear, the Dao had failed. Supreme gods from other nations faced similar restrictions, yet those from Kimchi Nation and the Three nations still appeared. This implies that with sufficient sacrifice, it's not impossible for supreme gods and near saints to participate. Li Ying acted immediately. He drew forth that formless, shapeless divine essence, then summoned the True Lord card he had bound. Under Li Yingdao's control, the divine essence split into 2 streams, one large, one small. Immediately after, Li Yingdao directed the smaller portion to merge into the True Lord card. Shin Sonin, witnessing this, dared not disturb them. She quietly exited the room and established a strict perimeter outside the door. After absorbing the essence, the True Lord card glowed with a faint white aura. It works! Li Yingdao's heart leapt with joy. In his perception, the True Lord card's aura had visibly surged. Compared to before, it had increased by over 60%. This means the True Lord's summoning opportunities have increased from 3 to 5. In Li Yingdao's plan, these 5 attempts could be used on the 5 nations: Sakura, Greece, Maya, Egypt, and Beauty. The latter 4 nations were currently the world's most powerful nations. As for Sakura, that choice stemmed entirely from Li Yingdao's personal preference. The remaining cluster can grant China another S-rank deity. As for the candidate, Li Yingdao had already made his decision. At that moment, Gu Sisi and the others concluded their one-on-one tournament and returned to the National Fortune Bureau. That Maya nation's divine card master was just pathetic. He surrendered the moment he saw the Lotus Root God. The deities of the beautiful country are peculiar, unlike any deities from any other nation we've encountered before. Seeing them return, Li Yingdao immediately stepped forward to explain his battle with the Star River Nation. Excellent! This means our only remaining opponent in Asia is Sakura Nation, Qin Baisheng exclaimed excitedly. As young men of Huaxia, none could resist the chance to conquer Sakura Nation. We must also guard against Viking Nation. Once we annex Xinghan, we'll become neighbors with them. Li Yingdao handed the intangible divine essence to Gu Sisi and explained its function. Gu Sisi hesitated. Mr. Li, this is far too precious. Gu Sisi instinctively tried to refuse. If used by the great goddess Chang'e, she could ascend to S-rank. Li Yingdao urged. The mention of Chang'e stirred something within Gu Sisi. Don't hesitate. Xiao Shang and I are both S-rank now, we just need you. Qin Baisheng added. Ding Yanran also wanted Gu Sisi to accept it. The giant gate star god she had bound only barely reached a tier combat strength, falling short of Chang'e in actual power. Therefore, it would be best for Gu Sisi to utilize this primordial essence. The gap between S-rank and A-rank deities was as vast as heaven and earth. In the entire Xinghan kingdom, only Genghis Khan was an S-rank. In the end, Gu Sisi accepted the divine essence gifted by Li Yingdao. Upon activation, the A-grade emblem in the upper right corner of Chang'e's card transformed into a golden S-grade insignia. Chapter 88, The Cherry Blossom Nation's Conspiracy, Breaking the Supreme God Restriction. Wonderful! Now we have 4 S-rank deities. Ding Yanran exclaimed joyfully, showing no trace of jealousy toward Gu Sisi. Li Yingdao watched the joyful expressions on everyone's faces and felt a surge of happiness himself. 4 S-rank deities? I'll see how Sakura handles this. At that moment, Long Hua entered the room. Seeing the group's joy and learning the reason, he too broke into a smile. Ahem. Everyone composed their expressions, awaiting Long Hua's orders. Our eyes and ears in various nations have relayed intelligence. Currently, every major nation in the world is cultivating a group of top-tier divine card masters. Based on the intelligence we've gathered, Greece has launched the Divine Child Project, while Viking Nation has initiated the King's Project. As for Sakura Nation, everyone perked up their ears to listen. Other nations could be set aside for now, but Sakura Nation was their next opponent. Gaining critical intelligence on their adversary would grant them a decisive advantage on the battlefield. Sakura Nation's project is named Jade. Jade? Everyone frowned. Li Yingdao looked puzzled. Are there villagers here too? Long Hua continued, what we can confirm is that Greece is led by Wonner, and among the Cherry Blossom Nation's candidates is Senka Kojitsu from the rankings. Though we haven't received word from Egypt or the Maya yet, it's safe to assume these nations are also attempting to cultivate a cohort of top-tier divine card masters. Since the advent of designated cards, keeping a single divine card master on the field continuously is no longer a pipe dream. China serves as the prime example. The same group of players fought every battle. This has inspired other nations. Rather than exhausting efforts to elevate the divine proficiency of the entire nation, it is wiser to expend some national fortune points to purchase designated cards and focus on cultivating a select group. All eyes turned to Li Yingdao once more. After all, the two individuals Long Hua had just mentioned were both defeated by him. Qianxia hangry is no cause for concern. The real threat is Wonner. I even suspect Wonner has already mastered the second-generation Titan pantheon within the Greek pantheon. Given time, even the first-generation creator gods might fall under Wonner's grasp. Li Yingdao voiced his concerns. If it were merely the second-generation pantheon, it might still be manageable with China's current lineup. But if it were a first-generation creator god, Li Yingdao estimated only the true lord would have a chance of defeating it. Hey, no matter how powerful Wonner is, he's still just one person. We've got 4 S-rank deities here. One-on-one, we're not afraid of any country in the world. Xin Baisheng said optimistically. The next second, Li Yingdao poured cold water on his enthusiasm. But what if the world's major powers unite? Or if other nations also harbor S-rank god card masters? That's impossible. Gu Sisi agreed with Li Yingdao's perspective. Nothing is impossible. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be struck by the wind. The previous 3 nations alliance is proof of that. And remember, even when that Indian divine card master was in S-class, he summoned S-class beings like the Buddha and Brahma. We must prepare to face challenges from 5 S-class deities. Ahem. Long Hua interrupted their conversation. The current situation isn't that dire yet, it's merely hypothetical. After all, nations are interconnected. The previous 3 nations alliance formed because they bordered us. It's nearly impossible for other major powers to unite. Greece is in Europe, Egypt in Africa, the United States in North America, and the Maya nation in South America. There's no possibility of these 4 major powers joining forces. The others felt slightly reassured, grasping Long Hua's implication. The immediate priority was to focus all efforts on confronting Sakura Nation. Old Dragon, please share your perspective. Li Yingdao urged. Long Hua smiled briefly before his expression turned grave. As the great goddess Chang'e previously revealed, the supreme deities of each nation face certain constraints. To summon a supreme deity, a price must be paid. This applies to both India and Korea. Just moments ago, our Beidou satellite transmitted footage. As he spoke, Long Hua activated the hall's display screen. The screen displayed dozens of small transport ships departing from Sakura territory, heading toward Africa, and then returning to Sakura. Strangely, the ships carried no cargo whatsoever. Instead, African people continuously boarded the ships bound for Sakura territory. Aren't they all supposed to go to the United States for work? What's the deal with going to Sakura? Xin Baisheng asked in confusion. Maybe the Sakura girls are just cuter, Sun Xiaosheng chimed in with a grin. Li Yingdao rolled his eyes. Is that the point? It's likely to break the restrictions imposed by their own supreme deities, Gu Sisi analyzed. Exactly. Previously, Korea exhausted all its deities to summon the supreme god Dangun. That approach was too extreme, like draining the pond to catch fish. Sakura Nation is likely doing this in a gentler, more acceptable way to break free from the supreme god's constraints. Li Yingdao explained. Though sparse, the information revealed that Sakura Nation had already begun taking action to counter China. Elder Dragon, how do you plan to proceed? Li Yingdao inquired. Long Hua presented his plan. My proposal is to strike first. Before Sakura Nation makes its move, we must prepare thoroughly and launch a decisive battle for national destiny against them. Currently, several individuals within the Emperor Project possessed ample national fortune points.
They could easily spare dozens of points to purchase challenge cards and designated cards. 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, once the integration of the Xinghan and Faitsui nations is complete, we will initiate the National Fortune Challenge against Sakura Nation. During this period, I will assign personnel to uncover the reasons behind Sakura Nation's recruitment of so many Africans. Your task is to prepare thoroughly for war against Sakura Nation. Understood, the group responded in unison, their faces betraying their excitement. After enduring so long, defeating India, swallowing Korea, battling Star River, conquering Emerald. If we could swallow the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the satisfaction would surpass all previous victories combined. Sakura Nation, Southern Coastal Frontier. Senka Kojitsu stood in her kimono, a radiant smile lighting up her face. Excellent. Sacrificing this batch has accelerated the great god's progress by another 30%. From Chuka's perspective, 3 enormous pits, each the size of a soccer field, stretched before him. Buried within lay countless corpses, each one utterly emaciated. As if drained of all their blood. Had Li Yingdao and the others been present, they would have instantly recognized these corpses as the Africans who had been aboard the transport ship bound for Sakura. A girl dressed similarly in a kimono, her face delicate and beautiful, stared coldly at the mass grave before her. Still too slow. At this rate, it will take us another 3 weeks to summon the main god. Shinatsu Tsukihara hesitated before replying respectfully, but isn't this fast enough? Several small nations in Africa have already noticed our activities. If we continue transporting people from Africa, China will likely detect us. Then use our own people. The girl's words were shocking enough to make Senya Hojitsu pale. Our own people? The Prime Minister would never agree. I'll handle the Prime Minister. 3 weeks is ample time for China to prepare fully. Are we supposed to wait for China to challenge us first? Don't be foolish. There's an ancient Chinese saying, strike first to gain the advantage. Xianxia Hangri knew full well that he was no match for the girl in either status or strength, and thus refrained from further argument. Chapter 89, the resurgent papal state let Wunner deal with his own headache. August 1st, night. 1-on-1 arena. China's Li Yingdao wins. Li God is awesome. How many wins in a row is Li God on now? I lost count, but it must be close to 100. On the stage, Li Yingdao breathed a sigh of relief. His opponent in this battle was a B-rank divine cardmaster from the Maya Kingdom. Fortunately, his deck was solid, allowing him to summon the A-rank star god of literature. Both sides tacitly refrained from using support cards, ultimately securing victory for Li Yingdao. Back at the 1-on-1 arena. Li Yingdao checked his interface. Current affinity, 29%. Current national fortune points, 387. At this rate, it'll only take half a year to reach 100% compatibility. Also, I can't afford to save national fortune points. Who knows if Sakura might challenge me at any moment. Li Yingdao browsed the national fortune shop. He currently had no shortage of designated cards or challenge cards, he only needed to purchase support cards. S-rank attribute card, peak recall restores allied deities to their peak state while retaining existing buff effects. Price, 100 national fortune points. That S-rank card Wunner used back then was indeed useful, a true jack of all trades. Li Yingdao immediately spent 100 national fortune points to acquire the card. Additionally, Li Yingdao purchased 2 A-rank attribute cards. One boosted deity attributes by 100%, while the other increased attack power by 200%. Total expenditure, 250 national fortune points. Current national fortune points, 137. Current cards, S-grade peak regression card, a grade attribute card, a grade attack attribute card, B-grade environment card, E-grade attribute card, F-grade environment card, F-grade attribute card. These 7 cards constituted Li Yingdao's entire current card inventory. If I could acquire just one more S-tier card, my collection would undoubtedly rank among the world's elite. Back when Wunner possessed 2 S-tier cards, it was thanks to the cards allocated during the initial arena distribution. And he used them all against Li Yingdao at once. Wunner probably has nowhere to cry now. An S-grade card costs over 100 points. Without the arena rewards, relying solely on accumulating points in 1-on-1 matches, it would take him ages to afford one. But judging by the situation, Wunner should have at least one S-class card now. Maya's Zhenan, with his accumulated points, should have 2. Li Yingdao instinctively began assessing his opponent's strength. In his prediction, China's overall strength must at least be capable of withstanding the combined attacks of the world's top divine card masters. Judging by the results, at least on the surface, the combined efforts of other nations' divine card masters couldn't match China's. After all, only 6 S-class divine card masters were publicly known at present, and 4 of them were in China. 2 against 1, the advantage is ours. Li Yingdao and Gu Sisi returned to the National Fortune Bureau almost simultaneously. This was an opportunity arranged by Shin Tsonin. Including him, there were 6 people in total. They were divided into pairs for 1-on-1 sparring sessions in batches. Only after one pair finished could the next pair begin training. The purpose of this arrangement was to guard against sudden challenges from other nations. If they were all engaged in one-on-one arena battles, they'd be immediately excluded when the arena selected participants. Then there'd be nowhere to cry about it.
Finished? Xiaoshang, let's go. Qin Baisheng beckoned Sun Xiaoshang onto the arena. What do you think? Li Yingdao asked Gu Sisi. She understood and replied, China's power has indeed reached S-tier.
Compared to the S-tier deities who've already appeared, she's roughly in the middle tier.
Li Yingdao nodded.
He never expected Chang'e to rival the three major rebels.
A mid-tier strength was roughly equivalent to Hades back then.
Just as Qin Baisheng and Sun Xiaoshang were about to enter the one-on-one arena, the arena issued an alert. The Papal State uses a challenge card to forcibly challenge the three kingdoms.
Type National Fortune Deathmatch. The Fate Arena will open in 10 minutes. Everyone in the National Destiny Bureau was utterly dumbfounded.
Wasn't the Papal State destroyed 10 years ago? When the Fate Arena first appeared, the Papal State, unable to summon high-tier deities, was swiftly annexed by Greece. A decade had passed, and the former citizens of the Papal State had long been assimilated by Greece, now worshipping its Greek deities. Yet now, the Papal State was challenging the crippled Triple Kingdom to a national fortune arena battle, a life or death contest at that. The Papal State. Li Yingdao recalled its divine system. It was a system composed of angels and demons. The infamous Satan, Lucifer, was among them. Li, what are your thoughts?
Gu Sisi inquired.
Within the entire team, only Gu Sisi and Li Yingdao were known for their analytical minds.
Li Yingdao shook his head.
Hard to say. Who knows why the Papal States still exist, or why they'd challenge the three nations? Qin Baisheng offered his wise perspective, why not go see for ourselves? The others nodded and headed toward the arena together. Papal State roster, Ake, Lily, Monroe, Vanessa, Grandy. Tri-Kingdoms candidates, Samar, Singh, Neagle, Call, Chastrai. In the spectator stands, fans from all nations wore equally puzzled expressions. How could the Papal State still be alive? In one corner of the arena, the Papal State seats held only a few thousand spectators. Soon. Very soon. Win this match, swallow up those foolish Indians, and the Lord's glory will descend upon the entire Blue Star. Sherry, the Papal State's representative, declared with fanatical fervor. The rest of the Papal State citizens shared the same expression, utterly oblivious to the astonished stares around them. The Papal State challenges the three nations. First match, contestants, enter the ring. The three Indian nations are finished. Li Yingdao delivered his verdict. First, the most developed cities and talents of the three kingdoms of A were swallowed up by Huaxia. Then, the relatively advanced northern regions were annexed by the Greek kingdom. Only the backward southern cities remained. Even their prime minister, Noski, was forced from office. How could such a weakened tri-kingdom possibly face the challenge of the Papal States? When Li Yingdao learned that the Papal State had been destroyed 10 years prior, he too was puzzled. Logically, the Papal State's divine system was no less advanced than Greece's, ranking among the world's best. Even if it truly couldn't match Greece, it shouldn't have fallen to the point of being annexed. Now it seemed there were hidden circumstances at play. Former Prime Minister Noski of the three nations cowered in a corner, too terrified to show his face. It's over. All over. I've destroyed the third nation with my own hands. In the Greek seats, Wonder's face was twisted with viciousness. The Greek Prime Minister roared, didn't you tell me the Papal States had already fallen? What's going on now? That very tournament where Greece annexed the Papal States was the one Wonder had participated in. It was during that very battle that Wonder summoned an S-class deity, becoming the world's first S-class godcard master. I didn't expect the Papal States to still exist. But it doesn't matter, we'll just destroy them again. The Greek Prime Minister snorted coldly, I hope you can deliver on that promise. A class godcard master Ake versus E-class godcard master Samar. The moment the arena announcement rang out, the global audience gasped in shock. The Papal State actually had an A-class divine card master. How could a nation without territory possibly have an A-class divine card master? Interesting. It seems the Papal States haven't been idle all these years. They must be trying to break the Supreme God's restrictions. Li Yingdao chuckled softly, casting a schadenfreude-filled glance toward the Greek nation's seats. No matter how powerful the Papal States became, it held no relevance to China. Their first act upon restoration would undoubtedly be seeking vengeance against Greece. Let Wonder deal with his own headaches. This will also give us a chance to gauge the approximate strength of the Greek Divine Sun project. Chapter 90, Angels and Demons Emerge. Papal State card, a rank Archangel. A triangle card, E-rank Auspicious Heavenly Maiden. On the stage, the Indian contestant looked terrified, his legs trembling uncontrollably. You fools! To die in the radiance of the Lord is your honor. Ake summoned the A-class Archangel with an icy expression. High above, the sky shattered like fragile glass. Gazing through the rift, the crowd could only see endless burning pure white holy flames and flowing liquid golden light. A colossal, soul-shaking pressure poured down. Buzz! The thunderous toll of the cathedral bell reverberated, piercing everyone's eardrums. Countless voices, indistinguishable as male or female, sang in overlapping harmonies. Then, light engulfed everything. A pillar of light as thick as a mountain crashed through the gap and slammed into the ground. Within the pillar, a colossal eyeball materialized. Nearly a perfect sphere, it rotated ceaselessly, surveying its surroundings. Four flawlessly white feathered wings fluttered gently. Surrounding the eyeball, multiple enormous, rotating white halos hovered. The halos took various shapes: square, circular, triangular, and more, each distinct from the others. What is this thing? Is this what the legendary archangel looks like? Shouldn't it have golden hair, blue eyes, and long legs? The archangel's appearance left every spectator utterly speechless. This bore no resemblance whatsoever to the angelic image held by the masses. Thousands of surviving citizens of the Papal State knelt down and began praying. To outsiders, this looked no different from a cult. Archangel, the highest rank among the lower tiers within the Papal State's 3-tier, 9-grade angelic hierarchy, Li Yingdao explained to the others. The Papal State's angelic hierarchy comprised 9 ranks. The upper tier comprises 3 ranks: seraphim, cherubim, and throne. The middle tier consists of the archangels, cherubim, and seraphim. And the 3 lower ranks: archangels, seraphim, and angels. Beyond this, the Papal State also maintains a demonic hierarchy opposing the angels. It's only Class A. If we encounter the Papal State, we can handle it, Sun Wukong reassured him. Li Yingdao shook his head. Hard to say. While we don't know what the Papal State has been up to these past 10 years, if it's only an A-rank threat, it shouldn't warrant them making such a grand show of force to challenge the already crippled 3 kingdoms. The outcome held no suspense whatsoever. The 3 nations' auspicious heavenly maiden couldn't withstand even the pressure of a rank A angel. The moment she showed herself, she was crushed into dust. Papal Kingdom challenges the 3 nations. First match, Papal State wins. The A-triad's fighter, Sunmmary, inevitably became a cloud of blood mist. An unexpected scene unfolded. The archangel's enormous eyes fixed intently on the blood mist, its previously calm gaze now burning with intense hunger. The next instant, the blood mist was sucked into the archangel's eyeball. Horrific, bloodshot veins appeared on the surface of the eye before quickly fading away. The archangel's gaze grew serene once more. A god devouring a mortal. This horrifying spectacle made many spectators retch. Instantly, everyone's regard for the angel plummeted to near zero. Yet the Papal State spectators seemed utterly unfazed, as if this were perfectly natural. The Papal State challenges the 3 nations. Round 2, contestants, take your places. A rank Divine Card Master Lily versus E-rank Divine Card Master Singer. Another A-class? The Papal State barely has a few thousand people. How could there be 2 A-class Divine Card Masters? A-class Divine Card Masters hold immense prestige, second only to S-class Divine Card Masters. Second-tier nations would worship even a single A-class Divine Card Master like a deity. Yet look at the Papal State? When their contestant took the stage, thousands of Holy See citizens showed not a hint of excitement. The crowd couldn't help but wonder, when did A-rank Divine Card Masters become so commonplace? Li Yingdao narrowed his eyes slightly. There's only one reason the Papal State citizens would react this way. It means the Papal State isn't short on A-class Divine Card Masters at all. Back when A-rank Divine Card Master Jinatame took the stage for the 3 nations, the 3 nations fans were more excited than lizards. That was because at the time, the Third Kingdom had only one A-class Divine Card Master. If Greece fielded an A-class Divine Card Master, its citizens might be excited, but certainly not ecstatic. Because Greece still had an S-class Card Master, Wonder. But why did the Papal State target the Third Kingdom? If they were picking on the weak, the Third Kingdom is indeed feeble now. Yet Africa has many small nations besides the large one, Egypt. Wouldn't it be easier for the Papal State to challenge those smaller nations? In the short term, Li Yingdao couldn't fathom the Papal State's motives and could only continue watching. Papal State card, A-rank Solomon's 72 Pillars Demon God Bur. India's card, D-rank Yama. 72 Demon Lords? Does that mean the Papal State possesses at least 72 A-rank divine beings? That can't be possible. How many people does the Papal State even have? 72 A-rank divine card masters? No nation on earth could stand against them united. The 72 pillars of demons belong to another major system within the Papal State, the demonic system. This holy see is terrifying. Li Shun. Sun Wukong hesitated. Li Yingdao understood his meaning. Once the Papal State annexed the remnants of the A-triad nations, it would border China. Even if the Papal State had no intention of attacking China, the monthly routine tournament would inevitably pit the 2 nations against each other. Li Yingdao waved his hand, glancing toward the Greek seats. No need to rush. Greece harbors a grudge against the Papal States for their nation's downfall. It won't be our turn anytime soon. The others could only nod in agreement, temporarily setting aside their thoughts. The second match unfolded as expected. The Holy See's deity easily defeated the Indian deity. Papal State challenges the 3 nations. Second match, Papal State victory. After the third realm contestant was killed by the arena's backlash, the 72 pillars demon Buell, like the archangel in the previous match, devoured the third realm contestant's flesh and blood. Yet paired with Bur's hideous, terrifying appearance, the audience found this act strangely acceptable. devouring the flesh of a divine cardmaster and now choosing to challenge the three nations. Li Yingdao felt he had grasped the crucial point. Within the Papal State's seat, the Papal State's leader, Xia Li, dug her fingertips into her palm, blood flowing freely through the gaps between her fingers. Greece, wonder, we're back. First slaughter Greece, then annex China. By then, if Egypt knows its place, it should surrender willingly. The Papal State had been swallowed by Greece a decade prior because its high-ranking beings could not be summoned. Whether angelic or demonic, any deity of even moderate standing had been sealed away by the arena. The Papal State still doesn't know the reason for the ban. After their nation fell, Sherry led the remaining thousands of Papal State citizens into exile in Africa, clinging to survival in a small southern African nation. They easily took control of the small country. Within a decade, the Pope's followers, through relentless experimentation, finally discovered the method to summon the Pope's deity. Human sacrifice. Human lives served as the key to unlocking the divine power. The more sacrifices made, the stronger the papal deity grew. A decade later, the Papal Kingdom had finally amassed sufficient power and was poised to make its return. Chapter 91, Wonder, everyone, the enemy is here. The Papal State challenges the three nations. Third match, all contestants enter the arena. A class divine card master Monroe. Papal State wins. Fifth match, Holy See wins. Holy See challenges the three nations. Battle for national destiny. Papal State's victory. The three nations of A are annexed by the Papal States. The Papal State is restored. 5 A class divine card masters? With this kind of power, the Papal State could take on any nation in the world single-handedly. Even China couldn't field 5 A-class divine card masters at once, could they? The Papal State has grand ambitions. Look at its location bordering three major powers, China, Egypt, and Greece. India's defeat was expected. What was unexpected, however, was that the Papal State could deploy 5 A-class divine card masters at once. That was truly terrifying. The Greek Prime Minister stared at wonder in disbelief, pinning all hope on this world's first S-class divine cardmaster. Wonder, notify the divine sons. Prepare to accept the Papal State's challenge. Wonder nodded solemnly. 5 A-rank divine cardmasters were indeed a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, no one could guarantee that the Papal State didn't still harbor an S-class divine cardmaster. If an S-class divine cardmaster existed, Greece would need to give its absolute all to stand a chance of victory. They also had to guard against their neighboring Viking kingdom. No one could predict if their neighbor might suddenly bite them. Damn it! Prime Minister Matsue's old dog face twitched uncontrollably. What the hell is the Papal State playing at? After swallowing up India, is their next move to grab territory from China? Shinatsu Wojitsu spoke with a hint of unease. Your Excellency, the Papal State is immensely powerful. We lack sufficient time and are currently no match for them. I only need a solution. After a moment's hesitation, Shio Hengri spoke up, then we must proceed with Hashimoto Shima's previous proposal, sacrificing the lifespans of our elderly citizens to accelerate the progress of the Supreme God. Earlier, Sakura Nation had sought to trade populations with Xinghan Nation, only to be refused. Later, Sakura Nation went to great lengths to transport people from Africa. But time was still too tight. Transporting people from other nations risked detection by China. After all, China's satellites weren't mere decorations. Didn't I already say? Consider it addressing population aging. Those elders hold no value for the empire anymore. Burning their final flame for the empire is their honor. Shinatsu Henichi withdrew in frustration. Within the National Fortune Bureau, Gu Sisi wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, their lenses displaying an electronic screen. Her delicate hands moved swiftly across the keyboard. Found it. Several people hurried over to look. It was a satellite image. In Chongfei, the southernmost nation of Africa, thousands of citizens of the Papal State surrounded a large pit. Within the pit lay countless bodies of Africans. The bodies were being used as fuel, and the entire pit was engulfed in snow-white flames. Li Yingdao glanced at the upper right corner, where the timestamp read 9 years ago. So that's how it is. Li Yingdao murmured. What's wrong, God Li? The three nations are finished. Li Yingdao spoke rapidly. I reviewed the records. Back then, the Papal State couldn't even summon a B-rank deity, while Wonder was already capable of summoning S-rank deities. The divine systems and foundations of the two nations were comparable. Such a gap shouldn't have existed. The only possibility is that back then, the Papal State faced a situation similar to ours in China. But their foundations were far weaker than ours, which is why they were destroyed. But the arena is a balancing force. It must have compensated the Papal State in some way. Thus, the Papal State broke through the arena's restrictions and blockades by sacrificing its people. Qin Baixing's scalp tingled, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Isn't the arena supposed to be a battle for the few? Why involve innocent people? This was the first time Qin Baixing had witnessed methods influencing the arena from outside its confines. What does the three nations are in danger mean? Ding Yanran asked. In a sense, the Papal State's challenge to the three kingdoms stems from our actions and those of Greece, Gu Sisi replied with a bitter smile. Li Yingdao explained, exactly. Judging by the actions of the Holy See's deities and humans, they require a massive population. In their early days, lacking power, they could only operate like rats in small African nations, sneaking around in the shadows. Now that they've accumulated enough, they're launching a war against the crippled three nations. As for why the three nations? The reason is simple. They hold the largest population outside our nation. Their supreme deity was destroyed by us, and their elite forces were depleted by Greece. Calling them crippled is no exaggeration. This situation aligns perfectly with the Papal State's strategic objectives. Moreover, from a geopolitical standpoint, the crippled Holy Trinity borders Greece to the north, Egypt to the west, and China to the east. Whether the Papal State seeks revenge against Greece or declares war on China and Egypt in the future, its location is highly advantageous. After speaking, Li Yingdao found himself unconsciously gazing at the map of Asia. The emergence of the Papal States had sent shockwaves across the entire Eurasian continent. Greece, which had been focused solely on confronting the Viking Kingdom, now faced an unprecedentedly formidable adversary. It was clear to all that the Papal State's restoration was aimed squarely at Greece. China, meanwhile, now faced a powerful neighbor with a penchant for human sacrifice. It was no longer possible to focus all efforts on confronting the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. When the Cherry Blossom Kingdom transported people from Africa, was the Papal State involved? If the Papal States and the Land of Cherry Blossoms were to join forces, then the two nations could form an alliance, pincering China from both sides. Sigh. Unthinkable, utterly unthinkable. But back then, the Papal State had only a few thousand people. How could they possibly control the African nation? Ding Yanran asked in confusion. Nothing is impossible. Since the arena imposed restrictions, it compensated them in other ways. Perhaps they had already obtained powers akin to a divine cardmaster's affinity, capable of wielding divine power a decade ago. Upon hearing Li Yingdao's explanation, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. By this logic, the Papal State was simply too powerful. I've already consulted Elder Long. He says everything proceeds as planned. Li Yingdao nodded in understanding. The arrival of the Papal State had sent shockwaves rippling through the Eurasian region. Now was the moment to test their resolve. If the enemy doesn't move, neither do we. Within Vikingdom, the expressions of the high-ranking officials were noticeably brighter than in recent days. What is poison to others is sweet rain to us. For Vikingdom, the restoration of the Papal State is highly advantageous. Not only does it eliminate the formidable Greek nation, but it also serves to contain their neighbor, the Chinese Empire. During this period, we must focus on cultivating the king. You've all witnessed this arena. In the future, an A-class divine card master will be nothing more than an entry ticket. Kingdom of Greece. In the conference hall, Wunner sat at the head of the table, his eyes closed as he rested. Even the Prime Minister of Greece could only sit beside him in attendance. The other four divine card masters, dressed identically, gazed at Wunner with reverence. Even after Wunner's defeat to Li Yingdao, his standing within Greece remained utterly unshaken. Even now, the four divine cardmasters firmly believe that if another match were held, Wunner would undoubtedly defeat Li Yingdao. The Papal State uses a challenge card, forcibly challenging the Greek state. Type National Destiny Showdown. Wunner's eyes snapped open. His expression turned stern as he scanned the entire conference hall. Everyone, the enemy has arrived. Chapter 92, The Papal States Challenge. The Celestial General Zhubeiji makes his appearance. Greek Nation Selection, Wunner, Benny, Jason, Zoe, Justin. Papal State Selection, Wen, Nain, Nava, Fred, Lillard. The National Fortune Arena will commence in 10 minutes. So soon? The Papal State just annexed the three nations and now seeks revenge against Greece? Did you notice? The Papal State's lineup is completely different from the last match. You mean the Papal State didn't use designated cards? Sherry, the Papal State's representative, swirled her wine glass. Hearing the other nation's spectators discussing, she sneered coldly, designated cards? Ha! Others may need them, but we certainly don't. The Papal State has 3,213 remaining members, every single one an A-class divine cardmaster. Thanks to the VIP section soundproofing, outsiders couldn't hear Sherry's words. What about the challenge cards? Xia Li inquired. Her subordinate immediately replied, we only have one challenge card left in reserve. Xia Li crossed her legs, studying the latest edition of the Asian map in her hands. To the east lies Emerald Kingdom, and northeast is Huaxia. Then use the challenge card on Emerald Kingdom. Test Huaxia's stance, see if they dare stand up for their vassal state. After China comes Egypt. It's time for the entire Blue Star to witness the splendor of our Papal State. Xia Li gripped her wine glass a little tighter. If only we had enough challenge cards, we could declare war on the entire world. The Papal State uses a challenge card, forcibly challenging the Emerald Kingdom. Emerald Kingdom is a vassal state of China. China accepts the challenge. Victory for China, rewards go to China. Defeat for China, punishment falls upon Emerald. Type National Fortune War. Best of 5 system. Are you kidding me? The Papal State is simultaneously challenging the world's two superpowers?
The Papal States' move truly stunned everyone. This move threatens to ignite a war of national destiny across Eurasia. Damn it! The Papal State is truly targeting China. Old dog Matsuo slammed his fist on the table. A nation can only accept one challenge at a time, yet it can challenge multiple nations simultaneously. The power the Papal States had demonstrated far surpassed that of the land of cherry blossoms. Old dog Matsuo seethed inwardly, unable to voice his anger. Compared to the Papal States' vision of challenging the world, the land of cherry blossoms merely covets the lands of China. How much longer must we wait? Shinatsu Hangry replied, My lord, it will take at least one more day. Then I shall endure one more day. Within the National Fortune Bureau, all eyes fixed on the arena's prompt silence hanging heavy. Li Yingdao broke the silence first. The Papal State is testing us. Gu Sisi added, Exactly. They chose the National Fortune War, leaving us room to surrender. After all, the punishment for defeat lies in the Emerald Kingdom. So, do we fight or not? Ding Yanan asked. They had already used their designated cards, so the announced candidates would inevitably be theirs. Judging by the Papal State's current performance, they possess numerous elite combatants, so many they can even rotate them in. If we fight them, with our 4 S-rank divine card masters, who own the entire Blue Star could possibly stop us? Xin Baisheng stood up and shouted. Elder Long, what are your thoughts? Li Yingdao inquired of Long Hua. After all, he was the leader, and his perspective spanned the entire globe, far more far-sighted than that of Li Yingdao and the others. Strike first to prevent 100 blows. Since the Papal State has made its move, it means they've set their sights on us. Before we crush the Sakura, I will tolerate no mistakes. Long Hua's tone was firm and unquestionable. China's candidates, Li Yingdao, Gu Sisi, Xin Baisheng, Sun Xiaoshan, Ding Yanran. Papal State candidates, Richie, Pudi, Kobe, Linton, Diaz. National Destiny Arena commences in 10 minutes. 2 arenas materialized simultaneously. One stood at the border between the 3 nations of A and Greece, the other at the border between the 3 nations of A and Huaxia. The world erupted in an instant, with the Papal State becoming the focal point of global attention. The Asia-Europe region is truly becoming unstable, remarked the Prime Minister of the United States, T.M.Up, with a look of astonishment. Ignore them. We're far from the Emperor's reach. There's an ancient Chinese saying, build high walls, stockpile grain, and delay proclaiming yourself king. The Papal State drawing global attention is actually beneficial for our RD efforts. The rest of the beautiful country's high-ranking officials all wore expressions of schadenfreude. What's this Papal State playing at? How can they be so confident? Who cares? With Li Xin here, what's there to worry about? In the preparation area. We only need 3 wins this round. 2 of us can handle it. No need to reveal that Sisi has become an S-class divine card master, Li Yingdao advised. Gu Sisi nodded in agreement. Brotherly, let's just go with the 2 of us. Xin Baisheng proposed. No problem. Li Yingdao said, glancing toward the Greek nation's arena. I wonder if Wun'er can hold out. If the Papal States break through Greece in one fell swoop, that would spell trouble. Though Li Yingdao and Wun'er had once been rivals, he certainly didn't want Wun'er to fall so quickly now. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In a sense, China and Greece now stood on the same side. The Papal State challenges the Chinese nation. First match, contestants, take your places. I'm on it. Be careful, Li Shun. Relax, it's just a routine national fortune battle. Losing won't kill anyone. S-rank divine card master Li Yingdao versus a rank divine card master Richie. Another a rank? Li Yingdao frowned. The Papal State had already fielded 5 A-class divine card masters. Now they were simultaneously challenging Greece and China, and with different challengers each time. Could it be that all 15 of them are A-class divine card masters? The Papal State sure has an excessive number of A-class divine card masters, doesn't it? Li Yingdao pushed aside his thoughts and focused on the battle at hand. No need for support cards this round. Who knows how many elite forces the Papal State still has in reserve? We've got Japan to contend with later. Better to conserve resources where possible. Something's off. Why does this place feel so strange? Upon closer inspection, Li Yingdao finally noticed the peculiarity of the Pope's divine card masters. His eyes were completely lifeless, as if he were in a trance. Heh, the famed S-rank divine card master. Killing you will surely please the Lord. Li Yingdao frowned, ignoring his opponent. 9 cards appeared before him. Dragon King of the South Sea, Prince Biancheng, Ghost King, Red Boy, Li Jing the Tower-bearing Heavenly King, Shingongbao, Zhao Tianjun, Zhubeiji, and Erlang Xianchengzhenjuan. The quality of these deities is quite good this time. Besides the True Lord, there are several golden immortal level deities. Among them, the tower-bearing Heavenly King, Zhao Tianjun, and Zhubeiji all possess Taiyi immortal strength. Of course, above Taiyi immortals stood the Diluo immortals. The True Lord himself was a great perfected immortal, his power ranking among the pinnacle of S-tier deities. Taiyi golden immortals could also be rated S-class by the arena. Forget about the tower-bearing Heavenly King. Xin Baisheng will be taking the stage later. Who knows if Neza might notice Li Jing's appearance.
Thus, Li Yingdao's choice narrowed to Zhao Tianjun and Zhu Beiji. The former is one of the 10 heavenly lords of the Jie sect, while the latter, before being reincarnated as a pig, was the renowned heavenly marshal Tianpeng.
Piggy it is. Everyone has seen Journey to the West and is quite familiar with him. Li Yingdao selected the card and began refining its details.
The celestial marshal falls to mortal realms, seeking love in Gao Laozhuang's domain. His 9-pronged rake sweeps away troubles, his snores shake the heavens in blissful freedom.
Steamed gooseplump, roasted lamb tender. Jade like wine fills golden cups. Forget of future paths and scriptures. Pigsy comes to settle the world. Divinity of Huaxia Nation, S-Rank General Tianpeng, Zhu Beiji. Papal State Deity, a rank Sibyl. Chapter 93, Monkey Brother, do you know how much this old pig misses you?
Holy crap, it's the celestial marshal from Journey to the West.
Can't imagine how we lost.
This is the depth of Li Shen's power. He casually summons S-class divine card masters. Upon learning Li Yingdao had summoned an S-rank, Richie's eyes held not a trace of fear. On the contrary, he grew even more excited.
Great. Great. Seeing how strong you are puts my mind at ease. Li Yingdao frowned, ignoring Rich entirely.
He simply dismissed him as mentally unstable.
Kid, summoning this old pig of mine? Now that's interesting.
Zhu Beiji staggered out of the card, his 9-pronged rake slung over his shoulder.
Whoa, so this deity from Huaxia is a pig god? Don't underestimate him, he's an S-rank deity of the beast category.
Li Yingdao turned to face Zhu Beiji, whose head was that of a pig and body that of a man. Standing over 5 meters tall, his 2 tusks radiated savage ferocity, and his body was covered in thick, vibrant fur. He looked every bit the image of a creature capable of calming a child's nighttime crying.
You describe this old pig as lazy and gluttonous? This old pig isn't very happy about that.
Zhu Beiji grabbed Li Yingdao, only to find he couldn't budge him.
Interesting. Seems the deity you're bound to is quite powerful.
Li Yingdao chuckled in reply, this junior is indeed the true Lord's disciple, having learned a fraction of his master's abilities.
As for my earlier words, I meant no offense whatsoever.
Zhu Beiji touched his tusks and grumbled,
the true Lord? Isn't that just that 3-eyed guy?
Li Yingdao inwardly cursed, how can every god he worships be called the 3-eyed one? For the sake of that 3-eyed guy, this old pig won't nitpick your flaws.
But this round? I'm too lazy to fight.
The spectators outside the arena immediately began discussing.
A deity refusing to fight? This was unprecedented. Anyway, this is just a regular fight. Losing won't kill anyone. Let the deities behind me fight it out. This old pig here can't be bothered to move. Another deity who needs coaxing? Li Yingdao interjected, trying to persuade him.
Marshal, winning this match could yield a significant amount of faith energy. After it's over, I'll have a temple built in your honor, with incense burning day and night. But Zhu Beiji waved him off coldly.
No thanks, no thanks. Fighting is such a drag. The group below the stage grew anxious. Losing the very first match would severely dent morale. Why is Zhu Beiji acting like this? Sun Xiaoshang was taken aback.
After all, Zhu Beiji was the junior disciple of Sun Wukong, the deity he was bound to. In Journey to the West, the two were incredibly close. Whenever they encountered demons, as long as Sun Wukong was present, even if Tang Sanzang was captured by monsters, Zhu Beiji would coast through the entire battle.
He'd just yell, let's pack up and go back to Gao Laozhuang.
But the moment Sun Wukong faced danger, Zhu Beiji would switch gears completely. In battles against the Red Boy, the Yellow Wind Demon, and the Scorpion Demon, Sun Wukong suffered greatly because of this. Each time, it was Zhu Beiji who stepped in personally or summoned reinforcements from heaven to rescue Sun Wukong. Others would bow respectfully to Sun Wukong, calling him the great sage equal to heaven. Only Zhu Beiji spent the entire journey to the west calling him the horsekeeper.
Yet Sun Wukong never grew angry, always cheerfully getting along with Zhu Beiji.
This alone speaks volumes about their bond. One could even say they were more than just fellow disciples, they were as close as brothers. Seeing that Li Yingdao was completely unmoved, he had no choice but to play his trump card, Commander. The Buddha is dead, and so is the 6-eared macaque.
What?
Zhu Beiji's eyes widened, his mouth gaping open to reveal a mouthful of fangs and a bright red tongue.
Say that again? The 6-eared macaque is dead, killed on the arena.
As for the Buddha, he was slain by the great sage himself. The great sage has personally avenged the deception of the Western journey. He also instructed me to inform you of all this upon seeing you.
This wasn't Li Yingdao spouting nonsense.
After Sun Wukong killed the Buddha, he had indeed instructed Li Yingdao to relay this news to Zhu Beiji and the others.
Clang!
The 9-pronged ray clattered to the floor. Zhu Beiji collapsed onto it, wiping tears from his eyes with his elbows.
I knew it. That stinking monkey couldn't die. Monkey brother, do you know how much I missed you? When the Buddha made me the temple guardian, it was all bull. The entire Buddhist sect despised me. Li Yingdao hadn't expected Zhu Beiji's reaction to be so intense. But perhaps it made sense.
After Sun Wukong was replaced by the 6-eared monkey, the group ascended to Sacred Mountain, each receiving their own fruit-based titles and honors.
What appeared to be commendation was actually confinement. It was a way to keep them confined within the Buddhist fold. Without this measure, the Buddha could not rest easy. Xu Beiji's reaction revealed just how much bullying and scorn he had endured within the Buddhist order after Sun Wukong's absence. A mere pig demon, how dare he remain within the Buddhist order? The former heavenly marshal Tianpeng is no better. The purifier of the altar is nothing but a wild boar scavenging leftovers. Xu Beiji had surely heard such words countless times. Just for telling me this news, you brat, this old pig will take care of it for you. Li Yingdao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Xu Beiji was willing to step in, an A-rank deity was no match for him. This first battle was as good as won. You pig demon. You don't hold me in any regard at all. A buzzing sound filled the air as a sharp proboscis suddenly descended from above, aiming straight for Xu Beiji. Where did this fly come from? Xu Beiji sprang to his feet, parrying the attack with his 9-pronged rake. Zibibu, a demonic entity within the Papal Kingdom's pantheon, also known as the Fly God. Inferior to Satan and Lucifer, he presides over the sin of gluttony. Li Yingdao's mind flashed with information about his opponent's deity. Failing to land a blow, Zibibu with its fly-like head vibrated the thin wings on its back and swiftly pulled away. That's a fly? Ha 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 ha. The Papal States make such a grand show of challenging us, only to send out a mere fly. If I were that fly, I'd have smashed my head to death on the stage long ago. Seeing his opponent's pitiful state, Xu Beiji refrained from mocking him. Instead, he swung his 9-pronged rake and charged at Zibibu like a cannonball. Sin of gluttony. Zibibu flapped his wings, sending a torrent of food cascading down from the sky. It formed a wall, blocking Xu Beiji's path. Upon closer inspection, it was all rotten, highly spoiled food. Li Yingdao covered his nose and retreated to the edge of the arena. Well, this old pig happens to be starving. Xu Beiji's speed didn't waver. He opened his massive jaws and sucked in, and an unnamed air current pulled the wall of food away. The already decaying food seemed to accelerate through time, swiftly turning to dust. He possesses such abilities? Seeing he couldn't block his opponent, Zibibu flapped his wings and soared into the air. After all, he was only an A-class deity. Going toe-to-toe with the S-class Xu Beiji would gain him nothing. Thinking you can bully old pig because he can't fly? Water tornado. Xu Beiji stamped his foot on the ground. A surge of water clung to his soles, forming a swirling vortex that propelled him relentlessly towards Xiebiabu. As the guardian of the celestial river for 1,000,000 years, Xu Beiji's mastery of water-based techniques had long reached the level of profound understanding. He simply disdained to use it during the journey to the west. Buzz! 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 As Zibibu flapped his wings at breakneck speed, the entire arena echoed with the incessant buzzing of flies. You annoying fly, you're driving me crazy. Xu Beiji's speed far surpassed Zibibu's. He swiftly seized its ankle and pinned his entire weight upon it. Zibibu flapped his wings with all his might, but Xu Beiji's weight was simply too great to lift. With a thud, Zibibu was dragged off the stage, becoming a cushion for Xu Beiji. Damn pig demon, I lug. Before Zibibu could rise, Xu Beiji grabbed both his feet with one hand and swung him around. The world spun violently as Zibibu slammed repeatedly against the arena floor. Chapter 94. This world's survival of the fittest has gone mad. The battle between beast deities looks so satisfying. No magic tricks, just pure, bone-crunching blows. That's got to be satisfying. Great Piggy is awesome. Witnessing this scene, Li Yingdao finally relaxed. An S-rank deity facing an A-rank deity always results in a crushing victory. Now it's just a matter of whether this opponent Rich can use cards, and what tier they'll be. Li Yingdao didn't think Rich had high-tier cards. Back when the one-on-one arena first appeared, cards were randomly assigned based on the rank of the divine cardmaster who had previously stepped onto the stage. The higher the cardmaster's rank, the higher the tier of cards they received. This had been confirmed during the Divine Cardmaster Rankings battle against Wunner. At that time, the Papal Kingdom hadn't made its comeback yet, so their names weren't even on the rankings. How could the arena possibly assign them cards? As for purchasing cards afterward? That was even less likely. Whenever a Holy See Divine Cardmaster appeared in a one-on-one arena match, the arena would display the player's national affiliation. Their opponents would instantly recognize them as Divine Cardmasters from the Holy See. Therefore, it was impossible for the Holy See's Divine Cardmasters to participate in one-on-one tournaments before the nation's restoration. The only lingering question is how the Papal State acquired so many challenge cards. From challenging India to Greece and China. The Papal State has already used 3 challenge cards in total. Even China, with its largest pool of Divine Cardmasters, lacks such reserves. How did the Papal States acquire them? When Xinghan Kingdom used their one-on-one challenge card, they openly claimed it was granted by their supreme deity, Genghis Khan. So it seems even deities can bestow cards upon divine cardmasters. That explains it. As the crux of the matter clicked into place, Li Yingdao's face darkened. If the Papal State possesses numerous challenge cards, combined with their vast number of A-rank divine cardmasters, they could seamlessly challenge one nation after another. Challenging China once or twice might be manageable. But with repeated challenges, wearing nations down through relentless battles, Forget Gu Sisi and the others, even Li Yingdao wouldn't be able to withstand it. Who knows how many more A-class divine card masters the Papal State possesses? Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. The Papal State would target Greece first if they were to attack. But after Greece, their target would undoubtedly be China. As things stand, the Papal State poses a far greater threat to China than Japan. Japan still warrants vigilance too. Their population transport from Africa is likely aimed at breaking the Supreme God's restrictions. Seeing his own deity getting thoroughly beaten, Rich merely darkened his expression without using any support cards. Just as I expected, the Papal State's divine cardmaster truly possesses no support cards. At last, some good news. Li Yingdao breathed a sigh of relief. From the moment the Papal State entered the fray, it had exerted immense pressure worldwide. First came the horrifying sacrifice of human lives to break the Supreme God's restrictions. Then came their overwhelming number of A-rank divine cardmasters, far surpassing any other nation. The arena truly is balanced. If one nation gains an advantage in one area, they are restricted in another. And vice versa. On the arena stage, Zhu Beiji threw Xia Bib up a full 1,000 times. Zibibu never mounted a proper defense throughout the entire match. Only when Zhu Beiji grew weary of tossing him did he finally fling his opponent violently across the arena. "You pig demon! You thoroughly enraged me!" Xi Biebu stabilized himself mid-air. With his fly-like head possessing only compound eyes, he couldn't express his fury through his gaze. It could only vent its fury through words. "You're just a lowly fly spirit. In the heavenly court, you wouldn't even be fit to polish my shoes. You think you can take on old pig? Do you even have the strength?" Zhu Beiji picked his nose disdainfully. "You'll find out soon enough." Zibibu abruptly tore off the very wings that enabled his flight, clutching them in his fist. Countless wails of agony poured forth from the wounds on its wings, mingled with thick, murky blood. Zhu Beiji sniffed the air, his face frozen in utter shock. How many people have you eaten?" Zibibu blushed slightly and said, not many. Just a few 100,000, all Africans." The taste wasn't great. The entire audience gasped in horror. Xi Biebu spoke as if it were nothing, but these were living, breathing human beings. Hundreds of thousands. The population of a small city. The ringmasters from every nation frowned. Such a god who devours people would bring more harm than good to a nation. What use is a deity if the people are gone? Zhu Beiji stared straight at his opponent, his right hand gripping the 9-pronged rake tightly. "Though this old pig despises the Buddhist sect, I do acknowledge some of their principles. For beasts like you, the wrathful gaze of a Vajra is far more effective than the compassionate gaze of a Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva's gentle gaze saves lives, the Vajra's wrathful eyes take them." To his surprise, these words sparked an unexpected rage in Zibibu, while Richie burst into tears. "This world is ruled by the law of the jungle, it's gone mad. The arena imprisoned us without cause. What choice did we have? We could only watch helplessly as our kingdom was swallowed whole. Our people assimilated. Those who once worshipped us have now switched allegiances, bowing to other gods. Tell me, what choice do we have? If I hadn't killed and devoured others, I wouldn't even be standing before you now." "Kill me? Ha 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 ha. Then kill me." Turbid blood enveloped Zibibu, making him look like a demon risen from hell. "Imprison them in the arena." Li Yingdao sharply grasped the crucial detail. If they were imprisoned on the arena, then the reason the Papal States were annihilated makes sense. The Papal States' situation was similar to that of Huaxia. One was imprisoned, utterly unable to be summoned. The other could be summoned, yet their civilization had been severed, leaving them utterly unfamiliar. The ultimate outcomes for the two nations differed. China produced Li Yingdao, who began addressing the effects of civilizational disconnection and achieved some success. The Papal States, however, took an extreme approach, resorting to sacrificing the populations of other nations to unseal their own deities. But why did the arena choose this path? Li Yingdao couldn't fathom the reasoning. Judging by the outcome, the Papal States' path was undeniably tragic. The entire nation had been annihilated. Its former subjects now spoke different languages, their memories of their own deities erased by the arena. Zhu Beiji's eyes flickered, a hint of pity flickering within. "But in the end," he declared, "you should take those grand principles to my master. Old pig here is only here to deal with you." Zibibu's wings whirled like blades as he charged at Zhu Beiji. Clang! The 9-tusked rake descended, pinning the wings immobile. The next instant, Xia Biebu discarded his wings entirely. Blood surged from his body into his beak, the blood-black maw gleaming dangerously as it lunged toward Zhu Beiji's heart. "Are you out of your mind?" With no time left to defend, Zhu Beiji had no choice but to abandon his 9-pronged rake, shielding his heart with both hands. Thud! The mouthparts pierced flesh and bone, splitting open a crack. Blood, thick with resentment, flowed through the beak into Zhu Beiji's body. "Commander!" Li Yingdao shouted urgently. Fortunately, the mouthparts only pierced his arm, missing his heart. "You're asking for death." Enraged, Zhu Beiji ignored the gaping wound in his arm and kicked Zibibu aside. He then stepped forward, gripping the mouthparts with both hands. He snapped the slender mouthparts clean off. "Ah!"
Zibibu roared in agony, his compound eyes twitching violently. Even so, he shouted, rest assured, even if it's me like this, we still have many, many more. Shu Beiji paid no heed to his words. He summoned his 9-pronged rake and smashed his skull to pulp with a single strike. Papal State challenges China. National Fortune Battle. First battle, Huaxia Nation wins. Chapter 95, Heaven's Way redistributes surplus and balance lies with humankind. I told you when Li Shen steps in, victory is guaranteed. The Papal State must be out of their minds to come looking for trouble with us. Wonder how Greece is faring. Best if they both get crushed. Our Marshal Tianpeng is injured too. Unlike the audience's widespread optimism, Li Yingdao's mind raced. Though they had won this battle, it had exposed a critical flaw. The arena had unjustly imprisoned the Papal State's deity, leading to the Papal State's annihilation 10 years prior. And then there were Zibibu's final words, there are many, many more like me. Taken literally, that means the Papal State still has many gods who can break the arena's restrictions by devouring people. But why would the arena imprison the Pope Kingdom's deities? Just then, Zhu Beiji strode over, shouldering his 9-pronged rake. His complexion was poor, his skin a liver-like hue, his entire body transformed from its original reddish-yellow to a deep crimson black. Seeing the gaping wounds on Zhu Beiji's arms, Li Yingdao asked with concern, Marshal, your injuries? An opponent merely at the A-rank level could inflict such horrific wounds on a S-rank deity of Huaxia. If every battle ahead proved this challenging, China would face dire straits. Li Yingdao could refresh and summon other deities. But Qin Baisheng and Gu Sisi couldn't do the same. To summon an S-class deity, they could only rely on the deities they were personally bound to. If S-rank deities sustained cumulative injuries, it wasn't impossible for them to be defeated by A-rank deities. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the Papal Kingdom possessed any S-rank godcard masters. Li Yingdao suspected the probability was very high. Shu Beiji's expression darkened as he waved his hand. Hundreds of thousands of people's resentment was forced into this old pig's body by that fly demon. Damn it, what a vicious move. Then, Zhu Beiji's eyes grew distant, a hint of melancholy creeping in. That fly demon's hatred isn't without reason. But after all, it killed hundreds of thousands. Its death was deserved. This is a tangled mess, one this old pig can't untangle. Li Yingdao couldn't help but ask, Marshal, why were the deities of the Papal State imprisoned on the arena? Logically, all actions on the arena should be visible to deities across nations. Shu Beiji should know the reason. But whether he could speak of it was another matter entirely. Back then, Chang'e, constrained by the arena's restrictions, could only inform Huaxia. The supreme deities of other nations were also restricted, though she never specified the nature of those limitations. Now it seemed all nations had caught on and were using various means to break through these constraints. However, in Li Yingdao's view, the more powerful a deity was, the more they could reveal. After the true lord ascended to quasi-sainthood, he openly stated that all deities above quasi-sainthood in Huaxia had already departed from Blue Star. This was essentially revealing the truth about the severance of Huaxia civilization. Had it been any other deity, the arena would never have permitted such revelations. Yet the more powerful a deity becomes, the greater the restrictions imposed upon them. Semi-saints above from China were barred from appearing, supreme deities from other nations faced restrictions, and the Pope's realm was outright imprisoned. Shu Beiji's lips twitched slightly, as if weighing his words. Finally, he looked up at the sky. The way of heaven diminishes the surplus to supplement the deficiency, while the way of man diminishes the deficiency to serve the surplus. The tragedy of the Papal State was not caused by the arena. Youngster, this old pig needs to tend to my wounds. Unless absolutely necessary, don't summon me again. Also, thank you for telling me about Monkey Brother. These 36 heavenly transformations, consider them a gift from this old pig to you. Li Yingdao's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Zhu Beiji with an expression reserved for fools. Is this gift even necessary? Who doesn't know I'm the true Lord's disciple? Who doesn't know the true Lord masters the 36 transformations of heavenly gangs? Truth be told, as long as the compatibility met the standard, Li Yingdao would have mastered the 36 transformations of the heavenly sovereign on his own. No gift from Zhu Beiji needed. Zhu Beiji's gift was utterly pointless, like taking off your pants to fart. Consider it an early awakening to the 36 transformations of heavenly gangs. Seeing his thoughts guessed, Zhu Beiji laughed heartily and returned to the card. The Papal State challenges the Huaxia nation. Second match, contestants, please take the stage. Li Yingdao stepped down from the stage, still pondering Zhu Beiji's words. The Papal State's imprisonment wasn't orchestrated by the arena. Heaven's way diminishes the surplus to replenish the deficient. Humanity's way diminishes the deficient to serve the surplus. The way of heaven, the way of man. Li Yingdao suddenly recalled the scene when the true Lord ascended to near sainthood. Back then, the heavenly path's shackles had emerged to hinder the true Lord. The arena hadn't stopped the true Lord, nor had it stopped the heavenly path. The arena seems neutral, while Heaven's Way maintains an adversarial stance toward quasi-saints and deities. If the arena and Heaven's Way possessed wills, they certainly did not walk the same path. For now, Li Yingdao could only conclude that the imprisonment of the Pope's divine being was the work of the way of heaven. After all, the only entities capable of such feats, aside from deities above the quasi-saint level, are the arena and the Tao of Heaven itself. Currently, only China possesses deities above the quasi-saint level, and China's quasi-saints or saints have no reason to do such a thing. Xu Beiji also stated outright that it wasn't the arena's doing. By process of elimination, it must be the work of the Tao. However, Li Yingdao remains unclear as to the purpose behind the Tao's actions. "Brother Li, I'm entering the arena," Qin Baisheng shouted. Li Yingdao snapped back to attention and instructed, "The Pope's card masters have no support cards. We shouldn't waste our own cards on this either. Once you're in the ring, remind Neza to be wary of the Holy See's deities trading lives for wounds. You saw the injuries General Tianping sustained." Qin Baisheng nodded solemnly. "Understood." After returning to the preparation area, Li Yingdao shared his suspicions and the truth about the Holy See's deities being imprisoned with the others. Does the heavens truly possess self-awareness? Ding Yanran stared up at the sky in disbelief, feeling as though something above was watching her. Li Yingdao shrugged and said, "From what we've seen so far, the way of heaven does possess its own will. The way diminishes the surplus to supplement the deficiency," explained Gu Sisi. This phrase comes from chapter 77 of Laozi's Tao Te Ching. It means, the natural law reduces what is excessive to replenish what is lacking. Yet the law of human society strips from the deficient to serve the surplus. Li Yingdao seized upon the key phrase. Rules. He clearly remembered the true Lord telling him personally, everything happening now is dictated by the rules. I once thought the arena's checks and balances were its own rules. Now it seems these are the rules of Heaven's way. Or perhaps Heaven's way influences the arena? Gu Sisi countered, if we follow that logic, the Tao's suppression of the Pope's divine beings is for balance. Then where exactly is the imbalance? Li Yingdao's mind raced, and he murmured, judging by the outcome, the Papal State slaughtered at least 1 million people to lift the seal on their deities, yet the Tao of Heaven did not stop him. Gu Sisi froze, then her pupils suddenly contracted as cold sweat instantly drenched her back. Are you saying the imbalance lies with humanity? Chapter 96, Neza, what the hell are you talking about? Li Yingdao nodded solemnly. Judging by the outcome, that seems to be the case. From this perspective, everything could be explained. The heavenly way imprisoned the deities of the Papal States, forcing its citizens into endless slaughter to release their own gods. Now that the Pope Kingdom's deities are unsealed, its people have chosen to annex the 3 nations. Next, they'll likely slaughter the people of those nations. Who stands to gain most from this? Mass slaughter is something any nation would avoid if possible. Yet the Papal State embraces it wholeheartedly. I even suspect that the method of unsealing their deities through slaughter was likely revealed to them by the way of heaven itself. Gu Sisi's face turned pale as she trembled, so the purpose of Heaven's way doing this is to maintain balance? Or to suppress humanity? Li Yingdao replied, that appears to be the case for now. The Papal State functions more like a blade wielded by the way of heaven. With the gods sealed away, the Papal State must aggressively annex territories and slaughter populations. After grasping the situation, Li Yingdao finally exhaled in relief. All this mystical talk about the way of heaven, it's actually quite simple. We just need to meet force with force. Whoever stands in our way gets dealt with. Li Yingdao never dared forget the entrustment of the true Lord and the great god Pangu. Raise the compatibility to 100% and purge the minor deities of foreign tribes. Now that the Papal State has dared to stir up trouble, we'll eliminate them entirely. Gu Sisi agreed with Li Yingdao's reasoning. Ultimately, Huaxia's mission is relentless progress. Whether it be the way of heaven or a nation, anyone who stands in our path must be eliminated. S-Class Divine Card Master Qin Baisheng vs. A Class Divine Card Master Puti. On the stage, Qin Baisheng silently repeated Li Yingdao's instructions before summoning Neza. Emerge. Lotus Root Divine Being. Huaxia Nation Card, S-Rank 3 Tank Ocean Assembly Great God Neza. Papal State Card, a rank Solomon's 72 Pillars Demon God Ouroboros. Upon learning the matchup details, Li Yingdao sighed inwardly. No wonder Zibibu said there were many like him. Damn it, these 72 demon gods were essentially 72 A-rank deities. How was he supposed to fight this? It wasn't that Huaxia couldn't field 72 A-class deities, the problem was there simply weren't that many divine card masters. With the Papal State boasting 3,000 people, each bound to one, that would form an entire army of A-class divine card masters. We can't let the Papal State grow unchecked. Besides India, Africa has plenty of smaller nations too. Those little countries are no match for the Papal State. The moment Neza appeared, Qin Baisheng shouted, Great Lotus Root God. This opponent is troublesome, they specialize in trading lives for wounds. You must be extremely careful. The centaur like Ouroboros, spear in hand, immediately furrowed his brows. How had his trump card been exposed before the battle even began? Indeed, every deity of the Papal State was prepared to trade life for wounds. If death could bring victory to their nation, what did it matter? 10 years ago, the Pope's divine beings were imprisoned by the heavenly way. On the battlefield, the Holy See's divine masters couldn't summon powerful deities at all, only low-tier ones, not even a single C-rank. The angels and demons of the Papal State could only watch helplessly as their nation suffered defeat after defeat, ravaged by relentless natural disasters. Ultimately, they were swallowed by the Greek kingdom. From that moment on, the deities of the Papal State swore an oath: should they ever regain their freedom, they would shatter themselves to bring victory to their nation. Now that these gods have been unsealed, how could they fear death? If victory is the price, they would gladly die by their own hand. As Gu Sisi said, it's a muddled account, impossible to settle. Every nation has its own hardships and reasons it cannot afford to lose. But the Holy See's reasons are simply too tragic.
Neza flashed an OK sign, signaling his understanding.
In that case, I'll die first to show you. Orobus's 4 horse legs galloped wildly as a dark red orb slowly coalesced at the tip of his spear, faintly revealing flowing blood within its glow. He unleashed his deadliest attack the moment he entered the fray. Such immense bloodlust, no wonder Neza warned me to be cautious from the start. Frowning, Neza flung his heavenly ring.
A rapidly spinning golden disc locked onto Ouroboros' spear.
But the effect was minimal, barely containing the spreading.
If that won't do, then add more.
When it came to the number of magical treasures, no one could match Neza. 9 dragon separation fire shield. A canopy descended from the heavens, enveloping Ouroboros within its embrace. Within, the 3 flame true fire blazed, while 9 fiery dragons writhed across its surface.
Windfire wheels, go!
2 crimson wheels of light streaked across the arena, merging into the 9 dragons separating fire shield. Instantly, the shield solidified, its mass increasing several-fold. Only after these 3 great treasures struck down was the blood red on the spear finally suppressed. To force me to unleash 3 treasures, you've proven yourself worthy of pride. Ouroboros wore a look of utter despair. He wasn't afraid of death, but that didn't mean he wanted to die the moment he stepped onto the stage. Imprisoned for 10 years, finally released, and now he was about to die before even taking a few breaths of fresh air? I refuse to accept this. Why? Why must my Holy See endure such brutal treatment? I hate this. Li Yingdao, seated in the preparation area, heard these words and wore an equally helpless expression. The Papal Kingdom was suffering terribly in some ways, even more than China. But there was nothing to be done. The National Fortune Arena had always been this brutal. This is a fight to the death. What the hell are you babbling about? Neza cared little for such talk. Seeing his enemy pinned down, he thrust his fire-tipped spear straight through Ouroboros. Ouroboros could only swallow his resentment as he breathed his last. The Papal State challenges the Huaxia Nation. Round 2, Huaxia Nation wins. After the match, Neza asked Qin Baisheng, "Neza, have you been putting in the effort lately?" Qin Baisheng replied excitedly, "Rest assured, Lotus Root God. I haven't slacked off one bit. Though my compatibility still can't match Brother Li's, it's reached 20% now. 20% not bad. That 3-eyed brat's already a quasi-saint. We're not competing with him. I'm off. Call me if you need anything." Qin Baisheng nodded excitedly before returning to the arena. Papal Kingdom challenges Huaxia Kingdom. Third match, both contestants, please enter the arena. Brother Li, are you stepping up for the next match? Qin Baisheng inquired. According to their prior agreement, only the 2 of them needed to compete in this round. But Li Yingdao replied, "No, let Sun Xiaosheng fight." "Ha? Me?" Sun Xiaosheng was taken aback. "That's right, you go. When you're up there, remember to tell the great sage that Gu Sisi has already fought once. Also, ask him about the way of heaven and inform him of the situation in the Papal Kingdom," Li Yingdao instructed. Given that the more powerful a deity, the more information they could reveal. The great sage was currently the strongest deity they could summon besides the true Lord. Peak great immortal. Capable of battling even near saints. If even Sun Wukong couldn't provide them with information about the way of heaven, then Li Yingdao would have to wait until the next time he summoned the true Lord. Moreover, Sun Xiaosheng has already made his appearance. Outsiders know he is an S-class divine card master. There is no question of exposure. Understood. Sun Xiaosheng acknowledged and strode directly onto the stage. S-class divine card master Sun Xiaosheng vs. A class divine card master Kobe. Chapter 97, The Papal State and China teaming up? Why another A class? The Papal State has way too many A-class divine card masters. Why don't you mention China? They've fielded 3 S-class divine card masters in a row. Compared to China, what's the Papal State? TSK, I'm actually relieved for Sakura Nation. If the Papal State hadn't gone out of their minds to challenge China, Sakura Nation would probably be facing China right now. Exactly. With a lineup like this, what chance does Japan stand? On the stage, Kobe's skin was dark, wearing an indescribable smile. Sun Xiaosheng paid him no mind. After the cards refreshed, he selected the Monkey King. China card, S-rank Monkey King Sun Wukong. Papal State card, a rank Kujati, one of Solomon's 72 pillars. A fiery red cloak appeared. Everyone looked up to see the towering figure of the Monkey King, clad in golden armor, standing on the stage. Kid, any news? Sun Xiaosheng nodded urgently. Great sage, just moments ago, your junior brother, Marshal Tianping, took the stage. Li Shan has already informed him of your slaying of the Buddha. A nostalgic expression crossed Sun Wukong's face.
That fool. Right, how is that fool doing?
Sun Xiaosheng hesitated for a moment before speaking honestly. The marshal was overjoyed to hear your news.
But, only what? Sun Wukong frowned.
But the marshal was injured and asked us not to summon him for a while.
Oomph.
You're showing a lack of respect for this deity. Kujati, a bull-headed man, shouldered a wolf-tooth club, his face twisted into a ferocious grimace.
Sun Wukong merely glanced at Kujati.
Seeing his appearance, he mentally sentenced him to death.
What kind of power dared to share the same appearance as the bull demon king? So these are the ones who injured my junior brother, old Sun?
Sun Xiaosheng nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Killing intent flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. This old Sun will collect some interest for my dim-witted brother. Take this, you fool. Sun Wukong somersaulted through the air, his cloud-stepping technique instantly propelling him behind Kujati.
Great sage, be careful. These men are desperate. Sun Xiaosheng urgently warned.
Shu Beiji was summoned by Li Yingdao, not bound to him as a deity.
If he got injured, he could simply summon another deity.
But Sun Xiaosheng couldn't do that. The great sage was his bound deity. If the great sage was injured, Huaxia would temporarily lose an S-class deity's combat strength. Sun Wukong smashed the two horns on Kujati's head clean off with a single swing of his staff. Come on, let this old Sun show you what your resentment is made of.
Kujati screamed in agony, scrambling to create distance. He was secretly startled. How did he know my trump card? As if reading Kujati's thoughts, Sun Wukong showed no urgency to fight.
Resting one foot on his golden staff, he grinned and said, Old Sun here knows a lot more than that.
There must be thousands more like you in your kingdom, right? Kujati wasn't angered by Sun Wukong's revelation. Sooner or later, the truth would come out anyway.
Besides, Kujati indeed, the entire papal kingdom believed that in the face of absolute power, everything else was trivial. The spectators outside the arena could no longer sit still. The national fortune overseers from various countries nearly slid off their chairs.
Thousands of deities like Kujati? Wouldn't that mean the papal state possessed over 1,000 ranked divine card masters?
If anyone else had uttered such words, they would have laughed them off and told them to get lost. But now it was spoken by SSS-Rank deity of China himself. They had no choice but to believe it.
And judging by the papal state's current actions, it's likely true. So what if it is? Kill me, and there are thousands more like me.
Sun Wukong sneered dismissively, if not for this damn stage, forget about you. Even if all of you came at me together, you wouldn't stand a chance against this old monkey. Besides, don't think this old monkey doesn't know your method of draining the pond to catch fish won't last long. Li Yingdao knew at that moment that a turning point had arrived. The papal state possessed over 1,000 ranked divine card masters. Not only could Li Yingdao not stand against them alone, but even if every divine card master in the world banded together and fought him in a relentless rotation, they still wouldn't be his match. If the great sage has a plan, perhaps we could even use this to our advantage and save the Greek kingdom.
Li Yingdao weighed the pros and cons.
This tournament was merely the papal state testing China's resolve. Their true primary adversary remained the Greek state. Li Yingdao had no doubt about Wonder's strength, but even he couldn't withstand the relentless assault of 1,000 A-class divine card masters. No wonder the papal state fielded different fighters each match. They weren't using designated cards at all. With an entire roster of ranked divine card masters, they simply selected whoever was available.
If China could defeat the papal state, it would indirectly save Greece. Kujati burst into laughter upon hearing this, tears streaming down his face.
Draining the pond to catch fish is better than starving to death now.
We've heard about your situation in China.
Though we don't know the reasons, your past hardships weren't much better than ours. In your words, we're brothers in misfortune.
Then, Kujati made a proposal.
How about this, our two nations join forces.
After conquering nations, we'll take only half the population.
The rest is yours to do with as you please.
Resources, land, all can be yours.
I believe you understand clearly. If we unite, not even Greece, indeed, not even the entire world united, could stand against us.
We cannot allow China and the papal states to unite.
This thought flashed through the minds of all the nation's leaders. The papal state's 1,000 ranked divine card masters were already more than enough to cause headaches. But thankfully, when the sky fell, great powers like Greece and China were there to hold it up.
If they were to join forces with China as well, what would become of us?
One nation boasts the world's largest pool of S-class divine card masters, while another holds the world's largest pool of A-class divine card masters.
How could other nations possibly compete?
At that moment, a prime minister approached the China VIP section and shouted across the room at Long Hua, Mr. Long, if China chooses to ally with the papal states, then all the remaining nations will unite to declare war on China.
The Chinese audience erupted in fury. The speaker was from a nation in Africa second only to Egypt in size, the Republic of Fira.
Under normal circumstances, Philo would never dare speak to China in such a manner.
Leaders from other smaller nations also gathered outside the China section, attempting to pressure China. Seated calmly in his place, Long Hua didn't even lift an eyelid as he remarked coolly, "Do you even have the right to threaten Huaxia?"
The leaders instantly felt a lump in their throats, unable to speak. Indeed, given China's current strength, aside from powerhouses like Greece and Maya, no other nation possessed the capability to negotiate terms with China. Yet they had no choice but to proceed, for the consequences of the two nations joining forces were too terrifying. They knew full well that once united, China would inevitably target them first. Whether China chooses to form alliances, and with whom, is entirely China's decision. You may leave now. With that, Shin Sonin rose from her seat, her gaze cold as she fixed it upon the assembled leaders. Get out! Get out! Get out! The officials slunk away, their faces ashen. Think it over? Kujati said in a seductive tone. Sun Wukong flashed a wicked grin, his fur-covered face contorted into an eerie expression. I refuse. Chapter 98, Sun Wukong, this bloodshed, this old monkey takes it on. Hearing Sun Wukong's unequivocal refusal, the representatives from various nations felt a heavy weight lift from their shoulders as they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Earlier, they had risked offending China by pressuring it. They simply did not want to see the two nations join forces. Thank goodness, thank goodness. As long as they don't join forces, everything can be negotiated. At that moment, the representative from a small African nation remarked with a peculiar expression, we probably didn't even need to go at all. China likely never intended to ally with the Papal States from the start. Better safe than sorry. The leader continued, but by acting without cause, haven't we offended China? The African representative from the African Latin American bloc countered, given China's inherent goodwill toward others? I doubt it. The other leaders shot the African representative a look of contempt. He was the loudest earlier, yet now he says it probably won't happen. Long Hua instructed Shin Sonin, notify Foreign Minister Chen Huayan, China is severing diplomatic relations with the African nation. Shin Sonin asked, what about the other nations that pressured us earlier? Only the ringleader will be punished. Understood. Kujati hadn't expected Sun Wukong to refuse so decisively. Reluctantly, he pressed, not even a shred of room for negotiation? Sun Wukong looked at him with pity and said, when will this cycle of vengeance end? Though your nation was conquered, your people still live well now. Why must you harm other countries? Mass slaughter invites divine wrath and human resentment. You won't end well. Kujati burst into laughter, his resolve to fight Sun Wukong vanishing. Your words sound sweeter than a song. Very well then. Let us conquer Huaxia. We promise from this day forward we shall never shed blood again. Sun Wukong sighed, knowing full well this was impossible. Master, this old son of mine just isn't cut out for persuasion. How can that treacherous heaven possess a heart more venomous than a scorpion's? Sun Wukong's earlier words had indeed been unkind. But he had no choice. The Holy See had been conquered, its deities sealed away. To break the seal, human sacrifices were required. It was a vicious cycle. It's not a matter of right or wrong. The innocent civilians slaughtered by the Papal State were undoubtedly victims. Yet the Papal State itself had long been blinded by hatred, a nation where even the lives of deities could be casually sacrificed. In the end, they were all pitiable souls. As for the root of the calamity, Sun Wukong looked up at the sky. Dark clouds swirled overhead, punctuated by the occasional rumble of thunder. With no way out of this deadlock, this old sun can only stop killing with killing. Seeing Sun Wukong's resolve to kill, Kujati knew he was no match. He dropped his wolf tooth club and let his emotions spill out. Oomph. How foolish of me to once believe China and our people shared a common plight. Now I see I was utterly blind. You, a revered S-class deity, are utterly hypocritical. Let go? How could we possibly let go? Do you even know what that feels like? We can only watch helplessly as our subordinates are slaughtered, our people oppressed, and our nation swallowed whole. And now you lecture me about endless cycles of vengeance? What a joke. Fairness? Morality? Kindness? Cut the crap. If fighting for our people is wrong, then let us be wrong to the very end. The next instant, a howling gale shook Kujati to his core. Sun Wukong placed his golden monkey staff atop Kujati's head. This old sun gives you one final chance. Can you truly let go? Must you cling to this stubbornness? Kujati cried out, his voice hoarse and filled with tears, we will never let go. We insist on clinging to this path. Pop. Kujati's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering Sun Wukong's face with red and white. Boom. A thunderbolt as thick as a pillar erupted on the stage. As if mocking Sun Wukong's incompetence. Kujati's resentment poured unchecked into Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong offered no resistance, allowing the hatred to corrode his flesh. He murmured, this overwhelming blood debt, this old monkey will take it. Papal State challenges China. Round 3, Huaxia nation wins. Sun Shaoshang watched as Sun Wukong's aura steadily weakened, his entire being shrouded in a pallid gray cloak. Great sage. Sun Wukong shook his head and blew a soft breath. A single monkey hair fell silently into Li Yingdao's ear. This time, the arena did not prevent the deity from attacking the card master outside the ring. After completing these actions, Sun Wukong returned to his card. Papal State challenges China. National fortune battle.
Best of 5 series. China wins. China's lifespan increased by 1 year. Papal State's lifespan reduced by 1 year. Ah, we get to live another year. Li Xin is awesome. Thanks to the great sage, thanks to the third prince, thanks to Marshal Tianpeng. Woohoo, let's take off. Wonderful. Grandma's health has improved so much. Foreign viewers watch the rewards with envy, grinding their teeth. I'm not jealous at all. Offering big bucks for a Chinese green card. Suddenly envious of countries annexed by China.
Sun Xiaoshang returned to the preparation area, his face filled with guilt.
Sorry, Li Shun. I didn't get a chance to ask before the great sage left.
Li Yingdao patted Sun Xiaoshang on the shoulder.
It's fine. The great sage already told me. Let's head back and discuss it. Alright.
Sun Xiaoshan was slightly taken aback by Li Yingdao's response. Yet, despite the great sage informing Li Yingdao but not him, he harbored not a shred of resentment. In the split second before the national fortune arena vanished, Li Yingdao deliberately focused on the Pope's kingdom's seats. Among the mere 1,000 or so present, there was not a trace of sorrow stemming from the reduction in their lifespans. Instead, they all stared at the Huaxia seat with an eerie look. That look was like a homeless man starved for 3 days spotting a platter of delicacies. Or like a man overcome by lust catching sight of a peerless beauty. Li Yingdao sighed helplessly, pitiful souls. Within the National Fortune Bureau, Long Huhua sat at the head of the table. Yingdao, tell us. The Papal State holds significant power now. The nation will fully support your actions. Li Yingdao nodded. The situation had indeed reached this point. If the Papal State remained unchecked, the entire Eurasian region would be thrown into turmoil. Gentlemen, before proceeding, I must clarify one point. Li Yingdao wrote the words Heavenly Way and Battle Arena on the screen. The arena and the Way of Heaven are two entirely distinct entities. The arena exists to facilitate warfare between nations and provide a stage for deities to make their appearances. The Way of Heaven is different. Li Yingdao carefully chose his words, striving to explain it in terms everyone could understand. The Way of Heaven could also be called the will of the cosmos or the will of Blue Star. It possesses its own thoughts and interests. 10 years ago, when the deities of the Papal States were sealed away, it was the work of the Way of Heaven. Later, remnants of the Papal States survived in Africa and discovered a method to unseal the deities by sacrificing human lives. This method was actually provided to the Papal State by the Way of Heaven itself. Long Hua furrowed his brow. This was the first time he'd heard the concept of the Way of Heaven. Even someone as powerful and influential as him, a figure of global stature, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Before heaven and earth, even deities could be sealed away, how much more so mere mortals? As for why the Way of Heaven acts thus, the reason is simple. The Way of Heaven takes from the surplus to replenish the deficit, while the Way of Man takes from the deficit to serve the surplus. The current human population has exceeded the limit the Way of Heaven can bear. To maintain balance, it employs various methods to reduce the population. At this point, Gu Sisi asked, if the Way of Heaven embodies the will of heaven and earth, why not directly unleash natural disasters like the earthbound tsunami? Why specifically target the Papal States? Li Yingdao explained, man conquers nature. Natural disasters are too inefficient. Moreover, I suspect that due to the constraints of the rules, the Way of Heaven cannot directly intervene to reduce the population. It must act indirectly. As for the essence of population reduction, it ultimately serves to sanction the divine. When the true Lord ascended to quasi-sainthood, the Way of Heaven sought to stop him. Though it failed, the true Lord ultimately only had 3 opportunities to appear. This demonstrates that the Way of Heaven does not wish to see the emergence of powerful deities. This aligns with what the great goddess Chang'e previously told us, that the supreme deities of each nation face limitations. Chapter 99, Li Yingdao, let's team up with one air. The Way of Heaven's actions are detrimental to both humanity and the gods. Why doesn't the arena stop the Way of Heaven? Ding Yanran asked in confusion. Because the arena is ruthless. Its sole purpose is to determine the strongest nation. Then by opposing the Papal State, aren't we defying Heaven's way itself? Sun Xiaoxing's mouth fell open slightly. The pace of events was accelerating too rapidly. Earlier, it had merely been about summoning deities. The most extraordinary thing was Li Yingdao standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods despite being mortal. Now we're defying heaven and earth? For a moment, everyone struggled to process it. Li Yingdao smiled and continued, don't worry, it's not that extreme. The true Lord told me before that everything happening now is governed by rules. Even the Way of Heaven must abide by these rules. It cannot directly harm mortals. Besides, if the Tao truly acted without restraint, it wouldn't have confined the deities of just the Papal Kingdom alone. Rest assured, this is all information I received directly from the true Lord, and the great sage guaranteed authentic. Only then did the crowd relax. At that moment, Long Hua voiced the question weighing heaviest on their minds. Yingdao, what about the deities of our Huaxia? All eyes turned to Li Yingdao. For the past decade, Huaxia had suffered defeat after defeat. Even without the concept of civilizational extinction, even fools could sense something was terribly wrong. Li Yingdao took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, the reason China was in such a state before is because all the mid to high-level deities of China are no longer on Blue Star. After the deities departed, their traces were naturally erased. Gone." The revelation left everyone speechless. In that light, China and the Papal States truly were a pair of unfortunate brothers. Had it not been for China's formidable national fortune and military might, it might well have sunk into the same desperate, precarious existence as the Papal State. But the true Lord and the great god Pangu have made it clear. As long as the compatibility reaches 100%, the deities can endure forever. And if all the minor deities of foreign tribes are purged, the deities of Huaxia will return. Li Yingdao spoke truthfully up to that point, but the last sentence was pure fabrication. His aim was to give the people of China hope. Moreover, by the time the day of purging foreign tribes arrived, Li Yingdao had already largely resolved the drawbacks that threatened to sever the Chinese civilization. Wonderful. There's still hope for us. A future worth looking forward to is a good future indeed. After struggling to process the overwhelming and value-shaking information, everyone began focusing on the immediate problem. But what about the Papal States? Over 1,000 rank divine card masters. Even with 4S rank divine card masters present, they felt a wave of helplessness wash over them. That number was simply too overwhelming. Li Yingdao had already made his decision. When the time comes, I will summon the true Lord. Let the true Lord completely resolve the Papal State. Moreover, we must act swiftly. The Papal State has only just been revived, their divine card masters still lack support cards. If we delay, there's no telling when every Papal State member might obtain an S-rank card. Li Yingdao himself currently possessed only one S-rank card. That was the peak recall card he had purchased last time. Current affinity, 30%. Current national fortune points, 237. Fortunately, after defeating the Papal State, the compatibility broke through, and the national fortune points increased significantly. It's enough to buy 2 more S-rank cards. S-rank cards often shift the tide of battle, and with the Papal State's divine cardmaster lacking any support cards, Li Yingdao's advantage grew even greater. Just then, the National Fortune Arena suddenly issued a notification. Papal State challenges Greece. Type National Fortune Deathmatch. Greece wins. Greece's lifespan increased by 3 years. Papal State's lifespan reduced by 3 years. Greece's victory this time must have been hard fought. With Wanair, the world's first S-rank divine cardmaster, on their side, Greece's victory was only natural. But this was a life or death struggle for national destiny, demanding a decisive outcome. Greece's casualties were bound to be significant. Shin Sonin strode into the conference hall and retrieved the battle records between Greece and the Papal States. Li Yingdao glanced at them. The Papal State fielded 5 A-class divine cardmasters. Greece, led by Wanair, fielded 4 A-class divine cardmasters to counter. First match, Greece's A-class divine cardmaster versus the Papal State's A-class divine cardmaster. The Papal States won. The Greek divine cardmaster suffered backlash and died instantly. In the second match, both sides fielded A-class divine cardmasters again. Greece lost once more, and their divine cardmaster perished. The Holy See's deities carried the resentment of hundreds of thousands. Even an S-class deity like the heavenly marshal Tianping can be wounded. It's only natural that the Holy See's A-class deities were defeated. Li Yingdao estimated that the Holy See's A-class deities were all at the peak of their tier. Ordinary A-class divine cardmasters were no match for them. Holy crap, this Wanair is way too overpowered. Is he even human? Li Yingdao watched intently. In the ensuing battle, Wanair completely dominated the match. From the moment he stepped onto the field, Wanair never lost a single match. In the first 3 matches, Wanair summoned 3 different S-rank deities, instantly defeating her opponents. In the latter 2 matches, Wanair's performance declined, summoning only A-rank deities. Ultimately, he prevailed only through his card advantage. Currently, the global community has judged Wanair to be the top player beneath Li Yingdao. There are even whispers that he may surpass Li Yingdao. Times News has reported on this, featuring Wanair on the cover with an expressionless gaze fixed coldly on his opponent. The headline read, "Greece's Wanair single-handedly fights 5 A-class godcard masters, turning the tide." Brotherly, I have to admit, this TV station really made Wanair look dashing. Qin Baishang slung his arm around Li Yingdao's neck and remarked wistfully. Ding Yanan and Gu Sisi beside them nodded wildly in agreement. Then next, we'll join forces with Wanair. Li Yingdao declared with a smile, his words designed to shock. The others froze, momentarily unable to keep up with Li Yingdao's train of thought. Li? Brother, you're not joking, right? Li Shen, are you just jealous of Wanair? Only Gu Sisi spoke up, I think it's feasible. Li Yingdao gave her a nod of approval. Gu Sisi was the most reliable one, a true prodigy. He then turned his gaze to Long Hua. Long Hua smiled and said, it should be so. The Papal State had entrenched itself in the Asan region, bordering Greece to the north, Egypt to the west, and China to the east. Their wolfish ambitions were now blatantly obvious. When the sky falls, tall men bear the weight. But surely China shouldn't be the only tall one to shoulder it? Those small African nations are insignificant and unworthy of consideration.
Greece and Egypt must be brought into the fold. At that moment, Foreign Minister Chen Huayan entered the room.
Chairman Long, Greece's Wunner requests a telegram exchange with our Li Yingdao.
Long Hua signaled to await Li Yingdao's response.
Li Yingdao thought to himself, speak of the devil.
Who'd have thought you, Wun'er, would ever face this day?
Li Yingdao hadn't forgotten how Wun'er had immediately challenged him the moment he stepped onto the one-on-one stage. He'd even used up all his cards at once, forcing Li Yingdao to deploy his S-class cards as well.
Li Yingdao took the phone. The call had been processed, and the voice translated automatically. This is Li Yingdao. Wun'er, get to the point.
A moment of silence hung heavy on the line before a voice emerged, its tone strangely strained, as if the words were being forced through gritted teeth.
Li Yingdao, what's your take on the Papal State? Chapter 100, Egypt refuses alliance.
Li Yingdao wore an expression that spoke volumes. The others were baffled, but Long Hua and Gu Sisi understood his meaning, their faces breaking into smiles. This was a moment of testing resolve. Wun'er had made the first call, indicating that the situation in Greece was far from optimistic.
I don't have any particular views on the Papal States. They're quite fine, Li Yingdao replied nonchalantly.
On the other end of the line, Wun'er glanced at the Greek Prime Minister, who wore an expression of helpless resignation. Suppressing his anger, Wun'er forced a calm tone. Let's be straightforward, Li Yingdao.
Our two nations should join forces. Give me a reason. A reason? Wun'er was baffled. The Papal State has already challenged China and you need a reason?
You certainly didn't need one when you challenged the Han Kingdom and the Emerald Kingdom.
Stop pretending, Li Yingdao. With so many rank divine card masters in the Papal Kingdom, I don't believe China can handle this alone. You're no fool, can't you see the situation unfolding before your eyes? Li Yingdao continued his evasive act. I admit I don't see it clearly. Right now, China only wants to take down Sakura Kingdom.
I couldn't care less about the rest. That Wun'er cost him an S-rank support card back then. Li Yingdao was determined to teach him a lesson.
Boom!
A loud thud echoed from the other end of the line.
Wun'er's temper, never particularly mild to begin with, finally boiled over. Li Yingdao, do you have the authority to make decisions or not?
If you don't, stop wasting my time and get that old man surnamed Long on the line. Wun'er, I warn you, Long Hua is our country's representative.
Watch your tone.
As he spoke, Li Yingdao glanced at Long Hua, who gestured for him to proceed as he saw fit. After prolonged interactions among the members of the Son of Heaven project,
Long Hua trusted Li Yingdao and Gu Sisi the most.
Besides, I recall Greece's national fortune is managed by the Prime Minister.
Since when did Greece become your domain?
Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came through the phone.
Mr. Li, hello.
I am Prime Minister Kofta of Greece. I also serve as Greece's National Destiny Director. Regarding the matter of the Papal State and your nation joining forces, our country's Wun'er has been granted full authority to handle it. Everyone in the conference hall was stunned. The Prime Minister of a sovereign nation, the head of state affairs, entrusting such critical matters to a young divine card master? Even if this divine card master was Wun'er, it still seemed unbelievable to everyone. Seems Wun'er holds significant sway in Greece. Even the Prime Minister must heed his words.
Li Yingdao narrowed his eyes slightly.
Ever since discovering Wun'er had begun summoning Greece's second-generation Titan deities, Li Yingdao had marked him as his foremost adversary. During the conflict with the Papal State, Wun'er had single-handedly taken on 5 opponents.
Among those 3 S-rank deities, one hailed from the second-generation Titan pantheon. Judging by estimates, the Titan's combat prowess ranks among the elite of S-class deities. At the very least, Gu Sisi's Chang'e wouldn't stand a chance against them. No wonder the Greek Prime Minister follows Wun'er's every word.
Li Yingdao considered the situation from another perspective and found it much more reasonable.
Li Yingdao, let me ask you one more time, can you actually make the decision? Li Yingdao chuckled cheerfully in reply, of course I can. Lay out your terms.
Seeing Huaxia agree so readily, Wun'er actually grew uneasy.
Are you certain? I'm certain.
Wun'er frowned, his voice slightly hurried. We both saw the threat from the Papal States. I hope Huaxia will join forces with us to confront them.
Greece will provide the challenge cards for the alliance. Huaxia just needs to contribute personnel. Put. Li Yingdao couldn't hold back his laughter.
Wun'er's words sounded better than a song.
China just provide personnel? China teaming up with Greece? It sounds like China is begging Greece for an alliance. Wun'er heard the laughter and asked, what are you laughing at? Nothing, just thinking of something funny. So you agree then?
Yes, I agree.
Good.
Our side demands that Huaxia send you, Xin Baishang.
Wait a minute.
Just as Wun'er was stating the demand, Li Yingdao cut him off.
What now? Li Yingdao's expression was playful. You finished speaking. Now it's my turn, right? A sense of unease rose within Wun'er as he inquired, what are you getting at?
The Papal States, you, me, and Egypt, 3 nations right next door.
Why single out our Huaxia alliance? Wun'er breathed a sigh of relief, having feared Li Yingdao would demand exorbitant terms. Egypt? They don't even have a single S-rank divine card master. All they can do is lord it over that godforsaken place called Africa. Expecting them to attack the papal state? That's a pipe dream. Too bad the Mayan kingdom is in South America with no conflicts of interest against the papal state. Otherwise, bringing them in would have been ideal. That little minx Jinan is an S-class divine cardmaster, no matter how you look at it. Wunner, I advise you to contact Egypt after all. Why? Li Yingdao really couldn't figure out Wunner's thought process. Dude, can't you see we're in this together? Li Yingdao patiently laid out the pros and cons for Wunner. Fortunately, Wunner still understood he was asking for a favor and agreed to Li Yingdao's terms. Don't hang up. We'll connect directly to the Egyptian Prime Minister now, Li Yingdao instructed. Wunner nodded in agreement. China had satellites, making the connection remarkably convenient. Minutes later, another voice came through. Mr. Li, Mr. Wunner. I am Tayson, Prime Minister of Egypt and head of Egypt's national affairs. Wunner got straight to the point. Tayson, China and I request Egypt join us in forming a three-nation alliance to confront the papal states. To their surprise, Taisong responded without hesitation, as if he had prepared his answer in advance. I'm sorry, but Egypt is a small country with limited resources. We cannot match your nation's scale and influence. We cannot withstand such turmoil. We decline. Rest assured, I will not inform the papal states of this message. Seeing this, Wunner threatened directly, his tone displeased. Taisong, aren't you afraid the papal states will take action against Egypt? Even if they don't, have you considered the consequences of rejecting us? Taisong immediately countered, Mr. Wunner, the papal state hasn't taken action against us yet. Moreover, I trust Greece and China are civilized nations. We're all respectable people. We wouldn't resort to violence over a single refusal. Sun's words were smooth, even lauding Greece and China. Li Yingdao pressed directly, Mr. Sun, might you share Egypt's reasons for refusal? This time, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. I can, but Greece and China must keep this confidential and guarantee that you will not use Egypt's refusal as justification to launch a national tournament against Egypt in the future. Li Yingdao glanced at Long Hua, who nodded in agreement. Egypt's conditions were too broad to use as justification. But there must be other options. China can agree. Greece agrees too. Seeing both nations agree, Egyptian Prime Minister Taisong finally revealed his reasoning. Chapter 101, Li Yingdao, getting impatient, are we? Over the years, Egypt has endured constant pressure from Greece and the Arab League, preventing us from eliminating the small nations in southern Africa. This is precisely why the papal state has remained undetected in Africa for so many years. And you must have noticed, right? Though the papal state was annexed for unknown reasons back then, and the deities they summoned were rather low tier, after conducting massive human sacrifices across Africa, their number of rank god cardmasters became the highest in the world. I speculate that the papal state built its formidable combat strength through human sacrifice. Now that the three nations have fallen to the papal state, neither Greece nor China, even if truly no match for it, can be swallowed whole in the short term. Beyond the already conquered Etrai, the only swift targets left for the papal state are those small nations in Africa. Egypt's strategy is to seize these nations before the papal state moves. After the Egyptian Prime Minister finished explaining the rationale, Wunner's face turned ashen and Li Yingdao's expression twitched. Even Long Hua frowned at his words. How shameless. To put it plainly, you guys hold the line while I reap the benefits. So you're saying all these years, Greece has been pressuring Egypt, delaying your conquest of African nations and giving the papal states an opening? Wunner suppressed his rage and retorted, Taisong, did you never consider the consequences? Once the papal states devour us, Egypt will be next. No matter how many small nations you've swallowed, you'll have to spit them all back out. Taisong retorted with righteous indignation, I trust Greece and China will never be defeated. Wunner was stunned into silence, then shouted, then wait until Greece is free to deal with you first. Time to start the raid. I'll tank up front while you clear the jungle from the rear? Egypt stands by its word, I trust your nation upholds decorum, and we are all men of honor. Li Yingdao couldn't help but admire the Egyptian Prime Minister Taisong's thick skin. Egypt was utterly convinced Greece and China would not lose. And indeed, after the papal states were restored, their first act of provocation was directed at Greece and China. They harbored a particularly deep, genocidal hatred toward Greece. Whether from a geopolitical or moral standpoint, Greece and China must eliminate the papal states once and for all. Though Egypt now bordered the papal states, it emerged as the sole beneficiary. Of course, we must also thank China. Had China not previously annexed the major cities of the three Arab nations, the papal states would be even more formidable today. Taisong knew better than to alienate everyone at once, so he offered a measure of praise for China. Li Yingdao laughed. He laughed out of sheer exasperation. How shameless. Li Yingdao couldn't be bothered to engage further with Taisong. He stated plainly, in that case, Mr. Taisong, we ask you to keep this information confidential. Taisong replied with utmost solemnity, rest assured, we Egyptians are men of our word. With that, Taisong hung up the phone. The failure to secure an alliance with Egypt left everyone in the conference hall looking grim.
Losing Egypt's combat strength was secondary, the real issue was putting in all the effort only for others to reap the rewards.
Was utterly unacceptable.
On the other end of the line, Wonder's tone was sharp. Look at the brilliant idea you proposed, letting Egypt snatch the prize.
Li Yingdao snorted coldly, aren't you neighbors with Egypt? Greece can always reclaim it after this is over. Given Wonder's reckless temperament, if not for the encircling threats, he'd be itching to launch a national fortune tournament against Egypt immediately.
Once the Papal States were dealt with, Egypt would surely face tough times. At the same time, Li Yingdao suspected Egypt held its own trump card. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to openly reject the face of two nations with such formidable national fortunes. Egypt must have produced an S-rank divine cardmaster by now, Li Yingdao declared with absolute certainty. But if it were merely an A-class divine cardmaster? The outcomes of Greece and China's battles against the Papal States had shown that A-rank divine cardmasters were merely outnumbered by S-rank ones. Only an S-class divine cardmaster could grant Egypt such confidence. Li Yingdao couldn't trust the current one-on-one tournament's divine cardmaster rankings for a second.
Can we finalize the alliance now? One heir asked impatiently.
Li Yingdao glanced eastward at the nation formed by 4 small islands, his gaze turning icy cold. What's the rush, he said indifferently. I haven't finished stating my conditions yet.
Li Yingdao. Are you messing with me?
Then the voice of Greek Prime Minister Kovtar came through the phone again.
Mr. Li, please state your terms. Li Yingdao smiled faintly. Mr. Kofta is indeed straightforward.
On the other end, Koftar hurriedly soothed Wonder.
He didn't believe China could propose any conditions. National fortune points couldn't be gifted, nor could support cards.
The joint condition card for initiating the arena challenge was issued by Greece.
Even if China wanted to propose conditions, it couldn't.
At this point, Li Yingdao finally voiced his true demand. I demand that before challenging the Papal State, Greece first joins forces with us to challenge the Cherry Blossom Nation.
Li Yingdao added, naturally, the alliance challenge card will be provided by China.
His nation's fortune points now stood at 237.
Acquiring an alliance challenge card would cost a mere 50 points.
Ordinary condition cards and designated cards were even cheaper, costing only 20 points each.
Li Yingdao, are you mocking me? When heir exclaimed, furious. I'm asking you to form an alliance against the Papal States, and you're telling me to attack the Cherry Blossom Kingdom instead? Besides, it's true that China and Sakura share an indelible enmity, but what does that have to do with me? With all your S-rank divine card masters, you can't handle one Sakura nation?
Everyone in the conference hall grasped Li Yingdao's meaning, their faces breaking into smiles.
Egypt was playing the opportunist between the two nations, while China was directly blackmailing one heir.
Li Yingdao began analyzing the pros and cons for Wonder.
Wonder, don't be impulsive, hear me out first.
There's an ancient Chinese saying, to repel external threats, one must first stabilize the interior.
You know our history with Sakura. I won't rest until she's eliminated. What does that have to do with me?
The Papal States threaten us both, which is why we must unite. But the cherry blossoms have nothing to do with me or Greece.
Li Yingdao replied calmly, getting impatient, aren't you? Sakura is a treacherous nation. If China acts alone, I fear we won't prevail.
That's precisely why we need your formidable support.
This was Li Yingdao's genuine sentiment.
Even now, facing Sakura without summoning the true lord, he genuinely had no guarantee of victory. Ever since learning of Sakura's clandestine human trafficking operations in Africa, Li Yingdao had concluded that the nation had begun lifting the restraints on its supreme deity.
Though the extent remained unknown, given Sakura's nature, any confrontation would trigger a desperate, all-out war against China. China's only option was to strike first and eliminate Sakura. Wait until you're fully developed before fighting me? Who's the fool here? Had the Papal State not suddenly emerged, China would have already launched its national destiny war against Sakura Nation.
On the other end of the line, when Heir's voice was icy cold, impossible. Li Yingdao remained unperturbed, replying with casual nonchalance, then don't expect China and Greece to join forces against the Papal State. We'll all go down together. Without waiting for Wen Heir's response, Li Yingdao abruptly hung up the phone.
Chapter 102, The Reluctant Wen Heir Joins Forces Against Sakura. Are we pushing Wen Heir too hard? Gu Sisi worried. Demanding Greece follow China in attacking Sakura was indeed an excessive request. The crucial point was that Sakura and Greece had no conflicting interests. If China annexed Sakura, Greece stood to gain nothing. Refusing to join would mean Greece was essentially making an enemy. For Greece, this was nothing but a thankless task. Rest assured, Greece has no choice but to agree.
They share a blood feud with the Papal States. Moreover, Greece has already lost 2 A-class divine card masters. Were it not for Wen Heir's heroic intervention, Greece would have been defeated by now. Li Yingdao held the phone Chen Huayan had given him, utterly unconcerned that Greece might refuse his demands. No matter how strong Wen Heir is, he can't withstand multiple rounds of challenges.
Greece will strike again.
The initiative is now in our hands. Suddenly, the phone rang again.
Here it comes.
A sharp gleam flashed in Li Yingdao's eyes as he smoothly took the phone.
Li Yingdao, I can agree to let China eliminate Sakura first before joining forces with us. The arena rules state that a nation currently under challenge cannot be challenged by another nation. Li Yingdao flatly refused. I've already stated that China lacks the confidence to defeat Sakura alone and requires your powerful support. If you refuse, then take on the Papal States alone. After all, their hatred for Greece surely surpasses ours. Silence hung heavy on the line. Li Yingdao showed no impatience, waiting quietly for Wonder's response. 5 minutes later, a voice finally came through again. We can provide 2 A-class divine card masters. This time, when Air's tone was much weaker, tinged with pleading. No. I only need you. We don't need a class divine card masters to embarrass ourselves. Another silence fell. This time, a full 10 minutes passed. Alright. But remember, the moment this is done, you must immediately challenge the Papal State. Cheers erupted throughout the conference hall. Wonder's prowess was recognized worldwide, second only to Li Yingdao. With his addition, plus the 4 S-rank divine card masters from Huaxia. A lineup of 5 S-rank divine card masters. Little Sakura, I'll see how you survive this time. Li Yingdao couldn't hide his delight. As a Chinese person, who wouldn't want to take down little Sakura? Not annexation, not becoming a vassal state. But to eliminate her, to eradicate her completely. Perfect. I'll buy a joint challenge card right now. Qin Baisheng immediately opened the interface and spent 50 national fortune points to purchase a joint challenge card. Each arena victory rewarded substantial national fortune points, so Qin Baisheng had no shortage of points. By the way, Elder Long. We don't need to buy a designated card. With the team challenge card, we can directly choose to submit our roster and take the stage. Let's confront Sakura Nation's strongest forces head-on, Li Yingdao proposed. Long Hua nodded in agreement. Against other nations, they might resort to underhanded tactics. But against Sakura Nation, they would make them lose with no room for argument. Wonner will provide the joint challenge card. If you're ready, initiate the arena match now. Li Yingdao couldn't wait another second. The voice on the other end replied, No, I just finished battling the Papal State. My condition is poor, I need rest. Li Yingdao had no objection. Since Wonner had agreed to the alliance, there was no need to treat him like a workhorse. This wasn't out of kindness, but because Air's poor condition could jeopardize the upcoming arena match. Fine. But let me warn you, every second you delay, the Papal State could launch another national challenge against you. No need for your reminder. I'll notify you once I'm rested. Air hung up. After the call ended, the divine card masters in the conference hall all turned their burning gazes toward Long Hua. Long Hua didn't dampen their spirits. He immediately stood and declared, I command Li Yingdao, Gu Sisi, Qin Baisheng, and Sun Xiaoshang. The 4 of you shall join forces with Wonder of Greece to launch a National Fortune Arena challenge against Sakura Nation. Type National Fortune Deathmatch. Received. At that moment, the National Fortune Arena suddenly issued a notification. National Fortune Arena. Egypt uses challenge card to forcefully challenge non-law nation. Type National Destiny Showdown. The National Fortune Arena will descend in 10 minutes. Looks like Egypt wasn't bluffing. They genuinely intend to seize control of Africa before the Papal State can act. Qin Baisheng shrugged indifferently, no big deal. After taking down Sakura and the Papal State, we can team up again to eliminate Egypt. But Long Hua objected, no. All eyes turned to Long Hua. Suppose we eliminate Sakura and the Papal States. How many nations remain across Asia, Europe, and Africa? Or rather, how many nations of any real significance? After careful calculation, they realized only China, Greece, the Vikings, and Egypt would remain. Li Yingdao immediately grasped Long Hua's meaning. If Egypt were eliminated too, only China, Greece, and Viking would remain in a 3-way standoff. Both Egypt and China were ancient civilizations, yet their international profiles remained low largely because their rivals were minor African nations. But that didn't mean they were weak. In the event of an attack on Egypt, the invading nation would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. This would create an opening for the remaining Viking nation. The territories of these 4 nations are all vast and terrifying, bordering each other. They are natural rivals. The alliance between Greece and China was forged on the foundation of a common powerful enemy. Once that formidable foe is vanquished, the 2 nations will revert to their status as mortal enemies. Moreover, the Americas are nearing unification. North America is the United States, while South America is the Mayan Empire. Should turmoil erupt across our Eurasian and African regions, they might well seize the opportunity to invade. The others nodded in understanding. Li Yingdao's thinking was far simpler. Forget everything else, first deal with the land of cherry blossoms. The shifting international landscape afterward was a matter for Long Hua and Gu Yan to consider. He only needed to follow orders. As for someone like Air, who would dare to ride roughshod over the Prime Minister? Li Yingdao hadn't even considered such a thing. Next, the 4 combatants proceeded to the one-on-one arena to purchase their cards. A craftsman who wants to do his job well must first sharpen his tools.
Li Yingdao browsed the national fortune shop and noticed the number of cards available for purchase kept rising.
It seems the arena is constantly updating its cards.
Previously, the card collection numbered only a few thousand, but now it has surpassed the 10,000 mark. After browsing for an hour, Li Yingdao decided to spend 160 national fortune points to purchase 2 A-grade status cards. A rank status card, half the effort, double the results, halves the effects of all support cards used by the opponent's divine card master and the effects applied to the opponent's deity. This card heavily tests the opponent. If their cards aren't S-grade, they're at a disadvantage. If the opponent plays S-rank cards, however, it becomes highly advantageous. A rank status card, mutual effect. All cards used by the opposing divine card master also affect your own deity. These two cards synergize effectively, weakening the opponent's card effects while amplifying your own. Well-paired rank cards can rival or even surpass S-rank cards in effectiveness. Of course, pairing S-rank cards together is the ideal scenario. But Li Yingdao only had 237 points. Even buying 2 S-rank cards would only get him the weakest ones available. It would be better to buy 2 higher quality rank cards and still have some national fortune points left over.
Chapter 103. Has it finally come to this? In the National Fortune Bureau's conference hall,
everyone had already purchased their cards. Manhwa had arranged for the Dragon Guard and military forces to be stationed on both sides of northeastern China to guard against Sakura Nation and Viking Nation.
Will Viking Nation exploit our vulnerability?
Sun Xiaoshang asked, studying the Asian map.
Gu Sisi gave a definitive answer, no.
It's been 10 years.
Greece and Viking Nation have long-standing grievances. We've just annexed Xinghan Nation and have no quarrel with Viking Nation.
If they attack, they'll go after Greece first. Besides, they probably won't even attack Greece.
Why?
Xin Baisheng inquired with a wise tone, though he knew next to nothing about international relations. Among the Son of Heaven members, only Li Yingdao and Gu Sisi possessed any understanding.
Greece has allied with us. To put it dramatically, this is the alliance of the 2 most powerful nations on the planet. At a time like this, the Viking Nation would be desperate to stay far away.
They wouldn't dare challenge us. Beyond Viking Nation, Li Yingdao also considered the Papal State. Since their defeat by China and Greece, the Papal State had never again initiated a national fortune tournament.
They didn't even react when Egypt challenged the Philistine Kingdom.
Looks like the Papal State has no more challenge cards left. Makes sense their divine card master doesn't even have support cards. Pulling off 3 challenge cards at once was already pushing their limits.
Every second counts. First, take down Sakura Nation, then eliminate the Papal State. As Li Yingdao pondered, Gu Yan entered the room.
Ever since China began its annexation of Korea, the members of the Son of Heaven plan had scarcely seen Gu Yan.
It couldn't be helped. Gu Yan was primarily responsible for post-annexation affairs. China's successive annexations kept the old man busier than ever. Grandpa. Gu Sisi called out sweetly. The others had already learned that Gu Yan was Gu Sisi's grandfather. Gu Yan responded, the weariness on his face fading considerably. Seeing Gu Yan's vibrant appearance, Li Yingdao silently nodded in approval.
After receiving blessings from Pangu and other supreme deities of Huaxia, the entire land was free from disease and calamity. Several consecutive victories had further extended the nation's lifespan. Among those who benefited most were elders like Gu Yan. In the years to come, China would see an increasing number of centenarians. Newborns would also possess greater spiritual vitality, with physical constitutions far surpassing those of infants abroad. With the Sakura Nation and the Papal State dealt with, external threats are temporarily resolved. National prosperity and people's well-being, this is the very purpose of the Son of Heaven project. Li Yingdao's heart swelled with emotion.
His resolve to annihilate Sakura Nation only strengthened. Old Dragon mentioned you're preparing to wage war against Sakura Nation.
I rushed back specifically for this, Gu Yan said with a cheerful smile. Rest assured, Elder Gu. With Wonder joining us, we'll have 5 S-class divine card masters.
Taking down Sakura will be a piece of cake. Xin Baisheng patted his chest in assurance.
Ding Yanan, arm in arm with Gu Sisi, chimed in, Sisku is an S-class divine card master now too.
We'll be just fine. 5? When did Sisi become an S-class divine card master? Gu Yan hadn't returned during this period, and Huaxia had deliberately concealed this information on the tournament stage.
Therefore, he remained unaware that his granddaughter had already attained S-class divine card master status.
It was Li who helped me. Gu Sisi explained to Gu Yan. Good. Gu Yan bowed deeply to Li Yingdao.
He knew nothing about divine beings, but he recognized who had aided his granddaughter.
This gesture startled Li Yingdao into scrambling out of the way.
He dared not accept such a formal salute from the deputy director. Not everyone could ride roughshod over their superiors like one heir did.
Comrade Li, my current identity isn't deputy director of the National Fortune Bureau, it's a grandfather with a granddaughter.
Every ounce of strength Sisi gains increases her chances of survival on the arena.
You've saved her life in a way. Old Gu, you flatter me.
Every additional S-class divine card master means another ray of hope for our nation.
This is simply our duty. In the end, it was Long Hua who smoothed things over. With great power comes great responsibility. To be honest, knowing the nation has people like you gives me immense peace of mind.
These were Long Hua's genuine words. The members of the Son of Heaven program were all remarkably young. Even the sole alternate member, Shin Sonin, was barely in her early 30s. Globally speaking, among the elite talents cultivated by nations to compete in the National Fortune Tournament,
China's Son of Heaven candidates ranked among the foremost in both age and capability. Next, Gu Yan projected a video onto the conference hall screen. After being away for so long, he couldn't have come back empty-handed. There are two primary discoveries at present. First is this video. On the screen, the Papal States forces were indiscriminately slaughtering civilians from the three nations. Even through the screen, their viciousness and cruelty were palpable. The corpses of those sacrificed lay shriveled and emaciated, piled haphazardly together, forming mountains of bodies in the literal sense. In the footage, Li Yingdao alone counted dozens of such mountains. This is horrifying. The Papal States have no humanity whatsoever. Precisely because of this, we must deal with them. At that moment, Long Hua suddenly summoned Foreign Minister Chen Huayan. Minister Long,
send this video footage old Gu brought to the Greek nation.
No explanation needed.
Understood. Li Yingdao instantly grasped the implication Long Hua was applying pressure to Greece.
With the Papal States in this state, why aren't you joining forces with us to take down Sakura, then tackle the Papal States together? This also demonstrated China's sincerity in forming an alliance, namely, intelligence sharing. The second major discovery is the drastic decline in Sakura nation's population.
In just a few days, the entire population has dropped by nearly 10%.
Moreover, the vast majority of those lost were elderly individuals who passed away peacefully in their old age.
Everyone frowned, a chill running down their spines. It was obvious, this was Sakura Nation's attempt to lift the restrictions imposed by their supreme deity. The previous population transfers to Africa followed the same logic. But to target their own elderly, that was simply inhuman. The Papal State, driven to such madness, had extended its claws to other nations, determined to defeat Greece and reclaim the lands once annexed. Meanwhile, the land of cherry blossoms has turned its fury inward against its own people.
One mountain is higher than another. This development left Li Yingdao with even less moral qualms.
When dealing with a nation twisted to such an extreme, there's no need for remorse.
Forgiving them was God's business. China's sole task was to send them to meet their maker.
Sure enough, after Chen Huayan sent that video to Greece, Wen immediately called. Li Yingdao took the phone and glanced at the time. Just over 3 hours had passed.
He quipped, "What's up? Did you get some rest?" Wen asked from the other end, "So, is that video legit?"
Li Yingdao scoffed, "Wen, I think you've lost your mind attacking the Papal State."
3 hours have passed, and the Papal State hasn't launched another National Fortune Arena attack. Clearly, they're biding their time. Guess who they're saving themselves for? Enough. I'm rested. We can initiate the National Fortune Arena against Sakura Nation. An unprecedented gleam flashed in everyone's eyes. Had it finally come to this? Chapter 104, Wen, I'll take the first match. Before the battle commenced, Long Hua suddenly inquired, "The arena. Besides the standard National Fortune Battle and National Fortune Deathmatch, we can also choose the Dual God Deathmatch Arena." A Dual God Deathmatch Arena? When Kimchi Nation challenged Huaxia Nation back then, they chose the Dual God Arena.
Li Yingdao still vividly remembered that battle where Shin Sonin was killed by the enemy, only to be resurrected later by the Wheel King, consuming his merit points. After defeating his opponent on the arena, he had also obtained the opponent's card.
Long Hua asked this specifically to gauge everyone's opinions.
After all, it was the Sons of Heaven who would be stepping into the arena. A dual god deathmatch means victory is determined only after the deities perish, and the cardmasters also die. Before that, the divine cardmasters can also engage in combat. This would depend entirely on the combat prowess of the Huaxia divine cardmasters. Elder Long, I suggest we directly choose the dual god deathmatch arena.
Since a deathmatch inevitably decides life or death, rather than merely watching the gods fight, we should confront the Sakura Nation's divine cardmasters. Win with honor. Li Yingdao spoke with such confidence because he was certain of his advantage.
As the true Lord's successor, his affinity surpassed all others globally. Beyond mastering the 36 heavenly transformations and 72 earthly transformations, he wielded the true Lord's three-pronged double-edged spear. Even gods below B rank were no match for him, let alone divine cardmasters. Xin Baishang, Gu Sisi, and the others all possessed compatibility ratings reaching 20%, placing them in the top tier. Xin Baishang possessed the heaven-shaking brocade gifted by Neza, while Gu Sisi held the heart sutra and mantras imparted by Chang'e. Even if they couldn't defeat their opponents, self-preservation was assured. The only cause for concern was Sun Xiaoshang. However, he might not even take the field. In past battles, Li Yingdao had typically fought at least twice. Moreover, Sun Wukong had sustained injuries during the battle in the Papal Kingdom. Summoning Sun Xiaoshang this time was solely to complete the lineup of the 5 S-rank divine cardmasters. They wanted to build momentum before the fight. As for Wen,
Li Yingdao couldn't care less about his fate. A clash between Greece and China was inevitable. Eliminating one or through Japan's hands would be ideal for China. Seeing no objections from the others, Hua activated the joint challenge card. China activates the joint challenge card, teaming up with Greece to challenge Japan. Type Dual God Deathmatch Arena. All three nations must submit their participant lists. Immediately, Hua used his authority as the responsible party to submit the roster. In the next instant, 4 beams of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Li Yingdao and his 3 companions. Sisi, be extremely careful once you enter the arena. There's no need to fight to the death against Sakura's divine cardmaster. A victory for the deity is just as meaningful. Gu Yan urged earnestly. No matter how exceptional Gu Sisi was, in Gu Yan's eyes, she remained a little girl. Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll be careful. Go, Sister Gu. Go, Li Shen. Ding Yanran cheered for the team. Qin Baisheng and Sun Xiaosheng exchanged a glance, then slapped each other on the shoulder. The stakes in a national fortune deathmatch far exceed those of a regular arena battle. This unprecedented dual god deathmatch demands we seize the momentum and take down little Sakura. Li Yingdao calculated silently. He had even prepared to initiate a second national fortune deathmatch if this battle failed. When it came to the little cherry blossom race, if he didn't act, he wouldn't act at all. But once he did, he would annihilate them with thunderous force. The news of the arena battle sent shockwaves across the globe. 2 nations considered the strongest had joined forces all to target a tiny, insignificant country. Holy crap! I knew the nation wouldn't let me down. I've been itching to take down little cherry blossom for ages. After victory, drag the men out to fill the sea, keep the lowless. Why can't we keep the crossdressers too? We'll never get to see the teachers work again. Trample Tokyo underfoot while admiring the cherry blossoms. Make them kneel and kowtow. Admit their past crimes. The moment the arena was established, every seat in the Huaxia section was instantly filled. Were it not for the arena spanning tens of thousands of square kilometers, it likely wouldn't have accommodated all these Chinese spectators. Meanwhile, leaders across nations pondered, why would Greece ally with China? If they were to ally, shouldn't it be against the Papal States? Ignore them. No matter how fierce the conflict in Eurasia, the flames of war won't reach our glorious nation. Unfazed, he ordered, accelerate the research and development schedule. Also, increase the daily offerings by 1 more session. Mayan leader Jinan sighed as he studied the latest global map. After this battle, the map will need updating again. The Maya Prime Minister murmured, in the current climate, there's no room for small nations. Should we also adjust our strategy and accelerate our pace? For ages, though Maya nation was a powerhouse, it showed remarkable tolerance toward South America's smaller states. Beyond unavoidable regular tournaments, it never initiated challenges. After a moment's hesitation, Jinen's gaze hardened. Your Excellency, we must accelerate our pace. Future battles will be fought between entire continents. If we continue like this, we will be swept away by the tide of history. Upon learning of the arena's hint, the Egyptian Prime Minister, Taisong, murmured in astonishment, who would have thought Greece and China would strike against Sakura first? Considering the animosity between China and Sakura, it makes sense. Never mind either way, they're drawing fire toward Egypt. Within Sakura Nation, news of being challenged by 2 nations of formidable destiny sent shockwaves through society. The recent surge in elderly deaths had already sparked social unrest. Were it not for the Sakura government's forceful suppression, riots would have erupted long ago. Damn it! Matsue's face flushed crimson with rage. We were so close. So very close. Shinatsu Hojitsu hurriedly interjected, Sir, we are not unprepared for this situation. That countermeasure card is precisely what we need to play now. Matsuo regained his composure, panting heavily. Right, you're right. I'll submit the roster immediately. Get ready to deploy. The 5 divine cardmasters shouted in unison, Hi. Remember, you must hold on. By us time we're so close now. As long as the final match arrives in time, Hashimoto Shima can turn the tide. All 4 eyes turned to the girl at the center. She wore a form-fitting kimono, her figure exquisitely graceful, a true embodiment of a childlike face paired with ample curves. Lady Matsue, if there's time, I'll make it happen. China roster, Li Yingdao, Gu Sisi, Qin Baisheng, Sun Xiaosheng. Greece roster, Winair. Sakura Nation roster, Hashimoto Shima, Chisato Hakaneki, Ishihara Misato, Kori Kurinai, Shiaki Sora. 4 4S-rank divine card masters? Upon seeing the list, most of the Sakura Nation crowd rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. Though Gu Sisi remained undisclosed, the mere reputations of the 4 S-class divine cardmasters were enough to terrify them. On Blue Star, every S-class divine cardmaster gathered except for Maya Nation's Jinan. High-ranking officials and the vast majority of citizens from every nation worldwide flooded into the arena, eager to witness this unprecedented battle with their own eyes. In the preparation area, the 3 of them curiously examined Winair, dressed in an elegant suit with his fair, delicate skin. A person's reputation precedes them. Apart from Li Yingdao, the other 3 were encountering Winair up close for the very first time. They wanted to see what this man, ranked second only to Li Yingdao, was truly capable of. This is the Twin Gods Arena. Even divine card masters must battle. Are you sure you're up for this? Li Yingdao inquired. Huaxia didn't consult him when choosing the arena type. What's the big deal about taking on a tiny cherry blossom country? Retorted impatiently. Being used as a pawn felt utterly unpleasant. Let me take the first match. The sooner we finish, the sooner it's over. Didn't even glance at the others, addressing Li Ying directly. Chapter 105, Titan Goddess Thea. Li Yingdao naturally had no objections. Remained unaware of the Cherry Blossom Nation's various actions. He simply regarded Sakura as an ordinary opponent. But Li Yingdao's gut told him this match against Sakura Nation would be brutal. If wanted to go first, so be it. Before the arena issued the entry prompt, Li Yingdao tentatively asked, "How high is your compatibility rating? You're this confident facing a dual god arena?" Rolled her eyes, her expression dripping with contempt for Li Yingdao. Is that even a meaningful question? Would you answer if I asked you that? Li Yingdao scratched his nose, offering no reply. And don't think I'm unaware of the hidden rules of one-on-one battles. When a deity dies in a one-on-one match, their rank permanently drops by 1 level. Faced with accusation, Li Yingdao feigned shock. Is that even possible? Qin Baisheng and Sun Xiaosheng chimed in unison. Good heavens! You just casually shared such crucial intel with us? We all owe you big time. Watching their exaggerated, almost grotesque expressions, grew increasingly furious. Stop pretending. Let me make this clear, I'll only help you fight one battle. After that, whether Huaxia lives or dies is none of my concern. Seeing so furious, Li Yingdao felt immense satisfaction deep inside. Finally, he had avenged the humiliation of that S-rank card. Then, Li Yingdao posed his real question. You're representing Greece in battle. Aren't you afraid the Viking nation will strike against Greece now? China had just annexed Xinghan and knew little about Viking territory. But Greece and Viking were old rivals, they knew each other inside out. Warren snorted coldly, hands clasped behind his back, his tone haughty. Why should I tell you? Just as Gu Sisi thought all hope was lost, Li Yingdao spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Fine then. After this battle, our alliance ends. Whoever wants to fight the Papal States can go. Old Qin, are you going? Qin Baisheng suppressed a laugh and shook his head. Gu Sisi was stunned by Li Yingdao's utterly shameless maneuver. A blush spread across her delicate cheeks, and the dimples that appeared from stifling her laughter were strikingly visible. N's nose was practically crooked with fury. He never imagined Li Yingdao was this kind of person. Could he really play like this? Is this how the great nation of China handles its commitments? Li Yingdao stroked his chin thoughtfully, speaking slowly. Well then, let's join forces again in 10 years. 10 years? That'll be ancient history. Li Yingdao, you're playing me again. Li Yingdao slapped on the shoulder, but the latter swatted his hand away. The Viking Kingdom doesn't even have an S-class divine cardmaster. Their intelligence can't be that crucial. Just tell them, okay? You don't know what you're facing alone against the Papal Kingdom, do you? Think about your country. Fell silent again. To the audience, Li Yingdao appeared to be tidying Er's clothes, but the latter showed no appreciation. Our divine Li is so kind. This is way too arrogant. How dare he act so brazenly on our turf? He is our guest after all. Let him be arrogant if he wants to. From the preparation area, Er stared at Li Yingdao's face, which seemed to be asking for a punch. He wanted to punch him right then and there. Knowing Li Yingdao, he'd totally pull something like this. The Papal Kingdom only has a ranked divine card masters, but with a relentless barrage, even I couldn't hold out. Now they're sacrificing people on a massive scale. An S-rank divine card master could very well appear. Think about your country. The words echoed in Er's mind. Enough. Er roared in fury. This is the last time. The 4 Huaxia members nodded in unison. Er exhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. Viking Nation has no chance of initiating a challenge anytime soon. You've heard about their king project, right? Li Yingdao replied, we know. You Greeks have your Divine Sun project. Quite a fancy name. Ours is the Son of Heaven project. Er's eye twitched before he continued, the Viking Kingdom's king project involves a genuine king. They channel some sort of national fortune into the divine cardmaster. As for what exactly it does or how long it takes, I have no idea. If the Papal State hadn't appeared, I'd be fighting the Vikings right now instead of running all the way here to help you deal with Sakura. After receiving the answer, Li Yingdao made a mental note of it. After this battle, have Elder Gu thoroughly investigate the Viking Kingdom. At that moment, the arena suddenly issued a prompt. Dual God Deathmatch Arena. Sakura Nation uses a counter card. After the China and Greece contestants enter the stage, each God card master may only use 3 support cards per match. Counter cards? There are such cards? Li Yingdao recalled the battle when the 3 nations had joined forces to challenge China. Back then, as the outnumbered side, the arena granted China's divine card masters the privilege to purchase cards on the spot. As compensation for China. Seems this counter card is the arena's compensation for Sakura Nation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to play it under normal arena rules. But this was still within acceptable limits. Each participant had prepared no more than 3 high-level cards. This restriction was practically non-existent. Dual Gods Deathmatch Arena. First match, both contestants take the stage. When Air couldn't bear to spend even a second longer with Li Yingdao. S-Class God Card Master When Air versus a Class God Card Master Shimmy Ku. Holy crap. Wonder's up first. As everyone knows, the first contestant to enter the arena is usually the face of their nation. With Greece and China joining forces, Wonder was the first to take the stage. This couldn't help but spark wild speculation. Who cares? As long as he takes down Sakura. Exactly. As long as he takes down Sakura, Wonder can poop on my head for all I care. Go Wonder! Chinese spectators cheered for Wonder in unison.
Meanwhile, the Cherry Blossom Nation's crowd wore grim expressions.
Though Wonder wasn't as formidable as Li Yingdao, matches involving him always ended swiftly. He was famously decisive and efficient. His feat of single-handedly taking on 5 rank divine card masters from the Papal Kingdom stood as proof who dared underestimate him. Moreover, aside from Li Yingdao, no one had ever defeated One Air. Xue Meikong's muscles tensed, his fists clenched. Damn it, why isn't that bastard Li Yingdao stepping up? Shimmy Kwa understood perfectly well that he was merely being used to buy time.
If death was inevitable, he'd rather fall by a formidable opponent's hand.
But wait, Wonder is S-rank. I can summon S-rank deities too. I might not die after all. Yes. This is the Twin Gods Arena.
With the blessings of the great gods upon me, Wonder is no match for me. Xue Meiku grew more and more excited as he thought about it, while Wonder beside him had already begun refining his cards.
What a boring match.
I don't get why Huaxia is making such a big deal out of this.
Wonder's luck was exceptionally good this time.
Among his 8 cards, besides the Hades he had bound, a second-generation Titan deity had also appeared. After an unknown amount of time, both sides finally completed their preparations.
Greek Nation card, S-rank Titan Goddess Thea. Sakura Nation card, S-rank Sun God of the Nest. Upon learning the results, When Air raised an eyebrow. This little Sakura is S-rank too? Interesting. Chapter 106, The Disgusting Sun God of the Divine Nest.
It was no surprise to anyone that Wonder could summon an S-rank deity. But Shimmy Kwa was merely an obscure nobody, and yet he too had summoned an S-rank deity. That Sakura girl was hiding her true power after all. Li Yingdao's gaze toward Shi Mingkong was filled with disgust.
Sakura Nation's divine system resembled that of Greece, featuring 3 generations of ruling deities.
The deity Shinto no Kami summoned by Shimmy Kwa belonged to the first generation of rulers, known as the 5 solitary gods.
These were the original 5 deities of Sakura Nation.
Among the 5 pillars of the solitary gods, Kamamasubi ranked 3rd. It symbolized feminine fertility, matriarchy, and fertility worship.
After Li Yingdao's explanation, Qin Baisheng inquired, then isn't One Air? Li Yingdao shook his head decisively. No.
The Wonder summoned the Titan goddess Thea, who belongs to the 2nd generation of the Greek pantheon. The Greek divine system far surpasses that of Sakura Nation. With Wonder's abilities, securing victory in this battle should pose no significant challenge. Learning that their own S-rank deity was involved, the Cherry Blossom Nation's populace reignited their hopes.
Maybe they can win?
The thought flashed through the minds of the Cherry Blossom Nation's people. On the stage, When Air flexed his limbs.
His S-rank opponent had not dampened his fighting spirit.
Apart from Li Yingdao, no one has ever forced me to use my support cards, and you won't either. The diminutive Shi Mingkong knelt instantly, his voice booming like a bell.
Kami Atsushi Nichi Kami. Wonder rolled his eyes.
He wasn't about to get all pretentious and start chanting divine names.
Not even if it were the 2nd Titan god.
Gradually, countless refracted rays began to shimmer across the stage.
Their brilliance shone as dazzlingly as diamonds. A deity capable of perfectly refracting light emerged from the card.
I've long heard that the Titan goddess Thea is the goddess of celestial radiance. Seeing her today, her fame is well deserved.
Thea's form resembled that of an ordinary human, yet her entire body was composed of billions of flawlessly cut diamonds.
Her face remained hidden beneath the blinding radiance, indistinguishable even to those wearing sunglasses. Only her molten gold eyes were clearly visible, reflecting the destruction and birth of stars within their depths. How beautiful Goddess Thea radiates a unique kind of beauty. I still prefer China's Goddess Chang'e.
Look at Japan's goddess. Ugh. So disgusting. In past arenas, whether human deities, beast deities, or historical deities,
they all maintained human forms, differing only in size.
But this deity from the land of cherry blossoms?
A constantly writhing, swelling, and contracting mass of flesh. Its color was a dark gold tinged with bruise, its surface covered in countless embryos, spores, human organs, insect pupae.
What do you know?
This is precisely one of the supreme deities of our great Sakura Empire.
Shu Weimei cursed inwardly and charged toward Wonder. This was a dual god arena, even divine card masters could settle matters of life and death here. Wonder has never displayed his true strength on the stage. With those skinny arms and legs, what fighting power could he possibly have? I refuse to believe he's some freak like Li Yingdao. Wonder stood motionless. Before arriving, Li Yingdao had informed him that on the dual god arena, killing an opponent granted access to their support card information. Therefore, when Air wasn't just going to kill Shimi Kong, he was going to kill him instantly, before the opponent could even activate their support card. The movements of the two divine card masters alone had captured the entire arena's attention. The gods hadn't even made their move yet, and the divine card masters were already settling their fate? The instant Shimi closed in on Air, his back suddenly stained crimson. A slimy, pale red tentacle shot out, coiling toward Air's neck. Is this even possible? Air frowned and pulled back. Many spectators began vomiting. It was bad enough that the deities of Sakura country were disgusting, but even the divine card masters were this revolting? Wonder, you can't escape. Today, you will die by my hand. Shimi-Ku roared excitedly. If he could eliminate Wonder, he would replace him and instantly become the world's second-ranked divine card master. Put! Another tentacle erupted from Shimi-Ku's back. Even as his back was drenched in blood, Shimi-Ku gritted his teeth against the agony and continued chasing Wonder. As long as he remained alive, all injuries sustained by a divine card master would be healed upon leaving the arena. Where does your confidence come from? Wonder was forced to the edge of the ring. Under its effects, he couldn't retreat another step. Die! Two tentacles lashed out simultaneously, their gaping maws opening like creatures from Resident Evil, revealing countless fangs. Air isn't really going down, is he? Sun Xiaoshang asked nervously. If Air lost, then anyone else among them who stepped up besides Li Yingdao would be walking into certain death. Does Wonder look like he's about to be finished off? On the stage, a spear materialized in Wonder's hand. Jet black from tip to hilt, it resembled an abyss or a prison. Black light flashed across the empty eye sockets of the skull demon. Two thick tentacles snapped off and fell to the ground. What Air wielded was none other than Hades, lord of the underworld's spear of eternity. Are you kidding me? Ignoring the pain, Shimi-Ku turned and fled. But the more he ran, the stranger it felt his position hadn't changed at all. Shizumi-I looked down. The spearhead protruded from his heart, impaling him mid-air. Thud! Shimi-Ku hit the ground, twitching a few times before going completely still. He was dead. Upon receiving the arena's notification, Air's lips curved into a faint smile. Not bad. This trip wasn't a complete waste. Spectators from all nations fell silent. They clearly remembered how Li Yingdao had previously wielded a divine weapon to face off against Xinghan's S-rank deity, Genghis Khan, in single combat. Now Wonder had one too? And the two of them had joined forces? How could anyone possibly fight against this? On the stage, Air clapped his hands and looked up at the Titan goddess Thea. Thea nodded, understanding Wonder was urging her to swiftly eliminate the opponents. Meanwhile, the sun god had remained utterly still from the start, showing no reaction even to the death of Shimi-Ku. Thea flicked her prismatic finger, firing an ultra-fine crystalline beam. Wherever the beam passed, the god of sunrise's fleshy body instantly crystallized, transforming into countless pink crystals. The crystals pierced from its head to its tail, seemingly splitting the sun god of divine birth in two. We won? Everyone asked. The next instant, viscous fluid and fleshy tentacles surged from within the crystallized body where the light beam had struck, enveloping the petrified form. Suddenly, the body of the sun god began to writhe violently. 10 seconds later, the slime and tentacles receded. The once crystallized body had transformed into the god-produced sun god's culture medium. The crystals were now overgrown with glowing crystalline fungi and writhing gemworms. The sun god of divine nest had digested Thea's attack. Ugh! More spectators vomited. The already repulsive form of the sun god of divine nesting was now covered in fungi and worms. The mere sight of it was utterly revolting. The sun goddess's body began to contract, then suddenly swelled. The glowing fungi and worms rained down upon Tia like a torrential storm. Chapter 107, Card, Fortress of Steel. The fungi and worms spread across an immense area, nearly covering half the arena. Tia hovered in midair, neither dodging nor evading. She lifted with both hands, as if hoisting a 1,000-pound weight. A breathtaking crystal mountain range rose from the ground, its edges sharp and angular, embodying absolute geometric perfection. A winding river of light flowed along its predetermined course. The fungi and worms shot into the mountain range, losing their vitality after eroding a half-meter thick layer. Taya flipped her wrist again, and the crystal mountain range shattered with a thunderous crash, breaking into countless sharp, slender fragments. Go! Thea commanded sharply, and fragments resembling the celestial river of light poured down. The colossal form of the sun god of divine birth became the perfect target, countless shards embedding themselves deep within its flesh. Nice shot! That cherry blossom god looks disgusting. This tiny nation sure plays dirty. We wouldn't take a god like this even if it was handed to us on a silver platter, even if it were an S-rank deity. Unbelievable that little Sakura worships this thing daily. Pierced like a sieve, the sun god slowly consumed the fragments, viscous white fluid oozing from its wounds. When Air's nostrils twitched, his expression as repulsed as if he'd eaten fly. Disgusting. No wonder Li Yingdao insisted on attacking Sakura first. When Air suddenly understood Li Yingdao. Suddenly, tender pink spores sprouted from the wounds, as if nothing had ever happened. Did you notice? The Sakura god seems to have grown slightly larger than before. And even more disgusting. Li Yingdao noticed it too. Symbolizing fertility worship, this cherry blossom god truly lives up to that reputation. In both encounters, the sun goddess of divine birth had been on the defensive, absorbing every blow from Thea's attacks. It could even absorb the attacks to nourish itself. On the stage, Wonder stared at her opponent's increasingly massive form and commanded Tia. Focus your burst damage. Cut it down. Tia showed no resentment toward Wonder's command, nodding in agreement. Definition: light crystal spear. A dazzling crystal spear shot forth from Thea's hand. This time, Tia focused her attack on the head of the sun god of divine birth. The reason for choosing the head was that the sun god's head was simply too disgusting in shape. Truly, a god of fertility. Under Thea's precise control, the spear sliced cleanly through. In moments, the head of the fertility nest sun god was severed from its body. The next instant, thick fluid churned from the gap as two minuscule heads peeked out. There's more? Tia fought back her nausea, manipulating the crystal spear to sever the heads once more. But the sun goddess of fertility sprouted 4 new heads once more. This cycle repeated 6 times. The gap finally ceased its movement, no more heads emerging. Could it possibly survive without heads? Humans would certainly die, but deities might not. After Xingtian's head was severed, he used his nipples as eyes and his navel as a mouth. Tia did not take this lightly. This time she was cautious. She no longer left her crystal attacks within the body of the sun god, the divine offspring. To it, the attack was not harm, but a reward. Over time, the sun god's body was sliced into hundreds of pieces by Thea. Even a god couldn't survive this, could it? This feels so satisfying. In midair, Thea panted heavily as she sheathed her crystal spear. Wonder had no intention of using support cards either. With his opponent dead, there was no need to waste cards. A sense of foreboding rose within Li Yingdao's heart. The divine deity of Sakura Nation, Amaterasu, would never be so easily slain, no matter how one looked at it. Throughout the entire battle, the sun goddess had offered no meaningful resistance. The old dog of the Matsuo clan sneered inwardly. Foolish Chinese, do you truly believe the great Kami no Uchi no Kami could be killed so easily? I wonder what expressions you'll wear next. On the stage, hundreds of shards began to stir. Fragments interlocked, forming larger pieces. They assembled like building blocks. Tia was about to interrupt, but Wonder's voice stopped her. Ignore him. Tia immediately stopped. The old dog from the Matsuo family silently cursed Wonder's caution. This Greek god actually obeys Wonder's every word? Back when Li Yingdao summoned deities like Shu Beiji and the Bull Demon King, he had to coax them into fighting. Let alone command them. It seems Wonder's ability to summon second-generation Titan deities isn't without reason. No wonder even the Greek Prime Minister obeys him. Li Yingdao pondered Greece's Divine Sun plan and concluded Wonder's performance truly lived up to the title of Divine Sun. Perhaps by their next meeting, when Air would even be able to summon the first-generation Greek deities. He's back. Our sun god of creation has returned. See? That's the power of our gods. There's an ancient Chinese saying, not striving is the true striving. Look at those Greek gods, they fought for half a day and achieved nothing. Soon, the sun god of divine birth returned to his original state upon arrival. In contrast, Thea was severely depleted. This blob can absorb attacks and even split and regenerate. When remained completely unfazed. Among the opponents he'd faced, Sun Goddess's abilities weren't particularly unique. Soon, he devised a countermeasure. Tia, can you obliterate it with a single strike? Tia's crystalline body did not sweat, but the radiance enveloping her had dimmed considerably since her initial appearance. At Wonder's words, Thea nodded, then retracted her radiance. Her 2 eyes, like molten gold, grew even more dazzling. For a moment, even the sun's radiance was overshadowed. Thea's eyes resembled 2 crimson stars. The next instant, Tia plucked them from their sockets and hurled them with brutal force toward the flesh mountain on the arena. The crimson orbs swelled in the wind as they flew through the air. These were no ordinary eyes, they were clearly stars. The sun god of the divine nest remained utterly unresponsive, as always. The old dog's heart clenched in fear. He couldn't guarantee whether the sun god of divine birth would survive this attack. 2 stars merged together, forming an even more dazzling star. Then, the star collided with the meat mountain. A massive mushroom cloud erupted from the arena. Had it not been for the arena's explosion, Wonder and the spectators would have been incinerated by the terrifying heat. What the hell just happened? The deity of Sakura country must be toast, right? This scene feels so familiar. Little Sakura ate mushrooms again. In a haze, the once massive mountain of flesh dissolved completely under the intense heat.
Only a fist-sized heart remained, still beating steadily. Seeing this, Tia moved to deliver the finishing blow. But the heart seemed to sense the impending danger, swelling as it began to beat at an unnatural pace, thumping relentlessly like a drum.
Wonder felt increasingly uneasy. Sakura hasn't resisted at all from the start. If I were the cherry blossom goddess, having waited this long, wanting to launch an attack. When Air's face paled as he shouted, "Tia, retreat." That's not swelling, it's an explosion. A crack appeared in the heart, a crimson glow reflecting off Tia's crystalline form. The Nest Sun goddess absorbed even Tia's stellar attack. Damn it! Wonder cursed furiously, knowing it was already too late. Putting aside his pain, he hastily activated the A-class status card he'd barely had time to warm up. A rank status card, Fortress of Steel. Capable of withstanding a single full power strike from an S-rank deity. Chapter 108, Mangpa makes her entrance. A golden barrier erupted around Tia, already engulfed in the explosion. The stage was filled with milky white fluid and mangled flesh. Without the arena's protective barrier, even the spectators would not have survived. The arena of the dual gods' fatal battle. First match, Greece wins. Under the arena's influence, the fluid and flesh slowly dissipated. What just happened? The god of Sakura Nation seems to have exploded. That little cherry blossom is disgusting. Taya, how are you? Wonder asked urgently. An I-grade fortress card could withstand a full power attack from an S-grade deity. When Air couldn't be certain of the S-rank deity's attack range. The self-destruction triggered by the Nest Sun god absorbing Tia's attack might have exceeded the card's protective limits. Thea slowly descended to the ground, her crystalline body shattered beyond repair, her light flickering faintly like a candle in the wind. Damn you, cherry blossom goddess. Dying like this is far too easy for you. Though Thea wasn't dead, her injuries were severe. She would need ample time and the power of faith to recover. Tia retreated back into the card, and Wonder descended from the stage with a dark expression. Well done. This time, Li Yingdao refrained from taunting Wonder. With his own deity gravely wounded, anyone would feel uneasy. Fortunately, this was a randomly spawned deity. Had it been a bound deity, Wonder would be unable to summon that specific god for some time. He could only rely on luck, hoping the arena would spawn a decent deity next time. I won't be participating in the last 4 matches. When Air dropped this statement before sitting down on the chair without another word, Li Yingdao glanced toward the Sakura Nation's preparation area and slowly said, "I'll take the next match." Based on experience, nations typically fielded their strongest god card masters in the first match to boost morale. But Li Yingdao couldn't guarantee that Shimiko was among Sakura Nation's strongest. Experience often proved deadly. If any random Sakura Nation player could summon an S-rank deity or even their nation's supreme god, then Li Yingdao wouldn't have sent anyone else into battle. Even when Air's summoned titan of the second generation had been severely wounded, the others were all bound to specific deities. Any injury meant China temporarily lost an S-rank god card master. Seeing Li Yingdao prepare to enter the fray, when Air's interest was piqued. He wanted to see what kind of strength this opponent would unleash when facing Sakura Nation. Double God Deathmatch Arena. Round 2, all contestants enter the arena. S-Class Divine Card Master Li Yingdao vs. A-Class Divine Card Master Feng Kalian. Seeing his opponent was an A-Class Divine Card Master, Li Yingdao felt no surprise whatsoever. After the trials of the Papal Kingdom, the global consensus held that A-Class Divine Card Masters represented the threshold of elite combat power. What piqued Li Yingdao's curiosity was his opponent's name. Feng Kalian. It bore a striking resemblance to the name of his favorite teacher from the island nation before his transmigration. The martial arts world nicknamed him Brother Feng. Of course, when it came to matters of national righteousness, Li Yingdao showed no mercy. The divinely, ruthlessly crushing the blossoms. I like it. Poor Wonder from Greece, his own deity, got badly injured. Compared to Godly, Wonder falls short. Have you ever seen Godly look as disheveled as Wonder did on the stage? Exactly. Looks like Wonder is the enforcer we recruited. In the preparation area, Wonder's face darkened further, and he even considered fighting another match to prove himself. Meanwhile, Qin Baisheng kept stoking the flames. Brother Wonder, how can you stand all this talk? If I were you, I'd take all 3 upcoming matches. This is about the nation's honor. Shut your mouth. Qin Baisheng cleared his throat twice, satisfied his goal had been achieved, and fell silent. On the stage, 9 cards began to refresh. If there are no powerful deities, I'll choose the True Lord. Li Yingdao dared not take the land of cherry blossoms lightly in the slightest. Even if it meant using up one of his chances to summon the True Lord, it wouldn't matter. After absorbing the divine essence of Genghis Khan last time, Li Yingdao's limit for summoning the True Lord had increased from 3 to 5 times. Without exaggeration, if Li Yingdao was willing, he could take down any nation on the planet, even one fielding 5 S-rank divine card masters. The supreme deities of other nations, no matter how powerful, could not surpass the strength of a near saint. To a true lord who had already attained quasi-sainthood, all beings below that level, whether Tai immortals or De Luo immortals, are but ants. What is this?
The other 7 cards are insignificant. The strongest among them barely reaches the level of a supreme immortal.
Except for the card on the far right. Mangpa.
Li Yingdao still vividly remembered summoning Zhong Kuei last time, when he had used the highly esteemed guest card. The 10 kings of hell showed such profound reverence toward Mengpa they dared not act until she spoke. Mengpa, it seems she existed even before the underworld was established. Li Yingdao had heard many versions of Mengpo's origins. Some claim she existed since the separation of the 3 realms, originally a celestial cultivator who witnessed the world's grudges and passions, unable to let go after death. Thus, by the river of oblivion in the netherworld, at the head of the bridge of no return, she began brewing the soup of Mengpa.
Others claimed Mengpa was none other than Meng Jiangnu.
After weeping down the Great Wall, faced with countless corpses, she concocted the soup to forget her agony.
Li Yingdao didn't quite buy either of these explanations. But one thing was certain, Mengpa was formidable.
In the underworld, no one dares to cross her.
I choose Mengpa.
Li Yingdao tapped the card belonging to Mengpa and began refining her information.
Life's deeds, reflections in the cup. Love and hate, entangled, ultimately become a cake.
Forgetful rivers, boiling waters brew love and hate. 3 lives stone cold Li etches names. 1 sip brings lightness, 2 brings stillness.
3 sip emptiness, revealing the spirit's essence.
Ask not of past lives' sorrows or joys, but drift with the current through the realm of the dead.
When Mengpo's soup is drained, the path ahead becomes clear. We humbly welcome you, Elder Mengpa. Huaxia Nation card, S-rank Mengpa. Sakura Nation card, S-rank Takama Masubi. Another pillar of the 5 solitary gods? Li Yingdao frowned.
If a Sakura Nation divine card master could casually summon one of the 5 pillars of the solitary gods, such supreme deities of Sakura Nation,
he wouldn't have allowed the others to enter the fray. After all, victory wasn't guaranteed. No need to take unnecessary risks. Takama Masubi and the previous Musubi were a divine pair. The latter embodies matriarchy and fertility worship, while the former symbolizes patriarchy and productivity. Truthfully, Takama Masubi's power surpassed that of Kami Masubi.
It's unclear whether Senior Mengpa can defeat her opponent.
Splash! The sound of flowing water echoed.
A winding, endless silver river descended from the heavens. As time passed, the river showed no sign of vanishing. Instead, it flowed ever longer.
What kind of deity is this? One who can even bring forth a scene? The audience was stunned.
Previously, deities were forbidden from altering the arena environment.
Otherwise, what use would environment cards be? Even S-rank deities couldn't achieve such feats. But now,
the waters of the river of oblivion flowed freely across the arena, seemingly endless. At the river's end, Mengpa emerged slowly, dressed plainly, and leaning on an ebony walking stick.
What's this? An old woman? The crowd of Sakura Nation burst into laughter upon recognizing Mengpa.
Her frail, elderly appearance seemed utterly devoid of any fighting prowess.
Has China's Li Yingdao run out of cards? Summoning an old woman to fight?
Several level-headed individuals cautioned.
Don't underestimate her.
She is, after all, an S-rank deity.
The necessary respect is still essential.
The old dog from Matsuo breathed a silent sigh of relief.
It won't be long now.
Whether that old hag from Huaxia wins or not, all we need is to stall for time.
Just 20 more minutes. Everything will change. As for the life or death of his own contestant, Fengkelian, Matsuo old dog couldn't care less. Even to Kami Masubi no Kami. In Matsuo old dog's mind, they were all expendable. Chapter 109, the ingredient of Mengpo's soup. Mengpo's 8 tears. This Sakura goddess won't be as disgusting as the last one, right? I've already got my mask and sunglasses ready. Actually, I thought that Cherry Blossom Goddess was pretty decent. Respect. Stay away from me, upstairs. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the earth.
The ground beneath the stage surged and undulated like churning ocean waves. A tree branch poked through, then began to rise steadily.
A deity from the land of cherry blossoms can actually alter the arena environment? Li Yingdao's heart sank.
Soon, a colossal tree, towering so high it obscured the sky, materialized on the stage.
Its trunk pulsed like a network of veins, its canopy formed from countless writhing embryos and glowing spores, its roots plunging deep into the arena floor.
Only then did Li Yingdao realize that this colossal tree before him was the deity of the land of cherry blossoms. A vertical gash split open at the tree's center, its crimson flesh raw and bleeding, with blood-red sap oozing from the wound intermittently. Holy, guys, no need for me to spell this out, right? It's confirmed the gods of Sakura Nation are one freakier than the next. 666? This Sakura Nation isn't even trying to hide it anymore. Li Yingdao raised his hand, and the 3-pronged spear materialized in his grasp. He looked up and gave a slight bow to Mengpa. Thank you for your trouble, Senior Mengpa. Mengpa gave a slight nod. Deal with the opponent first, lest she use her support cards to stir up trouble. Li Yingdao utilized the divine speed technique, one of the 72 earthly fiends, to swiftly close the distance between himself and Fengkelian. Fengkelian's beautiful face tensed with anxiety. Li Yingdao's prowess was renowned worldwide, a formidable figure who dared challenge even S-rank deities.
Without a second thought, Fengkelian turned and fled. Run? Do you think you can escape? Though vast, the arena's space was finite.
Once one reached its edge, escape was impossible.
With the boost of his divine speed, Li Yingdao swiftly closed the distance behind Fengkelian.
Just as he raised his spear to strike Fengkelian's nape, a blood-red tree root erupted from the ground, blocking Li Yingdao's path.
How? Li Yingdao halted abruptly, whirling to face Takama Masubi.
I clearly did not attack the deity.
How could the deity attack me? This defied all logic.
Meanwhile, Mengpa stood upon the river of oblivion. With a light tap of her ebony staff, the river waters surged toward the colossal tree at the center of the arena. The tree's canopy lowered, shielding the surging river. Seeing this, Li Yingdao had no time for hesitation.
He leapt over the obstructing roots and pressed forward toward Fengkelian once more.
Suddenly, the aura of the sun god surged explosively, causing the tree's trunk to swell to more than twice its previous size. This was clearly the effect of a support card. Judging by the outcome, it was at least an A-grade attribute enhancing card. Damn it, she used it after all.
Li Yingdao sighed inwardly. Divine card masters could deploy support cards with a mere thought. No matter how swift the action, could it possibly outpace the speed of thought? In that case, I can't let you live. Fengkelian exhaled sharply. She had understood this clearly before arriving.
Her purpose in stepping forward was to buy time. As long as she played her support card, victory would be hers. Yet the human instinct for survival still drove her to create distance between herself and Li Yingdao.
Earth Fiend's 72 transformations, divine speed. Li Yingdao appeared before Fengkelian as if teleported.
He seized her neck with one hand. Tears streamed down Fengkelian's delicate face as Li Yingdao, his expression cold, raised his three-pronged spear and thrust it toward her heart. At that moment, another root resembling a blood vessel emerged from the ground, twisting and coiling in an attempt to block Li Yingdao.
Fengkelian forced a faint smile, believing she was saved. At least she could live a little longer. But in the next instant, with a wet thud, the spear tip pierced her heart with pinpoint accuracy. Facing an enemy, Li Yingdao showed no mercy whatsoever.
But this also gave the tree roots on the ground time to attack.
Li Yingdao stood perfectly still, neither dodging nor retreating. Li Xin, get out of the way. Has Li Xin's power grown so immense he can now confront an S-class deity head-on?
When Air narrowed his eyes, unable to discern what Li Yingdao was thinking.
The instant the roots touched Li Yingdao, an invisible repulsive force sent them flying back.
Li Yingdao stared at the giant tree with a cold smile. I told you, as long as the Divine Cardmaster doesn't attack the deity, how could the arena not protect the Divine Cardmaster? Earlier, Li Yingdao had gambled that the deities of Sakura Nation lacked the power to shake the arena's rules. When he first attacked Fengkelian, Takama Masubi no Kami had intended to stop him.
But in reality, the roots and Li Yingdao never made contact.
This meant neither side had actually attacked the other.
Takama Masubi sought to deter Li Yingdao through a superficial attack. Seeing through this, Li Yingdao chose to kill Fengkelian outright, neither dodging nor evading the attack from Takama Masubi. As it turned out, Li Yingdao's gamble paid off.
The deities of this land of cherry blossoms are truly cunning.
Well done, Li Yingdao. When Air, once he grasped the situation, instantly understood the reasoning behind it. He asked himself, if faced with a god's apparent attack, would he dodge? When Air couldn't guarantee he'd match Li Yingdao's actions. After all, this was an S-rank deity.
To date, no divine card master had ever managed to withstand an S-rank deity through their own strength alone.
Even Li Yingdao could only delay the inevitable.
Of course, if Li Yingdao achieved 100% affinity, then the vast majority of S-rank deities in the world would not be his match.
The people of Sakura Nation were deeply grieved by Fengkelian's death.
After all, losing even one A-rank god card master is a significant loss.
It doesn't matter.
Fengkelian has already used her support cards. Her greatest utility is gone.
Old dog Matsue's tone bordered on madness. Takama Masubi's form swayed slightly, seemingly angered that Li Yingdao had discerned his intent. Senior Mengpa, strike now. Li Yingdao urged. He could easily see that Takama Masubi's earlier actions were merely a delaying tactic.
From start to finish, Li Yingdao adhered to one principle.
Whatever your opponent wants to do, just do the opposite. You want to stall? I refuse.
Mengpa halted the ceaseless flow of the river of oblivion. She raised her hand slightly, and 7 sparkling droplets emerged from the riverbed.
Though called droplets, they resembled tears more.
Their tails were slender and elongated, reminiscent of industrial products like Rupert that Li Yingdao had seen in his past life.
Who would have thought the legend was true? The ingredients for Mengpo's soup are indeed 8 kinds of tears.
Legend holds that Mengpa brews her soup using these 8 tears as an essence, allowing the departed souls who drink it to relive their entire lives. The 7 tears varied in size and color. 1 drop of emerald green tears of youth, 1 measure of dusky yellow tears of age, 3 parts of murky tears of bitterness, 4 cups of dark green tears of regret, 5 inches of pink tears of longing, 6 bowls of jet black tears of sickness, and 7 feet of azure tears of parting. Finally, Mengpa sighed and wiped her eyes with a flick of her sleeve.
The final tear in Mengpo's soup, the tear of sorrow. The tear of sorrow was the smallest, entirely transparent. Merely glimpsing it caused one's heart to ache as if being torn apart by a knife. Even Li Yingdao, with his 30% compatibility, felt a pang of anguish. The same held true for the other tears. A single glance stirred deep emotions within people. The anguish of life's hardships. Regret over past imperfections. The yearning for a lost love. The torment of past illnesses returning to haunt them. Each tear represents an emotion one must endure in life. Go now. Mengpo remains silent. The 8 tears, like silent rain, seeped into the body of Takama Masubi. Neither the towering canopy nor the thick roots could withstand this blow. Moments after the tears merged, the colossal tree abruptly fell silent. From the vertical gash at its core, crimson sap poured forth like floodwaters released from a dam. This was the god weeping. Chapter 110, 36 Transformations of Heavenly Might, the Underworld Reborn. Damn it! Why isn't the sun god Gao Yuchan counterattacking? The old dog under the pine tree was filled with anxiety, sensing that something terrible was about to happen. Silence fell over the entire scene. After being struck, the sun god remained motionless, continuously expelling crimson fluid. It seems Senior Mengpo's technique targets the mind, Li Yingdao mused thoughtfully. Back when Chang'e first appeared and fought Hanuman, she had used the tactic of Chang'e should regret stealing the elixir, for under the blue sea and clear sky, her heart aches night after night, causing Hanuman to immediately slit his own throat. When people later analyzed that battle, lacking knowledge of Chang'e's past, they broadly categorized this technique as a psychological tactic. But Li Yingdao understood clearly. Chang'e, long confined to the Moon Palace, had distilled her regret into this technique. Psychological tactics proved remarkably effective, whether against humans or deities. Even deities possess hidden pasts and human emotions. In truth, such tactics proved even more potent against deities. After all, deities live far longer than humans, accumulating far richer life experiences and emotional journeys. Mengpo's 8 tears, however, were even more ruthless. They can stir every emotion a person will experience in their lifetime. As one of the supreme deities of the land of cherry blossoms, Takama Masubi no Kami possessed a lifespan and emotional depth beyond imagination. Could it be that Takama Masubi no Kami will also commit suicide on the spot, just like Hanuman? If a nation's supreme deity were to take their own life on the battlefield due to another deity's technique, that would be quite the spectacle. At this very moment, every spectator and god card master present were all deeply affected by the 8 tears. Countless emotions surged within them. If they could be described as flavors, they encompass sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. Many spectators couldn't bear it and left the arena altogether. If others felt this way, what must it be like for Gao Yuchanko-ri, standing at the very center of these emotions? Heavenly Gang's 36 Transformations, Spirit Writing Chi. Li Yingdao calmed his mind and channeled his techniques, initiating spirit projection to roam the void. Among those on the stage, he was second only to Takama Masubi in the intensity of his emotional impact. He had no choice but to employ this technique to expel his own emotions. This was the first time he had employed the 36 transformations of Heavenly Gang since Shu Beiji had imparted them to him. Moments later, Li Yingdao felt considerably better. The effect was immediate. Compared to the Earthly Fiend's 72 transformations, the Heavenly Guardian's 36 transformations are truly divine techniques. Without exaggeration, Li Yingdao now possessed abilities surpassing those of ordinary deities. Ordinary deities typically preside over only one domain. For instance, the local Earth deity's authority extends only to the territory under their jurisdiction. Similarly, the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper embody the will of the celestial bodies. More powerful deities, like Hades, lord of the underworld in Greece, govern entire realms like the Greek netherworld. Their power stems from their respective domains, and thus remains confined within those boundaries. Do not interfere with boundary crossings. For instance, the Earth deity cannot alter the weather, and the Dragon King cannot ascend to land. But Li Yingdao was entirely different. Empowered by the 36 transformations of the heavenly stems, he could effortlessly shift stars and constellations, reverse the course of the heavens, and summon winds and rains. To him, mortals were mere skeletons. No protective measure on Blue Star could obscure his vision. It's a pity that after receiving blessings from the great god Pangu, there are no longer any sick people in Huaxia. Otherwise, going out to treat patients would guarantee a cure every single time. Li Yingdao stroked his chin, feeling a pang of regret. An unknown amount of time passed. The sun god Gao Yuchan finally ceased expelling the crimson fluid. As if the tears had finally dried. Mengpo retrieved the 8 tears and returned them to the bottom of the river of oblivion. The spectators who had been holding their breath let out a collective sigh of relief. Their bodies suddenly relaxed. Is it over? Just thinking about it is terrifying. I almost blurted out what happened with my second uncle and fourth aunt. Tell us more upstairs. Li Shan just stood there like nothing happened, utterly terrifying. Senior Mengpai is ruthless. I wish she'd brew me a bowl of Mengpo's soup someday. Li Yingdao stared at the giant tree in the center of the arena, deeply curious about what it would do next.
Though the supreme deity of Sakura Nation seemed incapable of speech, his intervention to stop Li Yingdao from killing Fengkelian proved otherwise. He possessed intelligence, not just any intelligence, but a cunning, almost treacherous kind. He understood how to exploit the arena's rules to prevent Li Yingdao from taking a life. Suddenly, the high god of birth and growth stirred. Vine-like tendrils, resembling blood vessels, began to extend outward, carrying a putrid stench as they surged toward Mengpa. I knew our deity would hold firm. That old hag from Huaxia is truly despicable, trying to force our deity to submit through such means. Li Yingdao showed no surprise at Gu Sisi's resistance. After all, Hanuman, who had willingly sacrificed himself, was merely a B-rank deity. Takama Masubi, however, was an S-rank deity, the supreme god of a nation, ranking at least mid to high tier among S-ranks. He wouldn't die so easily. As the attack struck, Mengpo's cloudy old eyes suddenly blazed with light. With a light shake of her ebony staff, the attacking vine shattered explosively, bursting into a mist of blood in midair. A shower of blood rained down upon the stage. The cherry blossom spectators who had been jeering moments before fell instantly silent. To their eyes, Mengpa had neither dodged nor evaded, merely shifted her staff. And yet, Takama Masubi's attack had been effortlessly nullified. Senior Mengpo's cultivation level starting at the Great Luo Immortal stage. Even among S-class deities, there were distinctions. Certain Taiyi immortals could still be rated as S-class. Yet compared to Great Luo immortals, Taiyi immortals pale in comparison. The peak of Great Immortal was the upper limit of power the arena could accommodate. Any higher, and they would surpass quasi-saints. At that level, neither the arena nor the Tao of Heaven would permit such deities to exist. Very well. Such heavy bloodshed demands intervention. This old woman shall lend you a hand. The towering tree form of the high goddess of birth began to tremble, revealing both excitement and fear. What is she doing? The audience of Sakura Nation murmured in confusion. What possible action could provoke such a violent reaction from their supreme deity? Cracks appeared in the ground, and streams of scalding blood gushed forth from the fissures. With a thunderous crash, a massive gate rose from the earth. Soon, a colossal black city, vast enough to obscure the sky and rivaling the immense form of Takama Masubi no Kami, materialized upon the arena. Wails of agony poured forth from the gate. The ghost city of Fengdu reappeared on the arena once more. But this time, Li Yingdao did not use a card. It was purely Mengpa herself who summoned the entire ghost city of Fengdu. Senior Mengpa to summon Fengdu Ghost City while defying the arena's rules. Li Yingdao swallowed hard. Last time, his summoning relied on the card effectively tacitly permitted by the arena. Even a great immortal couldn't pull that off. For a moment, Li Yingdao couldn't gauge Mengpo's strength or cultivation level. China's cheating. Old dog Matsuo shouted frantically. The moment Fengdu Ghost City appeared, he knew trouble was brewing. Cheating bastards. Sakura, wash your neck clean and wait for death. A paltry little nation, how could it comprehend the grandeur and tactics of a great power? Quickly surrender the cherry blossom maiden, and we'll spare your lives. Faced with Sakura's skepticism, the Huaxia masses chose to strike back without hesitation. Against other nations, the Chinese might have hesitated. What tactics were these? Was there any truth to what others claimed? But now, facing the cherry blossom devils, the Chinese audience was determined to hold the upper hand. You can back down on anything, but never on your spirit. Boom! The gates of Fengdu Ghost City swung open. The 10 kings of hell rushed out, accompanied by their ghost officers and shadow generals. Greetings, Senior Mengpa. All members of the underworld bowed in unison. Mengpa hummed in acknowledgement. You may rise. Thank you, Senior. After the assembly rose, the wheel-turning king stepped forward. He scanned the battlefield and, upon recognizing the familiar figure of Li Yingdao, felt no surprise. After all, he was the only one in all of Huaxia capable of summoning Mengpa. As for the colossal tree at the center of the arena, the wheel-turning king didn't even spare it a second glance. There was no doubt this was the enemy. May I ask, Senior Mengpa, do you wish us to eliminate this fellow? Chapter 111, Karma revealed on the Stone of Three Lives. The moment the wheel-turning king spoke, the cherry blossom crowd erupted into even wilder clamor. The entire underworld had mobilized, deploying thousands upon thousands of ghost officers and shadow generals. Even a supreme deity of a nation couldn't withstand this, could they? Spectators from other nations, however, remained largely unmoved. The world knew of the historical enmity between China and Sakura Nation. At a time like this, voicing support for either nation would invite hostility from the other. Moreover, China possessed the largest number of S-class divine card masters. Who in their right mind would provoke China? If you must choose, offend Japan. At this moment, the populace of nations like Korea, Japan, and Taiwan, all annexed by China, spoke up. That little cherry blossom? Best if it gets swallowed up. With the state of your so-called gods, what good can they possibly be? They dumped nuclear wastewater before, harming people worldwide. This is karma coming back to bite them. People fear not scarcity but inequality. We've all been swallowed up as the last nation in Asia besides Huaxia. Sakura should be swallowed up too.
Yet Mengpa shook her head and refused the Wheel King's request. Bring forth the Stone of Three Lives. Li Yingdao was slightly taken aback. The Stone of Three Lives lay beyond the Terrace of Longing in the Netherworld. Every departed soul, upon entering the underworld to be reincarnated, could see their past, present, and future before the Stone of Three Lives. These three lives symbolize the cycle of reincarnation. As for the origin of the Stone of Three Lives, it was terrifyingly vast. Originating from one of the supreme deities of ancient China, Nuwa. Legend has it that after mending the heavens, Nuwa fashioned humans from clay, taking a grain of sand as a token for each soul she created. Eventually, the grains coalesced into a stone. Nuwa placed it upon the banks of the western heavenly spirit river. Over time, this stone, born at the dawn of creation, absorbed the essence of sun and moon, gradually awakening to spiritual awareness. After an unknown period, the Stone of Three Lives erupted with a deafening roar, piercing the heavens as if intent on shattering the sky. Nuwa observed that though the stone stood on one foot, it remained upright and unshaken. Its appearance was fantastical, marked by two mystical patterns dividing it into three sections. It seemed to possess the intent to devour the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Nuwa cast a soul-sealing talisman to bind the stone. She reflected that after creating humanity, the realm of marital destiny and reincarnation remained unassigned. Thus, she consecrated it as the Stone of Three Lives. To better restrain the stone's demonic nature, Nuwa deliberated long and hard before finally placing it beside the river of oblivion at the gates of the underworld, entrusting it to oversee the karmic cycles of 3 lifetimes. After death, souls traverse a path called the Yellow Springs, lined with blooming red spider lilies. The red spider lilies bloom for 1,000 years and wither for 1,000 years. Their flowers and leaves never meet. Love transcends cause and effect. Destiny seals life and death. Continuing to the river of oblivion, a bridge called Naiha Bridge spans its waters. Upon this bridge, departed souls could glimpse their past and present lives through the Three Lives Stone. Legend holds that one might also glimpse the name of their beloved upon the Stone of Three Lives. In years past, many celestial officials would use this stone to verify the authenticity of their love. Thus, 3 lifetimes bonds etched in stone, beneath the bridge of no return, the river of oblivion flows. How many lifetimes must one cultivate to share a boat's crossing? How many more to share a pillow's rest? King of the Wheel of Rebirth glanced at the sun god Takama Masubi, harboring his own suspicions, yet said nothing more. He chose to obey Mangpo's command unconditionally. Bring forth the Stone of Three Lives at once. The black and white impermanents acknowledged the order and journeyed through Fengdu Ghost City to the underworld. Soon, a stone as large as a steel, entirely blood red, appeared on the platform. Engraved upon it were 4 characters, early crossing to the other shore. Though unaware of Mangpo's motives, Li Yingdao reasoned that since he was already here, he began explaining the origin and purpose of the Stone of Three Lives to the Chinese people. How could the Chinese not know about Chinese things? The discussion spread beyond the Chinese section, drawing murmurs from spectators of other nations as well. This Stone of Three Lives can actually reveal past and present lives. My beloved and I must have been a couple in our past life too. Master Li, let me take a look. I hope I'm still a Huaxia person in my next life. Even a stone in China carries such profound symbolism. What depth of heritage! Absorbing the essence of sun and moon, wasn't that how the Monkey King was born? I should get more sun exposure from now on. Mengpa raised her hand, and a current from the river of oblivion swept the Three Lives Stone upstream, carrying it before her. Mengpa stroked the vibrant stone with her withered arm. The stone slowly rotated, revealing the side engraved with early crossing to the other shore, now facing Gao Yuchan Kairiri. It's over, Gao Yu. Fight back. Old dog Matsuo roared in desperation. But within the barrier of the arena, it was futile. The arena functioned like a besieged city. Those within could communicate outward, but spectators outside could not influence events inside. The colossal form of Takama Masubi trembled slightly, shaking off countless crimson leaves bearing the patterns of human skin. The Stone of Three Lives discerns cause and effect. Past and present lives are predestined. As Mengpo's words faded, the Stone of Three Lives erupted in a fierce crimson glow. The light enveloped the arena, its crimson glow precisely illuminating the body of the deity Takama Masubi. Then, a sequence of images appeared high above the arena. To all spectators, it felt like watching a 3D movie. Could it be that Senior Mengpa still intends to use a mind control summoning to make the high god Takama Masubi surrender? Li Yingdao couldn't fathom Mengpo's intentions, so he simply watched the scene unfold. The scene depicted the primordial chaos of creation. The coastline visible on the horizon revealed this to be the territory of Sakura Nation. 3 beings emerged from the chaos. The largest soared skyward, drawing chaos toward the horizon. The 2 smaller ones descended to the earth, rooted themselves in the ground, and slowly resolved the chaos. The scene focuses on one of the smaller luminous forms. As time passed, a sapling the size of an arm appeared before everyone's eyes. This is the previous incarnation of Takama Masubi no Kami. Of the other 2 light orbs, the smaller one must be the deceased Kami Masubi no Kami. The larger orb is undoubtedly Amaterasu Amikami, the mightiest deity of the land of cherry blossoms. Judging by the display, Takama Masubi and Kama Masubi were far less impressive than Amenemine Kanushi.
The scene shifted, and time flowed swiftly. More and more cherry blossom deities were born, and humans also appeared.
The cherry blossom deities established their authority. Ultimately, Takama Masubi, representing the masculine creative force, became the symbol of patriarchy and productivity.
In terms of authority, she and Kama Masubi no Kami form a divine pair.
They were once revered by the ancient people of Sakura Nation as the three creators of the universe, later elevated to the five pillars of the soul deity.
Takama Masubi's form grew ever larger, expanding from the size of an arm to tens of meters, and now reaching heights of 10,000 jang. The people of Sakura Nation venerated him with numerous offerings. People discerned from the scenes depicted that the timeline spanned vast eras. From the dawn of creation to modern times, numerous contemporary furnishings could still be seen. Time continued to flow, eventually freezing at a specific moment. This was Takama Masubi no Kami's past life. Li Yingdao furrowed his brow, finding no clues in the past life. The only point of suspicion was the timeline it spanned far too broadly. The final freeze frame clearly depicted a modern-day scene. The old dog Matsuo breathed a sigh of relief, fearing some secret might be uncovered.
Do you wish to continue? Mengpa asked calmly, turning to the sun goddess.
The colossal tree remained still, its branches unmoving, as if in silent contemplation.
Mengpa made the decision for him.
The light of the three live stone intensified, projecting the current life of the high god of the sun onto the screen. Though the other spectators were unaware of its meaning, they watched with rapt attention. The past and present lives of a deity, no less than the supreme god of a nation. Such an experience was rare and precious. A flash of insight struck Li Yingdao, who abruptly looked up at the high god sun god. The image of his past life froze at the exact moment the national fortune arena descended.
10 years ago. Chapter 112, The Cruel Deeds of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Li Yingdao's breathing quickened. Everything made sense now.
10 years ago, the national fortune arena descended. At that time, the gods of Huaxia departed from Blue Star, leaving Huaxia in a state of civilizational collapse. To maintain balance, the arena imposed restrictions on the supreme deities of each nation upon its arrival. For the supreme deities, enduring these restrictions and ascending the arena anew was a form of rebirth. If 10 years ago was a past life, then the experiences of these past 10 years must be this life? Li Yingdao couldn't help but wonder what the cycle of reincarnation for the sun god Gao Yachenko would look like. The scene shifted, and the crowd gasped in unison. They witnessed a realm where the body of Takama Masubi no Kami was bound by countless chains.
What is this? Bondage play? Even deities enjoy this sort of thing?
For a deity from the land of cherry blossoms, this kind of play makes sense.
Most viewers remained unaware of why Takama Masubi appeared this way.
Only a handful of national representatives understood.
This was the arena's restriction on the supreme deity.
For the supreme deity to appear, bound by their nation's divine card master, they must break through these restrictions. In the beginning, the Kimchi nation sacrificed all its deities, while the three kingdoms relied on the faith power provided by their vast populations. To this day, the papal state sacrifices its people. All these methods aim to break the supreme god's restrictions. The leaders of each nation watched with burning eyes. In the footage, the sun god of the divine nest clearly suffered restrictions, yet now ascends the stage in full glory.
How did Sakura Nation break the supreme god's restrictions? Even if they didn't use this method, it holds immense reference value. No way. Matsue's face turned ashen. Sakura Nation's greatest secret was about to be revealed before the entire world. The divine cardmaster Kaori Ran had already perished, and Takama Masubi showed no inclination to resist. Old dog Matsuo could only watch helplessly. The scene shifted, revealing within that space. 5 deities, each bound by chains like Takama Masubi, stood there. They corresponded precisely to the 5 supreme deities of the land of cherry blossoms, the 5 pillars of solitary deities. Then, with a sharp crack, one of the chains binding Takama Masubi snapped. In the scene, the giant tree's trunk visibly trembled. Then, as time passed, one by one, the chains binding the 5 supreme gods of Sakura Nation shattered. After an unknown period, only the central deity remained bound by a single shackle. All other deities were now free from their restraints. Does this mean Sakura Nation now possesses 4 S-rank deities? The leaders of various nations sucked in their breath in unison. Such a lineup was in no way inferior to that of the Chinese nation. Moreover, it seemed the most powerful deity at the very center would soon be freed from its constraints as well. Thank goodness we challenged Sakura Nation first. Otherwise, that little Sakura would have succeeded. The people of China couldn't help but feel relieved. Meanwhile, the leaders of other nations harbored deeper thoughts. Did Huaxia receive advance intelligence, prompting them to challenge Sakura at this precise moment? Why did the shackles binding Sakura Nation's supreme deity break? What price must be paid? Takama Masubi remained utterly motionless throughout, as if resigned to his fate. Then, the scene shifted once more. This time, the scene was within Sakura Nation. A place familiar to people worldwide. Mount Fuji.
Halfway up the rear slopes of Mount Fuji, a massive crater with a radius of over 100 meters came into view.
Look, why are there so many black people in Sakura country? Why aren't these black guys wearing clothes? Li Yingdao knew these were Africans transported to Japan from the continent.
His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had already guessed the fate awaiting this group.
A gunshot rang out,
followed by a barrage of gunfire.
Bullets tore into flesh, erupting in clouds of blood mist.
The victims, unable to resist, were shoved into the deep pit by bulldozers. Within moments, corpses piled up at the bottom of the pit.
Some people couldn't help but vomit again. The scene surpassed any graphic movie. These were all vibrant, living souls. Then, a pattern appeared at the pit's bottom, shining through the bodies to illuminate their bones and limbs. Immediately afterward, the skin and flesh of the corpses rapidly withered away at a visible pace. Though clearly fresh corpses, they appeared as if they had been dead for centuries. Such a method surpassed current technological capabilities.
Those present needed no time to think this was the work of the gods. Or rather, it was the Sakura people sacrificing these individuals to the gods.
Even a fool could see it now.
Sakura Nation was sacrificing its people to lift the supreme god's restrictions. The solution now lay before the leaders of each nation, their expressions growing increasingly grim.
If they truly followed the Sakura Nation's example, even if the restrictions were lifted,
their positions as leaders would be over.
Who would support a high-ranking official who sacrifices their own people? Surely they couldn't follow the example of the papal states being swallowed whole only to flee to another nation? At this very moment, the eyes of the global audience turned toward Japan's seat.
The cherry blossom crowd hung their heads in shame. Judging by their reactions, they were unaware.
Damn it!
Old dog Matsue's face flushed crimson, yet a hint of relief flickered in his eyes.
Thank goodness, thank goodness. At least this incident involved foreigners. Our own people can still tolerate it.
If that other matter had been exposed.
The next instant,
the scene on the stage shifted once more. This time, countless images appeared simultaneously. The focus shifted to the elderly citizens of Sakura country. Most were seniors over 60.
Then, as if fast-forwarded, within mere days, these elders' bodies rapidly aged. Even hospitals could not diagnose the cause.
It was attributed to natural causes. But when hundreds of thousands, even millions of elderly people all died of old age within days,
even a fool could see something was terribly wrong.
Finally, the scene froze on a deep crater at the base of Mount Fuji. Blood-red patterns at the bottom of the pit continuously emitted faint red sparks. A crimson light appeared between the eyebrows of every deceased elder. A chill ran down everyone's spine, the coldness piercing straight to the crown of their heads. The land of cherry blossoms was ruthless. Sacrificing the people of other nations wasn't enough, they had to sacrifice their own elders too.
This is the most deadly.
Even the papal states, which sacrificed the people of the three nations, could be said to have had some justification.
But the land of cherry blossoms? Pure murder. Who's in charge of Sakura Nation?
They're utterly depraved. A nation like this has no place in the national fortune tournament.
No wonder the gods of Sakura Nation didn't put up a proper fight. If it were me, trading my own people for freedom. Soon, the murmurs of doubt turned into outright protests. All were condemning Sakura Nation's actions.
Damn it! I can't accept a country like this. A young man from the land of cherry blossoms committed seppuku on the stage.
All Sakura Nation citizens left the stage, too ashamed to remain.
Tisk, TSK, TSK.
Sakura Nation has truly brought shame upon itself now.
A sharp gleam flashed in Wanair's eyes. He understood the supreme god's restrictions all too well. However, Greece's method of lifting restrictions differed from Sakura Nation's.
In the end, it makes little difference. Sakura targeted humans, while Greece targeted deities.
As for the Viking nation, it seems to fall outside both categories.
Regardless, the exposure of Sakura Nation's actions worked to Greece's advantage.
Wanair welcomed this outcome. The Pope's representative, Sherry, watched the battle from the arena. Even she looked down upon Sakura Nation. Using their own people to lift divine restrictions, putting the cart before the horse. For the papal states, having lost both territory and subjects, the actions of the land of cherry blossoms were utterly incomprehensible.
Li Yingdao couldn't help but give Mengpa a thumbs up.
This was executed with such meticulous care. Not only did it expose the cherry blossom nation's actions, causing them to lose the people's trust,
it also provided China with an invisible justification for war.
As the dominant power in Asia, when such a dirty trick occurs among my neighbors,
would it be strange for us to step in and teach them a lesson? This justification would silence any global objections.
At the same time, Li Yingdao began to anticipate the future of Takama Masubi, the sun god. The three-live stone has already revealed his past and present lives. But what of his future?
Chapter 113, Divine Ability, Reverse Knowing of the Future.
Li Yingdao suddenly recalled one of the divine powers from the 36 heavenly stems. Reverse Future Vision. By activating this divine power, Li Yingdao could foresee certain futures. If I foresee the gods, might I discern the outcome of their battle?
At the very least, could I predict their next move? If that were possible, Li Yingdao could command the gods in battle like one air. In S-rank deity confrontations, he could gain the upper hand by acting first. Taking it a step further, he could even foresee the types of cards his opponent's god cardmaster would play, allowing him to prepare countermeasures. Li Yingdao wasted no time. He immediately activated his reverse future vision divine power, his eyes growing hazy. Focus vanished, replaced by a hazy blur. All he could see was as if he were enveloped in white mist. Within the mist, Li Yingdao could barely make out the colossal form of the sun goddess Takama Masubi. As for Mengpa, whether due to the great distance or her vastly superior level, Li Yingdao could not see her at all. He strained his vision, fixing his gaze intently upon Takama Masubi. Moments later, blood spilled from his eyes. His entire body recoiled as if struck by a heavy hammer, and he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sudden turn of events instantly gripped the audience's hearts. What's wrong with God Li? Damn the cherry blossom god attacking Li Xin like that. Declare war. Declare war on Sakura. Send the carriers over. The Sakura Nation's seats were adjacent to those of Huaxia. With only tens of thousands of Sakura Nation supporters remaining, they dared not even lift their heads, regardless of what Huaxia said. What kind of shenanigans is Li Yingdao up to now? When Air glared at Li Yingdao with contempt, knowing full well it couldn't be the work of the sun goddess Takama Masubi. On the stage, Li Yingdao waved his hand with a bitter smile, signaling he was unharmed. I was careless. The stage doesn't allow me to use the 36 heavenly stems for foresight, at least not with an S-rank deity. After regaining his composure, Li Yingdao dared not experiment recklessly anymore and began watching the scene intently. Mengpa gently tapped the stone of 3 lives. This time, the light emanating from the stone of 3 lives turned white. It was a pure white, neither pale, snowy, nor bone white. What followed was a scene beyond comprehension. A high-altitude image kept shifting, appearing at first glance to be nothing more than an ordinary photograph. From the surrounding furnishings, it was clear the image depicted a martial arts arena. Shocked expressions flashed across the faces of many spectators in the stands. The arena was a sea of blood, even the river of oblivion stained crimson. The gates of the underworld stood wide open, desperately absorbing the crimson sea. At the center of the arena, the colossal tree that once pierced the heavens crashed to the ground. Its towering trunk, once reaching 10,000 feet high, now lay like a long dead stump. It lay motionless on the ground, utterly still. Clearly, this was the future of Takama Masubi, the sun god. Or rather, his future was death. The entire arena fell silent. Such a situation had never occurred before. A deity had declared his opponent dead. Yet the opponent stood alive and well on the stage. Li Yingdao clearly remembered that after Mengpa unleashed the 8 tears, the sun god of high birth had only expelled crimson healing energy and had even launched an attack against Mengpa. That was what had compelled Mengpa to summon the 3-live stone. Suddenly, Li Yingdao realized a blind spot. It makes sense that Senior Mengpa used the 8 tears to attack the high god of the sun. But why summon the 3-live stone? In other words, what was Mengpo's purpose in summoning the 3-live stone? Though unaware of Mengpo's true strength, Li Yingdao felt she could have easily taken on Gu Sisi in a fair fight. Why go to such lengths to summon the stone of 3 lives? The scene in the sky slowly faded away. Mengpa returned the stone of 3 lives to the underworld. The 10 kings of hell exchanged glances, none able to fathom Mengpo's intentions. They dared not ask. What do you think? Will Senior Mengpa bring this giant's soul back to the underworld this time? Mount Tai King stared at Gu Sisi with a dazed expression. Last time they had retrieved the soul of Vishnu, the supreme deity of the 3 kingdoms, it had greatly benefited the entire underworld. Even the 10 kings of hell had seen their cultivation rise considerably. Now that they'd finally made an appearance, encountering the supreme deity of the land of cherry blossoms. Naturally, they hoped to seize his soul as well. The other Yama kings all wore delighted expressions. King Bianqing declared outright, with so many of us here, even against the rules, we might just be able to kill this thing. Exactly. Strike now and finish him off. Delay invites trouble. Yet the leading king of the Wheel of Rebirth halted them. We should follow Lady Mengpo's arrangements. At the mention of Mengpa, the other Yama kings immediately fell silent. High above, Mengpa descended slowly along the waters of the River of Oblivion. Before Takama Masubi, she reached out and stroked his tree trunk. To make this appearance, you've claimed so many lives. Was it worth it? Faced with Mengpo's reproach, the sun god remained silent. Then, he answered Mengpa with his actions. Only now did Li Yingdao understand. Everything Mengpa had done was to try to reform Takama Masubi. From the very beginning, Mengpa had sensed the immense bloodshed he carried. The 8 tears appealed to his emotions and reason. The 3-live stone was a direct threat. It forced Gu Sisi to witness his own fate. Dare you refuse once more, and death shall be your fate. Ah, Lady Meng always does this. It'd be so much better to just slaughter this thing, sighed the urban king. Even Li Yingdao felt that when it came to the cherry blossom goddess, there was no point in talking about reforming her. Just slay it and be done with it.
It would also avenge those Africans and the old man of the cherry blossoms who died in sacrifice.
The next moment, Li Yingdao erupted in a torrent of curses. This beast. Takama Masubi answered Mengpo's question with action.
A blood-red tentacle suddenly shot out from a vertical crack in the tree trunk, lunging toward Mengpo's head.
Damn it! Everyone, attack together. Slaughter this thing. Mount Tai King could no longer sit still, rallying the underworld's forces. Halt!
At Mengpo's command, everyone froze in place. The crimson tentacles froze mid-air, utterly still.
Do you truly believe I did this for you? Mengpo's tone was cold and detached, showing no emotion whatsoever toward Gao Yuchan Kairiri's actions.
Were it not for the multitude of souls, I would have sent you into reincarnation long ago.
Poor souls, trapped by you, unable to enter the cycle.
Suddenly, the vertical slit of Takama Masubi's mouth began to open and close repeatedly. It emitted a series of creaking, cackling laughs. It seemed certain that Mengpo wouldn't attack it, because of these souls.
Damned beast! Li Yingdao felt as though he'd swallowed a fly's excrement. I should have bought some soul-liberating cards back then.
The old dog Matsuo roared with laughter, approving of Takama Masubi's actions. He'd just received word that the time was nearly right.
Takama Masubi's fate is irrelevant now. That one has been completely freed from restrictions. Once Hashimoto Shima takes the stage, both Li Yingdao and Wonder will be defeated. Seeing Takama Masubi's stubborn resistance, Mengpo remained unflappable. It is, after all, the stone left behind by the Empress Nuwa. This old woman cannot alter the outcome. Takami Masubi stopped laughing. Unchangeable? What does that mean? His fate was clearly the future revealed by the three-live stone. Chapter 114, Is Mengpa the incarnation of Lady Hotu?
Mengpa slowly extended her right hand, plunging it directly into the body of the sun goddess. The instant she did, the colossal tree deflated like a punctured balloon, its form rapidly shriveling. The 10 kings of hell could not hide their delight. Refuse the wine offered, and you'll drink the punishment wine. Drag him into the underworld for a proper lesson. King Taishan licked his lips. The body of the sun god Gao Yuchanko trembled uncontrollably. He tried to resist, only to find himself utterly immobilized. He could only watch helplessly as Mengpa drained his divine power. The vertical slit in the tree trunk opened and closed. Though he could not speak, Mengpa understood his meaning. Now you're afraid? Rest assured, the souls who died because of you will all meet a good end. Except you. With that, Mengpa abruptly withdrew her arm. Takama Masubi's body collapsed with a thunderous crash. The tree trunk withered, as if buried deep underground for years, deprived of sunlight and nourishment. The arena of the dual gods' fatal clash. Round 2, Huaxia Nation wins. The Huaxia audience erupted in cheers. The thrill of defeating Sakura Nation far surpassed that of defeating any other nation. Li Yingdao knew, however, that this battle was far from over. Whether it was the deities of the Papal State or the Cherry Blossom Nation, had lifted their restrictions by sacrificing human lives. In the battle against the Papal State, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, bore the weight of the sacrificed souls with his own flesh. In the previous battle, the sun god of the divine land had simply self-detonated, obliterating the souls along with himself. But this time was different. Mengpa could have ended the battle from the start, instantly slaying the sun goddess. Yet she did not do so. To her, such an act would be profoundly unjust to the soul sacrificed. Splash! Boundless blood gushed from Takama Masubi's body like a floodgate bursting open. Before long, the entire arena became a sea of blood. Even the netherworld and the river of oblivion were engulfed, stained crimson. That damned cherry blossom goddess can't even rest in peace. Isn't that just par for the course for their kind? Wonder how old Dragon will handle Sakura Nation after victory. Surely not annexation too? If you ask me, forget annexation, just slaughter them all and feed them to the fish. In the VIP section of Huaxia, Long Huwa gathered his thoughts. With Li Yingdao and Wen Air present, victory was inevitable. The crucial question was how to deal with Sakura Nation afterward. Subjectively, Long Huwa leaned toward annihilating the Cherry Blossom Nation outright, erasing them from history. But what would that make him different from the Sakura Nation? The treacherous leaders of Sakura deserve death, and the devouring Sakura deity deserve death. Yet the common people are innocent. The most prudent course is annexation, treating it like Korea, making Sakura Nation a province of China. Forget it. Let's see what punishment the arena hands down. Long Huwa couldn't make a decision for the moment and could only wait for the arena's punishment after it ended. After all, this was an unprecedented double-god deathmatch arena. Its penalties far exceeded those of a national fate duel. No one could predict how the arena would judge the outcome. Li Yingdao utilized the Earth Fiend's 72 transformations divine speed, leaping above Fengdu Ghost City. He had no desire to get blood on his hands. The 10 kings of hell made no comment on Li Yingdao's actions. Everyone knew he was the true Lord's heir. Provoke him, and the true Lord could wipe out the 10 kings of hell with a mere flick of his wrist. It was best not to provoke such a formidable figure. Moreover, in a certain sense, Li Yingdao had done the underworld a favor. Had it not been for him, the underworld would never have been able to seize the soul of Vishnu, the supreme deity of the three kingdoms. Suddenly, bubbles began to rise from the blood pool on the arena floor.
It resembled water coming to a boil. Shockingly, each crimson bubble bore a human face on its surface.
Most were elderly, with a few children and young adults among them.
I hate it. Why did my country do this to me? I don't want to die yet, why did I have to die? This isn't fair. Let the land of cherry blossoms perish with me. I can't die, I have a child. He's just started kindergarten.
The audience was utterly shocked, and the few remaining Sakura Nation citizens were filled with shame. Their deity had sacrificed them, and even after death, their souls were bound. Pitiful souls.
Li Yingdao felt an unprecedented sense of loss.
Faced with these countless bound spirits, he was powerless. For now, we can only hope that Senior Mengpo will find a way to resolve this. King Biancheng swallowed hard.
So many souls, how can we possibly handle them?
King of the Wheel of Rebirth replied, the souls are easy to handle no matter how many, they only add to our workload.
The real problem is this overwhelming resentment.
Even Sun Wukong, a great immortal, could be wounded by such resentment, let alone the 10 kings of hell, who weren't even supreme immortals. Anyway, with Elder Mengpa here, this isn't our problem to worry about, King Taishan said nonchalantly. The sky may fall, but the tallest will hold it up, a truth that holds true in any age. With the great emperor of Fengdu and the various ghost emperors absent, Mengpa had become the tall one holding up the entire underworld. Standing in the center of the Blood Sea, the water had already risen above her waist. Ah! After a heavy sigh, Mengpo's aura began to rise slowly. Li Yingdao could even detect the scent of reincarnation and mortality in the air, along with a thick, earthy aroma. Could the legend be true? Li Yingdao found it hard to believe. In his previous life, he had heard a legend that Mengpa was the incarnation of the Earth Goddess. Who was the Earth Goddess? One of the 4 sovereigns. Second only to the 3 pure ones. She was on equal footing with the Northern Pole Purple Star Supreme Emperor, the Southern Pole Eternal Life Emperor, and the Heavenly Emperor of the Upper Palace of Gaochen. Moreover, according to her divine authority and duties, Lady Ho-Tu held the power to govern the Netherworld and Fengdu Ghost City. No wonder the 10 kings of hell show such reverence to the venerable Mengpa. It all makes sense now. The 10 kings of hell, accompanied by their retinue of ghost officers and shadow generals, bowed in unison.
We pay homage to the heaven-upholding, virtue-emulating, magnanimous Earth Goddess.
In mere moments, Mengpa transformed from an old crone into a young, graceful goddess, slender in form and radiating heroic spirit.
The entire audience stared in stunned silence.
Through Li Yingdao's teachings, the people of Huaxia knew of the Earth Goddess's existence, but only by name. Now, they beheld her true form. You shall gather the souls of the departed, commanded the Earth Goddess.
We obey your divine command, Mother Earth. The entire underworld sprang into action. The 10 kings each summoned their signature artifacts.
The Wheel King produced the Wheel of Life and Death, drawing in countless souls.
Once filled to capacity, he cast them into the underworld.
The King of Mount Tai opened his massive jaws, sucking souls into his belly, which visibly swelled.
The black and white impermanents brandished their soul-grabbing chains, each snatching dozens of spirits at a time. For a moment, the arena resembled a construction site. Are the Chinese deities performing a soul liberation ritual for these spirits? When Air rubbed his eyes, a look of bewilderment on his face. Though unfamiliar with the Chinese pantheon, he knew the name Fengdu Ghost City well.
Its function was similar to the Greek underworld, guiding souls to rest and enabling the deceased to enter the cycle of reincarnation. To an heir, this seemed like a thankless task. What business did the souls of other nations have with China? Why waste the effort?
Chapter 115, Sun Wukong makes his entrance, breaking the rules. Audiences from other nations recognized this as well.
They all shared the same question.
Why is China doing this? Doesn't Sakura Nation harbor a blood feud with China?
Why are you going to such lengths to help the spirits of Sakura Nation find peace? Why bother? Even the people of the land of cherry blossoms were perplexed. Some even shed tears on the spot. Their own nation sacrifices its people, while the enemy nation performs rites for its own departed souls.
This stark contrast is simply unbearable for the people of Sakura.
In contrast, the people of China saw this as perfectly natural.
Fine, I'll concede. The common folk can be spared.
But the Sakura Empire's high command must die, and so must their gods.
Agreed. The national fortune arena shouldn't make the common people pay the price. Sacrificing their own people? The Sakura Nation really has no qualms about it.
After the entire netherworld had absorbed the blood, the arena was nearly dry, leaving only cleanup work. This alone will cover a month's worth of performance metrics. The great emperor will surely praise us when he returns, King Taishan chuckled, patting his belly. It's just a shame we couldn't take its soul with us, King Qin Guang smacked his lips regretfully. In terms of value, the soul of a supreme deity far outweighed the merit gained from guiding hundreds of thousands of wandering spirits to rest. Just as King of the Wheel of Rebirth was about to speak, his tone shifted abruptly.
This is bad. That thing's resentment is about to explode.
The withered giant tree's body resembled an inflated balloon, already nearing its limit. After Takama Masubi no Kami's death, his body had become lifeless matter, incapable of containing the resentment. Yet without guidance, it would inevitably erupt. The Earth Goddess intervened. 5 shadows materialized out of thin air on the arena stage. The crowd looked up to see 5 towering peaks materialize on the arena, crashing down directly toward the corpse of Takama Masubi. These are the 5 sacred mountains of China. Lady Ho-Tu has actually summoned them here from nowhere. Known as the Mother Earth Goddess, her ability to move the 5 great mountains was unsurprising. What Li Yingdao truly marveled at was her defiance of the arena's rules to forcibly bring the 5 peaks here. Truly worthy of the title Mother Earth. That power, if not at the level of a sage, then certainly approaching it. As for why the Dao in the arena hadn't intervened to suppress her, Li Yingdao surmised that the current Empress Ho-Tu wasn't her true form. Instead, she had temporarily manifested by borrowing the form of Mengpa from the underworld. Should the Dao or the arena intervene, she would revert to Mengpo's form. It was essentially exploiting a loophole in both systems' rules. Since the bestowal of blessings and the rise of China's earth element fortune, the altitudes of the 5 sacred mountains have also been increasing. They had become the world's 5 highest mountains, surpassed only by Mount Everest. Under the 5 sacred mountains' suppression, the boundless resentment within Takama Masubi's divine body was easily subdued. Even the corpse itself was transformed into nourishment for the 5 sacred mountains. This battle is finally over. Li Yingdao exhaled, relieved to have secured victory without major incident. The most unexpected twist was that Mengpa was actually the incarnation of the Earth Goddess Ho-Tu, delivering a small yet profound shock to the world. At that moment, the Earth Goddess turned her gaze toward the reserve bench. More precisely, she fixed her gaze upon Sun Shaoxing seated there. "You monkey, come out already. Or do I have to come get you?" Ho-Tu Nyang suddenly spoke. Before anyone could process what was happening, a familiar chuckle filled the air. "Haha, Lady Ho-Tu, you have a way with words. Old Sun never imagined you'd show up. Otherwise, this old Sun would have come out to greet you long ago." A card materialized within Sun Shaoxing, the S-rank divine being card, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong then bounded over to Ho-Tu, scratching his ear and rubbing his cheek as he approached. The other spectators were already unfazed by the reappearance of deities in Huaxia. On this stage, the rules held no sway over Mengpa. First, she summoned the entire underworld. Then, she summoned the 5 sacred mountains to suppress the sun god. Now, an S-rank deity, Sun Wukong, had appeared. The crowd had grown numb. Yet when Air, seated in the preparation area, felt a deep sense of apprehension. Well done, Huaxia. They possess so many hidden trump cards. Second-generation Titan deities are no longer sufficient to deal with them. To truly defeat Huaxia, a first-generation deity must step forward. When Air understood the situation perfectly well. Currently, China was only temporarily allied with Greece against the Papal States. Once the dust settled, the two nations would become each other's greatest rivals across Asia, Europe, and Africa. One even suspected that China alone could handle the Papal States. It was only due to geographical constraints that it had brought Greece and Egypt into the fold. On the stage, the Earth Goddess gently tapped Sun Wukong's forehead. "You monkey, you're such a troublemaker. Even if your body were that stone, you'd still cause such chaos." The Earth Goddess's tone finally shifted from its usual emotionless detachment, tinged with a hint of indulgent affection towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong grinned cheekily. "I didn't expect you to be here, mother. Otherwise, this old monkey wouldn't have resorted to such desperate measures. I am merely a manifestation now and cannot sustain this form for long. Once I resolve the hidden dangers within your body, I shall withdraw." Sun Wukong bowed deeply, unsurprised. "Then this old monkey shall trouble you, mother." The Earth Goddess flipped her wrist, and the illusory forms of the 5 sacred mountains appeared in her palm. She then placed her palm atop Sun Wukong's head. Sun Wukong felt a strange sensation, one moment a stinging pain on his scalp, the next a feeling as though he were bathing and cleansing himself. Seconds later, Sun Wukong felt his entire body grow light. Empress Ho-Tu then cast the illusory forms of the 5 sacred mountains into the depths of their true counterparts, transforming them into nourishment. Over time, these resentments will be completely dissolved and absorbed by the roots of the 5 sacred mountains. Once everything was settled, bound by the arena's rules, Sun Wukong immediately returned to his card. The Earth Goddess transformed into Mengpa, and Fengdu Ghost City gradually returned underground. The 5 sacred mountains within the arena returned to the land of China, dividing the resentment into 5 parts to suppress them individually. "My deepest gratitude, Senior Mengpa." Li Yingdao bowed respectfully to Mengpa. Mengpa waved her hand slightly and transmitted her voice, "If possible, spare the lives of the people of Sakura country. As for the rest, let slaughter be their fate." Li Yingdao's heart sank. He replied telepathically, "Rest assured, Senior. The people of Huaxia and the divine beings stand united. We will never indiscriminately create bloodshed." Mengpa nodded and returned to the card. "It seems the great sage's injuries have healed. With that, we have greater confidence in the remaining 3 arena battles." Li Yingdao's heart lifted with joy.
Aside from the true lord and wonder, the great sage was currently China's strongest combatant. Even if he couldn't match Mengpa, defeating the supreme deity of Sakura Nation would be a breeze. After the turmoil of the second match, the people of Sakura Nation had completely lost faith in their leader, Prime Minister Matsue, the old dog. They couldn't even bear to stay at the arena, instead staging protests within Sakura Nation demanding Matsue's resignation. Returning to the preparation area, Li Yingdao contemplated the next 3 matches. One heir would certainly not be stepping into the ring again. Among the 5 pillars of Sakura Nation's sole deities, the second-ranked Takamamasubi and the third-ranked Kamamasubi had both fallen. Among the remaining 3 supreme deities, the only one Li Yingdao truly feared was the first-ranked Amatsukami. In the past life of Takamamasubi illuminated by the 3 live stone, Amatsu Mikazuki clearly surpassed the former in power. Even if the remaining 4 pillars of the 5 pillars of the divine were combined, they might not be a match for Amatsu Mikazuki. The problem is, we can't predict which battle Amatsu Mikazuki will appear in. Li Yingdao planned to participate in all 3 subsequent battles. Otherwise, having Gu Sisi, Qin Baisheng, and the others face Amaterasu would be tantamount to suicide. Chapter 116, The True Lord, Here He Comes. Dual Divine Deathmatch Arena. Third match, both contestants, please enter the arena. Li Yingdao moved to take the stage, and the other 3 raised no objections. Facing Sakura Nation, they all understood the stakes. This was not the time for reckless bravado or personal displays. Their sole objective was to defeat Sakura Nation and avenge the historical blood feud. As for one heir, he remained silent throughout. The more times Li Yingdao took the stage, the more advantageous it would be for him, allowing him to gather more intelligence on their sworn enemy. Facing domestic protests against his actions, the old dog Matsuo paid no heed. History is written by the victors. Conquer China, and everything else will fall into place. In the Sakura Nation's War Council, aside from Hashimoto Shima, both Chisato Tsunehisa and Ishihara Misato had already succumbed to despair. Now, unless that master made an appearance, they could think of no way to win. Li Yingdao's power far exceeded their wildest expectations. Shamako! Matsuo old dog shouted from outside the War Council chamber. Within the command center, they could hear voices from outside but could not transmit their own. The 3 immediately stood up, their eyes burning as they fixed their gaze on old dog Matsue. The noble lord has lifted the arena's restrictions. You may enter now. Shinatsu and Ishihara Misato exchanged glances, tears of joy streaming down their faces. For them, this was the very definition of a dramatic turnaround. A resolute expression hardened Hashimoto Shima's lovely features. Leave it to me. Though deaf, Matsuo could sense the confidence radiating from his fighter. The future of Sakura Nation rests on this next battle, in your hands. I'm counting on you, Shima. Old dog Matsuo bowed deeply. The 3 bowed back in unison. Hashimoto Shima placed both hands over her heart as an S-rank card slowly materialized. A faint black mist still wafted from its surface. It truly worked. The final shackle on the card was released. Now, she could summon the mightiest supreme god of Sakura Nation. This card unlocked at the cost of our nation's endless efforts China must pay with their lives. Hashimoto Shirmao raised the card toward the sky with both hands. The card broke free from the confines of the preparation area. Without the divine card master even stepping onto the stage, it materialized directly in the center of the arena. The arena began to shake violently, making spectators feel as if they were aboard a violently rocking ship. How can Sakura Nation's deities break the arena's rules too? Wonder frowned. He knew all too well that the deities of Huaxia could shatter rules that held no surprise. But now, the land of cherry blossoms could do the same. The next moment, when Air's frown smoothed out. It wasn't his concern anyway. The stronger the deities of the land of cherry blossoms became, the better they could test Li Yingdao's true strength. What's happening? Look, it's getting dark. Why is the arena getting so cold? The audience sensed something amiss and immediately blamed the cards on the stage. Then, to their horror, they realized it wasn't nightfall. The sun remained unobstructed, yet the light vanished inexplicably. Or rather, it had been swallowed by some indescribable force. Is this the heavenly ruler of Sakura Nation? Defying the arena's rules to appear prematurely, yet remaining invisible to all. The earlier Takamamasubi and Kamamasubi, though abstract, had tangible forms. Ryugo Hana felt a sinking sensation in his heart as he sensed panic spreading through the Chinese spectator seats. This was the first time a deity had appeared prematurely. And one without any physical form whatsoever. No matter how powerful the deities of the past had been, they always manifested a physical form before the world. But now, there was no physical form at all. How could they possibly fight? Could it be that the next deity from the land of cherry blossoms has transcended the S-rank category? Why is there no sound? The audience realized that no matter what the opponent said, they could not hear a sound. At that moment, at the center of the arena, the surrounding dimensions began to collapse. Length, width, height, even time and causality were not spared. They were drawn by an invisible gravitational force, bending reverently toward a single point or perhaps a concept. It has appeared. Li Yingdao suppressed his shock, recognizing this as the heavenly sovereign, the central deity.
Within the divine pantheon of the land of cherry blossoms, it represented the first cause at the dawn of creation.
All subsequent fruits of Sakura Nation, indeed all deities, arose from it. Throughout Sakura Nation's history, the heavenly sovereign rarely interfered with the actions of subsequent deities.
Like an observer, it adhered to the principle of ruling through non-action.
Rather than a deity, it was more accurately described as the very will of Sakura country. Suddenly, the colossal tree form of Takama Masubi and the fleshy form of Kama Masubi appeared on the stage. Though equally supreme deities, the latter two were effortlessly revived by Amaterasu Amikami. The next instant, the giant tree in fleshy form shattered with a thunderous crash. Those who had appeared in the previous 2 rounds seemed frozen, their divine power, physical forms, and obsessions all lost meaning in that instant. Sound could not propagate, light was swallowed whole. Amaterasu did nothing, she merely existed there. Its very appearance was a dimensional reduction, a transcendent review of all other deities, stories, and conflicts within the arena.
Though people could not see its presence, they were all affected by it. Li Yingdao exchanged a glance with the others before stepping onto the arena. Fortunately, the arena afforded him protection, preventing Amaterasu from slaying him the moment he stepped onto the stage. Hashimoto Shima also ascended the stage, her expression solemn and awestruck. S-Class Godcard Master Li Yingdao vs S-Class Godcard Master Hashimoto Shima. The land of cherry blossoms has an S-Class Divine Card Master too? The audience was speechless, their hearts screaming in disbelief.
9 cards refreshed. Li Yingdao didn't even glance at the others. He had only one choice left. Jiro, the manifested lord.
The overwhelming pressure emanating from the heavenly sovereign of the center was simply too immense.
It bore down on the entire arena, its influence permeating every corner.
This level of power far surpassed even the mightiest deity he had ever faced before, the supreme god of Kimchi Nation, Dangun.
Back then, Dangun had drained the entire nation's divine power to break through to the half-step quasi-saint realm. The heavenly sovereign was even stronger than that, approaching true quasi-sainthood. The Chinese audience stared intently at Li Yingdao, anticipating what deity he would summon to counter his opponent.
Li Yingdao suppressed his inner anticipation. This was the first time the true lord had summoned him since ascending to near saint. Though he knew it would waste a precious opportunity, Li Yingdao felt it was well worth using against the land of cherry blossoms. Was well worth it. Hail, true lord of the mysterious way of purity! To purify the filth of the universe.
The moment Li Yingdao summoned the true lord, the stage ceased its trembling.
Light once more illuminated the face, and the voice was saved. Suddenly, the heavens churned with storm clouds as a golden beam split through the sky. From within the clouds came the neighing of dragon horses and the growling of divine hounds. A towering figure gradually took shape, crowned with a golden phoenix embroidered cap, clad in pale duck-egg yellow robes, and bearing the celestial divine light pulsing upon his brow. In his hand, a 3-pronged, double-edged spear emitted a cold, flickering glow. The true lord gazed upon the familiar figure below the arena and declared, "Here he comes." Chapter 117, The Shameless Land of Cherry Blossoms. With just 2 words, the true lord ignited the fervor of all Chinese spectators. If asked which deity left the deepest impression and earned the greatest reverence in the history of the National Fortune Arena, it was undoubtedly the true lord Erlang. Domestically, his figurines, IPs, games, and more all exploded in popularity. Even abroad, he had gained numerous devotees. After so many days, the true lord made his return. How could they not be thrilled? After the true lord's arrival, the heavenly sovereign Amaterasu, seated at the center of the arena, could no longer remain still. He began to reveal his true form. The space at the ring's center began to collapse, revealing a nearly perfect black sphere before everyone's eyes. The sphere was neither solid nor void, neither light nor dark. It was not any substance, but rather the nothingness born when all possibilities were compressed to their absolute limit. The instant all present sensed him, they were flooded with an irresistible torrent of information, not words, but a recognition seared directly into the depths of their souls. I am the stillness before the beginning, the destination after the end. I am the first cause of existence itself. Had this been earlier, the audience might have been intimidated by the heavenly sovereign. But now, after the true lord's entrance, no one was buying his act. Li Yingdao shot a look of contempt at Amaterasu. Sounds pretty mystical, but no matter how lofty your claims, you're only infinitely close to being a quasi-saint. The true lord, however, is a true quasi-saint. Still, Li Yingdao genuinely admired Sakura Nation. The Kimchi Nation once sacrificed all its deities just to obtain a half-step quasi-saint like Dangun.
Compared to that, Sakura Nation paid a much smaller price.
Yet they possessed a deity who could be called the absolute pinnacle permitted within the arena.
While both nations drew from Chinese civilization, Sakura Nation did it far more skillfully.
They truly owe Su Fu a debt of gratitude. Back when the first emperor sought the elixir of immortality, Su Fu deceived him. To save his own life, he fled to the land of the rising sun, present-day Sakura country. From that moment onward, the land of cherry blossoms began absorbing Chinese culture. They added their own twisted interpretations, forging a self-consistent civilization and mythological system.
The so-called Amaterasu Amikami was born from this very process.
Li Yingdao suddenly recalled the first emperor's entrustment to destroy the land of cherry blossoms.
Now, it seemed he could finally fulfill that promise. To be fair, the land of cherry blossoms had been exposed to Chinese civilization since the Qin dynasty, spanning over 2 millennia.
Though it could not compare to China's 5,000 years of culture, it still ranked among the finest in the world. The true lord observed the state of the heavenly ruler of the center with his heavenly eye. He knew this opponent was but a step away from becoming a near saint. The true lord was not surprised. If the opponent were not formidable, Li Yingdao would not have wasted the opportunity to summon him.
An existence akin to order itself?
The heavenly ruler was the origin of the divine pantheon in the land of cherry blossoms. If the cherry blossom deities were likened to actors performing on a stage, then he was the stage itself. The true lord was no stranger to such deities. Amongst their peers, they were notoriously troublesome, nearly impossible to defeat. They excelled at pulling opponents into their own domains of order, forcibly altering the adversary's rules to suit their own advantage.
It's akin to words becoming law.
Of course, they are merely troublesome. Below the level of a near saint, all are but ants. The arena trembled faintly, seemingly straining under the weight of 2 deities of overwhelming power.
The arena's rules could no longer fully restrain them. Take now, for instance, Li Yingdao could clearly hear the roar of the crowd from the spectator stands. This would have been impossible in the past. Slaughter the cherry blossom first. Li Yingdao made no attempt to conceal his murderous intent, poised to strike when a loud announcement blared over the speakers. Standing at the highest point of the Sakura Nation seating area, the old dog Matsuo shamelessly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I know many of you harbor misunderstandings about me and Sakura Nation. But now, open your eyes and see clearly. At the center of the arena stands the supreme deity of my Sakura Nation, Amaterasu Amikami.
Years ago, our nation's supreme deity was sealed away by the deities of Huaxia through underhanded and secretive means. To break this seal and confront China, our nation exhausted every possible means. Ultimately, we had no choice but to sacrifice a small number of our elders whose lifespans were nearing their end to shatter the seal. This was done to counter China and protect ourselves. Today, China's wolfish ambitions are glaringly obvious. They have swallowed Korea, Japan, Southeast Asia, and India. All of Asia has nearly become China's one-man show. If Sakura does not resist now, China will next set its sights on the entire world. Now, Sakura offers itself as the first line of defense against China's aggression. We do not demand your support, but we implore your understanding. It is our nation, Sakura, that stands as the victim."
The entire hall fell silent.
Even the 2 divine beings halted their actions. The Chinese people were so enraged their noses nearly twisted. Slandering others and twisting the truth that old dog Matsuo has taken it to a whole new level.
Kill him. He must die.
Make the land of cherry blossoms pay with blood.
That ingrate. Let the land of cherry blossoms be destroyed. Every Chinese citizen seethed with fury.
Just last time, our deities were still performing rites for your departed souls.
And now you turn your backs on us? Elder Long, should I proceed? Shin Sonin inquired.
Long Hua remained impassive. That old dog Matsuo mentioned that our deities sealed away Sakura Nation's supreme god.
Though Sakura Nation can't prove they're right, can we prove they're wrong either? Shin Sonin froze, then suddenly understood. Acting now would undoubtedly fall into Matsuo the old dog's trap. Ignore it.
Once the Tao triumphs, they'll shut their mouths.
Shin Sonin hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back.
This arrangement was acceptable, yet it felt unbearably stifling. Long Hua chuckled lightly. Our grievances with the land of cherry blossoms extend far beyond the arena. I've already dispatched an aircraft carrier fleet to blockade their nation. After this battle, entry into the land of cherry blossoms will be permitted but exit will not. Shin Sonin exclaimed excitedly, understood. She thought to herself that old dragon was indeed a steady and reliable man. After the old dog from Matsuo finished speaking, he saw no reaction from the Huaxia delegation and knew his ploy had been exposed.
No matter. After the battle, whatever the victor decrees shall be done.
The high-ranking officials from all nations maintained a spectator's stance. It was now clear to all that the trend of one continent equaling one nation was becoming increasingly pronounced.
The arena no longer offered a place for small nations to survive. Citizens of a small nation, the true lord remarked casually, truly live up to their origins.
At his level, few things could stir his emotions anymore. The old dog under the pine tree was one such exception. With that, the true lord launched his attack first, his heavenly eye blazing open between his brows, unleashing a piercing divine light that shattered demons.
Fast. Faster. Faster. The golden light speed was utterly unimaginable. Like the first lightning bolt that split the heavens and earth, it pierced straight toward the sphere at the center of the arena. Within the realm of order, I command you to forget.
The light struck, yet it did not strike. Yet in the instant the divine light touched it, it was neither absorbed nor reflected.
Instead, within the divine rules of Amaterasu Amikami, it was forgotten.
The connection between the true lord and the divine light was abruptly severed. As if he had never unleashed this technique at all. Li Yingdao paid no heed to the divine battle. Empowered by the Heavenly Guardian 36 transformations Earth God Light and the Earth Fiend 72 transformations Divine Speed, his speed far exceeded the speed of sound. A sonic boom erupted where he stood as he closed in on Hashimoto Shima's face. Chapter 118, S-Class Card, Paired. Li Yingdao gripped the smaller trident spear, appearing before Hashimoto Shima as if teleported. Spear technique, piercing the mountain. Li Yingdao mustered all his strength, striking toward Hashimoto Shizuko's face with the force of a mountain-splitting blow. Clang! The spear blade collided with the arena floor, erupting in a shower of sparks. She dodged? Li Yingdao was taken aback. At his speed, no other divine card master in the world save for one air could have parried that strike. Li Yingdao looked up, only to find Hashimoto Shima standing perfectly still where she had been. Her entire body had become semi-transparent. Li Yingdao's attack had struck her, yet caused no damage. Transparency? It seems she possesses some of the abilities of the heavenly ruler Kami, capable of altering the rules. Li Yingdao instantly discerned Hashimoto Shima's true nature. But he remained utterly unflustered. Armed with the 36 heavenly transformations and the 72 earthly transformations, his arsenal was vast and varied. A mere illusion wouldn't solve the problem. A sinister smile played at Hashimoto Shoko's lips. The next moment, her body began to solidify, and a familiar yet fierce aura surged toward Li Yingdao. Li Yingdao's pupils contracted sharply as he forced his body to twist away against all odds. A gash appeared on his shoulder, blood quickly soaking through his clothes. This was precisely the attack Li Yingdao had just launched against Hashimoto Shima gun technique, piercing the mountain. Hashimoto Shima had returned it unchanged. This is getting tricky. Realizing he couldn't take her down quickly, Li Yingdao deliberately retreated to create distance. Glancing down at the wound on his shoulder, Li Yingdao's expression darkened. This was the first time he had been injured on the National Fortune Arena. A devouring technique that rebounds? Isn't this just like the first match as Sun Goddess of the Divine Land? No, this Hashimoto Shima is even stronger than that one. The Sun God of the Divine Nest required energy-based skills to devour and wasted time digesting them. Hashimoto Shima doesn't need any of that. Li Yingdao's gaze toward Hashimoto Shima grew more solemn. The entire audience was stunned. In past battles, Li Yingdao had always dispatched his opponent's divine card masters with decisive efficiency. This was his first slip-up, and it had cost him dearly. Prepare to die, Li Yingdao. Hashimoto Shoko's body became ethereal once more, this time turning completely transparent. Earth Fiend 72, Wind Control. An invisible whirlwind erupted beneath Li Yingdao's feet, lifting him into the air. I refuse to believe you can fly again. The Chinese audience erupted in cheers. The Chinese people's obsession with cultivating immortality had reached unimaginable heights. And the very first step in cultivating immortality? Flight. Earth Fiend's 72 transformations, array deployment. Since he couldn't see, Li Yingdao simply deployed an array across the entire arena to restrict Hashimoto Shima's movements. Unlike conventional attacks, formations couldn't be reflected back at Li Yingdao by Hashimoto Shima. To this point, Hashimoto Shima hasn't used any support cards. She must have complete faith in the heavenly ruler, Amaterasu. Conversely, she's more concerned that I might use support cards. She should be the one feeling anxious now. The clash between two supreme deities on the stage was beyond Li Yingdao's intervention. But dealing with a single Hashimoto Shima is merely a matter of time. The true lord withdrew his gaze from Li Yingdao. Earlier, his attack had been drawn into Amaterasu's rules and subsequently forgotten. Altering the rules before a near saint. If Li Yingdao knew, he'd surely praise it as a bold move born of great skill. Amaterasu moved, ripples spreading through the space around him. He continuously assimilated the surrounding space, attempting to forge his own domain within the arena. One such spatial ripple coalesced, its undulations forming a blade-like projection that surged toward the True Lord. The True Lord swung his three-pronged spear, unleashing the divine power of cleaving mountains to save his mother. The spearhead carried the supreme law of expulsion, not only cleaving the blade-like ripple but also splitting the domain crafted by the heavenly sovereign of the center into two. The ripples on the arena abruptly halted. To the onlookers, the arena appeared divided into two distinct realms. Golden light flooded the sky as the True Lord stood majestically. At the center of the arena, space twisted, holding a near-perfect black sphere motionless. As for Li Yingdao and Hashimoto Shima, the former darted through the lower airspace while frantically deploying formations, while the latter vanished, her whereabouts unknown. This battle is arguably the most powerful contest in the history of the National Fortune Arena. Who would have thought the tiny Sakura nation would hold such a trump card? With the Divine Li and the True Lord here, victory is assuredly China's. The True Lord's phoenix-like eyes flickered. Ordinary martial attacks could not harm the heavenly ruler Amaterasu. Within his domain, he held absolute authority. In my former state, I truly could not defeat you. But now, I am a near saint. The True Lord sheathed his three-pronged spear, pointing his right finger toward the heavens and his left toward the earth. In that moment, the True Lord seemed the sole entity in the cosmos, with all things revolving around him. Holy crap, holy crap!
That move by the true lord is so badass. I'll be the first to buy his figurine when it comes out. Chinese deities are truly a feast for the eyes, like perfect works of art. Compared to them, the deities of the land of cherry blossoms are either abstract or bizarre. Storm clouds churned in the sky, while a sandstorm swirled across the earth. Within this realm, beneath my command, none shall issue orders. This was the first time the true lord, having attained quasi-sainthood, unleashed a sage's divine power. Divine power, the great Tao of unity. A near saint had mastered the profound mysteries of the Tao. As long as the near saint did not will it, no deity could wield the Tao. Not even the heavenly sovereign of the central lord was an exception. He merely approached the status of a quasi-saint, but he was not yet one. At the center of the arena, the space surrounding the black sphere returned to normal. No matter how he tried to influence it, it was futile. The next second, the true lord appeared before him. A fist slammed out. The heavenly ruler was sent flying like a cannonball. He had now regained his physical form, no longer the virtual projection he'd been upon first appearing. Compared to magical duels, this saint prefers close-quarters combat. Li Yingdao surveyed the battlefield, basking in the glory. Who was the true lord? Before attaining sainthood, he had cultivated the 8-9 mystic arts to perfection, achieving physical sainthood. Below the level of a sage, within the entire Huaxia pantheon, only Sun Wukong could match him in physical combat. Whoosh! The true lord charged once more before the heavenly sovereign, plunging one hand into the black sphere while the other clenched into a fist, raining blows down like hail. The entire audience erupted in cheers. This was the kind of ring battle they craved. No flashy moves, just the raw, visceral thrill of bone-crunching blows. In mere moments, Jinjuan had unleashed tens of thousands of punches. Amaterasu had not been without the will to resist, he simply could not. His pride, the divine essence that granted him the power to command the heavens with a word, had vanished entirely. Amaterasu was like a tiger stripped of its teeth and claws, and any further physical attacks were nothing more than a mere tickle to the true lord. That should do it, Li Yingdao wiped his brow. The entire arena was now bound within his formation. Now I'm sure you won't stay hidden. Li Yingdao twisted his hands like turning knobs, and the formation on the arena began to materialize. Besides the two deities, a human figure soon appeared within Li Yingdao's perception. Her true form exposed, Hashimoto Shima's expression darkened. Support the supreme deity first. With a flick of her thoughts, Hashimoto Shimao activated an S-rank card. S-rank status card, twin forms. The deity splits into two, with the clone possessing all attributes of the original. If the original perishes, the clone becomes the new original. Chapter 119, 36 Transformations of Heavenly Gangs, blossoming in an instant. The true lord murmured softly, sensing a slight breach in the Taoist divine power of the primordial unity he had established. Another black sphere appeared on the stage. It was identical to the Amaterasu no Mikoto deity in his hand. Seeing this, the three figures in the battle preparation seats shot one peculiar glances. The latter awkwardly scratched his nose, keeping his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart. One Air had used this S-class card before. It was also against Li Yingdao. Afterward, One Air had been painfully regretful. Winning would have been one thing, but the crucial point was that he had lost. In that tournament, One Air had expended 2 S-rank cards and 1 A-rank card. To this day, he still hadn't recovered his card reserves from that time. I must thank One Air for the inspiration. This card is nothing short of a battle-winning artifact. Hashimoto Shima felt a slight sense of relief. No matter how powerful the true lord deities of Huaxia were, they couldn't possibly take on 2 opponents at once, right? Suddenly, Hashimoto Shoko's mouth fell open as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. She watched as the second Amaterasu's size shrank rapidly, shrinking to half its original size. Could this card be a fake? The absurd thought flashed through Hashimoto Shoko's mind. But she couldn't find any reason to explain the phenomenon before her. Why could One Air summon a deity of equal power when he used it, yet mine shrinks? Then, a scene unfolded that shattered her worldview even further. A second true lord appeared in the arena, its aura as full and rounded as the original. What on earth is going on? Hashimoto Shima clutched her head in disbelief, her understanding of the world built around the arena crumbling before her eyes. Seeing Hashimoto Shoko's expression, Li Yingdao smiled faintly. I've been expecting you. After failing to swiftly eliminate Hashimoto Shima, Li Yingdao activated 2 A-rank status cards. A rank status card, half the effort, double the results, halves the effects suffered by the opponent's deity from any support cards used by the opponent's god card master. A rank status card, mutual effect, all cards used by the opposing god card master also affect your own deity. These two cards synergized perfectly. They weakened the effects of cards targeting the opponent's deity while ensuring his own deity received 100% of the effects from the opponent's cards. When facing Sakura Nation, especially their supreme god, Li Yingdao couldn't be too cautious. You've been remarkably patient, holding off on using your cards until now, Li Yingdao remarked teasingly to Hashimoto Shima. As a result, the Amaterasu deity, already no match for the true lord, found itself further at a disadvantage. What had been a 1-on-1 battle now became a 2-on-1.5. How could this possibly be fought?
However, since the true lord was a quasi-saint, the arena would not permit a quasi-saint's presence. Therefore, the clone of Xinjuan created by the card's effect retained the power he possessed before ascending to quasi-sainthood. That is, at the peak of great immortal. Yet this was more than sufficient to handle the avatar of Amaterasu Amikami, who possessed only half his true power. Hashimoto Shima quickly composed herself. Stay calm. I cannot intervene in the battle between deities. The only thing I can do now is eliminate Li Yingdao. Even if the supreme deity ultimately falls, I can take Li Yingdao down with me. Constrained by the formation, Hashimoto Shima could no longer conceal her form. She charged directly at Li Yingdao. Li Yingdao's lips curled into a smirk. Having spent so long setting up this formation, he had already devised a way to counter Hashimoto Shima's rebound mechanism. You finally stopped running. Hashimoto Shima shouted as she sprinted away. Isn't there an old Chinese saying about not pursuing a desperate enemy? Why are you so different, clinging on relentlessly? That's how it is with others. But when it comes to you cherry blossoms? If you don't die, I won't sleep soundly. The gap between them closed rapidly, gripping the hearts of the Chinese spectators. In their first clash, Li Yingdao had not only been outmatched but also wounded. What would happen this time? As they met, Hashimoto Shima suddenly opened her mouth, and a tentacle coated in viscous white fluid extended from her throat. Li Yingdao forced back his nausea and refrained from attacking. That would only play into his opponent's hands, allowing her to counterattack. Did you really think all this time I was just running? The ground began to tremble as hundreds of root-like tendrils, resembling blood vessels, surged upward from the earth, closing in on Li Yingdao like a cage. It seems you've not only gained the power of Amaterasu Amikami, but also the abilities of Takama Masubi and Kama Masubi. As the tendrils closed in, mere inches from Li Yingdao's face, his figure suddenly vanished from Hashimoto Shoko's sight. Where did he go? The vascular roots struck empty air, instead trapping Hashimoto Shima herself. Tiny as dust, Li Yingdao stood atop the roots, feeling a slight sense of triumph. I knew you wouldn't run forever. You've been saving this nasty trick for me. Li Yingdao employed the Heavenly Gang's 36 size at will. Heavenly Gang's 36 transformations, standing without shadow. The former shrunk his form, the latter concealed his aura. Now smaller than a strand of hair, even with her divine powers, Hashimoto Shima was still mortal flesh. Unless Li Yingdao stood directly on her face, she simply couldn't see him. If I can't attack you, I'll drag you out to fight. 36 heavenly transformations, extracting primordial yang. 36 transformations of the heavenly sovereign, spirit writing chi. Li Yingdao projected his divine essence outward, while his physical form vanished entirely through the flying body trace technique. In the next instant, Li Yingdao's divine spirit reached directly into Hashimoto Shoko's crown chakra. Then, her spirit essence was forcibly pulled out of her physical body by Li Yingdao. Her physical body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, as if a machine had shut down. The other spectators were utterly bewildered, witnessing only Li Yingdao vanish abruptly before Hashimoto Shizuko collapsed to the ground. Li Yingdao, what kind of trick is this? Hashimoto Shizuko's divine spirit screamed in anguish. She realized she could no longer access any of the divine powers bestowed upon her. It was precisely these abilities that had given her the courage to confront Li Yingdao before. Now that she'd lost them, Hashimoto Shoko was utterly panicked. Such methods were utterly beyond her comprehension. How do you want to die? Li Yingdao asked with a sly smile. Hashimoto Shoko screamed in utter collapse, desperate to re-enter her physical body. At this moment, she felt utterly insecure. Too late. Heavenly Guardian 36 transformations, earth-shaking mountain quake. The arena floor began assembling like building blocks, burying Hashimoto Shoko's physical body. As for the vascular roots and viscous tentacles, they lost all control and remained utterly motionless. How dare you still use divine techniques? Li Yingdao chuckled lightly, unwilling to explain to Hashimoto Shoko. For this kind of cherry blossom person, even in death, she wouldn't be allowed to die with understanding. In truth, after Li Yingdao's affinity surpassed 30%, he had independently grasped the 36 transformations of Heavenly Sovereign. It was merely that Zhu Beiji had imparted them to him beforehand. From then on, the 36 transformations of Heavenly Sovereign ceased to be a divine blessing. Instead, they became an innate ability, as natural to Li Yingdao as the air he breathed. Even if he were to exhaust all opportunities to summon the true Lord in the future, he would never lose these abilities. In a sense, Li Yingdao had become a deity who no longer needed to rely on the arena. You won't speak? Then I'll take action. A stunningly delicate pink peach blossom petal materialized in Li Yingdao's hand. Hashimoto Shima had no heart to admire the beauty of the petal. She sensed a deadly threat. Li Yingdao blew gently, and the petal drifted down on its own. Then, the petals flew toward Hashimoto Shima's spiritual essence, as if taking root. Instantly, a multicolored flower blossomed. Terrified, Hashimoto Shoko tried to pluck the petals away with her hands, but found herself utterly unable to do so. Heavenly Gang's 36 transformations blossom in an instant. Chapter 120, Third Victory. This technique was arguably the most vicious among the 36 heavenly transformations. Its victims had all vitality devoured by the petals.
Their divine essence, vital energy, and life force would be devoured in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, it will bear a divine peach imbued with life force.
Consuming it extends one's lifespan, while the victim perishes, their path to enlightenment extinguished.
No. Stop. I beg you.
Hashimoto Shoko's soul drifted wildly, desperately trying to shake off the petals clinging to her body. She felt utterly exhausted, as if she hadn't slept for 3 days and nights, working through the night. Even more terrifying, this exhaustion emanating from the depths of her soul only intensified. In her final moments, Hashimoto Shoko saw a peach the size of a fist appear on her chest. The peach glowed with a vivid, juicy radiance, bursting with vitality. Just one glance made one want to take a bite. This is my fruit of life. This was Hashimoto Shoko's final thought. Her spirit was devoured, and her physical body swiftly decayed, turning into a handful of dust. The vascular tree roots on the arena vanished without a trace. Petals swirled through the air as Li Yingdao returned to his physical form and plucked the peach. With my true lord affinity, I needn't worry about lifespan. The divine cardmasters in the Son of Heaven project are all still very young.
There's no need to eat it.
After pondering for a moment, Li Yingdao decided to give the peach to Long Hua and Gu Yan. Both men were advanced in years and pillars of the nation. They absolutely could not be allowed to fall due to old age.
The process of killing Hashimoto Shima had taken only a few breaths.
Now, if Li Yingdao wished, he could even use the 36 heavenly transformations and 72 earthly transformations to kill anyone on Blue Star. This method is too vicious. It might work against Sakura, but it's unnecessary for others.
Li Yingdao silently cautioned himself against committing atrocities like those perpetrated by the Papal State and Sakura Nation.
On the battlefield, the avatar of Amaterasu Amikami was shattered into pieces by the avatar of the True Lord.
The main body was firmly pinned down by the True Lord, its defeat imminent. In the spectator stands, the Chinese audience's excitement reached its peak. Sakura Nation's supreme deity was being thoroughly trounced by the Chinese gods. Win this battle, and Sakura's defeat would be declared.
The old dog of a prime minister, Matsue, had long since vanished without a trace.
Along the coastline of Sakura Nation, a helicopter silently took flight. Inside, Matsuo old dog sweated profusely. Damn it! How can the Chinese deities be so monstrously powerful? All this time we've schemed and saved, and still we can't pull it off. Run first, then worry about it later. As long as the arena doesn't declare our annexation, I still have a chance. Before that happens, I need to lie low for a while. The revelation of human sacrifices had turned Matsuo into a genuine outcast. Even if China spared him, the people of Sakura Nation would never forgive him. Sir! The driver hesitated. Old dog Matsuo snapped impatiently, what is it? Ha! With a gulp, Matsuo swallowed hard. The once endless expanse of Azure Sea was now teeming with naval fleets. Fighters and bombers circled overhead, rapidly closing in on the helicopter. Only now did Matsuo realize. China possessed not only the world's most elite cardmasters but also the most formidable military might. Across the entire Blue Star, only the United States could even begin to challenge China. As for Japan, it wasn't even worth mentioning. The entire territory of Japan is now under Chinese blockade. Return to Japanese territory immediately. Failure to comply will result in us opening fire. The fighter jet blared through its loudspeaker at Matsue. Sir, what should we do? The pilot asked desperately. He had risked his life to escort the old dog from Matsue. Once back in the country, he would surely face retribution. What else can we do? Go back. Old dog Matsuo practically gritted the words out between clenched teeth. Returning meant certain death, but staying here was equally hopeless. It was merely a matter of dying sooner or later. That man, is it that old dog? The fighter pilot sent to expel him recognized Matsuo through the glass. Captain, sitting inside is Matsue, the old dog who's the prime minister of Sakura Nation. The report was relayed up the chain of command. Within a minute, Long Hua received word of Matsue's whereabouts. After a moment's hesitation, he ordered, capture him alive if possible. If not, kill him. With Sakura Nation's defeat all but certain, Matsue's life held little significance. For someone who had committed such heinous acts, execution was the natural consequence. Gu Yan added, record the entire process on video. Soon, facing the encircling fighter jets, Matsue's face turned ashen. It's over. Everything is over. Regardless of how the situation in the land of cherry blossoms unfolded, his death was now certain. On the stage, the True Lord summoned back the clone-born from the card, his aura surging. Why aren't you counterattacking? A flicker of confusion crossed the True Lord's eyes. Ever since the heavenly ruler had been restrained by him, it had been like a sitting duck, at the mercy of the True Lord's whims. Throughout the entire battle, he hadn't mounted a single decent defense. Even with the glaring disparity in power, such a dismal performance was unbecoming of a nation's supreme deity. The True Lord would wait no longer. His heavenly eye abruptly opened, its dazzling golden light illuminating the heavens and earth, the four corners of the cosmos. In that moment, he seemed to be the very center of heaven and earth. Hollow void universe. The golden light enveloped the heavenly sovereign like liquid. The massive black sphere transformed into a golden egg.
The golden egg's volume steadily shrank as the golden light eroded the power of the heavenly sovereign.
The Chinese audience erupted in cheers. Victory was within reach.
The historical humiliation was about to be washed away. The golden egg shrank further, from the size of a small mountain to that of an ostrich egg, then down to the size of a fist. Li Yingdao dared not blink, determined to witness this historic moment with his own eyes. Finally, under the gaze of the global audience, the golden egg shrank into nothingness. The golden light dissipated, leaving not a trace of the heavenly guardian deity.
Is that it? We won? Xin Baisheng demanded.
Compared to the previous two battles, this victory seemed far too easy. This was the strongest supreme deity of the land of cherry blossoms. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he ranked among the top 3 deities in the history of the national fortune arena.
Such an effortless victory left the Chinese audience in disbelief. Even if the supreme deity Amaterasu reappeared the next second, they wouldn't find it the least bit surprising. Past experience had taught them that victory should be earned through dramatic twists and turns. Yet Li Yingdao wore a faint smile. Below the sage, all are but ants. That saying holds true. He was certain the heavenly ruler had perished. His most formidable power lay in altering the rules with near absolute authority, as if his words were law. Yet under the true Lord's quasi-saint suppression, that prideful power was stripped away. His attacks during that time were utterly feeble and ineffective. The true Lord scanned the entire arena, his heavenly eye perceiving all. Indeed, no trace of the heavenly sovereign Amaterasu could be found. The resentment generated by the human sacrifices was also dissolved. The next instant, an announcement echoed across the arena. Dual Gods Deathmatch Arena. Round 3, Victory for Huaxia Nation. Chapter 121, The True Lord's Entrustment. We won? We really won? With Godly leading the charge, victory was a piece of cake. We won. Blood debt repaid with blood. The arena's announcement finally convinced the crowd. Once the realization hit, the arena was drowned in a tidal wave of cheers. With the strongest supreme deity of Sakura Nation defeated, the remaining 2 matches would be no different no matter which deities stepped forward. Long Hua's reaction, however, remained far more composed. China had swallowed Korea, India, Japan, and Southeast Asia. The next step was to unify Asia and extend its influence globally. A mere cherry blossom nation was hardly enough to stir excessive excitement in Long Hua, the pillar of China. The people of Sakura Nation, however, were torn. For a moment, they didn't know whether to weep or laugh. The Sakura Nation's leadership had summoned the supreme god by sacrificing its people. Victory meant trading their people for triumph. The common people of Sakura would rather not have such a victory. They had long since lost all hope in their leaders. Yet now, defeat had come. In a sense, China had avenged the lives sacrificed in that ritual. Sakura Nation will now face a devastating punishment. The Double Gods Deathmatch Arena. Such punishment is unprecedented. Even annexation would be the most optimistic outcome. On the arena stage, Li Yingdao gazed at the True Lord with a complex expression. The True Lord's appearance had once again brought victory to Huaxia. Yet he knew all too well that his chances of seeing the True Lord again had diminished yet further. As the center of attention, Li Yingdao's lips twitched slightly. He wanted to say something, yet no words came to mind. The words stuck in his throat like a fishbone. Finally, his voice cracked with dryness. True Lord, my compatibility has reached 30%. And I've led China to purge Asia. I'll meet your requirements soon. At that moment, Li Yingdao resembled a primary school student reporting on homework. Silence fell over the entire hall. They were unaware that Li Yingdao had only a limited number of times to summon the True Lord. The few who knew such secrets would never dare reveal them. Why does Li Shen seem a bit unhappy despite winning? Probably because he's dissatisfied with how the match went. He did get injured, after all. Why, I'm Li Shen's mommy fan. If Li Shen wants to cry, come cry in mommy's arms. Any female fans of Godly? Let's meet up at the hotel. I've got a cold lately, so my voice sounds kinda masculine. Jinjuan shrank to human size and approached Li Yingdao. A smile played at the corner of the True Lord's lips as he placed his right hand on Li Yingdao's shoulder. Like an older brother addressing his younger sibling. You did well. Better than well. Li Yingdao nodded silently. Fearing Li Yingdao might doubt him, the True Lord added, it's not just me, all the other great beings feel the same way. Li Yingdao assured him, True Lord, rest assured. I will soon purge the minor deities of the foreign tribes. On Blue Star today, no nation can stand against Huaxia. The True Lord laughed heartily, glancing toward the battle preparations. Tell that Monkey King and the brat with the fire-tip spear for me. Yang Jian awaits them at the quasi-saint realm. Xin Baisheng and Sun Shaosheng nodded excitedly. With that, the True Lord lightly brushed his finger across Li Yingdao's forehead. A vertical eye appeared between Li Yingdao's brows. The heavenly eye is activated early for you. Protect yourself well outside the arena. Off I go. Li Yingdao took a deep breath. Farewell, True Lord Erlang. The entire Chinese audience, along with many foreign spectators, shouted in unison, Farewell, Second Prince, the True Lord of Manifestation. Farewell, Second Prince, manifestation of the divine. Farewell, Second Prince, manifestation of the divine Lord. Li Yingdao's expression suddenly grew solemn as he received a telepathic message from the true Lord. Be wary of the papal state. Beyond their numerous A-rank divine cardmasters, they harbor an exceptionally powerful S-rank divine cardmaster. Only summon me again if you are certain of victory. Li Yingdao committed the warning to memory, then calmly exited the arena.
No sooner had he reached the preparation area than Gu Sisi, Qin Baishang, and Sun Shaoshang lifted him up, throwing him into the air with a collective effort.
Li Yingdao smiled wryly.
The battle wasn't even over yet, and they were already popping the champagne cork. It took them 5 full rotations before they finally set him down.
Wen Erpi watched Li Yingdao with a forced smile. This second lord manifesting divine sovereign is far stronger than the Hades I summoned. He's reached an unprecedented level. Second-generation Titan gods wouldn't stand a chance against him.
I wonder if even a first-generation creator god could measure up. One family rejoiced while another grieved.
In the Sakura Nation's command center, Chisato and Misato exchanged glances, seeing only despair in each other's eyes.
Their prime minister, the old dog Matsue, had long since vanished.
He'd either fled or committed seppuku. Dual Gods Deathmatch Arena. Round 4, contestants, take your places. Shinatsu Tsukihara forced a deep breath and growled at Ishihara Misato, Misato, it's just the two of us now. No matter what, even if the final outcome is already sealed, we must fight to the death. With our lives, we'll reclaim the last shred of glory for the great Sakura Empire.
Without waiting for Ishihara Misato's response, Chiyu Hangry plunged headlong into the arena.
Is it this guy? Li Yingdao raised an eyebrow.
His first opponent was Chiyu Hangry. Gu Sisi and Qin Baishang both saw surging battle intent in each other's eyes.
How could they not participate in the battle to destroy the Sakura Nation?
Sun Shaoshang spread his hands helplessly.
Sun Wukong was already injured and unfit for battle.
At the earliest, he could only be ready for the battle against the papal states.
Moreover, Huaxia no longer needed him to cover for them. Li Yingdao fell into deep thought. Among the 5 pillars of Sakura Nation's sole deity, the top 3 had already made their appearances. The remaining 2 supreme deities were the 4th-ranked Umoji Asakebiko and the 5th-ranked Amaterasu.
The latter 2 were the weakest in power, so assigning them to Qin Baishang and Gu Sisi was entirely appropriate. With this in mind, Li Yingdao declared, then old Qin will take this one. Let Sisi handle the final battle. Qin Baishang and Gu Sisi replied in unison, no problem.
Be extremely cautious of the resentment of the Sakura Nation's deities. Even an S-rank deity would struggle if invaded.
Also guard against your opponent's cards and abilities. If in doubt, play a card, don't use your treasure points.
Li Yingdao gave them countless warnings, fearing they might make a mistake. Qin Baishang nodded solemnly.
Rest assured.
This concerns lives and the nation, I won't be careless.
S-Class Divine Cardmaster Qin Baishang vs S-Class Divine Cardmaster Senka Kojitsu.
Qin Baishang raised an eyebrow.
Last time Brotherly beat you, you were just a lowly B-Class Divine Cardmaster.
Now you've actually reached S-Class?
Shinatsu Hojitsu ignored him, his gaze fixed on the refreshing cards.
Like punching cotton, Qin Baishang curled his lips in a sneer.
He too focused his attention on the cards.
Unlike Brotherly, I'm not cut out for grand deeds or facing mighty foes.
A mere Chiyu Hangry is child's play. As one of the Heavenly Court's 3 great rebels, the Divine Neza can also bring victory to Huaxia.
China card, S-rank 3 tank C Assembly Great God Neza. Sakura Nation card, S-rank God Umoji Asukabe. Chapter 122, Senka Kojitsu's Life or Death Resolution. Umoji Asukabe Hikagami represents the primordial earth among Sakura Nation's supreme deities.
Li Yingdao pondered the information about his opponent's deity, his expression growing peculiar.
The embryonic form of the Earth Sakura Nation was merely 4 small islands, situated right on a seismic belt.
Without a few earthquakes each day, the people of Sakura Nation couldn't sleep soundly.
What kind of earth is that?
A deity's power is to some extent derived from the conditions of their own nation. Judging by this, among the supreme deities of Sakura Nation, Umoji Asuka Bahiko ranks among the weakest tier. At the very least, Neza, one of the 3 rebels of heaven, could handle it with ease. The only concern was Chiyo Tsukihara and the support cards he wielded.
Li Yingdao narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Chiyu Hangry dressed in a kimono.
His estimation of the boy rose several notches. In such a desperate situation, he still maintained such high morale.
He understood the principle that a desperate army is a dangerous one.
On the stage, before either deity could emerge from their cards, Chiyu Hangry charged at Qin Baishang like a madman. Qin Baishang took a deep breath, calmly drawing the heaven-shaking brocade to create distance. But Qian Xia Hangry was trading lives. He felt it was a bad deal. Before understanding his opponent's capabilities, avoiding the sharp edge of his blade was nothing to be ashamed of.
What is that thing?
Confusion flashed in Qian Xia Hangry's eyes. This was the first time he'd ever seen Qin Baishang draw the heaven-shaking brocade. Up until now, all eyes in Sakura, or rather, the entire world had been fixed on Li Yingdao. Yet they had overlooked the other S-Class Divine Card Masters from China.
Senya Hangry's gaze sharpened as he leapt high into the air.
Raising both arms overhead like a gorilla, he slammed them down onto the arena floor. The earth trembled like a lake at high tide. Qin Baisheng recognized this as Qian Xiahengri's signature move and swiftly wrapped himself in the heaven-shaking brocade. The moment he was enveloped, Qian Xiahengri burst from the ground, his hands clamped around Qin Baisheng's ankles. He aimed to drag him underground. I refuse to believe every person in Huaxia possesses Li Yingdao's abilities. Qian Xiahengri glared with bloodshot eyes, straining to yank the ankles. The heaven-confusing brocade activated its own defense, coiling around Qian Xiahengri's hands. Ah! A searing, piercing pain made Qian Xiahengri scream. Wispy white smoke rose as his hands were nearly seared raw. Yet even so, Qian Xiahengri refused to let go. He even thrust his head forward and bit down on Qin Baisheng's pant leg. The entire audience grimaced, unable to bear the sight. The sight was agonizing to behold. The remaining Japanese spectators were moved to tears. After all, Senya Hengri was fighting for their victory. The price was steep, but it was paying off. Qin Baisheng's lower body was buried deep into the ground. From a distance, it looked as if a person had grown out of the ring. Why do this? Qin Baisheng sighed. He understood perfectly well that Senya Hengri was determined to fight him to the death. If this continued, either Qian Xiahengri would be scalded to death first, or Qin Baisheng would be dragged underground and suffocate. Huntian brocade, lift me up. Qin Baisheng commanded. The heaven-shaking brocade immediately abandoned Qian Xiahengri, bursting through the earth and lifting Qin Baisheng away from the ground. Don't even think about it. Qian Xiahengri's appearance was utterly horrifying. Blisters from the intense heat hung from his face, half of it already scorched beyond recognition by the heaven-shaking brocade. With that, Qian Xiahengri leapt forward, wrapping his arms around Qin Baisheng's waist. His legs fused with the arena floor, causing the ground itself to rise as he leapt upward. For a moment, the situation reached a stalemate. The two were locked in a deadly embrace. One sought to ascend, the other to descend. Qin Baisheng was quite content with this outcome. It was Qian Xiahengri who should be anxious, not him. Moreover, it seemed Qian Xiahengri had no intention of using his support cards. Perhaps from the very beginning, he never intended to win. He simply wanted my life. A faint smile touched Qin Baisheng's lips. The more determined Qian Xiahong seemed, the more determined Qin Baisheng was to thwart his plans. Neza, you seem to need some help? A familiar voice rang out beside him. Qin Baisheng looked up and offered a dazzling smile. Lotus Root God, mind your own business. Leave me alone. Neza turned his gaze toward his opponent. It was a deity resembling a slender bamboo pole encased in a clay shell. As abstract and bizarre as ever. Neza snorted. He could see right through it. This cherry blossom god was cut from the same cloth as the Pope's divine being he'd encountered last time. Then, Neza sniffed the air. His wind fire wheels spun rapidly beneath his feet, carrying him swiftly before Qin Baisheng. The three-eyed brats here? Qin Baisheng, still entangled with Qian Xiahengri, stiffened and nodded. Qian Xiahengri looked up at the childlike figure, whose skin was as pale and smooth as lotus root. Neza, armed to the teeth, stood before him. He couldn't help but swallow hard twice. Even knowing the arena wouldn't permit deities to strike first against divine cardmasters, he still felt nerves. The overwhelming pressure of an S-rank deity was not something ordinary people could withstand. Ignoring Qian Xiahengri hanging from his waist, Neza fixed his gaze squarely on Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng offered a fawning smile, stammering, "The great lord asked me to deliver a message to you." What message? At that moment, thousands upon thousands of sharp spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, dodging Qin Baisheng and Qian Xiahengri at impossible angles. They shot straight toward Neza, who hovered low in the air. Lotus Root God, beware! Neza didn't even lift an eyelid as he flung a golden brick. The gold brick swelled in the wind, swiftly transforming into a 100-foot-tall mountain of gold. Not only did it crush the ground spikes into shards, but it even caused the arena floor to sink several inches. The entire audience was dazzled, their eyes fixed intently on the golden mountain. How much could this possibly be worth? The world's total gold reserves barely exceed 50,000 tons. This gold mountain must weigh far more than that. The power of the divine is truly terrifying. A casual gesture surpasses the limits of mortals. Seeing Neza so earnest, Qin Baisheng blurted out everything at once. In the last match, Brother Li summoned the great god Jinjuan. After the great god Jinjuan dealt with the opponent, he asked me to deliver a message to you. What message? Having spoken so far, Qin Baisheng decided to go all in. The true lord said that I, Yang Jian, am waiting for you and the great sage at the quasi-saint advancement stage. His voice grew fainter and fainter as he spoke, until it was barely audible. Neza fell silent. Qin Baisheng dared not speak beside him. Li Yingdao had told him the story of Neza. Among the three great rebels of the celestial court, Neza possessed the weakest power. With his lotus root body, his chances of advancing to quasi-sainthood were virtually non-existent. Oomph! Neza suddenly laughed. A dull rumble echoed from the earth. This was the divine wrath of Umozishishabibigu, enraged by Neza's silence. I am, after all, the supreme deity of a nation.
How dare you show such disrespect? Neza looked up at the mud-clad figure on the stage, unconsciously tightening his grip on the fire-tipped spear in his hand. Chapter 123, Methods to Counteract Resentment. Great Lotus Root God. Qin Baisheng tried to offer comfort, but no words came to mind. Neza waved him off, his windfire wheels propelling him like a rocket toward the deity Umashaya Sukobiko. The earth began to shake violently. Though the supreme deity of the land of cherry blossoms could not speak, it could express its emotions. As if speaking, Umoji Asukabihiko seemed to say, "You've finally chosen to fight." The earlier golden brick had failed to subdue him. The earth surged upward, a mountain rising from nothingness to block Neza's path. Neza neither dodged nor retreated, charging straight into the mountain. Boom! When Neza reappeared, he had transformed into a three-headed, six-armed form. This was Neza at his peak. Even if he could not attain the rank of near saint among the great immortals, he stood as a peerless master. A supreme god ranked at the bottom of the cherry blossom nation couldn't stand against him. Whoosh! Neza teleported before the supreme god Umashaya Sukobiko. The mud-clad bamboo pole figure swayed, attempting to burrow underground. As a deity embodying the primordial form of the earth, the subterranean realm was his domain. Midway through his descent, Neza's flaming spear extended infinitely, piercing the earth. The immense force hurled the bamboo pole and the soil it clung to skyward. In the next instant, Neza abandoned all his magical treasures, gripping the body of the god Umamishikobihiko with all six arms. Three identical faces glared with fury, as if expending every ounce of their life force. Umojisakabihiko was filled with shock and disbelief. Now suspended in midair, he could not summon his divine power. He could only watch helplessly as Neza ravaged his body. Qin Baisheng, still entangled by Qianxia Hangry, stared in stunned disbelief. Everyone knew Neza's physical form was inferior to the true lord in Sun Wukong. He couldn't even match demon kings like Bull Demon King. His decision to abandon his magical artifact was clearly an act of playing to his weaknesses. But Qin Baisheng quickly realized. Neza was taking out his frustration on the god Omojisako. Essentially a lotus root god, yet he could still clash head-on with the nation's supreme deity. The slender stem of the god of lotus roots undulated erratically. Neza's power wasn't as overwhelming as he'd imagined. In fact, it was absurdly weak. The next second, Neza let out a savage laugh. "Who told you I only possess brute strength?" With that, all three heads opened their mouths simultaneously, unleashing the three-flame true fire that swiftly engulfed the entire body of the deity Umoji Asukabihiko. Soon, the clay form dried out, cracking and crumbling. The god's body became dry and brittle. Qin Baisheng smiled at the sight. At the critical moment, Neza did not act on his own whim. It seemed he wasn't overly stubborn after all. The great Lord Jinjuan once attained quasi-sainthood through vast faith power. The great Lord Neza may yet find his opportunity. "Hey, you should let go now, right? Your deity is about to be burned to death." Senkajoji let out a bitter laugh. He had never harbored much hope for the deity Umojisako Bekabiko. Yet in the end, he couldn't even trade his life for theirs. "My cards? I'd rather die than give them to you." With a flicker of thought, Senka Hojitsu activated several support cards. The divine aura of Umojisakabihiko surged slightly, but it was futile. Neza's six arms surged with power, cracking with sharp snaps. The bamboo-like body of Umo Shiasu Kebikibiko snapped into 7 pieces, dead as a doornail. Qianxia Hangry exploded into a cloud of blood without warning. Qin Baisheng sighed. "That cherry blossom bastard was too vicious, he wouldn't even leave his card for me in death." Dual Gods Death Match Arena. Fourth match, Huaxia Nation wins. Neza returned to normal. Qin Baisheng had his words prepared and was about to speak. But Neza cut him off. "Neza, you needn't try to dissuade me. After all these years, I understand this better than anyone." Qin Baisheng breathed a sigh of relief. This was for the best. Suddenly, Qin Baisheng seemed to recall something. "Great Lotus Root God, what about the Sakura goddess's resentment? Even the great sage was wounded by it. Are you all right? That monkey king got hurt? Because of the resentment?" Neza looked as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. "The resentment clinging to that bamboo pole? I burned it clean with my 3-flame true fire. From now on, whenever you encounter such malevolent deities born from human sacrifice or harboring resentment, just burn them with fire." Seeing Qin Baisheng's confusion, Neza explained, "Resentment is in nature, belonging to water. The 5 elements interact through mutual generation and mutual restraint. Conventional wisdom holds that water can overcome fire, but when the flame reaches a certain intensity, it can in turn overcome water." Qin Baisheng nodded uncertainly, dutifully committing this knowledge to memory. Finally, Neza returned to the card. In the preparation area, Qin Baisheng stepped off the field and pulled Li Yingdao and the other 2 into a corner. He clearly wanted to avoid someone. When Air rolled her eyes nearby, ignoring him. "Neza just told me that flames can suppress the resentment emanating from the deities of the Papal Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom." The 3 nodded in acknowledgement. "Even if our deities lack the ability to spew fire, we can still counter it using fire attribute support cards. With this information, dealing with the Papal Kingdom would be much easier. Should we tell Wun'er? Sun Shaoshang asked. The three turned to Li Yingdao, signaling that the decision was his. Li Yingdao turned to meet Wun'er's gaze and stated directly, Wun'er, we have intelligence on countering the Papal Kingdom. Would you like to trade it for other intelligence? Wun'er gave a cold laugh. It's about the flames, isn't it? Xin Baixing's face instantly darkened. Looking at the first three battles, the deities all intervened to deal with the resentment within the deities of the land of cherry blossoms. Only in this battle did the Neza deity not do so. The only difference is that Neza spits fire. If you'd waited until after the arena battle to test me, I might have had to put some thought into figuring it out. But you come probing right after the fight? Li Yingdao, you're a bit dumb. Li Yingdao chuckled, leaning close to Wun'er and admitting outright. Correct. The method to counter resentment is fire. Even if you refuse to exchange information, I'd still tell you. Wun'er turned his head away and spoke eloquently. China contributed the most against the Papal State. Even if you don't share this intelligence, Greece's losses won't be significant. Dual Gods Deathmatch Arena. Fifth match, contestants, take your places. Gu Sisi shot a reassuring glance at Gu Yan in the China VIP section before declaring, I'll finish this. The others had no objection. S-Class Godcard Master Gu Sisi vs S-Class Godcard Master Ishihara Misato. Everyone knew the outcome was inevitable, but the final contestant's appearance came as a surprise. When did Gu Sisi from Huaxia become an S-Class Divine Card Master? Sakura Nation is truly formidable 5 S-Class Divine Card Masters. Even with Gu Sisi, Huaxia only has 4 S-Class Divine Card Masters. Hold on, Li Yingdao can't be treated like an ordinary S-Class Divine Card Master. There's probably no one in the world who can match him. The entire world owes China gratitude for ridding us of that cancerous growth, Sakura Nation. If their 5 S-Class Divine Card Masters ever went berserk, it would truly be the end of the world. Unnoticed, the number of S-Class Divine Card Masters worldwide kept growing, making people feel that S-Class Divine Card Masters weren't all that special. After Gu Sisi took the stage, Wun'er suggested to Li Yingdao, after this, we should declare war on the Papal State. Better to strike first than let them make the first move. Li Yingdao merely smiled without reply. The punishment for Sakura Nation's defeat on the arena stage hadn't even been announced yet. If they annexed Sakura directly, the campaign against the Papal State would inevitably be delayed. Sakura's treacherous ambitions hadn't been confined to just the past year or two. Only by striking hard and employing decisive measures could it be forced to become a loyal vassal state of China. Chapter 124, Enslaving Sakura Nation. The final match. Gu Sisi silently repeated to herself on the stage. With only one contestant left for Sakura Nation, Ishihara Misato was teleported directly onto the stage, denied even the right to refuse. Tisk, TSK, TSK. 2 stunningly beautiful S-Class Divine Card Masters, yet they must fight to the death. The audience couldn't help but sigh. Not everyone was as ruthless as Li Yingdao, crushing flowers so mercilessly. Ishihara Misato's face was deathly pale. She wasn't someone the Sakura Nation's higher-ups had nurtured comprehensively from the start. She'd only been selected after demonstrating extraordinary talent once the one-on-one arena battles began. Compared to Gu Sisi, who had been trained since childhood, Ishihara Misato lagged far behind in both mental fortitude and combat prowess. The cards refreshed, and Gu Sisi decisively chose Chang'e. Ishihara Misato, however, froze in place, her entire being seemingly drained of spirit, utterly motionless. Soon, Gu Sisi finalized her card selection. China card, S-Rank Chang'e. This Chang'e started out as a B rank when she first appeared, and now she's grown into an S-rank deity. Wun'er felt a surge of pressure. Under normal circumstances, the power of a summoned deity remained fixed as long as the card content was diligently refined. The Korean Tangun achieved his on-the-spot power boost by sacrificing all Korean deities. But this Chang'e? Her combat power steadily increased with every battle. Among the Chinese candidates, there should be a girl named Ding Yanan. Could she also be an S-rank god card master? Is this a secret strategy from China? Wun'er believed it was highly probable. In his understanding, if China continues to develop, even if all nations unite and gather their top divine card masters together, they still wouldn't stand a chance against China. As this thought crossed his mind, Wun'er found himself instinctively looking toward Li Yingdao. The latter, sensing the gaze, gave Wun'er a dazzling smile. Wun'er's expression darkened instantly. Time ticked by, yet the arena offered no hint of Japan's deity. We can't win. I'm doomed. Sakura country is doomed. Mizuki Ishihara muttered to herself, showing no sign of refining her cards. What is she doing? If this keeps up, the arena will declare China the winner outright. Sakura Nation's S-Class Godcard Master is all show and no substance. Is that all she's got? At least Chuka Eternal Sun from the last match was a real man refusing to yield even in death. 10 minutes passed, and Misato Ishihara seemed resigned to her fate, still not refining her card. Dual God Deathmatch Arena. Round 5, China wins. Since Ishihara Misato failed to complete her card, the arena declared China the winner.
Starting from her heels, Ishihara Misato's body slowly dissolved into a cloud of blood mist and vanished completely.
Chinese spectators pricked up their ears, eager to hear the arena's final announcement. This announcement was of immense historical significance.
China uses the Team Challenge card to team up with Greece and challenge Japan.
China and Greece win. The Cherry Blossom Nation is defeated. Greece's overall national fortune increases by 10%. China annexes Japan, acquiring 90% of Japan's national fortune.
In an instant, the arena branded all Sakura citizens with the mark of a fallen nation. Memories of their native cherry blossom deities were utterly erased, and all traces of the divine within their homeland vanished without a trace.
Taoist temples, Buddhist monasteries, cultural relics, ancient texts, even data stored on computer hard drives were obliterated by the arena.
All Sakura citizens knew only that their nation had fallen to Huaxia on the national fortune arena. They had become subjects of a conquered nation. Chinese spectators embraced each other in tears, having witnessed history and avenged their blood feud. From this day forward, the history of China, the history of Blue Star,
would forever be etched into memory.
August 5, 2025.
8:37 p.m. Beijing time. China annexed the land of cherry blossoms.
From this day forward, the Asian region.
China, one continent, one nation. Even ancient nations with enduring fortunes like Greece, Maya, and Egypt must acknowledge China's status.
Today, Huaxia stands as the undisputed nation with the strongest national fortune on Blue Star.
Long Hua exhaled deeply. The bitter has given way to the sweet.
Amidst the battle preparations, when Air suddenly interjected, "Congratulations."
Li Yingdao responded cheerfully, "Same to you. Same to you."
But in their hearts, both thought simultaneously, after dealing with the Papal States, "You're next." Gu Sisi returned to the preparation area, her eyelids drooping.
What the heck? I haven't even seen the legendary Chang'e yet.
The arena restrictions vanished as Long Hua and Gu Yan stepped into the preparation area.
Everyone rose simultaneously. Master Long.
When Air narrowed his eyes. "This is the head of Huaxia."
Long Hua stated, "We've already surrounded the entire territory of Sakura Nation. The problem is, how should we deal with these Sakura Nation's defeated subjects?" Long Hua made no attempt to shield Wen Air from his bluntness. "The arena has presented me with two options. 1. Brand the entire Sakura Nation with a slave mark. Whatever China commands them to do, they must obey. Any defiance will be punished by the arena with death. This curse extends to their descendants as well. They will never escape the slave mark generation after generation." Li Yingdao sucked in a sharp breath. The arena was truly ruthless.
Even when they annexed Korea, they hadn't been this vicious. Now the kimchi people were all obedient as sheep. Wen Air was quite happy for Huaxia to make the selection. This way, Huaxia could save the time of managing Sakura country and simply issue direct orders. Thus, it could join forces with Greece to confront the Papal States.
Option 2. The immediate demise of all Sakura Nation citizens. Their physical bodies and souls shall transform into human fortune, merging into the national fortune of Huaxia. Good grief, each option was more brutal than the last. None dared voice an opinion. Their every word or action could determine the fate of countless Sakura Nation citizens. At times like this, silence was best. Seeing everyone silent, Long Hua announced the final option. Option 3, proceed as usual, just as we did when we annexed Korea. Old Gu and I leaned toward the first option. When Air's heart leapt with joy, the first option was most advantageous for Greece. Li Yingdao saw through Wen Air's thoughts and said nothing more. He too favored the first option. The third option was too lenient toward the cherry blossom devils. The second option was too cruel. If China acted this way, how would it differ from the cherry blossom nation or the Papal States? It would tarnish China's international reputation. The first option struck the perfect balance. It would deal with Japan, avenge the humiliation, and preserve a favorable reputation. Elder Long, I have no objections. Seeing Li Yingdao speak up, the others chimed in, we have no objections either. Long Hua nodded and made his choice on the stage. The entire nation of Sakura shall become slaves to the nation of Huaxia. Slaves must obey all commands from the Huaxia nation. The slave mark cannot be removed and shall be passed down through generations, for all eternity. Representatives from other nations gnashed their teeth in envy. This was essentially a nation's worth of free labor. No wages needed, just provide basic sustenance daily. Capitalists would weep with envy. Chapter 125, Eliminate Wen Air? The crowd in Sakura Nation fell into an eerie silence upon hearing the arena announcement. This stood in stark contrast to the Chinese spectators. Though the memories of the gods had faded, they remembered every detail of their own leaders' actions. It was precisely because of these people that Sakura Nation had been driven to defeat, with everyone facing enslavement. After accepting this reality, the Cherry Blossom Nation's citizens withdrew from the arena. One by one, they poured into the streets, beginning to smash, loot, and pillage government buildings. Cherry Blossom's elite felt their positions threatened. Politicians who had once held high office and immense power scrambled to find ways to flee. But the entire nation was now surrounded by the Chinese fleet. Entry permitted, exit forbidden. Shin Sonin reported, Old Dragon, Sakura Nation is in utter chaos. Should we? Shin Sonin didn't finish his sentence, but Long Hua understood his meaning. Sakura now belonged to China. When Sakura citizens destroyed Sakura property, weren't they destroying China's assets? Slaves should know their place. While the stage still stood, Long Hua issued his first command before the global audience. I command, all Sakura citizens cease your actions immediately. Stop the destruction. Those who disobey will be killed by the arena's backlash. Through the arena's influence, Long Hua's voice echoed directly into every Sakura person's mind.
Even though they were unwilling, the Sakura people had no choice but to stop what they were doing.
Yet many still refused to comply.
In their eyes, with their nation gone and themselves reduced to slaves, death seemed preferable.
In the next instant, though still wreaking havoc, exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The entire world witnessed the overwhelming power of enslavement.
Do as you're told, or die.
Then, Long Hua issued 3 directives. 1. All operations continue as usual. Society functions normally. 2. All Sakura nationals are forbidden from committing crimes.
3. All officials of Sakura Nation at the level of vice minister or above are to proceed immediately to the capital and follow the arrangements made by Huaxia. After issuing these directives, Long Hua delegated authority to Gu Yan to handle Sakura affairs. Gu Yan cheerfully accepted the orders, exited the arena, and boarded a special aircraft bound for Sakura Nation. Li Yingdao and the others also received their arena point rewards. Li Yingdao received 200 national fortune points, while Wen Er, Gu Sisi, and Qin Baisheng each received 100 points. Sun Shaoshine, having not participated in the arena, received no points. The arena slowly faded away, and the group returned to the National Fortune Bureau. Celebration was put on hold, however, as a far more troublesome issue loomed before them. The Papal State, home to a multitude of a-class divine card masters.
Qin Baisheng's mind wandered to a devious thought.
He tentatively suggested, now that we've completely dealt with Sakura Nation, the Papal State holds the deepest grudge against us.
What if? Everyone understood his meaning. Let them fight it out.
Wait until the Papal State and Greece were locked in a life and death struggle, then China would make its move.
If we actually did that, Wonder would likely abandon the Papal States and fight us to the death first, Gu Sisi remarked. Long Hua shook his head, decisively rejecting the suggestion. We must honor our commitments.
A good reputation often brings many advantages.
Li Yingdao nodded in agreement. Conquering a kingdom is easy, ruling it is hard. After annexing a nation, resorting to military force to suppress resistance only backfires.
Take Sakura Nation, for instance.
Its ruling elite had incurred widespread resentment, yet China chose a compromise approach to annexation. This avoided stirring up resentment among the Sakura Nation's populace. Moving forward, China would not treat the Sakura Nation as slaves.
They would be allowed to work normally and receive proper wages. It was merely a shift from one ideology to another. Within a few generations, under China's formidable cultural assimilation, Sakura Nation will fade into history. The same fate awaits nations like Xinghan, Feitsue, Asan, and Kimchi.
Seeing Long Hua and Li Yingdao both refuse, Qin Baisheng could only abandon the plan.
Such actions were indeed somewhat unscrupulous. At that moment, Greece called.
Long Hua motioned for Li Yingdao to take the call. This is Li Yingdao. The voice on the other end was cool and to the point. This is Wen Er, Li Yingdao. It's time for your nation to honor its commitments, isn't it? Li Yingdao countered with a question. When do you plan to initiate the challenge? Right now. Everyone's expressions held a hint of amusement. Promises must be kept. But the timing matters.
In the battle against the Papal States, China contributed the most, fielding 4 S-rank divine card masters.
Greece, however, had only 1. It was as if China had exerted 80% of its strength to eliminate Greece's sworn enemy. No matter how you look at it, it's a loss. Li Yingdao cleared his throat twice and said, the tournament has just ended. Don't you need any rest? Wen Er sensed trouble brewing, forcing his tone to remain steady. I don't need it. Every minute we delay now increases the Papal State's chance to strike.
Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, Li Yingdao.
I'm warning you. If the Papal State strikes us first, you'll be next.
As your Chinese saying goes, it'll be like the younger brothers saving their elder brother one by one, you'll be sent to your doom. Li Yingdao crossed his legs and delivered his verdict. In 5 hours, Greece can activate the National Fortune Arena using the Joint Challenge card.
Good. Wen Er hung up the phone and exhaled heavily in relief. The Greek Prime Minister cautiously inquired, has China agreed? Wen nodded impatiently. Excellent. We truly cannot delay any longer. Even if we withstand the Papal State's assault, there's still the Viking Kingdom to the east. Shut up. The Greek Prime Minister fell silent at once. An hour later, the arena issued a notification. National Fortune Arena. Egypt challenges the Philistine Kingdom. Egypt wins.
Egypt annexes the African Latin American Federation. The African Latin American Federation ceases to exist. Before the global audience could react, the arena issued another alert. Egypt uses a challenge card to force a challenge against the Kingdom of Heavy Africa.
Type National Destiny Showdown. The Fate Arena descends in 10 minutes. Does Egypt have that many challenge cards?
Egypt's been picking up scraps right under the noses of China, the Papal States, and Greece.
Do you think Egypt might be doing the same thing as the Papal States, sacrificing people?
After a moment of contemplation, Manhwa ordered, Shinsonin, you will observe the National Fortune Arena in Egypt and record detailed information about their deities and divine card masters.
Understood.
Shinsonin saluted before her form slowly dissipated.
We must plan for the future. After dealing with the Papal States, our remaining opponents across Asia, Europe, and Africa will be Greece, the Vikings, and Egypt. After that, it will be the nations of the other continents, the United States and the Maya Empire. Members of the Son of Heaven project felt as if they had been transported to another era. In just one short month, the number of nations worldwide had plummeted to fewer than 10. Elder Dragon, what do you mean? Li Yingdao inquired.
Long Hua studied the latest world map. If possible, eliminate one on the battlefield against the Papal State.
Then we take down the Papal State. Then strike with thunderous force against the Viking nation and Egypt. Chapter 126, The Papal State's Vengeance.
Excitement flashed in the eyes of all present. If they continued challenging nations like this, it wouldn't be long before only one country remained on the global stage. And they were all convinced that nation would be none other than China. Li Yingdao relayed the information the True Lord had shared with him to the others. The True Lord informed me that beyond its vast ranks of A-class divine card masters, the Papal State conceals an exceptionally powerful S-class divine card master.
The group accepted this without question.
To be deemed extremely powerful by the True Lord, this S-class divine card master must be a top-tier existence, whether in personal combat prowess or the deities they summon.
I estimate they surpass even Wonder.
If we get the chance, we could use this divine card master to deal with Wonder.
Should we fail, we'll overturn the table after dealing with the Papal State and directly activate the National Fortune Arena.
Li Yingdao had barely finished speaking when Gu Yan called.
Old Dragon, the Sakura Nation's high command has truly lost their minds.
They'd rather die than obey our orders.
I've eliminated them all. Long Hua instructed, only execute the ringleaders. Spare the rest if possible. Gu Yan acknowledged and hung up. Old Dragon, any developments from Maya Nation or the Pretty Nation?
Li Yingdao assessed the nation's movements. The Americas were distant and isolated. If they were to pull off a major coup like the Papal States did, stepping in to clean up the mess after nations across Asia, Europe, and Africa had fought themselves into ruin,
China would have nowhere to turn. Maya seems to have changed its strategy.
Previously, Maya maintained a conciliatory approach towards South American nations. Beyond routine engagements, they avoided conflict whenever possible. But recently, our eyes and ears have reported that Maya is negotiating with South American countries. They hope to unify South America through peaceful means. Meanwhile, the United States has shown no motivation. They unified North America years ago and have remained relatively inactive since.
Li Yingdao frowned. The news from both nations was one good, one bad.
At this critical juncture, the Maya nation still clings to conciliatory tactics to subdue smaller states.
It seemed a bit like a little girl's affectations. Yet Li Yingdao found it quite natural. The Maya divine card masters he'd encountered were all upright individuals. Such actions aligned perfectly with their character. As for the Pretty Nation, it was quite intriguing. This nation's history is thinner than a cookbook. Not only do they lack deities, they don't even possess their own civilization.
Yet it persists to this day.
To claim the pretty country has honestly done nothing? Li Yingdao refused to believe it for a second. But the greatest enemies at present remain the Papal States, Greece, Egypt, and the Viking nation.
Now, nations across the globe resemble fierce tigers crouching atop their respective mountains. All are frantically preparing for war, cultivating top-tier divine card masters. China, Greece, and the Papal States were the first nations to enter the fray, determined to settle the score once and for all. We can't concern ourselves with other nations for now.
Let's deal with the Papal State first. In terms of threat, the combined forces of all nations worldwide couldn't match the Papal States.
Their A-class divine card masters are as numerous as cow hair.
With sufficient challenge cards, they can wage relentless battles. No nation could withstand them. Therefore, China and Greece must seize this brief window of opportunity to eliminate the Papal States once and for all. If they can win a decisive battle and annex the Papal States, their deities would be utterly erased from the arena.
No matter how many A-class divine card masters they have, they will become ordinary people, posing no threat whatsoever. The former territories of the Three Kingdoms. Though it was daytime, the land felt like night, shrouded in massive, dark clouds that blocked out the sun. The sole source of light emanates from a pool of blood-red water. All divine card masters of the Papal Kingdom had gathered here. Every single one of them, if taken elsewhere, would be honored as a VIP guest by any nation. They were all A-class divine card masters. Their faces were contorted, eyes burning with an indescribable fervor. High above the assembly, the Pope's representative, Xia Li, sat upon the main throne. Her lips, as vivid as blood, parted slightly. My lords, our people still suffer humiliation, our lands still trampled.
Now, China and Greece stand on the brink of alliance. Who shall offer themselves? Her tone was calm, yet carried an air of absolute certainty. I volunteer. I offer my heart to the angels. I too shall go. One after another, the divine masters of the papal state roared their responses, not a single one backing down. Xia Li's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she clapped her hands lightly. Immediately, an A-rank divine cardmaster of the papal state threw themselves into the blood pool. Their physical bodies, souls, and the divine cards they were bound to dissolved completely. The blood pool rose another inch, and 3 challenge cards appeared in Xia Li's hand. The papal state possessed no national fortune points, and acquiring challenge cards through legitimate channels within a short time frame was nearly impossible. Thus, they chose a desperate measure: trading the life of an A-class divine card master for a single challenge card. Such extravagance would be hard to stomach even in China. If representatives from other nations witnessed this scene, they would likely weep with heartache. 3 more A-class divine card masters plunged into the blood pool. 3 more challenge cards appeared in Xia Li's hand. This cycle repeated until the blood pool nearly overflowed. Only then did the holy cardmasters of the papal state cease their actions. The challenge cards in Xia Li's hands were piled nearly as high as a small mountain. Sigh. Xia Li let out a heavy sigh. With fewer than 10,000 remaining, the Holy See could afford to lose none. The former subjects of the papal states have long been assimilated into the Greek nation. How could those people ever return to the papal states? Even if they defeated Greece, the people would likely refuse to comply. The arena of national destiny is war. When a nation rises, its people suffer. When it falls, its people suffer. Without a rich cultural heritage and a strong sense of national belonging, the people would rather live peaceful, tranquil lives. But blood feuds must be avenged. Xia Li's grip on the challenge card tightened slightly. The papal states should have been evenly matched with Greece back then, yet the gods were unjustly sealed away. This led to their nation's collapse and their people's exile across Africa. The enmity between the papal state and the Greek nation was akin to that between China and the land of cherry blossoms. Xia Li would die before she let vengeance go unfulfilled. Time had passed, and the papal state had finally amassed enough strength for a counterattack. Even if it meant facing the entire Eurasian and African regions as enemies, even if it meant facing the entire Blue Star as an enemy, the papal states would exact their vengeance. Meanwhile, Sherry saw the current situation with crystal clarity. Having sacrificed dozens of A-rank divine cardmasters, the papal state would not act unless absolutely necessary, but when it did, it would strike with thunderous force to crush all nations. Otherwise, the papal state would not merely face the combined forces of Greece and China, but the entire Blue Star united against it. Resolve hardening within her, Xia Li's gaze turned ruthless. The divine cardmasters below the stage waited silently for her command. In the next instant, the arena's notification flooded the minds of people worldwide like a torrential downpour. The papal state activates its challenge card, forcibly challenging the Greek nation. Type Dual God Deathmatch Arena. The National Fortune Arena descends in 10 minutes. The papal state uses a challenge card to forcefully challenge the Chinese state. Type Dual God Deathmatch Arena. In 10 minutes, the National Destiny Arena descends. The papal state uses a challenge card to forcefully challenge Egypt. Type Dual God Deathmatch Arena. The papal state uses a challenge card to force a challenge against the Viking nation. Chapter 127, Artillery Barrage. A flurry of notifications left global leaders reeling. The papal state simultaneously challenges 4 major nations across Asia, Europe, and Africa. And all were double god deathmatches, clearly signaling a fight to the death. Has the papal state lost its mind? Are they trying to start a world war? Head, none of our business in the Americas. Just sit back and enjoy the show. China and Greece were just a step too late. Within the National Destiny Bureau, when Air contacted Li Yingdao. This is Li Yingdao. Li Yingdao. Look at the mess you've created. You always drag your feet, don't you? Well, now we're all going down together. Li Yingdao could practically feel when Air spit flying across the screen. We only have 10 minutes left. If that's all you're calling for, then hang up. A moment of silence followed on the other end, the tone slightly calmer. I don't know what methods the papal state used to obtain so many challenge cards, but they're clearly going down fighting now. Countries currently under challenge cannot be challenged again. This means we can only passively accept the situation for now. One round might be manageable, but the Holy See has far too many A-rank divine card masters. If they have an endless supply of challenge cards, all 4 nations will be worn down to death. Li Yingdao scratched his ear and asked, I know all that. So what? When Air on the other end of the line widened his eyes. Then? What the hell is there to say? Then we'd all just wait to die. But China had 4 S-class divine card masters, while Greece had only 1. In other words, China can afford to wait it out, but Greece can't. When Air suppressed his anger and asked gently, do you have any good ideas? A solution? Li Yingdao's eyes darted around. What solution could I possibly have? All we can do now is pray the papal state doesn't have too many challenge cards left. You're on your own. If the Papal State really has an endless supply of challenge cards, well, maybe we'll get to catch up down there. Wen Er couldn't believe his ears. He repeated word for word, Li Yingdao, are you even listening to yourself? Li Yingdao repeated his words back to him, one by one. Silence on the other end. You, Li Yingdao. We're all going down together. Wen Er hung up after the curse. The few people in the National Fortune Bureau exchanged bewildered glances, none of them knowing what Li Yingdao was up to. Manhwa remained impassive. He trusted Li Yingdao would provide a reasonable and proper explanation. Trust those you employ, and don't employ those you doubt. If Manhwa didn't have even this much trust in Li Yingdao, he wouldn't have let him participate in so many national fortune tournaments. Li Yingdao glanced at the time. 8 minutes remained. A faint smile touched his lips as he asked, Old Long, how does the military strength of the lands the Papal States now occupy in the Aryan Kingdom compare to ours? Manhwa replied instinctively, the two are simply incomparable. The most developed cities of the Triple Kingdom have already been annexed by our nation and Greece, leaving only the most backward regions for the Papal State. Even at the height of its power, the Triple Kingdom could never have been a match for us. Yingdao, what are you implying? Gu Sisi immediately grasped the implication. Mr. Li's strategy is indeed feasible. Qin Baisheng and Sun Xiaoshang scratched their heads in unison, both wearing helpless expressions. They hadn't understood. Li Yingdao gazed at the world map, his finger tracing the borders of the Papal States. The Papal State has only a few thousand people and virtually no military strength. Even though divine card masters possess godlike abilities, under current circumstances, no divine card master could possibly stand up to hot weapons. The arena may offer them temporary protection, but every match must end. We don't need to engage in endless battles with the Papal State. Right between the conclusion of the first match and the start of the second, we simply wipe them out with firearms. Qin Baisheng and Sun Xiaoshang stared in disbelief. They never imagined such a strategy was possible. Initially, Li Yingdao hadn't thought of this solution either. Everyone was trapped by the inertia of the National Fortune Arena's mindset, believing every conflict must be resolved through combat. But then Li Yingdao thought, why not just eliminate the entire Papal State? For other minor nations, this might be difficult to achieve. After all, they were thousands of rank divine card masters with godlike combat power. But for China? It couldn't be simpler. In terms of military might, China fears no nation. Of course, it's best we settle this through the tournament. After all, the rewards for victory concern the nation's fortune and our personal compatibility. There was another advantage Li Yingdao hadn't mentioned. Using the Papal States as a tool to weaken other nations across Asia, Europe, and Africa. Signs indicate that the few remaining nations worldwide are frantically seeking ways to lift the Supreme God's restrictions. And they've all made significant progress. In contrast, China had no Supreme God at all. Not even deities above the quasi-saint level can be summoned. Are you really waiting for China to lift its own Supreme God restrictions before fighting you? Are you stupid or am I? It seems Li is deliberately stalling to provoke the Papal State into initiating the challenge, Gu Sisi remarked. Li Yingdao nodded. Exactly. This way, Wonder essentially fought for us against Sakura Nation for free. The Papal State truly hasn't disappointed me. Challenging 4 nations at once. Too bad they didn't include the Pretty Nation and the Maya Nation too. Li Yingdao felt regret. In truth, even 4 hours later, when the appointed time with the Greek nation arrived, he would have found excuses to delay further. Until the Papal States intervened. As for what Wonder was thinking? Li Yingdao could only pray that Wonder would encounter that exceptionally powerful S-class divine cardmaster from the Papal State. That way, Li Yingdao could burn him plenty of Jaws paper. If Viking and Egypt clashed, it would also serve the purpose of weakening the strength of China's neighboring nations. But if China had the misfortune of being drawn, then Li Yingdao would have the true Lord teach him why the flowers were so vibrant. China roster, Li Yingdao, Gu Sisi, Qin Baisheng, Sun Xiaoshang, Ding Yanran. Papal State roster, Connolly, Carlson, Susan, Santiago, Levis. Papal State roster, Bell, Truman, Mack, Davis, Fraser. Viking Nation list, Nick, Owen, Hess, Romero, Garcia. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. This arena match was randomly selected, and all 4 challenged nations had preemptively used their designated cards. This was precisely to guard against today's situation. Li Yingdao speculated that the Papal State hadn't used their designated cards, given that every one of their players was an A-rank divine card master. Even if they did, they would only designate their S-rank divine card masters to play. Among them, Greece was the most likely opponent. After all, there was the grudge of a nation's annihilation. 4 battle platforms descended slowly. Beams of light descended from the heavens, appearing across Asia, Europe, and Africa. Manhwa gave them a reassuring look. Rest assured, I'll have Shin Somin document the other 3 nations' performances. Intercontinental missiles will remain on standby. Once the arena concludes and the holy card masters of the Papal State withdraw, we'll unleash artillery to wipe the battlefield clean. Chapter 128, The Greedy Wolf Star God. Senior Dragon, we must strike the right balance here. We cannot let the Papal State swallow up the other nations, nor can we let the other nations win too easily.
The fact that the Papal State dared to challenge 4 nations at once shows their challenge card reserves are ample. We'll decide whether to open fire after one match or two based on the other nations' situations at the time, Li Yingdao instructed.
Long Hua nodded.
Rest assured. I'll relay information to you from outside the preparation area when the time comes. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the group was transported to the arena. Long Hua summoned the Minister of Defense and began briefing him on the intercontinental missile launch procedures. The latter flinched at first, then rendered a crisp military salute before departing to execute Long Hua's orders. 4 arenas materialized simultaneously, leaving global viewers momentarily unsure which to watch. Ultimately, the platforms representing China and the Papal State drew the largest crowds. The Dragon Guard team, however, was scattered across the corners of the other 3 arenas, comprehensively recording the combat data of the 3 nations. On the Viking Kingdom versus Papal State stage, the Viking nation's representative frowned deeply. The Papal State has truly lost its mind. I could understand them fighting China or Greece, even if they went after Egypt. But why drag us into this too? Though the Viking nation had preemptively used designated cards to select their opponents. Who didn't know the Papal State had an endless supply of rank divine card masters? Even if the Vikings won this battle, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Could it be we must make our people suffer even more? The Prime Minister of the Viking nation fell deep in thought. This was the critical moment when they were lifting the restrictions on their supreme deity. The Vikings refused to sacrifice their people, yet they had no choice but to find compensation elsewhere. One path meant national ruin, the other meant subjecting the people to suffering. They had to choose one. Viking chose the latter. Yet at this critical juncture, the Papal States intervened to disrupt their plans. The Viking Prime Minister now finally understood why China, whenever it had the means, would spare no expense in confronting Sakura Nation. The land of cherry blossoms had quietly cultivated 5 S-class divine card masters. And every single one is a supreme god of their own nation. If China didn't strike first and let Japan seize the initiative, it was anyone's guess who would win or lose. What a bitter pill. The Viking Prime Minister sighed inwardly. He could tell with his toes that the arena was swarming with spies sent by other nations. Facing 5 A-rank divine card masters, the Viking nation had no choice but to give it their all. Egypt versus Papal States arena. The expressions of Egypt's 5 designated divine card masters grew increasingly grim. They had just fought back-to-back against 2 minor African nations. Before they could catch their breath, the Papal States had issued their challenge. Sometimes, the known is more terrifying than the unknown. Even at their peak, the Papal States' 5 A-class divine card masters would have to give their all. Much less now, under these circumstances. A lean, muscular young man stepped forward. We did miscalculate. We never expected the Papal State to be this reckless. But there's no point in dwelling on it now. This is the double god deathmatch arena, no room for wishful thinking. I'll take the first match. As for the remaining 4, we'll leave it to fate. With that, the robust youth ascended the arena. The remaining 4 had no choice but to meditate on the spot, striving to restore their energy and combat prowess as swiftly as possible. The Greece versus Papal States arena. The designated girl tugged at Wonner's sleeve, her voice trembling. Leader, what should we do? Wonner understood her concern. Even if they won this match, the Papal State still had over 1,000 A-rank divine card masters. Li Yingdao, you bastard. Wonner was certain Li Yingdao was hiding something from him. He even suspected Li Yingdao's request to delay the battle by 5 hours had been deliberate. But now that the arena was open, further discussion was pointless. Wonner spoke gently to the girl, you all prepare well. Leave this big battle to me. The other 4 were utterly shocked. The girl worried, boss, can you handle this? Yeah, boss. We're A-class divine card masters 2 part of Greece. Wonner snapped, shut up. The 4 dared not say another word. Li Yingdao, I refuse to believe you're doing nothing. When imagined the worst-case scenario, the Papal State had an endless supply of challenge cards. After each match, win or lose, the next one would begin immediately. Until the nation was swallowed whole. After all, the Papal State's current territory was all conquered land. As long as the people remained, their annexation meant nothing. In their eyes, the lives of those Indians were worthless. Unable to devise a solution, Wonner pinned his hopes solely on Li Yingdao. His task was to hold on as long as possible to endure until Li Yingdao resolved everything. The arena between Huaxia and the Papal States. Li Yingdao turned his gaze toward the Papal States preparation area. 5 divine card masters shared similar expressions, their eyes brimming with an indescribable fervor. Judging by this, that S-rank divine card master probably isn't among them. Dual Divine Showdown Arena. First match, all contestants enter the arena. Li Yingdao scanned his own lineup. Apart from Ding Yanan, an A-rank giant gate star god, the rest were all S-rank divine card masters. The Holy Sea's divine card masters generally lacked support cards and hadn't demonstrated formidable individual combat prowess earlier. This match was as good as won. The only concern now is whether other nations might bypass the arena and strike the Papal State directly. What Li Yingdao could foresee, others might not. The day would come when conventional thinking was shattered.
Forget it. Every tournament boosts national fortune, alignment, and prevents civilizational isolation.
There's no reason not to fight.
Li Yingdao decided to stop overthinking it.
After all, the Papal State was the enemy of the entire Eurasian African region. China's role was to extract maximum advantage from the situation, using the Papal State's hand to weaken rival nations.
Before taking the stage, Li Yingdao glanced at Long Hua. The latter shook his head, indicating he wasn't ready yet. Li Yingdao wasn't surprised.
A transnational operation that also had to avoid harming civilians truly required a meticulous plan. This was merely the first minor skirmish. Plenty of time remained.
S-Class Divine Card Master Li Yingdao vs.
A Class Divine Card Master Connolly.
We must stall for time to give Elder Long sufficient preparation.
Li Yingdao calculated silently as he waited for the cards to refresh.
The other three nations facing challenges certainly lacked China's strength. Casualties were inevitable.
The longer Huaxia could stall, the heavier their losses would be. 9 cards refreshed.
Aside from the true lord at the center, 5 low-tier deities unworthy of mention were discarded.
Only the leader of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper remained, the Star Lord of Greed.
The Cloud God and the swords Ganjiang and Moi. Spirit essences can also take the field.
Ganjiang was a legendary swordsmith from the spring and autumn period. The king of Chu commanded him to forge an unparalleled divine blade. Moe sacrificed herself to aid her husband in its forging. After forging 2 peerless divine swords, Ganjiang also took his own life with the sword. Ultimately, Ganjiang and Moi became the sword spirits of the Ganjiang Moi swords. As for the Cloud God, he is literally the deity of the clouds. The Holy See lacks support cards. Li Yingdao recalled a support card he had never used and decisively chose the Star Lord of Greed. After carefully refining his cards, Li Yingdao declared in a resonant voice. The North Star's axis turns, Yao Guang pierces the darkness. Where waves churn in the sea of desire, wolf eyes illuminate lotus blooms. Peach Blossom Bone Star acts as matchmaker.
Fortune and misfortune are self-destroyed. Chapter 129, Leading the World by a Wide Margin. China card, a ranked lord of the greedy wolf star, one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Papal State card, a ranked Solomon's 72 pillars demon Lord Boer.
As the foremost among the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, Lord Greedy Wolf may not reach S-rank deity status, but he stands at the pinnacle of a ranked deities. Paired with that card, victory is more than assured. Li Yingdao finalized his delaying tactic, save the card for later. God Li's performance is off today, only in a ranked deity this time. Probably because he just fought Japan and his condition dropped. Shocking. China's Li Yingdao performs below par, facing potential downfall. To outsiders, both sides fielded A-class deities. The Pope's realm's A-class deities were renowned for their overwhelming power. Some schemers couldn't help but wonder, what if Li Yingdao truly fell? By now, it was clear to anyone with eyes to see. The entire Blue Star is dominated by one superpower and several strong contenders. China holds a commanding lead with 4 S-class divine card masters, far surpassing other nations. Many foreigners, having snatched tickets to China, simply refuse to leave. They'd rather live as undocumented immigrants than return home. This has left other nations seething with envy. Without the people, how can the gods gain faith? Ultimately, China's dominance stems entirely from Li Yingdao. Many people are hoping Li Yingdao will die. Had he not demonstrated extraordinary combat prowess on the arena stage, he would likely have been assassinated long ago by foreign assassins and agents. 10 years ago, when the National Fortune Arena first appeared, assassinations targeting other nations' outstanding divine card masters were commonplace. Later, nations grew wiser, and such incidents gradually diminished. Unfortunately, the arena isolated him from everything. Li Yingdao couldn't hear the spectators' words. Had he known the ambitions of those plotting against him, he would surely have retorted, "What can you do to me?" On the stage, deities from both sides descended from their cards. From the divine cards emerged majestic deities radiating a fierce, murderous aura. The Star Lord of Greed appeared human-sized, crowned with the 9 morning jade diadem, clad in azure feathered robes, and holding the divine diagram of the cosmic void. He swept a detached glance across the arena, his voice calm as a breeze. "Where is my foe?" Li Yingdao hastily transmitted his voice through the earthly fiend's 72 transformations. "Senior Greedy Wolf, I am the successor of the true Lord of the mysterious way of clear source. I implore you to follow my commands." Since this was his first summoning, Li Yingdao couldn't gauge the true Lord's temperament and decided to invoke the true Lord's authority directly. The 7 stars of the Northern Dipper were all celestial workers of the heavenly court who didn't recognize the true Lord's illustrious name? Surely showing some respect to the true Lord's disciple wasn't too much to ask? Greedy Wolf's expression flickered, then quickly returned to normal. He transmitted back telepathically, "Nothing is impossible. Young friend, give your orders." Li Yingdao's face lit up with delight. Finally, he wasn't calling the true Lord three-eyed guy anymore. "Senior Greedy Wolf, this battle concerns the future standing and influence of Huaxia across the entire Blue Star. I implore you to delay the enemy as long as possible." "No problem. However, I sense that my opponent's strength is on par with mine, and he harbors an unimaginable amount of resentment within him. If he chooses to fight me to the death, there's nothing I can do. Rest assured, Senior. Should it come to that, I shall intervene. Greedy Wolfstar Lord nodded, stowing away the Doshuan divine diagram as his aura retracted to its absolute limit. At first glance, he appeared no different from a C-rank deity. Boor, born from the card, gazed with sorrow in his eyes. Oroba, Kogati. You have ultimately departed before me. As fellow demons of the 72 Pillars of Solomon, though they never clashed in daily life, Buir couldn't help but feel a shared sorrow. Well, perhaps this time I'll meet the same fate as you. Ha! Buell abruptly raised his head. His canine body and human head made for a rather bizarre sight. Yet the audience, tempered by the deities of the land of cherry blossoms, possessed far greater resilience. Some even found a transcendent beauty in Boor, stirring peculiar emotions within them. Some spectators from the former three kingdoms licked their lips, prompting others to recoil in shock. Are you looking down on me? Boor confronted the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf as he reigned in his aura. Remembering Li Yingdao's instructions, the Star Lord of Greed offered no reply, instead summoning celestial attacks with both hands. Boor leapt about, dodging the stars. The occasional stray star that grazed his body caused no real harm. This only fueled Bu Yuer's rage. We're both the class deities judged by the arena. Do you really look down on me this much? The greedy wolf star god's eyes darted about as he chuckled. No need to rush. We must settle this once and for all, right? According to our Huaxia traditions, when deities engage in a life or death battle, they should begin with subtle maneuvers to test each other. Then gradually escalate the intensity. This way, both sides can understand each other, and even defeat can be accepted with conviction. Li Yingdao scratched his head, silently giving the Star Lord of Greed a mental thumbs up. He was indeed reliable, making up a plausible excuse on the spot. Buir turned his neck, his hind hooves grinding against the ground as he shifted weight, clearly endorsing the Star Lord's words. Very well then. This deity shall grant your wish. Defeat with grace, victory with honor. Then, both deities began testing each other with subtle tricks. The star god would burst forth with starlight to blind Buir's vision, then summon tiny celestial bodies to assault him. Boor was a straightforward fellow. If he said he'd use underhanded tactics, he used underhanded tactics. After several rounds of attacks, neither deity had even scratched the other. The intensity of the battle remained firmly at the level of a C-rank deity. Li Yingdao chuckled inwardly, his mind finally at ease. He turned his gaze to his opponent. Connolly. After stepping into the fray, the latter neither initiated an attack nor attempted to create distance. Li Yingdao was quite content with this arrangement, as it spared him the trouble of killing Connolly and risking provoking duel. An eerie silence settled over the arena. The two divine card masters simply stared at each other, neither making the first move. Two deities engaging in mere child's play, utterly devoid of any spectacle. Ugh, boring. Might as well watch another country's arena. Greece's wonder has summoned an S-class Titan god again. Everyone, hurry over. The Viking nation's divine cardmaster and the Papal State's divine cardmaster perished together in a devastating clash. An Egyptian A-rank divine cardmaster summoned an S-rank deity, clinching the first victory in one fell swoop. The crowd in the stands dwindled steadily, with even many Chinese spectators choosing to leave and watch other nations' matches. Yet the few in the preparation area remained utterly composed. Not a hint of urgency. China held the trump card of intercontinental missiles. No matter how arrogant the Papal State grew, a single strike would bring them to heel. Other nations were still locked in a life and death struggle with the Papal State, wearing each other down. The fiercer the battle on their stage, the more advantageous it was for China. The four members of the Papal State's preparation area paid no heed, assuming Li Yingdao was merely stalling for time to allow his teammates to recover. With nothing else to do, Li Yingdao began flipping through the one-on-one arena match list. Current affinity, 40%. Current national fortune points, 277. Summoning true lords really boosts compatibility fast. Li Yingdao sighed in admiration. After a single battle with the true lord, the compatibility shot up from 30% to 40%. Globally speaking, this level of advancement was absolutely unmatched. Chapter 130, The Noble Virtues of China. Still not quite enough. Li Yingdao estimated that the number of nations on Blue Star was steadily decreasing. The number of arena matches would naturally decrease as well. This was evident from the dwindling number of one-on-one arena matches. With each nation conquered, its divine cardmasters would all become ordinary people. The number of divine cardmasters gradually dwindled. At the very least, achieving 100% compatibility before unifying the world is impossible. Am I supposed to spend every day in one-on-one arenas? While winning one-on-one battles does increase compatibility and earn national fortune points, but the efficiency is nowhere near that of the real arena. The arena won't stand idly by until global unification is complete without any divine cardmasters achieving 100% compatibility. The rules will likely change again in the future. Li Yingdao could state this with certainty. Over the past decade, the arena had never implemented useless rules. But for now, Li Yingdao had no choice but to suppress his thoughts and focus on the battle at hand. Besides, he wasn't in a hurry. His synergy rating barely topped 40% globally. For others to reach even 30% would be a miracle. In Li Yingdao's mind, purging the foreign tribes would only be possible after achieving 100% compatibility. Only then could he address the flaws of civilizational fragmentation. Connolly scratched his head, momentarily baffled. Why hasn't Li Yingdao made his move to kill me yet? At this point in the past, his opponents would have already spilled blood on the stage. If an opponent could even play a support card, that would prove the card master's skill. Why was today different? Before stepping onto the stage, Connolly had already prepared himself for death, or rather, every divine card master in the entire Papal Kingdom had prepared themselves for death.
Aren't you going to make your move? Li Ying replied. Is someone actually eager to die? Li Yingdao touched his forehead, sensing an unprecedented aura. Now, if he wished, he could truly obliterate his opponent in an instant before they even had time to play their support cards. If not for the fact that even the Pope's divine card masters lacked support cards, Li Yingdao would have taken out Connolly first. I'm in no hurry. If you're impatient, feel free to make your move first. Connolly watched Li Yingdao cautiously, while the latter wore a gentle smile. Has Li Yingdao changed his ways? No way. No. He's baiting me. He's full of tricks. He's definitely laid a trap waiting for me to fall into it. As the ancient Chinese saying goes, if the enemy doesn't move, neither do I. Connolly's feet shifted imperceptibly backward, slowly trying to create distance between himself and Li Yingdao. Li Yingdao was delighted by this. After all, once the gods had settled their battle, the divine card master would be consumed by backlash and die. Whether he moved or not made no difference. He could still conceal the true purpose of the heavenly eye. On the stage, the battle between the Star Lord of Greed and Buir had intensified significantly, now reaching the strength of a B-rank deity. Buir glanced at the two combatants, noting neither had made a move. Confusion stirred within him. Wasn't this supposed to be a deadly duel between two deities? Why was it so peaceful? Recalling the words of Lord Greedy Wolf, Buir understood. A fair contest. The loser accepts defeat with grace, the victor triumphs with honor. How noble and honorable of Huaxia. Even the divine card masters had agreed not to intervene, quietly waiting for the outcome. The defeated side should just die. Moreover, the divine card masters of Huaxia are formidable. With neither side engaging, it actually benefits the Papal Kingdom. Doesn't that mean I've gained an advantage? Buir roared with boundless pride, his voice echoing to the heavens. In that case, let's fight to the bitter end. Rest assured, whoever you are, I won't disappoint you. Li Ying replied. Greedy Wolf Star God. Connolly. The rest of the audience looked utterly bewildered. They were fighting just fine. Why did things suddenly get so intense? The Greedy Wolf Star God sidestepped the incoming fireball, feeling its intense heat. This was already reaching the combat intensity of an A-class deity. This guy's getting serious. The Star Lord of Greed turned to Li Yingdao, who nodded in response, signaling it was time to unleash his full power. Time was running out. Ordinary arena battles were typically resolved within half an hour. The intensity of their battle had escalated from grade B to grade A, taking nearly an hour. After this match, check on the other three nations. If they can still hold out, have the Papal State fight one more round. Then have Elder Long launch the missiles. Li Yingdao's calculations rattled off like a machine gun. High above, Buir conjured countless duplicates. Thousands of deities with canine bodies and human heads swarmed toward the Star God of Greed like locusts crossing the land. The Star God of Greed dared not take this lightly. The deities of the Papal State ranked among the pinnacle of Class A. The Do Xian diagram in his hand soared into the sky, its shadow engulfing all the duplicates. The battle diagram is the Imperial Chariot, operating at the center, commanding all four directions. The dark-colored scroll of the Do Xian diagram wrapped around them like dumpling wrappers, enveloping every single one of the Bairs. Northern Dipper. 7 stars emerged upon the Do Xian diagram, their arrangement forming the shape of a ladle. The Buir clones were ground down by the starlight emanating from the map, like grains of rice caught in a millstone. This clone's physical strength is rather ordinary. The Star Lord of Greed retracted the Do Xian diagram and surveyed the surroundings. Buyu had vanished without a trace. Li Yingdao ran his fingers over a Class B environment card in his hand, showing no urgency to use it. The battle had clearly only just begun. The Star Lord of Greed frowned, detecting a faint scent of blood in the air. Suddenly, the arena seemed enveloped in a crimson haze. Li Yingdao reached out to touch it, his fingertips meeting an icy chill. This is resentment. Greedy Wolf Star God gripped the Do Xian diagram tightly and snapped, "Are you mad? The resentment energy is safely within you. If you win, you can survive and find a way to fully control it. But now you've released it. Even if you win, the resentment will turn on you and kill you. Why are you doing this?" Ha 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 ha. A hearty laugh echoed from all directions, sending a chill down every spectator's spine. The laughter was intertwined with eerie wails, like mournful cries. Whether life or death, it's far better than before. To have met such an honorable opponent as you, I'm truly delighted. Naturally, I must give it my all. Death? I don't care. None of us, the 72 Pillars of Solomon, care. We seek vengeance. We refuse to live as we did before. Li Yingdao fell silent. For 10 years, the deities of the Papal State were sealed away by the way of heaven. During this time, the people of the Papal State were assimilated, the deities slaughtered, and the temples destroyed. And they could only watch helplessly. That feeling was truly unbearable. Senior Greedy Wolf, unleash your full power. Now Li Yingdao understood why Sun Wukong had chosen to bear the resentment of the Holy Sea's deities within his own flesh. This was truly a tangled mess. The Papal State was at fault, but the innocent people sacrificed by it were utterly blameless. The star god of greed took a deep breath, baring his fangs in a wide grin. As the foremost of the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, he presided over human life and death, fortune and misfortune, destiny and calamity. Over countless ages, he had witnessed too many partings and deaths. He had no words for the Papal State's fate. To him, he never considered himself a deity, merely a unique mortal. Life and death were also the greedy Wolf Star Lord's own calamity. Let us fight to the bitter end. In the next instant, the Star Lord of Greed unleashed a blaze of starlight. The radiance pierced through the crimson mist, bathing the arena in dazzling brilliance. In the daytime sky, a star suddenly eclipsed the sun's brilliance, appearing without warning upon the arena. It was none other than one of the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, the star of heavenly pivot. Chapter 131. Do you think I don't want to? Strange, my abilities are weakened. Li Yingdao, seeing an opportunity, attempted to reverse the blood mist using the yin-yang reversal technique from the 36 heavenly transformations. The result was only 60% of the usual effect, barely enough to reverse the blood mist within a 3-zhang radius around him. After a moment's thought, Li Yingdao understood. Bu Yuer is fighting for his life, expending all his divine power to briefly harness thee. This blood mist is the fusion of divine power and, capable of weakening any deity trapped within it. Li Yingdao had intended to take advantage of Bu Yuer and the Star Lord of Greed's desperate struggle, which left them no time to spare for him. To test whether his current 40% compatibility could withstand an S-rank deity. But now it seemed he was still far from ready. Without activating my heavenly eye, I can barely hold my own against an A-rank deity. But with that resentment energy, Bu Yu has 1 foot firmly planted in S-rank. 100 A-rank deities couldn't match a single S-rank. To even measure up against an S-rank, my compatibility must reach at least 60%. At the center of the arena, the immense light of the celestial axis star fought desperately against the blood mist. Each time the light pierced the mist, it dissipated a fraction. Yet immediately, endless new blood mist surged in to fill the void. As time passed, the brilliance of the Polaris star grew increasingly dim. Even as the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf channeled divine power, he could only slow the rate of its fading. Senior Tanlang is also being affected by the blood mist. Li Yingdao couldn't help but recall a card he had once used, the Bone-Gnawing Maggot. This card steadily eroded a deity's power. The longer it remained active, the weaker the deity grew. Li Yingdao had privately studied support cards extensively. Cards operated on principles of mutual generation and mutual restraint. Against such persistent cards, the best strategy was to win the match with a single decisive strike. Dragging it out was slow death. Recalling Bu Yuer's words, Li Yingdao abandoned his initial plan to speak directly and instead transmitted his voice. Senior Greedy Wolf, don't waste time with him. Use your killing move. The star god of greed, already shrouded in a layer of crimson mist, gave a slight nod. Bu Yuer's condition clearly couldn't last much longer. But dragging it out might mean he couldn't outlast him. Better to settle this with one decisive strike. A thick blood mist surged toward the greedy wolf Star Lord, so dense it obscured vision completely. The Star Lord of Greed grasped the Do Xian diagram, which automatically enveloped him. He then hurtled toward the star of heavenly pivot. The previously waning Tian Shu star instantly burst into brilliant radiance. Its brilliance outshone all previous displays. In an instant, both deities vanished from sight. The arena became a battleground between starlight and blood mist. Seeing the stalemate, Li Yingdao relaxed completely when he noticed Connolly made no move to use his cards. It seems the Pope's realm truly has no support cards available. To have produced so many challenge cards, I wonder what immense cost they paid. His B-rank support card was ready in hand. Should the Star Lord of Greed falter, Li Yingdao would seize this card without hesitation. As for Buell's so-called fair duel, Li Yingdao was being merciful by not killing Connolly right now. Moreover, should the greedy Wolf Star Lord fall, Li Yingdao himself would be killed by the arena's backlash. There was no room for defeat. As time passed, the blood mist showed no signs of weakening, only growing denser. Conversely, the light of the star of heavenly pivot dimmed once more, barely resisting the blood mist's encroachment. The outcome was clear. This was the first time deities of equal rank from Huaxia had been placed at a disadvantage in battle. Ding Yanran lowered her gaze, a pang of sorrow welling in her heart. Even the Lord of the Greedy Wolf, the foremost among the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, could not match the strength of a Class A deity from the Papal State. How much more hopeless was her own bound deity, the giant Gate Star Lord? Gu Sisi noticed her friend's unease and offered comfort. The deities of the papal state aren't ordinary opponents.
They channel the resentment of sacrificed commoners, elevating their power to another level.
Ding Yanran voiced her unease. Then isn't Godly in danger? Qin Baisheng pointed at Li Ying and retorted, see how panicked Brotherly is? The papal state lacks support cards, but we have them. After several battles, the arena had rewarded them with substantial national fortune points.
Now, anything less than an A-grade card was beneath their notice. The others glanced over. Li Yingdao had his right hand tucked in his pocket, clearly holding something, his expression brimming with anticipation.
The Pope's kingdom's A-rank deities are truly extraordinary. I wonder what kind of power their S-rank deities possess.
The greedy wolf star god falling behind was no surprise to him. Both were A-rank peak deities, yet the papal state had the added advantage of resentment fueling their power, while Boer fought with desperate intensity. It was no wonder the Star Lord of Greed had lost. Boer's voice echoed from within the blood mist, brother, you needn't feel ashamed.
My victory over you came through desperate means.
After this battle, regardless of the outcome, I shall perish and my path vanish.
Your defeat is no loss. Li Yingdao pressed a hand to his forehead. This Boer was far too damn honest.
Worried the other might refuse to accept defeat, he even declared his own impending death.
Talk about having nothing to lose.
Even someone as shameless as Li Yingdao was left speechless. Yet Bu Yu remained genuinely sincere and straightforward. The Lord of the Greedy Wolf Star and the Celestial Pivot Star replied indifferently, it matters not. Life and death are predestined. Each shall strive to the best of their ability.
Boer roared with laughter, his voice echoing through the entire blood mist. Well said. You may depart.
I shall follow shortly.
With that, the blood mist coalesced into Boer's form.
Still a human head atop a dog's body, it now appeared as if freshly retrieved from a pool of crimson oil.
Dripping with vivid crimson. Holy crap, the Pope's deity has a battle form? As fellow A-rank deities, the outcome remains uncertain.
But by the looks of it, the Chinese deities are truly in peril this time. Seeing the Star Lord of Greed at a disadvantage and Boer preparing another devastating move, the schemers and conspirators could no longer sit still.
They began spreading propaganda about China's impending defeat. With Li Yingdao dead, China will be leaderless and inevitably reduced to its former state. You people from nations swallowed by China, are you truly content to be slaves? To live under someone else's roof? Once Li Yingdao is gone, your old lives will return.
Every nation China has swallowed whole must be spit back out. The people of the former Emerald Kingdom and Star River Kingdom wore complex expressions. To be honest, they truly did not wish to return to their former lives. Back then, they lived in constant fear over the outcomes of the National Fortune Tournament, powerless to do anything but watch helplessly. Now, thankfully, they'd been annexed by Huaxia, becoming one of its provinces. All they had to do was live quietly. No more fretting over the arena. If the sky fell, Huaxia would hold it up. Moreover, Huaxia's rule wasn't half bad. You get paid for the work you do. Even hospital visits are reimbursed. Under China's administration, what little sense of national identity they had vanished in an instant. Seeing no support from the people of the annexed nations, the schemers awkwardly sat back down. Neither side has played their support cards yet.
The outcome remains uncertain. Exactly. What good does it do you to root for Huaxia to lose and the papal states to win?
Anyone saying that is probably a paid troll. The Huaxia spectators' rebuttal struck a chord with the foreign audience. What could the papal states possibly gain from victory? Sacrificing their people, that's what. In an instant, spectators from every nation found themselves rooting for China's victory, while viewing the earlier agitators with suspicion. To save face for the greedy wolf star god, Li Yingdao consulted Connolly before using his card.
Why, aren't you using your support card?
Connolly's face stiffened, his eye twitching violently.
You think I don't want to? How long has the one-on-one arena even been around?
Our papal state dared not step into it at all, for fear of exposure. What support cards?
Seeing no response, Li Yingdao smiled. If you won't use it, I certainly will. The next second, Li Yingdao abruptly pulled out a Great Environment card. Chapter 132, The 7 Stars of the Northern Dipper Gather. Seeing Li Yingdao pull out the support card, Connolly sighed deeply. There was nothing he could do, he didn't have one himself. He could only watch helplessly as others used theirs. Some spectators peered through binoculars at Li Yingdao's card. The B symbol in the upper right corner was quite conspicuous. How could it be only B rank? Up until now, every card Li Yingdao had used had been at least A grade. Now pulling out a B grade card inevitably raised suspicions. The current situation was crystal clear. Buer was assured of victory over the greedy Wolf Star Lord. Not only would a B rank card be useless, but even an A rank card wouldn't suffice. To turn the tide, wouldn't it take at least an S rank card? The audience had seen too many high-level battles, their eyes had grown spoiled. Ordinary cards were beneath their notice. Could it be that Li Yingdao has no cards above a rank? The thought flashed through Connolly's mind. Right. In every tournament in Huaxia, Li Yingdao always takes the stage at least twice. With such intense combat, how could he possibly still have high-tier cards? He must have used them all up.
The scheming opportunists, hunched over, felt their hearts race, their faces flushing crimson.
So, does this mean Li Yingdao really has a high chance of losing?
The audience erupted in discussion.
Could the once invincible card master actually falter? Representatives from other nations began to harbor their own thoughts.
On the stage, Li Yingdao's thoughts stirred, and his cards flew out on their own.
But unlike attribute cards or status cards, they didn't enter the deity's body. Instead, they shot straight into the sky. What's going on? What effect does this card have? It must be an environment card. Only environment cards don't enter the deity's body.
Upon hearing it was an environment card, the crowd's hopes for Li Yingdao's defeat grew even stronger.
Who didn't know that among support cards, environment cards were the most useless?
Only a blind divine card master would trade national fortune points for an environment card. The Star Lord of Greed couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt.
What effect could this card possibly have? He wasn't afraid of death, but that didn't mean he wanted to die. This was still the arena representing Huaxia in battle.
Losing would truly nail him to the pillar of shame. Trusting the true Lord instinctively, the Star Lord of Greed believed Li Yingdao and fought desperately against the Blood Mist's corruption. Better prepare for the worst.
Ugh. Damn it. This card has this effect. The once cloudless sky suddenly darkened, time seeming to hit fast forward. The sun and moon spun, the sky darkened, and stars filled the heavens. The audience was met with a dazzling display of starlight. At this moment, the Star Lord of Greed was no longer needed to resist. Starlight pierced through the blood mist, bathing the arena in its glow.
The blood-red boar hesitated for a moment, abandoning his plan to strike prematurely.
Regardless of victory or defeat, he was doomed to die. Better to die with honor.
An environmental card effect, no matter how good, is useless.
It won't change the situation. Exactly all show and no substance.
The Star Lord of Greed stepped out from the Tian Shu star and gave Buir a slight nod.
The latter returned the nod, signaling him to gather his power.
The Star Lord of Greed gave a wicked smile and flung the Tian Shu star back into the sky. In the next instant, the incomplete Big Dipper was fully restored. The 7 stars merged into one, indistinguishable from each other. The Do Xian diagram slowly ascended, merging with the unified constellation.
6 figures descended from within the diagram.
The remaining 6 stars of the Big Dipper descended one after another. Those who had just been predicting the downfall of Huaxia were left speechless.
Holy, holy. You can actually pull this off? Who the hell could have imagined a great environment card could summon 6 enforcers?
The giant Gate Star God card in Ding Yanran's hand had vanished without a trace, appearing on the stage instead.
So this was Li Xin's plan all along.
Li Yingdao's eyes reflected starlight as he observed the horrified expressions on the spectators' faces, a faint smile playing on his lips. The 7 star lords of the Northern Dipper were born to respond to the stars.
Naturally, their combat prowess peaks under the dazzling night sky.
Summoning the other 6 star gods came as no surprise to Li Yingdao.
Besides, this B-rank environment card was inadequate.
He still possessed S-rank cards.
Using it on a mirror-rank deity like Buir felt like a waste. Boar growled low in his throat, bracing for battle.
One greedy wolf star god had already pushed him to his limits, and he'd only gained the upper hand through sheer desperation.
Now 6 more deities of the same rank were coming? How could he possibly fight them? Even in a round-robin battle, Boar couldn't hold out.
The Star Lord of Greed's aged face flushed crimson, his pride stung. As the foremost among the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, he couldn't defeat his opponent and had to summon his peers.
But defeat meant death. Boar would just have to endure the humiliation. On the stage, Lord Tanlang wielded a white staff while Lord Juman grasped his luminous fan.
Lord of Prosperity held paper and brush, while Lord of Literature manifested literary fortune in his hands. The Star Lord of Integrity rode a white dragon, while the Star Lord of Martial Arts swung his sword. The Lord of the Breaking Army spewed crimson breath of calamity.
Boss, where did this thing come from? Such thick resentment?
The Star Lord of Military Destruction sneered. In China, such a deity would be considered a demon god, and the heavenly court would surely send troops to deal with it.
Do not underestimate it. Unite the 7 stars. Lord Tanlang commanded all to unleash their full power, showing Buir the utmost respect.
Aye. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper transformed into a rainbow light, merging into one. Body, mind, and spirit united as one essence, energy, and spirit flowed as one. The Do Xian diagram shattered abruptly, its radiance mirroring the starlight as it formed a vast celestial net, tightly enveloping the white mist. High in the heavens, the rainbow shone with 7 dazzling colors. Then, like a meteor, it plunged into the white mist, a sliver of light breaking free from the blood-red fog's grasp. Boar, drenched in crimson, cried out in pain from the piercing light, yet charged forward defiantly, confronting the cascading rainbow.
Kanal knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Farewell, Lord Boar, one of Solomon's 72 pillars.
He knew better than anyone that facing the combined assault of 7 deities of equal standing, Boar would not survive.
I cannot wait for death.
The pride of the papal state fueled Connolly, propelling him forward as he charged toward Li Yingdao.
Li Yingdao stood motionless, his gaze toward Connolly tinged with pity. The Papal State challenges the Huaxia Nation. Dual Divine Deathmatch Arena. First match, Huaxia Nation wins. Upon hearing this announcement, Li Yingdao knew Buell was dead. Connolly let out a bitter laugh, accelerating even faster. He finally reached Li Yingdao before the arena's backlash could strike. Just as his fist was about to strike Li Yingdao's face, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. That final punch was never delivered. From the preparation area, Ding Yanran gazed longingly at the giant gate star god in the sky. Next time, I'll be like Godly, just one B-rank environment card, and I can summon all 7 of the Big Dipper star gods. That would be enough to rival an S-rank deity. Among the Heavenly Sun members, only Ding Yanran remained an A-rank divine card master. The rest had all ascended to S-rank deities. A sense of urgency constantly gnawed at her heart. The greedy wolf star god reached out to trace the lingering aura of Buir. Good. The resentment has dissipated along with it. No need for us to bother resolving it. The Lord of the Giant Gate gently fanned himself with his precious fan, murmuring resentfully that Papal State is truly ruthless. So many lives, taken without a second thought. At least it wasn't our own children. Li Yingdao clasped his hands in a bow. My deepest gratitude to all the Star Lords for your assistance today. All 7 Star Lords turned their solemn gazes toward Li Yingdao. The true Lord's successor best not to provoke him. Young friend, you jest. This is but our duty. Indeed, demons and heretics deserve to be exterminated by all. What an adorable little one. Li Yingdao chuckled. Having status really makes a difference, no more coaxing the deities into action. Chapter 133, the S-rank Chang'e makes her entrance. After this battle, all divine card masters realized one thing. Environmental cards held far greater potential. As long as the altered environment harmonized with the summoned deity, they could unleash power far surpassing A-rank, even S-rank cards. It's got to be Li Yingdao. He always comes up with something new. No wonder he's the world's top divine card master. In that situation, any misstep would have meant certain death. Yet he dared to pull it off. Li Yingdao's move pioneered the use of environment cards. In the preparation area, Li Yingdao's mind flashed back to the image of Connolly finally swinging his fist at him. The heavenly way has driven the Pope's divine card master to such desperate measures. Li Yingdao's regard for the heavenly way plummeted to 0. Papal State challenges China. Double God Deathmatch Arena. Round 2, contestants, please enter the arena. Round 2. Li Yingdao remembered something and frantically gestured toward Long Hua outside the preparation area, inquiring about the status of other nations. The preparation area prohibited telepathic communication, yet external voices could be heard. This maneuver exploited a loophole in the rules. Long Hua relayed the latest updates to Li Yingdao. Other nations have already begun their 3rd matches. Greece's winner has won 2 straight matches, Viking Nation has 1 loss and 1 draw, while Egypt stands at 1 win and 1 loss. Li Yingdao nodded. Senior Long, he said, once these 3 nations' matches conclude and the Papal State initiates its 2nd round against them, we strike at the Papal State while the National Fortune Arena has yet to descend. After a moment's consideration, Long Hua agreed. Nations like Greece and Egypt possessed robust national fortunes, unlike the Cherry Blossom Nation, which risked annexation after a single defeat. After a challenge, the arena would have a 10-minute window before descending. During this interval, the Holy See's divine card masters would be unable to enter the arena, yet the challenge would already be underway. This way, they could eliminate the Holy See's divine card masters while forcing the Holy See to initiate a 2nd arena battle against the other nations, further weakening their combat strength. Meanwhile, China was still engaged in its first major arena battle. A nation under challenge cannot be challenged itself, leaving other nations powerless to intervene. No matter how powerful one is, can he really fight 2 consecutive rounds? I'll see how he survives then. Li Yingdao speculated that the Holy See's S-rank divine card master would most likely target Greece. After all, the enmity between those 2 nations ran deepest. I'll take the 2nd round. Gu Sisi volunteered. Since Chang'e ascended to S-rank deity status, she had yet to be summoned. In the previous battle against Sakura Nation, their divine card master had forfeited the summoning outright, resulting in victory before Chang'e even took the field. With an S-class Chang'e facing the Papal State's A-class deity, victory was practically guaranteed. Li Yingdao nodded in agreement. S-class divine card master Gu Sisi versus A-class divine card master Carlson. China's depth is truly formidable for S-rank divine card masters. If this drags on with both sides rotating players, it won't matter how many A-rank divine card masters the Papal State sends. In my view, other nations will suffer casualties to some extent, while China will emerge unscathed. What a lively battle all this infighting among Asia, Europe, and Africa just lets the Americas reap the benefits. On the stage, Gu Sisi predictably summoned her S-class Chang'e. China's card, S-rank Chang'e. Papal State card, A-class Solomon's 72 Pillars demon god Agar's. Seeing his opponent was an A-rank deity, Li Yingdao felt completely at ease. A higher tier opponent, coupled with the advantage of his support cards, left no room for defeat. Chang'e's entrance immediately drew thunderous cheers from the crowd.
Some enthusiasts had compiled a ranking of female deities, where Chang'e undoubtedly held the top spot.
The sweet fragrance of osmanthus blossoms filled the arena, enveloping the audience in its enchantment. Meanwhile, Agars, the deity of the papal state, bore 3 heads. Beyond the human head on his neck, a shepherd's head with a lamb grew from his chest. He also possessed the feet of a water bird and the tail of a serpent. The sight was grotesque. Agars ranks second among Solomon's 72 pillars of demons, delights in tempting human desires, drunkenness, gambling, crime, whatever sin you commit, he brings it forth. As Li Yingdao contemplated this, the battle had already commenced.
Agar's 3 heads split apart, launching aerial assaults at Chang'e while his body emitted an unceasing stream of black mist. Chang'e stood calmly on a cassia branch, maintaining her distance as cassia leaves flew like blades toward the 3 heads. Before long, Agar's heads were pierced like a hedgehog. Haha, the more you attack, the more excited I get, all 3 heads spoke in unison. Then the heads began spinning like tops, flinging the lodged osmanthus leaves back into the headless torso.
Transformed into nourishment, the black mist surged forth even faster.
Chang'e snorted coldly, raising her hand to summon a moon palace that sealed both the black mist and the body within. Meanwhile, Connolly's death gave Carlson an idea.
If death must come, let it come charging forward.
Long before using the challenge card, the divine card masters of the papal state had already agreed.
No matter which nation or opponent they faced, they would fight to the death. Carlson's breathing grew increasingly ragged as he charged toward Gu Sisi like a wild bull.
Seeing Carlson's imposing 2-meter frame and sheer bulk, the audience began praying for Gu Sisi.
Is Sister Gu going to be okay?
Sun Shaoshang asked anxiously. Sometimes he felt the ring was truly unfair. 2 divine card masters with such a huge size difference, yet they still had to fight to the death?
What kind of fairness was this? Calm down.
Li Yingdao said calmly, his heart filled with anticipation for Gu Sisi's performance. Among the Heavenly Sun members, aside from himself, only Qin Baisheng and Gu Sisi had received divine blessings. Qin Baisheng possessed a fragment of the heaven-shaking brocade, which he wore around his neck like a red scarf every day.
Gu Sisi possessed a segment of cultivation technique.
Li Yingdao never inquired about its specifics, nor had he ever witnessed her use it. After all, the arena was primarily the domain of the deities, with the divine card masters serving merely as auxiliaries.
The audience naturally focused their attention on the deities. With her tiny frame, she's doomed. Carlson sighed inwardly at the sight of Gu Sisi's delicate features.
For the revival of the papal kingdom, he had no choice but to crush this blossom. Carlson braced himself, twisted his waist, and unleashed a punch with every ounce of strength he possessed. His stance mirrored Connolly's when he fought Li Yingdao. Whoosh! Gu Sisi blew a soft breath, and Carlson felt a wave of sweet fragrance wash over him. His body recoiled uncontrollably. When he looked again, he and Gu Sisi were already hundreds of meters apart.
What the hell?
Carlson scratched his head in confusion, attributing it to divine intervention before burying his head and charging forward once more.
A strange phenomenon unfolded. Each time Carlson drew near Gu Sisi, she would gently exhale.
The distance between them widened.
This happened 3 times in a row. What kind of joke is this? Why is the goddess rewarding him? Let me try. I'll never forgive Carlson. Even so, Carlson showed no signs of fatigue.
After all, he was a divinely attuned card master with boundless stamina. Seeing this wasn't going anywhere, Gu Sisi changed tactics. Time slowly passed, and the moon reappeared.
Gu Sisi flicked her wrist, scattering a cassia seed.
Bathed in moonlight, the tree shot upward at astonishing speed. Within mere breaths, it soared several zhang high.
Osmanthus blossoms drifted to her feet, carrying her up to the treetop.
She plucked a single osmanthus leaf, then flicked it like a bullet straight toward Carlson.
Chapter 134, Buying Time.
Gu Sisi's fighting style mirrored Chang'e's. Not a single leaf touched her body, relying primarily on long-range attacks against her opponents.
This perfectly matched the audience's expectations. Sis Gu's moves are exactly like Chang'e's.
Sun Shaoshang exclaimed.
Looks like Chang'e trained Sisi as her successor.
Li Yingdao observed the battle. Both the deity and the divine card master held a clear advantage. Finally, unable to dodge in time, Carlson was struck through the head by an osmanthus leaf. After several convulsions, he collapsed lifeless to the ground. Agars cursed under his breath. If this dragged on, he too would surely die. But the gap in strength was undeniable, and without any support cards, he couldn't see a way to win.
All or nothing. Agar's 3 heads abandoned the physical body pinned down by the moon palace.
They circled the osmanthus tree where Chang'e stood. Each opened its massive maw, black mist coalescing into strands that linked together. Then, the heads swiftly shifted position, the black threads wrapping around the cassia tree like a spider's web.
The moment the threads touched the tree, its bark began to rot.
Chang'e's brows furrowed slightly, ripples spreading across her previously tranquil heart. Like pure white paper stained by a few drops of ink. This was Agar's most formidable technique, stirring out the wicked thoughts and desires within the human heart. Chang'e gave a cold snort and raised her hand slightly. With a thunderous crash, the moon palace plunged into the earth. Agar's physical form, pinned beneath the moon palace, was crushed to dust and his boundless resentment was violently suppressed. Gazing at the three heads circling in the air, Chang'e's eyes crinkled with amusement, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Yet the smile held a hint of mockery. Agar's technique was indeed troublesome, an ordinary S-rank deity might have fallen victim to it. But she, Chang'e, was equally adept at manipulating emotions. She knew exactly how to guard against such a tactic. Over the millennia spent in the moon palace, Chang'e's heart had grown as serene and tranquil as the moonlight itself. Suddenly, as if awakened to life, the cassia tree began to tremble. The black threads clinging to its branches fell away, dissolving the ink-dark shadows within Chang'e's heart lake entirely. Agar's was so startled he could not speak. His signature move simply neutralized like that? The immense force of the osmanthus tree sent the black threads scattering in all directions, crumpling to the ground like torn sacks. The three heads exchanged glances, their eyes filled with despair. They resolved to charge headlong at Chang'e, sacrificing their lives. Death was inevitable either way, better to die charging forward. Seeing the outcome decided, Li Yingdao couldn't help but sigh. Even the divine cardmasters and deities of the papal kingdom resorted to this, sacrificing their lives for a desperate last stand. Who could withstand that? Only the S-rank divine cardmasters of Huaxia could withstand such pressure. Other nations would likely pay a heavy price. Even if victorious, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The bright moonlight illuminated the arena, its glare stinging the eyes of the spectators. When they looked again, where was Agar's? The papal state challenges China. Dual gods fatal showdown. Round 2, Huaxia nation wins. After the match, Chang'e gave a slight bow to Li Yingdao seated in the preparation area. Li Yingdao responded with a deep bow. Chang'e's gesture served two purposes. First, to thank him for elevating her power from an A-rank to an S-rank deity. Second, it was a gesture of respect toward the true lord's successor. Below the level of near saints, who dares not give face to my true lord besides those few acquaintances? Papal kingdom challenges Huaxia nation. Dual gods fatal battle arena. Round 3, contestants, take your places. Li Yingdao asked Long Hua, Old Dragon, how many rounds have the other three nations fought? Long Hua replied while reviewing the real-time data, the third match just concluded. Greece still secured victory with Wonner, while Viking and Egypt both suffered defeats. Li Yingdao nodded. We need to stall a bit longer. Old Qin, you're up next. Make sure to explain clearly to the great god Neza. Do your best to stall for time. But don't let anyone catch on. Qin Baisheng scratched his head. I'll try my best. You know how temperamental the lotus root god is, it's hard to say. S-class divine card master Qin Baisheng versus A-class divine card master Susan. Neza's strength surpasses Chang'e's by a significant margin. Old Qin has the heaven-shaking brocade. Dealing with Susan, a female opponent, shouldn't pose much trouble. Li Yingdao had considerable faith in Qin Baisheng. Though usually carefree and even somewhat wise in everyday matters. But once he stepped onto the stage, he was no pushover. China's divine card, S-rank 3 tank C assembly great god Neza. Papal state card, a rank Solomon's 72 pillars demon Belial. Neza frowned the moment he appeared. What the hell is a 72 pillars demon god? How can the Pope's deities be so full of hot air? Back when we fought Flower Fruit Mountain, there were only a few demon kings at most. Seeing Neza charging forward with his spear raised, Qin Baisheng frantically waved his hands at him. Unable to communicate telepathically and too embarrassed to shout in public, he resorted to frantic hand gestures. Doubt flickered in Neza's eyes as his wind fire wheels carried him to Qin Baisheng's side. What's wrong, Neza? Qin Baisheng leaned close to Nada's ear and whispered, revealing Li Yingdao's entire plan. A meaningful smile curved the corners of Neza's mouth. If the opponent were an S-rank deity, it would indeed be difficult to handle. But a mere rank minor deity without any support cards? He could breeze past that easily. OJ8K, leave it to me. Neza pounded his chest in assurance, then charged forward, rifle raised. Qin Baisheng turned his attention to his own opponent, Susan. Belial bore a striking resemblance to a goblin, yet possessed the body of a horse, wielding a long sword in his hands. Seeing Neza's charge, Belial dared not take it lightly. All four hooves strained as he raised his sword to block. Clang! Sparks flew from the clashing metal, flashing before everyone's eyes. A flicker of confusion crossed Belial's gaze. Is that all? Nada, his face frozen in shock, pulled back before charging forward once more. Without hesitation, Belial thrust his sword into the earth. A ring of flame materialized around him, forming a protective barrier. Neza abruptly halted, seemingly at a loss, circling the ring of fire over and over. What the hell is he doing? Is this all the mighty S-class deity of China can muster? For a moment, Belial questioned the arena's professionalism. Could they even misjudge a deity's rank? Meanwhile, Qin Baisheng showed no urgency to finish his opponent. He simply dragged out a war of attrition with his heaven-shaking brocade. When Susan attacked, he defended with the heaven-shaking brocade. When he saw his opponent growing weary, he'd pull back, giving her space to catch her breath. Susan felt utterly stifled inside. His opponent only defended, never attacked. And she couldn't break through his defenses. Her fists pounded the red cloth like hitting cotton. After a few rounds, she was exhausted. In the VIP section of the beautiful country, Prime Minister Taimupu peered through binoculars at the battle. China's techniques are still superior, making the Holy See dance to their tune. Too bad we're kept in the dark, unable to grasp their methods. A trusted aide inquired, "Sir, when shall we make our announcement?" Trump sneered coldly, "No rush. Looks like China won't make it to the second round. Let Greece and the Vikings finish their match first. Then we'll make our move." Chapter 135, Trump's Outrageous Maneuver. All four arenas operated simultaneously, yet the vast majority of global spectators focused solely on the Huaxia arena. The reason was simple: China's deities were a cut above those of other nations, making their battles far more spectacular. Yet at this very moment, the combat unfolding on the stage, whether by the deities themselves or their cardmasters, felt rather lackluster. Qin Baisheng was purely defensive, while Neza's attacks lacked punch, utterly unwatchable. "This bastard is deliberately toying with me." Belial seethed with rage. From the very start, Neza's attacks had been feeble, utterly lacking the power befitting an S-rank deity. This made Belial feel disrespected, especially since he was clearly outmatched. His speed couldn't keep up with Neza's movements, and even when he occasionally landed a hit, it only caused minor, inconsequential injuries. "Enough! What exactly do you want?" Neza, who was pulling away, turned his head and smiled. The expression was filled with contempt and disdain. It practically screamed "you're not worthy" right off his face. "Ah! I'll kill you." Belial cared not for the cost, whether it was resentment or divine power. He unleashed it all at once. A dragon with a goblin-like head appeared on the stage, charging toward Neza. "Ha! Go on then." Neza's wind firewheel spun wildly beneath his feet. The arena spanned 10,000 zhang, more than enough for him to teleport and evade. The goblin dragon's speed surpassed Belial's, yet it couldn't outrun Neza's wind firewheels. From the spectator's perspective, Belial was merely raging impotently, left 8 streets behind by Neza. Time ticked by. Li Yingdao and the others placed complete trust in Qin Baisheng. They didn't even glance at the arena, instead closing their eyes to rest and recover their energy. Half an hour later, Susan gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. Even a synergistic divine cardmaster couldn't withstand half an hour of such relentless assault. Qin Baisheng mentally timed the battle, sensing it was nearly over. He glanced back at the preparation area. Li Yingdao caught his gaze, opened his eyes, checked the time, and nodded to Qin Baisheng. Seeing his goal achieved, Qin Baisheng dropped the act. He shouted at Neza, "Lotus Root God, that's enough." Neza's movements halted instantly as he stretched his limbs. "Enough? Enough of what?" Alarm bells rang in Belial's mind, but he'd been kept at bay the entire time. Now, even launching a powerful attack was beyond his reach. Qin Baisheng glanced at Susan, his expression filled with reluctance. The entire papal state was filled with pitiful souls, yet on the battlefield, life and death must be decided. Put her out of her misery. Qin Baisheng whispered to the heaven-confounding sash around his neck. The heaven-shrouding sash moved at his command, swiftly coiling around Susan's neck. Susan tried to resist, but utterly exhausted and without a weapon blessed by the gods, she could only watch helplessly as the crimson cloth tightened around her throat. Ugh! Surprisingly gentle, the heaven-shrouding sash caused Susan no pain whatsoever as it simply pulled her head off. The next instant, the heaven-shrouding sash suddenly tightened. The sound of a neck snapping. Susan's vision darkened, her head slumping limply. She was dead. Hot tears streamed from Belial's eyes as he cursed his own helplessness. He knew full well his opponent was wearing him down. But the vast disparity in their levels left him feeling utterly hopeless. Speed, strength, defense all fell far short of his opponent's. What could he do? He could only fight back, charging headlong despite knowing his opponent's intentions. He prayed only to avoid disgracing the papal state and to die with dignity. It wasn't just him. Every divine cardmaster and deity of the papal kingdom shared this resolve. Victory was the goal, but even knowing defeat was certain, they would fight to the death. Neza paid no heed to such thoughts. The 9-dragon inferno shield encircled Belial. The threefold true fire roared from his mouth like a demonic inferno, reducing Belial to ashes in moments. Even his resentment dissolved within the flames. Belial met his end without a sound, facing death with utter composure. Papal state challenges China. Dual gods fatal battle arena. Round 3, Huaxia nation wins. Neza, I'm off. Call me next time something fun comes up. Neza waved to Qin Baisheng before turning and stepping back into the card. Qin Baisheng had just returned to the arena when Li Yingdao heard Long Hua's voice. The other 3 nations concluded their matches almost simultaneously. Everyone immediately perked up, eager to hear the results. Long Hu spoke rapidly in Mandarin. Greece's Wen Air once again defeated 5 opponents single-handedly. Egypt suffered defeat and was punished with national misfortune. Viking achieved a Pyrrhic victory. Only one of their 5 participating divine cardmasters survived. The group exchanged glances, excitement mirrored in each other's eyes. Except for Greece, both Viking and Egypt have been weakened. Just one more battle, and the Viking nation and Egypt would be essentially finished. Even when air might fall.
Master Long, we're ready to begin. Long Hu nodded. Rest assured, everything is ready. We just need the Papal State to issue another challenge. But it's strange that among the other 3 battle stages, the Papal State hasn't fielded any S-rank divine card masters. Li Yingdao frowned. The Papal Kingdom hasn't fielded an S-rank divine card master? Could it be on the China stage? Li Yingdao glanced at the Papal State's preparation area. The other 2 contestants certainly didn't look like S-class divine card masters. If that were the case, why hadn't they taken the stage yet? Could it be the Papal State hasn't secured a designated card? No, that can't be right. With challenge cards already in play, there's no reason the Papal State couldn't obtain a designated card. Or are they hiding their strength by refusing to play? That makes no sense. The Papal State is openly declaring they'll start a world war. Don't they understand the importance of swift action? Li Yingdao's mind raced, desperately seeking reasons for the Holy See's S-class divine card masters staying off the field. But time was pressing, leaving Li Yingdao no room for further deliberation. He could only address Long Hua in colloquial terms, with professionals relaying his words nearby. Old dragon, forget it. Get our people ready. The moment the arena's signal goes off, we open fire. If that S-class divine card master from the Holy See refuses to show his face, let him die under our missiles. Long Hua nodded solemnly. At this critical moment, he understood the urgency. If you refuse to come out, all the better we'll ensure you never get the chance to step onto the stage. Only the Chinese arena remained active. The Holy See's divine card masters who had been stationed at the other 3 arenas were undoubtedly within Indian territory now. The Beidou satellites had long since locked onto their positions. A few intercontinental missiles would do the trick. No matter what rank of divine card master you are, no matter your affinity level, you'll all be reduced to inorganic salts. No divine card master can withstand Blue Star's ultimate weaponry. Before the arena notification arrived, the group instead received the Prime Minister of the United States global address. He did not address the Chinese arena but instead broadcast a global press conference live from the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, the Papal State harbors wolfish ambitions, seeking to ignite a global war of national destiny. Egypt has already fallen, becoming the first nation to suffer Papal State aggression. Greece and the Viking nation have also suffered varying degrees of losses. I propose that the entire world declare war on the Papal State. The sheer number of their A-class divine card masters is undeniable. We must unite to stand against them. After this utterly reckless statement, the heads of national fortunes from various countries stared at him as if he were an idiot. Do we need you to tell us that? Asia, Europe, and Africa are already resisting the Papal State. Only the United States and the Mayan nation remain spectators. The Maya nation's representative looked as if he'd swallowed a fly's excrement. It's no surprise that Mr. Unreliable loves absurd maneuvers, but don't drag us Mayans into this. The Papal State and the Mayan nation are worlds apart. What business is it of ours? And you want to unite the world? Why not challenge the Papal State to a national fortune tournament? Having anticipated the global reaction, Trump grinned broadly at the camera. Rest assured, my glorious nation has discovered a permanent solution for the Papal State. Chapter 136, China remains a decent nation. As soon as Meipu uttered these words, leaders from nations across the globe snorted in derision. Bull. No one was surprised by Trump's words. This wasn't his first rodeo. Back in the day, he touted a global truce where everyone surrendered voluntarily, maintaining a stalemate, leaving the arena with no way out. As a result, the Han Kingdom and the Emerald Kingdom did just that. The outcome was utterly disastrous. Both the divine cardmasters and deities who entered the tournament perished. He once claimed drinking disinfectant could cure infectious diseases. Wonder if any fools actually tried it. Anyway, when it comes to wild claims, everyone just treats them as entertainment. No one takes it seriously. Yet the people of the United States keep electing such nonsense year after year, with sky-high approval ratings. It's baffling. A reporter below asked, Mr. President, what exactly is the solution? Audiences across Asia, Europe, and Africa are glued to the live broadcast. What if there really is a viable solution? After all, this is a president and head of state making such a high-profile announcement. It can't just be a joke, can it? The pressure from the Papal State hung like dark clouds over the hearts of people across Asia, Europe, and Africa. Annexation means sacrificing lives. Sharing a continent with such a nation made sleep impossible. In the VIP section of Huaxia, Long Hua wore an odd expression. Could it be that method? Truthfully, globally, only China and the United States possess the capability to implement it. The rest lack the military might. They want to but can't. Tainyuk bluntly declared to the camera, launch intercontinental missiles at the Papal State within the former Indian territory. We won't settle this through the national fortune arena. The global coordinator froze for a few seconds. But upon reflection, it actually seemed like a viable solution. The Greek Prime Minister cursed, damn it, why didn't we think of that? Wait, only the United States and China could pull this off. Then, the entire world realized an even bigger problem. If Trump just blurted it out like that, how the hell were they supposed to pull it off?
The Vatican may be small, but they're not extinct yet.
You're making such a big deal about it, as if you're afraid they won't know, right? Trump sneered inwardly.
I want the Papal States to ramp up their efforts against you immediately. The Papal States' actions are currently confined to Asia, Europe, and Africa, theoretically posing no threat to the United States. But what about the future? If the Papal State prevails, the United States and Maya Nation will face a superpower dominating 3 continents.
If the Papal State falls, nations across Asia, Europe, and Africa would suffer varying degrees of damage.
And Trump must carefully gauge the balance. He must neither allow the Papal States to completely annex other nations nor permit those nations to win too easily. He'd better be able to reap some benefits from this himself.
The next instant, the arena's notification sounded.
The Papal States use a challenge card to forcefully challenge the Greek nation.
Type Dual God Deathmatch Arena.
The National Fortune Arena descends in 10 minutes. The Papal State uses a challenge card to forcefully challenge Egypt.
Type Dual God Deathmatch Arena.
The Papal State uses a challenge card to forcefully challenge the Viking nation. The moment the notification appeared, the leaders of the 3 challenged nations were itching to skin that reckless bastard alive.
Why the hell didn't you just talk to us privately?
China, still engaged in the Grand Arena's national fortune battle, was not challenged.
Tamipu continued, gentlemen, time is short.
If Greece, China, Viking, and Egypt are willing to use the "you promise worth 1,000 gold" card to form a pact with the United States and then voluntarily lose a major arena match to us in future tournaments, the United States will personally handle the Papal States.
Damn it, Tamipu is taking advantage of the situation. That's so damn shady. How did someone like this become president? I think it's not a bad deal.
One loss versus the Papal States' endless challenges.
Better than having no choice at all. Better a short pain than a long one.
I reckon the 4 nations will agree to the United States' demands. The Greek Prime Minister was so furious his nose was practically crooked. Tayemupra sure knows how to play the numbers game.
The second major arena has now been announced.
Whether they agree or not, they're guaranteed at least one more double god deathmatch.
They survived the first round, but can they endure the second? Even if they do, it'll be at a terrible cost. The third match is guaranteed to be a loss. 3 consecutive defeats in the double god deathmatch arena, even a nation with the strongest national fortune would be swallowed up. They have no choice but to agree. Otherwise, their nation would perish. By then, the United States would have dealt with the Papal States, while nations across Asia, Europe, and Africa would suffer heavy losses. The beautiful country's only remaining opponent would be the Maya nation. Ironically, the beautiful country could still employ this tactic against the Maya nation. Who didn't know the Maya nation had risen from a small state with weak military foundations? Global leaders soon grasped the implications. The United States was aiming for global domination.
In the end, the Papal States ended up doing the work for the Papal States. Everyone, there's still plenty of time before the second major event.
You might as well take your time considering your options.
With that cryptic remark, he ended the live stream.
China aside, Viking nation and Egypt were already tempted.
They simply couldn't afford to wait any longer.
Continuing the war would truly spell national ruin.
The prime ministers of both nations had no choice but to grit their teeth and reach out to the United States. On the Huaxia stage, Long Hua snorted coldly.
Li Yingdao found it amusing too. The United States had some damn fine ideas. They clearly don't hold the Chinese grandfather in any regard.
The Papal States certainly need resolving, but it's none of your business, pretty country, to stick your nose in where it doesn't belong.
Ambition is written all over your face. Old dragon, let's begin. Long Hua held a briefcase in his hand. The case was pitch black, its design utterly ordinary. Then, Long Hua opened the case and pressed a black button among countless others of varying colors and sizes. Global viewers hadn't yet recovered from the bizarre livestream. Another global broadcast feed from China's Beidou satellites appeared. In the broadcast, missiles launched from various locations across China. Their targets were directly aimed at the Papal State within the former territory of India. The other 3 nations' battle arenas still had 10 minutes to go, but India was right next door to China. 10 minutes? Not a chance. Damn it, how could I have forgotten Huaxia? China's such a decent country.
Look at them, no conditions, no demands.
Just quietly got the job done.
That guy's so unreliable and classless.
Compared to China, he's just a sneaky little bastard. You're the real loser. Hurry up and kowtow to Grandpa China. The Greek Prime Minister and Wen Er exchanged stunned glances. China's actions far exceeded their expectations. They put themselves in China's shoes. They'd definitely make demands like the United States before opening fire. But China just opened fire like that. What a move! The Egyptian and Viking representatives awkwardly hung up the phone, their eyes glued to the live feed. Tabuk stared in disbelief. I'm not surprised China could break free from conventional thinking. But you could have at least made a demand. This makes me look like a fool. At this very moment, the entire global audience was glued to the live feed from China. On screen, multiple intercontinental ballistic missiles launched from various locations, streaking through the sky.
Immediately, the missile swarm locked onto a single target, hurtling toward it from all directions. Beneath the satellites, a blood-red expanse fills the view.
Then came the missiles from China.
In the next instant, the first missile finally reached its destination.
The footage was silent, yet everyone was left speechless by the sheer impact. Chapter 137 exploded.
Only a small number of divine card masters from the Papal State were concentrated in China's National Fortune Arena, thus avoiding harm. Most had just withdrawn from the Three Nations Arena, and the new arena had yet to materialize. The intercontinental missile's speed far exceeded imagination, its cold, metallic aura radiating an aura of terror rivaling that of an S-class deity. On the arenas, the rules still shielded them from harm.
But not now.
Most were obliterated by the missile barrage before they could even react. Though they were all A-class god card masters, possessing synergy and wielding partial divine power. But compared to an ICBM's full power strike equivalent to an S-class deity's attack, they were like ants shaking a tree. The remaining 3 ICBMs followed swiftly. 3 mushroom clouds overshadowed the original one, the sky torn apart, the earth split open. Only then did the world's divine cardmasters realize current divine cardmasters were still far from matching Blue Star's top military weapons. Li Yingdao stared intently at the footage transmitted from the Beta satellite through the battle preparation console. An attack of this magnitude will surely kill that S-rank divine cardmaster from the Papal State. The entire world breathed a sigh of relief. The scourge of the Papal State had finally been dealt with. The Prime Minister of the United States wore a grim expression. Now the United States had managed to offend every nation on Earth while allowing China to reap a wave of prestige.
Divine card masters worldwide were now cheering.
They praised China's actions,
confronting the Papal State head-on and eliminating it completely.
The 2 remaining E-rank divine card masters in the Papal State's war preparation section were still unaware of what had transpired. All they could see was the entire audience erupting in cheers. Time ticked by, and 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye.
3 new national fortune arenas descended. Greece, Viking Nation, and Egypt gritted their teeth and reluctantly submitted their rosters to join the fray.
Fortunately, this was the final match.
The Beidou satellite broadcast continued. The Papal State challenges the Chinese nation. The arena of the dual gods' fatal clash. Round 4, contestants enter the arena.
Li Yingdao instructed Sun Xiaosheng to enter the ring. The latter accepted the order and decisively stepped onto the stage. S-class divine card master Sun Xiaosheng versus A-class divine card master Santiago. On the stage, Santiago couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Since death was inevitable anyway, he might as well ask. What are the spectators shouting about? Sun Xiaosheng's face flushed. He hesitated, unsure whether to tell him the truth. He couldn't exactly say, "Your place blew up, right?" Finally, Sun Xiaosheng chose his words carefully and tactfully explained the situation to Santiago. Santiago's expression went blank as he swallowed hard. This can't be. Bull. You're lying to me, aren't you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The hoarseness in his voice, the anguish etched on his face. Truly, it broke the hearts of those who saw it and brought tears to those who heard it. Sun Xiaosheng couldn't bear to watch any longer and offered comfort. Don't worry, you'll be joining them down there soon enough. Huaxia Nation card, S-rank Monkey King Sun Wukong. Papal State card, A-rank Solomon's 72 Pillars Demon God Samuel. After Sun Wukong appeared, his aura flowed freely. The presence of an S-class deity radiated fully, showing not a trace of weakness. Looks like the great sage's injuries have healed, Sun Xiaosheng breathed a sigh of relief. In the previous battle, Sun Wukong had directly absorbed the resentment of the Papal State's deity with his physical body. He hadn't expected him to recover so quickly. Sun Xiaosheng took a deep breath, his mind taut with focus. This was the double god deathmatch arena. Entrusting the deity to Sun Wukong was practically a sure thing. He couldn't afford to slip up. Santiago looked like a madman. After summoning his deity, he charged straight at Sun Xiaosheng without a second thought. In the preparation area, mushroom clouds slowly dissipated. 4 massive craters were exposed on the ground. Scorched earth and flickering flames were everywhere. The Papal State is finished. The Holy See's divine cardmaster still on the stage is pitiful, suddenly becoming a captive of a fallen nation. Wonder if the Papal State's leader is dead. As the image finally cleared, the crowd fell silent, their eyes wide with shock. Each seemed to have fate's hand clamped around their throats, unable to utter a word. On the screen, a crimson protective barrier shielded the Papal State's forces. Though many Holy See divine cardmasters outside the shield had been melted by the intense heat, those within the shield remained unscathed. At a glance, there were at least 100 people left. At the center of the crowd, a heavily made-up woman standing 2 meters tall manipulated the crimson shield with both hands. Damn it, they're not dead? Are they even human? Divine cardmasters, they can actually withstand top-tier weapons. Long Hua's heart sank. This is trouble. Failing to eliminate the Papal State in one decisive blow, Huaxia was bound to face their furious counterattack. The next instant, Xiaoli appeared on the Huaxia stage with all the Holy See's divine cardmasters in tow.
China is finished now. With so many casualties, the Papal State won't rest until China is destroyed. This is actually good news for the other nations. With the Papal State suffering such heavy losses, they'll likely demand a one-for-one exchange with Huaxia. That's perfect. Best if both nations destroy each other. The emotions of spectators from other nations flared up quickly and faded just as fast. One moment they were relieved China had intervened. The next, they were gloating over its misfortune. Tebu Pru's mouth was practically splitting from grinning. Ha 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 ha. Serves you right. You China folks love playing the hero, huh? Karma. This is all karma. The hearts of Huaxia spectators plummeted to the depths. A card master who can withstand intercontinental missiles. Wouldn't this woman from the Papal Kingdom be unbeatable? She doesn't even need the arena on Blue Star, she's a goddamn deity. She can do whatever the hell she wants. Li Yingdao stared at Xiali as if she were a monster. This woman's compatibility must be at 99%. Despair and terror spread through every Chinese heart. Some even began regretting opening fire on the Papal State earlier. Who the hell could have imagined the Papal State was hiding such a powerhouse? Xiali ordered, spread out across the other 3 arenas. Once you're on an arena, stay there. We've got plenty of challenge cards left. The surviving Holy See Divine Cardmasters obeyed the order, shooting murderous glances at Long Hua before dispersing. Upon hearing Xiali's words, Long Hua's hopes were utterly dashed. Now he couldn't even land a finishing blow. If Xiali killed him on the stage the very next second, Long Hua wouldn't be surprised. Xiali teleported outside the Huaxia VIP section and the preparation area. Li Yingdao and the others fixed their eyes on Xiali, while Shen Sonin hurriedly shielded Long Hua behind her. Even knowing outsiders couldn't enter the VIP section without authorization, they still couldn't shake their unease. Xiali's oppressive aura was overwhelming. Who knew if she could defy the rules and kill outright? I am the representative of the Papal State, and the only S-rank Divine Card Master in the Papal State. Xiali spoke slowly through the arena's rules. Long Hua pushed Shen Sonin aside and demanded in a deep voice, "What do you think you're doing?" Xiali suppressed the sorrow welling up inside her. Even though she desperately wanted to kill the old man before her, the rules forbade it. Moreover, the Papal State had more pressing matters to attend to. Our objective is to resolve the Greek nation and reclaim our territory. I can promise that the Papal State will not take action against China again. After the arena concludes, you must not use military weapons either. Chapter 138, The Terrifying Xiali. Long Hua had braced himself for death, yet never imagined Xiali would utter such words. He couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. Despite such a blood feud, she could restrain herself and focus solely on confronting the Greek nation. But Long Hua didn't believe a single word of Xiali's speech. Now you tell me you only want to deal with Greece? What were you doing all this time? Where were these words when you launched the National Fortune Tournament against Huaxia, Viking, and Egypt? And if Xiali truly intended to target Greece, she could have entered the arena from the very beginning. One heir would never have stood a chance against her. Why wait until now? The Papal State clearly intends to swallow up the entire Asia-Europe-Africa region in one gulp. Long Hua remarked calmly, "Miss Xiali, if the Papal State is so intent on confronting Greece, why launch a national fortune tournament against our nation? Otherwise, China wouldn't have deployed intercontinental missiles against you. This situation today is entirely of your own making. Now that the Papal State has suffered heavy casualties, do you finally understand that victory must be earned step by step? Where were you all this time?" Long Hua's words were blunt. Shen Sonin's muscles tensed, ready to shield Long Hua at any moment. In my view, the Papal State has brought this upon itself today. If you wish to seek revenge against Greece, that's your prerogative. But you should never, ever have brought the flames of war to China. Now that the deed is done, let me make this clear, China and the Papal State are now mortal enemies. Whether you choose to focus your retaliation on China or Greece from now on is irrelevant. Because China will spare no effort in targeting the Papal State. Long Hua displayed the bearing of a great nation's leader. I've done what I had to do, and I'll bear the consequences. Do as you please. Xiali's face turned as cold as ice. She snapped, "Does China truly wish to wage an unending war against our nation?" Long Hua offered no reply, merely meeting Xiali's gaze with an unflinching stare. The battle on the arena was brief. As expected, Sun Wukong emerged victorious, while Sun Shaoshan also dispatched his opponent without incident. Papal State challenges Huaxia Nation. Dual Gods Fatal Showdown. Round 4, Huaxia Nation wins. Upon hearing the arena announcement, Xiali suddenly smiled. So be it, China's national fortune and population far surpass those of Greece. The Papal State's annexation of China would only expand its horizons even further. Xiali no longer looked at Long Hua. Instead, she walked to the edge of the Huaxia preparation area and addressed Li Yingdao. "Do you know why I didn't strike first?" Xiali knew full well that Li Yingdao could hear her. Li Yingdao shook his head solemnly. "Because I know the Papal State's weakness. Under heavy fire, few would survive. That's why I held back, fearing China or the United States might unleash their firepower on us.
Li Yingdao was startled. Xia Li had anticipated this all along.
But I still failed. Your timing was impeccable. In the end, my nation suffered heavy losses.
Xia Li's tone dipped briefly but soon lifted again.
But it doesn't matter.
Once you're dealt with, Huaxia will be no threat.
Then I can sacrifice even more rank, even S-rank divine card masters. As for that fool Taimepu, he'll be the first one I kill when this is over. Li Ying clenched his fists. At the end of the day, Xia Li just wanted to fight.
Beyond that reason, there's also your involvement. Li Yingdao's brow furrowed slightly as Xia Li continued. In my eyes, whether it's Wunner from Greece, Jinan from the Mayan Empire, or any other S-rank divine card master in China, none of them are a threat. Even if the 5 divine card masters of Sakura Nation stood before me, I could annihilate them single-handedly.
The only one who truly threatens me is you. Across the entire Blue Star, you're the only one worthy of my attention.
I intended to save you for last, but unforeseen circumstances forced me to deal with you first.
Without you, the rest of China's S-class divine card masters will be leaderless. They won't even need my intervention. A bunch of A-class divine card masters could overwhelm them. I bet the plan to open fire was your idea too, right?
With the conversation having reached this point, Li Yingdao saw no reason to hide anything.
He nodded in response to Xia Li.
For a moment, the eyes of the entire audience focused on the two of them. Li Yingdao looked up at Xia Li, who stood over 2 meters tall. The world now knew of Xia Li's formidable power, a powerhouse with infinite synergy reaching 100%. Li Yingdao, meanwhile, was widely recognized as the world's foremost divine card master. It was a clash of titans. At the same time, global leaders breathed a collective sigh of relief. Regardless of who emerged victorious from this clash, the outcome would benefit them all.
Li Yingdao's expression remained serene, his gaze as deep and still as a dark pool.
Seeing she couldn't probe anything further, Xia Li's full, crimson lips curved slightly as she drew 2 cards from her bosom.
One-on-one challenge cards, godly rotation battle cards.
After this match, there's no need to send our subordinates as cannon fodder. I'll challenge you individually with these 2 cards. Rest assured, the penalty for defeat will be far harsher than the double god deathmatch arena.
With that, Xia Li teleported away, leaving the assembled combatants in the preparation area reeling.
Long Hua felt a dryness in his throat. He didn't want Li Yingdao to accept the challenge, but the word stuck in his throat. Li Yingdao shook his head slightly at Long Hua before stating, 5th match, Old Qin, you're up next.
Papal Kingdom challenges Huaxia Nation. The Double Gods Fatal Battle Stage.
5th match, both contestants, please take the stage. Cold sweat beaded on Qin Baixing's forehead.
Xia Li's pressure was overwhelming.
Even as a spectator, he felt a weight akin to that of an S-class deity.
Against such an opponent, even if a god-level battle could be won, what chance did a god card master stand in a duel? If the person is gone, what use is a god? Brotherly, my life is worthless. Let me take your place in the fight. Ding Yanan offered timidly, I'm the least useful. If someone has to sacrifice themselves, I'd be the most cost-effective choice.
Li Yingdao spread his hands helplessly.
Who said I'm going to die? It's you lot. You'd be going to your deaths. But? No buts. Leave it to me from here on out.
Once we deal with that old witch Xia Li, the Papal Kingdom won't be a threat anymore. Qin Baixing had no choice but to grit his teeth and step forward, silently vowing to stall for as long as possible.
Even if it meant dragging things out for a day and night, it didn't matter.
He needed to buy Li Yingdao time to recover his strength. S-class divine card master Qin Baixing vs.
A-class divine card master Li Yingdao. China's card, S-rank 3 tank C assembly Great God Neza. Papal state card, A-rank Solomon 72 pillars demon god Mammon. Now, global viewers had no interest in watching the arena battle.
Xia Li's overwhelming combat prowess had captured everyone's attention.
Such a superhuman existence would keep any national leader in the world awake at night.
Moreover, many had witnessed Xia Li's one-on-one standoff with Li Yingdao on the Huaxia stage.
News spread like wildfire. Extra, extra.
The strongest human fighter, Xia Li, challenges the mightiest card master, Li Yingdao.
What? Li Yingdao is going one-on-one with Xia Li? What? Li Yingdao has fallen for Xia Li?
Godly has quite the taste, but Xia Li does have a unique charm.
Is this considered an older man dating a much younger woman?
The leaders of Greece, Viking Nation, and Egypt simultaneously sought out Long Hua,
seeking strategies to defeat the enemy. If Xia Li is that powerful, wouldn't the deity she summons have to break through S-rank? Mr. Long, what exactly did that Xia Li discuss with you and Li Yingdao? Indeed, Mr. Long. As things stand, only your Li Yingdao seems capable of putting up a fight.
The other summoners are mere nobodies before Xia Li. Long Hua revealed that after the ceremony, Xia Li would initiate a one-on-one divine battle against Li Yingdao. The 3 finally breathed a sigh of relief.
That's good. If the sky falls, let the tall ones hold it up. Chapter 139, Reclaiming the Papal Kingdom, a brand new arena. Upon learning the outcome, the representatives from the three nations exchanged glances, each seeing schadenfreude in the other's eyes. They found an excuse to leave. Scum! Manhwa felt a wave of disgust. Human nature laid bare. Egypt had flatly refused the alliance request at first, yet now that a powerful enemy had emerged, they were shamelessly groveling to China. After dealing with the Papal States, you're next. Shin Song-in continued dispatching the Dragon Guard to monitor the tournament proceedings of these three nations. Shin Song-in acknowledged the order and began arranging personnel deployments. Immediately after, Manhwa ordered intercontinental missiles to be kept on constant standby. Should any Papal State personnel appear, they were to fire without delay. By this point, the Papal State in China had completely severed ties. Manhwa couldn't care less about the cost of the missiles. As long as it increased Li Yingdao's odds of victory, he was willing to spend whatever it took. The second arena belonged to Greece and the Papal State. The Papal State still has that formidable figure, Xia Li. A nation's leader being its strongest divine card master? Unheard of. When Air felt both stunned and relieved. Having such a formidable opponent diverted elsewhere was undoubtedly a blessing. Li Yingdao. Beyond his innate enmity toward the Papal State, when Air felt a pang of melancholy. He and Li Yingdao were arch-rivals, yet they admired each other as heroes. He genuinely hoped Li Yingdao would win. Should Li Yingdao fall to Xia Li, when Air would not hesitate to avenge him. They say Xia Li surpasses even me. A god king of the Greek pantheon, I can summon such a being now too. On the Huaxia arena stage. The spectators present were all waiting for this stage to conclude, eager to witness the ultimate showdown between Li Yingdao and Xia Li. As for the gods currently battling, the crowd showed little interest. Xin Baisheng and Neza were frantically stalling for time, even more absurdly than the previous match. One just kept running, the other stood still taking blows, refusing to strike back no matter what. Levi and Mammon exhausted every tactic at their disposal, yet failed to injure their opponents. They only wore themselves out in the process. That Neza god from Huaxia is playing dirty. Just end it already, you bastards. Everyone's waiting. The Chinese player is clearly stalling to buy time for Li Yingdao. Neza dodged Mammon's attack once more, swiftly pulling away. He glanced briefly at Li Yingdao in the preparation area, who sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, completely still. Seeing this, the wind fire wheels beneath his feet accelerated even faster, breaking through the limits and producing a sonic boom. For the sake of the three-eyed one, this prince will buy you some time. Don't embarrass him. Mammon, relentlessly pursuing from behind, groaned in frustration. He could barely keep up with Neza's speed to begin with. Now he was accelerating even faster. Time slowly passed. 1 hour later. The second round of the second largest arena tournament between the Papal States and the three nations of Greece, Viking, and Egypt has commenced. Xin Baisheng stood up, his back aching, thinking the time was about right. Mammon and Levi of the Papal States lay motionless on the ground like dead dogs. Xin Baisheng glanced back at the arena. Li Yingdao, sensing the familiar gaze, slowly opened his eyes. After checking the time, he gave a confirming glance. Xin Baisheng nodded and shouted to Neza, Lotus Root God, it's done. Finally over. Levi and Mammon were on the verge of tears, it was finally over. Both faced death with resignation. Papal State challenges China. Dual Gods Fatal Showdown. Round 5, Huaxia Nation wins. Papal State challenges China, China wins. The Papal State's national lifespan reduced by 10 years. China's overall national fortune increases by 10%. This reward is acceptable, Manhwa breathed a sigh of relief. Among the Papal State's remaining divine card masters, many were elderly. A sudden 10-year reduction in lifespan effectively decimated the Papal State's ranks of divine card masters. Every single one who died of old age was an A-rank divine card master. Xia Li's expression darkened as numerous divine card masters around her instantly perished from old age. As they drew their last breaths, they murmured, Lady Xia Li, please restore our holy see. Restore the Papal State. Restore the Papal State. These were the last remaining citizens of the Papal Kingdom. Each had followed her through 10 years of wandering across the African continent. Just as they were about to taste sweet victory and reclaim their homeland. Yet they perished here. They never got to see the moment they longed for. Xia Li bit her lip hard, cold, helpless, anxious, furious. But she did not weep. Over the past decade, her tears had long since dried up. Her voice raspy, she declared, Gentlemen, I, Xia Li, swear this oath. I shall stand with the Papal Kingdom until its final breath, dedicating everything I have to its restoration. My heart, my blood, my entire spirit and will to fight. Should I fail, I shall fight until my final breath. If death claims me, my spirit in fighting shall endure, pass down to our descendants. Even if I perish utterly, my spirit will extinguished, leaving only a name behind, I shall continue to fight. My brothers and sisters. The Holy See shall rise again. The few remaining divine cardmasters of the Holy Kingdom knelt, tears streaming down their faces, the Holy Kingdom shall rise again. The Holy See shall rise. The Holy See shall rise again. The arena was about to vanish, yet not a single spectator left.
for they knew an unprecedented stage was about to descend. Xiaoli teleported before Li Yingdao and slowly drew 2 cards. The Papal State uses a one-on-one challenge card, forcibly challenging China's Li Yingdao. The Papal State uses the Divine Rotation Battle card, allowing both sides to summon 5 deities to battle in succession. The original arena's surface cracked like a dilapidated wall. Gray flakes drifted away with the wind, revealing an entirely new arena unlike any seen before. The original arena had been rustic and ancient, resembling a Roman Colosseum. The newly manifested one-on-one rotation battle platform, however, shone with a brilliant silver exterior, its edges adorned with crimson and gold patterns. It was less a stage and more a resplendent temple of gold and splendor. The brand new setting pushed the audience's excitement to its peak. Everyone understood the significance of this battle. The sole S-class divine cardmaster of the Papal State, who had remained hidden for a decade, was about to face off against the universally acknowledged strongest divine cardmaster, Li Yingdao. Please welcome both contestants to the stage. The wind howled as both figures ascended the arena almost simultaneously. These two have likely transcended the realm of divine cardmasters? Calling them gods would not be an exaggeration. This battle will be a milestone in the history of the National Fortune Arena. Whoever wins will sweep across Asia, Europe, and Africa, becoming the world's foremost power in national fortune. The betting is open. I'm betting on Xiaoli to win. I'm betting on China's Li Yingdao 30 million. I'll put up 50 million. The moment he stepped onto the stage, Li Yingdao's expression turned peculiar. Where are my support cards? In the past, support cards would appear in his hand and be ready to use with just a thought. Now, no matter how he summoned it, it remained out of reach. Xiaoli said calmly, "Don't bother trying. The use of support cards is prohibited on this stage." Xiaoli made no effort to muffle her voice, ensuring every spectator in the arena heard her clearly. The Chinese spectators turned ashen-faced, each looking like a defeated rooster. Who didn't know that the Holy See's divine cardmasters had no support cards? This rule clearly favored the Papal State. Li Yingdao quickly adjusted his strategy. Without support cards, there were fewer variables. And once the deity was summoned, all variables and formidable foes would become irrelevant. Chapter 140, Deity, Angel. Don't overthink it. These 2 cards were meant for you all along. Wonder of Greece isn't worthy of such treatment from me, Xiaoli said casually. Tall and slender, she wasn't a conventional beauty. Her nose was high-bridged, yet the wings were slightly pointed. Her lips were thin, her eyes and brows slender. These features blended together to create a unique beauty, one that etched itself into the mind at a single glance. Her shoulders were broad, and she stood perfectly straight. Due to her height, she often looked down on others when she gazed at them. An innate, commanding presence radiated from her, causing people to instinctively lower their gaze, afraid to meet her eyes directly. It felt like staring at one's own feet was the only way to avoid offending her. Simply standing there, Xiaoli radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure, crushing any thought of defiance or disobedience. Li Yingdao remained impassive as he remarked, "Wonder will surely fight you to the death upon hearing this." Xiaoli paid no heed, continuing, "Over the past decade, I've read extensively. Most of my studies have focused on the classics of Huaxia. I've discovered that Huaxia's fate mirrors that of my Papal Kingdom. Despite possessing profound foundations, it struggles to summon powerful deities. Your deities seem like those nations that were conquered and erased." Li Yingdao's guard against Xiaoli heightened. That she could discern this meant she was no ordinary person. "Alas, my Papal State lacks the profound heritage of China, it won't last another decade." Xiaoli's expression dimmed momentarily before brightening with a smile. "I've heard that heroes are forged by the times. Seeing you today, I realize it's truly so. Li Yingdao, you and I are the heroes forged by our nation's times." The 9 cards before them slowly refreshed. Li Yingdao smiled in response, "It seems you haven't read enough books. You believe heroes are forged by the times, but I believe heroes forge the times themselves." Xiaoli remained unperturbed. Who was right and who was wrong we'll soon find out. Then, both began refining their cards. "Why are those 2 exchanging glances like that?" Qin Baisheng muttered, stroking his chin. "Could it be?" Ding Yanran chimed in, "They might be a bit older, but that's not a deal-breaker. If we could get Xiaoli on our side, we'd be unstoppable." Gu Sisi couldn't stand it anymore. "What time is it now? Are you joking?" Sun Shaoshang scratched his head, completely lost in the conversation. On the stage, Li Yingdao stared at the 9 cards, deep in thought. "We need to summon 5 deities in succession, essentially a deathmatch. But each deity can only appear once. Among the 9 cards, none possessed S-rank power except for the True Lord. All hope rests on the True Lord." Li Yingdao decisively chose to summon the True Lord. Huaxia Nation card, S-rank Erlang Xianqing True Lord. Papal State card, S-rank Angel. The moment the arena announcement sounded, the Huaxia audience erupted in cheers. Their adoration for the True Lord had long reached its peak, surpassing any other deity. The supreme deity of Kimchi Nation, Dangun, and the supreme deity of Cherry Blossom Nation, Amaterasu Amakami, had both fallen at the hands of the True Lord.
They firmly believed that even if Li summoned the supreme god of the papal state, he would still be cut down by the true lord. Meanwhile, the few remaining divine cardmasters of the papal state were already weeping, one by one kneeling on the ground. They bowed in the most reverent manner to welcome their deity. This was their last and only hope. Victory meant boundless horizons, with no rival left on Blue Star. Defeat meant 10 years of accumulated strength gone down the drain. Qin Baisheng frowned in confusion. I know the papal state has an angelic deity system, but what exactly does just an angel mean? Gu Sisi shook her head. Angels are always preceded by a title denoting their rank and position, such as seraphim or archangel. But an angel referred to simply as angel? I've never heard of such a thing. At the same time, Li Yingdao was also perplexed. Another variable. At the very least, his knowledge had never encountered an angel referred to by name alone. Li Yingdao's sense of foreboding grew stronger. At the same time, he became increasingly certain of his decision to summon the true lord. It was nighttime now, and a golden light pierced the sky, illuminating the entire universe. Amidst the cheers of the Chinese audience, the second Lord of Heavenly Justice made his appearance, a figure of awe-inspiring majesty. He wore a triple-peaked phoenix cap, a battle robe embroidered with gold threads, and bore the heaven-piercing eye on his forehead, its gaze opening and closing with divine authority. He radiated the unique, pure, and sacred aura of a sage, intertwined with a fierce and ruthless killing intent. "Greetings, true lord." Li Yingdao offered a slight bow. This was the second time he had summoned the true lord since the latter attained sainthood. Now, only 3 more summons remained. Yet using one to confront Li felt entirely worthwhile to Li Yingdao. At that moment, a flawless white light appeared in the sky, standing in stark contrast to the true lord's golden radiance. A colossal shadow fell upon the arena floor. So beautiful. How can there be so many wings? Wings. Wings covered the entire back of this deity known as the angel. Upon closer inspection, there were 18 wings in total. In the angelic hierarchy of the papal kingdom, wings signify power and status. Ordinary angels are scarcely worthy of wings. Even the higher-ranking seraphim, cherubim, and throne angels possess only 6 wings. Yet this angel possessed 18 wings. Her height reached 100 zhang, her graceful form engraved with flowing runes. Even clad in blazing white light armor, it couldn't conceal her near-perfect figure. Spectators on the viewing platform stared in awe. Men and women alike fixed their gaze upon the angel. As if one more glance would be a lifetime's fortune. Without a doubt, this divine being was breathtakingly beautiful. The next instant, the angel's face abruptly shifted, revealing another female visage. Then another, entirely different, beautiful face appeared. Only then did the spectators realize the angel possessed 3 faces. 3 utterly distinct faces, each breathtakingly beautiful. The only similarity was their pair of emotionless, icy cold eyes. An angel, what an angel! Li has summoned all 3 of the highest-ranking angels from the papal kingdom's angelic hierarchy at once. By now, Li Yingdao could clearly see that the deity before him was a fusion of the seraphim, cherubim, and throne. No wonder there were so many wings. Support cards are unusable, and divine cardmasters can't battle each other. I can only rely on the true lord. Truthfully, even if divine cardmasters could battle each other, given Li's ability to withstand missiles head-on, Li Yingdao couldn't guarantee victory. There was no doubt about it, Li was gambling. She knew full well that no single deity from the papal state could stand against the true lord alone. So why not expend 3 precious slots right in the first match to confront the true lord? She was betting that Li Yingdao would summon the true lord right from the start. Otherwise, her 3 chances would be wasted. As it turned out, her gamble paid off. Li lifted her gaze to the graceful figure in the sky, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes. The vast majority of the papal state's sacrificial offerings had been given to the deity before her. This angelic deity was not merely a simple amalgamation of the 3 supreme archangels, but the culmination of a decade's worth of resentment from the papal state. Chapter 141, The True Lord's Past. Seraphim, the mightiest within the angelic hierarchy. Their bodies blaze with searing passion and flame. Seraphim, hailed as the wisest of angels. And the thrones, symbolizing authority and judgment, were the most resolute angels within the angelic hierarchy. Li Yingdao hastily transmitted the information about the 3 archangels to the true lord. It was the only thing he could do at that moment. Yet in terms of sheer might, the archangels far surpassed both the Tangun of Kimchi Nation and the Amaterasu Amakami of Cherry Blossom Nation. The true lord nodded slightly. This was indeed the most formidable opponent he had encountered on the national fortune arena. Even as a quasi-saint, he felt threatened. The true lord struck first, his third eye blazing open. Golden light pierced through illusions, shattering malevolent entities. The angel, now a vivid seraphim, neither flinched nor dodged. Runes flowed across her body, weaving into a shield in midair. The golden light struck the shield, erupting in a blinding flash. The runes shattered and reformed continuously, stubbornly withstanding the golden radiance of the third eye. The golden pillar collided with the white rune shield, energy cascading like rain, causing space itself to tremble.
In the final moment before the light dissipated, the great sword, burning with white flames, thrust toward the true lord.
This can't be. Li Yingdao knew the true lord had unleashed this strike with full force, yet the angel had not only withstood it but still possessed the energy to counterattack. After all, the true lord possessed the genuine combat strength of a near saint. Did this mean the angel's strength was also at the quasi-saint level? This was utterly inconceivable. The true lord swung his three-pronged double-edged spear, tracing a cross in the air. A blinding light shot forth, and the giant sword, like a kite whose string had snapped, flew back into the angel's grasp. The next moment, Li Yingdao received the true lord's telepathic message. It's the heavenly Tao. The angel still bore the visage of a seraph. She raised the great sword high, its blade blazing with white flames that were no ordinary fire. These flames carried the power of absolute purification, a sanction specifically targeting demons and evil spirits, capable of incinerating all impurity and heresy. Whoosh! A silver bullet shot forth, splitting in two midair, then 2 into 4, 4 into 8. 81 silver bullets poured down, striking the white flames. A dull rumble of energy annihilation echoed as a white rain of fire fell from the sky. Li Yingdao's mind raced. The way of heaven diminishes the surplus to replenish the deficiency. The way of man diminishes the deficiency to serve the surplus. 10 years ago, the sealing of the Pope's divine beings was the work of heaven. Now the heavenly way offered a solution: sacrifice the people of the papal state to unseal the deities. Damn it! Does the way of heaven hate humanity this much? Li Yingdao cursed bitterly. Regardless of whether the angel before him had reached quasi-saint combat power, this battle was undoubtedly what the way of heaven desired to see. As the intensity of the battle escalated, the true lord gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing a moment, he explained, the angels of the papal state merely possess quasi-saint strength in certain aspects, but their overall power falls short of true quasi-saints. Li Yingdao felt a sudden clarity dawn within him. Taken individually, an angel was undoubtedly S-tier, with power potentially matching that of a great immortal or even a supreme immortal. But it could never be a quasi-saint. Xia Li likely understood this long ago, yet had no means to elevate her deity's power to quasi-saint level. Thus, she devised this imperfect solution. By merging the three angels and combining their strengths, she could achieve a level of power comparable to a near saint in certain aspects. Yet true quasi-saints must cultivate their own Tao fruit. The three angels fell far short of quasi-sainthood in both power and divine authority. Thus, they resorted to this unconventional method to confront the true lord. On her own, Xia Li might not have been able to pull it off. No matter how powerful she is, she can't influence the gods. It was most likely the work of the way of heaven. Long before this, Li Yingdao had noticed the way of heaven and the arena were at odds. Thus, he orchestrated a series of sacrificial offerings targeting the papal state. This way, he could both reduce the population and allow angels to slaughter deities on the arena. A chill ran through Li Yingdao's heart, deepening his understanding of the Tao's ruthlessness. Be cautious, true lord. Beyond its white flames, this seraph also wields attacks targeting emotions. Speak of the devil. The angel beneath the seraphim's visage, frustrated by the prolonged stalemate, flashed a look of irritation. She abruptly halted her assault, sheathing her greatsword as her hands pressed together in prayer. Her aura retracted to its absolute limit. Immediately, a faint, mosquito-like song began to echo. The melody mingled with the wind, spreading to every corner of the arena. The sounds intertwined, growing louder and louder, like heavenly music. Many spectators, bewildered, closed their eyes, lost in its enchantment. Li Yingdao's hair stood on end as a torrent of emotions surged through him. Regret, rage, guilt, shame. Li Yingdao had encountered his share of emotional attacks: Chang'e's repentance strike, Mangpo's 8 tears. But an adversary as relentless as Seraphim was a first. All of them were extreme negative emotions. It wouldn't stir any other feelings within you, only the urge to end your own life. Ugh! Within mere seconds, numerous spectators in the stands perished from Seraphim's attack. Li Yingdao hurriedly glanced toward the Huaxia section, where Qin Baisheng and Gu Sisi stood shielding the crowd. One unfurled the heaven-shaking silk, spreading it wide to shield as much space as possible. The other murmured incantations, choosing to counterattack head-on. Before long, blood trickled from the corners of both their eyes. Yet the Huaxia spectators behind them remained protected, suffering no casualties. Li Yingdao gritted his teeth, simultaneously adjusting his state using the 36 transformations of the heavenly stems and 9 breaths of chi control. He charged toward the edge of the arena near the Chinese seating area. Boom! Li Yingdao's muscles tensed, veins bulging like coiled serpents. The ground beneath the platform erupted, forming a barrier that rose to shield the Chinese section. 36 transformations of heavenly gangs, mountain-moving stone-chasing. This wasn't a mere sonic assault, it struck his flesh directly. Li Yingdao could only strive to minimize the Seraphim's attack. What the hell is this stage made of? It's actually being affected by the heavenly Tao to this extent. Normally, the arena shielded spectators, but now it was utterly useless. Li Yingdao knew without a doubt this was the work of the heavenly Tao. Nearly all the world's divine card masters were gathered here now. The more who died, the more advantageous it was for the heavenly Tao. The Seraphim's target is the true Lord. were merely collateral damage and already suffering this much. What must the true lord be enduring? Even Li Yingdao, whose power rivaled that of an A-rank deity, nearly couldn't withstand the aftershock. This alone proved the terrifying might of the Seraphim's strike. It absolutely reached the quasi-saint level. Not a single deity who ever stepped onto this arena could withstand such a strike. The true lord's heavenly eyes remained tightly shut, yet his heart lake once smooth as a mirror after attaining sainthood ripplet with undulations. For a moment, he seemed transported back to his childhood. Back then, Yaoji, the celestial maiden and sister of the Jade Emperor, descended to the mortal realm, falling in love with a common scholar surnamed Yang. And she bore him a child. That mortal was Yang Tianyu, the biological father of Yang Jian. 1 year, a severe drought struck the mortal realm. 4 months, not a drop of rain fell. Fields cracked like tortoise shells, and people were displaced. Hundreds of rain-praying altars failed to summon even a single drop. Unable to bear the suffering of the mortal realm, the fairy Yunhua used her magic to bring rain. Chapter 142, Shifting Forms, the Archangel emerges. The rain was light, yet it fell steadily through the night. It soaked the earth just enough to quench the parched land without causing flooding. A trace of nostalgia flickered across Yang Jian's icy cold face. Mother! Another year saw the plague rampant, the imperial court helpless. Countless people perished daily from the epidemic. The immortal Yunhua disguised herself as a herb-gathering maiden, venturing deep into the mountains to find the divine herb. After crushing the herbs and adding them to the water source, the plague receded within 3 days. Such acts of mercy were many, many more. The child born to Yunhua Xianzi and Yang Tianyu was named Yang Jiao. 2 years later, a second son was born, named Yang Jian. Finally, they welcomed a daughter, exquisitely beautiful and utterly adorable, whom they named Yang Chan. Those were the happiest years of Yang Jian's life. And the beginning of Yang Jian's nightmare. Suddenly, the cloudless sky darkened with storm clouds, and an oppressive aura from the celestial court descended upon the Yang family's dwelling. Brilliant golden light shone upon the Yang family. Within the radiance, the figures of celestial soldiers and generals flickered in and out of view, all clad in armor and radiating a fierce, murderous aura. Immortal Lady Yaoji of Yunhua. You descended to the mortal realm without permission, married a mortal, and bore an illegitimate child. The Jade Emperor decrees that mortals have disrupted the celestial order. We are commanded to slay the mortals, capture you, and imprison you beneath Mount Taosan. With that, golden light erupted, pouring down with an overwhelming aura that crushed all beneath it. The expression on Yunhua Xianzi's face turned grim. She could not flee behind her lay her home, behind her stood Yang Jian and Yang Chan. Gentle immortal energy formed a barrier, barely holding back the golden light. Jianer. Take your sister and flee quickly. Mother, I won't leave. Young Yang Chan, and used to such chaos, broke down in tears. Yang Jian could only cling tightly to his sister. Yaoji. Yang Tianyu, returning home, saw the celestial soldiers and generals gathering on the horizon, the bloodstain at his wife's mouth, and his daughter wailing. He knew instantly the heavenly court had sent men to capture Yunhua. The worst outcome had unfolded. Yang Tianyu roared, raised his axe, and charged forward. Though a scholar by birth, he was no coward, his face twisted with fury. Alas, he remained mortal, a mere mortal who had not even set foot on the path to immortality. Before the divine, he was utterly insignificant. Golden light shot down, and the axe slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground. Yang Tianyu cast one final glance at Yunhua Xianzi. He died. Yang Jian screamed in utter despair. Back then, he was too young, and there was so little he could do. Father! Yang Jiao, who had returned with them, witnessed his father's death firsthand, his face contorted with hatred and tears. Little brother, take care of mother and our sister. I'll fight you to the death. Yang Jiao picked up the axe Yang Tianyu had dropped and charged toward the golden light. He vanished into dust before he could utter a scream. No! Her husband and child died before her eyes. Yunhua Xianzi's black hair flew wildly as she summoned every ounce of her cultivation to forcefully block the golden light, sending Yang Jian and Yang Chan away. Take my sister to Mount Tai. These were Yunhua Xianzi's final words. She was sealed beneath Peach Mountain, doomed to eternal imprisonment. Yang Jian's wails were drowned out by Mount Peach's rumbling. As a mortal, he could only watch helplessly as his father and elder brother perished, and his mother was sealed away. Though afterward, Yang Jian, driven by this tragedy, wielded his three-pronged spear and led his hound, Xiao Tian, on a rampage from Guanzhou Mouth all the way to the heavenly court. Even after avenging his bloodkin, the agony of their loss could never be erased. High in the sky, Yang Jian stood motionless. This time, he had no mother to shield him from the storm, no father or elder brother to stand before him. For safety's sake, he didn't even summon his celestial hound for this battle. Before he knew it, he had become a lonely figure. A faint smile graced the archangel's nearly flawless cheeks, revealing 2 dimples. You. How is that possible? The next instant, the three-pronged double-edged spear shot forward. Fast. Faster. Faster. The spear tip's speed was utterly unfathomable. One moment it was in the true Lord's grasp, the next it expanded infinitely within the seraphim's pupils.
Against all odds, the seraphim twisted its neck with a violent jerk, narrowly evading the strike. His flawless cheek was slashed, golden blood flowing freely. When Li Yingdao looked again, Yang Jian's eyes were calm, his expression serene. The turbulent waves within his heart had been smoothed, those emotions no longer capable of stirring even the slightest ripple. Had this strike come before I attained near sainthood, I truly could not have withstood it. But now, I am a near saint. The past is but fleeting clouds, I shall not forget it. Yet I shall not be bound by it. The final barrier to becoming a near saint was slaying the 3 corpses. The obsession corpse had long been slain by the true Lord himself. What obsession remained? Seraph's voice was cut off, and the entire audience breathed a collective sigh of relief. They turned to the true Lord with eyes full of gratitude. Tens of thousands of spectators had already perished because of the seraphim. Had the true Lord not intervened, they might all have perished. Terrifying. That feeling was pure hell. I can't imagine how the true Lord of Huaxia endured it. It's the angels, after all. They know how to prey on human hearts. Seraphim's expression remained icy. Though unwilling to admit it, he knew he was truly no match for his opponent. In the next instant, the angel's visage shifted from the frigid seraphim to the haughty cherubim. The massive sword blazing with white flames in its hand transformed into a self-turning book of laws. Li Yingdao looked at the angel with contempt. Is that how you play? Each of the 3 archangels unleashed their ultimate abilities, testing which would prevail, huh? The seraphim's arrogance differed from Sherry's. Hers was a haughty disdain that looked down on all living things, a pride that knew no bounds. The archangel of wisdom, however, carried an arrogance tinged with contempt. As if every living being fell far short of her in wisdom. The next moment, the archangel of wisdom moved. The book of laws in her hand turned, and the arena space seemed to be precisely divided into strips and frames. The crowd sensed something amiss, yet could not discern the details. Li Yingdao strained his eyes and discovered frames appearing on the arena. Were it not for the extremely subtle lines forming the borders, Li Yingdao might never have noticed them. What the hell is this? He had never witnessed such a technique before. The next moment, a shattering sound echoed as transparent spikes protruded from the frames. The surrounding space began to compress, relentlessly squeezing toward the direction of the true Lord. The spikes pierced toward the true Lord from all directions. Invert yin and yang, shift stars and swap constellations. The space relaxed momentarily, and the spikes instantly reversed their direction, now attacking the archangel instead. Li Yingdao's eyes lit up. The technique the true Lord employed was indeed one of the 36 transformations of the heavenly gangs. Though the strike failed, the archangel showed no anger. Pages turned. The distorted space and spines vanished, restoring normality. Her combat style differed from the seraphim's. The seraphim favored clashing head-on with foes using their massive swords, engaging in close-quarters combat to personally slay their opponents. But the archangel of wisdom was different. She delighted in outwitting her opponents with her superior intellect. In her eyes, those who relied solely on brute strength and physical might were utterly unworthy of being called gods. Li Yingdao had also discerned the seraphim's combat style. Seraphim relied on physical collision, while cherubim engaged in covert magical duels. Chapter 143, The Greedy Seraphim. The ensuing battle left the entire audience speechless. Instead of exchanging blows, the two faced each other across the void, unleashing a torrent of magical techniques. The dazzling special effects were overwhelming to behold. Often, the moment the Archangel of Wisdom launched an attack, the true Lord would instantly devise a countermeasure and strike back. The Archangel responded in kind, unleashing one move after another. Both had entered a state of intense focus. Such high-intensity magical attacks tested endurance and foundational strength. At this moment, the arena resembled a chessboard. The two were the players, their spells the pieces. The Angel of Wisdom grew increasingly alarmed as the battle raged on. This man before me possesses such profound depth. Every move she made was met with a counter by her opponent. Techniques that had always worked flawlessly before were now utterly useless. Even her ultimate techniques, never before unleashed, failed to trouble him significantly. The arena descended into chaos as various magical techniques erupted. Barriers, chains, beams of light, mountains, they appeared one after another. Just as the crowd cheered for the thrilling battle, Li Yingdao's brow furrowed. Something's wrong. The angelic deities of the Papal Kingdom were the fusion of the three great archangels. If this angel failed, they could simply summon the next. But the true Lord was another matter entirely. Among the 9 cards, aside from the true Lord, Li Yingdao possessed not a single other deity card worthy of the stage. In other words, though this tournament featured 5 deities, Li Yingdao could only field the true Lord. The true Lord must face the Holy See's 5 divine beings. 1 or 2 might be manageable, the true Lord could hold his own. But what about the long haul? The Seraph knew full well that his attacks couldn't harm the true Lord, yet he continued to unleash them with relentless enthusiasm. The pages of the Book of Laws in her hands were nearly worn to shreds. What's the point? She seeks nothing but attrition. If a true sage were here, it wouldn't matter at all. Every gesture of a sage embodies the way. All things in the universe could become a sage's weapon. But a near saint couldn't pull that off.
This is not the true Lord's domain. The true Lord cannot yet achieve the state of invincibility. Moreover, certain aspects of the angel rival even a near saint. We can't delay any longer.
Li Yingdao immediately transmitted his voice to the true Lord. True Lord,
don't waste time with her. Aim for a single, decisive strike.
The true Lord nodded. When confronted once more by the surging pressure of barriers closing in from all directions, he did not resort to the 36 transformations of heavenly gangs as he had before.
That tactic was too gentle. Jitian resorting to the same tactic meant she had run out of options. But this Xinjuan still had many trump cards yet to play. Crack! The whip lashed through the air, erupting in a thunderous crack.
Li Yingdao focused his gaze. In the true Lord's left hand appeared an extremely thick and long whip, its design ancient and simple. It was the mountain-chasing whip. Originating from the ancient legend of carrying mountains and chasing the sun, it possessed boundless mystical power. A single swing could shatter the heavens and split the earth, causing mountains to tremble and the ground to shake. It could manipulate land and peaks, drive away mountain ranges, and even alter mountain formations, influencing the destiny of an entire land.
The archangel's pupils contracted slightly as he sensed a deadly aura emanating from that unassuming whip. What kind of artifact is this?
The Archangel of Wisdom felt a surge of indignation. As the second-ranked Archangel of the Holy See, she prided herself on wisdom surpassing all creation. Yet the artifact in her hand was merely a book of law.
In contrast, what did her opponent possess? A weapon sharper than any seraph had ever seen, a golden bow and silver arrows, a formidable ranged assault.
Now he brandished a whip whose aura was as deep as an abyss and as oppressive as a prison.
In an instant, the immense imbalance shattered the seraph's psychological defenses. Why such a vast disparity among deities? Both S-class beings, how dare you possess so many divine artifacts?
Her beautiful face twisted in frustration.
The next instant, crack! A deafening roar engulfed the arena. It sounded like a glass skyscraper collapsing.
With a single swing of the mountain-chasing whip, the spatial barrier the seraphim had painstakingly built crumbled to dust. The archangel's face contorted even more intensely. Greed consumed her, her eyes fixed solely on the mountain-chasing whip and the true Lord's grasp. She sensed that possessing this whip would dramatically boost her combat prowess, closing the gap in her weaknesses. Then, even the seraphim would not be her match.
Crack! The mountain-clearing whip lashed out again. This time, the lash struck the seraphim's face. Golden red blood trickled down the proud cheek. The audience gasped in shock. Oh my god! What a brutal blow to the beauty! I love it!
Lord Xinjuan is still too powerful. Women only slow down his whipping speed.
What do you think? Could it be that the great Lord Xinjuan is subduing an angel from the Papal Kingdom?
I figured out the education level of the poster above in 1 second.
Why don't you give it a shot?
The stage was littered with the shattered remains of spatial fragments. Blood seeped through the gaps between fingers, while the 18 wings on his back seemed to have ceased flapping. The seraph's body trembled slightly, as if containing immense fury.
Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Li Yingdao's expression was both peculiar and contemptuous. No way! Is this seraphim into BDSM too?
The seraph moved. A sonic boom erupted where it stood, and in an instant, it materialized behind the true Lord. His right hand pressed down on the true Lord's shoulder, while his left lunged to seize the mountain-chasing whip.
Get off!
A humming sound erupted as overwhelming quasi-saintly aura radiated out, shaking the seraphim off his body.
Too fast. Before the audience could react, it was all over. This isn't teleportation.
Teleportation would cause spatial fluctuations, but the arena's space has already been shattered by the true Lord's mountain-chasing whip.
After mastering the 36 heavenly transformations, Li Yingdao also gained the ability to teleport. Teleportation differed from rapid movement. It reduced jarring impacts by compressing space.
Whether it be shrinking the earth to an inch, creating a Buddha's realm in one's palm, or concealing the universe within one's sleeve. At their core, they all alter space to achieve their desired ends. On this current arena, none of these techniques would work. Li Yingdao gazed at the 18 wings behind the angel, lost in thought.
No way! Even ordinary two-winged angels could outpace ordinary mortals.
But seraphim, cherubim, and throne angels, with their 6 wings, possessed speeds that ranked among the fastest in the S-class deities.
This isn't some magical technique, it's an innate ability. 18 wings? Speed doesn't simply add up, it increases exponentially.
This angelic deity of the papal state stands as the fastest being in all of history.
Whoosh! The angel moved again.
This time, the Book of Laws descended directly toward the true Lord's head, who parried it with his trident.
The divine artifact and the magical treasure collided violently. A small explosion erupted at close range, right between their faces.
As the smoke cleared, the archangel gazed at the Book of Laws with heartache. The explosion had caused several pages to be torn from her divine artifact. Each page represented her wisdom and power. This was an essential weakening of her essence.
How could she not feel heartbroken?
In contrast, the true Lord's 3-pronged double-edged spear remained razor-sharp, its tip unscathed by the blast.
Excellent! I have gained another target. The Archangel let out a fervent, unrestrained laugh. Chapter 144, The Archangel aims to ascend to near sainthood. This is a bit troublesome. The Archangel moved with blinding speed, almost teleportation, yet without its limitations. The true Lord could only escape by teleporting, but earlier, to break through the spatial barrier the Archangel had forged. Now, the entire space within the arena had been shattered and couldn't be restored in the short term. To the spectators, the arena appeared unchanged. Yet the void itself lay in utter disarray. To teleport, the true Lord must restore the space, but if he does, doesn't that just give the Angel of Wisdom another chance to strike? What a seraphim! Li Yingdao now fully grasped the Archangel's cunning. From the moment the attack was launched, the layout had begun. If you did not counter, you would have to absorb the blow with your physical body. But if you countered, you'd be playing into the seraphim's hands. But that was all. Each time the Archangel drew near the true Lord, she inevitably sustained some injury. Beyond speed, her physical strength and close-quarters combat skills were vastly inferior to the true Lord's. If she were to flee relentlessly, the true Lord might indeed be powerless against her. Yet the Archangel acted as if she'd lost her mind, playing to her weaknesses instead of her strengths. Whoosh! The Angel of Wisdom closed in on the true Lord once more. Her body, supple as a serpent, coiled around the true Lord's shoulder. Her legs clamped tightly onto his arm while her hands reached for the trident in his grasp. Oomph! The true Lord's face showed impatience. It was always like this. No sooner had he repelled an opponent than the next one would rush in. She didn't attack, her focus solely on his magical weapon. Despite countless battles, this was the first time the true Lord had encountered such an opponent. Is this how you fight? Are the deities of the Papal State really this impoverished? This is utterly disgraceful. The near saint's aura once again forced the seraphim back. If that's all you've got, then you can go die. The true Lord's words immediately sparked cheers from the entire crowd. Whether Seraphim's fighting style was aesthetically pleasing was beside the point. At the very least, it was utterly dull to watch. The crowd had gathered to witness divine beings unleashing their full might in a life or death struggle. Why is he so fixated on someone else's gear? If you ask me, this angel from the Papal State has set its sights on the true Lord of Huaxia. It's trying to lure the enemy closer. TSK TSK TSK. If I were the one going in, I might just let that heavenly being have his way. Enough said. I'd gladly endure that pain for the true Lord. What happens to the offspring when our native deities mate with Western gods? Ha 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 ha. Regardless of gender, the mere mention of color sent them all into a frenzy. All grudges and tensions vanished. One by one, they chatted with such abandon they forgot the world around them. The sole remaining Pope King, the divine cardmaster, stood with a face as dark as iron. Yet despite their supreme deity being so vulgar, even obscene, unfit for public display, they all firmly believed their deity had good reason for his actions, and that ultimate victory would surely belong to the Papal State. Because they truly had nowhere left to retreat. Should Xiaoli fall, the Papal States would become a defeated dog, destined to fade into history sooner or later. Boom! The seraphim was repelled once more. Li Yingdao and the true Lord exchanged glances, each seeing confusion and solemnity in the other's eyes. The Archangel of Wisdom, the supreme deity embodying a nation's intellect. How could it be so foolish and despicable? Tick-tock. The sound of blood dripping onto the ground. The owner of that blood, the Archangel, was now covered in wounds. His battle robes, soaked through with blood, clung tightly to his form, accentuating his already graceful physique. It possessed a peculiar beauty. The entire male audience erupted, screaming wildly like apes reverting to primal instincts. Some had even stripped off their shirts, wildly flinging them about. Female divine cardmasters, however, wore expressions of deep distress. Setting aside other considerations, Seraphim was, after all, the supreme deity of their nation, fighting to the death for its future. Regardless, she deserved the respect due to her status. Hey, you guys are taking this way too far. This is the arena. A public place. Can you show some decency? Exactly. They only dare act so brazenly because they're protected by the arena rules. If an angel actually appeared before them, these are the first ones who'd be on their knees. Bull. After all these arenas, you still don't get it? The Papal State is a nation that treats human life like grass, sacrificing people for their gods. Their deities only ascend by trampling over hundreds of thousands, even millions of lives. Killers pay with their lives, debts must be repaid. That's the natural order of things. What are you talking about? To me, they're more like demons steeped in sin. Classic case of letting emotions cloud judgment. Wait until her family dies because of these so-called gods, then she'll feel the pain. Exactly. I'll tear down any opponent without discrimination. Compared to the Papal State, I feel like a saint. Now look at Godly, has he done a single unjust thing since his debut? China has truly transformed the world. Without Godly, would we have today? If I were a nation facing annexation, I'd pray to be absorbed by China. At least we'd live like humans, free from daily terror over the arena. In this regard, China truly sets a global standard, flawless. Strange. Why isn't Archangel moving?
On the stage, the archangel stood utterly still, frozen like a statue. Only droplets of golden blood trickled down. Li Yingdao and the True Lord both perked up.
She's going all out. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha!
The Angel of Wisdom roared with laughter as she straightened her body, slowly rising to her feet.
Suddenly, the audience noticed something missing from the archangel's form.
Li Yingdao stared intently. The intricate patterns of divine law that had once covered her body had vanished entirely. Even the book of laws in her hand was nowhere to be seen. Where did it go?
Li Yingdao scanned the arena, finding nothing amiss.
A fierce wind howled. The vanished patterns in the book of laws had all appeared on the True Lord's body. I do envy the divine artifact in your grasp, but it's hardly worth such a loss of composure.
Do you truly believe I sought it for that reason? In the next instant, a link formed between the archangel and the True Lord.
The medium for this connection was none other than the runes and the book of laws.
The wind howled like a whale.
The True Lord's aura plummeted, while in stark contrast, the archangel's wounds began to heal rapidly. His aura steadily strengthened.
This sudden turn of events caught everyone completely off guard.
The archangel was actually draining the True Lord. Now, the patterns on the archangel's body were more vibrant than when it first appeared, subtly hinting at a breakthrough beyond its limits.
His entire aura seemed more profound, imbued with the essence of the Tao. How could Li Yingdao not recognize this aura?
This was unmistakably the Tao of the True Lord ascending to near saint. Each time the Angel of Wisdom closed in, it was to imprint its own patterns of law onto the True Lord. The greed it had displayed toward the True Lord's magical artifact was merely a ruse. She had transformed the arena space into a barrier specifically to force the True Lord to disrupt the space, preventing his teleportation and granting her the opportunity to close in. The Angel of Wisdom had been laying this trap from the very beginning. She knew she was no match for the True Lord and could never become a near saint herself. Therefore, the Angel of Wisdom sought to use the True Lord's quasi-saint power as her foundation to ascend to quasi-sainthood. Chapter 145, The Archangel paid the price for her lack of knowledge. The arena was swept by turbulent winds that howled fiercely. The aura of the great Tao thickened to a point visible to the naked eye. Spectators stared in stunned silence, at a loss for words to describe the scene. Compared to this arena, past battles seemed like child's play. Whether it was the divine power of the combatants or the strategic probing throughout the battle. Both the divine powers of the opposing deities and the strategic probing throughout the battle. The spectators who had just been mocking the archangel now fell silent. They wanted to say something to save face, but no words came to them. Words stuck in their throats, they could only manage a single exclamation, damn. The hearts of the Huaxia spectators were gripped with tension. The True Lord was the deity they knew best. They had witnessed his very ascent to near sainthood with their own eyes. He was like a child raised within their own family, familiar and utterly trustworthy. Now, after so much effort, Huaxia finally had a quasi-saint deity, one born from the collective faith of its people. Everyone deeply understood the hardships involved. And now, the seraphim of the papal state sought to steal their achievement, to steal the True Lord's quasi-saint cultivation. Ha 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 ha. The archangel laughed wildly, his aura surging past its limits without pause, steadily ascending toward that elusive quasi-saint realm. Meanwhile, his opponent's power plummeted to its lowest ebb. This exhilaration threatened to overwhelm her very mind. In all the long years since she became one of the Holy See's three archangels, such a sensation had been utterly unprecedented. This is a bit troublesome. The Archangel of Wisdom is quite greedy. I thought she only coveted the True Lord's magical artifact, but it turns out she lusts after the True Lord's body, seeking to obtain the True Lord's power. After careful consideration, Li Yingdao could only marvel at how the seraph truly lived up to its name. Indeed, there are only names given in error, but no nicknames ever called wrongly.
Li Yingdao turned his gaze back to his opponent. Xia Li's expression was grave. Her expression was dark and unsettling. She couldn't be certain the Angel of Wisdom would succeed. After all, the True Lord's record in past tournaments had been nothing short of dazzling. In Xia Li's estimation, she even ranked the True Lord as the foremost deity among all the gods. In truth, the overwhelming majority of credit for Huaxia's current glorious achievements lay with Li Yingdao and the True Lord. Like the central pillar of a family, no matter how thick or numerous the other pillars might be, none could match the importance of that central pillar. Should the Archangel truly succeed, the present Huaxia nation would become the future papal state. China's standing in Asia would fall under the Pope's authority, propelling the papal state even further. Remember, the majority of the world's population resides in Asia. For the papal state to seize Asia would be like Sun Wukong entering the peach garden. But the question remains, can the Archangel succeed? Can she ascend to quasi-sainthood? Li Yingdao's lips curved into a faint smile, struggling to suppress his laughter. Xia Li abruptly looked up at the True Lord, as if suddenly struck by a thought. The quasi-saint realm, a rare, hard-won state of being, was about to be handed to another. If it were Xia Li herself, she would absolutely fight tooth and nail. Yet now, the True Lord remained utterly still throughout, paying no heed whatsoever to the Archangel's actions. This was utterly unreasonable. The only explanation Xia Li could fathom was that Jinjuan was certain the Archangel could not succeed. Seraphim. Stop this at once. Though she didn't know why, Xiaoli had to stop the Archangel now. What are you talking about?
Don't think just because you're in charge, I have to listen to you, the Archangel retorted, clearly annoyed.
I'm nearly a quasi-saint. By then, neither seraphim nor cherubim will be my match. The entire angelic hierarchy of the papal state will bow to my supremacy, and you expect me to stop? Are you kidding me?
The seraphim continued unabated, even intensifying its absorption.
Xiaoli's nose was practically crooked with rage.
She was a master strategist, often calculating every possible future contingency with crystal clarity.
Yet the one thing she could never guarantee? The gods. The gods were lofty and distant, the gods had dignity, the gods had tempers. Why should they heed the commands of a mere mortal? Without us gods, you're nothing but an ordinary mortal.
This very situation had now unfolded, and Xiaoli sighed, feeling utterly powerless. If she had support cards in hand, perhaps she could still turn the tide. But to restrict Li Yingdao, she couldn't use support cards either. For now, she could only pray that the seraphim would inflict a little more damage on the true lord. At least for now, the seraphim held the upper hand.
Jinjuan's face remained tense, struggling to suppress a laugh. He even coordinated with the Archangel to draw out his Tao essence. At this very moment, the entire audience sensed something was amiss. Why isn't the true lord fighting back?
Only the Angel of Wisdom remained lost in the moment, fantasizing about how he would command the other angels once he became a quasi-saint. This deity from Huaxia looks quite presentable. We can spare his life. That Greek god Hades is also quite formidable. I'll have to be careful when I destroy Greece.
That, the Archangel.
She thinks she's so special with her authority to enforce judgments, watching over me every day. When the time comes, I'll strip her of her powers and pluck out her wings.
And the divine artifacts held by the Chinese deities, all these will be mine. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the true lord spoke. Have you had your fill? What? Over 10 minutes had passed.
At this rate, the opponent should have been drained dry by now. Though their aura was weak, nothing else had changed.
This defied all logic.
Seeing this, the Archangel immediately increased her power output, heedless even as her entire body became covered in patterns formed by the Tao's laws. She was determined to become a near saint.
You're suffering from a lack of education. Li Yingdao shook his head, feeling pity for the Angel of Wisdom. Throughout Huaxia's history, while the Luo golden immortals were rare, there were still many.
Among them, those who reached the pinnacle of great Luo immortality could be counted on one hand. Yet they all got stuck at this very step, unable to advance to near saint no matter what. There were two widely accepted paths to becoming a near saint: divine favor from the Tao, or human support. Favored by the Tao meant gaining the favor of a particular aspect of the Tao, merging one's being with it, and thereby completing the Tao. By gaining the authority and power of the Tao, one becomes a sage. The three sovereigns represent the pinnacle of this path. The other path involves receiving support from the human realm. Where many people gather, Qi arises. Where Qi arises, the Tao manifests. Gaining the support of the human way likewise enables one to ascend to the rank of quasi-sage. In ancient times, Yu the Great earned the support of the human realm through his meritorious flood control efforts, earning the deep affection of all the people. This is how he ascended to quasi-sainthood. The true lord followed the same path as Yu the Great. During the conflict with Korea, the entire nation of China spontaneously embraced faith in the true lord. The entire human realm of China actively supported the true lord, enabling his ascension to near sainthood. Neither method can be deemed inherently superior or inferior, yet both share a common trait. Difficult. Harder than climbing to heaven. This is not something achievable through effort, talent, perseverance, or mere opportunity. Ask the Picta Luo golden immortals throughout Huaxia's history, didn't they yearn to ascend to quasi-sainthood? Of course they did. They dreamed of it. In their quest, these great immortals exhausted every possible method. Slaughtering countless living beings, preaching ceaselessly for millennia, gathering celestial treasures and earthly gems, creating their own cultivation techniques. They spared no effort in their pursuit. What does the Archangel's trick amount to? Compared to this, it's child's play. Were those peak great immortals present, they would surely scoff. What fools! What a waste of their cultivation. Chapter 146, The True Lord Truly Unrivaled. No, something's wrong. The Angel of Wisdom finally sensed something amiss. Her body was nearing its limit. Yet the laws of the Tao continued to flow endlessly from the true Lord's body, like an ocean vast and unfathomable. How is this possible? How could he possess such vast amounts of Tao laws? This defies all logic. The Archangel of Wisdom was utterly perplexed. The Tao laws she had absorbed already exceeded her own capacity. Even if the combined Tao laws of the Seraphim, Archangel, and Throne Angel were pooled together, they still wouldn't match their opponent. Did this mean the three of them were no match for the true Lord? The Archangel of Wisdom was terrified. When she tried to stop, she found she could no longer control herself. The true Lord's expression was mocking. What? Not absorbing anymore? The Angel of Wisdom shook her head instinctively, hoping this gesture might persuade the true Lord to spare her. Li Yingdao shouted in agreement, no way.
You were sucking it up so eagerly just now, and now you say you can't? The plot took an unexpected turn, sending the Chinese audience into a frenzy of cheers, shouts, and jeers, the atmosphere electric. This plot, why does it feel so familiar, like the fantasy novels I read? Tell us more. The Archangel of the Papal State got outsmarted by her own cleverness. Serves her right. If you ask me, she doesn't deserve the title of Archangel of Wisdom at all. Wisdom, my foot. Seraphim was now covered head to toe in the laws of the Tao, not a single inch of her body spared, not even her once beautiful face. Meanwhile, her form had swollen to 30% larger than when she first appeared. This wasn't due to any enhancement effect, she was being stretched to her limits. The Archangel could no longer speak, only shaking her head frantically, begging her opponent to stop. If this continued, she would truly be stretched to death. The Archangel, second in rank within the entire angelic hierarchy of the Holy See, the very angel embodying wisdom and authority. To be stretched to death on the stage? Seraphim could never accept such a fate. She could die, but never in such a humiliating manner. Li Yingdao glanced at the True Lord, and both saw a flicker of secret delight in each other's eyes. When the Archangel of Wisdom first stole the True Lord's Tao laws, they both knew full well. It was impossible. Had she targeted a great immortal or supreme immortal, the Angel of Wisdom might have succeeded. But a near saint had transcended heaven and earth, forming their own Tao domain. Within that Tao domain, the laws flowed ceaselessly. Everywhere the eye could see was the Tao of a near saint. As long as the Tao domain persisted, the quasi-saint's Tao could never be swallowed whole, nor could they themselves be annihilated. Even if the True Lord is not currently within the Tao realm, they can still draw upon its boundless Tao to replenish themselves. How many Tao laws could a single Tao domain possibly contain? The True Lord himself could not say. Too many. At the very least, it would take no fewer than 1,000 De Luo golden immortals to match it. Even the Wisdom Angel, possessing the peak strength of a great immortal, falls far short. When the two learned that the Archangel sought to ascend to quasi-sainthood through this means, they found it even more laughable. Are you kidding me? If becoming a near saint were that simple, the pantheon of Chinese deities wouldn't have only a handful of beings above that rank. Ultimately, it was because the Seraphim had never encountered a quasi-saint before. In fact, before her battle with the True Lord, she had no idea such a realm even existed above hers. As the second-ranked angel in the Papal State, she naturally assumed she had reached the pinnacle. Now, upon encountering the True Lord and discovering a higher realm existed, she naturally concluded that she too could attain it. Thus, she devised this plan. Yet she still underestimated the complexity. The two primary paths to ascending to quasi-sainthood are divine favor from the way of heaven and human support. The Archangel knew neither. This wasn't her fault after all, not even the entire Papal State knew. Or rather, aside from the deities of Huaxia, not a single other deity across the entire Blue Star knew. As the Archangel's form grew larger and larger, it had lost all sense of beauty, swelling up like a balloon. The Pope's divine card master was utterly heartbroken. His supreme deity had been reduced to such a grotesque spectacle on the stage. This was an immense disgrace. Yet they were utterly powerless, forced to watch helplessly. Xiao Li's expression, however, remained surprisingly calm. In her mind, everything was exploitable, including herself. Facing the unknown and formidable True Lord, she dared not guarantee any method could defeat him. Therefore, she could only attempt it. The Archangel attempted to steal the opponent's Tao law and replace it with her own. The result was obvious: failure. Then try another. This failure matters little, the Papal State still has opportunities. The Archangel's eyelids were swollen horribly, obscuring her view of the sky. Her link with the True Lord remained intact, and the Tao laws continued to flow into her body. Her vision blurred, and the Archangel's final thought was one of resignation. The arena would inevitably decide life or death, and she was no match for her opponent. She could only take desperate measures. She had no regrets. Time ticked away, drop by drop. The sounds around her grew chaotic. To her astonishment, the Archangel discovered she was beginning to return to normal. Her form began to shrink, and the intricate patterns covering her body started to fade. What is the True Lord doing? Could it be that he's taken a liking to the Archangel of the Papal State? What kind of joke is that? Does the True Lord have such poor taste? In my opinion, he's giving the Papal Kingdom a chance to reform. What noble-mindedness from the True Lord! Li Yingdao was equally perplexed, yet he trusted the True Lord unconditionally. With Seraphim in this state, what kind of waves could she possibly make? By my reckoning, this Archangel truly lives up to her name. From the moment she appeared, she already knew her ultimate goal and began laying the groundwork from the very start of the battle. Were it not for the limitations of the entire Papal State, she might have found another way. The Archangel's expression was complex as she forcibly suppressed the Seraphim's urge to intervene. Her voice was hoarse as she asked, why? She simply couldn't fathom why the True Lord would act this way. Could it really be as melodramatic as him falling for her? The True Lord merely smiled, offering no reply. The Angel of Wisdom studied his expression, growing increasingly uneasy. That smile was eerie and twisted, even tinged with a hint of lechery. Soon, she sensed something was terribly wrong. You? How dare you? How could you do this? The archangel realized her great Tao laws were being stolen by the true Lord. Her aura was fading, her divine power dissipating, her wisdom evaporating like a pool under the scorching sun. Li Yingdao gave the true Lord a thumbs up. Well played. What you do to me, I'll do to you. Turn his own tactics against him. You seraphim love to steal, don't you? Now taste the sting of having your own stolen. The seraphim was terrified. Fear shattered his mental defenses, and he began to break down and weep. No, please. Don't do this to me. I can't lose my wisdom. I'll agree to anything you demand. I'll become your slave. The archangel's desperate cries fell on deaf ears. The entire audience fell silent. This was the first time a deity had ever begged their opponent so humbly on the stage. And the supreme deity of an entire nation. The second Lord of Heaven, the true Lord of China, was truly ruthless. The expressions of the high-ranking officials from various nations darkened. The angelic deity of the papal state had utterly outclassed their supreme deity. Such a deity, combined with the archangel, embodied perfect wisdom. Yet none could defeat the true Lord. It would be no exaggeration to say they were being toyed with like monkeys. Could it be that the true Lord of China is truly invincible? Chapter 147, the three archangels are about to fall. Faced with the true Lord's actions, the Chinese audience cheered enthusiastically. That's exactly how it should be done. At the same time, the Chinese audience felt a bit dazed. This was the first time they'd ever seen the true Lord display a hint of secret delight. In the past, the true Lord had always been silent, striking and departing without a word. But today, he felt strangely familiar. The divine masters of the papal state hung their heads in shame. Enough! Seraphim! Have you not disgraced yourself enough? All eyes turned to Xiaoli, her face ashen. As the head of a nation, she had to stop the divine being from such a loss of composure. Losing isn't the problem, it's the inability to accept defeat. Seraphim's aura plummeted to its lowest ebb, his gaze vacant. For her very authority over wisdom had been stolen. Now she was utterly foolish, less than immortal. The last remnants of thought and instinct in her brain compelled her to wipe away her tears. She shot the true Lord a resolute yet resentful glance. Her features shifted, revealing a face as cold as iron. This was not arrogance or indifference. It was a presence saturated with law, an indestructible aura as unyielding as steel. The seated angel, ranked third among the angels of the papal state. She wields the authority of judgment and decree. In terms of prestige, she stands foremost among the three great angels. She was the embodiment of pure law enforcement. Within a complete divine hierarchy, the supreme deities each held distinct domains. Take the angelic hierarchy of the papal state, for example. The seraphim embody the faith of all angels, representing their majesty to the outside world. Her very presence symbolizes angelic majesty. Seraphim, meanwhile, are responsible for establishing laws and regulations. All angels operate within this framework, ensuring the system's functioning and refinement. The throne angel's duty is to oversee and review. They ensure every angel fulfills their assigned duties. Those who violate the rules will be judged and punished by her. Of course, the divine systems of smaller nations are far less complex. Their so-called supreme deity might not even rank as high as a high-level deity in a larger nation. In Li Yingdao's view, the entire Blue Star boasts a remarkably well-developed pantheon system. Beyond China, only the papal states, Greece, the three Arab nations, Egypt, and the Maya qualify. Sakura Nation, by copying and plagiarizing China, could barely squeeze into this category. After absorbing the archangel's divine power and laws, the true Lord's advancement was minimal. This was partly due to the vast disparity in their respective strengths. Though the ranks of near saints and great Luo immortals appear separated by only one tier, the reality is worlds apart. 1,000 de Luo golden immortals might not produce a single near saint. Just one more to go. Take her down, and this battle ends. Haha, the top two angels have already fallen. The third one stepping forward is just going to be a suicide mission. We still need to be cautious. The papal state has its demonic system. Lucifer and Satan haven't even made their appearances yet. Pfft, Satan sounds formidable, but in terms of authority, isn't he just like our Chinese underworld or Greece's Hades? As time passed, the arena battles multiplied, and more deities took the stage. The Chinese audience had gained a basic understanding of their own deities, even able to gauge their powers and status, allowing them to assess the situation. Gone were the days of civilizational isolation and utter ignorance. Now even elementary school students in China could rattle off a long list of names of high-ranking Chinese deities. Given time, the effects of the civilizational rupture would be completely erased. The archangel's face was icy cold. The three archangels now shared a single body. She had witnessed the entire course of the previous two battles. She was acutely aware of her opponent's power and the vast gulf between them. But this was no reason for her to shrink from battle. The first two had already fallen. She was the last one standing, the final line of defense. The archangel raised the sword of judgment in her hand, pointing it directly at the true Lord. Angelic judgment. Boom! A bolt of lightning split the sky. Countless laws of judgment converged at the sword's tip, thunderous power continuously coalescing, finally forming a colossal thunderball as large as a small mountain. Electric arcs danced wildly across the stage. The audience erupted in gasps. This angel unleashed a devastating attack the moment it appeared? The true lord murmured his admiration, approving of the angel's approach. The previous two had already eliminated her options. Delaying tactics were useless, and underhanded schemes were even less viable. Only a decisive move could settle the outcome. The true lord also showed his opponent the utmost respect. The aura of a near saint enveloped the arena, the laws of the Tao crystallizing and converging upon the third eye at her forehead. Both sides poised for battle. Go! The angelic figure let out a fierce cry. The sword of judgment, trailing thunderous spheres, sliced through the air with unstoppable force, hurtling toward the true lord. In a single, focused burst, a golden beam as slender as a child's arm shot forth from the true lord's third eye. Wherever the beam touched, surrounding space and laws yielded of their own accord. The beam pierced the thunder sphere. The entire audience held their breath, eyes fixed on the scene. Instead of the expected explosion, the thunder sphere's momentum halted abruptly, its volume steadily diminishing. The true lord's technique was not a simple clash of energies. It was designed to neutralize the archangel's assault. I've fought 3 consecutive battles already. Why would I clash head-on with you now? Who's the fool here, you or me? The thunderball's volume steadily diminished until it dissolved into nothingness. The archangel's mouth opened slightly in disbelief. Though she knew her strength paled beside her opponent's, could her all-out assault truly be so effortlessly nullified? For a moment, even her pride faltered. The gap was too vast, too immense to find any path to victory. After holding its ground against the beam for 3 seconds, the sword of judgment too was dissolved by the light. The tip shattered, the blade cracked. With a clang, the sword of judgment fell to the ground. The divine artifact of an archangel, forged and tempered with a lifetime of effort and the very essence of the law of judgment. Now it was ruined. The beam continued its assault upon the archangel, who neither dodged nor evaded. All he could do was pick up the shattered judgment sword and gently wipe it clean. There was no need to evade. Rather than prolonging a futile existence and wasting time, better to face destiny head-on and die with honor. The archangel had done all she could, her conscience was clear. The beam struck the archangel's chest, unleashing the cosmic laws of annihilation and dissolution that spread unchecked within her. The seraphim and cherubim tried to intervene, but they were powerless. Their earlier exertions had robbed them of their strength. The entire audience fell silent. Deep down, they all knew the papal state was about to fall. The 3 archangels were defeated. Their bodies began to slowly dissipate, their divine power and cosmic essence ground into oblivion. Finally, even the remnants of the sword of judgment were obliterated. The 3 supreme deities of the papal state's angelic hierarchy. Seraphim, cherubim, throne angels. Death. Shelley glared at the true lord suspended high in the sky, suppressing the urge for revenge. Wait. The attempt by the 3 archangels has failed. I still have 2 chances left. For the revival of the papal state, I must wait. At the same time, Li Yingdao felt puzzled. Who didn't know the deities of the papal kingdom harbored resentment born from human sacrifices? Every battle required a solution to purge that resentment. Why was it absent this time? Li Yingdao glanced at the true lord, who gave a slight nod, signaling for everything to proceed as before. The arena platform issued a notification. Papal state challenges Huaxia nation. Divine rotation arena. Round 3, Huaxia kingdom wins. Only 2 matches left. Li Yingdao thought to himself. After dealing with the papal state, he could begin purging the regions of Asia, Europe, and Africa. Next would be the pretty nation and the Maya in the Americas. The requirements of the Pangu deities were within reach. Li Yingdao believed that once he had completely purged the minor deities of foreign races, the truth behind the Huaxia deity's departure from Blue Star would be fully revealed. The true nature of the Tao in the arena would also come to light. The end. Add me on WeChat, MNY66618. More book recommendations in my moments, Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various platforms.